Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in, rewarding the host with 100,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in, rewarding the host with 100,000 secret techniques. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in, rewarding the host with 100,000. Junlin sighed how profoundly lonely it is to be invincible. Chapter 1. One signing grants 100,000 years of cultivation. In the Tianwu continent, martial prowess reigns supreme. The lives of the weak are as insignificant as that of ants, while the strong can unleash their wrath, turning rivers to torrents and claiming countless lives. In a small nation within the Tianwu continent, known as the Xia Kingdom, lies a secluded corner named Chongqing Village. Beneath the tranquil clouds, a modest village gradually comes into view within the Valley Chongqing Village. This place is not large, comprised of merely a few dozen households. Yet each family harbors a practitioner of martial arts. The villagers revere strength should one lack power and skill. They are regarded as mere ants, worthy of disdain. In a small, dilapidated courtyard, a youth is diligently weeding, dressed in simple attire. Though his clothing is humble, he possesses a pair of strikingly bright eyes that captivate those who dare to gaze upon them. Suddenly, a flock of birds bursts from the trees, startling the youth from his reverie. I've unknowingly spent 16 years in this world, he muses, watching the birds soar overhead. Cough, cough. Damn it. Wang Hao, you truly deserve to die. Vengeance shall be mine. Ha! I am but a useless wretch. What vengeance can I seek? As the youth coughs, he expels a shocking amount of blood, rendering his already frail body even paler and weaker, as if he could perish at any moment. This youth is named Junlin. Once a senior student in the real world, his life took a fateful turn when a child dashed into the street as he was crossing. In a desperate attempt to save her, he was struck by a car that had no time to brake. When he awoke, he found himself in this strange world. Moreover, he inexplicably acquired the heavenly destiny sign-in system. Initially, Junlin was overjoyed. The tales recorded in novels within his former reality spoke of such systems. What is a system? An entity capable of elevating a worthless being to the pinnacle of power. It promised the ability to stand tall throughout history, commanding the submission of all realms. However, the subsequent events dashed all his hopes. For 16 long years, the system had not issued a single task. It remained dormant from the moment it bound him. And now, after all this time, he found himself utterly unable to cultivate. He was a true failure. Most crucially, the system remained silent, even in his direst moments. He was at a loss as to how to activate it. Yet over the years, he had grown accustomed to this fate. Even as he neared death, his grievous wounds unhealed, he remained an ordinary mortal, devoid of power. Wang Hao, the village's tyrant, had severely injured him, nearly taking his life. In truth, Junlin had always been a person of peace, shunning conflict. Yet, out of compassion, he intervened when Wang Hao harassed a virtuous woman. This act incited Wang Hao's hatred towards him. Thus, he found himself constantly embroiled in trouble, beset by various excuses to torment him. Junlin shook his head, pondering the harsh law of the jungle in this world that revered martial strength. Under such circumstances, survival seemed impossible. Upon arriving in this realm, he discovered his meridians were entirely blocked. He was unable to practice martial arts. Even the foundational self-defense techniques eluded him. He had initially hoped that the system would grant him privileges, allowing him to rise to power. Instead, the system had remained dormant, leaving him to await his demise. His injuries were far too severe. Wang Hao and his ilk were at the peak of martial discipleship. With a single swing, they could exert force exceeding 1,000 pounds. Had it not been for intervention, Junlin would have perished on the spot. Yet, his current situation was hardly any better. In recent days, he had been coughing blood daily, acutely aware that his days were numbered. Ding. The heavenly sign-in system has been activated. Sign-in location: Chongqing Village. May I ask if the host wishes to sign in? Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed in Junlin's mind. He displayed no sign of joy after 16 long years. It had finally materialized. Though he found it hard to believe, he chose to trust in this moment. Suppressing his joy, a flicker of excitement coursed through him. Confirm sign-in, he declared. Ding! The Destiny sign-in system is activating. Please wait patiently, host. An electronic voice resonated within Junlin's mind. However, he did not leap with excitement. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor. He was not swept away by exhilaration. After all these years, he had awaited this moment, only to be met with disappointment day after day. Now, he had mastered the art of tranquility, stirring not a single ripple in his heart. Even if the system failed to activate successfully, nothing could be worse than his current plight. Ding. System loading complete. Sign-in location. Chongqing Village reward unknown. Confirm sign-in. Junlin reiterated. Ding. Sign-in successful. Rewarding the host with 100,000 years of cultivation. Ding. The system detects that the host is severely injured and will commence repair. Please prepare, host. Ding. Initiating injury repair and imparting knowledge. A series of electronic notifications flooded Junlin's mind. Before he could comprehend the situation, his injuries began to heal. He felt his body grow lighter in an instant. The pain that had plagued him suddenly vanished. Boom. Just as Junlin rejoiced in his recovery, a violent roar erupted in his mind. A surge of power coursed through his being, and he felt as though he might be torn asunder. This agony was beyond even the resilience he had forged over the years. Junlin lost consciousness on the spot. Alas, the host's physique is exceedingly frail. A gentle sigh resonated throughout the entire courtyard. Very well, very well. I shall reward the host with 100,000 cleansing elixirs. Subsequently, Junlin found himself enveloped in a brilliant golden light. Before long, the courtyard was awash with a myriad of resplendent cleansing pills. All the cleansing pills began to dissolve, transforming into a magnificent river of pure energy that surged directly into Junlin's body. It is worth noting that even the royal family of the Xia kingdom might struggle to produce a mere 1,000 of these pills. Yet at this moment, Junlin consumed a staggering 100,000. If word of this spread, others would surely be driven to madness. No one could possibly ingest such a monumental quantity. At once it would undoubtedly result in their obliteration. Let alone 100,000. Even the foremost expert of the Xia kingdom, Xia Luyun, would not dare to swallow 10 at a time. Cleansing pills, designed to purify the essence and marrow, are effective for most. After just one, the second typically yields little benefit. Should one attempt to consume multiple pills simultaneously, the overwhelming surge of pure energy could literally tear a person apart. However, Junlin was different. He possessed a system. To the system, such concerns were insignificant, enabling all cleansing pills to realize their utmost potential. There would be no diminishing returns after the second pill. Chapter 2. The Dying, a Glimmer of Life. Junlin struggled to open his eyes. He murmured softly, having just emerged from an exceedingly long dream wherein his system had awakened, bestowing upon him a plethora of elixirs, and even initiating a painful transcendence of his cultivation. The agony of this enlightenment lingered, even as he had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness within the dream. Had his system truly awakened? Was this reality or merely a dream? He pondered, grappling with the indistinction between the two. Yet, the silence that enveloped him offered no answers, and the anticipated notification from his system remained conspicuously absent. As he gradually sat up, he discovered that he had spent the night in a dilapidated courtyard. More disturbingly, beneath him lay a gruesome pool of dried blood and remnants of bones. Is this my doing? It appears I truly cannot survive this. Alas, it was all just a dream. Nevertheless, fate is fickle. Junlin sighed, oblivious to the fact that these remnants were but the remnants of his former self, now shed, granting him a renewed and perfect physique. Even in death, he desired a semblance of dignity. It was regrettable that vengeance would elude him. Staggering to his feet, he ambled toward the thatched hut, determined to don a more respectable garment to ensure a peaceful departure. Yet, his version of respectable attire amounted to a tunic patched over 30 times, as all other clothing lay in tatters, unfit even for a beggar. Sigh. There should still be time. I shall bathe before I depart. Junlin, a man who cherished cleanliness, wished to avoid departing this world in a state of filth. Why is this bucket of water so light? He gazed, somewhat dazed, at the leaky wooden bucket in his hands. In the past, he would struggle even with half a bucket, yet today, he felt no weight at all while carrying a nearly full one. Alas, it seems my end is nigh. Is this what they call a glimmer of life? Junlin's eyes were filled with despondency, devoid of vitality. He understood that when one experiences such a phenomenon, it often heralds the approach of death. Thud. Inadvertently, he kicked the threshold while walking, reducing it to splinters. Sigh. Even the threshold crumbles at the slightest touch. How pathetic. He stared blankly at the shattered remains, lamenting, "I can barely feel my own feet. I must hasten. Otherwise, I might perish in the tub, and no one would be left to claim my body." With this thought, Junlin quickened his pace. However, he remained unaware that he had vanished from his original position, only to reappear beside the well in an instant. Then, he vanished again, materializing next to the bathing tub within the hut. "Ah, cold water it is. There is no time to heat it now." Without hesitation, he leaped into the tub, feeling no chill whatsoever. When did I acquire such muscle? Junlin marveled at his newfound 8-pack abs, disbelief etched across his face. His once frail frame, long deprived of nourishment, had transformed into one of vigor. No, this cannot be. It must be the glimmer of life. I must wash quickly, lie down, and await my body's decay. Surely, no one will care for me, and no one will come to collect my remains. Dressing in his somewhat better attire, Junlin then reclined quietly on the bed, his hands folded across his chest, closing his eyes in serene acceptance of death's approach. Snore. Suddenly, a raucous voice erupted from outside the rickety dwelling. Junlin, you creature sprung from the cracks of stone, I have arrived. Do not kneel in greeting? Is he truly dead? Smash his decrepit hut. Wang Hao commanded arrogantly. Immediately, his lackeys sprang into action. Bang! The already dilapidated wooden door could not withstand the force of the martial artists. Brother Hao, this brat seems not yet deceased. Listen. He is still snoring. One of the lackeys exclaimed. Indeed, Wang Hao had initially overlooked this detail, but now, straining to listen, he discerned the robust sound of snoring emanating from within. Ah, so he remains asleep. This indicates he is unharmed. Drag him out. I am in a foul mood today and shall take it out on him. A cruel smile flickered across Wang Hao's face. The lackeys hastened towards Junlin's chamber. Bang! They kicked the door open without a hint of courtesy, splintering it into fragments. Startled from his deep slumber, Junlin sat up, bewildered, and beheld Wang Hao's sycophants. Ah, Junlin, you appear revitalized after a few days. One of the lackeys sneered. Huh, do you think I fear you, mere lackeys, even in death? Junlin retorted, descending from the bed with a menacing glint in his eye. The lackeys felt a chill run down their spines, unnerved by the sudden shift in his demeanor. They recalled how, merely days before, Junlin had barely escaped with his life. How could he possibly have recovered so swiftly? The realization sent shivers through them. I do not believe it. I will see you dead. One lackey, emboldened by fear, drew a dagger and lunged at Junlin. Clang. Instead of the anticipated penetration, a resounding clang echoed as the dagger shattered into 2 pieces, leaving Junlin unscathed. Ha! Today, I shall take my vengeance. Junlin erupted into mad laughter. A cathartic release of years of suffering at the hands of Wang Hao and his ilk. For far too long, he had endured their relentless torment, often left severely wounded. A mere mortal without the means to resist. His survival had hinged upon foraging for low-tier spiritual herbs in the woods behind the village, which others deemed worthless. This was his lifeline. Without it, he would have perished long ago. Run! It's a ghost! Help! The lackeys shrieked, scrambling to their feet in terror. Run? You will all accompany me. Junlin's voice dripped with malevolence, still convinced he had transcended to the realm of the dead, seeking retribution. Chapter 3. A beggar? Brother Hao. Help! Save me. Junlin is dead. He has become a ghost. As the cries echoed from outside, Wang Hao's expression hardened in response to the shrieks of his subordinates. As he gazed up at the sun hanging in the sky, a faint smile graced his lips. Ghosts? Do these entities fear the sun? I am eager to discover what manner of spirit you truly are. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and boldly strode through the entrance of Junlin's home. Junlin, I had not anticipated that in just a few short days, your talent for deception would flourish so remarkably, Wang Hao remarked with a cold smirk directed at the figure before him. At that moment, Junlin exuded an enigmatic aura that Wang Hao found utterly perplexing. He could not discern its nature. It was profoundly mystical. It was as though Junlin had transformed into an entirely different person, shedding his former timidity. Moreover, in Junlin's eyes, one side shimmered with the celestial bodies of the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side seemed to witness countless great stars plummeting into oblivion. One side appeared to evolve and be reborn from the chaos, while the other radiated an aura of annihilation. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. What terrifying eyes these are. Junlin must have acquired an extraordinary legacy. Brother Hao, this is a ghost, not a mere mortal, someone whispered anxiously to Wang Hao. A ghost? Nonsense. Have you ever encountered a ghost that does not fear the sun? Have you seen one with a ghastly visage? Wang Hao replied coldly. This statement sent a tremor through Junlin's heart. Could it be that he truly was not dead? Was it possible that the dream he had last night was real? He had awakened the system. He had not perished. Junlin, relinquish what you have obtained. I assure you, I shall no longer trouble you in the future. What do you say? Here are 20 taels of silver. Take it as my purchase, Wang Hao boasted grandly. 20 taels of silver could sustain you in carefree living for an entire year. Ah, you possess such wealth? Yi Junlin inquired directly. His humble abode was no longer tenable. It was high time he procured a few new garments. More importantly, he longed for a couple of hearty meals. Of course, all of this will be yours, provided you are willing to part with what I desire, Wang Hao declared, pulling forth a pouch filled with coins from his garments. Very well. I shall graciously accept your offer, Yi Junlin replied, his demeanor turning icy as he suddenly vanished from sight. Indeed, a full 20 taels, Yi Junlin stated, standing still as he opened the pouch. You. Wang Hao's expression shifted dramatically, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the pouch in Yi Junlin's grasp. Yi Junlin had not moved. He had remained stationary the entire time. Now, let us reckon with the grievances that have transpired between us over the years, Yi Junlin said, casually stowing away the pouch while regarding Wang Hao with a frigid gaze. Yi Junlin, what are you intending? Do not forget. I am a member of the Wang family in Xianxia City, a lineage you cannot afford to provoke, Wang Hao blustered, his bravado faltering. If you let me leave today, I shall consider this incident forgotten, he added, a twinge of fear creeping into his voice. Wang Hao recognized that Yi Junlin had changed. He was no longer the boy he had bullied at will. Forgotten? Huh. Yi Junlin shook his head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Do you think the torment you've inflicted upon me over the years can simply be dismissed? Wang Hao, you are gravely mistaken. Yi Junlin's expression darkened as he stepped forward, seizing Wang Hao by the throat. Please, Yi Junlin, spare me. I shall never dare to offend you again. Wang Hao gasped, the grip tightening around his neck, the specter of death looming ever closer. Calm down. Think rationally. Even if you were to kill me, the Wang family would undoubtedly hunt you down. It would be wiser to release me. I swear I will never trouble you again, he pleaded, his face reddening as he struggled for breath. Deep within his eyes, a venomous resentment brewed. He vowed that this bastard must meet a gruesome end. Crack. A sharp, crisp sound echoed as Wang Hao screamed in agony. His limbs had been brutally shattered by Yi Junlin's hand. The pain was excruciating, known only to those who had endured it. Yi Junlin released his grip, discarding Wang Hao as if he were refuse. Spare me. Please spare me, brother. Several sycophants nearby were so frightened they lost control of their bladders. A chilling dread gripped their hearts as they witnessed Wang Hao convulsing, frothing at the mouth, his eyes glazing over as he fainted. They hurriedly crawled and knelt before Yi Junlin. For aiding such a tyrant, you shall accompany him. Yi Junlin, softened by his past, only crippled these sycophants, refraining from extinguishing their lives. Having been reborn from a modern civilized society, he found it difficult to take such extreme measures. It was time to leave this place. Yi Junlin resolved to venture to the nearby city of Xianxia. He was now capable of cultivation, yet he remained uncertain of the realm he inhabited. Previously, he was but a mortal with no means of travel. Now, however, he was a cultivator, eager to explore the wonders of this world. What youth has not dreamed of galloping on horseback, sword in hand, in pursuit of grandeur? In Xianxia City, Yi Junlin wandered the bustling streets where cultivators thronged, each possessing a minimum cultivation level of first-tier martial apprentice. He strolled into an establishment named Tianxiang Restaurant. Halt! Do you know where you are? How dare a beggar like you set foot in Tianxiang Restaurant? The waiter, sporting a contemptuous smirk, blocked Yi Junlin's path. It was evident to him that this individual was not of wealth. He was merely a scrounger. The rags he wore were patched with numerous stitches, making it clear he could hardly afford a meal. The law of the jungle prevails. This is an immutable truth. Yi Junlin murmured to himself before boldly entering Tianxiang Restaurant. Are you deaf? Get out of here. The waiter's expression shifted as he reached out to grab Yi Junlin by the nape of his neck. As a fourth-tier martial apprentice, dealing with a mere beggar was a trivial task. After all, there were significant figures dining within the establishment today, and should this beggar disturb their meal, it would cost him dearly. Leave. Yi Junlin's gaze turned frigid as he uttered a single word. Boom. Instantly, the waiter was struck as if by lightning, hurtling backward and collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Chapter 4. Even so, annihilate the family. He still could not fathom how a mere beggar could possess such formidable cultivation. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Tianxiang Restaurant? A gruff voice thundered from above, and all eyes turned to see a middle-aged man clad in opulent attire descending the staircase from the second floor. The middle-aged man exuded a formidable aura, unmistakably indicating his remarkable cultivation. This is masterly, someone whispered. It is said that his prowess is on par with the heads of the other 3 prominent families in Xianxia City. What do you know? Another retorted. This so-called masterly, while ostensibly a mere shopkeeper, is actually affiliated with the Wanbao Pavilion. Otherwise, who would dare to lay a finger on him? What? He is from the Wanbao Pavilion? Now, this is going to be interesting, came the astonished response. The Wanbao Pavilion is one of the most powerful factions in the entire Xia kingdom. Even the royal family must show them a measure of respect. The Wanbao Pavilion branch here is merely a diminutive outpost. Their influence extends throughout the entire Tianwu continent. If this beggar dares to cause a ruckus at the Tianxiang Tavern, he may not see the light of tomorrow, someone scoffed. Suddenly, the speaker was struck as if by lightning, flying backward. He had merely met Yi Junlin's gaze. Moments ago, no one had witnessed Yi Junlin's strike, but now they comprehended the gravity of the situation. With just a glance, the man had been sent tumbling, rendered silent. My esteemed guest, to act within the Tianxiang Tavern, you must provide me with an explanation today, the middle-aged man said. His pupils narrowing sharply as he regarded Yi Junlin with a serious expression. An explanation? What sort of explanation do you seek? Yi Junlin replied, disinterested in justifying the innkeeper's petty grievances. It seems you intend to oppose the Tianxiang Tavern, the middle-aged man replied, his gaze turning frigid. No one has ever dared to be so insolent here, not with the Wanbao Pavilion backing us. Do you believe your meager 10th tier martial arts rank entitles you to speak to me in such a manner? Is this your source of confidence? Yi Junlin said softly. The man's expression grew increasingly grave. This ragged youth had seemingly discerned his cultivation level at a glance. Such an occurrence could only indicate two possibilities. Either the youth's cultivation surpassed his own, or he possessed a treasure that allowed him to perceive others' powers. The middle-aged man steeled himself, prepared for confrontation. Lida, stand down. A voice as melodious as a lark echoed. A graceful figure descended from the second floor, her silhouette captivating, adorned with a translucent scarf. Her large, sparkling eyes and long lashes suggested an ethereal beauty that could be surmised even without seeing her full face. Miss. Master Li bowed respectfully to the young woman. This gentleman's grievances stem from my negligence. I hope he can forgive us. She turned toward Yi Junlin. Please prepare the finest food and wine for this gentleman. Today, the Tianxiang Tavern treats him. She continued, my apologies for the previous misconduct of my staff. I trust you will be understanding. For some inexplicable reason, she felt as though Yi Junlin could see through her very soul. His eyes were simply too radiant. Despite his tattered attire, it was evident that Yi Junlin was a handsome young man. He remained silent, taking a seat at an unoccupied table, completely ignoring the young woman. You. Master Li was about to erupt in anger. Never mind, let us go. The young woman cast one last penetrating glance at Yi Junlin before turning to ascend the stairs. Miss, he is but a beggar. How can he disregard you like this? Master Li protested, standing respectfully beside her, indignation evident in his tone. This person is not simple. You are no match for him, the young woman replied slowly. Master Li's expression changed dramatically. He was currently at the pinnacle of martial arts, merely a step away from advancing to a grandmaster. The ragged youth could not possibly be his equal, could he? After all, he was merely a boy, and at such a young age. Was he already at the grandmaster level? In Tianwu continent, where martial cultivation is esteemed, those who achieve grandmaster status at such a tender age are considered prodigies. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the streets, accompanied by curses and the sound of iron hooves. I am Wang Gu, head of the Wang family. I beseech the master of the Tianxiang Tavern to allow me entry to apprehend the murderer of my son. A commanding voice rang out before the tavern. Master Li, Wang Gu said, the Wang family and you have had dealings. I implore you to grant me this favor. Very well, but do not engage in violence inside. Master Li replied. Of course, rest assured. This small token of appreciation, I hope you will accept, Wang Gu said, producing a silver note worth over 1,000 taels and discreetly handing it to Master Li. Master Li accepted the note without a flicker of emotion. You have some nerve. Boy, you crippled my son and then came here to feast on his wealth. Wang Gu sneered, his expression icy, a murderous intent emanating from him. He was convinced that this was the culprit, as no one else around wore such tattered clothing. It was clear he had emerged from the countryside. Wang Hao was a scourge, oppressing the weak. He deserved this fate. I merely rendered him incapacitated, sparing his life. Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. What are you? Just a wild man, daring to compare yourself to my son? You are nothing but refuse. Your life is worthless. When I capture you, I shall make you wish for death. And as for those from Chongqing village, they too will bear the consequences of your actions, Wang Gu retorted with a chilling smile. Ah, a gentle hand leads to instability. Spare a life, and you remain ungrateful, showing no remorse. If that is the case, then the Wang family of Qingshi City shall be eradicated. Yi Junlin sighed, shaking his head. His earlier act of mercy had become a reason for others to insult and rebuke him. Chapter 5. Yi Junlin's Forbidden Fury. Eradicate my family. My Wang family has stood tall in Qingshi City for decades, growing ever more prosperous. Today, a mere child dares to speak thus. How bold. Come, seize this wild man and take him away. I will make you understand what true suffering is, Wang Gu said, his countenance darkening as he glared at Yi Junlin. True suffering? Heh, Yi Junlin sneered. He was no longer the man he once was. In the past, he endured humiliation and was forced to relent at every turn. But now, despite not knowing the full extent of his own cultivation, he was aware that his power could not be so easily dismissed by those before him. Amidst a subtle whisper, he recalled the system mentioning a reward of 100,000 years of cultivation, even if he were the most useless of individuals. How could he possibly be incapable of surpassing a mere peak martial master after 100,000 years of training? What nonsense is this? Take him away. Wang Gu barked darkly. At that moment, Li, the steward, realized that the person Wang Gu intended to capture was none other than Yi Junlin, whom he had initially underestimated. This young man was a formidable ancestor, one whom he could not afford to offend. Typically, prodigies like him are backed by powerful sects or esteemed masters. He was certainly not someone that Li, the steward, could provoke. Although the Tianxiang Tavern was under the protection of the Wanbao Pavilion, it would not intervene on his behalf, for he was merely a lowly steward. Wang Gu, what do you think you are doing? This young gentleman is not someone you can simply apprehend. Li, filled with anger, exclaimed. He was acutely aware that his young mistress had stated that this youth was no weakling, and he very well might be at the Grand Martial Master level. His faith in his mistress was unwavering. After all, she was the scion of the Wanbao Pavilion, a figure of great nobility, respected even by the emperor of the Xia Kingdom. During this covert visit, he was determined to make a favorable impression. Li, what is happening? Wang Gu asked, stunned. What do you mean by what is happening? This young gentleman is a distinguished guest of our Tianxiang Tavern. He is not someone you can just seize at will, Li retorted indignantly, tossing the 1,000 taels of silver he had previously received from Wang Gu back at him. This was an opportune moment to befriend Yi Junlin. If he did not stand up now, when would he? To cultivate a relationship with such a talented youth would undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits in the future. Very well, Li. I shall remember this, Wang Gu said begrudgingly, gazing at the steward with resentment. Despite his unwillingness, he dared not threaten Li. Though the Wang family ranked among the top 3 clans in the entire Qingstone city, in the eyes of the Wanbao Pavilion, they were as insignificant as ants. He was acutely aware of this fact. You may protect him for the moment, but you cannot shield him for a lifetime. Unless he intends to remain within your Tianxiang Tavern forever, otherwise. Wang Gu sneered, let us depart. As soon as this wild seed emerges, we shall ensure his demise. Wang Gu's cold laughter echoed. An ant daring to challenge a dragon? Truly, they are oblivious to their own mortality. Li watched Wang Gu walk away with a chilling smile. Indeed, in his eyes, who was Yi Junlin? A prodigy of youth, merely based on his age and cultivation. He could be deemed a remarkable talent even in the capital of the Xia Kingdom, let alone in this small Qingstone city. The Tianwu continent was replete with nations akin to the Xia Kingdom, countless as the sands of the earth. Qingstone City was merely the weakest among the 3,000 cities of the Qingfeng County, one threatened by savage beasts year-round and lacking in resources for cultivation. To produce even a handful of peak martial masters was already commendable. Naturally, those like Wang Gu, having attained such heights, were filled with pride. For such cultivation was indeed considered powerful. The Wang family had entrenched itself within Qingstone City for decades, establishing deep roots. Wait, Yi Junlin called out slowly. Humph. What is it, wild seed? Have you come to your senses? I was inclined to grant you a merciful death, but even if you kneel before me now, I would ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension. Wang Gu coldly disregarded those around him. Our enmity is irreconcilable, is it not? Does this mean that from now on, every member of the Wang family will seek my life? Yi Junlin gazed at Wang Gu, his eyes as tranquil as a deep well. Of course. You think you can cripple my son and remain unscathed? This is a death feud, one that cannot be resolved without bloodshed. Had I not known you to be a parentless wild seed, you would be kneeling at your parents' graves by now. Wang Gu replied icily. Suddenly, a resonant sound echoed, audible to all present. Yi Junlin's eyes brimmed with a chilling fury. The topic of his parents was an absolute taboo for him. He vividly remembered the night he was reborn as an infant, the memory of his father, a warrior akin to a god, shattering the barriers and disappearing in a blaze of glory. They did not abandon him. They had ventured forth to draw away powerful enemies. In his younger years, Yi Junlin had lived with an elderly man in Chongqing village, who, upon passing away, left him behind, an impressionable child. Though he was now endowed with power, the more he realized, the more it terrified him. Previously, he had thought of his parents as mere powerful figures. Yet now, he began to comprehend the true magnitude of their existence, beyond his ability to articulate. In light of this, the Wang family must face annihilation. Today, it shall commence with you, Yi Junlin stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Ha ha. What did I just hear? A wild seed dares to proclaim the destruction of the Wang family? Ha ha. Do not speak of the mighty oppressing the weak. I stand here today. Come and attempt to destroy me. Wang Gu laughed maniacally. Then prepare to die, Junlin replied. His face calm. Very well, let us see how you intend to kill me. Wang Gu retorted with disdain. Merely an ant, and you dare to boast? Junlin slowly extended his finger towards Wang Gu, gently pointing. Ha ha. You think to eliminate me with a mere finger? That feeble gesture would only tickle me. Wang Gu scoffed. But no sooner had he spoken than he appeared to encounter something terrifying, his face paling as he lacked the courage to resist Junlin's pointed finger. Chapter 6. Ruthlessness. He could only watch helplessly as that finger approached. Then, before the eyes of the countless onlookers, Wang Gu was reduced to mere dust, leaving behind only a pile of powder. A shiver ran through everyone present. This young man, this ragged youth, was truly terrifying. A peak martial master, an absolute powerhouse in Qingstone City, had fallen to a mere finger from this youth. Could this young man be the prodigy emerging from Qingfeng County? Impossible. If he hails from Qingfeng County, do you think the head of the Wang family would dare to offend him? Someone immediately retorted. Curiosity about Junlin's true identity rippled through the crowd. Master, a member of the Wang family cried out in despair. Boy, you have done well. You dare to slay the head of my Wang family? Rest assured, I shall seek retribution upon you. Someone shouted, their voice laced with false bravado. Then, accompanied by the remaining members of the Wang family, they vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving even the ashes of Wang Gu behind. Junlin exhibited not the slightest reaction. Since he had declared the annihilation of the Wang family, their demise was assured. He paid no heed to the astonished gazes of those around him, remaining seated, calmly savoring the delectable meal before him. This feast marked the first truly exquisite dining experience since his arrival in this world. Junlin dined quietly and with an air of gentlemanly composure. The onlookers dared not even breathe audibly, fearful of sharing the same fate as the head of the Wang family. Check, please. Junlin spoke nonchalantly. Ah, young brother. Allow me to treat you to this meal. We seem to have a rapport. At that moment, the innkeeper, Li, hurriedly approached Junlin, fawning over him. He couldn't help but admire the discerning eye of the young lady from Wanbao Pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, the lady was quietly observing Junlin from the corridor on the second floor, her eyes filled with a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. No one knew the source of her shock. Perhaps only she herself understood. I dislike being indebted to others, Junlin replied coolly. Your total comes to 10 taels of silver, but today marks our 8th anniversary. We are offering a special discount of 10. Just 1 tael will suffice. Li the innkeeper said, his eyes glimmering with opportunism. He was determined to establish a connection with Junlin. Unnecessary. Junlin tossed 10 taels of silver onto the table and turned to leave the Tianxiang tavern, heading towards the Wang family's domain. What a jest it was to think he'd be swayed by a mere 10 taels. With the entire Wang family extinguished, all that they possessed would rightfully belong to him. Not to mention, their wealth could rival that of a nation, certainly amounting to several 100,000 taels. A splendid spectacle awaits. I just heard this young man declare his intent to eradicate the Wang family, someone remarked, promptly following in pursuit. They were eager to witness how this youth would bring about the downfall of the Wang family. Judging by his earlier display of prowess, none among them doubted his capability to accomplish such a feat. A long line of spectators trailed behind Junlin, all curious to see how he would dismantle an entire family. How outrageous. You worthless lot. You merely stand by and watch as others slay our patriarch? And yet, you dare to flee? You abandon even the patriarch's corpse? The elder of the Wang family glared furiously at the disheveled guards who had returned in disgrace. Though the Wang family had resided in Qingshi City for decades, they were still an outsider clan. Their survival depended on unwavering unity. Otherwise, they would have long been devoured by rival families. Gather all the guards of the Wang family and follow me to Tianxiang Tavern, the elder commanded. Be but, elder. That individual instructed us to wait. He said he would come to us, the leading guard whispered. Very well. He dares to slay the patriarch of the Wang family and then personally approach us? Today, I shall see if he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. The elder scoffed. Does everyone think the Wang family is easy prey? Go summon our ancestral elder. Inform him that our clan is facing extermination and requires his intervention. The elder's voice turned icy. Should these words reach the outside world, they would undoubtedly stir a tempest in Qingshi City. When had the Wang family ever boasted an ancestral elder? The elder's tone suggested this figure was no ordinary being, and their prowess would certainly astonish all. Boom. At that moment, the doors of the Wang family were forcefully kicked open, sending dust and wood splinters flying. I have come today to eradicate the entire Wang family. A calm voice resonated through the clouds of debris. Junlin emerged slowly from the haze, his demeanor unruffled. Just a brash youth dares to wreak havoc in the Wang family? How amusing. Little does he know his own insignificance. The elder of the Wang family roared. Where are the guards of the Wang family? He bellowed again. Seize this arrogant fool. With a swift motion, the guards of the Wang family charged towards Junlin. I will only say this once. I have come to eradicate the Wang family. Those unrelated to the clan, depart at once to preserve your lives. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Junlin issued his ultimatum, granting a singular opportunity for anyone not of the Wang lineage to flee. Should they choose to remain, they would face the consequences of his relentless wrath. Yet, the guards rushing towards him were resolute, their faces betraying unwavering loyalty. They dismissed Junlin's words, believing them to be mere bluster. Foolish loyalty will cost you dearly, Junlin murmured, shaking his head lightly. Whoosh. He extended his right hand, pointing decisively. Each individual he indicated shattered instantaneously. Within mere moments, a substantial portion of the Wang family's elite guards lay lifeless, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. They gazed in terror at Junlin, who seemed to possess the power of life and death over them. I am not one of the Wang family. I merely seek to make a living. Spare me, spare me. One guard cried out in desperation, dropping his weapon, his face a mask of fear. Clang. The remaining guards followed suit, discarding their arms and pleading for mercy. You have been given your chance. You squandered it. Thus you shall all perish. Junlin stated flatly. Foolish loyalty that fails to seize opportunity is deserving of death. Cut the grass, and the roots remain. Spring will see them flourish anew. You have a cruel heart. We have already begged for mercy. One guard shouted defiantly. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will not let you go. To them, Junlin was a true harbinger of death, and they cursed him vehemently. Chapter 7. Extermination of the clan. Yet, Junlin remained unfazed by their laments. How audacious! Who dares to act with such impudence in my Wang family? An ancient voice suddenly reverberated through the air, silencing all present. Everyone was taken aback, for the voice was imbued with immense authority and spiritual energy. This was no ordinary individual. Indeed, above the Wang family, a figure clad in a blue robe loomed, coldly surveying the scene. The elder's gaze was devoid of warmth, radiating an icy glare that rendered all present unable to lift their heads. The oppressive aura he exuded was formidable. Wang Changqing, the ancestral elder of the Wang family. Is it truly Wang Changqing? He is still alive, gasped an elder among the onlookers, astonished. Upon hearing this, inquiries erupted regarding the significance of Wang Changqing. Wang Changqing was once the patriarch of the Wang family. He had gone to participate in the hunting competition in Qingfeng County, but became gravely injured in a secret realm. We all thought he had perished. Yet he has attained such a level of power after all these years, murmured an experienced cultivator, shaking his head in disbelief. This youth is in grave peril. To hover in midair signifies he is a martial spirit expert. In the eyes of the elder cultivators, a glimmer of envy appeared as one exclaimed, What? A martial spirit? Indeed, it is a martial spirit. A voice of astonishment erupted from the crowd, disbelief etched upon their faces. A martial spirit expert is no trivial matter. Not only does Qingstone City lack such individuals, but even in Qingfeng County, they are regarded as formidable powers. Clearly, the ancestor of the Wang family possesses the cultivation of a martial spirit. What of the lord of Qingstone City? Is he truly allowing this wild spawn to act with such impunity? Wang Changqing remarked with a casual demeanor. This lord of the city is present. Here I am. The ancestor of the Wang family, having not seen each other for 30 years, responded with a somewhat sycophantic tone as a middle-aged man stepped forth from the throng. I have just emerged from seclusion to hear that someone dares to act recklessly in Qingstone City, and even harbors thoughts of annihilating the Wang family. Do you not know how much the Wang family has contributed to Qingstone City? The lord of the city proclaimed with righteous fervor. I have hurried here to eliminate the scourge for the people. Around him, a chorus of derision arose. It was evident to all that this was not an act of public service, but rather the lord's fear of offending the Wang family. Are you certain you wish to align with their faction? Junlin inquired, his gaze steady upon the lord. For reasons inexplicable. The lord felt an unshakable chill as he met Junlin's calm eyes. Could a mere fallen youth truly stir up such a tempest? Shaking his head to dispel the coldness from his mind, he declared, You, here, to commit violence? I cannot allow this today. The lord felt humiliated to be intimidated by a mere boy and exclaimed loudly, Even so, the city lord's residence no longer needs to exist. Junlin replied, his expression perpetually unperturbed. Lord of the city, do you see? Such an arrogant individual dares to disregard the city lord's residence. What punishment should he receive? Wang Changqing spoke with calm authority. I am the city lord appointed by the current emperor of Xia. You are nothing. How dare you threaten me? The lord glared at Junlin, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Yet, Junlin paid him no heed. striding directly toward the Wang family members. "You have some nerve to ignore me, city lord. Quickly summon the city guards and execute this boy on the spot." The city lord, displaying a semblance of cunning, issued orders to his subordinates. He intended to buy time, knowing that gathering troops would require time. Perhaps by then, this youth would be dead. This way, he could curry favor with the Wang family while avoiding their ire. Wait. At that moment, a bright voice rang out. The young lady of Wanbao Pavilion had rushed to the scene, observing the tense standoff. Behind her followed an elderly man, maintaining a respectful distance of 1 meter, revealing he was a formidable figure. "Miss Wan, what brings you here?" The lord's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing her, and he hurried to her side, bowing respectfully. He knew well who she was. The Wan family was renowned, and he understood that a law in the Xia kingdom permitted Wanbao Pavilion to act without royal approval, a testament to their immense power. He could not afford for anything to go awry. Xianxia spoke softly. "That is correct. That is correct. You have the final say?" The lord hastily replied, inwardly lamenting Yi Junlin's incredible fortune in having such a powerful ally. It was now Yi Junlin's turn to be perplexed. He could not recall any relationship with the veiled young lady before him. "Is that ancestor of the Wang family truly a martial spirit?" Xianxia inquired, her gaze fixed on Wang Changqing hovering in the air. "Indeed, Mississippi. Wang Changqing has reached the peak of martial spirit cultivation and can step into the martial sect at any moment." The elder behind Xianxia stated matter-of-factly. "What? The peak of martial spirit?" The city lord trembled, his eyes widening in shock. "Ancestor Wang, you cannot provoke this individual." He quickly turned to Wang Changqing. "Silence. Not only will the Wang family perish, but the city lord's residence shall as well. Some matters cannot simply be brushed aside with a few words," Yi Junlin stated calmly. "What nonsense is this? Does he truly require someone to intercede on his behalf? Grandfatherly, should he prove no match, I will need you to intervene." Xianxia addressed the elder behind her. "Do not worry, miss. He is but a mere martial spirit. However, is this boy truly worth such effort?" Elderly slowly shook his head. "You all saw. It is not that I do not wish to spare him, but rather he insists on seeking his own demise. There is nothing to be done." Wang Changqing spoke with a deliberate tone. Initially, when Xianxia sought to protect Yi Junlin, he felt a tremor of anxiety. What if he were to let him go? At such a young age, to possess the capability to slay a martial master. If he were to cultivate for a few more years, he would become a formidable threat. But now, with Yi Junlin's outright refusal, he saw the opportunity to eliminate this youth. In doing so, even Wanbao Pavilion would not raise any objections. With a resounding explosion, the sound of bodies bursting echoed as Yi Junlin casually pointed, causing Wang family members to explode one after another. Blood and flesh splattered, corpses littering the ground, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish inferno. "Wild spawn, you shall perish." Wang Changqing could no longer remain seated, witnessing his descendants fall one by one. He descended from the void, an ancient hand reaching forth to strike Yi Junlin. The sound of the sonic boom reverberated in everyone's ears. "Wild spawn, meet your end. Witness the might of my mountain-splitting palm." Wang Qingshan bellowed, his technique said to possess the power to split mountains when perfected. "Old fool, calling me a wild spawn. Today I shall send you to your grave." Yi Junlin's eyes glimmered with a cold light. He slowly raised his right hand, devoid of any technique or trace of spiritual energy, and simply slapped toward Wang Changqing, as if delivering a resounding slap. Why did Yi Junlin not employ any techniques? One might wonder. It was simple. He had just attained a millennium's worth of cultivation and knew no techniques. Everything he wielded was merely supported by overwhelming spiritual energy. Everyone believed that Yi Junlin was doomed. After all, he was facing a genuine martial spirit, the most formidable expert in all of Qingstone City. Even elderly, the stalwart behind Xianxia, prepared to intervene. Then, with a crisp sound, a resounding slap echoed. All eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the clash between the two. Where was Wang Changqing, the ancestor of the Wang family? There stood only Yi Junlin, calmly remaining in position. What transpired? Where had he gone? Everyone strained their eyes, desperately searching for Wang Changqing's figure. However, they cannot be seen. They are utterly lost. "Mr. Li, did you notice anything?" Xianxia asked, her beautiful eyes fixed blankly in the direction of Yi Junlin. "I couldn't perceive it. In that fleeting moment, I was unable to see his speed," Mr. Li replied, his face etched with astonishment. Upon hearing this, the city lord trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing control of himself. He truly had not anticipated that this youth was so terrifying. Moreover, recalling the boy's earlier words about annihilating the Wang family and the city lord's mansion filled him with dread. Good, a worthy death, a death that is justified. The Wang family has committed countless atrocities over the years. They deserve this fate. This young hero is indeed a dragon among men. He has rid our Qingshi city of a significant menace. How joyous indeed. Little brother, you may not know, but I have long harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Wang family. They have caused me no small amount of distress over the years, the city lord exclaimed, stepping forward in praise. Yet Junlin paid him no heed, striding directly towards the remaining members of the Wang family. Dead. Just like that? The Wang family members uttered in disbelief, their spirits seemingly shattered, their eyes vacant. You dare to kill me? You dare to eradicate my entire clan? The elder of the Wang family sneered at Junlin. My son is a disciple of the Royal Academy. If you dare to kill me, you will surely meet your end. I know you are an orphan, but with the means of the Royal Academy, it is only a matter of time before they find your parents. In the end, even they will perish. The elder of the Wang family threatened vehemently. The Royal Academy, you say? If you provoke me, it shall be eradicated. Junlin replied nonchalantly. Your son is at the Royal Academy? It seems I must pay a visit there. Junlin understood well that leaving the roots of evil intact would only lead to future troubles. He had read enough novels to know the consequences of sparing a child filled with hatred, who could later threaten the protagonist through those they cherish. In Junlin's world, there was no such thing as mercy. All must perish. Wait for your son in the underworld. He raised a finger and pointed at the elder of the Wang family. With a flash, a beam of light pierced through the elder of the Wang family. Thus, the Wang family was entirely annihilated. Everyone stood in shock. The youth's cultivation was terrifyingly high, but what was most alarming was his ruthless nature. To so easily extinguish an entire clan was a testament to his merciless resolve. Ding. Sign-in location announced. Royal Academy of the Summer Kingdom. Do you accept? A task suddenly emerged in Junlin's mind. I confirm acceptance. He was momentarily taken aback, then elated. He possessed tremendous cultivation, but lacked any techniques or manuals. His intention was to head to the Royal Academy of the Summer Kingdom anyway. And now he could sign in and eliminate the elder's son simultaneously. 10,000 techniques and manuals awaited him. The system's offerings would surely be extraordinary. With such resources, he would truly become formidable, rather than relying solely on his overwhelming cultivation, which rendered him a mere novice in battle without any techniques. In a world like the Tianwu continent, however, there was no one of his level to contend with. Swish. Bang. As the city lord met Junlin's gaze, he immediately collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear. Master, I am but a humble man who failed to recognize the great mountain before me. I beg you to spare my life. The city lord cried, kneeling and bowing his head. He understood that even if he were spared, he could never hold his head high again, forever subjected to the scorn and derision of others. Yet, at this moment, no shred of dignity was worth sacrificing his life. Survival was paramount. He would willingly do anything, even eat dirt, if it meant living. I have said it before. The city lord's mansion must be destroyed, Junlin declared, his voice devoid of emotion. Was this a jest? An opportunity had just been extended, and now he sought to mobilize forces to eliminate Junlin? Did he truly believe him a pushover, someone to be trifled with? In Junlin's perception, to wish to kill him was to be prepared for annihilation. There were no apologies that could absolve one from the consequences. If apologies held any weight, why bother with cultivation at all? Upon hearing Junlin's words, the city lord collapsed, knowing he was utterly doomed. Although appointed by the emperor of the Summer Kingdom, even the royal family must bow before absolute power. Miss, please save me. The city lord suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, desperately pleading for the young lady's mercy. This young lady's status was indeed extraordinary, and the city lord believed that if she intervened, Junlin might reconsider his stance. I cannot assist you, Xianxia replied coolly. She was unwilling to jeopardize her relationship with Junlin for the sake of a city lord. In Junlin, she saw the visage of a young, unparalleled powerhouse. Such cultivation at this age was truly unfathomable. To possess such strength at a young age, he must have an extraordinary mentor behind him. Xianxia had merely been sent out by the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion for training, and it was only by chance that she had lingered in the Summer Kingdom. However, in these few days, as she intended to depart today, she encountered a prodigy like Junlin. To form a bond with such a young sovereign could greatly benefit her in the future. After all, as the young lady of the Wanbao Pavilion, she had witnessed countless talents, yet this sudden emergence of a youth from a small place, with unfathomable cultivation, left her astounded. The city lord, now completely despondent, yet driven by an instinct for survival, refused to give up. With a swift leap, he dashed away from the spot, his figure flickering as he sped into the distance. He did not wish to die and regretted his decision to meddle with the Wang family, provoking such a formidable adversary. Whoosh! Junlin would not allow him to escape. A beam of light erupted from his fingertip, racing toward the fleeing city lord. As the city lord fled in panic, he felt a sudden jolt, his forehead pierced cleanly through. Due to inertia, He stumbled forward for nearly 100 meters before crashing to the ground. Impressive strength. My name is Xianxia from the Wanbao Pavilion. Might I invite you to visit our establishment? As for the remnants of the city lord's mansion, we at Wanbao Pavilion are willing to clear them for you. Xianxia stepped forth, gazing at Junlin. A wicked smile played upon Junlin's lips as he nodded in agreement, intrigued by Xianxia's intentions. Within a single day, the Wang family and the city lord's mansion had been utterly annihilated, leaving no survivors, sending ripples throughout the entirety of Xianxia City. Yet, as the principal party involved, Junlin was leisurely savoring tea within the Wanbao Pavilion. The Wanbao Pavilion was indeed splendid, boasting an abundance of martial arts techniques and elixirs. Junlin remarked with a smile, "This is merely a modest branch of Xianxia City. Does young master you find anything appealing? Should you express your desires? The entire venue is yours for merely a tenth of the price," Xianxia replied with a charming smile, her face unveiled and captivating enough to beguile the masses. Truly, she could be described as a beauty of unmatched allure, a paragon of grace. "That is unnecessary. I only require a few sets of clothing," Junlin responded. At present, he lacked for nothing, having acquired the accumulated wealth of the Wang family and the city lord's mansion over decades. He could be said to be financially secure, at least within the confines of Xianxia City. After all, cultivators have never held worldly riches in high regard. They are but refuse of the mundane world. In the realm of true cultivation, gold and silver are considered worthless. When Junlin emerged after changing his attire, he truly astonished Xianxia. He donned an opulent purple robe adorned with intricate patterns, his tall figure complemented by hair casually tied back, and a pair of eyes so bright they were blinding. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, he was strikingly handsome, a veritable embodiment of elegance. A man of jade amidst mere mortals, young master, is unparalleled. Elderly, standing behind Xianxia, exclaimed in admiration. Junlin was indeed mesmerizing, a veritable Adonis, and to describe him as ethereal would not be an exaggeration. "What are your plans next, young master Yi?" Elderly inquired with a smile. At such a young age to possess the cultivation of a martial spirit, or even martial sect, you are truly a prodigy deserving of the title heavenly talent. "The Imperial City. The Royal Academy," Junlin replied nonchalantly. "One must eradicate the roots of the problem, otherwise, the repercussions will be endless." While it may not pose an immediate threat to Junlin, he preferred to resolve potential nuisances swiftly. "Since we are headed to the Imperial City as well, why not travel together?" Xianxia suggested with her captivating eyes fixed on Junlin. "With my old legs, I could carry you both to the Imperial City in less than a day," Elderly chuckled. Despite his formidable prowess, even he would require nearly a full day of unceasing travel to reach the Imperial City. Of course, should they choose to take their time, they could leisurely enjoy the scenery along the way. "Do you possess any flight techniques?" Junlin inquired curiously. "To be frank, although my cultivation is commendable, I have never flown before." Elderly and Xianxia exchanged glances. In the realm of cultivators, it was rare for one to directly inquire about cultivation techniques, as it was deemed disrespectful and could lead to dire consequences. A powerful cultivator's foundation lies in their techniques, after all. Unfortunately, Junlin was rather naive in the ways of cultivation, utterly unaware of these nuances. Moreover, they surmised that a formidable master must be behind him. Why had he not been provided with any cultivation techniques? Was this a test? They pondered in silence, unable to comprehend. "Cough, cough. I possess a celestial grade technique. The Dragon's Glide. You may learn it," Elderly offered, retrieving a book on movement techniques from his storage ring, his expression betraying a hint of reluctance. This was indeed a celestial grade technique, rare even in the small realm of the Xia Kingdom, where even a mysterious grade technique was considered a royal treasure. Techniques are categorized into 5 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and human. The human level techniques can be cultivated by ordinary individuals, while the human tier is the lowest, and the heaven tier is the highest thus far, though there are even loftier levels beyond. "Dragon's Glide, a celestial grade technique?" Junlin queried, somewhat perplexed. He then became engrossed in the text, unable to extricate himself. This was, in fact, Junlin's first encounter with martial techniques. This young master is indeed a prodigy. He has entered a meditative state merely from a glance, Elderly observed, smiling at Xianxia. "How long do you think it will take him to comprehend the celestial grade technique? His cultivation is hidden from my sight, deeply concealed. I took over half a year to grasp a celestial grade technique," Xianxia assessed. "I believe he will require less time, around 2 months, perhaps." 2 months? Elderly exclaimed in astonishment. He was well aware of Xianxia's exceptional talent. In their domain, she was recognized as a paragon among prodigies, and the news of her high regard for this youth would undoubtedly cause a stir among the talented individuals of their realm. "In truth, I feel 2 months is excessive. He may grasp it in a month, or even half a month, Xianxia asserted boldly. Half a month for a celestial-grade technique? Elder Li was utterly astounded. They turned their gaze to the now meditative Junlin, who emitted no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary person. Suddenly, an inexplicable energy erupted from Junlin, distinct from spiritual power, embodying a certain Tao essence. What? Has he succeeded already? They gasped in disbelief. Originally, Xia's estimate of half a month had been optimistic for Junlin, yet this revelation left them utterly stunned. What manner of monster was he? Having practiced the dragon's glide themselves, they recognized the signs of successful mastery. With a swift motion, Junlin opened his eyes, two visible beams of light bursting forth. Instantly, he vanished from sight. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. Junlin moved as if he were a dragon gliding through the skies, his form flickering in and out of visibility. What do you think? Am I progressing too slowly? He inquired, reappearing before them. Xianxia and Elder Li exchanged uneasy glances. Alas, a movement technique has taken me this long to master? It appears my talent may not be as remarkable as I believed. Junlin sighed, shaking his head. Seeing their silence, he mistakenly assumed his aptitude was lacking. Elder Li felt his face flush with embarrassment, utterly mortified at the thought. He had devoted a full 5 years to achieving complete comprehension back then. Yet now, this young man has managed to attain it in merely a few breaths. They exchanged but 2 sentences, and he has already ascended to such heights? Is this a prodigy? No, this transcends prodigy. This is an aberration. Ahem. Since young master Yi has already completed his cultivation, let us proceed to the Royal Academy, Xianxia gently proposed. Indeed, it is no surprise that she has favored such a person, possessing a talent that is rarely seen in the world. Very well, if that is the case. Let us embark. Junlin once again executed his technique, leaping into the air. Beneath his feet emerged a colossal azure dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. Its head resembled that of a camel, its horns akin to those of a deer, its eyes like those of a rabbit, its ears reminiscent of a cow, its neck akin to a serpent, its belly like that of a clam, its scales resembling those of a carp, its claws like those of an eagle, and its paws akin to those of a tiger. Its back bore 81 scales, with 9 being the ultimate number. How is this possible? The manifestation of one's techniques. This is a display of the grand perfection only achievable in the prosperous ancient era. Li Lao trembled as he spoke. His words were laden with disbelief. Today, they have been utterly overturned by this youthful figure before them. Ancient texts record that in the primordial age, heroes vied for supremacy. Prodigies arose, and myriad races flourished. It was an era where everyone was akin to dragons, for nearly all cultivators could manifest their techniques. That was the true realm of unparalleled greatness, where all techniques could be cultivated to their ultimate perfection. Are you suggesting that he possesses an innate extraordinary physique? Li Lao inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. When one's talent reaches such staggering heights, it is difficult not to suspect that Junlin possesses a unique constitution, such as the innate celestial spirit body that resonates with the Tao or the innate Tao body, among others. Roar. Xianxia too executed the dragon step, a crisp dragon's roar echoing forth. Beneath her feet, a dragon of near solid form appeared. The dragon beneath Junlin was indeed corporeal. Without the need for spiritual sensing, one could mistake it for a genuine dragon. The dragon step, true to its name, unfolded like a dragon swimming through the skies, its form elusive and difficult to grasp. Roar. Knowing the direction, Junlin directly stepped upon the azure dragon, vanishing into the heavens above. After half a day, the 3 soared above the imperial city. In truth, Junlin could have arrived before them, yet he chose to linger, mindful of the technique bestowed upon him by Li Lao. Who dares? It is prohibited to fly above the realm of the Xia kingdom. Descend immediately and present your apologies. At that moment, a thunderous voice boomed from the imperial capital below. What audacity! How dare you challenge the dignity of the Xia kingdom? Archers, prepare. Seeing that the figures in the sky showed no intention of heeding their words, the royal guards shouted angrily. A mere Xia kingdom, daring to prattle before me? Li Lao was not known for his benevolence. In his eyes, the Xia kingdom was insignificant. Whoosh! Xianxia produced a jade tablet and threw it forward. Suddenly, the jade tablet radiated a blinding light, transforming into a resplendent sun that shone with unparalleled brilliance. At that moment, everyone in the imperial capital gazed upward towards the jade tablet. An immense character for 10,000 began to coalesce, emitting a searing glow. This is the specially crafted jade tablet of the Wanbao Pavilion. Who are these individuals? Could it be that they are esteemed guests of the Wanbao Pavilion? A cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. Subsequently, the royal guards dispersed. By the time everyone regained their composure and looked back to the sky, there was no longer a trace of the 3. It was as if they had never appeared, leaving only emptiness. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they might have thought they were dreaming. Ding! A clear bell tolled, resonating throughout the entire imperial capital. Quickly, the annual enrollment ceremony of the Royal Academy has commenced. At that moment, countless cultivators sprang into action. Whether accompanied by their young relatives or alone, they flocked to the Royal Academy to participate in this year's enrollment. As the largest educational institution in the Xia Kingdom, the scale of the Royal Academy needs no elaboration. At this moment, the entrance of the Royal Academy was thronged with hundreds of thousands of youths eager to partake in the recruitment competition. Chapter 11. Reward of 10,000 Techniques. The air buzzed with excitement and fervor. The trio stood quietly on a patch of open ground, observing the throngs of idealistic young men and women. They arrived at this place, filled with dreams of one day becoming among the strongest. Junlin had never encountered such sights before, since arriving in this world. He had known that such aspirations were beyond his reach, as he was incapable of cultivating. However, now, he had leapt to acquire the cultivation of 10,000 years. Although he was unaware of his current standing, he understood that he was immensely powerful, unreasonably so. Once, he had dreamed of being recognized by a wandering master who would declare his talent as 1 in a billion and take him away to impart their legacy. Ding! Signing in at the Royal Academy will grant you 10,000 technique manuals. Would you like to sign in? The system's distinctive electronic voice resonated in Junlin's mind. Confirm sign in. Junlin mentally replied. Ding! Sign in successful. The host has been rewarded with 10,000 techniques, and the rewards have been dispatched to your storage ring. Junlin immersed himself in contemplation, and indeed, within the storage ring, he discovered a plethora of techniques, martial arts, and secret arts. Each one was extraordinary. By mere happenstance, Junlin caught sight of numerous technique manuals, such as the Zhu Xianju, Shi Shengong, Fei Xian, and more. Just the names alone revealed their formidable power. Immortal. This is the aspiration of every cultivator, for only immortals can endure through the ages, truly achieving eternal life without end. Ding! Would you like to merge all techniques and secret arts? The system inquired within Junlin's mind. Junlin was momentarily taken aback. Could he truly merge them directly, as if receiving enlightenment? This would save him the time of comprehension? Such a method exists? Confirm merge. Junlin commanded in his mind. Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded within Junlin's consciousness, as an overwhelming surge of energy surged forth. The information contained within this energy was vast and extensive. Various techniques, martial arts, and secret arts were seamlessly integrated into his understanding. Let alone the heavenly ranked techniques. The lowest among these was the supreme technique. Although Junlin was unfamiliar with what constituted a supreme technique, it was certainly beyond the heavenly rank, for none had ever spoken of supreme techniques beneath that tier. All of this transpired in an instant. No one realized that Junlin had grasped 10,000 techniques within a single breath. If this were to be revealed, no one would believe it. Typically, it would take years for a person to master even a fraction of this, and they would be considered a genius. How could anyone possibly achieve mastery over 10,000 techniques in the span of a single breath? This is undoubtedly a dream. Silence. Suddenly, a robust voice erupted across the plaza of the Royal Academy. A towering figure appeared in the sky. Wuzong, is this the renowned Wuzong, the esteemed mentor of the Academy? A youth in admiration inquired. How splendid it would be if one day I could become such a formidable being. Another expressed with envy. To soar amidst the void is indeed the emblem of martial prowess. However, every mentor at the Royal Academy possesses the cultivation of Wuzong. I am Shan, the mentor responsible for the recruitment of new students at the Royal Academy. Henceforth, you shall undergo 3 trials. Only those who succeed in all 3 shall gain entry into my Royal Academy. Newcomers must not exceed the age of 18. Those above this age who have not attained the status of a warrior are to return on their own. Shan declared directly, offering no opportunity for the assembly to respond. The first trial is the trial of comprehension. This reflects the essence of a person. Should one's comprehension be lacking, the chances of becoming a strong individual are nearly non-existent. Hold on. The comprehension of an individual is not the sole factor, with diligence and resilience. I believe there lies a possibility of attaining strength. Junlin remarked, gazing at Shan with a calm demeanor. Shan, somewhat vexed, pondered who this youth believed he was, an esteemed peak Wuzong now being contradicted by a mere boy. Did he still care for his dignity? By your reasoning, even those devoid of comprehension could become strong. Shan replied to Junlin with an indifferent tone. His voice, originally gruff, softened upon encountering Junlin. The latter exuded an extraordinary aura, showing no signs of trepidation towards a powerful figure. Such a person is either naive or dismissive of their strength. Indeed, dismissive of Wuzong's strength, Junlin asserted. Of course, without comprehension, as long as one is willing to toil, Junlin continued. He had witnessed countless instances of those deemed talentless who, through fortuitous encounters with rare treasures or systems, ultimately transformed their destinies and ascended to greatness. The second trial is the trial of talent, wherein a cultivator's talent is categorized as mortal, human, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. The greater the talent, the more significant the achievements. The lowest is the mortal talent, which cannot cultivate at all. Presently, the highest is the heavenly level, and above that, even we are unaware of such talents. Xianxian continued, ignoring Junlin's previous comments. In his view, Junlin was merely a youth who would eventually grasp these truths. I do not concur with this notion. Historically, high talent has indeed correlated with a greater likelihood of becoming a strong individual. However, talent cannot serve as the sole criterion for measuring a person's accomplishments. Throughout history, how many exceptionally talented individuals have ultimately faded into obscurity? I have witnessed a legend. A mere mortal without any so-called talent or comprehension, who ultimately became a figure of unparalleled strength throughout the ages. Oh, pray tell, what is the name of this formidable individual? Why have I not encountered this legendary figure within ancient texts? Xianxian inquired with a cold smirk. His temper, already fiery, flared as Junlin repeatedly challenged his authority. Even his patience was wearing thin. The ancient texts do not document it. Junlin replied directly. You cannot find it in ancient texts, yet you seek recognition here? A bystander interjected, displeased. He aimed to impress the mentor, regardless of whether he could pass the trials. At least, it was a matter of social grace. The third trial is the trial of will, for a cultivator must possess unwavering determination and a forward-driving spirit. Those lacking resolve may easily succumb to madness, becoming twisted and malevolent. After observing that Junlin remained silent, Xianxian spoke once more. Fortunately, he noted that this time, Junlin had no retort. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Junlin's indifferent voice rendered his body momentarily rigid. What is righteousness? What is evil? If one cannot distinguish between the two, how can one pursue any path? The previously speaking youth mocked once more. I only cultivate my own path to invincibility. Whether it is righteous or evil matters not. As long as it does not provoke me, all may live. Should it cross my path, they shall perish. Junlin stated coolly. Chapter 12. The royal family's unique seed. Have you truly placed yourself upon the pedestal of an ancient mighty being? You believe that whoever you wish to die must meet their end? The youth continued. While I am no ancient being, I assure you, today I shall bring about your demise. Junlin replied calmly. I stand here today, and I shall see how you intend to achieve that. The youth remained oblivious to the nature of the entity he had provoked. Killing is forbidden within the Royal Academy. Xianxian proclaimed coldly. Whoever I wish to kill, none can obstruct. Junlin replied coldly. Die. Junlin simply uttered a single word. In that instant, the youth seemed struck by lightning, trembling uncontrollably. Soon after, his eyes went blank, his soul extinguished. Junlin had employed a soul-based attack known as the Silent Soul technique, directly obliterating the target's spirit, a display of overwhelming power. Bang! The youth collapsed to the ground, leaving the surrounding spectators in stunned silence. Impertinent! What sorcery have you unleashed? To commit murder within the walls of my Royal Academy is an act deserving of retribution. Xianxian bellowed furiously. The audacity of someone killing before his very eyes was intolerable. I stated, whoever I wish to kill, none can hinder. Those who obstruct shall meet death. Junlin asserted. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, filled with speculation. Which family does this youth hail from, daring to utter such brazen words without fear of retribution? Truly, the audacity of the inexperienced. Someone scoffed. The Royal Academy is the largest institution in the entire Xia kingdom, led by the venerable elder Xia Luyun, the foremost powerhouse with unfathomable depth in cultivation. To oppose the Royal Academy, one must consider whether they possess the capital to do so. Many spectators observed with the intent to witness the unfolding drama. Young man, while a bit of arrogance can be commendable, excessive pride may lead to your downfall. A voice resonated throughout the martial arts arena. Subsequently, all beheld a youth clad in white, with a gentle smile, emerging from the Royal Academy. He exuded elegance and grace, presenting an approachable demeanor, akin to a charming neighbor. Ding! Encountered the Child of Destiny. Task initiated. Eliminate the Child of Destiny for a reward of a special version of the Cycle of Heaven. Subjugate the Child of Destiny as a subordinate for the reward of the Flying Immortal technique. The system's amiable voice echoed in Junlin's mind. What is the Cycle of Heaven? What is the Flying Immortal technique? Junlin inquired. The Cycle of Heaven allows one to reincarnate all things in the world. Even the heavenly Tao can be subjected to reincarnation. Provided you possess sufficient strength, even the heavenly Tao cannot escape this cycle. All will encounter their true selves on the path of reincarnation, reciting the monument of the Immortal One. The Flying Immortal technique, on the other hand, enables one to ascend to immortality without drawbacks, bestowing one with endless epochs of lifespan, living in harmony with the heavens and shining alongside the sun and moon. The system elucidated. Immortality, an aspiration coveted by countless souls. Who does not yearn for immortality? Is not the pursuit of immortality the very essence of cultivation? Such arrogance. Does he not even extend courtesy to the foremost disciple of the outer sect of our Royal Academy? A companion of the white-clad youth scoffed indignantly. What? Is that truly the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the Royal Academy, Wang Changsheng? I've heard that even His Highness the Crown Prince sought to win him over, only to be rebuffed, someone remarked. Indeed, it is said that when he first arrived, he was merely a menial disciple, regarded as a worthless individual whom anyone could bully. Who would have imagined that after 3 years of forbearance, he would make such astonishing progress? In just 10 days, he advanced from a mere martial apprentice of the 3rd tier to a full-fledged martial artist. It's simply incredible. Another exclaimed in awe. Wang Changsheng. Is he the one from the Wang family of Qingshi City? Yi Junlin inquired nonchalantly. Indeed. He is the son of the grand elder of the Wang family in Qingshi City, Wang Changsheng, the other confirmed. Oh, the Wang family of Qingshi City has already been annihilated, leaving you as the sole survivor, Yi Junlin remarked with a smile. System. I choose to obliterate the son of destiny. Boom. What did you say? Wang Changsheng instantly appeared as if struck by lightning. The Wang family was among the 3 great clans of Qingshi City, and to even speak of defeating an elder was beyond the capacity of a mere youth. The elder of the Wang family is a formidable martial spirit level expert, a force to be reckoned with in the realm of the Xia Kingdom. Hardly someone who could be vanquished. After all, martial spirits are exceedingly rare even in the Xia Kingdom. Yi Junlin and his companions did not linger on their journey, and news had yet to reach them. Oh, by the way, this artifact should belong to your Wang family, Yi Junlin said, seemingly recalling something, as he produced the family seal of the Wang clan from his storage ring. No, it cannot be. In an instant, Wang Changsheng's eyes widened with disbelief. Unable to fathom that his family had been eradicated, he recalled the loving gaze of his father and the reluctance in his mother's expression. He had envisioned becoming their pride, yet now the entire Wang family had perished, and he was still meant to be their pride. He had only just begun to flourish, becoming the center of attention as a prodigy. I shall kill you. Wang Changsheng's eyes blazed crimson, exuding a fierce aura of rage and despair as he shouted. This departure from home has turned out to be eternal. From now on, we are worlds apart, never to meet again. Even so, you shall die. With that, Yi Junlin prepared to strike Wang Changsheng down. Stop. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed. Wang Changsheng abruptly halted. Master, I seek vengeance. Wang Changsheng looked skyward as a refined middle-aged man spoke. Your current cultivation falls short of his. Given time, you shall surely surpass him. This time, I shall not allow him to kill you. I shall leave him for your future self. Muronbai said, hands clasped behind his back. What? Wang Changsheng's master is actually the vice president, Muronbai? The vice president of the Royal Academy, having reached Martial King at a mere 40 years of age? It is said that even Xia Luyun admires Muronbai's talent. Someone gasped in astonishment. How else could one ascend to the position of vice president at such a young age? Yes, master. Wang Changsheng nodded vehemently. He believed that given time, he could indeed grow. Chapter 13. The Fortune of the Son of Destiny, the Celestial Monument. Vice President Shirshan and the surrounding mentors and disciples bowed respectfully to Muronbai. You propose to spare my life? Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes, gazing at Muronbai. However, I have no intention of sparing the last survivor of the Wang family. Yi Junlin disregarded Muronbai's words, responding instead. Rest assured, from today forth, I guarantee that no one in the entire Xia Kingdom will dare to lay a hand on you. Live well, and one day, my disciple will seek revenge on your behalf, Muronbai said calmly. You must be out of your mind. Let the last scion of the Wang family perish. Yi Junlin found the conversation with this vice president to be exceedingly taxing, speaking bluntly. Boom. Wang Changsheng collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. Yi Junlin was somewhat astonished that Wang Changsheng managed to endure for a breath's time before emitting a cry of anguish. What level of cultivation does Wang Changsheng possess? Merely the pinnacle of martial artist. The fact that he could withstand a strike from Yi Junlin for an entire breath was remarkable. Instantly, Yi Junlin concluded that Wang Changsheng possessed a treasure. After all, as the son of destiny, he undoubtedly had great fortunes. However, such fortunes would not save him from Yi Junlin's might. At least, Wang Changsheng had not yet matured. Even if martial masters, grand martial masters, or even martial spirits or martial sects were to attempt to kill Wang Changsheng, they might not succeed. For he had his trump card, a trump card that could save his life, yet it could not withstand Yi Junlin's overwhelming strength. Morongbai's fury ignited, his voice roaring to the heavens. He never anticipated that his disciple would truly perish at Yi Junlin's words. This was an unbearable pain for Morongbai. He had known his disciple to be steady, resilient, and gifted. Given time, he would surely become a powerful figure. Yet now, everything was lost. This was the disciple he had painstakingly chosen, now gone. I will see you dead. Morongbai ground his teeth, enunciating each word with venomous intent. Boom. Morongbai's formidable aura surged, an oppressive force enveloping the area, unrestrained. Those with weaker cultivation immediately crumpled to the ground, unable to bear the weight of his overwhelming presence. He cared not for anything other than the desire to kill the youth before him, dismissing everyone else. He had never considered how high Yi Junlin's cultivation might be. In his mind, Yi Junlin was merely employing dark and nefarious methods. After all, he was a martial king and had not perceived any other fluctuations, such as those of spiritual energy. Just a mere youth. How formidable could he truly be? Halt, Morongbai. The Royal Academy forbids killing, and as vice president. Are you not aware of this? Moreover, he is a new student about to enroll. A voice of authority resonated, causing all present to feel their spirits tremble. We pay our respects to the dean. All the mentors and students bowed respectfully towards a specific direction. What a lively day. Not only has Vice President Morongbai appeared, but even the dean has personally come. Such an occurrence would have been unthinkable in the past. Now, all because of this youth, they have all made their presence felt. Someone sighed in wonder. An elderly man clad in black armor stepped forward, his gaze sternly fixed on Morongbai. Dean, Morongbai said with a pained expression. He was my first and only disciple. He understood the dean's newfound affection for talent. In a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, there was little to say. This matter would simply be set aside. You are no match for him. The only outcome can be death, Xiao Luyan remarked indifferently. How amusing. After all my dedication to the Royal Academy, I find myself unable to protect even my own disciple. I cannot even seek revenge. Morongbai laughed bitterly, tears streaming down his face. His sorrow was palpable, evoking empathy from all who witnessed. From this day forth, I, Morongbai, shall no longer serve as the vice president of the Royal Academy. I, Morongbai, formally withdraw from the Royal Academy. He proclaimed, grief etched upon his features. With that, Morongbai lifted Wang Changxing's lifeless body and prepared to depart. Young man, from this day forward, I hope you do not step beyond the gates of the Royal Academy. Otherwise, it shall be your demise. Morongbai turned abruptly, his gaze icy as it fell upon Yi Junlin. The crowd felt an overwhelming chill sweep over them. Sighing, Xiao Luyan opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately let out a resigned breath. He had his own plans. The Royal Academy needed such prodigies. The Summer Kingdom required individuals of this caliber. Yi Junlin was a keeper. Do you believe you can leave here today? Yi Junlin asked, his expression calm as he regarded Xiao Luyan. With the dean protecting you, do you think you can kill me? Morongbai scoffed, angered to the point of laughter. Even Xiao Luyan felt a flicker of irritation. This youth was too arrogant, blind to his circumstances. Just as he was about to interject, Yi Junlin spoke up first. I need no one to safeguard me in my endeavors. Only by becoming powerful in oneself can one achieve eternity. Yi Junlin declared coolly. Only by becoming powerful in oneself can one achieve eternity. Xiao Luyan exclaimed, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. Since your bond is so profound, you might as well accompany him on the road to reincarnation. Yi Junlin extended his right hand toward Morongbai, gently reaching out, and said, such bravado, HM? Morongbai regarded Yi Junlin's gesture with disdain, yet his expression soon shifted dramatically. He felt a tearing force of will descend upon him, imprisoning him within the void. He was utterly immobilized, the surrounding air compressing relentlessly. At that moment, he and Wang Changxing's corpse were firmly constrained. Bang! Wang Changxing's weakened physique, far inferior to Morongbai's, was crushed instantly. Morongbai stared in disbelief at the blood splatter in his arms, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. Ding! The sharp sound snapped everyone back to attention. A small stone tablet had fallen, dislodged from Wang Changxing's shattered body. The celestial tablet. Whoever possesses this tablet shall conquer the world. With a moment of enlightenment, one can ascend to immortality. Curiosity sparked as someone read the inscription aloud, and the entire arena fell silent. Chapter 14, The Contest. The celestial tablet. Whoever possesses this tablet shall conquer the world. With a moment of enlightenment, one can ascend to immortality. The celestial tablet. The celestial tablet. Ascension to immortality. No one in the martial arena paid heed to how Yi Junlin had accomplished this feat. Their attention was solely captivated by the fallen celestial tablet. The words inscribed upon it were irresistibly enticing. Whoever possesses this tablet shall conquer the world and achieve immortality. The prospect of becoming a true immortal, one who shares the longevity of heaven and earth, was simply too alluring. Though the arena was quiet, heavy breaths filled the air. Unbeknownst to them, Junlin had already retreated to the sidelines, quietly observing the commotion. His hands rested gently behind his back, as though he were merely a spectator. Will you not contend for it? Xianxia inquired softly as she approached Junlin. I need not contend, for it will ultimately come to me. Junlin replied with a sly smile, exuding confidence. According to the usual script, a series of bloody events were bound to unfold. This was the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Treasures are claimed by the capable. Xianxia felt a tremor in her heart. She had just entertained thoughts of competing for the tablet. However, upon hearing Junlin's words, she promptly dismissed that notion. Nonetheless, she transmitted information to the headquarters of Wanbage. Junlin observed everything with clarity, though he chose not to voice his thoughts. After all, life would be rather dull otherwise. He was acutely aware that among those who appeared stunned, at least half were secretly sending messages. It was no wonder that Wang Changsheng, once deemed talentless, had experienced a rapid surge in power after acquiring this treasure. Even a failure can rise swiftly. If only we could obtain it, someone mused, their thoughts racing. Since no one else desires this object, I shall graciously accept it. An elder, accompanying his nephew to enroll in the Royal Academy, stepped forward. He dashed toward the celestial tablet, his aged hands reaching out with the swiftness of an eagle, his eyes filled with greed. As he drew closer, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in midair before him, slapping him away effortlessly. Clearly, this was a martial spirit, a concealed powerhouse whose presence sent shockwaves through the crowd. To have a martial spirit among them was astonishing, and he was merely the first. Who knew how many more lurked in the shadows? Yet the allure of the treasure drove them to madness. They cared little for martial spirits or martial nobles. To obtain the treasure was their sole focus. And they thought nothing of martial nobles, let alone martial kings. This celestial tablet is mine, the middle-aged martial spirit declared, lunging for the celestial tablet on the ground. Did you consult me first? A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the crowd. Another martial spirit emerged, eliciting gasps of shock. Those with weaker cultivations began to retreat. After all, they were not equipped to endure such a battle. To step forward would only render them cannon fodder, as a martial spirit could extinguish them with a mere flick of the wrist. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere was rife with the explosive energy of martial spirits clashing. The martial spirits could no longer remain idle. They were compelled to take action. If they hesitated any longer, the celestial steel would be seized right before their eyes. However, many powerful martial spirits cast anxious glances towards Xia Luyun, the foremost master of the Xia kingdom. Should he choose to intervene, none present would stand a chance against him. The legends surrounding Xia Luyun were countless within the kingdom. It could be said that 90% of those gathered had grown up listening to tales of his exploits. Yet, to everyone's relief, Xia Luyun exhibited no inclination to compete for the steel. In fact, his gaze had not even lingered upon it. The headmaster of the Royal Academy, Xia Luyun, wore an expression of uncertainty as he observed Junlin. The technique Junlin had employed against Morong had left him feeling apprehensive. Though his own cultivation was profound, he still could not comprehend it fully, especially after witnessing Junlin withdraw from the fray upon the appearance of the celestial steel. This realization caused his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Who could possibly remain uninterested in the prospect of becoming immortal? This youth had effortlessly subdued the martial King Murong Bai with a single move, revealing the true extent of his formidable strength, which at the very least suggested he was at the level of a martial emperor, if not higher. Although Xia Luyun was intrigued by the so-called celestial steel, he refrained from acting rashly. Enough of this, let us seize it. A martial spirit took the initiative, lunging towards the location of the celestial steel. Simultaneously, dozens of martial spirits erupted from the crowd, all aiming for the steel's position. A fierce battle erupted. Chapter 15, The Martial Sect Strikes. Despite all being martial spirits, many fell in the ensuing chaos, and numerous martial spirits sustained injuries, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. This treasure shall be mine. A middle-aged man, bloodied and battered, yet at the pinnacle of martial spirits, overpowered those around him, declaring, "Is there truly no one among you willing to contest for this? This object holds the secret to immortality." His voice echoed, elusive in its source, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. Those capable should claim their due. I may be a grand martial master, but I too wish to vie for it. After some hesitation, another voice emerged. He is gravely injured. We may still have a chance. Others chimed in, emboldened by the prospect. The middle-aged man was taken aback, then enraged. He realized someone was attempting to incite discord among the crowd, aiming to make him the target of their wrath. He intended to execute a show of force, to kill one and intimidate 10,000, yet he could not identify the instigator, who remained well concealed. What are you waiting for? This is the key to immortality. Do you not yearn for eternal life? The voice resounded once more, igniting the flames of desire and greed within the hearts of the assembly. I too shall contend for it. What if it is meant for me? A peak Grand Martial Master surged towards the celestial steel. And I. This is an opportunity. May the worthy claim it. Perhaps I am that one. Others began to move toward the steel as well. In an instant, everyone was in motion, their sights set on the celestial steel held by the peak martial spirit. The peak martial spirit, both anxious and furious, realized he could not fend off so many. After dispatching the first few to arrive, he sought to escape using his agility. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura locked onto him. The peak martial spirit's countenance shifted dramatically. The martial sect had intervened. The Royal Academy's martial sect had taken action. He was filled with dread, having assumed they would remain passive. Yet, in the presence of such a treasure, even the sages could not maintain their composure. Despite Xiao Liuyun's suppression, how could they allow a mere martial spirit to walk away with it? Such a waste would be inconceivable. You old fool, you have brought this upon me. The peak martial spirit roared madly at the dozen or so mentors behind Xiao Liyun. In an instant, he was engulfed by a barrage of attacks, reduced to ashes. Powerless to defend himself, he succumbed to the sheer volume of assaults, despite their individual weakness. How could he withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands? Sighing, Xiao Liyun observed the intense struggle unfolding before him. Though he felt a twinge of compassion, he understood it was the greed of humanity that led to such turmoil. I have warned you all, such treasures are beyond your grasp. Yet some of you refuse to heed my words, Xiao Liyun stated calmly. Headmaster, you are old and no longer possess the desire to compete, but we are still young. Is it wrong for us to aspire to reach the pinnacle? A mentor replied. They were unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Although Xiao Liyun had lived for centuries, in their eyes, he was indeed aged. They forgot that those who lived for centuries were not merely at the level of martial kings or emperors. No one knew. For the Xia kingdom had never produced a martial emperor, and records of their lifespan were absent. Very well, should any among you wish to compete, then go ahead. Xiao Liyun said, shaking his head. No trace of compassion or pity remained in his gaze, only a heart as tranquil as still water, devoid of any ripples. The older elders behind him stood unmoved, having grown up on tales of Xiao Liyun's glory. He was the war god of the Xia kingdom, earning their utmost respect. The other mentors, aged around 40 or 50, exchanged glances before they too surged towards the celestial steel. The battles between martial sects were far more powerful than those among martial spirits. Many grand martial masters could not escape the devastating waves, perishing on the spot. It was crucial to note that these were merely the residual energies from the martial sects' clash. Throughout this spectacle, Junlin remained an observer, solidifying his resolve. Chapter 16. The Martial Emperor appears. Such is the nature of this world. Without sufficient strength, one possesses neither qualification nor voice. Yet, with enough power, one may regard the masses as mere insects, deserving of reverence and worship. Otherwise, one risks becoming like these individuals, ultimately reduced to mere fodder. Why do you not compete for it? Xiao Liyun cast a curious glance at the few elder mentors standing behind him and inquired. We are willing to heed Elder Xia's counsel. They cannot possibly survive. Xiao Liyun nodded as he spoke. The mentors were taken aback. Could it be that Elder Xia would take matters into his own hands? If that were the case, these individuals would indeed be doomed. Our Junlin sect has heard of the grand enrollment ceremony at the Royal Academy. We have come uninvited and hope for your understanding. A voice akin to thunder reverberated across the martial arena. Even the combatants within halted in astonishment, turning their gazes skyward. Junlin sect is not located within the borders of Xia country, which is but a minor nation, while Junlin sect stands as the foremost faction within the low-ranking Chu Empire. Despite the Chu Empire's status as a lesser empire, its strength far exceeds that of Xia country by several multiples. This exemplifies the distinction between a nation and an empire. Above, storm clouds gathered as a towering figure clad in purple robes materialized in the sky. Behind him stood an array of martial kings, their formidable auras striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. The sect master of Junlin sect, Qian, someone exclaimed in shock. This Qian was indeed a peak martial sovereign, said to be on the verge of attaining the status of a martial saint. An honored guest has arrived. How fortunate. Xiao Liyun remarked nonchalantly. And who might you be? Qian inquired, his tone indifferent. Being from the Chu Empire, he had no reason to acknowledge a figure from such a small nation. Thus he was unfamiliar with this legendary individual from Xia country. Impudence. This is the esteemed headmaster of our Royal Academy, An elder stepped forward to reprimand. Impudence? And who do you think you are, daring to admonish me? Xian's eyes flared with brilliant flames, directing a piercing gaze at the elder. An overwhelming pressure descended upon them. Just as Qian was about to deal with the elder, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air echoed as a martial sovereign attempted to flee with the celestial steel in hand. Dare to escape before me? Annihilate. Qian turned and uttered a single word. Boom. The individual was instantly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. A martial sovereign. Their every action can invoke the power of the laws to enact destruction, someone remarked. Headmaster, help. The remaining martial sovereigns were nearly paralyzed with fear at this sight. Yet, Xiao Luyan remained unfazed. This item has fate with me. I shall reluctantly accept it, Qian said, waving his hand as the celestial steel appeared in his grasp. Immortal, he murmured, running his fingers over the characters inscribed upon the steel. At that moment, he felt an exhilarating rush surge through his veins. Such a divine artifact is not something you wretched ants can seize. Die. Qian's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he bellowed at the previously mentioned martial sovereigns. Boom. Uft. The martial sovereigns were shattered instantaneously, unable to emit even a cry of despair. And you, who dared to admonish me, shall perish as well. Qian addressed the elder behind Xiao Luyan. He then waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy aimed at Xiao Luyan and the others. This was not merely an attempt to kill one person, it was an intent to annihilate them all. Young man, mercy should be granted where possible, Xiao Luyan remarked calmly. Take your gains and depart swiftly, lest you find escape impossible. Xiao Luyan spoke lightly as a transparent shield enveloped him. When Qian's energy struck the barrier, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. It dissipated into nothingness upon contact. This elder is no ordinary figure, Qian thought. As a peak martial sovereign, his casual strike could easily overwhelm lower-tier martial sovereigns, yet this so-called headmaster had effortlessly blocked it. This indicated that he too possessed martial sovereign-level prowess, at the very least comparable to Qian's own. Having lived for centuries, Qian was taken aback that someone would dare call him young man. However, he laughed heartily. Very well. The Imperial tournament is about to commence. I shall take my leave. He had no desire to linger, chuckling as he spoke, for he felt a hint of trepidation towards Xiao Luyan and did not wish to engage in a desperate struggle, especially since he had already acquired the celestial steel. Chapter 17. Is Yi Junlin a martial saint? Alas, how dull, old man. Why not engage him in battle? I am quite curious about the true might of a martial sovereign. Just as Qian turned to depart, a languid voice halted him in his tracks. A youth approached slowly from the edge of the martial arena, heading directly towards Qian. My young friend, you truly vex me. At my advanced age, how can I endure such a grand conflict? Xiao Luyan shook his head. This surprised Qian. The so-called headmaster appeared somewhat constrained in the presence of this youth. In fact, he seemed almost respectful. What could this mean? That steel belongs to me. Surrender it if you wish to live. Yi Junlin addressed Qian with indifference. How dare you be so audacious before our sect master? Allow me to teach you a lesson in humility. Otherwise, you may not live to see another day. A martial king stepped forward to reprimand. I may not know how I will die, but you will soon understand how it is you shall perish, Yi Junlin replied coolly. Ignorant child, today I shall witness how you intend to bring about my demise. The martial king scoffed, laughing at the audacity of the youth. A mere boy could not possibly possess significant strength. With a mere flick of his hand, he could easily subdue him. Then you would do well to pay attention. Yi Junlin dismissed further dialogue, uttering a single word, annihilate. Boom. The martial king felt an unknown force invading his consciousness. No, it was not an invasion, it was obliteration. Even more terrifying was his inability to resist, forced to watch as his very soul disintegrated before his eyes. What seemed like a prolonged process occurred in an instant. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. He had died just like that? Without any warning, his soul had been extinguished, leaving only a lifeless husk behind. Who exactly are you? Qian questioned, his gaze fixed seriously on Yi Junlin. He was momentarily at a loss. What kind of secret technique had this young man employed? There was no way this youth was of higher cultivation than a martial sovereign. Qian could not fathom it. Instead, believing that the boy had merely used a self-destructive technique that harmed both himself and his opponent. Who am I? It bears no significance to you. I have asserted that this is my possession. Should you dare to lay a finger upon it, you shall face the consequences. Yi Junlin spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet his words brooked no contradiction. What a farce. I have traversed the realms for centuries. Today, I shall discern the true nature of this impudent wretch. Qian uttered coldly. Boom. Qian, the esteemed leader of the Qinglan sect, was imbued with his own pride. How could he be intimidated by a mere youth? Without hesitation, he unleashed the full force of his aura. The pinnacle of martial emperor cultivation was laid bare for all to witness. The overwhelming pressure staggered those still standing in the arena. This might was insurmountable. They simply could not withstand it, nor was there anyone to shield them. Elderly, what is your perspective? Xianxia inquired from the edge of the arena, her gaze fixed upon Junlin. This youth truly possesses a talent that surpasses the ages. At such a tender age, his cultivation is extraordinary. I must confess, I underestimated him from the outset. Initially, I presumed he was merely a grand martial master. Then I speculated he might be a martial king. Now, I dare not ascertain his true cultivation level. It is highly probable that he is already a martial saint. Elderly remarked with a hint of gravity. What? A martial saint? To achieve such a status at this age is unfathomable, even in that realm. Xianxia felt her heart race as the magnitude of this revelation struck her. This news was simply too staggering. No, I must relay this information. This individual is not to be trifled with, and his possessions are off limits to others. Otherwise, I fear the repercussions could spell doom for our clan. Xianxia resolved immediately. Elderly nodded in agreement, acknowledging her decisiveness and the clarity of her thought. Miss Wan, I cannot shake the feeling that I have encountered this dean somewhere before. Elderly pondered, shifting his gaze towards Xiaoluyun. Where have I seen him? The memory eluded him momentarily. Suddenly, it struck him. Wasn't he the figure depicted in a painting from our ancestors' training ground? Elderly exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. Yes, that is indeed him. He is the one portrayed in that artwork. There can be no mistake. Elderly declared with renewed excitement. Chapter 18. The character Yi dominates the heavens, suppressing eternity. Xianxia was perplexed by Elderly's exuberance. My lady, do you know the most powerful entity in the current martial continent? Elderly teased, withholding the answer. Of course. I am aware. The most formidable entity dares to bear the title of immortal. Though he has not ascended to immortality, he is known as such. Our clan's ancestor is one of the 9 immortal swordsmen, Xianxia replied. She was bewildered by Elderly's sudden inquiry. The martial continent is home to 9 supreme beings who govern it collectively. Our clan is one among them. And this dean before us is also one of them, Xiaoluyun. Elderly elaborated slowly. What? Xiaoluyun, one of the 9 immortals? He emerged from this humble Xia kingdom as a superlative powerhouse. Xiaoxia's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such an illustrious figure reside in this small nation, serving as a mere dean? His legendary feats were once renowned far and wide. Elderly sighed in reflection. The martial continent recognizes 9 as the ultimate number. Traditionally, there can only be 9 immortals, as long as they remain. No new one may arise unless one of them falls, creating a vacancy. Thus, only then can a successor ascend to their ranks. However, Xiaoluyun is different. He forcibly eliminated one of the 9 immortals, Basian. Hence, he is known as Xiaoluyun. Though they are not true immortals, to the eyes of the world, they are revered as such. What they fail to comprehend is why such a powerful presence would dwell in such an insignificant locale. Could it possibly be for Junlin? This was the only rationale they could conjure. Little did they know, they were unwittingly correct. Xiaoluyun was indeed waiting for Junlin. Having done so for 16 years. Heavenly Rupture Kick. With a resounding roar, Qi Yin unleashed a transformation, his legs swelling to a massive size, bursting forth from his trousers. Should that leg descend, it would lay waste to the entire arena. Gag. Thick black smoke began to emanate from Qi Yin's foot. The clouds of darkness surged skyward, causing the weaker cultivators present to immediately lose consciousness, their eyes rolling back in their heads, utterly defenseless. Even the numerous martial kings behind Qi Yin hastily retreated to a safer distance, their expressions revealing the deep-seated fear they harbored towards Qi Yin's heavenly rupture kick. As the black smoke billowed upwards, tears streamed down many faces. They felt as though their very essence was being siphoned away, their cultivation stripped from them. A rancid, acrid scent assailed their nostrils, creating a widespread lethality, the essence of the heavenly rupture kick, truly terrifying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Junlin radiated a subtle golden glow from his being. Resembling a war god clad in golden armor, his gaze unwavering. When the black smoke encountered the golden light enveloping Junlin, it dissipated into nothingness. A special physique. You possess a special physique. Qi Yan's expression shifted dramatically. This youth was undoubtedly endowed with a unique constitution. How else could his body instinctively shield him so thoroughly? Buzz. A surge of rich golden light erupted from Junlin's forehead, its intensity unparalleled, piercing through the heavens and the earth. Not even the radiance of a singular sun could compare. Even the brilliance of 100 or 1,000 suns would pale in comparison. Logically, every individual present should have been blinded by the golden light. Yet, the light was gentle, not scorching. The golden glow from Junlin's forehead continued to intensify, as though something were striving to emerge from his brow. The golden light remained unwavering, and all present clearly beheld the emergence of a gilded character, Yi, at his forehead. This was no ordinary character. It exuded an aesthetic beauty, bestowing upon Yi Junlin an air of regal supremacy. Yi, a member of the Yi clan, it truly is you. Young master. No one noticed Xiao Luyun murmuring to himself, tears streaming down his face. The foremost cultivation family across the myriad realms, the Yi clan. Boom. A thunderous sound resonated as a colossal golden pillar shot skyward. A gigantic character Yi illuminated the heavens, casting the world in a resplendent golden hue. In an instant, the entirety of the martial continent was shrouded beneath the golden light. Countless formidable individuals simultaneously cast solemn gazes towards the colossal character of Yi emblazoned in the sky. What an extraordinary phenomenon this is. Could it be that a sovereign is on the verge of emergence? I, an old man who has traversed the realms for a millennium, have encountered neither such wonders nor such sights. Could it be the birth of a natural supreme being? Quickly, send forth individuals in this direction, regardless of the cost. I demand their return. An ancient entity, steeped in centuries, spoke with palpable urgency. The character Yi hovered in the heavens, suppressing the ages. Has this prophecy from the ancient texts come to fruition? A scholarly figure, hands clasped behind his back, mused aloud. Chapter 19, The Son of the Emperor. Conceal the opportunity. Seal. Xiao Luyun beheld the immense character of Yi manifesting in the air. Immediately, he began to form intricate hand seals, striving to suppress this overwhelming anomaly. He understood that if the Yi family's formidable foe were to discover it, they would undoubtedly come forth with great force. With the master and mistress currently untraceable, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to withstand the impending threat alone. The portent of the Yi family was not merely known to the Tianwu continent. It possessed an inexplicable arcane power capable of resonating across the myriad realms. This position was situated at a great distance from the lower realms. What a cunning stratagem, to obscure the opportunity, to shroud the heavenly secrets, rendering any investigation utterly futile. The scholarly figure uttered a few words before vanishing from sight. No one heard his utterance, nor did anyone comprehend its meaning. Suppress. Yi Junlin regarded the fiery figure before him and uttered a singular word. Boom. At his command, the void trembled, and a golden character of Jun gradually materialized. All present gazed in disbelief at the immense golden character that floated in the air, overwhelmed by its oppressive force and visual impact. Who are you? The expression on Shi Yan's face shifted dramatically. He had underestimated this youth. This boy was not only extraordinarily skilled, but also possessed an astonishing physique. Such an individual was beyond his capacity to challenge. Who am I? You need not concern yourself with that. Merely understand that should you dare to covet my possession, you shall face death. Suppress and slay. Yi Junlin spoke with an icy demeanor. Others sought to kill him. He had no intention of waiting for them to strike first. Nor would he spare them amidst their pleas for mercy, thereby inviting endless trouble upon himself. Of course, while it might not necessarily result in complications for Yi Junlin, he preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements. No, I, your humble servant, am willing to return the celestial steel to you. I implore you, grant me a path to survival. Qi Yan, in that moment, truly recognized Yi Junlin's murderous intent. He lowered himself, crawling at Yi Junlin's feet, desperately pleading for mercy. Yet, Yi Junlin paid him no heed, extending his hand to gently pat Qi Yan's cheek. Qi Yan was stunned. The celestial steel, whoever possesses it shall dominate the world. Mere trifles. Very well. It shall be granted to those who remain loyal to me. In an instant, Yi Junlin discerned the purpose of the celestial steel and shook his head in disappointment. A treasure capable of accompanying the Son of Destiny, how utterly lacking it seemed. It paled in comparison to even a fraction of the system's potential in Yi Junlin's hands. It was not but a useless trinket. One could say it held no value whatsoever. The sect leader has fallen. Flee. The assembly of martial kings brought by Qi Yan felt an icy chill pierce their hearts. Their sect leader had attained the pinnacle of martial emperor cultivation. Yet what was the outcome? Merely a light tap from this youth's hand, and he was gone. What an astonishing level of cultivation. Since you have come, do not depart. Allow this old man to keep you here. Xiao Luyun gently waved his sleeve, unleashing a concentrated attack that surged toward the martial kings without discrimination. They were utterly incapable of withstanding it, turning to dust as if they had never existed. Subordinate Xiao Luyun, at your service, young master. Xiao Luyun stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before Yi Junlin in reverence. You are aware of my identity? Yi Junlin inquired, somewhat bewildered. I was originally one of the 30,000 commanders under the Emperor of Humanity, favored for my capabilities. Through supreme means, I have been reincarnated, becoming a part of this Tianwu continent. For a millennium, I have awaited your arrival. Xiao Luyun waved his hand, enveloping both individuals in a veil of light. Those outside could neither see nor hear them. So, you have waited for a millennium merely to follow and protect me? Junlin asked. Indeed. You are the offspring of the Emperor of Humanity, and he has specially left you in this remote lower realm for your safety. The warfare there is brutal, and even the Emperor struggles to guarantee your protection. Xiao Luyuan replied with utmost seriousness. Strictly speaking, I am not a reincarnation but rather a usurpation of another's body. Though my cultivation remains intact. At that time, the original Xiao Luyuan was on the brink of death, and I occupied his body, promising to safeguard the Xia kingdom for a millennium. My father, what is his name? Junlin felt a flicker of trepidation for the first time. He had thought his parents abandoned him due to his perceived lack of talent. The scene he witnessed in his infancy was indeed real. His parents, bathed in holy light, had left him, a mere infant, to wage war. All of this was to protect him, not to forsake him. I dare not speak the true name of the Emperor. I hope young master can forgive my reticence. Xiao Luyuan trembled in fear, hastily adding, This is the seal of the Emperor, see. Xiao Luyuan produced a jade slip from his bosom and reverently presented it to Junlin. The first page bore the characters, Emperor Jitian, founder of the era of humanity. An overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth. Chapter 20, Junlin's elder brother. Jitian established the Hall of Humanity at the age of 18, leading 300 war emperors, 3,000 generals, and 30,000 commanders to conquer the heavens. His brilliance was unparalleled, a force to be reckoned with. However, enemies from beyond the domain sought to massacre the living. The emperor was immensely powerful, yet the external foes could not be underestimated. The cult of eternal life and the immortal aristocracy had already been promised great rewards by these external adversaries. They conspired together to resist the emperor, attacking him from both the front and rear. To this day, the matter remains unresolved. In just a few lines, Junlin's eyes glimmered with cold light. His father had achieved unprecedented feats to counter the external threats. Yet these so-called cult of eternal life and immortal aristocracy were stabbing him in the back, colluding with the outside forces, intent on restraining the emperor. It was evident that these entities were terrifying in their own right. Yet before the emperor, they held no sway. They had been suppressed for far too long, and now, with an opportunity at hand, they were bound to retaliate. As long as the emperor reigned, the entire realm would forget about them. The world knew only the emperor. Unaware of these powerful figures, this resentment had accumulated over millennia, and now it was about to erupt. A bunch of scoundrels, truly deserving of death. This era is as my father wished, yet these scoundrels are indeed worthy of annihilation. Since my father cannot strike them down, allow me to do so. Junlin's eyes shone with icy brilliance as he lifted his gaze to the heavens. In his eyes resided the destruction of the universe, alongside the promise of rebirth. Ding! The sign-in task has been released, with the location set at the Imperial Grand Tournament. Upon successful check-in, a reward of 1 trillion calamity pills awaits. The purpose of the calamity pills is to unconditionally elevate one's cultivation to a significantly higher tier. Furthermore, those who consume it will exhibit absolute loyalty to their master. At this moment, the system's announcement of the sign-in task resonated within Junlin's mind. The calamity pills indeed seem promising. I accept the task. Junlin nodded. With the acquisition of calamity pills, the specter of betrayal would be banished, preventing issues akin to those with the human sovereign Jitian. It is often said that absolute loyalty does not exist in this world. Betrayal merely stems from insufficient leverage. With adequate leverage, betrayal is merely a matter of time. Of course, there are individuals of unwavering loyalty, yet they are in the minority. With the calamity pills, anyone would exhibit absolute fidelity. What exactly is the Imperial Grand Tournament? Junlin inquired, gazing at Xiao Luyuan. The Imperial Grand Tournament is essentially a competition between nations. Countries are categorized into various tiers, with lower nations such as Xia country, followed by lesser empires like Chu country. Progressing upwards, there are medium empires, high empires, and dominating empires. The higher the tier, the greater the resources available for cultivation, leading to a rapid flourishing of national strength. Above the dominating empires are the 9 major powers that preside over everything. Rather than simply 9 powers, it is more accurate to say 9 immortals govern. We 9 decide the allocation of resources. The better the ranking, the more cultivation resources one receives, Xiao Luyuan elucidated. Very well, since I have nothing else to occupy my time, I shall represent Xia country in this endeavor. By the way, take this pill. Junlin flicked his fingers, and a fragrant calamity pill appeared in Xiao Luyuan's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Luyuan consumed it. However, his complexion changed drastically afterward. He was on the verge of a breakthrough, not just to a single tier, but an entire major rank. Thank you, young master, for bestowing this divine pill. Go ahead. Junlin waved his hand casually, casting a barrier to obscure their presence. Xia Luyun involuntarily gasped in awe. Truly, the son of the human sovereign is remarkable. Such prowess, such methods, such a pill. These are feats beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Moreover, it is evident that these are not gifts from the human sovereign, who is known for his stringent treatment of subordinates and offspring. This serves to underscore the young master's extraordinary talent, a figure of unparalleled genius. How regrettable. The Crown Prince. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Luyun's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, reflecting a profound sense of loss. Crown Prince, endowed with such celestial talent. I wonder how you fare now? Xia Luyun murmured sorrowfully, shaking his head. I still have a brother? Yi Junlin, having appeared beside Xia Luyun, inquired. Yes. The young master's brother is named Yi Zhan, the Crown Prince of the human sovereign's court. The Crown Prince's talent is said to be unparalleled. By the tender age of 8, he was already capable of dominating all in his path, unmatched by his contemporaries and formidable even among the elder generation. Truly a peerless figure, dazzling beyond compare. By 16, the Crown Prince had instilled terror in the hearts of enemies from beyond the realm. These invaders had even offered a staggering bounty for his head. It is unclear which ancient sect or immortal family divulged the Crown Prince's whereabouts to these outer realm foes. During one of his explorations of a relic, several powerful beings conspired against him. Chapter 21. The Imperial Grand Tournament. They were the 72 war emperors from the outer realms. And at that time, the Crown Prince was merely 16. They infiltrated a forbidden zone, setting up a grand formation to ensnare him alive. By the time our emperor received the news and rushed to his aid, it was already too late. The Crown Prince had vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the fact that his soul fire remained alight, everyone would have presumed that the Crown Prince had transcended through secret arts to escape the clutches of death. Xia Luyun lamented. In a moment of reverie, Yi Junlin envisioned a young warrior clad in battle armor, his gaze sharp and resolute, sweeping across the battlefield. None dared to challenge him. With a mere toss of his spear, he pierced through the outer realm's war front. His flowing black hair gave him an otherworldly aura. And this figure was none other than his brother, a legendary character, endowed with an extraordinary gift, whose cultivation was immensely formidable. Indeed, ancient texts have never recorded a youth of 16 achieving such feats. He is truly the greatest of all time. In a fit of rage, our emperor acted with thunderous wrath, eradicating several ancient sects and immortal families. Many among them chose to ally with the outer realm instead. Xia Luyun added once more. Do not fret. I believe we shall reunite soon. You should enter seclusion now, Yi Junlin reassured him, shaking his head. From Xia Luyun, he gleaned numerous vital pieces of information. He recognized his own strength, yet remained unaware of how his prowess would measure against the human sovereign's realm. Perhaps he was not even as formidable as a mere captain, or perhaps even weaker. The Yi family has many formidable foes, all eyeing them with malice. Until he has matured, he cannot afford to cause trouble for the human sovereign Yi Jitian. He needs to develop. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the Child of Destiny. Reward, special physique, heavenly Tao reincarnation body. Has this reward gotten stuck? It took so long to be granted that I almost forgot about it, Yi Junlin remarked, somewhat exasperated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Junlin felt a mysterious force coursing through his body, bringing him an immense sense of comfort, devoid of any pain. He did not perceive any significant changes physically. However, from the perspective of others, it was an entirely different tale. He was enveloped in an ineffable power. A mere glance would draw the observer in, making them acutely aware of their own lifespan rapidly diminishing. The reincarnation body touches upon the powers of time, space, and the essence of years. Once Yi Junlin fully mastered the heavenly Tao reincarnation body, he immediately concealed it. Otherwise, even weak cultivators who gazed upon him might find themselves pulled into reincarnation. The Royal Academy shall be entirely disbanded from this day forth. I, the Dean, shall henceforth follow young Master Yi closely. On this day, the entirety of Xia country trembled. The foremost figure of Xia country chose to follow a young man. However, Xia Luyun made a trip to the royal palace to inform the Xia king that from now on, Xia country would rise as a dominating empire. Furthermore, he, Xia Luyun, would completely sever ties with Xia country. This also serves as Xia Luyun's farewell to his former self. The Imperial Grand Tournament is fast approaching. This time, the tournament will be hosted by the dominating level empire, the Qing Lion Empire. The number of participating cultivators exceeds 1 million, and the vast training grounds are nearly as expansive as Xia country itself. Without exception, all participants in this Imperial Grand Tournament are from the younger generation. Under the guidance of their elders, they arrive, brimming with fervor and anticipation, eager to bring glory to their nation, families, and mentors. Sign-in location, Imperial Grand Tournament. Have you checked in? Sign in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, 1 trillion calamity pills. Please verify. Yi Junlin sat quietly in a minuscule position belonging to the Xia kingdom. One that was inconsequential when juxtaposed with the vast martial arena capable of accommodating millions. This spot, which could barely seat 8 individuals, felt woefully inadequate. Alas, the Xia kingdom was hardly even a lowly empire, and having any space at all was a small blessing. Moreover, only Yi Junlin and Xia Luyun represented Xia kingdom this time, while Xianxia and Li Lao clung to their backs like unwelcome appendages. Xianxia pouted, her displeasure evident. Yi Junlin and Xia Luyun had arrived in an instant for this imperial competition, whereas she and Li Lao had endured a month of arduous travel. Was this year's Xia kingdom destined to finish at the bottom once again? A member from a neighboring minor nation mockingly inquired. Yi Junlin paid him no mind, and Xia Luyun certainly wouldn't deign to engage with someone of such limited insight. I predict that in this year's imperial competition, the Xia kingdom will still be the bottom dweller, the young man declared, his ego bruised by their indifference. Oh, beautiful lady. There's no value in remaining in the Xia kingdom. Why not come over to my side? With us, this year we shall surely rise to the ranks of a lowly empire. The young man gazed at Xianxia, his arrogance palpable, as he marveled at her stunning beauty, such a celestial visage emerging from a nation deemed inferior. Silence. If you do not close that foul mouth of yours, I assure you, you shall never speak again, Xianxia retorted, her countenance as cold as frost. In that instant, the young man shuddered, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura and undisguised murderous intent emanating from her, leaving him feeling as though his very soul might freeze. How could I be intimidated by this little girl? It must be an illusion, surely, he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Some individuals are merely pleasing to the eye, but lack substance. Young lady, do choose wisely. Do not let a chance encounter with the wrong person ruin your life. He admonished earnestly, this time including Yi Junlin in his remarks. I would consider it, but alas, the individual in question is not up to my standards. Xianxia mused internally. Handsome looks are of little consequence. True power is the true path, the young man continued, growing increasingly brash as nobody paid him heed. Like a buzzing fly, your incessant chatter is vexing, Yi Junlin remarked coolly. Xia Luyun understood the sentiment and immediately responded. Ha ha ha, what pretense is this? You're killing me with laughter. Even the other members from the Yun kingdom joined in the raucous laughter. Laugh all you want. But a swarm of flies is ruining my young master's mood. All of you be gone, Xia Luyun exclaimed, and with a swift motion, the contestants from the Yun kingdom were whisked away by a gust of wind, their fates unknown, though they were led by a formidable martial king. Even he had been effortlessly cast aside, inciting considerable commotion among the onlookers. However, these were merely minor nations, and they understood that this year's Xia kingdom was not to be trifled with. After years of languishing at the bottom, could this be the year they finally rise? Everyone pondered this pressing question as the imperial competition commenced. An elder appeared on the platform, proclaiming, "Let your abilities be showcased. This is pivotal for your nation's fates." According to tradition, the competition would not be a free-for-all, but rather a series of one-on-one battles, commencing with the nation ranked lowest. Should one succeed in defeating another nation or empire, they would assume that nation's ranking. Does this mean that the Xia kingdom will be the first to compete? Yi Junlin inquired nonchalantly. That is indeed beneficial, as it will save considerable time. Without waiting for the elder's announcement, Yi Junlin boldly declared, Xia kingdom, Yi Junlin. The first match, Xia kingdom versus Qiuyue kingdom. As the announcement echoed, bets were immediately placed. Don't miss out. Bet on Qiuyue kingdom's victory at odds of 11. Bet on Xia kingdom's victory at odds of 13. A fervor swept through the crowd, with people clamoring to place their wagers. I bet a low-grade spirit crystal on Qiuyue kingdom. I wager a high-grade spirit crystal on Qiuyue kingdom. The majority favored Qiuyue kingdom, while wagers on Xia kingdom were few and far between. A heavenly level technique for a bet on Xia kingdom's victory. The announcement silenced the crowd, as that was a technique of immense value, potentially worth hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit crystals. Are you accepting this? Li Lao inquired. What jest is this? If not now, when? The oddsmaker narrowed his eyes and promptly agreed, given his stature among the 9 great powers, backed by formidable support. An imperial-level technique. I bet on Xia kingdom to win. Another voice rang out, causing the oddsmaker to freeze in disbelief. The crowd was bewildered, having never heard of any imperial-level technique. Is it perhaps an earthly-level technique? He wondered, perspiration beading on his brow, realizing the magnitude of the gamble being placed so early in the competition. Please hold on. I must consult my superiors, he stammered, sending a flash of light from his sleeve. Your family agrees to this imperial-level technique, Xia Luyun confirmed, tossing the technique aside before returning to his seat, viewing it as mere triviality. To him, An imperial-level technique was hardly valuable, as he possessed even higher-level techniques. He merely sought excitement, fearing that others might not be able to match the stakes. I thought it was a formidable elder. Yet it turns out to be someone from the Xia kingdom? How could a mere Xia kingdom possess an imperial-level technique? The oddsmaker reflected, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes at the thought of the Xia kingdom potentially winning. That was an imperial-level technique, a genuine pinnacle of mastery within the entire Tianwu continent. The oddsmaker regretted his decision deeply. Had he known the individual presenting this technique hailed from such an inconsequential nation, he would never have reported it to the powers that be, instead pocketing the technique for himself. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became, his gaze towards Xia Luyun increasingly laden with malice. Xia Luyun was acutely aware of the undercurrents at play. However, he chose to remain silent, merely indulging in the amusement of the situation. It seemed he was toying with the influence behind the so-called leader, for in the realm of Tianwu, none dared to undermine his possessions. TSK, 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 the Xia kingdom is evidently on a downward spiral. To think they could only muster 4 participants this time? A towering youth scoffed from across from Junlin. Clearly, you are mistaken, Junlin replied calmly, fixing his gaze on the burly youth. The youth blinked in confusion, unsure of where he had erred. In truth, only 2 representatives from the Xia kingdom had arrived. The other 2 were not affiliated with them. Junlin elaborated. Ha. Are you afraid of a humiliating defeat? Thus, you've opted for mere appearances? The burly youth retorted directly. 1 person is more than sufficient. Junlin shook his head in response. Historically, the Xia kingdom has always ranked last. This time shall be no exception. You may leave now. I can ensure your defeat is not excessively humiliating. The burly youth crossed his arms, looking down upon Junlin with disdain. One must admit, he was indeed envious of Junlin's striking appearance. Could there truly exist such a breathtakingly handsome individual in this world? Are you speaking in your sleep? Junlin replied, exasperated by the sheer folly he encountered this year. Very well, young man. You have successfully provoked my ire. Prepare to face the consequences. The burly youth's expression darkened as he hurled a punch towards Junlin, generating a sound akin to sonic boom. This is a martial master, a prodigy from the Autumn Leaf Kingdom. Perhaps they will rise several ranks this time. A voice from the crowd remarked, is this all you've got? Begone. Junlin coldly uttered a single word. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, like a bolt from the blue. The burly youth stood frozen in shock, before suddenly being sent hurtling backward without warning. Boom. He crashed outside the arena, raising a cloud of dust. He fell unconscious upon impact. The betting official immediately leapt from his seat, utterly dumbfounded. He had anticipated many outcomes, but never had he expected this young man from the Xia kingdom to win so effortlessly. Then, he recalled an ancient imperial-level technique possessed by an elder. They would have to compensate for 3 such techniques. Wait, judge. The betting official shouted, rising to his feet. This individual must be cheating. He is merely a boy. How could he possibly defeat his opponent with just a word? His words were laced with indignation, as if he were defending the prodigy from the Autumn Leaf Kingdom. In truth, he was desperate to avoid compensating for 3 imperial techniques. Though he could arrange for the elimination of these 2 Xia individuals, it would be a waste of time. I did not witness the event clearly. Might this young friend provide an explanation? The judge inquired with a smile, not outrightly dismissing the situation, but seeking a reasonable account from Junlin, one that would silence all dissent. What are you to demand an explanation from me? Junlin scoffed dismissively. Ha, did you all see? He is guilty, and therefore too afraid to explain. The official interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Junlin. I detest being pointed at. Junlin's voice turned icy as he regarded the official. Whoosh. Then, in an instant, Junlin vanished from the stage. The onlookers were left bewildered. When they next beheld him, he stood directly before the official, his expression a mask of coldness. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed. Ack. The official let out a cry reminiscent of a wounded animal. All the joints in his hands were crushed into powder, leaving no trace of their former state. Silence. Junlin commanded. Ugh. The official swallowed his pain, unable to utter a sound. It was not by choice. He found himself utterly voiceless, as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis, with no room for struggle. Terror gripped him. How could this youth be so formidable? How could he possess such overwhelming strength? An explanation? Do I still need to provide you with one? You are all a bunch of ignorant fools. Junlin shook his head, unable to afford the stakes. What business do you have with gambling? From today forth, you shall oversee the betting here. Do you have any objections? He directed his gaze at a servant standing beside the official. No objections. I shall comply with your arrangements. The servant stammered, suddenly gripped by fear. Realizing the magnitude of the individual before him. You have danced too merrily. I shall show you what true cruelty is. Yi Junlin remarked, casually patting the official's cheek before elegantly turning to stride towards the arena. Humph, boom. Just as Yi Junlin ascended the stage, the official exploded in a gruesome spectacle before the horrified eyes of the crowd, blood and gore scattering in all directions. The surrounding practitioners recoiled in terror, avoiding the splattered remains. Why did you kill him? Though he was at fault, his crime did not warrant death. A trembling voice pointed accusingly at Yi Junlin. It appears you have not heeded my words. I detest being pointed at. Yi Junlin's expression darkened. He then vanished from the stage once more. The individual suddenly realized the gravity of his actions and hurriedly attempted to retract his finger. But it was too late. Crack. His hands remained intact, but they had turned limp and useless. All the bones within had been reduced to dust, rendering recovery nearly impossible without miraculous healing elixirs. This time, I have rendered your hands useless. Should there be a next time, you shall face dire consequences. Yi Junlin declared coldly. Thank you for sparing my life, young master. The man quickly knelt, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Young man, it is wise to show mercy. Does this not seem excessively ruthless? A sovereign from a higher-tier empire spoke with a serious tone. Silence. Yi Junlin turned to reprimand him. In that instant, his aura shifted, becoming overwhelmingly intimidating. The sovereign of the high-tier empire was drenched in cold sweat, for he perceived a reality far more terrifying than what others could see. While the crowd felt little, he sensed he had died 1,000 deaths in the gaze of this youth. It was not a mere semblance of death, but a true and harrowing cycle of rebirth. Yi Junlin did not strike with lethal intent. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the sovereign before ascending the stage once more. Is there anyone else who wishes to babble on? Step forward. Yi Junlin addressed the millions of practitioners gathered in the arena. While youthful bravado is commendable, excessive arrogance can lead to downfall. After all, a genius who has matured is truly a genius. What is a genius who has not yet developed? Offending too many may result in a swift demise. Humph, such audacity. A voice dripped with sarcasm. Dare you speak to the young master in such a manner? You must be weary of life. Xiaoluyan rose with a furious shout. The young master is not someone whom you can criticize at will. His noble status is beyond the reach of a mere old wretch like you. Repent. In a swift motion, Xiaoluyan appeared before the speaker, delivering a resounding slap. Xiaoluyan, what are you doing? Stop this at once. One of the 9 immortals, the sword master, seated high above, instantly recognized Xiaoluyan's aggression towards his disciple and erupted in outrage. Indeed, the one who had spoken was his disciple, who, despite appearing older, was a testament to the longevity of his life. So, it is you who stirs the pot from behind the scenes. In that case, you shall meet your end. The glint of cold fury surged in Xiaoluyun's eyes as he unleashed a palm strike, enveloping both master and disciple. Xiaoluyun, you are but a newcomer. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? The sword master, true to his name, was renowned for his incredible speed. He attempted to whisk his disciple away. However, Xiaoluyun was no ordinary being. He was one of the commanders beneath the Emperor of Humanity, boasting immense power that the sword master could hardly contend with. To put it more bluntly, the title of sword master was merely a self-bestowed title, far from the celestial realm he claimed to inhabit. What? Xiaoluyun. You, the sword master wielded the exiled sword, attempting to fend off Xiaoluyun's strike. He initially believed he could withstand this casual blow, but soon realized the grave error of his assumption. Xiaoluyun's cultivation was unfathomably deep, leagues beyond theirs. Cease this at once. I will surrender my disciple to you for your discretion. The sword master shouted in desperation. Now, it is too late. Both of you shall descend into the depths of hell to repent. Xiaoluyun replied coldly, delivering his strike without mercy. Someone save me. The sword master was in a complete panic, calling out for help. Yet, the other immortals, who had previously shared cordial relations with him, remained impassive, as if lost in meditation, turning a deaf ear to his pleas. They dared not intervene. At their level of cultivation, they were acutely aware that they could not withstand such a casual blow. If Xiaoluyun were to get serious, the 9 immortals would be reduced to a solitary figure, Xiaoluyun himself. I am filled with rage. Only the bitter voice of the sword master echoed in the air. Chapter 25, The Holy City? The Fallen Immortal? Simultaneously, all were struck with astonishment. Had Xiaoluyun consumed some miraculous potion? How could he be so formidable? He, who usually preferred to remain inconspicuous and eschewed the pursuit of fame and power, had now made a stunning revelation. No wonder the Xia kingdom could produce such prodigious talent, with such an individual in their ranks. What kind of marvels could they not cultivate? Are you foolish? Did you not hear how Xiaoluyan addressed him? Young master, someone remarked, analyzing the situation. Xiaoluyan is merely an old servant to this young man. This indicates that the esteemed background of this young master Yi is far from ordinary. He is not simply a prodigy. To have someone of Xia Lucian's caliber as a mere servant speaks volumes about his backing. My heavens! What kind of powerful support does he have? Exclaimed another, astonished. Are you lacking in perception? Did you not see his extraordinary talent? So young yet so powerful. Someone derided. How dull. I had hoped to live as an ordinary person, yet all I receive is distance and fear. Junlin declared. Judges, let all the empires behind me come forth simultaneously. Facing them one by one is simply too time-consuming. The judges found themselves in a quandary. Such a situation had never arisen in previous competitions, leaving them momentarily perplexed. After all, even the most prodigious talents hailed from the small Xia kingdom. I, Dragon Outyin of the Overlord Empire, challenge you to a duel. If you win, your Xia kingdom shall replace my Yanlong kingdom as the Overlord Empire. If you lose, you shall return whence you came. Dragon Outyin, clad in fiery robes, stood up, declaring his challenge. Is this Dragon Outyin of the Yanlong Empire? The prince reputed for his unfathomable cultivation, even among the younger generation? Someone noted, captivated. Clearly, Dragon Outyin has a formidable reputation in our lands. It is said that the Holy City is the true gathering place of prodigies. The talents there are the real paragons, true monsters, another commented. Shoo, the individuals from there are not to be trifled with. Do you wish to invite disaster upon yourselves? Someone cautioned. I have heard that only the Overlord-level empires are afforded a few slots for their prodigies to be sent there. Dragon Outyin, I feel as though I have heard that name before, but I cannot recall where. Junlin mused, tilting his head. Even if I have, it is no shame. After all, I consider myself the foremost talent outside the Holy City. Dragon Outyin sneered, fully aware of Xia Luyun's strength. He intended to use the competition as a pretext to confront Junlin, allowing him to strike without consequence should he accidentally slay him. Dragon Outyin? One of those characters from novels, destined for a truly tragic end? Junlin suddenly realized, as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. Sharp-tongued. I hope your cultivation is as keen as your words, Dragon Outyin retorted, though he was unfamiliar with the concept of novels. However, he understood that Junlin's insinuation of a tragic fate struck a nerve. It was intolerable. Though he initiated the challenge, for a prodigy, challenging others was commonplace. To be a prodigy meant continuously defeating others to enhance one's renown, solidifying one's status, and intimidating the younger generation. Outyin, do not act recklessly. The emperor of the Yanlong Empire warned, furrowing his brow. Father, what do you fear? Do not forget, I am the chosen one from that place. Even if I kill him, will Xia Luyun dare to retaliate? Dragon Outyin shot back. The emperor sighed, shaking his head without further comment. Indeed, a chosen one by the Holy City, even Xia Luyun, could not act with impunity. It was not merely that Xia Luyun lacked strength, but rather that the Holy City was a true celestial realm. This was not without reason. Eons ago, an astonishing phenomenon occurred in the realm of Tianwu, resulting in a sea of blood. From the cosmos of the void fell a being, a fallen immortal, a true celestial entity. Despite its shattered form, the oppressive aura remained, and the place of its descent was none other than the Holy City. From that moment forth, all powers within the Holy City bowed to the fallen immortal's will. Due to the grievous injuries sustained by the remnant immortal, the situation was dire, compounded by the fact that there were no celestial resources available in the heavenly martial continent. His wounds remained in a critical state, and it was a stroke of fortune that he had not succumbed to death. Within the sacred city, the remnant immortal had established a celestial formation to suppress his own being. However, he remained unable to exit the sacred city, while those outside, who claimed to be immortals, dared not enter. Thus, a delicate balance was formed. The remnant immortal could neither govern nor control matters beyond the city's walls, yet within, he held absolute authority, particularly as the sacred city was fervently recruiting disciples, including his direct apprentices. Chapter 26. Throughout history, the tragic dragon Aotian. To acquire the celestial scriptures. The true supreme text that could facilitate ascension to immortality was the aspiration of exceptional talents like Dragon Aotian, who yearned to become the most resplendent existence. Only then would the remnant immortal take notice and accept him as a disciple. The number of prodigies entering the sacred city was substantial, with figures nearing 800, many of whom had been favored by the city's powers from an early age. At that time, Dragon Aotian had not yet revealed his talents, but circumstances had changed. Now, he too was under the scrutiny of the city's forces, eager to have him within its ranks. The forthcoming battle with Junlin would be his final confrontation outside the sacred city, after which he would dazzlingly enter, causing all prodigies to retreat in awe. He was destined to be the sole disciple of the remnant immortal. Although some prodigies had already gained entry, he possessed his own pride and confidence. He was eager to witness the extent of his own tragic fate. With a decisive step, Dragon Aotian appeared upon the arena, coldly addressing Yi Junlin. He perceived Yi Junlin's demeanor as a slight, a deliberate affront towards him. As the foremost prodigy of a superpower, his pride simply would not tolerate such disregard. Even if he had instigated the conflict, did he not possess the means to do so? Dragon Aotian, while he was undoubtedly formidable, he was destined to become a tragic figure of his era. Had he encountered me at a later stage, his cultivation might have reached unparalleled heights. However, his premature arrival could only signify his abysmal fortune. A prodigy devoid of great fortune is but a jest. Clearly, he lacked such fate, for he could not evade me. Yi Junlin remarked with a shrug. Come, let me witness your true strength. Yi Junlin beckoned towards Dragon Aotian. Very well. Dragon Aotian's gaze grew increasingly frigid. What did Yi Junlin mean by his words? Was this mockery? The implication that his encounter with Yi Junlin had rendered him devoid of fortune was absurd. Dragon battle in the wilderness. Without further ado, Dragon Aotian lunged towards the arena, akin to an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards Yi Junlin. Dragon battle in the wilderness was a unique celestial-grade technique of their imperial lineage, exceptionally suited to their physique and bloodline. It served as a form of amplification, enhancing human potential and enabling extraordinary feats of cultivation. Even among celestial-grade techniques, it was considered top-tier. A resounding roar erupted as a shadow of a black dragon manifested behind Dragon Aotian, exuding an air of oppression that was truly terrifying. The black dragon let out a mighty roar, echoing across the vast land, before lunging towards Yi Junlin to devour him. Azure Dragon Step. Yi Junlin murmured softly. Boom. The air quaked as a small azure dragon appeared beneath Yi Junlin's feet, dwarfed in size, merely 1% of the black dragon's magnitude. Yet, it was 1,000 times more refined, resembling a true dragon rather than a mere martial technique. The arena began to show signs of collapse, though powerful figures intervened to stabilize it. Dragon Aotian had reached the pinnacle of martial sovereign, having perfected dragon battle in the wilderness to its utmost capacity. Remarkable. Dragon Aotian truly lives up to his reputation as a prodigy. Such cultivation and comprehension are indeed astounding, some spectators gasped. However, they soon realized that despite Dragon Aotian's overwhelming strength, he seemed unable to even graze the hem of Yi Junlin's garment, let alone make contact. Dragon Aotian, in a state of frustration, recognized that Yi Junlin's movement technique was indeed celestial grade, even surpassing dragon battle in the wilderness. Yet, he could not lay a finger on him. How could he continue? He couldn't even touch the opponent's sleeve. Yi Junlin remained unfazed, moving with the ease of a leisurely stroll, his demeanor bordering on boredom. Humph, is evasion all you can do? Do you dare engage me in genuine combat? Dragon Aotian coldly challenged. Is this truly the extent of your prowess? How utterly unexciting. Very well, if you wish for a direct confrontation, I shall oblige. Yi Junlin halted, standing firm in anticipation of Dragon Aotian's assault. Now, a cold smirk flickered across Dragon Aotian's lips, a murderous intent descending upon him. This strike would surely eliminate Yi Junlin. How audacious to reveal such malice towards me. Yi Junlin stood resolutely, unflinching. It's over. It appears this Yi Junlin can only rely on his movement techniques. He is facing a martial sovereign at the peak. To withstand a blow directly would surely inflict injury, even upon a novice martial saint. A bystander exclaimed, Die! Dragon Aotian growled as he saw Yi Junlin unable to evade. This strike would seal Yi Junlin's fate. Boom. Dust and smoke erupted, and the crowd anticipated the conclusion of the battle. Although the young master possessed a formidable background, being publicly slain bore little consequence. Was this all? From the midst of the dust, Yi Junlin's voice emerged calmly. In that case, you may embrace reincarnation. Yi Junlin appeared before Dragon Aotian, gently patting his face. Chapter 27, The Sacred City. No, you cannot kill me. I am the chosen one of the remnant immortal, a true immortal. Dare you slay me? The wrath of a true immortal is unbearable for anyone. Dragon Aotian hastily uttered these words before meeting his demise on the spot. He could not fathom how Yi Junlin was aware of his connection to a true immortal and still dared to act thus. You have killed one favored by the remnant immortal. You are finished. A middle-aged man exclaimed in terror, having just exited the sacred city to escort Dragon Aotian. He had believed Dragon Aotian would triumph over the young man, adding glory to his name. Little did he know that Dragon Aotian could not withstand even a single slap. He had no chance to intervene and save him. Failing to fulfill the task assigned by the remnant immortal would mean death upon his return. No, you dare to kill my son. Today, whether in heaven or on earth, regardless of your powerful background, I will take your life. The sovereign of the Flame Dragon Empire cried out in anguish. Just you? Then you may join your beloved son in the afterlife. Xiao Luyun appeared before the sovereign, his expression devoid of emotion. The sovereign suddenly awoke from his vengeful stupor, realizing that Yi Junlin was accompanied by the formidable Xiao Luxian, perhaps not comparable to true immortals, yet outside the sacred city. Xiao Luxian holds an unequivocal position of authority. However, it is now too late for understanding. All is beyond redemption. Long ago, he had discerned the murderous intent of Long Ao Tian. He had even issued a stern warning, but Long Ao Tian, in his arrogance, was beyond heeding such counsel. Now, he finds himself ensnared in his own demise. Had he concealed that hidden malice, Yi Junlin might not have taken his life. Yet, once the intent to kill was revealed, it was inevitable that Yi Junlin, adhering to his character, would exact his toll. I am filled with hatred. I am consumed by regret. The sovereign of the Yanlong Empire lamented, only to meet his end beneath the hand of Xiao Luyun. Concurrently, the so-called guide met a similar fate. Those who were familiar with the remnants of the immortal were struck with terror. They had not anticipated such reckless abandon, even endangering the remnants of the immortal. They had stirred a cataclysmic disaster. Though the remnants were diminished, their residual power remained potent, an existence beyond the reckoning of these mere mortals. Do they truly comprehend what an immortal is? The immortal stands supreme, with an eternal lifespan. Just as the remnants endure, despite grievous injuries, one half of their form obliterated, the other in tatters, they persist with tenacity, unable to perish. Even though the remnants are broken, a mere flicker of their celestial power is enough to devastate all within the Tianwu continent. It is undeniably lethal. From this moment forth, the Xia kingdom shall ascend to the ranks of hegemonic empires, and I shall claim the quota to the sacred city. Yi Junlin declared from the arena, calm and composed. No one dared to oppose him. Indeed, none could. This resolution effectively fulfilled Xia Luyun's long-held aspirations. Silence enveloped the surroundings. No one dared utter a word. This year, they bore witness to the rise of a prodigious talent, the brilliance and legend of Yi Junlin. Who is this youth that so disregards the remnants of the immortal? None could say. The sacred city, a palace of unparalleled magnificence. The very essence of celestial power coursed through its structure, radiant and imposing, seemingly suspended amidst the clouds. This was the abode of the remnants of the immortal. Their presence imbued the palace with an aura of celestial grace, rendering it nearly a treasure in its own right. Incompetence, a mere assembly of worthless beings. What are you all doing? At any cost, I demand the celestial steel. The celestial steel, I say. According to the images relayed to me, it shall undoubtedly aid in restoring my true form and elevate my cultivation to new heights. Go forth. Dispatch all available resources to seek the celestial steel, or I shall use your heads as offerings. A roar erupted from within the palace. This was not a voice born of flesh, but the anguished cry of a soul. The remnants of the immortal were in a frenzy. He had believed he would live out his days in this state. Now, he found himself unable to return to the realm of the immortals, possessing only a shattered form and a fraction of his power. Though he could not die, this existence was more torturous than death itself. Yet now, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The celestial steel, from the imagery, he could discern its immense celestial essence, capable of restoring his form and power. In that moment, he could re-enter the realm of the immortals. Yet now, those beneath him could not locate the celestial steel, only knowing it had been taken by a youth. The remnants of the immortal were consumed by rage. He must acquire the celestial steel at any cost, by coercion or allure. He would do whatever it takes to obtain it. Yes, we shall diligently obey the decrees of the celestial path. Numerous powerful beings knelt before the palace, trembling with fear. The remnants of the immortal were known for their volatile temper. Should they provoke his wrath, their fate would be dire. They possessed a deep-rooted fear and reverence for him, for no other reason than the countless infants and children he had abducted from the sacred city over the years in his quest for restoration. Chapter 28. The Remnants of the Immortal. He relied on the innate essence of these infants and children to suppress his injuries. Though the effects were marginal, they were not entirely without merit. The remnants would even seek out those with unique constitutions, forcibly stripping away their special traits to integrate them into himself, hoping to bolster his own strength. Go forth. Whoever locates the celestial steel, or brings this person to me, I shall take them as my disciple, imparting my teachings and bestowing upon them the scriptures of the celestial path. I believe they shall inevitably attain enlightenment. The feeble voice of the remnants resonated, causing great joy among the powerful outside the palace. Their eyes flickered with determination, each contemplating how to seize Yi Junlin and the celestial steel he possessed. They would ensure that Yi Junlin never crossed paths with the remnants. Should the remnants harbor thoughts of claiming Yi Junlin as a disciple, they would all be doomed. They also had to guard against their own, driven by the desire to become disciples of the remnants and gain the sacred scriptures. A fierce conflict was inevitable. Several powerful beings, each with their own designs, swiftly departed from the sacred city in search of Yi Junlin. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Yi Junlin strolled leisurely through the sacred city. Lu Yun, do you know the origins of the remnants? Yi Junlin inquired. A millennium ago, a rift of several thousand miles suddenly tore open in the skies above the Tianwu continent. Countless broken weapons and desiccated celestial blood fell from it. The remnants of the immortal were among those who descended, yet he alone survived. Logically, the celestial blood that fell should have aided in restoring his true form. However, it bore a terrifying curse. Though he is crippled, his lifespan remains substantial. Xiao Luyan replied. His expression remained unchanged, as if recounting an ordinary tale. Yet, this was indeed the case, merely a remnant of an immortal. Even if a true immortal were to descend, Xiao Luyan would not regard them with any special regard or display the slightest change in demeanor. Xiao Luyan understood the hierarchical structure of cultivation. To him, a true immortal was but a slightly larger ant. Should he wish to crush them, it would be an effortless task, causing no disturbance or obstruction. At the time, I was aware of the fall of a true immortal, but I lacked the time to attend to it, Xiao Luyan stated. The cultivators within the sacred city undoubtedly surpassed those outside. The comings and goings were filled with martial saints. Even martial emperors were a rare sight. Yet among the younger generation, martial emperors were abundant. Almost all of the younger generation who could enter the sacred city possessed cultivation no lower than the martial emperor realm. Many had come in hopes of becoming disciples of the true immortals. Whether young or old, all aspired to enter the ranks of the true immortals, drawn by the allure of the celestial scriptures that could lead them to immortality. The mere prospect of achieving immortality was enough to drive them to madness. The true immortals were to accept disciples, and the grand ceremony was soon to commence. The streets bustled with activity, alive with excitement. Why has the true immortal suddenly decided to take on disciples? A puzzled voice queried. Indeed, I have never heard of true immortals seeking disciples before. What has prompted this sudden change? Others murmured among themselves. To put it plainly, the former remnants of the celestial beings held these indigenous disciples in utter disdain. You may rejoice in secret, for this is indeed a fortuitous event. Should one attain the status of a true celestial disciple, would one not traverse the entire continent with unparalleled authority? Undoubtedly, one would become the object of admiration from all quarters. Someone spoke enviously. If only I could become a disciple of the true celestial. A young man expressed his aspirations. Humph, do you even know what you are? Do you think you are worthy? Came a sharp retort. Even before the disciples' competition had commenced, the prodigies began to engage in comparisons. Is that so? Even if I am not the one, it certainly will not be you. Boom. The resounding chime of a colossal bell reverberated, signaling an important message. The palace of the remnants of the celestial beings swung open its grand doors, inviting disciples. Yi Junlin also joined the throng outside the celestial palace. Eager to discern the nature of a celestial being, he was entirely oblivious to his current level of cultivation and sought to gain some understanding. Suddenly, Yi Junlin sensed an unseen gaze upon him. It was that remnant celestial. A mischievous smile flickered across Yi Junlin's lips. He was certain that it was the remnant celestial, using his divine consciousness to scrutinize him. Yi Junlin remained unperturbed. To him, this wisp of celestial consciousness was nothing more than refuse. With but a thought, he could obliterate it, along with its owner. At that moment, Yi Junlin began to grasp the true extent of his cultivation, at the very least surpassing the realm of true celestials. At last, the inheritor of the celestial monument has arrived. My arrangements for this disciple selection ceremony were not in vain. You cannot escape my grasp. The remnant celestial mused inwardly. Indeed, everything was orchestrated by the remnant celestial. Upon witnessing Yi Junlin seize the celestial monument, he began to plot his moves. Yet, he had not anticipated that Yi Junlin would arrive at the holy city so swiftly. He had presumed it would take at least a decade. He remained blissfully unaware that, should Yi Junlin wish to end his life, a mere thought would suffice. Chapter 29, Seeking Death? Truth be told, even if a century or a millennium were at stake, the remnant celestial could afford to wait. In the realm of Tianwu, who could rival the longevity of the remnant celestial? Even through sheer endurance, he could outlast all cultivators. However, he truly did not expect Yi Junlin's arrival to be so imminent. As a mere youth from the small summer kingdom, what could be the pace of his cultivation? Had the remnant celestial adhered to his usual cautious nature, he would have thoroughly investigated how Yi Junlin arrived at the holy city. The holy city was not a place one could simply wander into. Nevertheless, with the celestial monument so tantalizingly close, he found it impossible to quell his restless heart. He now believed it most reasonable that Yi Junlin's rapid ascension was due to the celestial monument. This served to illustrate the monument's immense power. If only he could obtain it, his injuries would cease to plague him, and he could return to the celestial realm. In this lower realm, there existed only spiritual energy, devoid of a trace of celestial energy, rendering his cultivation endeavors futile. The transformation of spiritual energy into celestial energy constituted a qualitative change. If spiritual energy were likened to 1, celestial energy would equate to 10,000, or even 100,000. The disparity was colossal and beyond description. These seemingly dense mists are merely spiritual energy, not celestial energy, Junlin remarked as he sensed the atmosphere. The remnant celestial required celestial energy to heal himself. Why would he ever willingly release any? Are you all spouting nonsense? This is the abode of true celestials. What right do you mere mortals have to speculate? Someone harshly reprimanded, their voice trembling with false bravado, as though their idol had been besmirched. Perhaps it was an effort to leave a favorable impression on the true celestial. After all, such figures were privy to every whisper and movement around them. What are you all? Who are you to discuss true celestials? In this day and age, it seemed even the most insignificant creatures felt emboldened to voice their opinions. Some individuals resorted to such tactics merely to attract attention. What do the eyes of a true celestial perceive? They possess the insight of fire and gold. How could they be deceived by the likes of you? The number of onlookers condemning them swelled, most unable to tolerate Junlin's audacious claim that the true celestial was but a remnant, though it was indeed the truth. Have you finished speaking? Have you said enough? Junlin coldly inquired, regarding the self-righteous cultivators. What? Are you displeased at a few words? If you have the capability, come and eliminate us. One brash individual declared boldly. They believed that within the domain of the remnant celestial, no one would dare to act against them, for such an action would be deemed a profound disrespect towards the remnant celestial, thus emboldening their arrogance. I have never before encountered such audacious demands. Since you have put forth your request, I shall oblige you. Junlin initially appeared taken aback, then smiled. This was a request he had never heard before. Since you sincerely seek death, how could I refuse to fulfill that? Junlin spread his palm, and a sphere of golden light manifested within it. Do you believe in the existence of light in this world? Junlin gently inquired. Let all of you return to the cycle of reincarnation. With a sudden brilliance, the golden light in Junlin's palm intensified, rendering the previously clamoring cultivators momentarily dazed. Their eyes lost focus, as if they had been struck dumb. Crack! The sound of cracking echoed as the bodies of these entranced individuals began to fissure, akin to the bark of an ancient tree. They collapsed to the ground, reduced to mere dust. Their souls had long since perished, their forms disintegrating into nothingness. The surrounding cultivators collectively inhaled sharply, awestruck. What manner of prodigy was this youth? His power was utterly terrifying. Merely a sphere of light had instantaneously vanquished dozens of formidable beings around him. Unbridled, who dares to cause a ruckus within the celestial residence? To unleash such a massacre, a tremendous aura surged forth. This was none other than Mr. Pang, the steward of the true celestial, who typically remained inconspicuous. Who would have thought he possessed such formidable prowess? It was likely on par with that of the celestial beings beyond the holy city. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Pang rarely made an appearance, let alone revealed his cultivation level. Now, when he finally did, it was nothing short of astonishing. Truly, as the steward of a true celestial, his power was exceedingly formidable. Mr. Pang's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon Junlin. Initially, he felt no particular emotion, but as he observed further, he found Junlin strikingly familiar. Clap! Mr. Pang slapped his thigh, as if recalling something. Isn't this the youth depicted in the painting? The one who obtained the celestial monument? Mr. Pang murmured to himself. His master, the true celestial, had been searching for this very boy. Who would have thought he would appear here? My lord, it is this lad who has shown disrespect to the true celestial, daring to openly refer to the true celestial as someone reported, trembling with fear. What did you call my master? Chapter 30, The Remnant Celestial of Half a Body. Mr. Pang's eyes blazed like torches, fixating intently on the informant as he inquired. The man was momentarily rendered speechless by the imposing aura of Lord Pang. Shall I inquire again? Lord Pang calmly reiterated. He referred to the true immortal as the broken immortal. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Lord Pang's entire demeanor erupted with overwhelming force. The man was utterly unprepared and was crushed, his expression frozen in terror as he disintegrated into ashes. You audacious fool! How dare you address my master in such a manner? Do you wish to forfeit your life? Lord Pang turned to gaze at Junlin, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Is he not the broken immortal? Is he not severely injured? Junlin scoffed derisively. You seek death. Lord Pang roared furiously. The title of broken immortal was a taboo, and such disrespect would not be tolerated. Just as he was about to strike, a flicker of awareness crossed his eyes. He held back, having received a transmission from the broken immortal instructing him to spare this individual for the time being. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Wasn't it said that the broken immortal could not be insulted? Why was he refraining from action? Lord Pang, though rarely seen, was known to be a ruthless character. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend Lord Pang's thought process. Of course, none dared to question him, unless they were eager to meet their demise. Silence. Today marks the grand ceremony where the true immortal personally receives disciples. You shall remain quiet, Lord Pang commanded, his hand gesturing downward. His tone was nonchalant, yet his voice resonated throughout the entire plaza. This was the immortal square, formed by the convergence of numerous small worlds. Though it appeared modest, its area nearly rivaled that of the entire Tianwu continent. Such was the immortal's prowess, an object of deep admiration. Now, you shall witness the arrival of a supreme being. You are fortunate to behold it. Lord Pang's voice reverberated across the plaza. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. If I heard correctly, Lord Pang just said that the true immortal would descend personally? Someone trembled with excitement. Heavens! We are indeed fortunate to witness the true immortal today. A unique aura emanated from the palace, causing everyone to hold their breath, eyes wide, afraid to miss a moment. This presence was profound as the ocean, immensely powerful. Subsequently, a towering figure materialized at the palace entrance. The appearance of this figure was peculiar, possessing only one hand and one leg, even lacking half a head. However, due to the mist, the rest of the crowd could not see clearly. Only Junlin and Xia Luyan discerned the truth. What stood before them was not the broken immortal. It was merely a mass of decayed flesh. The broken immortal, with only half a body, was riddled with scars. A terrifying sight. Glimmers of light occasionally flickered across the wounds, manifestations of the power of rules that prevented any healing, subjecting him to perpetual torment. The realms of cultivation were categorized as follows: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial immortal, and the realms of escape and void path, culminating in the true realm of immortal fire and true immortal. Further divisions existed, but knowing too much may prove disadvantageous. The broken immortal spoke softly, his words resonating like a thunderous bell in the hearts of everyone present, stirring tumultuous waves of emotion within them. They had not anticipated the existence of such divisions beyond this point. The so-called immortals outside the holy city were merely peak martial emperors, merely half a step into the realm of escape. The supreme being began cultivating at the age of 5, reached the pinnacle of martial master by 10, became a grand martial master at 12, and attained the rank of martial emperor by 15. By 20, he had already reached the strength of a martial saint. At 50, he stood at the peak of martial saint. It took him countless years to barely reach the true immortal realm. The broken immortal continued. Indeed, the true immortal was a formidable being of unparalleled power. Simultaneously, they were astonished by the cultivation talent of the true immortal. It was evident that those who could ascend to the status of true immortal possessed extraordinary gifts. Today, I shall accept 3 disciples to inherit my legacy. They shall undoubtedly become true immortals. I will bestow upon them unparalleled scriptures of the immortal path, declared the broken immortal. The crowd erupted into chaos. They had not anticipated that the broken immortal would accept 3 disciples and grant them supreme scriptures. Junlin sensed that during this proclamation, the broken immortal's gaze was fixated on him. What did this imply? It hinted that the broken immortal was targeting him. Could it be for the celestial steel? Junlin pondered. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, he thought, a wicked smile curling on his lips. Chapter 31. The broken immortal accepts disciples. I am known for my generosity, and as for those who have spoken out of turn, I shall not pursue the matter, the broken immortal stated graciously, as if genuinely unconcerned. The magnanimity of the true immortal is beyond our comprehension. Such grandeur, truly befitting a true immortal. Immediately, someone began to flatter him. They understood that the broken immortal's words were directed at Junlin, who had just referred to him as the broken immortal and a cripple. The broken immortal did not necessarily wish to recruit disciples, nor did he fear taking direct action. He was merely apprehensive that the celestial steel had already forged a bond with this youth. Should he forcibly seize it, it might lead to irreparable damage to the celestial steel. Otherwise, the broken immortal would not squander so much time suppressing his murderous intent. Since he was to become a direct disciple, it was imperative that the candidate possess exceptional talent. Thus, a necessary talent assessment must be conducted. The first test would be the talent evaluation. This is the talent stone of the immortal realm, a rare treasure capable of measuring one's innate potential. The broken immortal produced a vividly colorful stone pillar. Truly, the immortal lord is deserving of his title. He possesses treasures with such ease. A flurry of flattery ensued. The broken immortal appeared satisfied, noting that for these natives of the lower realm, even a few common artifacts from the immortal realm were regarded as treasures, their naivety evident. The broken immortal could simply make vague promises, offering worthless techniques, and countless would flock to him. Is this truly considered a treasure? In the immortal realm, it is merely commonplace. How dare a mere true immortal claim to be an immortal lord? He would be pummeled to death in the immortal realm. Xia Luyan scoffed derisively. After they had referred to the true immortal as the broken immortal, they found themselves intentionally isolated from the crowd. No one could hear Xia Luyan's words, otherwise, even the broken immortal would be unable to remain composed, for Xia Luyan spoke nothing but the truth. A mere true immortal, situated at the lower echelons of the celestial realm, possesses virtually no standing. Those entitled to be called celestial sovereigns are invariably the masters of formidable factions within the celestial domain. All that is required is for you to place your palms upon this talent stone and channel the energy within your bodies. It will emit a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and gold. Red signifies the lowest talent, while gold represents the pinnacle of potential. Even within the celestial realm, few are blessed with golden talent. In my prime, I boasted merely a blue talent. Thus, if you can achieve green talent, you will have successfully passed the first trial. The celestial remnant declared. What? Even the sovereign's talent was merely blue in his youth? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the crowd. If even a true immortal possessed only blue talent, how could they possibly meet the standards required of a true immortal? With trepidation, they formed a line to begin their talent assessments. However, to their astonishment, among the 100,000 tested, at least half exhibited blue talent. Those who achieved blue talent were elated. What did this signify? It indicated that their accomplishments might indeed reach the level of a true immortal. While not guaranteed, it at least suggested they could surpass the realm of martial emperors. Their joy was palpable, yet the expression on the celestial remnant's face was decidedly grim. Had they been able to perceive his countenance, they would have refrained from displaying their elation. The celestial remnant had not lied about his own blue talent. Yet he could not fathom how so many from this humble lower realm could possess blue talent. Suddenly, the talent stone erupted in a brilliant display. A dazzling azure light surged skyward, leaving everyone in awe. Blue talent. It was blue talent, a level that even the sovereign had never attained. This meant that the individual in question was destined for at least true immortal cultivation, someone shouted. The celestial remnant's expression fell. Could it truly be that this was a lower realm? Junlin immediately recognized the individual who had achieved blue talent, Xianxiaaudiobooks. He was not surprised by Xianxiaaudiobooks' presence here, for Wan's family, being one of the 9 great powers, could undoubtedly send a few individuals into the holy city. Excellent. Truly remarkable talent. The celestial remnant feigned a smile, his true intention not to accept disciples, but rather to win over Junlin, persuading him to willingly surrender the celestial steel. Yet, he had not anticipated that so many would possess such high talents. Though his own talent was considered average within the celestial realm, he was, after all, a celestial being. Huh, this is too amusing. Junlin chuckled, observing the celestial remnant's ashen face. The shift in the celestial remnant's demeanor was evident to him. This celestial remnant hardly appeared to be seeking disciples. Instead, he seemed consumed by jealousy over the high talents of others. What is so amusing, boy? Have you lost your mind? Are you feeling inferior seeing others with such high talents? Someone glared at Junlin. Unaware of the celestial remnant's troubled expression, they assumed he was praising them. Hearing Junlin's laughter, the crowd was incensed. Young friend, may I inquire what brings you to laughter? The celestial remnant inquired, striving to appear approachable. After all, his target was Junlin. To obtain the celestial steel, he needed to humble himself. I laugh simply because I find it amusing. Everything comes from the heart. Junlin shrugged nonchalantly. Ah, what a profound sentiment for one so young. The celestial remnant remarked, astonished. The surrounding crowd was taken aback. Did the celestial remnant truly hold admiration for this audacious youth? Did he possess such confidence in himself? Junlin, with a smile, turned to the celestial remnant and asked, "Is that so?" Indeed. This celestial sovereign-esque cultivation is unparalleled, his magical prowess unmatched. There are few in the world who can rival me. The celestial remnant's countenance shifted momentarily before he forced a smile. Internally, he was aflame with anger, loathing the fact that others referred to him as a celestial remnant. Despite its truth, yet in this lower realm, he was a being of supreme authority. Those who dared to defy him would meet their demise, and those who dared to call him a celestial remnant would suffer even worse fates. Yet before Junlin, he bore it. He had no choice. He needed the celestial steel and feared it would choose its master. If he were to eliminate Yi Junlin, the sentient celestial steel would vanish instantly. His current cultivation was far from its peak. Capturing it was beyond his capability. Moreover, should Yi Junlin fully grasp the celestial steel, he might explode it in a fit of rage, leading to utter ruin. This was what the celestial remnant truly feared. Unmatched in the world? Unparalleled magical prowess? Celestial sovereign? Then how did you become a remnant? With such might, how did you end up missing half your body? Do you engage in self-mutilation in your spare time? Yi Junlin inquired with childlike curiosity. That was due to an encounter with an extraordinarily powerful foe. In the end, I sustained grave injuries yet managed to slay him. That battle was nothing short of cataclysmic, shattering the heavens and dimming the sun and moon. It nearly tore the entire celestial domain asunder. The celestial remnant recounted, as if lost in reminiscence. I almost believed you. Yi Junlin chuckled. Boy, I shall serve you a taste of my wrath. A celestial sovereign is not someone you can mock. Someone retorted, perhaps you should test your talent before dreaming of becoming a disciple of a celestial sovereign. There's no need to act like a clown seeking attention, another coldly remarked. Yet Yi Junlin, without needing their prodding, intended to test his talent as he understood his own potential. Without the rewards from the system, he would still be an insignificant being with zero cultivation, perhaps even dead. He could not fathom that he, the son of the human emperor, and his mother, of no ordinary lineage, could produce a waste. It was inconceivable, especially considering his elder brother, the crown prince Yi Zhan, whose extraordinary talent at merely 16 left the world in awe. He refused to accept that he was a complete failure without any cultivation roots or talent. When our young master makes his move, the world shall tremble, Xiao Luyan proclaimed. Yet this statement elicited a chorus of disdainful responses. With a gentle touch, Yi Junlin placed his hand upon the talent stone, channeling his energy. Boom. The talent stone did not begin to glow red, but instead erupted in a blinding golden radiance that illuminated the entire holy city. If it were not for the suppression of the celestial grade formation, the entire Tianwu would have been enveloped in golden light. Heavens, heavens! It is the highest talent, golden! Someone exclaimed in terror. Such a gift was something even true immortals had not possessed. The true immortal realm was merely his starting point. Surpassing true immortals would be a trivial matter. Even the fractured immortal was astonished. This level of talent was typically found only among the prodigies of a select few superpowers in the immortal realm. Yet now, it had manifested in such a lower plane. If only I could seize this body, the fractured immortal's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. Previously, he had considered seizing a body, but the innate qualities of these beings from the lower realm were utterly abysmal. Once an immortal himself, he had naturally looked down upon them. However, the situation had changed. With such talent, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly become a titan in the immortal realm. Crack. The celestial light only lasted for a fraction of a breath before a sharp cracking sound echoed. Everyone turned their gaze towards Yi Junlin. The talent stone beneath his palm was shattered into countless pieces. Chapter 33, a talent beyond what the talent stone could measure. The fractured immortal's heart trembled. This youth's talent was so formidable that it could not even be assessed by the talent stone. What did this signify? It meant that his talent far exceeded that of gold. The fractured immortal was taken aback, and an inexplicable light flickered in his eyes. It was greed, it was bloodlust. Even if his broken immortal body remained unrepaired, as long as he could seize this body, he would inevitably become one of the giants of the immortal realm. With this thought, the fractured immortal's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Such talent, possessing the true essence of the supreme. There is no need for further testing. Your talent has already proven everything, the fractured immortal said with a smile, gazing at Yi Junlin. I wonder if this young friend would be willing to become my disciple? From henceforth, you shall cultivate the immortal scriptures, refine the immortal path, and forge your own unique path. The fractured immortal endeavored to present a smile he deemed the most amiable. He had forgotten that his entire being was shrouded in mist, obscuring his expression from others. Although Yi Junlin could see through it, his heart communication, Yi Junlin was keen to discern the fractured immortal's thoughts. Thus, he employed the heart communication technique from among his myriad of secret arts. As the name suggests, heart communication allowed one to know what another was thinking, even delving into their memories. When I seize your body, I shall return to the immortal domain and even claim the celestial steel as my own. At that time, I shall find some pretext to impart my teachings to you, opening your mind, thus enabling me to invade your sea of consciousness and obliterate it. For so many years, he had endured the torment of the sealing power upon his wounds. Even the essence and spirit of innocent children could not suppress his injuries. Now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Yi Junlin perceived all this within the fractured immortal's heart. His expression turned solemn. This fractured immortal had indeed resorted to capturing tens of thousands of infants to siphon their essence to suppress his injuries. Become your disciple? Junlin inquired, perplexed. Indeed, the immortal sovereign. The fractured immortal's words were cut short by Junlin's interruption. What are you? Do you think you are worthy of having me as your disciple? You are merely a lowly true immortal now, and after suffering such grievous injuries, your cultivation has plummeted. You are not even at the true immortal level. You have captured countless infants within this holy city to drain their innate essence. What qualifications do you have to make such a proposal? Junlin stated directly. The fractured immortal was momentarily stunned. Such deeds had remained undisclosed. He could not fathom how Junlin was aware. This youth was merely from the remote Xia kingdom, and he had just arrived in the holy city. How could he possibly know? Even if you do not wish to be my disciple, there is no need to slander me so. Do you truly believe I am so mild-mannered, deterred from slaying you by your extraordinary talent? The fractured immortal could never admit it. Now that Junlin knew everything, he could not let him live. Yet below, the crowd was in an uproar. For many years, infants had been reported missing daily. Now, tallying the numbers revealed a horrifying total. Could it truly be this true immortal? Someone questioned. How could that be? Do not heed this boy's nonsense. Even if a true immortal has been injured, they have long since recovered over the millennia. How could they commit such acts? Another retorted. Whether it is true or not, have the fractured immortal reveal his true form, and all shall be made clear, Junlin remarked with a shrug. No one dared to demand the fractured immortal reveal himself, as it would be disrespectful to an immortal. However, all eyes were fixed intently on him. They remained silent, merely observing the fractured immortal, implying, we trust you. Yet whether you reveal your true form is up to you. If you unveil your true self, proving your injuries are healed, then you are innocent. If you dare not reveal your true form, we shall not accuse you, but our thoughts will surely align in that direction. Nonsense. The master is in a good mood and does not wish to quarrel with you. Yet you, time and again, provoke the dignity of the true immortal. Do you truly think no one will rectify your insolence? Lord Pang stepped forward, his fa fierce as he reprimanded Junlin. No one paid him any mind. All eyes remained fixed on the fractured immortal. They were curious to know what kind of body lay beneath the mist. Today's disciple selection ceremony concludes here. You, who have insulted and questioned the true immortal, shall be punished to face the wall for a millennium. The rest may disperse. You shall stay, Lord Pang declared resolutely. Face the wall for a millennium? What is this? You hastily wish to expel everyone so you can seize my body? Junlin scoffed. The fractured immortal's heart shook. How did this youth know everything? Could it be due to the celestial steel? The fractured immortal muttered to himself. Seizing your body, what of it? For I, the immortal sovereign, to seize your form is your honor. Rest assured, I shall carry your body to rule the world, the fractured immortal said coldly. Chapter 34. Sending word to the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was astonished. This true immortal genuinely intended to seize the body of this remarkably gifted youth? A mere throng of mortals, my presence in this Tianwu continent is your fortune. What are tens of thousands of infants? If it serves to suppress my injuries, even the annihilation of the Tianwu continent would be of little consequence. The fractured immortal's indifferent tone echoed outward. He had now completely cast aside any reservations. Despite his broken state, he was confident that no one in the entire Tianwu continent could match him. After all, he was once an immortal, a true immortal. Boom. Do you wish to see me? Today I shall grant you a clear view, the fractured immortal said coldly. None of those present were spared. He had no intention of letting any of them escape. You wish to see? Then behold, the price of your gaze shall be death. The fractured immortal withdrew the mist enveloping him, revealing a figure that gradually came into focus before all eyes. Where has that ethereal aura just moments ago vanished to? The onlookers were filled with dread. The once magnificent celestial was now a pitiful sight, reduced to naught but a half-formed being. The other half had been mercilessly torn asunder by another's hand. The wound was grotesquely uneven, and even after all these years, it continued to bleed profusely. The inability of the wound to heal was due to the binding force of a powerful seal. TSK. How could you claim to have endured a cataclysmic battle when you've been cleaved in twain? Celestial, you are now bereft of a future. Junlin gazed in astonishment. His words struck deep into the heart of the celestial, revealing an unendurable pain. He could not cultivate the next generation, for that part of him had been irrevocably lost. This was the most unbearable torment of his existence. Once I seize your body, everything will be resolved. The celestial was determined to make a final stand. Regardless of whether Junlin could fully master the celestial tablet, he was resolved to attempt the possession. Possess me? Though your celestial essence is formidable, in my eyes, you are no more than an insect. Junlin shook his head with a scoff. Is that so? Let us see. In that moment, The Celestial ceased to suppress his injuries, unleashing his full might. Boom. The entire Tianwu continent trembled. This was the might of a Celestial. With the Celestial's restraint lifted, his injuries visibly deteriorated at an alarming rate. His wound erupted, and Celestial blood gushed forth, but it was not the typical crimson. It was a strange black, emanating a foul stench. The Celestial's power surged like a rocket, rapidly ascending into the realm of the Celestials. How intoxicating this power is! The Celestial closed his eyes, a look of ecstasy upon his face. Boy, surrender your struggle. I shall lead this body to dominion over the world. The Celestial regarded Junlin with a smile, confident in his victory, as he now stood firmly within the realm of true Celestials. He had ceased to suppress his injuries, for failure meant he would be unable to contain them, and death would surely follow. If the possession failed, he would undoubtedly perish. I shall indulge you for a moment. Junlin chuckled. Suddenly, he vanished from sight. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. It was the Celestial's cry of agony. Junlin had appeared at his side, delivering a devastating kick that shattered the remnants of his once sacred legacy. Even a Celestial could not withstand such torment. The Celestial was horrified. He had not even seen Junlin's movement, not a trace of an afterimage. How could this be? He was a true Celestial. Could it be due to the Celestial Tablet? Junlin had fully mastered the Celestial Tablet, causing his power to skyrocket. Yet, this was utterly absurd. To ascend beyond the realm of true Celestials? This was no mere artifact. It was an extraordinary treasure. Slap. Before the Celestial could ponder further, another crisp sound of a slap echoed through the air. The half of his face remaining was instantly mangled by Junlin's strike. I will make you wish for death. The Celestial roared in madness. He realized he lacked the ability to evade Junlin's onslaught. This youth's power had evidently surpassed that of a true Celestial. You are far too weak to endure this. Junlin found the situation tedious. Boy, you have forced my hand. You have brought this upon yourself. The Celestial, his hair disheveled on one side, spoke in a low voice. Rise. Go. The Celestial bellowed. Suddenly, a beam of light vanished from his hand. A message? Is this a communication to the Celestial realm? Junlin inquired with curiosity. There are those who covet the treasures upon you. Perhaps, should they descend, the entire Tianwu will be reduced to ashes. You have forced my hand. Chapter 35. Celestials descend upon the Tianwu continent. The Celestial was not mistaken. However, those from the Celestial realm cannot simply descend. There is a cost to be paid. The Celestial had inadvertently opened a passage to the lower realm during battle, thus appearing in the mortal realm. As the pathways from the Celestial realm to the lower realms were tightly controlled by powerful factions, without substantial benefits, no one would willingly descend and pay the price. Initially, the Celestial had been unaware of the Celestial Tablet's true nature. However, he now believed he understood, for Junlin, hailing from the distant Xia kingdom, had achieved such terrifying prowess in a mere blink of an eye. The Celestial concluded that all of this was due to the Celestial Tablet. This indicated that his previous understanding of the Celestial Tablet was flawed. It was not merely a tool for ascension. At this rate, the Celestial Tablet could propel him to become one of the titans of the Celestial realm, potentially saving him countless eons of cultivation. How terrifying was this? The Celestial realm. My disciple is still clinging to life, not yet dead. A deep voice resonated from within a resplendent palace. This palace was immense, rivaling the entire Tianwu continent. Master, where is he? I shall go and slay him. If the second senior brother lacks the ability, I shall personally execute him. A young man clad in battle attire held a halberd with an air of indifference. Had he not stolen the master's Xianxiaaudiobooks mirror? How could the master have sought his demise? Even if he still draws breath, he cannot recover. Are you implying that my second senior brother is incompetent? A middle-aged man, appearing behind the young warrior, spoke with a hint of mockery. If the second senior brother were capable, how could he allow this traitor to escape? The young warrior replied nonchalantly. You enough. This time it may be a blessing in disguise. This wayward disciple has found a treasure in the lower realm of Tianwu. Eldest brother Qing Yuan, second brother Jifan, and fourth brother Fanqing. You three shall descend and retrieve the treasure this traitor speaks of, if it truly is as he claims. A treasure of great significance. Spare his life and grant him a restorative elixir. Should he deceive you, you know what to do. The deep voice echoed again. Master, I can handle this matter. There is no need to trouble eldest brother and second brother. Moreover, eldest brother is likely in seclusion and may not have time. Fanqing, gripping his halberd, stated. Little junior brother, I am quite free. A hearty laugh rang out as a figure clad in gray robes appeared before Fanqing. Ahem, congratulations. Eldest brother, on your impressive advancement in skills. Fanqing awkwardly coughed before offering his congratulations. Before the elder brother, he held no right to be arrogant. and not for any other reason than the sheer strength of the elder brother's cultivation. Although he had long been indulged and proud due to his remarkable talent and the favor he received from their master, he dared not dismiss the second brother, for his cultivation had yet to reach the formidable realm of the elder brother. The elder brother was known by a fearsome moniker, the Celestial Butcher. The number of celestial beings he had vanquished surpassed those he had encountered. This serves to illustrate the terror of the elder brother. With that, let us descend to the lower realm. A resonant voice echoed within the palace before vanishing. Boom. Open for me. Qing Yuan clawed at the void, forcefully tearing it apart. The fabric of reality was rent, unleashing a tempest of spatial chaos within. Any ordinary true immortal who dared to enter would be instantly reduced to dust. Yet, the three of them remained unfazed, stepping boldly into the maelstrom. The waiting was always unbearably long. Smack! Junlin, with nothing to occupy his time, struck the residual celestial with a resounding slap, sending him flying. Cough, cough. The residual celestial spat blood, his eyes brimming with resentment. He was a celestial being. How could he endure such treatment, especially in this humble lower realm? Yet, he dared not utter a single complaint. The youth before him was a monstrosity, or rather, the celestial tablet was extraordinarily formidable, transforming a mere boy into such a powerhouse in a matter of days. He seethed with hatred. Had he known of the celestial tablet's might, he would have left the holy city at all costs, fighting to the bitter end, thus denying his master any advantage. But it was too late for regrets now. He could only hope his master would spare him for the sake of their past bond and the discovery of this invaluable treasure, granting him a healing elixir. Oh, you are quite defiant? Smack! Junlin swiftly retaliated with another slap, sending the residual celestial crashing into the celestial formation before rebounding back. The already burdened body of the residual celestial grew even more feeble. He had no choice, for he could not suppress his injuries. Not only were his wounds erupting, but coupled with Junlin's merciless strikes, he was on the verge of collapse. He could even feel his life force dwindling rapidly. This realization sent him spiraling into panic. Even as a traitor, a disciple of my celestial lineage is not one to be derided by a mere mortal. Chapter 36. It is time to rectify the celestial domain. Just as the residual celestial believed his demise was imminent, the entire Tianwu continent began to tremble. A mighty voice descended. To everyone's astonishment, the void above the holy city split apart. Three figures shrouded in mist materialized within the rift. As celestial beings, they effortlessly sensed the location of the residual celestial with a mere sweep of their consciousness, requiring no search as they descended directly above the holy city. Third, do you acknowledge your crimes? Qing Yuan inquired coldly, suspended in the void. Elder brother, I am guilty, I am guilty. The third one staggered to his feet and fell to his knees, crying out in despair, I am willing to atone for my sins and seek treasures for our master. I implore elder brother to save me. Though you are but a remnant, to be so thoroughly defeated by a mortal from the lower realm is truly shameful. Elder brother Fan remarked disdainfully. The residual celestial's half-buried face in the ground concealed a fleeting glint of icy malice in his eyes. Was it not Fan's arrogance that led to his current state? Had Fan not torn him apart, he would not have had the chance to escape. Although his celestial body was damaged, in a fully unsealed state, he should not have been significantly weaker than a true immortal. Hand over the treasure you spoke of, and I might consider sparing your life. The eldest, Qing Yuan, proclaimed from his lofty position, gazing down upon all. The treasure lies within this young man's body. He was once a weakling, but through the celestial tablet, his cultivation has reached the level of a true immortal in just a few days. The residual celestial pointed accusingly at Junlin. He then produced a recording stone, projecting the entire process of Junlin acquiring the celestial tablet. He who possesses the tablet shall dominate the world. With a moment's insight, he shall transcend to immortality. The inscription was indeed imposing, yet Qing Yuan frowned. I observe that the celestial tablet does not appear to possess such formidable power. With a flick of his finger, Qing Yuan sent a beam of light into the residual celestial's body. The residual celestial was momentarily stunned before ecstasy washed over him. Not for any other reason than Qing Yuan had just infused a celestial pill into his body. His injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. Thank you, elder brother, for bestowing upon me the healing elixir, he said reverently. Patience. Should this so-called celestial tablet not be as powerful as you claim, your life is forfeit. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands, Qing Yuan stated coldly. Yes, elder brother is right, the residual celestial replied awkwardly, wary of crossing the elder brother. You there, youth, hand over the tablet. We wish to inspect it. Elder brother Fan directed his gaze toward Junlin. Their words were laden with condescension, as if they were extending pity to a mere mortal. And indeed, That was the case. He was but a being from the lower realm. Did they require a gentler tone? What are you to demand such a thing from me? You think I must comply simply because you ask? Junlin replied languidly. So this is the so-called celestial. They truly appear to be remarkably weak. He could discern that they were far stronger than true immortals. Yet Junlin remained unaware of the realms beyond true immortal. Oh dear. Junlin slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that Xia Luyun, as one of the leaders under the human emperor, should possess such knowledge. Furthermore, he observed that Xia Luyun was vastly more powerful than these individuals. Surely, his cultivation surpassed theirs. Luyun, young master, the classification of realms, how is it delineated? Junlin inquired. The unchanging classification in the cultivation world is as follows: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial sect, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, martial sovereign, escape one realm, void path realm, return to heaven realm, celestial fire realm, true immortal realm, lower golden immortal, middle golden immortal, upper golden immortal, grand golden immortal, great upper immortal, immortal monarch, immortal king, immortal emperor. Xia Luyun respectfully elucidated to Junlin. In that case, their cultivation should indeed be at the level of lower golden immortal, with the elder brother at the level of middle golden immortal, Junlin concluded. You are correct, young master. Their cultivation aligns with that classification, Xia Luyun affirmed, though he was puzzled by the young master's seemingly absurd level of cultivation, questioning how he could have achieved such heights without understanding the divisions of realms. Are you disregarding me? Qing Yuan narrowed his eyes, fixating on Junlin. Moments ago, Junlin and the elder behind him had blatantly ignored him, engaging in their own conversation as if he were invisible. Cease your cries. Mere lowly and mid-tier golden immortals seeking to overturn the heavens? The denizens of the immortal realm dare to impose their will upon the lower realm. I believe it is time for the immortal realm to undergo a reckoning. Junlin's gaze was icy as he spoke. Chapter 37. Slapping Faces, Immortals. Ha ha. A reckoning in the immortal realm? You truly dare to assert such a thing. Who do you think you are? The infinite celestial venerable? The emperor of the immortal realm? Fan scoffed derisively. How pitiful and wretched the mortals of the lower realm are. Since you refuse to yield, allow me to assist you. Fan Qing sneered, brandishing his Fantian Huaji, intent on forcibly extracting the celestial steel from Junlin's body. Assist me? Then come and try? Junlin replied nonchalantly. What does it matter if you are a golden immortal? Even if you are a lowly one, in my eyes, you are but a slightly more robust insect. Of course, all of this was contingent upon strength. Only with power could one act with such impunity. Brothers, be cautious. He may have fused the celestial steel with himself. Now that he sees our intent to take it, he behaves so brazenly. He is aware that we seek the celestial steel, yet it has already integrated with him. If we attempt to seize it by force, he may self-destruct, and that treasure would vanish along with him. The remnant immortal urged anxiously. The remnant immortal wished to avoid a scenario where Junlin self-destructed, causing the treasure to disappear. In such a case, these brothers would undoubtedly execute him on the spot to cover their tracks, claiming he had deceived them and that no treasure ever existed. Indeed, upon hearing the remnant immortal's words, the group of brothers grew somber. This situation was undeniably complicated. The boy's cultivation was at least at the true immortal level. But who were they? Golden immortals. Even low-tier golden immortals possessed strength far beyond that of a true immortal. In their hands, a true immortal would struggle to withstand even a single blow. Nevertheless, it was merely a bit tricky. The problem was not insurmountable. Let us act swiftly. Do not dawdle like a timid maiden, Junlin said impatiently. You bold little brat. You have the audacity to toast, and then drink punishment. You are the first to so openly disdain my brothers. I will make you wish for death. Today, I shall show you what true power is. Fan, known for his fiery temper, stepped forward with a thunderous roar. A mere mortal from the lower realm should not presume that some inheritance places you on par with immortals. In our eyes, you are nothing but refuse. Drink, Fan proclaimed, and although he spoke with bravado, his actions were merciless. He knew the boy had easily bested the remnant immortal, who had once fled after being torn apart by Fan. While the remnant immortal's strength had diminished significantly, even a desperate strike could unleash peak power. Yet, this boy had still toyed with him mercilessly. Boom. Fan struck out without hesitation, unleashing a cataclysmic aura that the cultivators of the lower realm could not hope to withstand. In an instant, thousands were obliterated by the sheer force of his presence. Their remains scattered to nothingness. Though I strike without mercy, I only slay those deserving of death. Do you not fear retribution for your slaughter in the mortal realm? Junlin's eyes remained cold. Had he not intervened, the entirety of the holy city would have perished in an instant. Ha ha ha, retribution? Who would dare to impose it upon me? Mere insects. Death is trivial. Do not speak of a few thousand lives. I have slain billions. Fan bellowed, bloodthirsty. Do you concern yourself with the ants you tread upon in your daily walks? Very well, you have piqued my interest. Do not misunderstand. I mean, I shall make your demise most rhythmic. With that, Junlin vanished from sight. What? I cannot perceive his presence. Qingyuan's expression shifted to one of horror. Although he was a mid-tier golden immortal, now he sensed the seriousness of the situation. Simultaneously, he became intensely covetous of the celestial steel. The remnant immortal had made it clear that this boy had only acquired the celestial steel a mere few days ago. In that brief time, his cultivation had surged to such heights. A teenager in the celestial realm, who would dare believe it? The celestial steel was undoubtedly a treasure of immeasurable value. Slap. Insect. Junlin reappeared beside Fan, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Indeed, the skin of an immortal is remarkably resilient. How delightful it is to strike. Junlin marveled at Fan's astonishment. You dare to insult me? Die. Star shatter. Fan furiously retaliated, enraged by the humiliation inflicted by a mortal from the lower realm. His right index finger began to gather radiant energy, coalescing into a sphere the size of a yellow bean. A terrifying beam of light shot forth, aimed directly at Junlin, cleaving through the void, which split open and then healed seamlessly. Void technique, great universe. Junlin responded with a cold smile. This was the supreme technique among the myriad secret arts. The Great Universe Technique. Chapter 38. Ghostly Appearances, Great Universe. When Junlin first acquired the techniques from the treasure trove, the supreme level techniques were the most rudimentary. However, he still did not grasp the true level of supremacy. Suddenly, a circular black hole constructed from the void materialized before Fan. Though small, its insatiable power surged forth, devouring Fan's attack entirely. He nearly lost his balance, almost tumbling into the black hole. Fan was struck with terror. His opponent was handling him with such ease. Meanwhile, another black hole appeared behind Qingyuan and Fan Qing, unbeknownst to them. Their focus was intently fixed on the black hole that had consumed Fan's attack, calculating whether their own would meet the same fate. Suddenly, Fan's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at Qingyuan and Fan Qing, as if he had seen a ghost. The two furrowed their brows, unable to comprehend why Fan regarded them with such fright. The Great Universe Technique evoked no spatial fluctuations. It was visible, yet intangible. Be careful, Fan bellowed. Boom. An explosive sound erupted as Qingyuan and Fan Qing turned to confront the threat. Junlin had redirected Fan's attack toward them. However, their reactions were woefully sluggish. Although they managed to defend themselves, they were caught entirely off guard. Splutter. Fan Qing immediately spat a mouthful of fresh blood. His strength was on par with Fan. Yet he was forced to hastily resist, resulting in direct injury. Qingyuan's expression darkened considerably, his garments completely shredded. Though he remained unharmed, his dignity was utterly shattered. Very well, you have done well. It has been many years since I have suffered an injury. Young man, you have successfully ignited my fury. Qingyuan's eyes turned icy, a fleeting glint of crimson flashing within them. Fan Qing, and the others understood that Qingyuan was genuinely enraged. This was a manifestation of his impending wrath. Blood Dragon Claw. A terrifying transformation overtook Qingyuan's right hand, which was instantaneously cloaked in countless blood-red scales, embodying an extreme form of violent beauty. His arm began to swell, becoming more than tenfold the size of his left. It was adorned with vivid crimson patterns, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Concurrently, the fabric of space itself warped, unable to bear the weight of Qingyuan's presence. Are you prepared, boy? Qingyuan inquired coldly. Die. He swung his immensely robust right arm, his fingers morphing into dragon claws, piercing directly towards Junlin with a razor-sharp precision capable of rending gold and stone. Qingyuan was acutely aware that if he unleashed his techniques, Junlin could very well counter with that black hole to displace his attack. Thus, he opted to rely on the raw power of his physical form, believing that Junlin could not possibly transfer it under such circumstances. However, as is often the case, reality proved far more unforgiving than expectations. Just as Qingyuan's assault was about to reach Junlin, the air shimmered with a spell. Void Technique, Great Universe. Junlin flashed a devilishly charming smile before effortlessly gesturing with one hand in Qingyuan's direction. Qingyuan swore that Junlin's motion was light and casual, as if dismissing a mere cat or dog, entirely unremarkable. Qingyuan's countenance changed drastically as a black hole materialized before him, perfectly sized to engulf his fist, ensnaring his arm within its grasp. He could not comprehend why, despite refraining from using any techniques, he was still unable to escape this void. Watch out, Qingyuan shouted. As a mid-level golden immortal, his cultivation was naturally beyond that of his junior disciples. One strike from him could easily obliterate them. Yet, despite his warning, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. A black hole appeared directly above Fan Xing's head, completely unnoticed by him as he remained fixated on what lay behind. After all, it was the black hole's emergence behind him that had caused his prior injury. A mere trick. Let us see how you attempt to ambush me this time, Fan Xing declared, gripping his Feng Tianhua halberd and addressing the space behind him. He resolved that the moment the black hole manifested, he would flee, for he could not withstand the full force of a mid-level golden immortal strike. He was still a novice, though endowed with remarkable talent. Even the greatest of gifts required time to develop. At this moment, Qing Yuan could not restrain his power. If he were to temper his might, he would undoubtedly render his arm useless, a fate he was unwilling to accept. Faced with two choices, sacrificing an arm or the life of a junior disciple, he would unhesitatingly choose the latter to preserve his own integrity. Fool, above your head, Ji Fan called out from a distance. Though he and Fan Xing were often at odds, they were nonetheless fellow disciples. While he would not go so far as to risk his life for Fan Xing, offering a warning was still within reason. Chapter 39, Beneath the Seat of the Immortal Emperor. What? Fan Xing's expression shifted dramatically. Despite his ongoing rivalry with Ji Fan, he had no time to dwell on grievances, focusing solely on escaping. He poured all his energy into his celestial power, desperate to turn and run, lacking even the courage to glance at the black hole. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying surge of energy erupted above his head. He distinctly sensed the violent aura emanating from it. It was the presence of their elder brother, Qing Yuan. My life is forfeit. I refuse to accept this. I have yet to become a transcendent immortal emperor, and now I shall perish here. Despair etched across his face. Fan Xing glared resentfully at his elder brother, Qing Yuan. He understood that if Qing Yuan were to withdraw his power, he would survive, albeit gravely injured. Yet the current situation indicated that his elder brother had no intention of retracting his might. Clearly, Qing Yuan was unwilling to suffer injury himself, preferring the demise of his junior disciple. Buzz. Fan Xing ceased his resistance, closing his eyes, aware that his struggles were futile. But just then, an unexpected transformation occurred. A magnificent azure light surged forth from Fan Xing, coalescing into a colossal hand that floated serenely above his head, devoid of any violent energy. Instead, it radiated tranquility and calmness. Master, Fan Xing exclaimed, eyes widening in realization. He sensed that the blood dragon claw had yet to descend, prompting him to open his eyes and shout. I never anticipated that Master would bestow upon you, dear junior brother, a protective talisman, Ji Fan remarked, a mix of envy and jealousy evident in his tone. Perhaps Master has left protective tokens for all of us, Fan Xing replied, his demeanor transformed by his brush with death. Ji Fan was momentarily taken aback. It was rare for Fan Xing to refer to him as his second brother, and their usual interactions were far from cordial. This young man is quite formidable. It would be prudent to withdraw, dear junior brother. I was momentarily caught off guard and failed to restrain my strength. Please do not take it to heart. Qing Yuan approached Fan Xing, his voice softened. He understood that it was impossible for them to possess their master's protective talismans. It was evident that Fan Xing was the sole recipient of his master's favor. What treasures and elixirs, what divine skills and techniques, the master would always prioritize Fan Xing. After all, Fan Xing's talent was extraordinary, with a blue-grade aptitude identified by the talent stone. For this reason, the master held him in high regard, believing he would one day ascend to at least the realm of a grand immortal. Such a status would align him with their master, a powerful being of the same caliber. Achieving that level would grant him the opportunity to serve beneath the immortal emperor, basking in glory and wealth. Currently, their master served as a commander of the guards beneath the northern blue immortal emperor. Even as a mere commander, the power wielded was formidable. Who would dare to provoke those beneath the immortal emperor? How could this be, elder brother? You are the elder brother. If this little junior disciple were to perish, it would be of little consequence. When we return, I shall surely explain the circumstances to Master, Fan Xing said with a smile. Qing Yuan's expression darkened in an instant. Fan Xing's words felt like a veiled threat. Lowering his gaze, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes before he raised his head, donning a facade of warmth and a smile. He dared not strike at Fan Xing. Due to his fear that his master might possess other means to remain within Fan Xing, he understood that a hasty move could lead to severe repercussions upon his return. While death might not be the outcome, 1,000 years of solitary confinement was a certainty, and the possibility of losing his cultivation was equally real. He could not afford to take such a risk. Junior brother, we share the same master. I sincerely hope you will not hold our disagreements against me. With a pained expression, Qing Yuan presented a radiant azure elixir to Fan Xing. The Qing Qian pill. Fan Qing's expression tightened. His senior brother had the audacity to offer him the Qing Qian pill to mend their rift. How can you do this, senior brother? He protested, though his hands unhesitatingly accepted the precious pill. Qing Yuan's lips twitched in response, recognizing the futility of the situation when one is under the eaves. One must bow their head. Have you finished your conversation? If not, it's perfectly acceptable to continue along the road to the underworld. At this moment, Yi Junlin remarked indifferently, have these individuals been overly loquacious? Kid, I concede that you are formidable, but do you truly believe you can detain us? Ji Fan scoffed at Yi Junlin. In their eyes, apart from that recent maneuver, Yi Junlin was hardly a match for them. If they chose not to engage in battle, then Yi Junlin's grand art of cosmic manipulation would be rendered ineffective. Their departure was a mere formality. They were confident that while they could not overcome him, Yi Junlin undoubtedly possessed the celestial steel. The rest would be left to their master. Should they contribute it to the immortal emperor, the benefits would be boundless. Chapter 40. A collective demise. Yi Junlin was merely adept at the art of flower and tree transposition. As long as they refrained from fighting, he was powerless against them. Oh, you desire the celestial steel? Here it is, come and take it. Yi Junlin proclaimed as he retrieved a petite, yet exquisite stone tablet from his cosmic ring. To the eyes of immortals, this seemingly unremarkable tablet bore no apparent value. Yet, the others were instantly captivated. It was this artifact that had enabled the young man to achieve such growth in mere days. Indeed, this kind of treasure was extraordinary, embodying a return to simplicity. Outsiders would find it challenging to comprehend its profound secrets. If I were to possess such a treasure, I could surpass my master in no time. Qing Yuan's eyes sparkled with fervor. With such a treasure in his possession, he would no longer need to curry favor with his master or fear offending junior brother Fan Qing. Each of the brothers harbored their own thoughts. You should keep it safe. Our master will come to retrieve it in due time. Ultimately, they managed to suppress their inner desires. This young man was too enigmatic. His ability to redirect their attacks was insurmountable. Reluctantly, they decided to retreat. Well done this time, third brother. Our master will not punish you. Come back with us. Qing Yuan remarked, observing the now fully recovered Xian, whose true immortal cultivation was evident. Thank you, senior brother. I will follow your lead. Xian responded dutifully. Leave? You must be living in a dream. Did you not wish to forcibly seize the celestial steel? Did you not intend to kill me? The opportunity is right before you. Either you kill me, or you all enter reincarnation. Choose one. Yi Junlin addressed the four, his gaze unwavering. What? Do you think you can compel us to stay? How laughable. Ji Fan retorted dismissively. Up until now, they had yet to ascertain the true depth of the young man's abilities. If he were indeed more powerful, why had he not showcased it earlier? They concluded that Yi Junlin was merely skilled in that one grand technique of cosmic manipulation. Xian seeks to kill me, to seize my celestial steel. In your eyes, those of the lower realms are mere dogs to be slaughtered at will. None of you will leave today, I assure you. Not even Jesus could intervene. Yi Junlin declared, his voice resolute, before gesturing with his hand. Xia Luyun understood. The young master was simply disinterested in these insignificant insects, merely toying with them. Retaining their heads could lead to an encounter with their master in the immortal realm, a significant boon indeed. A mere boy and an old servant daring to defy the heavens and slay immortals? This tale is truly comical. The brothers erupted into laughter, clearly perceiving Xia Luyun as nothing more than an old servant. They could rationalize a young man wielding such power due to the celestial steel, but an elderly man from a small place possessing it was inconceivable. Xia Luyun obeys the young master's command. Xia Luyun responded respectfully to Yi Junlin, disregarding their mockery. Moments later, he vanished without a trace. Gasp! The others froze, their faces paling, laughter evaporating. They had no idea where the old man had gone. He had vanished without a trace. This was not mere agility. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist. Their cultivation levels paled in comparison to Xia Luyun's. He likely surpassed even the golden immortal stage, perhaps even the great immortal stage. Fear gripped them. How could a mere servant possess such power? Who on earth was this young man? He was certainly not an ordinary individual from a remote lower realm. Could he possibly be the son of an immortal emperor undergoing trials in the mortal world? That would explain his prowess, which was not merely attributed to the celestial steel. The thought sent chills down their spines, but time was of the essence. They could not dwell on such matters now. Foremost, senior, we were wrong. Qing Yuan knelt in the void, bitterness in his voice. However, he was abruptly silenced as his head fell. Without a word or gesture, Xia Luyun merely waved his hand, and the heads of the dead fell to the ground, their lives extinguished. You have betrayed us. Qing Yuan glared resentfully at Xian before he, too, met his demise. Chapter 41. A man who dares not face heavenly tribulations. Xian could not articulate his grievances. By this point, he understood all too well. It was not the influence of the celestial steel that had accelerated this young man's growth. It was the extraordinary background he possessed. To have such a powerful elder by his side, was he truly an ordinary person? Yet now, they had no time to ponder these revelations, because their minds had all been taken by Xiao Luyun. Everyone was struck with astonishment. They had never anticipated that this seemingly extraordinarily handsome youth, whom they had presumed to be nondescript, possessed such terrifying talents. First, his innate abilities were incomprehensibly formidable, followed by an equally astonishing display of cultivation prowess. Could such a person truly belong to the Tianwu continent? Yet, what was the nature of this immensely terrifying old servant? As cultivators of the Tianwu continent, their understanding of cultivation was limited. The highest level they had encountered was merely that of the true immortal realm. They were entirely ignorant of the cultivation levels of their senior brothers who were remnants of the immortal realm, for such heights were indeed beyond their imagination. Could it be that he was a celestial being from the heavens? A celestial being so young? Someone murmured. They were utterly dazed, caught in a state of shock from the beginning to the present. Everything happened far too quickly, too fast for them to react. It was as if in the blink of an eye, first, the remnant immortal had taken a disciple, and it was aimed at this youth. Then, this young man exhibited an imposing demeanor that crushed all opposition. Finally, the brothers of the remnant immortal descended. They were true celestial beings, entities they could not even aspire to gaze upon. However, these celestial beings were utterly ineffectual. In the eyes of this youth, immortals, merely that. Everyone was left in a stupor, their eyes vacant, staring blankly at Yi Junlin. What? Who dares to harm my disciple? I shall make you suffer a fate worse than death. The great immortal Weilan roared to the heavens. His figure appeared outside the palace, and all of his disciples had met their demise. Was it truly a treasure from the lower realms that had attracted immortals? The great immortal Weilan's eyes gleamed with intensity as he spoke. Relay my orders. Strictly monitor the path to ascension. Should anyone ascend, report immediately. After issuing this command, Weilan vanished. Here, there was nothing worth lingering for. Luyun, prepare yourself. We shall depart for the immortal realm. Yi Junlin addressed Xiao Luyun. Yes, young master. Xiao Luyun replied. Subsequently, Xiao Luyun stepped forward, appearing in the sky. Boom. Xiao Luyun tightened his fist and struck out. The void was ripped apart inch by inch, revealing a golden pathway beneath his feet. Xianxia, is it? Take this. Consider it the reward for imparting the dragon step to me back then. Yi Junlin stepped in front of Xianxia, presenting the celestial steel. Is this truly for me? I cannot accept it, Xianxia said resolutely. Take it. This item is of no use to me. Akin to a chicken rib, Yi Junlin insisted, handing the celestial steel to Xianxia. This also serves to conclude a chapter of fate. From henceforth, we shall be strangers. Xianxia bit her silver teeth, ultimately accepting it. She understood that from the moment she accepted the celestial steel, she and Yi Junlin had become inhabitants of entirely different worlds. Although they had never existed in the same realm, they had nonetheless once walked a path together. In her journey, she encountered this interesting and decisive youth. Initially, she believed him to be merely at the level of a grand martial master. Yet, as they spent time together, she came to regard him as a martial sovereign, then a martial emperor and a martial saint. Time and again, she misjudged him, for he always remained unfazed in the face of change. Simultaneously, her heart was filled with dread. Xianxia had previously investigated Yi Junlin's background. This Yi Junlin was merely a young lad from a small village in the Xia kingdom. How could his cultivation be so high? Now she understood. It was all likely a smokescreen crafted by the forces behind Yi Junlin. Otherwise, regardless of how astonishing this youth might be, it was implausible that he could emerge from a village and be invincible. The more she gleaned about Yi Junlin, the more astonished she became. Xiao Luyun had previously had no interactions with Yi Junlin. However, it was evident that one was master and the other servant. This suggested that Yi Junlin was likely a scion sent out for training by his family. Now that the time had come, the family had dispatched powerful figures to bring him back. Cultivate diligently, and we shall meet again. Yi Junlin smiled gently at Xianxia. He then stepped toward the golden path leading to the heavens. This was the immortal path, the route that all who aspired to ascend must traverse. Although it appeared to be a golden avenue, it concealed many unknown dangers beneath its seemingly resplendent surface. Thus, it also served as a trial for ascension. Boom. Indeed, as soon as Yi Junlin set foot on the golden path, a thunderous bolt of lightning erupted from the clear sky. A colossal lightning column, several thousand miles in diameter, descended directly upon Yi Junlin's head. Begone. Yi Junlin coldly regarded the impending thunderstorm above, uttering a single word. Abruptly, the thunder vanished from the sky. Even the gathering storm clouds dissipated instantly. The tribulation did not dare to strike Junlin, disappearing without a trace. Such celestial might vanished without a shadow merely due to his utterance. Xia's eyes were vacant as she murmured to herself. Junlin's cultivation had long since surpassed her understanding of this world. Perhaps such a dragon among men was indeed a rarity in the world. This world was not the Tianwu continent, but rather in Junlin's own realm. Since arriving in this world, he had remained within the Tianwu continent, which still held some significance for him. Rise, Junlin commanded as he gazed down at the Tianwu continent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A grand formation encompassing the entire Tianwu continent rose from the ground. This was a protective formation. From now on, no nefarious individuals would descend upon Tianwu. Cultivate diligently, and you shall surely ascend to immortality. After delivering these words, Junlin ascended to the heavens alongside Xiaoluyan. Everyone was aghast as Junlin departed. He had established a formation that enveloped the entirety of Tianwu. Even immortals could not descend. Simultaneously, they were astonished to discover that the spiritual energy in the entire realm seemed to have intensified nearly 100-fold. They knew that all of this was the result of this young man's grand design. The celestial steel was in her possession, but after Junlin vanished, some gazed at Xia with greedy eyes. Slap. One cannot be so insatiably greedy. This is a gift bestowed upon her by the great immortal. Do you dare to covet it? Are you seeking death? Someone directly slapped the one who had just spoken. How can one be so greedy? All present turned against that individual. Xia sighed in relief. Had these people united against her, she feared she would not withstand their onslaught. Of course, she understood that all of this was a result of Junlin's intimidation. Whoever could establish such a grand formation would undoubtedly be aware of their every move. Although they were weaker, they were not foolish. What are the treasures? In the face of absolute power, having the means to seize them would mean nothing without the strength to utilize them. In truth, Junlin had no time to concern himself with them. Even if Xia were to perish, he would remain indifferent, for one could only blame their own inadequacy. Not a ripple would stir within his heart. Although Xia is indeed beautiful, she will undoubtedly never be a worthy match in Junlin's heart. They are merely passers-by, nothing more. Is this the immortal realm? Junlin and Xiaoluyan arrived at an unknown place and paused to gaze upon the towering golden gate, which soared 3,000 zhang high. The Gate of Ascension. This magnificent golden gate is known as the Gate of Ascension. Crossing it would transform one into a true immortal. Who goes there? State your names at once. A golden-armored soldier bellowed from within the gate. Junlin of the Tianwu continent. Xiaoluyan of the Tianwu continent. Junlin proclaimed his name. What? Ascendants from the Tianwu continent? Quickly, go inform the Grand Immortal that there are visitors from the Tianwu continent. The expression of the golden-armored soldier changed dramatically as he commanded his fellow soldiers. The Ascension Passage from the Tianwu continent lies within the jurisdiction of the North Qing Emperor's immortal dynasty. Have you completed the registration? May we enter? Junlin inquired nonchalantly. Given their cultivation levels, he naturally heard the soldiers' previous remarks, yet he paid them no heed. After all, true power allows one to look down upon all. What are you so anxious about? Can't you see I am still cultivating? Stand aside. I say you may enter only when I allow it. The golden-armored soldier retorted impatiently, waiting for the Grand Immortal's arrival. How dare a mere gatekeeper speak so arrogantly? It seems your confidence is quite inflated. Junlin, being the son of the emperor, would never resort to bullying others with his status. To do so would bring shame upon his father. Hence, he initially introduced himself according to the proper protocol. However, when others failed to show respect, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Presumptuous. Close the gate. I will not allow you to enter. Let us see how you manage to get through. The golden-armored soldier sneered. For many years, those who ascended from the lower realms had always been exceedingly polite to them, even refraining from taking a deep breath in their presence. They would often offer up their prized possessions as a gesture of goodwill. Yet now, two freshly ascended individuals dared to behave so disrespectfully. Not only did they speak rudely, but they also assumed an air of superiority. Who do they think they are, believing themselves to be untouchable as they were in the lower realms? Each guardian of the immortal gate is a true immortal. The newly ascended can only be at the immortal fire realm at best. Having just ignited their immortal fire, they could extinguish it at any moment. Truly, they have overstepped their bounds. I am eager to see which unfortunate Grand Immortal dares to confront me, Junlin declared. Upon hearing this, the golden-armored soldier was momentarily rendered speechless. How could he hear what was whispered from such a distance? Is this the immortal fire realm? Although shocked, the soldier maintained his composure, for he belonged to the North Qing Emperor's immortal dynasty. As the saying goes, those who lean against a mighty tree enjoy the shade. This immortal gate serves no purpose. Those who ascend with great difficulty should not have to endure your disdain and obstacles. Why keep it? Let it be destroyed. Junlin shook his head. Ha ha, what have I just heard? Destroyed? Pray tell, this is the grand gate of the immortal realm. How could it possibly be destroyed? Though not a treasure, it is exceptionally sturdy. Not even a grand immortal could leave a mark upon it. The golden-armored soldier laughed recklessly. Boom. Junlin would not waste words. He simply unleashed a punch. His fist bore no trace of energy fluctuations, appearing rather unremarkable. The golden-armored soldier within the immortal gate laughed until tears streamed down his face. Is this all you've got? I thought you were formidable. After this punch, you'll be sore for quite some time. Bang. No earth-shattering sound erupted. Thud. Crack. Junlin withdrew his fist. Ha ha. You've made me laugh to the point of stomach pain. The golden-armored soldier guffawed, seeing no damage to the immortal gate. Did I just hear a cracking sound? This lad hasn't broken his arm, has he? One of the soldiers jested. Indeed, before he could finish his sentence, the immortal gate became riddled with cracks, horrifyingly resembling a spider's web fracturing in all directions. Boom. Then it collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling. They were utterly stunned, unable to believe their own eyes. The immortal gate had shattered. The golden-armored soldier's gaze turned vacant as he uttered in disbelief, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly, report this!" At that moment, the golden-armored soldier was thrown into complete disarray. The destruction of the immortal gate was no trivial matter. The gate represented the face of an immortal dynasty, serving primarily to welcome talented individuals from the lower realms. After all, 3 of the 4 immortal emperors of the immortal realm originated from the lower realms. In such a chaotic state, how could he maintain any decorum? Just then, a figure descended, frowning as he chided the flustered golden-armored soldiers. The newcomer donned a flowing purple robe, with hair cascading down. Grand Immortal Xian, you sought these individuals, and they shattered the immortal gate. The golden-armored soldier stammered in fear. The individuals I sought. Could it be? Grand Immortal Xian's gaze sharpened as he turned towards Junlin and Xiaoluyan. Nonsense. What do you mean I sought these individuals? Who is misrepresenting my words? I merely passed by and saw nothing of note. I was about to leave. Grand Immortal Xian's pupils constricted rapidly, and he chastised the golden-armored soldier sternly, wishing to depart. He was no fool, with the immortal gate destroyed. Why would he remain here to court death? Grand Immortal Xian, they truly are the ones you sought. They ascended from the Tianwu continent. The golden-armored soldier, believing Xian had misunderstood, reiterated. At this moment, Grand Immortal Xian felt utterly overwhelmed, his heart racing. He desperately wished to slap the insolent soldier. A person capable of shattering the immortal gate was certainly not someone he could provoke. How could the ones I seek possibly be them? Furthermore, are you abusing your authority to obstruct others from ascending? Grand Immortal Xian reprimanded the golden-armored soldier with a facade of righteous indignation. And no, Grand Immortal, it was you who commanded us to stop those ascending from the Tianwu continent. The golden-armored soldier exclaimed incredulously. This order had indeed come from the Grand Immortal. And they could not be mistaken. They could not comprehend why Grand Immortal Xian refused to acknowledge it. Even if the other party possessed overwhelming strength and had shattered the immortal gate, Xian should not have acted this way. After all, they were backed by the North Qing Emperor's immortal dynasty, one of the mightiest forces in the immortal realm. Moreover, having provoked such a formidable individual, they were eager to shift the blame onto Xian, as they could not handle the situation themselves. They are merely insignificant minions, their demise inconsequential. The celestial dynasty of the Azure Emperor may not even regard their existence. However, Xian is different. He is one of the commanding leaders under the Azure Emperor. Should Xian perish, the celestial dynasty would undoubtedly take action, for the death of a leader would be a direct affront to the Azure Emperor's authority. Although such an act may provoke Xian's wrath, the current trajectory suggests that he may not triumph and could very well meet his end. The lifeless Xian would pose no threat to these golden-armored soldiers. Silence. The celestial master has decreed it, and it stands as such. Are you courting death by questioning my authority? Xian's eyes ignited with a chilling glare. He was genuinely exasperated. These soldiers seemed remarkably dim-witted, unable to grasp the obvious implications of his words. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the celestial dynasty of the Azure Emperor. I, your humble leader, extend my congratulations on your ascension and represent the dynasty in welcoming you. I am honored to have gained the Emperor's favor, accompanying him in numerous campaigns. As one of the mightiest dynasties in the celestial realm, we continuously seek to recruit exceptional talents. Might I inquire if you are interested in joining our esteemed ranks? Xian spoke with a smile, ostensibly introducing the dynasty, but subtly implying his closeness to the Emperor, a figure of immense significance within the celestial hierarchy. I believe you are the one who should be interested, Junlin replied, nodding subtly towards Xiaoluyan. With a swift gesture, Xiaoluyan propelled 4 objects directly towards Xian. Initially, Xian's expression was one of confusion, He could not fathom what Yi Junlin meant by interest. However, his gaze sharpened as he recognized the four heads flying towards him. From the very beginning, Yi Junlin had sensed that the celestial auras of the four victims were of the same origin as Ziyun's, coupled with the golden armored soldier's statements. He realized they were the disciples of this very master. You wretched creatures, even in death, you dare return. Ziyun's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he bellowed in fury, obliterating the four heads into a fine mist. Alas, my young friend, you must understand that these were my four disciples, and I am uncertain how they ended up in the mortal realm. Ziyun lamented. It is of no consequence. Your disciples coveted the treasures I possess and sought to kill me for them. I dealt with them all in one fell swoop. Yi Junlin responded, shaking his head dismissively. It is my failure as a mentor that has led to this unfortunate outcome. I bear the burden of responsibility. Ziyun's eyes brimmed with tears, and he appeared aged and forlorn, embodying a profound sense of solitude. Indeed, you bear responsibility for unleashing such disciples upon the world. As their master, you must answer for their transgressions, Yi Junlin remarked coolly. Observing the nature of his disciples revealed much about their master. They were all arrogant and devoid of goodness. Yes, I accept my responsibility. I shall retreat to meditate for a century, Ziyun declared earnestly, tears glistening in his eyes. This was no act. He genuinely mourned the loss of his beloved disciple, Fan Qing, whom he had cherished and nurtured, even endowing him with life-saving techniques. He had never anticipated losing all four disciples during this descent into the mortal realm. While the loss of the other three might not have affected him so deeply, Fan Qing's absence was a profound blow. No need for such extreme measures, Yi Junlin replied, observing Ziyun. Please, do not insist. You are right. Their mistakes are mine to bear. With their demise, it falls to me, their master, to atone, Ziyun asserted with righteous fervor. Believing the young man was appealing to his compassion. My point is, meditating will serve no purpose. It would be better to atone with your life, Yi Junlin shrugged. Very well, as you say, I shall pay with my life. What? Ziyun, initially prepared to comply, suddenly realized something was amiss. He had thought Yi Junlin was merely advising him to let it go, considering that death absolves all debts. Yet he had not anticipated this youth's ruthlessness in suggesting he take his own life. My dear fellow, did you just imply? Ziyun asked cautiously. I said, you should atone with your life. Given such disciples, if you do not perish, who will? Yi Junlin retorted. If you lack the ability, you should refrain from taking on disciples. Depart to the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps you may encounter your beloved disciples along the way. Young man, do not presume that I fear you. Do you know who stands behind me? The entire celestial dynasty of the Azure Emperor. Should you kill me, you shall face an unending pursuit by the dynasty. In that case, neither heaven nor earth will provide you sanctuary. Ziyun barked fiercely, shedding any pretense of composure. He had long feared that Yi Junlin might strike him down, and if he were to die, any pursuit would be futile. Thus, he had sought to delay, having already sent word for reinforcements. Lu Yun, lend him a hand, Yi Junlin commanded, devoid of any desire to engage in confrontation. Yes, young master. Xia Luyun appeared before Ziyun with an ethereal swiftness. Wait, should you kill me, the entire celestial dynasty will not let you off, Ziyun screamed in desperation. He was employing the thread of the celestial dynasty, unwilling to accept his fate. He had never intended to spare Yi Junlin, especially after witnessing the demise of his disciples at his hands. While revenge was a trivial matter, the true prize was the treasure Yi Junlin possessed, which ignited a profound greed within Ziyun. Yet, Yi Junlin was offering him no opportunity, intent on extinguishing his life. Go ahead and kill him. We shall remain here to observe how the denizens of this celestial dynasty conduct their affairs. Yi Junlin waved dismissively, striding towards the golden armored soldiers, who stood frozen in fear. Uncertain of his intentions, what could this youth possibly desire? Is he here to slay us? The soldiers were paralyzed with dread, for this was a being capable of dispatching even the mightiest celestial beings with ease. Yet, Yi Junlin paid them no mind, instead finding a suitable spot to settle down. Retrieving a chair from his spatial ring and comfortably seating himself. How damned audacious. Ziyun's countenance shifted dramatically. The elder's speed was astonishing, too swift for him to react, leaving even the trace of his figure unseen. Ziyun had never contemplated engaging in battle, perhaps due to the shattering of the celestial gate. It was inconceivable for a celestial being of such stature to obliterate a celestial gate with a mere punch. The opponent's cultivation level surpassed that of a great celestial being, and this was merely the prowess of the youth seated not far away. As for the elder, judging by the current circumstances of their confrontation, he was undoubtedly a formidable and terrifying powerhouse. Ziyun now found himself consumed by a singular thought: how to flee. Yet, in the face of Xia Luyun, He found himself devoid of even the right to escape. If the young master decrees your death, you ought to be grateful for your demise. Rather than engaging in futile struggles, Xiao Luyun remarked, gazing at Ziyun. I refuse to believe it. Escape, Ziyun shouted, overwhelmed by the elder's terrifying presence. He could scarcely endure the sheer weight of his aura. It felt akin to the thoughts that would arise when confronting the supreme celestial emperor. This notion sent a jolt through his heart, but he shook his head vigorously. How could a mere servant possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with an emperor? Ziyun produced a teleportation talisman from his robes, which immediately radiated a brilliant light. This talisman, a reward from the celestial emperor after he had achieved great merit long ago, was not merely a teleportation talisman, but rather a heaven and earth-breaking talisman, allowing instantaneous travel across vast distances. He had kept it close all this time, and now it proved invaluable. Boy, once I report back, you shall await your doom. I will ensure you pay the price for killing my disciple. This grudge cannot go unavenged. Though Ziyun felt a pang of regret for using the talisman, he shouted with newfound confidence, releasing all his pent-up frustrations. His killing intent surging ever higher. A portal to the void materialized before him, leading into the unknown. With a fierce glare at Junlin and his companion, Ziyun stepped into the void passage. In an instant, he felt an unparalleled freedom of movement within that confined space. Xiao Luyun, with a curious tone, softly inquired, where do you think you are going? Of course, I am heading into the Celestial Dynasty. Where else could I go? Ziyun responded almost instinctively. Who is speaking? Ziyun quickly realized, heightened vigilance washing over him as he surveyed the surrounding area, which was barren, devoid of even a blade of grass, save for 5 looming pillars. Look up, Xiao Luyun said, his tone tinged with interest. Gasping, Ziyun exclaimed, how have you grown so large? Is this your true form? He was taken aback, for he had utilized the breaking talisman, yet here he found himself, inexplicably within the grasp of the elder. Had this elder truly become so formidable that the talisman could not even propel him from his palm? Prepare to be reborn. Without further ado, Xiao Luyun slowly closed his hand into a fist. No, please. I hate this. Ziyun barely managed to utter before being crushed to dust, leaving no trace behind. The golden-armored soldiers trembled in fear. A grand celestial being had been obliterated with such ease, unable even to flee. How could a being of such strength possibly have descended from the lower realms? Were the denizens of the lower realms truly this formidable? They stood petrified, hardly daring to move or even breathe, fearful that the sound of their inhalation might spell their doom. Junlin awaited the reinforcements Ziyun had previously signaled. The golden-armored soldiers longed to dig a hole and bury themselves, wishing to vanish without a trace. Who dares to damage the celestial gate of my Qingdi celestial dynasty? Such audacity implies a blatant disregard for my authority. A thunderous voice resonated. As a towering man adorned with a golden crown and battle armor surveyed the shattered celestial gate with cold indifference. Xianxiafans. I never anticipated that the esteemed Xianxiafans would personally arrive. The golden-armored soldier's expressions shifted drastically. This Xianxiafan was infamous for his brutality. Is it you? Where is Ziyun? Summon him to me at once. Xianxiafan's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Junlin and the others. Reporting to the Celestial Lord, Ziyun has passed on. A golden-armored soldier stepped forward, trembling as he spoke. Who killed him? Xianxiafan inquired, his demeanor devoid of any tremor. It was us. Junlin leisurely stretched and rose to his feet. You are the ones who ascended from the Tianwu continent? Xianxiafan did not display anger, but instead posed a question. What do you wish to convey? Junlin, intrigued, replied, it is astonishing that ascendants can defy celestial beings. Such combat prowess is truly remarkable. No wonder this place, once graced by the Qing Emperor, produces such prodigious talents. Xianxiafan's face was alight with admiration, seemingly forgetting Ziyun's demise. The golden-armored soldiers were left in utter disbelief. They had expected Xianxiafan to seek retribution, only to find him offering praise instead. Chapter 45, Celestial Emperor Qinglong. Might you be interested in joining my Qingdi celestial dynasty? Xianxiafan proposed with a sincere smile. I believe that with your capabilities, you could rise to prominence as a formidable general in just a few years. Of course, the decision rests entirely with you. My Qingdi celestial dynasty would never coerce you in any manner. His demeanor was earnest and unpretentious, devoid of any air of superiority. Initially, Xianxiafan had assumed that an opposing force had shattered the celestial gate, but upon witnessing the extraordinary talent before him, he realized that the guardians of the gate must have deliberately created the situation. Having once served at the celestial gate himself, Xianxiafan understood the intricacies involved. As long as they were not hostile forces, everything could be negotiated. No need for that. I am accustomed to a leisurely life, but I shall certainly pay a visit when time permits. Junlin waved his hand dismissively. Of course, his words were merely polite niceties, and he did not take them to heart. Is it true that the celestial emperor of the Qingdi celestial dynasty is the Qinglong? Xiao Luyun asked directly. Impudent. The name of the Qing emperor is not one you may utter so casually. Lai Shazhen was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. The Qing emperor was a taboo, far too exalted for these individuals to mention by name. Yet, Xiao Luyun disregarded Lai Shazhen's anger and turned to Yi Junlin, saying, "Young master, perhaps we should pay a visit to the celestial emperor. Many years ago, I recall that the emperor of humanity possessed a steed named the Azure Dragon. In those days, we fought side by side. However, for reasons unbeknownst to me, the emperor left him in the immortal realm." Upon witnessing the reaction of Lu Sha, it became evident to Xiao Luyun that his speculation was correct. This Azure Emperor was indeed the once diminutive Azure Dragon. Oh, is that so? Then let us go and investigate, Yi Junlin declared. Lu Sha found himself somewhat bewildered, as the two were engaging in a conversation that seemed utterly nonsensical. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The Azure Emperor's true form was indeed that of a dragon, a creature symbolizing immense power. When did anyone dare to refer to the Azure Emperor as merely a little dragon? Lu Sha cast a penetrating glance at Xiao Luyun. This elder was no ordinary figure. To have once fought alongside the Azure Emperor, who could this illustrious personage be? Lu Sha could not recall any such memory. You there, Lu Sha, lead the way, Yi Junlin commanded, addressing the still-dazed Lu Sha. Ahem, please follow me, esteemed sirs. Lu Sha refrained from using the term young friend any longer. He transformed into a streak of light, hastening towards the palace of the Azure Emperor. Yi Junlin and Xiao Luyun followed with an ease reminiscent of a leisurely stroll. Despite Lu Sha exerting every ounce of his speed, he discovered that no matter how fast he propelled himself, the two behind him maintained a relaxed and untroubled pace. For them, it was truly effortless. Lu Sha understood that their cultivation levels far surpassed his own, leading him to believe that their words were indeed truthful. To have fought alongside the Azure Emperor, what sort of celestial beings were they? The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. Just who were these individuals who had once claimed the Azure Emperor as their steed? What level of power must they possess? Lu Sha's heart remained in turmoil. It was no wonder that this elder and youth remained remarkably composed throughout. Their formidable cultivation granted them an indomitable confidence, unperturbed by any adversary. The Azure Emperor's domain extended vast and wide, governing the entirety of the northern immortal realm. Within this realm, there existed 5 great celestial dynasties. The Eastern Celestial Dynasty, ruled by the ambitious Dongfang Shuo, who had once instigated a great war in an attempt to seize dominion over the entire immortal realm. The Southern Nalan Celestial Dynasty, led by the non-aggressive yet unyielding Nalan Longda. The Western Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty, under the formidable Yaoqi Empress, the sole female among the 5 celestial sovereigns. And finally, the Central Celestial Dynasty of Kunshan, whose true name remains a mystery. The fact that he could preside over the most prosperous region of the immortal realm speaks volumes of his extraordinary prowess. Along the journey, Lu Sha incessantly elucidated the current state of the immortal realm to Yi Junlin and Xiao Luyun. Kunshan, could it be? Xiao Luyun's eyes sharpened, a flicker of killing intent surfacing briefly before being swiftly suppressed. Do you happen to know this Kunshan emperor? Yi Junlin inquired. Having sensed the shift in Xiao Luyun's demeanor, I merely recalled certain matters. This Kunshan was once the name of a clan in that particular place. I shall never forget that among the several illustrious families who once besieged the crown prince, the Kunshan family was among them. They managed to flee rather swiftly, relocating entirely to the outer realms, Xiao Luyun replied, his gaze imbued with an icy glint. Ah, the Kunshan clan indeed. Yi Junlin's expression shifted upon hearing the name of the clan that had once conspired against his elder brother. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. It seems we shall soon confront this Kunshan emperor, he uttered coldly. Yet, they remained uncertain whether this Kunshan was indeed a descendant of that clan. Only upon meeting Xiao Luyun could they discern the truth. Their conversation bore no caution against Lu Sha's presence, who felt overwhelmed by the plethora of information he had just absorbed. This elder and youth were evidently no ordinary cultivators. The mention of the Emperor of Humanity, the Crown Prince, and the external threats left him utterly confounded. He had no prior knowledge of such matters. Furthermore, he was certain that throughout the annals of the immortal realm's history, there had never been a mention of the Kunshan clan or the Emperor of Humanity. However, upon reflection, he recognized that the Kunshan Emperor had seemingly risen to prominence overnight, as if emerging from thin air, without a hint of forewarning. By the time everyone became aware of Kunshan, he had already ascended to the status of Emperor, forcefully dominating the Central Celestial Realm. When Dongfang Shuo had attempted to invade the Central Celestial Realm, he returned in disgrace, with no one privy to the events that transpired, nor daring to inquire further. The Azure Emperor, too, had remained silent on the matter. Now, as Lu Sha recalled these events, a chill ran down his spine, akin to an invisible net ensnaring all within the immortal realm. An unseen hand seemed to orchestrate everything from the shadows. The more he contemplated, the more fear gripped him, rendering him dazed as he guided the way. Here lies the palace of the Azure Emperor. I must go and report. Please wait a moment, Lu Sha announced as he led Yi Junlin and Xia Luya into the entrance of a resplendent hall. Where is the Azure Dragon? Why has he not yet come forth to welcome the young master? Chapter 46, The Xianxian Clan. Just as Lu Sha was about to enter the imperial palace to deliver his report, he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. This was simply too overwhelming. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted from within the palace, akin to an ancient dragon awakening. The power emanating was immensely potent. Whoosh. A flash of azure dragon light darted past. Before Lu Sha could react, a young man clad in a dragon robe appeared before Xia Luyan. His expression was inscrutable, and 2 horns adorned his head, giving him a somewhat remarkable appearance. Yet, within his eyes lingered a palpable excitement. Lu Sha, Immortal Lord, I greet the Azure Emperor. Lu Sha hastily knelt, paying his respects. However, the Azure Dragon paid him no heed, instead fixating his gaze on Xia Luyan. Is it true that His Majesty sent you to fetch me? The Azure Dragon inquired, his lips trembling with anticipation. Lu Sha was struck with disbelief. Their immortal emperor typically exuded an aura of overwhelming authority, rarely displaying a smile. Yet, at this moment, the emperor appeared akin to a child eagerly awaiting the arrival of a beloved guardian, his eyes brimming with hope, stirring a sense of heartache within. Azure Dragon, you must understand that the battles involving such beings are beyond our reach. His Majesty acts for your own good, Xia Luyan gently articulated, albeit with a tinge of reluctance. For thousands of years, the Azure Dragon had devoted himself to cultivation, yearning to return to His Majesty's side. Alas, his innate talents were limited, preventing him from soaring to greater heights. Your Majesty, I am ashamed. I am powerless. Tears shimmered in the Azure Dragon's eyes, and Yi Junlin recognized them for what they were, tears. Come now, a dignified immortal emperor should possess more fortitude. While you are not needed at His Majesty's side for the time being, you are welcome to accompany the young master, Xia Luyan remarked, placing a reassuring hand on the Azure Dragon's shoulder. By the way, young master, is it the young master Yi Zhan? Splendid news. It brings me great joy that young master Yi is unharmed. In an instant, the Azure Dragon leapt up with the exuberance of a child, laughing heartily. Once a steed of the human emperor, he possessed knowledge of certain matters. Upon learning of the disappearance of the crown prince Yi Zhan, who had been besieged by the immortal families, the Azure Dragon roared skyward in anguish. He loathed his own powerlessness and despised his inability to offer even the slightest assistance. He would have welcomed death if it meant he could lend a hand. Yet, in such a battle, he was not even worthy of being cannon fodder. This was the second prince, Yi Junlin. Upon hearing the Azure Dragon mention the crown prince Yi Zhan, Xia Liyun's expression darkened momentarily before he stepped aside, allowing Yi Junlin to emerge. I, your humble servant, the Azure Dragon, pay my respects to His Highness the second prince. The Azure Dragon was initially taken aback, then quickly knelt on the ground, paying his respects with utmost reverence. Beside him, Lu Sha was momentarily stunned before he too knelt, burying his face deeply into the crook of his arm. He merely thought they might be old acquaintances of the Azure Emperor, but he had not anticipated the lofty status of this youth. Even the Azure Emperor would bow before him. He had grown numb and could only mechanically perform the gesture of respect. Lu Sha vowed that today would undoubtedly be the most exhilarating day in history. It was simply too stimulating. Azure Dragon, rise. From this day forth, you shall remain by my side, Yi Junlin said with a smile. He had witnessed the Azure Dragon's unwavering loyalty to his father, the human emperor. Such a devoted individual was certainly worthy of being kept close. And as for his cultivation, that was of no concern. Azure Dragon, why do you still linger in a daze? Do you think the emperor has retained you here for what purpose? Naturally, it is to assist the young master. The emperor is indeed far-sighted, Xia Luyan remarked, observing the Azure Dragon lost in thought. Indeed, the emperor has not abandoned the Azure Dragon. Woe is me, the Azure Dragon exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks as he fervently declared his willingness to follow the young master, serving him loyally without regret. By the way, Azure Dragon, what is your perspective on Xianxian of the Central Celestial Domain? Yi Junlin inquired, eager to gauge the Azure Dragon's knowledge. Thousands of years ago, Xianxian had descended upon the Celestial Domain, asserting dominance over it. No one knew from whence he had emerged. At that time, Dongfang Su had led millions of celestial soldiers to encircle him, yet returned grievously injured. However, I know that he was not merely wounded. He was on the brink of death. With one strike, just one strike, Dongfang Su was utterly defeated. The Azure Dragon spoke with solemnity. After extensive investigation, I discovered that this Kuan Xian is the foremost prodigy of the Kuan Xian clan. He did not align with his family to seek refuge beyond the realm. Instead, he came to the celestial domain. I once had an encounter with him, during which he claimed to be atoning for his sins. Interesting, intriguing indeed. The Kuan Xian clan conspired to ensnare my elder brother, and this so-called first among the younger generation of the Kuan Xian clan is purportedly seeking redemption? Yi Junlin smiled. Yet an undercurrent of deadly intent lurked beneath. Azure Dragon, extend invitations to all individuals of the Celestial Dynasty to come to the Azure Emperor's Celestial Dynasty. As for the reasons, you may devise them. They must all attend. Yi Junlin commanded the Azure Dragon. Young master, the others may be persuaded. But Kuan Xian is notoriously reclusive. Even when we Celestial Dynasties convene, he rarely attends. The Azure Dragon replied, somewhat awkwardly. Come. Let me instruct you on how to issue the invitation. The letter shall read, the Azure Emperor's Celestial Dynasty invites the Celestial Emperor Kuan Xian and the prodigies to participate in the grand contest. Attendance is mandatory. Should you fail to appear, you shall be mine. Dare to defy me, and I shall have my vengeance. The Azure Emperor's Celestial Dynasty presents this. Xia Luyun. Azure Dragon. Lu Sha, the Celestial Monarch. I am utterly dumbfounded. Such ruthlessness, such fierce intensity. Any normal person would find it nearly impossible to withstand such a venomous and perverse provocation. The Azure Dragon understood and promptly set about arranging the necessary matters. Central Celestial Domain. Report. Celestial Emperor, this is an invitation dispatched by the Azure Dragon, Celestial Emperor. Azure Dragon. He is usually composed. This does not seem like his style. Could it be that he has arrived? In the dimly lit hall, Kuan Xian narrowed his eyes, fixating on the series of cordial phrases inscribed on the invitation. His voice low and contemplative. Kuan Xian appeared youthful, scarcely more than 20 years old, yet in truth, he had lived for countless millennia. The celestial mechanism had foretold that he would appear in the celestial domain. If that were the case, I must pay a visit. Kuan Xian murmured softly, leaving no one to discern the meaning of his words. How many millennia has it been? Because of him, I have languished in this wretched realm for so long. Has the time finally come for my return? Chapter 47. The Arrogant Dongfang Su. Kuan Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, rising to his feet. In an instant, his aura surged, shattering the limitations of the celestial domain. By my imperial decree, all prodigies of the central celestial domain shall gather. We depart for the Azure Emperor's celestial dynasty today. Kuan Xian commanded directly. Then, he turned the invitation in his hand to Ash. Humph, a provocation. Quite amusing. I am eager to see the individual capable of stirring the ages, as spoken of by the celestial mechanism. Kuan Xian's gaze seemed to penetrate the palace. Directed toward the Azure Emperor's celestial dynasty, Kuan Xian still recalled the words spoken by the celestial mechanism in his original world. With that, his figure vanished without a trace. Is Kuan Xian truly just a celestial emperor? With a single strike, I was grievously injured and nearly perished. After recuperating for millennia, my wounds have finally healed, and my cultivation has even advanced further. Dongfang Su of the Eastern Celestial Dynasty emerged from a secluded chamber, murmuring to himself. The memory still haunted him. Kuan Xian was terrifying to the point of inducing despair. Even now, though his injuries had mended, the deep-seated fear within him could not be dispelled. Dongfang Su understood that the profound strength of Kuan Xian had already planted a curse within his heart. In retrospect, the strike from Kuan Xian had been delivered with such casual ease. Kuan Xian had intentionally spared his life, but as for the reason, Dongfang Su had yet to comprehend. Did he seek to conspire against the Eastern Celestial Dynasty? What a jest! If Kuan Xian wished, all these celestial dynasties would be but trifles in his grasp. Gather the prodigies of the Eastern Celestial Dynasty. We depart immediately for the Azure Emperor's Celestial Dynasty. I wish to see what schemes this Azure Dragon has in mind. With that, Dongfang Su vanished without a trace. Your servant pays homage to the Empress Mother. This is an invitation from the Azure Emperor's Celestial Dynasty. How peculiar. The Azure Emperor's Celestial Dynasty has never hosted such events. Could it be that they have taken leave of their senses this year? The Yaoqi Empress Mother said languidly, reclining on her throne with an indescribable allure. Yet, her visage remained shrouded, creating an intense sense of obscurity. The stage has been set. Let us make an appearance. With the 5 celestial emperors gathered, what kind of collision shall unfold this time? Is the celestial emperor Kuan Xian truly the foremost among them? The Empress Mother concluded without further elaboration, and her attendants took their leave. For many years, the 5 celestial dynasties had fought their battles independently, with little interaction. In this upcoming grand contest of the celestial dynasties, the victor would receive bountiful rewards. Simultaneously, the most exceptional prodigies have the opportunity to accompany His Majesty's young master, Junlin, in conquering the myriad realms. This is the pinnacle of honor. Atop the vast training ground of the Celestial Dynasty, the Azure Emperor stood beside Junlin, proclaiming loudly. Indeed, everyone was left with a question. Who is this youth standing next to the Azure Emperor? For the Emperor had not taken his throne. Rather, it was this young man who lounged upon it with an air of nonchalance, leaving even the Azure Emperor to stand aside. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the crowd erupted into a clamor. The one whom even the Azure Emperor serves as young master? Who might this divine being be? At that moment, someone cried out. The Celestial Emperor of the Eastern Dynasty has arrived, accompanied by a host of prodigies. Suddenly, a golden dragon chariot soared swiftly across the distant sky. Harnessed to it were 9 ancient fearsome beasts, the howling moon wolf kings. Their fur bristled like divine needles, appearing remarkably formidable. Each wolf king possessed the cultivation of a celestial lord. A thunderous howl erupted from the 9 wolf kings, instantly altering the atmosphere. Trailing behind their dragon chariot was a colossal void warship. This vessel was so immense that one could observe a myriad of intricate scars upon its hull, each marking a testament to the weapons it had endured, emanating an aura of ferocity. This warship was a treasured relic, bearing a glorious past. Dongfang Su. It has been ages. The Azure Dragon squinted his eyes, addressing the golden dragon chariot. Ha ha ha, Azure Dragon. After so many years, I wonder if your cultivation has advanced? We must have a sparring session when the chance arises, came Dongfang Su's voice from within the chariot. Then, a figure emerged from the chariot, each step causing the void to wail. This was the Celestial Emperor, his every movement epitomizing the zenith of the celestial realm. The howling moon wolf kings, sensing the Emperor's might, let out a powerful roar. Be silent, wretched beast. A middle-aged man clad in golden battle armor stepped forward and bellowed from behind the Azure Dragon. The howling moon wolf kings immediately exhibited a flicker of fear, lowering their voices. When did a celestial king dare to reprimand my steed? Dongfang Su narrowed his eyes, addressing the celestial king. If the beasts are ignorant, must the esteemed celestial emperor also lack understanding? The Azure Dragon inquired, gazing directly at Dongfang Su. Azure Dragon, do you seek war? Dongfang Su's expression darkened. The comparison to the howling moon wolf kings was a blatant insult. Who was he? The venerable celestial emperor could not be equated with mere beasts. Dongfang Su, do you truly believe this emperor fears you? If you wish for battle, then let it be. The Azure Dragon replied, undaunted. Dongfang Su, I have heard that thousands of years ago, you were severely injured by Xianxian with a single blow. Is that true? I am most curious. A melodious laughter rang out, like silver bells. Suddenly, countless petals filled the sky, wafting with a rich fragrance. It became apparent that a stunningly beautiful woman, accompanied by her subordinates, was gracefully approaching. Yaoqi, who claimed I was defeated in one move. Dongfang Su calmly replied. In that battle, this emperor nearly shattered the entire central celestial domain. It ended in a hard-fought stalemate. He could not divulge the actual circumstances of the battle, even though everyone was aware of the truth. However, knowing and expressing it were 2 different matters. It appears that Dongfang Su's cultivation is among the top in our company of 5? Inquired the celestial emperor of the Nalan dynasty, intrigued. Indeed, in that battle, though I barely managed to draw, many years have passed, and this emperor's cultivation has ascended to new heights. Should I confront Xianxian once more, victory will undoubtedly be within my grasp, Dongfang Su declared with a cold smirk. He could boast so boldly because he knew that Xianxian had no interest in participating in such tournaments. Thus, no one would dare to question or doubt his claims. Yet, Yaoqi and Nalan Longda were shaken. Dongfang Su's cultivation advancing further was certainly not auspicious news for them. Chapter 48, Xianxian's Thoughts. The Azure Dragon remained impassive, his thoughts inscrutable. He had never placed much significance on Dongfang Su's advancement. With the calamity elixir bestowed upon him by young master Junlin, he could elevate his own cultivation by 100 or even 1,000 levels. Thus, the current Dongfang Su held little regard in his eyes. Just as Dongfang Su was reveling in his boastfulness, the celestial emperor Xianxian arrived. Gasp! Dongfang Su froze, akin to a duck caught by the throat. His face flushed crimson, rendering him momentarily speechless. Both Yaoqi and Nalan Longda's expressions shifted, the gravity of the situation evident to all. This was Xianxian, who, though rarely seen, exuded immense pressure upon the celestial emperors. Xianxian did not descend directly from the sky, but approached step by step from the entrance of the Azure Emperor's celestial dynasty. As he passed by Dongfang Su, Xianxian halted, his gaze locking onto Dongfang Su. No words were exchanged, he merely observed in silence. In that fleeting moment, Dongfang Su felt as if his garments had become drenched with sweat. Kuan Xian, long time no see. Dongfang Su managed a strained smile, addressing Kuan Xian. Internally, he cursed the Azure Dragon for inviting this monstrous figure, feeling utterly humiliated. He had initially hoped to maintain an air of superiority, but the swift reality had slapped him in the face. Now that everyone is present, please take your seats, the Azure Dragon stated expressionlessly to the group. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Celestial Emperor Kuan Xian, please. Dongfang Su laughed heartily, gesturing for Kuan Xian to take a seat. Upon the elevated platform, there were 7 seats in total. Dongfang Su now noticed a young man seated in the central position, beside whom sat an elderly figure with closed eyes. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda exchanged contemplative glances regarding the youth. Dongfang Su could hardly contain his indignation. How could a mere boy qualify to sit alongside 5 celestial emperors? Especially in the most prominent position? You boy, who do you think you are? This emperor grants you 3 breaths to vacate this seat. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to ashes. Dongfang Su declared icily. Today had already been sufficiently vexing. He could not abide this youth daring to encroach upon the celestial emperors. Xia Luyun. Kuan Xian's pupils constricted suddenly as he gazed at Xia Luyun, his thoughts racing. Perhaps Xia Luyun had never seen him. But he had certainly laid eyes upon Xia Luyun, not for any other reason, but because he had witnessed the projections of the battlefield within his family. Xia Luyun fought fiercely among them, and indeed, his prowess was extraordinarily formidable. At least in the eyes of Kuan Xian, Xia Luyun was undeniably powerful. After all, he was once a commander under the Emperor of Humanity, and his cultivation was naturally remarkable. With Xia Luyun unexpectedly by his side, Kuan Xian realized he could no longer act recklessly. It seemed he would have to resort to more circumspect tactics. A peculiar glimmer flashed in Kuan Xian's eyes. He had initially prepared for a decisive strike to eliminate the second son of the emperor, as foretold by Tianjizi. However, with the formidable Xia Luyun providing protection, he found himself unable to take action. He could only wait and first establish a rapport with Junlin. Dongfang Su, what do you think you are? Can you truly scold my young master? Qinglong suddenly appeared before Dongfang Su, sneering. Ha ha ha. Qinglong, it seems you have truly lost your senses. To acknowledge a mere fledgling as your young master. Dongfang Su laughed boisterously. Those who insult my young master shall die. Qinglong, eliminate him. Xia Luyun opened his eyes and commanded. Yes, Commander Xia. Qinglong responded without further ado, launching himself at Dongfang Su. Meanwhile, Kuan Xian focused intently, ready to act at a moment's notice. He was certainly not aiming to attack Yi Junlin. Rather, he sought to eliminate Dongfang Su. After all, doing so would earn him Yi Junlin's favor and allow him to draw closer to him. However, he knew he could not make a move just yet. He had to wait until Qinglong was unable to subdue Dongfang Su. He was aware that Qinglong would at most achieve a stalemate with Dongfang Su. Both were at the same level of cultivation, and in the short term, it was impossible to determine a victor. True Dragon Claw. A glimmer of cold light gathered in Qinglong's eyes as he unleashed his ultimate technique. This was a unique divine ability of the Dragon Clan, once regarded as one of the 10 fiendish techniques, and its power was naturally terrifying. Qinglong's right hand transformed into an enormous dragon claw, and with a single strike, he shattered the void, launching an unstoppable assault toward Dongfang Su. Kuan Xian's expression changed upon witnessing Qinglong's move. This was far beyond the might of an Empyrean. It was evidently a power surpassing that realm. He could not comprehend how Qinglong had broken through to a level above the Empyrean in just a few short millennia. When Kuan Xian had first encountered Qinglong, he had only just entered the Empyrean realm. Now, Qinglong had seemingly achieved a level beyond the peak of the Empyrean. Yet, Kuan Xian had not anticipated that Qinglong would silently surpass expectations. His attempt to win Yi Junlin's favor had now failed. The disparity between an Empyrean and one beyond that realm was not insignificant. It was vast to the point of despair. Ha ha ha, Qinglong, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Very well, I shall elevate my cultivation further. Today, I will make you my first target. Dongfang Su remained unperturbed, convinced that apart from Kuan Xian, he was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 great Empyreans. With a swift motion, Dongfang Su raised his right hand and struck downward at Qinglong's true dragon claw. An Empyrean-esque blow was no jest. A full-force strike could obliterate half an Empyrean dynasty. Puff! As their attacks collided, Dongfang Su stared in disbelief at Qinglong. His assault felt as fragile as paper, utterly incapable of withstanding Qinglong's onslaught. It's impossible, impossible. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. Block it. Dongfang Su initially reacted with disbelief, but soon he frantically gathered celestial energy, forming a massive shield before him. This shield appeared exceptionally sturdy. For other Empyreans, breaching it would be quite a challenge. However, under Qinglong's true dragon claw, the shield was still utterly defenseless. Crack! As the true dragon claw made contact with Dongfang Su's shield, it began to splinter and then exploded. Chapter 49. Kuan Xian Surrender? Yi Junlin's spiritual sense was remarkably acute. Just moments ago, he distinctly felt Kuan Xian scrutinizing him closely. Moreover, Yi Junlin sensed a hidden murderous intent flicker fleetingly. Had his cultivation not been so profound, he might never have noticed it. A playful smile crossed Yi Junlin's lips. Puff! Without a hint of surprise, Qinglong's dragon claw pierced through Dongfang Su's body. With a clear view through and through, when Qinglong retracted his claw, he held a still-beating heart in his hand. Its rhythm was thunderous, deafening. Empyreans are not easily slain. But Qinglong's cultivation had long surpassed that of an Empyrean. No, how could this be? Qinglong, what level of cultivation do you possess? Dongfang Su stared incredulously at Qinglong. He could hardly believe it. Had Qinglong truly broken through the Empyrean realm without him realizing it? Yao Qi and Nalan Longda also regarded Qinglong with solemn expressions. In a sense, Qinglong's cultivation would determine the reshuffling of power within the celestial domain. This was not something they wished to witness, yet they felt utterly powerless. Those who insult my young master shall die. Qinglong did not respond to Dongfang Su, but coldly declared. At that moment, everyone's pupils constricted as they realized the esteemed position this youth held in Qinglong's heart. This young man could command Qinglong's respect, indicating his extraordinary nature. As for the specifics of his exceptionalism, they were unaware, for they had never laid eyes upon Yi Junlin. Qinglong, listen to me. Spare me. I will entrust the Dongfang celestial dynasty to you. Our treasury contains boundless treasures. I beg you, let me go? Dongfang Su was now utterly panicked, pleading desperately. Die. Qinglong paid no heed to Dongfang Su's pleas, his dragon claw slowly tightening around Dongfang Su's heart. Bang! Dongfang Su's complexion turned ashen as he realized his end was nigh. Although the heart alone was not enough to be fatal, he believed Qinglong would not allow him to escape. Flee! Dongfang Su turned to run, unable to linger. For Qinglong harbored a lethal resolve against him. You cannot escape. Come back. Qinglong bellowed, gradually opening his dragon claw, which generated an overwhelming force of attraction. Dongfang Su, who had already distanced himself, suddenly halted, unable to break free. He could only watch helplessly as he was drawn back toward Qinglong. Puff! Qinglong spoke little, simply twisting off Dongfang Su's head. An Empyrean who had reigned for countless years met his bitter end today. There is no need for concern. I am not a bloodthirsty individual. Dongfang Su insulted my young master, and thus he met this fate. Please, take your seats, Qinglong said with a smile. The two Empyreans felt somewhat uneasy, while Kuan Xiantiani appeared contemplative and sat down, his demeanor relaxed, betraying no hint of discomfort. From the Kuan Xian clan? They had only just settled when Yi Junlin's remark nearly caused the other two Empyreans to leap from their seats. However, they quickly realized Yi Junlin was not addressing them. Indeed, Kuan Xian replied with a smile. He exhibited no semblance of artifice, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile that imparted an aura of tranquility. It was as though the mention of the Kuan Xian clan bore no relation to him whatsoever. Yi Junlin smiled faintly. This individual concealed his depths remarkably well. To remain unperturbed while discussing the Kuan Xian clan speaks volumes of his profound composure. You should be aware of the Kuan Xian clan, for heaven's sake. Yi Junlin continued to regard Kuan Xiantiani with an unwavering smile. Though his demeanor was cheerful, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent began to thicken the air around him, sending chills down the spines of those nearby. The Empress of the Yao Qi and Nalan Longda listened, their hearts pounding with trepidation. How could this youth possess such formidable authority? They were baffled, unable to comprehend how a mere boy dared to proclaim in the presence of the Kuan Xian that their family deserved annihilation. Though they were ignorant of the true nature of the Kuan Xian clan, Tiani understood that the Kuan Xian family ought to be punished for their involvement with the crown prince. I had once attempted to intervene, but the ambitious factions within my family paid me no heed. At that time, I was merely a promising junior, lacking the authority to voice my opinions. Alas, the crown prince, a contemporary of mine, possessed unparalleled talent. While I was still striving for mastery, he had already ascended to the realm of the immortal emperor, achieving this by the tender age of 15. Kuan Xiantiani remarked with a hint of lamentation. Yao Qi and Nalan Longda were utterly astounded. A 15-year-old immortal emperor. Was this not terrifying? They were puzzled and confounded. In the annals of the immortal domain, amidst countless ancient texts, they could not recall a single instance of an immortal emperor in their teens. Such ignorance could not be blamed on them, as their cultivation levels dictated their perspectives. Silence. All members of the Kuan Xian clan deserve to perish. Xiao Luyuan opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with chilling intent. The Azure Dragon voiced his willingness to act, affirming that the Kuan Xian clan indeed had no right to exist. It is because of you, these immortal families, that my elder brother has vanished. Pray tell, what right do you have to continue living? Yi Junlin addressed Xianxian Tianyi. Tianyi stands here. Should the second prince wish to take my life, I shall not retaliate, and will allow him to do as he pleases, Xianxian Tianyi stated with calm indifference. The Xianxian clan, once a family of unparalleled glory on the battlefield, had shamefully betrayed the emperor of humanity and the myriad realms, willingly serving as hounds for those from beyond. How ludicrous! Yi Junlin relentlessly provoked Xianxian. The Xianxian clan is guilty. Thus, I have dissociated myself from them, hoping to atone for their sins. If the second prince does not believe me, I stand ready for any punishment he deems fit. Xianxian Tianyi adopted an expression of nonchalance, akin to a pig unafraid of boiling water. What a bold proclamation of submission. I neglected to mention that this prince acts on a whim. Execute him. Yi Junlin remarked with a cold smile directed at Xianxian. How dare he feign bravery before me, displaying a visage that welcomes death. Yi Junlin was no saint. They had plotted against his elder brother, a blood feud that could not be dismissed due to Xianxian Tianyi's mere words. Xianxian Tianyi found himself momentarily bewildered. This second prince was not adhering to the expected script. Shouldn't he be met with sympathy and understanding, given that he had shifted allegiances? After all, he was now emerging from the shadows. However, in Yi Junlin's heart, right remained right, and wrong remained wrong. Misdeeds must inevitably incur consequences. Xianxian believed he had concealed his intentions well, unaware that Yi Junlin had sensed his murderous intent from their very first encounter. Yi Junlin had no intention of sparing him. After a brief moment of panic, Xianxian regained his composure. According to the usual script, this second prince must be testing him to ascertain his sincerity in forsaking the darkness. Yes, that must be it. Xianxian brimmed with confidence. He refrained from resisting or showing any signs of defense, convinced that this was merely a trial. If he could pass this test, Yi Junlin would trust him and lower his guard, granting Xianxian the opportunity to strike. Although Yi Junlin was the second son of the emperor, Xianxian did not believe his cultivation could rival that of the crown prince. Even if it were comparable, it mattered little, for he was still a mere youth. At most, he had reached the realm above the immortal emperor, an easy target for him. With a swift motion, the azure dragon lunged forward, its massive claws descending upon Xianxian's head. Yet, Xianxian remained seated, utterly unmoving, allowing the azure dragon's strike to land upon him. A resounding clang echoed as the blow connected, sparks flying. Yet Xianxian remained as unyielding as a mountain, and scathed, not a single hair out of place. In stark contrast, the azure dragon's expression shifted. It was unable to breach Xianxian's defenses. This Xianxian Tianyi was undoubtedly formidable. Indeed, it was merely a test. How could a small azure dragon hope to harm me? Xianxian reassured himself inwardly. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda maintained their grave expressions. They had anticipated a disparity in cultivation. Yet they could not fathom the extent of such a gap. Even the azure dragon, capable of dispatching Dongfang Su in a single blow, was incapable of breaking through Xianxian's defenses. Or rather, it seemed that even Xianxian's physical form was impenetrable. What level of cultivation did this Xianxian possess? His prowess exceeded their wildest imaginings, reaching heights they dared not contemplate. Perhaps he was akin to a deity. Above the immortal emperor lies divinity, and above divinity resides the true gods. No wonder Xianxian was hailed as the foremost among the younger generation of his clan. Such cultivation warranted pride. Yi Junlin regarded Xianxian with a smile. Your Highness, the second prince, must be exaggerating. Such cultivation is trivial in your esteemed presence. Given time, you will undoubtedly surpass it. It is merely a matter of time, Xianxian replied with a gracious smile. How dare you presume to dictate my timeline? Do you take me for a fool? With your pathetic abilities, surpassing me would be a simple feat. Yi Junlin's smile vanished, replaced with a scornful glare. Captain Xia, confront him. Yi Junlin commanded Xia Luyun. At this moment, Xianxian felt a surge of panic. Should Xia Luyun engage, he would be utterly defenseless. However, inadvertently, Xianxian caught a glimpse of the playful expression on Yi Junlin's face. He swiftly regained his composure, convincing himself that Yi Junlin was still testing him. At least for the time being, Xianxian believed that Yi Junlin would not take his life, as he had professed his desire to atone for the wrongs of the Xianxian clan. In his pursuit of redemption, he had even severed ties with his family. Therefore, Yi Junlin would surely spare him. Xianxian stifled his urge to flee, remaining seated with an air of calmness. His eyes were devoid of any waves, filled only with unwavering determination. Yet, all of this was an act, a deliberate facade designed to convey his resolve to Yi Junlin. However, Yi Junlin was not one to be easily swayed. Wrongdoings bore consequences. Whether or not one was sincere mattered little to Yi Junlin. This was his most genuine sentiment. Moreover, did he truly require others' allegiance? He was not lacking in formidable warriors under his command. Yes, young master. Xiao Luyun slowly rose, striding toward Kuan Tianyi. All of it was pretense, merely a test, a trial to endure. Kuan Tianyi could feel the cataclysmic energy within Xiao Luyun's being, incessantly echoing in his heart. Tap, tap, tap. With each step Xiao Luyun took, Kuan Tianyi's heart would skip a beat. From an initial state of indifference, he could now discern the tremors coursing through Kuan Tianyi's body. This was fear. Despite his utmost efforts to maintain control, he was utterly unable to do so. The pressure exerted by Xiao Luyun was overwhelmingly formidable. I can no longer maintain this charade. Suddenly, Kuan Tianyi sprang to his feet, shouting, unable to endure such oppression. Xiao Luyun, after so many years apart, I never anticipated your cultivation would ascend to such heights. This pressure surpasses our previous encounters. Kuan Tianyi regarded Xiao Luyun with solemnity. Given Xiao Luyun's cultivation, he was more than capable of being one of the 3,000 war generals under the human emperor. Of course, Kuan Tianyi was no match for Xiao Luyun. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Yet, he remained unfazed, for he was the foremost of the Kuan Tianyi clan. He had come, under his family's orders, to eliminate Junlin. After all, the Kuan Tianyi clan was an illustrious lineage. He still possessed means to ensure his survival. Since he had shed his pretense, he intended to make a forceful attempt on Junlin's life, regardless of success or failure. This was his only opportunity. Yet, it was evident that Xiao Luyun would not grant him such a chance. Indeed, even if Xiao Luyun did extend an opportunity, he would be ineffectual. Die! Kuan Tianyi bellowed as he unleashed a secret technique toward Junlin. This was the Kuan Tianyi clan's secret art, Soul Devour, specifically designed to annihilate the souls of adversaries. Its most formidable aspect lay in its ability to silently eliminate foes without warning. Dare to act ferociously in my presence. Annihilate. Xiao Luyun coldly declared. Even in the face of such secret arts, everything became illusory against absolute power. Xiao Luyun, your cultivation has indeed advanced, but it matters not. I believe we shall meet again soon. Kuan Tianyi sneered, then produced an object resembling a small vessel. The Void Ship. How audacious of the Kuan Tianyi clan to bestow upon you their clan's treasured artifact, Xiao Luyun remarked with a somewhat grim expression. The Void Ship could traverse the void, reaching any destination as long as the coordinates were known. Moreover, it was impervious to obstruction, a true treasure. Boy, you shall ultimately perish at my hands. I will ensure that your suffering is greater than death. The son of the human emperor, Yizhan's fate shall be yours. Chapter 51, The First Prince Yizhan. Even with Xiao Luyun's formidable strength, he would find it challenging to contend with Kuan Tianyi, let alone that he was merely a commander. Even generals under the human emperor might not be able to guarantee capturing Kuan Tianyi. The Kuan Xian clan, as an illustrious lineage, possessed a heritage far more terrifying than one could imagine. If this were not the case, the human emperor Yi Jitian would have long eradicated these disloyal families. The immortal clans, as their name suggests, endure through the ages, existing eternally. Within them, strong individuals abound, accumulated over countless years, exhibiting strength that is formidable. Of course, it is not that the human emperor fears them. Rather, should conflict arise, it would only lead to internal strife. The human emperor is reluctant to see his subordinates perish not on the battlefield but at the hands of their own kin, thus providing an opportunity for external forces to retaliate. Each immortal clan harbors an ancestral guardian, though their cultivation may not rival the human emperor Yi Jitian. Should they engage in battle, they could delay him for decades without issue. Such a span of time would suffice for cultivators to eliminate the invaders from the myriad realms. Were it not for this constraint on the human emperor, the external enemies would have fled long ago. Humph, the second prince. We shall meet again. Kuan Tianyi remarked with a smirk as he regarded Junlin. He did not believe he would meet his demise here today, for he possessed the Void Ship, an unparalleled choice for escape. Aside from figures like the ancestral guardians, who in this world could possibly intercept him? Thus, Kuan Tianyi felt no fear. He sought only to indulge in mockery, as it brought him a semblance of joy. Initially intending to extinguish Junlin directly, he had found, upon arrival, that this second prince was accompanied by Commander Xiao Luyun. The thought of attacking Junlin was swiftly extinguished. System, I must detain him. Quickly issue me a quest. Junlin silently communicated with the system. System ding. Sign-in quest initiated. Sign in at the Qingdi Celestial Dynasty. Successful sign-in rewards the host with the 10 Directions Heaven-Subduing Tablet. With sufficient cultivation, one can suppress all under heaven. After a moment of silence, the system announced the sign-in quest. Confirm sign-in. Junlin declared decisively. Ding. Sign-in successful. The host is rewarded with the 10 Directions Heaven-Subduing Tablet. The reward has been delivered to the host's Qingquan ring. Please check. The system's voice echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. In truth, host. You can access any information you desire through the panel. There is no need to inquire of others. It is quite embarrassing. Just as Yi Junlin prepared to examine the 10 Directions Heaven-subduing tablet, the system unexpectedly interjected. System, open the panel. Yi Junlin suddenly realized he had forgotten about the system. Yet, it was hardly surprising, for he had only recently acquired it. Host, Yi Junlin. Cultivation, Celestial Realm. Talent. Secret Techniques and Arts, 100,001. There are too many to enumerate. Special Physique, Yi Clan's Dao Body. All of this transpired in what seemed like an instant. If you were to leave at the slightest provocation, perhaps I truly could not have detained you. But now, to attempt to depart? Yi Junlin said to Kuan Tianyi with a shrug. In truth, Yi Junlin had previously been skeptical of the notion that villains perish due to their verbosity. However, he now believed it wholeheartedly. Had Kuan Tianyi not indulged in excessive chatter and simply fled, even with the sign-in, Yi Junlin would not have been able to stop him. Yet, Kuan Tianyi, emboldened by the presence of his vessel capable of traversing the void, was insufferably arrogant. After all, with such a treasure, anyone else could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. Ultimately, they could only allow him to depart in his haughty manner. Are you attempting to intimidate me? You are unaware that your brother met a most tragic end back in the day. TSK. Even now, the thought of it brings me great satisfaction. Wasn't Yi Zhan long hailed as the foremost of the younger generation? His demise was nothing short of dismal. Oh, indeed. Even some of the older generation are no match for him. But what about the conclusion? By the way, I have a recording stone here. You can see how your elder brother met his demise. Kuan Qian possesses a treasure, yet he is now unwilling to depart so easily. He has resolved to leave some marks in Yi Junlin's heart. Who knows what might happen if he were to fall into madness? At that point, there would be no need for him to intervene. Yi Junlin would have already been rendered ineffective. Buzz. Kuan Qian extracted a recording stone from his bosom and tossed it into the air. Instantly, a vast image materialized in the sky. It depicted a forbidden zone. A young man clad in white stood poised in the void, his eyes like lightning, surveying the shadows around him. Chapter 52. Enemies from Beyond the Domain. You scum are truly the bane of the myriad realms, Yi Zhan uttered slowly. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from his eyes, causing the heavens and earth to pale. Crown Prince, I shall address you as such out of respect. Blame your father instead. How many years has he oppressed our immortal families? How long has it been? A powerful figure spoke from the void. These individuals shared a common trait. None of them revealed their faces. They were afraid, fearing that afterward, the Emperor of Humanity would seek revenge and eradicate them. Although all their ancestral families could unite and delay the Emperor for several decades, ultimately, their ancestors would surely perish, leaving no alternative outcome. Moreover, the current Emperor is in the prime of his youth, filled with vigor and vitality. Many of them dared not overlook one crucial point. The Emperor's innate talent defies the heavens. Because of his existence, they did not dare to risk allowing the Emperor's son, Yi Zhan, to grow any stronger. Yi Zhan's rate of cultivation is truly astonishing, unprecedented in ages. They were afraid, thus, taking advantage of the absence of guards around the Crown Prince, they took action within the Forbidden Zone. Do you think you insignificant beings stand a chance against me? Yi Zhan scoffed at the surrounding powerful figures. Since you have come, why do you not dare to show yourselves? Yi Zhan suddenly lifted his head and gazed into the void. He, the Emperor's son, is indeed extraordinary. He can even perceive our hiding places. A strange voice echoed from the void. Outsiders, you cowardly creatures, I shall ensure that you are all exterminated in my lifetime. Yi Zhan's eyes glimmered with icy brilliance as he declared coldly. Unfortunately, you shall not have that opportunity. How about we all join forces to eliminate him? A figure emerged from the void, gazing at the immortal families. These outsiders appeared no different from the myriad realms at first glance. Yet they bore a distinct mark, a conspicuous black square beneath their noses and above their lips. It was not facial hair, its nature was unknown. Furthermore, their speech carried an unsettling tone. We merely provide information. If you wish to kill him, you best do it quickly. If the Emperor learns of this, it would be a luxury to even wish for death, the members of the immortal families coldly retorted. Indeed, upon hearing the words Emperor, the faces of these outsiders changed dramatically. They harbored a profound, innate fear of the Emperor. Everyone attack. He must die? The leader of the outsiders ordered decisively. Come on, with your mocking words. I, Yi Zhan. Fear no enemy. Ha! Today, I shall kill with abandon. Yi Zhan's flowing black hair resembled a deity as he laughed towards the heavens. He rose to prominence at 6. And by 15, he had instilled terror across various factions. Now, in his 30s, even the immortal families regarded him with trepidation. And the older generation looked up to his figure. The younger generation was so far behind that they could not even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Heavenly slaughter. Yizhan feigned a strike with one hand, launching indiscriminate attacks in all directions. With a single gesture, thousands of sword energies surged forth, each one locking onto an adversary. Whether they were from the outside or the immortal families, all faces paled in horror. Yizhan's growth had been alarmingly rapid, and these sword energies sliced towards vital points. Though these individuals were formidable, none dared to withstand a strike from Yizhan. Some who could not evade gritted their teeth and braced themselves against the onslaught. Yet, all was in vain, utterly futile. In the blink of an eye, half of the surrounding strong were obliterated, each slain with a single sword strike. Ha ha ha! Exhilarating, exhilarating! Yizhan roared with laughter. Everyone, quickly summon my king's grand formation, or we shall all perish here. The leader of the outsiders spoke with a grave expression. Formation, arise. Several strong figures joined forces to wield a formation disc. It was inscribed with a chaotic array of incomprehensible characters, akin to the language of these beings. However, the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from it was undeniably real, even causing Yizhan to furrow his brow. The aura of the outsider king indeed holds me in high regard. Yizhan's eyes narrowed. He could not evade this formation, which enveloped him entirely. The king of eight forks decrees your death. You shall die? The leader coldly laughed at Yizhan. If you die here today, do you think your father will not go mad? The emperor's only son shall perish here. Take a good look at the scenery around you. You shall see it no more. The leader cackled with unrestrained glee. Activate the formation, annihilate him. Outside the formation, several figures moved rapidly, and then all combined their strength. Boom! A dull sound echoed, and within the formation, a black long spear slowly coalesced. The oppressive aura it exuded was simply terrifying. Even through the recording stone, Qinglong felt his body weaken, nearly suffocating. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda were even worse. They collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with terror. Chapter 53. The Crown Prince did not die. At this moment, Yizhan exerted all his might, channeling his entire cultivation to confront the long spear. He had nowhere to hide. Thus, he decided to fight with all his might. Subsequently, the two collided, unleashing boundless radiance. All present were rendered unable to open their eyes. When the light dissipated, everyone turned their gaze toward the formation simultaneously. A long spear pierced through Yizhan's chest, golden blood flowing incessantly. Bang! Yizhan's body shattered into countless pieces, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Excellent. With the death of the emperor's son, the emperor will surely be thrown into chaos. We shall take our leave. The members of the immortal families hastily erased their traces and fled. What a joke! Would they wait for the emperor to descend personally? With Yizhan's death, the emperor would undoubtedly cross the void in rage. At that point, none of them would escape. Now, they could only cautiously erase their tracks, ensuring the emperor remained unaware. Damn the Xianxian clan, damn the immortal families. You all deserve to die. Xia Luyun roared, his eyes blood-red. So, this was how the crown prince met his tragic end. Ha ha ha, what? You wish to kill me? Then come at me. With a triumphant laugh, Yin felt a sense of relief enveloping his heart. After all, witnessing his opponent lose composure and erupt in fury brought him a certain delight. Yet, Junlin remained contemplative, seemingly unperturbed by the chaos. Everything had unfolded too swiftly for anyone to grasp. Only Junlin had discerned the truth beneath the radiant glow. Endowed with the body of the great Tao, his eyes could trace the origins of all things. He had just realized that his elder brother, Yizhan, had employed the golden cicada's shedding technique and had already vanished. The one who had perished was merely a puppet, infused with Yizhan's blood, bearing an identical visage. A sigh of relief escaped Junlin. His elder brother Yizhan was unharmed. Ha ha ha, second prince. How do you feel now? Are you overwhelmed with the urge to kill me? Do you wish to eliminate me at this very moment? Alas, you are incapable, Yin exclaimed, gesturing dismissively with his right index finger towards Junlin. Is that so? I warned you. You shall not leave today. Junlin replied coolly. Indeed? Then I shall take a good look at how you intend to prevent my departure, Yin retorted, as a void ship materialized in his grasp, preparing to flee. 10 directions suppression monument, sealing the cosmos. Junlin declared, raising his hand to summon a golden monument that appeared in the void. It emitted no formidable waves of power, yet its presence exuded an immense weight, as if it were an eternal relic, modest in size yet profoundly heavy. Do you truly believe a mere stone tablet can obstruct my path? Yin scoffed, before attempting to activate his void warship. However, his expression changed dramatically as he realized he could not mobilize it. No matter how fervently he tried, the void ship remained steadfast, impervious to his commands. Damn it! Hurry up! Yin exclaimed, his composure faltering as a sense of dread began to take root within him. The sight of Yi Junlin's faint smirk intensified his panic, as did the predatory gaze of Xiao Luyun, leaving him in utter disarray. Do not kill him. Imprison his soul. The Kuan-Yin clan must not perish so easily. Yi Junlin spoke softly to Xiao Luyun. Having dared to betray the human emperor and lay hands on his kin, one must be prepared to endure suffering. Killing him outright is far too merciful. I shall ensure his soul endures endless torment. Only thus can he atone for his sins and serve as a warning to others. Otherwise, who would refrain from betrayal? Betrayal exacts a heavy toll, he continued. Yes, my lord. I shall not fail in my duty, Xiao Luyun replied. Having sensed an aura of sovereignty emanating from Yi Junlin, reminiscent of the human emperor's presence. For some, iron-fisted measures are necessary. Compassion cannot be afforded, lest imitation proliferate. Stay back, Kuan-Yin shouted as he saw Xiao Luyun advancing toward him, his voice rising in alarm. While I was conquering battlefields, you were nothing more than a tadpole. Yet you presume to challenge me. By order of my lord, from this day forth, your soul shall be imprisoned, ensuring you never experience reincarnation. You shall suffer day and night from the torment of your spirit. This is merely the beginning for your Kuan-Yin clan, Xiao Luyun proclaimed, grasping Kuan-Yin's essence, causing an ethereal spirit to emerge from his body. Chapter 54, The Divine Realm. Kuan-Yin's anguished screams echoed, but all was in vain. The remaining two celestial emperors lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to move. The oppressive force emanating from a mere shadow stone nearly suffocated them. With a swift motion, Xiao Luyun carved through the void, conjuring a dark prison before all present. This void prison, shrouded in perpetual darkness, was home to flames of the deepest black, crackling as they scorched the air. This was hellfire, designed to incinerate the very souls of its victims. Those subjected to its flames found themselves in excruciating agony, unable to endure for long before being reduced to naught. Yet Xiao Luyun did not allow Kuan-Yin to perish so easily. Each time Kuan-Yin faltered, he swiftly administered a spirit-replenishing elixir, reviving his vigor. Ding! The sign-in system has issued a task. Sign-in location, Divine Realm Auction House. Successful sign-in yields a reward of 50,000 supreme physiques, such as Primal Sacred Body, Innate Sacred Body Tao Embryo, Chaos Body, Primordial Supreme Body, Reincarnated Eyes, and more. Additional task, participate in the auction and succeed. Payment for the auction may only be made using items from the realm of reality, such as RMB, ice cream, spicy strips, etc. Successful participation in the auction grants an additional 50,000 supreme physiques. At that moment, the voice of the sign-in system resonated within Yi Junlin's mind. Sign-in system, why have you changed? Why is there an additional task? Yi Junlin pondered, confused, as he had expected a direct reward of 100,000. Previously, there were no sign-in tasks issued, violating the system's original purpose. We are now returning to the correct course, the system replied haughtily. Fine, as you say. An auction? Not a problem, Yi Junlin affirmed. Is it merely a matter of trading modern civilization items for the auction? A trivial task. You two manage the entire celestial domain. No exploiting the weak or oppressing through power. For now, that will suffice. Luyun, Qinglong, accompany me into the divine realm, Yi Junlin proclaimed without delay. His intention for this grand event had always been Kuan-Yin, and with him captured, Yi Junlin's interest in remaining in the celestial domain waned. He aimed to accelerate his journey directly to the world where his father resided, to fight alongside his father and elder brother, vanquishing all foreign invaders. The Jade Pool obeys the second prince's command. Nalan Longda is at your service. Both celestial emperors bowed their proud heads to Yi Junlin. We are at your command. Xiao Luyun and Qinglong echoed, equally respectful. Qinglong felt no attachment to the celestial domain. The prospect of battling alongside his lord across the heavens filled him with exhilaration. He could clearly see the envy in the eyes of Yaoqi and Nalan Longda, for the divine realm was a place they, as celestial emperors, could only dream of visiting. Let us depart. Yi Junlin stepped forward, treading upon the void, ascending towards the heavens. Then, before the incredulous gazes of all present, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The sound reverberated, shaking the very earth. Yi Junlin's fist cleaved a path through the void, as the boundless laws of the divine realm cascaded down, forming a pathway of principles. Why the disbelief? Initially, they had assumed Yi Junlin's audacity stemmed solely from the protection of a supreme being at his side. They could hardly fathom that this young lad possessed such formidable energy. With a single fist, he obliterated the barriers of both the immortal realm and the divine realm. This youth, indeed worthy of being guarded by such great powers, wielded a terrifying might. Xiao Luyun and Qinglong followed suit, stepping into the divine realm alongside Yi Junlin, vanishing from the sight of all present. Such is the power of the rules within the divine realm, far surpassing that of the immortal path. Yi Junlin spread his palms, feeling the force of the divine realm's rules, and declared, "Find the largest auction house." He turned to Xiao Luyan and commanded. "Yes, young master," Xiao Luyan responded, closing his eyes tightly. Soon, his divine sense surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping in all directions. Xiao Luyan was undeniably powerful, at the very least. Yi Junlin understood this. However, the extent of his strength remained uncertain. Xiao Luyan could distinctly sense the current state of the entire divine realm. Who dares to spy on this emperor? In a grand palace, a middle-aged man, exuding an aura akin to that of a deity or demon, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. He had just sensed an overwhelmingly potent divine thought sweep past. By the time he sought to grasp it, that divine thought had vanished without a trace. Such formidable divine awareness. What could have transpired? Could it be someone from above? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Simultaneously, several powerful auras erupted in the same vicinity of the divine realm. All of them were taken aback by such overwhelming divine perception. Xiao Luyan did not attempt to conceal his probing. Instead, he conducted it with great fanfare. Otherwise, given his cultivation level, these individuals would have remained oblivious. Young master, the largest auction house should be the Divine Emperor Auction House within the Divine Emperor City. Xiao Luyan opened his eyes and informed Yi Junlin. The name truly caught Yi Junlin off guard. It was evident that it was established by a divine emperor. Very well. Notify all the most powerful beings in the divine realm to gather for the auction, Yi Junlin contemplated and instructed. If they were to proceed, they must do so on the grandest scale. 3 days hence, at the Divine Emperor Auction House, you must attend, or face death. At the same time, an ancient voice resounded in the minds of all the divine emperors throughout the divine realm. These divine emperors were nearly overwhelmed with fear. They understood that this individual was immensely powerful, having surpassed even the mightiest in the divine realm. Are you here to auction items, or to participate in the auction? If you wish to participate, you shall have to wait 3 years for our auction. If you are here to auction items, we shall take a 20% commission from the final proceeds. As soon as Yi Junlin and his companions arrived at the Divine Emperor Auction House, a servant approached them and spoke. His demeanor was courteous, not overbearing. We wish to auction items. Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. Very well, please follow me inside. Our professional appraisers will provide you with a satisfactory valuation. The servant smiled and ushered Yi Junlin and his companions into the Divine Emperor Auction House. I am the aged Lu Kong, the premier appraiser at the Divine Emperor Auction House. May I inquire what divine pills or miraculous medicines you intend to auction? Upon entering the appraisal room, an elderly man approached Yi Junlin and his companions for their inquiry. Chapter 55, Spicy Strips, Sunflower Seeds, Ice Cream. You assess the value of these items, Yi Junlin stated as he settled into a chair, casually tossing the Lianshan big knife meat, Daijiang Jiam, ice cream, and other items onto the table. The elder appeared somewhat displeased. This youth was rather presumptuous. After all, Yi Junlin had taken a seat in his designated spot. However, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Soon, he became captivated by the peculiar items Yi Junlin had discarded. Their designs were so novel that he had never encountered anything like them in his lifetime. What are these? Why are they so extraordinary? The elder inquired, filled with curiosity. Just some snacks for leisure, items that can enhance one's cultivation, Yi Junlin shrugged indifferently. Indeed, while these were products of modern civilization, the system had presented them as treasures of heaven and earth. How does one open this? The elder asked, sweating profusely. He had been attempting to open the outer packaging, but no matter his efforts, he could not succeed. Internally, he was astonished. This item called Spicy Strips had packaging that could be deemed a true treasure in its own right. It was exceptionally sturdy. It is worth noting that this elder was a celestial god, yet he could not open even the plastic wrapper. There's a tear here, see? Just gently pull it apart. Yi Junlin picked up a bag of spicy strips and, with a gentle tug, tore it open. Instantly, the room was filled with the aroma of the spicy strips. It was not the usual kind of piquant scent. Rather, it carried a fragrant spiciness that tantalized the senses, compelling one to indulge heartily. Gulp. The elder swallowed hard, feeling as though his saliva was about to overflow. Young master, are you certain you wish to auction such a divine item? The elder asked, now addressing Yi Junlin with a newfound respect. Of course, or else why would I be here to auction it? Yi Junlin inquired with curiosity. Might I have a taste? It would be difficult to ascertain a price otherwise, the elder suggested. The enticing aroma was incredibly alluring, yet he still struggled to determine the item's value. Naturally, he was eager to sample it, otherwise, if the buyer encountered issues later, it would tarnish the auction house's reputation. Certainly, you may taste it. Yi Junlin nodded with a smile. This flavor is truly marvelous. It feels as though I am ascending to the heavens. Most importantly, he realized that his cultivation had surged significantly, despite having consumed only a small portion. The elder was utterly astounded. He was genuinely shocked. The effects of this item were nothing short of priceless. Having just entered the celestial god realm, merely by consuming a spicy strip, his cultivation had skyrocketed to the pinnacle of the celestial god realm. This was just an initial surge of energy. He could clearly sense that the remaining energy lay dormant throughout his body. Whenever he desired, he could summon it forth and easily break through into the god-king realm. How terrifying was that? He had no doubt that such a priceless treasure would yield effects even the divine emperors would not take lightly. Young master, this is indeed a true priceless treasure. Even I cannot assign it a price. However, I believe the final transaction price will certainly satisfy you. The elder spoke fervently to Junlin. This would undoubtedly be the most significant auction of his life. You may proceed as you see fit. The auction can commence immediately. No need to wait 3 years. What say you? Junlin remarked, looking at the elder. Of course, everything will adhere to the time set by the young master. The elder hastily replied. This is a tremendous client. Quickly, dispatch someone to convey the message. All prominent families, major forces, and even divine emperors must be notified. 3 days hence, our esteemed divine emperor auction house shall host an unprecedented auction gala. The elder hastily conveyed orders and dispatched messengers to inform the divine emperor. Whether he would attend was of little concern. In the aftermath, even the divine emperor would rue his absence. To his astonishment, before he could even send out the invitations, several divine emperors arrived in unison. Today marked the most resplendent day for the divine emperor auction house. For it was on this day that an authentic priceless treasure would be unveiled. I have personally tested its efficacy. Esteemed guests, behold. The elder beamed as he addressed the throngs of millions below. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from the elder's being. A divine king? How could this be? Some in the crowd expressed disbelief. They were well aware that the auctioneer, by Shanghai, had only recently entered the ranks of the celestial realm. It would take at least 1,000,000 years to ascend to the later stages of the celestial realm. It was utterly inconceivable that he could have reached such heights in a mere few years. By Shanghai, how have you accomplished this? Could this be the very item up for auction today? Someone inquired from the audience. Meanwhile, Junlin and his companions were comfortably ensconced in their luxurious private box above, munching on seeds and observing the proceedings below with mirth. Indeed, today's priceless treasures are these. Esteemed guests, take a look. The first is known as spicy strips. A flavor unlike any I have encountered in my lifetime, truly irreplaceable. The second item is what we refer to as sunflower seeds, whose nourishing qualities can greatly enhance the soul. The third treasure is a delicacy known as ice cream, refreshingly cool and endlessly delightful. It is particularly suitable for practitioners of fire-based techniques, as it possesses the ability to soothe the mind and spirit, yielding remarkable effects. These invaluable items primarily serve to elevate one's cultivation, all without any adverse effects. I consumed but a morsel of the spicy strips, and my cultivation soared to the divine king realm. Such is the potency of these treasures. Moreover, not only those at my level can benefit. Even a divine emperor would find them immensely beneficial. Upon concluding his remarks, Bai Shanghai smiled downwards, his words already gaining credibility among the crowd. A tumult erupted below. What are these items? Treasures so potent that even a divine emperor would find them useful? This is unprecedented. They had never even heard of such things before. After all, they were all aware of Bai Shanghai's previous cultivation level. As the foremost auction house, their reputation was indeed at stake. Esteemed guests, what are your thoughts? A dignified man beside Junlin in the box inquired. His form was encircled by ethereal laws, and although his aura was subdued, the cataclysmic energy within him was palpable. Logically speaking, with us present, they would not dare to deceive us. Chapter 56, Contest for the Treasures. Indeed, the 7 of us are the paramount figures in the divine realm. He is the true divine emperor, the genuine sovereign of this world. But have you pondered who summoned us here? Furthermore, the cultivation of that individual is exceedingly terrifying, remarked a furrowed-browed divine emperor. They were the most formidable beings in the divine realm, yet today they gathered solely due to the words of one man. This left an uneasy expression on their faces. They were the lords of great powers, accustomed to others bowing before them, yet today they felt fear. Such a sensation, termed dread, had not graced them for countless millennia. The cultivation of that individual was undoubtedly peak level, perhaps even from above. One divine emperor gestured toward the heavens. If he indeed hails from above, what purpose could he have in our divine realm? A divine soul queried with a frown. The realm above was shrouded in mystery. They only possessed vague knowledge from ancient texts. Esteemed guests, please take a moment to savor this. Bai Shanghai produced a pouch of spicy strips he had recently opened, unbinding the divine energy that sealed its opening. Junlin had cautioned him against prolonged exposure to the air post-opening. It must be resealed promptly. lest the flavor deteriorate and its effects diminish. What is this aroma? Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to devour it? Some in the crowd inhaled the scent, saliva pooling in their mouths, nearly drooling. Could this be the flavor of the spicy strips? They gazed at the treat in by Changhai's hand with eager eyes. You have surmised correctly. It is indeed the fragrance emanating from the spicy strips I hold. Today's auction can be deemed a feast for the senses. Whether it satisfies one's culinary desires or augments one's cultivation, this is a rarity I have encountered in my lifetime. These three distinct treasures possess vastly different flavors, yet each one captivates the senses. For instance, the spicy strips, with their intense flavor, exude a fragrant aroma that lingers delightfully on the palate. The experience is one that must be savored personally. Esteemed guests, we shall commence the auction now, with no minimum bid. However, each increment must exceed the price of a Divine King weapon. Bai Changhai announced cheerfully from the stage. Gasp! A collective astonishment rippled through the auction house, as many drew in their breath sharply. The stipulation that each bid must exceed the value of a Divine King weapon was startling. In the divine realm, the common currency was divine crystals, categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. 10,000 inferior crystals equated to 1 medium crystal, and so forth. The value of a Divine King weapon was at least in the vicinity of 1 million superior divine crystals. This price would exclude 95% of those present. I'll take the spicy strips for my shadow pavilion. I bid 500 exceptional divine crystals, proclaimed a figure in a black cloak, rising from the front row. His cold gaze swept the room, an unmistakable threat in his demeanor. 500 exceptional divine crystals? That equates to 5 million superior divine crystals. The Shadow Pavilion, renowned as the mightiest assassin dynasty in the divine realm, sent shivers down the spines of many. Though he was not the pavilion master, he was nonetheless a formidable divine emperor. Without a divine emperor to contend with, who could rival him? Many in the audience whispered in trepidation. The Shadow Pavilion had an illustrious reputation. Their assassinations had never failed. Their members were elite warriors, skilled in the art of assassination, causing unease among those who faced them. 600 superior divine crystals, called out a burly middle-aged man standing not far from the cloaked figure. People from the martial dynasty? Are you really going to let the Shadow Pavilion take this spicy strip? There are still sunflower seeds and ice cream. I extend my gratitude to the Shadow Pavilion. The black-cloaked man remarked. Haha, just because others fear your Shadow Pavilion does not mean the martial dynasty does as well. If you can afford it, keep bidding. If not, remain silent. The middle-aged man retorted with a cold smile. It is widely acknowledged that the crown prince of the Wu dynasty possesses a fiery temperament, exhibiting a rather audacious demeanor. Upon meeting him today, one cannot help but affirm this reputation. After all, the Wu dynasty is under the aegis of a divine emperor. Moreover, it is rumored that this prince has attained the formidable realm of a divine emperor himself. Whispers abound. No wonder he dares to challenge the Shadow Pavilion. Very well. I shall bid 700 premium divine crystals. A man clad in black robes emanated an aura of chilling intensity, his expression darkening to an almost palpable gloom. Gentlemen, allow me to join this lively affair. I bid 1,000 premium divine crystals. A refined middle-aged gentleman from the front row stepped forward with a genial smile. Why? It's the illustrious young master of the Listening Rain Pavilion, Xianxiang. Indeed, today's gathering is a contest among these eminent powers, leaving us mere spectators in their wake. Lamented one disheartened onlooker. These formidable entities commence their bids with premium divine crystals, while we struggle to procure even a modest supply of mid-grade divine crystals. Yet, this did little to dampen their enthusiasm for the spectacle. Xianxiang, why involve yourself in the scramble for such trifles? The divine emperor of the Shadow Pavilion inquired with evident displeasure. My motives are not so trivial. This item radiates a fervent essence, undoubtedly beneficial for those with a cold physique. My sister has suffered immensely from her Jiuyou cold body over the years. As her brother, I cannot bear her plight. I approach today with little hope, yet I find myself pleasantly surprised. Young Master Xianxiang spoke with a radiant smile, akin to a gentle breeze that uplifts one's spirits. When discussing Xianxia's sister, one cannot help but recognize the cruel fate that befalls such beauty. Renowned as the fairest maiden on the divine continent, she has endured the trials of the Jiuyou cold body since childhood. Alas, while the Jiuyou cold body allows for rapid cultivation, if the frigid energy cannot be subdued, it ultimately leads to a frozen fate, devoid of vitality. Were it not for her birth into a powerful entity like the Listening Rain Pavilion, Xianxia's sister, Xianxiang, might have long since perished. Even the Listening Rain Pavilion, with its considerable resources, has struggled for years to acquire the rare materials capable of counteracting such a condition. Had she been born into a lesser faction, her demise would have been inevitable. Xianxiang's words ignited a significant reaction among the audience. Since brother Qingshang seeks this for his sister's affliction, the Wu dynasty shall withdraw from the bidding, declared the crown prince of Wu, addressing Qingshang. Thank you, Prince of Wu, for your generosity. Qingshang maintained his gentle demeanor, even in gratitude. Young Master Qingshang, this item holds great value for me as well. I bid 1,500 premium divine crystals. The divine emperor of the Shadow Pavilion, unwilling to concede, asserted his claim. He too coveted this essential item to present to the Shadow Divine Emperor. Let each rely on their own abilities. Qingshang replied with a smile. I bid 5,000 premium divine crystals. Qingshang declared without a hint of hesitation. Goodness, 5,000 premium divine crystals. Young Master Qingshang truly is extravagant, exclaimed a woman, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Even the Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion's expression shifted, realizing Qingshang was prepared to exhaust his resources for this item. Qingshang's unwavering resolve was evident. For his sister, he would spare no expense. I bid 7,000 premium divine crystals. The Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion gritted his teeth, reaching his limit. He was merely the Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion, and when it came to status, he could not compare to Qingshang's standing within the Listening Rain Pavilion. The maximum premium divine crystals he could muster was only 7,000. I bid 10,000 premium divine crystals. Qingshang proclaimed without hesitation, immediately following the Shadow Pavilion Emperor's declaration. How infuriating! The Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor seethed. He had never anticipated that the first item up for auction would reach such heights. The subsequent items, such as ice cream and sunflower seeds, would likely not fall short either, given the inflated prices established by the first auctioned item. Qingshang, since you desire it so ardently, I shall refrain from contesting your claim. Though the Shadow Divine Emperor felt aggrieved, he maintained a facade of civility. I do not require your concession. Should you possess the capability, feel free to continue bidding. Qingshang retorted, his tone calm, yet firm. How dare you, Qingshang? The Shadow Divine Emperor's complexion shifted dramatically. Qingshang's statement served as a blatant affront, exposing the truth. He was not yielding out of generosity, but rather because he could not meet the escalating price. Very well, you are indeed commendable, the Shadow Divine Emperor scoffed. Such a disgraceful display, remarked the Shadow Divine Emperor to the Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor from his private chamber above. The Shadow Pavilion has suffered a tremendous embarrassment today. Is there anyone else wishing to raise the bid? If not, the spicy strips shall belong to young Master Qingshang. White Shanghai announced with a grin, surprised by the day's transactions that far exceeded his expectations. Very well, no further bids. Young Master Qingshang, these spicy strips are yours. White Shanghai handed the entire package of spicy strips to Qingshang. Ah, esteemed guests, there remains half a package of spicy strips. This was the portion I previously tested, and it still has a substantial amount left. Its efficacy is unchanged. Does anyone wish to bid? White Shanghai placed the open package on the table. I shall take that half package. I bid 1,000 premium divine crystals. The Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor immediately declared. Chapter 58. The war sparked by the half package of spicy strips. I bid 5,000 premium divine crystals. Qingshang stated decisively. Qingshang, are you intentionally provoking my Shadow Pavilion? Do you wish to declare war against us? The Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor erupted in fury. Those without divine crystals ought not to embarrass themselves in such a prestigious auction. If you cannot afford it, do not participate, Qingshang retorted boldly. Very well. You are indeed a worthy adversary, Qingshang. I bid 7,000 premium divine crystals. Should you raise your bid again, I shall yield. The Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor replied coldly. Yield to me? I have no need for your concession. I have more than enough spicy strips. Qingshang replied with a chuckle. Taking a seat. Well played, Qingshang. Well played. Listening Rain Pavilion. The Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor gnashed his teeth in frustration. By this point, it was evident to him that Qingshang was deliberately inflating the bids to his detriment. What could have been acquired for 1,000 or 2,000 had now drained him of all 7,000 premium divine crystals. The subsequent items held no relevance to him now. The onlookers exchanged glances, barely containing their laughter at the Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor's predicament. Following this incident, the Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor's dignity lay in tatters, not merely due to being outmaneuvered by Qingshang. It was indeed the sorrow of love that compelled him to pay a hefty price for a flawed item. Truly, events such as auctions hold a peculiar charm. Within the private box, Yi Junlin observed the happenings below with a smile. In an instant, countless eyes turned in unison towards the box where Yi Junlin resided. Of course, they could not perceive the scene within, but Yi Junlin and his companions were able to see the unfolding events outside. It seemed that Yi Junlin had not erected a soundproof barrier while speaking. His words resonated throughout the entire auction venue. This revelation caused the onlookers below to erupt in laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Who could that esteemed elder in the box above be? The Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the second floor. He understood that those present in the box were no ordinary individuals. They had arrived in haste, and by the time they reached the venue, the box was already filled to capacity. Otherwise, a powerful divine emperor would undoubtedly have the right to occupy such a space. Am I truly that old? Junlin chuckled, then with a wave of his hand. The windows of the entire box shattered into dust. Junlin and his companions were now fully exposed to the gazes of all. Who were these unfamiliar faces? Someone questioned, perplexed. Meanwhile, the Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor was frantically contemplating the identity of this young man and which divine emperor-level force he hailed from. Yet, he could not discern it. No need to ponder. The three of us are all rogue cultivators, without any faction or family in the divine realm. Junlin shrugged, stating the truth. They had no power or family in the divine realm, but in even higher realms, they indeed possessed influence. His father's human Emperor Hall was the most formidable force in the world. Naturally, no one grasped the implications of Junlin's words. Very well, so even the likes of commoners dare to mock me. Upon confirming his thoughts, the Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor growled in exasperation, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth from him like a tidal wave. Shadow Emperor, please be mindful. This is the divine emperor's auction, not your Shadow Pavilion. Anyone daring to act here shall not leave alive. Bai Chonghai interjected sternly. What a jest. This young man is a significant client of our auction house, and thus he must be protected. Although Bai Chonghai was merely a divine king, he held considerable standing within the auction house. The Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor, however, continued to glare coldly at Junlin, his murderous intent unabated. Yet, he dared not act, for the presence of a divine emperor loomed over them. The onlookers, now realizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent, understanding they were in the presence of a divine emperor, a master of assassination, someone they could not provoke. It matters not. If he wishes to strike, let him do so, Junlin remarked with a smile directed at Bai Chonghai. Young master, this. Bai Chonghai was taken aback. He could not believe that the three rogue cultivators stood a chance against a divine emperor. But Junlin's assertion left him at a loss. You truly possess audacity. The Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor initially froze, then revealed a bloodthirsty grin. Friend, should you require assistance, Qing Shang can intervene. At that moment, Qing Shang rose, preparing to take action. No need. A mere divine emperor cannot shake the heavens. Junlin waved his hand with a laugh. Upon hearing this, all present were rendered speechless. Who had bestowed such courage upon this youth to speak so boldly to a divine emperor? Liang Jingru. They could not believe it, even though they were unaware of who Liang Jingru was. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. The Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor declared, then inexplicably vanished from sight. Indeed, he disappeared without a trace. Even Qing Shang, a fellow divine emperor, frowned. Dealing with a divine emperor was already challenging, but facing one skilled in assassination posed an even greater predicament. Nevertheless, Qing Shang was prepared to act at any moment, regardless of the reasons. He had to save this young man. Initially, everyone had perceived the youth as possessing remarkable poise, perhaps with a significant background. However, their assumptions were now entirely overturned. Unable to comprehend the situation, they recklessly flaunted their bravado before a divine emperor. It was evident they were merely the reckless offspring of some ignorant family. How could they not even recognize the infamous Shadow Pavilion and still dare to provoke it? The Shadow Emperor concealed himself in the void, shifting locations with precision. As a killer, he aimed for a decisive strike. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. No matter where he moved, Xiao Luyun's gaze remained fixed upon him. He could not determine whether this was a mere illusion. Xiao Luyun's eyes had not wavered from him. He knew he had not revealed himself. Even divine emperors of the same rank would struggle to see through his concealment techniques. For someone to easily perceive him, that person must be at least a peak divine emperor or possess the power of a divine sovereign. No, it cannot be. How could a divine sovereign possibly be a servant of a youth? The Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor screamed in his heart. Yet, he dared not act, for he lacked the conviction to strike. What are you running around for? If you aren't tired from your evasion, I certainly am, so come out. Xiao Luyun exclaimed impatiently. He then swiftly enlarged his palm, locking the entire space in an instant. To the horror of all, a massive hand slowly closed around the Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor, rendering him completely immobile. Who is this? This is a powerful figure from the Shadow Pavilion, second only to a divine sovereign, yet now easily subdued by a mere attendant of a youth. What on earth is this young man's background? The nearby divine sovereigns gasped in shock. That aura, it belongs to the one who sent us the message. Indeed, It cannot be mistaken. In the box adjacent to Yi Junlin, several divine sovereigns' expressions changed drastically. Damn it. What sort of existence has this fool entangled the Shadow Pavilion with? The Shadow Pavilion's divine sovereign, Yoyu, exclaimed, his face pale with rage. He then tore apart the box enveloped in divine energy, revealing the figures of 7 divine sovereigns to all. This is 7 divine sovereigns, all from apex powers. The crowd erupted in astonishment, never expecting to witness 7 divine sovereign powerhouses gathered within a single box. Lord Pavilion Master, save me. The Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor, now caught in Xiao Liyun's grip, cried out desperately as if he had seen a ray of hope. You incompetent fool, what manner of person do you dare to offend? Yoyu glared coldly at the Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor. This young master, I am Yoyu, began to address Yi Junlin politely, but was abruptly interrupted by Yi Junlin's dismissive gesture. Do you wish to save him? Yi Junlin inquired, gesturing towards the divine emperor of the Shadow Pavilion. Young master has misunderstood. He has offended several individuals and should rightly pay for his transgressions with his life. The Shadow Prison responded without a hint of hesitation. Since this is not a plea for mercy, you may withdraw. Yi Junlin waved dismissively. Crack. Meanwhile, he nonchalantly sat back, munching on sunflower seeds. Are those the sunflower seeds from the auction? How outrageous. Such precious treasures should not be consumed so carelessly. Although the kernel of the seed possesses formidable efficacy, the shell itself is also a medicinal treasure. If these shells were combined with various divine herbs to concoct elixirs, their benefits would rival those of the kernel. Someone clutched their heart in despair, lamenting the wastefulness of the shells strewn before the 3 individuals. What a waste of such treasures. My heart can scarcely bear it. The sunflower seeds at the auction were limited to a mere small bag, yet these 3 had devoured quantities several times that. Each time they casually discarded the shells. It felt like a sharp pang to the onlookers' hearts. Such extravagance was truly heart-wrenching. Kill him, Yi Junlin declared without even glancing at the Shadow Divine Emperor. Please no? Lord Pavilion Master, save me. The Shadow Divine Emperor howled in desperation. Yet, the Pavilion Master paid him no mind. Yes, young master. Xiao Liyun tightened his grip on the Shadow Divine Emperor's hand. With a swift motion, the Divine Emperor was crushed, reduced to a pile of ash. Yi Junlin and his companions continued to leisurely enjoy their sunflower seeds while observing the fervent bidding at the auction, feeling quite content. However, a significant portion of the audience was not focused on the auction, but rather on the sunflower seed shells littering Yi Junlin's table, their eyes gleaming with envy. Chapter 60, Formidable Efficacy. At that moment, the realization struck them that this young man was the one responsible for presenting these auction items. No wonder even the Divine Emperor treated him with such deference, addressing him as a senior. Even the Divine Emperor was cautious, not daring to exhibit any disrespect. Brother Qingshang, if you are interested, feel free to join me. Yi Junlin invited the young master Qingshang. Qingshang was at least someone inclined to assist him. More importantly, he had heard that Qingshang's sister was afflicted with the 9 nether cold ice body, and perhaps he could help alleviate her condition. In light of this, Qingshang graciously accepted the invitation. He cupped his hands in acknowledgement and proceeded towards Yi Junlin's private room. All right, everyone, let us continue with the auction. The next item is a treasure known as ice cream. This item is extremely delicate. Even a slight increase in temperature will cause it to melt. Moreover, once it melts, its flavor will be significantly diminished. Thus, our auction house has specially preserved it with an ancient ice that is millions of years old. You may now begin bidding. Bai Changhai announced with a smile. I bid 10,000 supreme divine crystals. A voice rang out from a private box above. Gasp. Everyone inhaled sharply. This divine emperor was exceptionally wealthy. The opening bid was already the highest price called by Qingshang. I bid 20,000 supreme divine crystals. The divine emperor of the Shadow Pavilion countered, equally unwilling to back down. 50,000 supreme divine crystals. 7 divine emperors were continuously raising the stakes, each vying for the item. Naturally, when a divine emperor spoke, the others dared not place a bid, setting aside the supreme authority of the divine emperors. Their wealth was simply beyond the reach of others. They did not necessarily desire the item. Instead, they sought to leave a lasting impression on Yi Junlin. 1 million. Suddenly, the auction house fell silent. A smiling divine emperor stood up to make the announcement. This was the money divine emperor from the Grand Wealth Bank, the largest financial institution in the entire divine realm. The other divine emperors wore grim expressions. 1 million supreme divine crystals was nearly their entire fortune. However, there was no contest. If anyone in the divine realm were to be deemed the wealthiest, it would undoubtedly be this rotund figure. The money divine emperor was famously known for his saying, "There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with money. If there is, it simply means the money is insufficient." Amid the dismayed faces of the other divine emperors, the money divine emperor cheerfully acquired the ice cream. The third item is sunflower seeds. Some say that not only the kernels are treasures, but even the shells, having been infused with essence over the years, have also become valuable. Bai Changhai began the auction. 110,000 supreme divine crystals. The shadow divine emperor stood and shouted. This was all his wealth. Should anyone raise the bid, he would have to withdraw. Fortunately, there were no further bids, allowing the shadow divine emperor to breathe a sigh of relief. He merely wished to leave a good impression on Yi Junlin, yet it seemed Yi Junlin had not acknowledged him at all. Yi Junlin and his companions were engaged in lively conversation. Buzz. Boom. Suddenly, an immense pressure emanated from Yi Junlin's private room. Several divine emperors acted swiftly, not to attack, but to suppress the overwhelming force. For indeed, Qing Shang had broken through. Yes, after consuming a few sunflower seeds, his cultivation ascended directly to the realm of the divine emperor. This was the extraordinary power contained within the seeds. All the divine emperors, along with everyone present, were momentarily stunned. They knew the efficacy was potent, but to such an extent? To propel a divine emperor into the ranks of the divine emperors? It is worth noting that Bai Changhai had only ascended to the level of divine king because he was merely at the level of celestial being. The disparity between celestial being and divine emperor is an entirely different concept. The difficulty of breaking through is magnitudes greater, yet under the gaze of all. Qing Shang had done it. At this moment, those divine emperors who did not win the auction began to realize the magnitude of the treasure they had missed. It could potentially elevate them to an entirely new level of existence, thereby shattering the current dynamics of the divine realm. The shadow divine emperor secretly reveled in delight, having aimed to create a favorable impression for Yi Junlin. Little did he know, he would ultimately receive an unexpected boon. As he observed the glimmer of ambition in the eyes of the surrounding divine emperors, the shadow divine emperor's expression shifted. Were they contemplating a joint effort to seize the opportunity? Everyone, I shall take my leave for now. Let us gather again when time permits. Senior, I must take my leave first. If you have the time, do visit my shadow pavilion. I shall extend my utmost hospitality, the shadow divine emperor mumbled. Having swallowed the sunflower seeds whole, leaving no shell behind, he turned to depart. Whoosh. All the divine emperor's gazes converged upon the money divine emperor. Don't look at me. I've already eaten, the money divine emperor said, licking a bit of residual ice cream from his fingers. Chapter 61. Fusion of 100,000 supreme bodies. The other divine emperors were inwardly chagrined, realizing they had missed a monumental opportunity. However, there is no recourse now, for both the shadow god emperor and the corpulent Qian have been entirely consumed. There remains a trace of emotion's sorrow, yet it is nestled beside Yi Junlin, rendering them hesitant to act. Nonetheless, a half-pack still lingers with the Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor. Alas, the Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor has been reduced to ashes, along with that half-pack of spicy strips. The auction below continues, though it fails to spark the interest of all present. Yet, it remains fervently vibrant, with Yi Junlin also participating in the bidding of an item. He, of course, holds it in no regard, but it fulfills the system's task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the auction task. The host is rewarded with 100,000 special physiques. Please prepare, as the fusion is about to commence. In that fleeting moment of the auction's conclusion, the system's prompt echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. Guard me. Yi Junlin managed to utter a single phrase before plunging entirely into a state of cultivation. Buzz. Xia Liuyun's eyes glinted with a cold light as he rose, standing guard beside Yi Junlin like a sentinel. His aura radiated fully. At that moment, all present trembled in fear, even though Xia Liuyun's aura was not directed at them. They could not straighten their backs. The mere hint of his presence was suffocating. Not only them, but even the divine emperors found themselves unable to stand upright, compelled to prostrate themselves on the ground. With the young master's command, Xia Liuyun dared not be careless. Now he was fully alert, not only watching the denizens of the divine realm, but also closely monitoring the heavens above. Their arrival at the divine realm indicated that they were drawing ever closer to the world where the human emperor resides. The formidable foes of the human emperor's palace were ever watchful, seeking an opportunity. Seal. Xia Liuyun swiftly waved his hand, sealing the entire auction house. Boom. Yi Junlin felt as though his body had transformed 100,000 times in an instant, each experience distinct. These were peerless physiques, the likes of which had not been seen in eons. Each one could be deemed a supreme body. Any manifestation of these physiques would be coveted by ancient lineages, for they symbolized invincibility and inherent supremacy. Provided he did not falter midway, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence and become an unparalleled force. In that brief moment, Yi Junlin endured 100,000 bodily transformations. To the onlookers, it appeared as if his form shifted from gold to red. Simultaneously, they sensed within Yi Junlin's essence, as if ancient great fiends were sealed within him. His aura surged relentlessly, leaving no pause. This astonished all, for this youth, merely at the celestial god realm, had now become unfathomable. The divine emperors, however, keenly felt the transformation. In mere moments, the youth's body had undergone a staggering 100,000 changes. With each transformation, his aura would surge anew. Yezdao body, devour for me, Yi Junlin roared within, for he intended to forcibly merge and consume these 100,000 physiques with his unique Yi lineage, coupled with the great Dao reincarnation body he had previously acquired. Yi Junlin's Dao body had now absorbed a total of 100,001 supreme physiques. His Yi lineage's Dao body could be said to be unparalleled in history, even surpassing the prowess of his father and elder brother. Moreover, he was the first to utilize his own physique to consume others. Crack! Xia Liuyun's expression altered dramatically. The seal he had laid was fracturing, threatening to shatter. The young master's cultivation. Xia Liuyun was genuinely astonished. In an instant, the young master had transcended the celestial god realm directly, or at the very least, was nearly his equal. Damn it, seal. Xia Liuyun's countenance shifted drastically. As he frantically formed seals with his hands, waves of seals rapidly merged into the grand sealing array, mending the recently fractured portions. In an unknown space, that familiar aura re-emerged. Had they truly reached this level in such a short span? It was too late. Everything was irrevocably altered. A scholar with a jade-like visage shook his head, lamenting. He had just sensed the unique aura of the Yi clan. There was no mistaking it. That formidable sensation was truly remarkable. Yi Junlin slowly opened his eyes, a torrent of immense power surging forth. His rapid elevation in realm left him momentarily unable to control it. Fortunately, with Xia Liuyun's protective array, had it not been for that, the entire divine realm would have crumbled in that instant. Once Yi Junlin acclimated to his newfound cultivation, he fully restrained his aura. Brother Yi, no, Senior Yi. Was that the nine-hell ice body you exhibited just now? Emotion Sorrow inquired, somewhat apprehensively. It pertained to his sister, and he felt compelled to steel himself to ask. Forget about seniority, just call me Brother Yi. As for your sister's nine-hell ice supreme body, I believe I have a means to resolve it. Chapter 62, The Ancient Mythical Continent. Indeed, the nine-hell ice body is a type of supreme physique, one among the 100,000 supreme physiques Yi Junlin had acquired. Merely possessing the nine-hell ice supreme body without suppression renders it challenging to cultivate. Although the nine-hell ice supreme body is immensely powerful, its side effects are glaringly apparent. The higher the cultivation, the more one experiences the excruciating chill, capable of freezing one's very soul. This predicament demands either the emergence of another yang supreme body within oneself, creating a balance that nullifies the side effects, or merging with someone possessing a yang supreme body, thus alleviating the adverse effects. However, this is not a one-time solution. It requires periodic unions to continually mitigate the suffering brought by the nine-hell ice supreme body. Brother Yi, is what you say truly so? Can my sister's physique genuinely be freed from its negative effects? Emotion Sorrow exclaimed with fervor. His sister was still so young, merely in her 20s, yet for over a decade, she had suffered increasingly. To enumerate the countless rare treasures utilized over the years would be futile. Any ordinary force would have crumbled under such a burden. I cannot guarantee this. I can only say there is a chance. Yi Junlin was indeed hesitant to make promises, as transplanting a yang supreme body was fraught with complications. Furthermore, whether the other party could withstand it was also uncertain. Although there exists another method, Yi Junlin would refrain from employing it unless absolutely necessary. Excellent, splendid. There is no time to lose. Might I inquire if Brother Yi could accompany me to the Listening Rain Pavilion? Emotion Sorrow implored excitedly. He would not let any opportunity slip by. Emotion Dance was the little princess of the entire Listening Rain Pavilion, cherished by her elders. They would not wish to see her suffer. Even without a supreme physique, they would still be content, as the Listening Rain Pavilion was powerful enough to ensure her safe growth. Then let us proceed to the Listening Rain Pavilion at once. Yi Junlin declared as he rose. Emotion Sorrow had proven commendable, at least in the face of the Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor. In an unfamiliar situation, one can step forward to assist Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin finds this rather commendable. This individual seems like someone worthy of friendship. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels inevitably places them on different planes of existence. Thus, aiding his sister in freeing herself from the torment of the supreme body may be regarded as a means of resolving a lingering emotional concern. The Listening Rain Pavilion indeed lives up to its reputation as one of the most formidable forces in the divine realm, adorned with magnificent palaces and resplendent structures. Deep within the Listening Rain Pavilion lies a place unlike any other. The ground is teeming with vibrant flowers and lush greenery, creating a breathtaking sea of blossoms. A young girl is presently tending to these plants with a watering can, her face perpetually adorned with a sweet smile that could soften anyone's heart. Her breathtaking beauty is now glistening with perspiration, making it hard to imagine that a girl of such high cultivation could actually sweat. "Please do not take offense, Brother Yi," she says. "For my sister, cultivating brings her immense suffering. The clan elders have sealed her cultivation. Yet, the 9 nether cold ice supreme body is overwhelmingly powerful. The elders are increasingly struggling to maintain the seal, which now requires reapplication every 10 days. Even when sealed, her cultivation continues to grow, reaching the pinnacle of celestial divinity." Xianxiang speaks with a face full of tender concern. Yi Tian understands this unique constitution, having recently integrated it himself. The cultivation speed associated with this physique is extraordinarily rapid, ranking among the top 3 of all types. However, it bears a fatal flaw. Those endowed with such a constitution do not live long. It resembles a forbidden physique, cursed by the heavens. Historically, no one has survived past the age of 30, as the condition is utterly insurmountable. "Brother, when did you arrive?" The young girl seems to sense something, lifting her head to curiously inquire of Xianxiang. In that instant, it is as though 1,000 flowers bloom, and the very heavens dim in contrast. Her sweet smile and delicate appearance evoke a profound sense of sympathy. "Little Dance, this is a new friend of brothers, who may be able to cure your cold affliction." Xianxiang gestures towards Yi Junlin. "Greetings, young master," Little Dance replies. "But it is futile. I am all too aware of my own body. I do not wish to burden the clan, yet I am content with my daily life." Little Dance forces a brave smile. "That may not be the case. Perhaps I truly can heal you," Yi Junlin replies with a nonchalant shrug. "However, as far as I know, throughout history, none with such a constitution have lived beyond 30. How do you intend to cure me?" Little Dance asks, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Having spent all these years within the Listening Rain Pavilion, she has never ventured outside. Due to her condition, her kin are deeply concerned. This is indeed her first encounter with someone beyond the confines of the pavilion. "They may not have met me before, but now that they have, they shall surely attain immortality," Yi Junlin asserts. "Brother Yi, should you succeed in curing my sister's cold affliction, I would willingly relinquish our Listening Rain Pavilion's trial quota for the ancient mythical continent to you," Xianxiang states solemnly. "What is this trial quota for the ancient mythical continent?" Yi Junlin inquires, his curiosity piqued. Even Xia Luyun and the others gaze at Xianxiang with great intrigue. During their time growing alongside the Emperor Yi Jitian, they naturally spent time in the divine realm, albeit for only a few decades, and are only vaguely aware of the ancient mythical continent. However, they do not intend to linger in the divine realm for 100,000 years for the sake of this mythical land. The ancient mythical continent, true to its name, is steeped in mythological essence. However, the authentic ancient mythical continent has long since perished or exists in a form akin to a unique dimension, opening only once every 100,000 years. Those who manage to emerge alive from it invariably become superlative powerhouses. These so-called divine emperors have never set foot in the ancient mythical continent. Conversely, those who have entered and returned experience an explosive surge in talent and cultivation, swiftly ascending to greater heights. Moreover, no one has ever ventured into the depths of the ancient mythical continent. Those who have perished within have never returned. Xianxiang explains. "Then why is there a restriction on the quota?" Yi Junlin inquires, intrigued. Logically, a formidable force like the Listening Rain Pavilion should not be bound by such limitations. This is a rule set by our ancestors. Each force is allotted only 2 quotas, regardless of its size. Should my sister be cured, let her accompany you inside. Xianxiang's eyes are clear, devoid of any greed, and he does not waver at the thought of the talents who have emerged stronger after entering. Yi Junlin nods inwardly, appreciating the young man's character. "As for the quota, I shall simply establish my own force in due time," he declares, waving his hand dismissively. "Since there is a limit on the quota, then I shall create a force of my own. However, individuals entering the ancient mythical continent must be under 1,000 years of age. Otherwise, they will be repelled by the external forces and cannot gain entry." "Can Little Dance enter as well?" Xianxiang asks, her eyes sparkling with longing. Over the years, she has remained within the Listening Rain Pavilion, unable to step outside, making the outside world a tempting allure. She yearns to see if the world beyond is as wondrous as the pavilion. Yet, she is acutely aware of her own physical limitations. There are 2 methods to alleviate the drawbacks brought on by your 9 nether cold ice supreme body. The first can entirely eradicate the side effects of your condition. The second involves finding someone with a corresponding supreme body of the utmost yang, allowing for a transformative exchange. Yi Junlin concludes, leaving the details unspoken, confident they will comprehend. Of course, Nothing is absolute. First, we shall attempt the initial method, which entails implanting a supreme body of utmost yang within you, Junlin states. Brother Yi, but where would we find someone with a supreme body of utmost yang? Even if one exists, they are treasures to be cherished and would hardly be willing to part with such a gift, Xianxiang replies, urgency in his tone. Fear not. I have my own methods. Little dance, please sit cross-legged and silently recite the mental incantation, maintaining clarity of spirit. Junlin beckons Little Dance. Understood. Little Dance obediently assumes a cross-legged position before Junlin and closes her eyes. Indeed, as one endowed with a supreme body, she can enter meditation almost instantaneously, her heart remaining pure due to her lack of exposure to the world's perils. Unseal. Junlin forms a hand seal and gently presses it against the smooth, fair forehead of Xianxiang. The moment the seal is broken, Xianxiang emits a pained murmur, but swiftly regains composure. Such pain is beyond the endurance of an ordinary person, yet Xianxiang has grown accustomed to it over the years. However, each episode of pain would multiply exponentially. System. Grant me the supreme body of the pure yang as a temporary loan. Junlin implored within his mind. The system responded, Qing Wu is prepared. We shall commence the cultivation of the supreme body of pure yang immediately. Should you feel overwhelmed, do not hesitate to voice it. Junlin exclaimed. This was indeed his first endeavor of such a nature, and he lacked absolute certainty. Boom. A wave of energy erupted from the petite form of Qing Wu, nearly sending those nearby flying due to their unpreparedness. Junlin directly implanted the supreme body of innate yang flame into Qing Wu's body. Subsequently, he personally urged its rapid development, aiming for it to at least match the 9 nether cold ice supreme body. This would create a mutual restraint, proving immensely beneficial for Qing Wu and bestowing upon her boundless possibilities in her cultivation journey. The collision of the contrasting natures of pure yang and pure yin did not result in a cataclysmic explosion. Rather, they gradually began to merge together. Chapter 64. The establishment of the celestial court, the opening of the mythical continent. With the intertwining of yin and yang, pure yang and pure yin melded seamlessly, devoid of any adverse effects. Observing this development, Junlin nodded in satisfaction. From now on, Qing Wu's cultivation will experience a meteoric rise. You must be prepared, he advised Xianxiang. Indeed, Xianxiang's gaze turned towards Qing Wu, who now bore no trace of pain upon her face, her complexion restored to normalcy. Simultaneously, her aura began to fluctuate chaotically, indicating her rapid advancement in cultivation. I am deeply indebted to Brother Yi and cannot fathom how to repay such a kindness. From this day forth, should Brother Yi require anything, I shall not hesitate to plunge into fire and water, Xianxiang solemnly declared, cupping his fists in respect towards Junlin. Ha ha ha, there is no need for such formality. I implore Brother Xianxiang to announce to the world that I, Junlin, am establishing the celestial court from this day forth. Currently, it comprises only 3 individuals, myself, Lu Yun, and Qing Long. Junlin replied with a smile. Brother Yi, there is something I wish to discuss, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate, Xianxiang said somewhat hesitantly. Then why bother with pleasantries? Junlin replied nonchalantly. I wish to join the celestial court, Xianxiang stated resolutely. He was acutely aware that Junlin was merely in his 20s, yet possessed such formidable cultivation and strong allies. This signified a limitless future for those who chose to follow him, and he could even be considered an elder statesman within the celestial court. I too wish to join. At this moment, Qing Wu, with her crescent-shaped eyes wide open, declared. Her cultivation had already surpassed the realm of the divine emperor. Very well, I consent. Junlin pondered briefly before responding. Both Xianxiang and Qing Wu exhibited immense potential. With a little honing, they would undoubtedly become formidable generals within the celestial court. On this day, a message spread among the upper echelons of the divine realm's powerful factions. The celestial court had been established. Only those of significant standing comprehended the implications of Junlin's name, while the rest remained oblivious, unaware of who Junlin was or what the celestial court represented. Boom. The entire divine realm trembled as boundless celestial light illuminated the heavens. A resonant voice echoed throughout the divine realm, declaring, the ancient mythical continent is about to open. Esteemed prodigies, prepare to embark. The words were profound yet resounding, each syllable vibrating through the cosmos. Young master, it is time for us to set forth. Xianxiang gazed skyward before addressing Junlin. Since he had joined the celestial court, it was clear he could no longer refer to Junlin as Brother Yi. Every opening of the passage to the ancient mythical continent occurred outside the infinite abyss of the divine realm. We must arrive early and await the opening of the mythical continent. The opportunity is fleeting, lasting but a few breaths, Should we miss it? There shall be no further chance, Xianxiang explained. Entry into the mythical continent was restricted by time and age. Those above 10,000 years were barred from entry. In light of this, let us depart. Junlin, curious and eager, had perused relevant ancient texts but had found no specific descriptions of the mythical continent's nature. Individuals who had returned offered little information, merely advising against venturing into the central region. Perhaps only those who entered would truly comprehend its essence. Under the guidance of the elders of the Listening Rain Pavilion, Junlin and his companions journeyed towards the infinite abyss. They were not the first to arrive, but rather among the last. Other factions sent forth a singular strong individual accompanied by 2 promising prodigies. Yet all eyes were on the members of the Listening Rain Pavilion, who were met with puzzled expressions. This time, 7 individuals from the Listening Rain Pavilion arrived. Apart from the elder, there were Junlin, Xiao Luyun, Qinglong, Qingshang, Qingwu, and Qinggu. Xiao Luyun and Qinglong had long surpassed the age limit, making them ineligible. Since the Celestial Court had 2 available slots, Junlin decided to bring Qingwu along. The Listening Rain Pavilion had 1 additional slot available, which they filled with another prodigy from their ranks. Elder of the Listening Rain Pavilion, isn't this a breach of the regulations? Each faction, regardless of size, is permitted only 2 entrants. What is the meaning of this? A voice emerged, questioning the situation. What are you to question the Listening Rain Pavilion's actions? When have we ever required your permission? The elder's expression darkened as he rebuked the individual. As the most prestigious faction in the divine realm, they naturally held a sense of pride. Surrounding them were members from other top factions who, upon seeing Junlin, pretended not to notice. There was no need for inquiries. They understood. The Celestial Court had been established. The individual who dared to question was the leader of a medium-sized faction, emboldened by ancestral traditions. Believing that he could speak on behalf of the collective, he thought that if he posed the question, it would represent the inquiry of all factions. And even if the Listening Rain Pavilion disregarded him, they would owe an explanation to everyone present. Chapter 65, The Essence of the Sword. However, he had not anticipated that none of the powerful factions would support him. They adopted a stance of indifference, as if the matter did not concern them. Dare to utter another word, and I shall obliterate you, the elder of the Listening Rain Pavilion declared with formidable authority. The man turned pale, immediately retreating to his faction, fully aware that they had been marked by the Listening Rain Pavilion and were now in a precarious position. What are your thoughts? Junlin inquired with a smile, addressing the Shadow Pavilion and other prestigious factions. It is young Master Yi. It has been long since our last meeting. Your radiance shines even brighter than before. The Shadow God Emperor stepped forward, beaming with a smile as he clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Junlin. Indeed, young Master Yi's words are beyond reproach. Moreover, we have received the news of the Celestial Court's establishment. Thus it is only natural that you and your companions are permitted entry into the mythical continent. Due to the hurried nature of their arrival, they had not prepared any celebratory gifts, but with a grin, the rotund man waved his hand, offering a token of goodwill. Before Junlin lay an array of exquisite divine crystals, totaling at least 10 million. Hiss! A collective gasp arose from those surrounding him. This notorious miser, known for his frugality, had unexpectedly displayed such generosity in front of a mere youth. To produce an offering of 10 million divine crystals was utterly shocking. How infuriating! This moneyed glutton must have been well prepared. A certain divine emperor clenched his teeth in indignation. After all, this robust figure possessed vast resources, making such a display feasible. The remaining divine emperors found themselves in a dire predicament, compelled to offer their most cherished possessions. The onlookers from various powerful factions were left bewildered. When had it become customary for several top-tier forces to pay homage to a young man? They could not fathom the reasoning behind this. Boom! Before they could ponder further, a colossal orb of light manifested above the endless abyss. Prepare yourselves, the mythical continent is about to unveil, someone proclaimed with a grave expression. The orb gradually split open, releasing an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy that far exceeded the quality found in the divine realm by several hundred times. Hurry! What manner of existence is the mythical continent? Junlin whispered, before swiftly pulling Qingsong into a flash, vanishing into the rift. The fissure closed completely after just 2 breaths. Is this truly the mythical continent? Junlin was taken aback. Towering mountains stretched endlessly around him, with the occasional gargantuan avian soaring overhead. These creatures were unimaginably colossal, larger than any he had encountered even in the divine realm. Wow, what a gigantic bird! Qingsong exclaimed, having never seen such wonders. Junlin thought to himself, indeed, the innocence of the unworldly is the most formidable. They speak their minds so freely. Upon closer inspection, He noted that the weakest of these enormous avians were at the Divine Emperor level. His spiritual perception even detected beings surpassing the Divine Emperor realm among them. Yet this was merely the outskirts of the mythical continent. Where exactly they were, Junlin could not ascertain. He only knew that it was just him and Xingsong, none other in sight. Occasionally, a few avians circled above, yet they exhibited no signs of aggression. To them, Junlin and Xingsong appeared inconsequential, hardly worth their attention. Nonetheless, it must be said that the mythical continent, which opened only once every 100,000 years, brimmed with enigmatic allure. The abundance of rare materials Junlin had encountered thus far was staggering. Even divine emperors would covet these treasures, yet to Junlin, they seemed like the most trivial of goods in this land. Xingsong, however, was delighted, eagerly collecting every treasure she laid her eyes upon. Wow, brother Yi, look. There's more here, she chirped, bouncing about like a young girl, presenting the spoils to Junlin with gleeful enthusiasm. These are of no use to me. You should keep them, Junlin replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. Suddenly, Junlin's gaze sharpened. He sensed a formidable sword intent surging skyward not far from their location. The might of this sword intent was the most powerful he had ever encountered. Without hesitation, he grasped Xingsong's hand and disappeared from their spot. A massive mountain loomed before him, the source of the sword intent emanating from its peak. As he approached, the intensity of the sword intent became palpable, far surpassing the realm of the Divine Emperor, even eclipsing the prowess of Xia Luyun. Chapter 66. Reward of 10,000 Supreme Eye Techniques. The sword intent was overwhelmingly potent. The mountain itself appeared desolate, devoid of any life. A barren expanse due to the sheer force of the sword intent. Boom. As Junlin stepped onto the mountain, a deluge of sword intent cascaded down upon him. Get away, he shouted, his entire being radiating light, repelling the sword intent. At that moment, Junlin's expression shifted. He had previously assumed this sword intent was at its peak strength. Now, he realized that it had likely existed for countless years and had been significantly weakened. Just how powerful was this sword intent at its zenith? With a grave countenance, Junlin felt a golden light enveloping him and Xingsong, shielding them from the sword intent's harm. As they ascended, the sword intent grew ever stronger. And even Junlin found it increasingly challenging to maintain his footing while guiding Xingsong. Brother Yi, you should go on alone. I don't want to hold you back. I'll wait for you down here. Xingsong discerned his struggle and quickly broke free from his grasp, retreating down the mountain. She did not wish to impede Junlin's progress. Understanding that her current cultivation level was merely a burden, she aimed to swiftly enhance her own abilities, having gathered numerous rare materials along the way, which she could refine while waiting for him. Without Xingsong, Junlin could concentrate solely on the ascent. His brow remained furrowed. He had never encountered a challenge that tested him to this extent. Flish! A blade of sword light sliced through his garments, leaving a wound. Junlin had been injured. No matter how potent the sword intent, he was determined to reach the mountain's peak to discover the source of this overwhelming force. Along his path, he encountered numerous corpses, most clustered at the mountain's base, with a few charred remains on the mid-slope. Beyond that, no bodies remained. These were the prodigies who had entered from the divine realm, lured by the promise of unparalleled treasures atop the summit, only to perish before achieving their goal. Panting heavily, Junlin finally reached the mountaintop, drenched in sweat. The sword intent there was at least 100 times more intense than at the base. Though he was formidable, his clothes were tattered, and deep gashes marred his body. Blood oozing from the fresh wounds, making it difficult to heal. Despite his robust physique, the freshly mended injuries were torn open again in an instant. What is that? Junlin lifted his gaze to behold a sight that sent a shiver through his very soul. There lay a colossal humanoid figure, appearing as though it were lifeless, were it not for the faint rise and fall of its chest. It lay there, impaled by a small sword. Indeed, Junlin beheld it. It was pinned there by a diminutive blade. Such a colossal giant, ensnared by a mere small sword, seems utterly implausible. It is akin to a fully grown adult being pinned to the ground by a mere sewing needle, an image both ludicrous and profoundly melancholic. The giant's body is emaciated, and one can only wonder how many years it has been affixed here, reduced to a state of utter depletion. It remains a mystery what sustains him, for he is reluctant to embrace death. Who are you? Why are you bound in this place? Junlin gasped, panting heavily. There was no response, no sound. Yet, Junlin remained unperturbed, settling into a cross-legged position. He needed to harness the sword energy to refine himself, to forge his body into something far more potent. Creak. The giant's fingers, resembling those of a human, shifted slightly. Gradually, he opened his murky eyes, turning his head with an effort that seemed to drain his entire strength. He remained silent, his current state rendering him incapable of speech. After a prolonged silence, the desiccated giant finally uttered, "Later, Comer, you are quite impressive." His voice, rasping and hoarse, echoed as he succumbed once more to slumber. It is difficult to fathom how many years had passed since he last spoke. Each word seemed to sap the remnants of his vitality. Observing the giant slip back into unconsciousness, Junlin resumed his meditation. This marked his first earnest endeavor in cultivation. Ding! A notification echoed in his mind. Sign-in task initiated. Sign-in location, Sword Tomb Mountain. Sign-in reward, 100,000 Supreme Eye Techniques. Ding! Does the host wish to sign in? Sign in. Junlin affirmed in his thoughts. Sign in successful. Rewards dispensed. Host, prepare for fusion. In an instant, Junlin felt a profound transformation in his eyes, as streams of refreshing energy coursed forth. He could distinctly perceive that his eyes had undergone an astonishing metamorphosis, akin to 100,000 refinements. Casting his gaze outward, he was astounded to behold the entirety of the mythical continent within his sight. Cities billions of miles away, with the minutest details of insects flitting about within them, appeared as clear as if they were but a breath away. Chapter 67. The Super Enforcer. Subsequently, Junlin turned his attention back to the giant. His gaze penetrated the giant's form, and he was taken aback. The giant's body was not merely desiccated. Within him resided a magnificent array of multicolored radiance. That was his essence, a power of such magnitude that Junlin had never before encountered. Yet, this essence was stifled by the small sword, unable to nourish his corporeal form, leading to the gradual desiccation of the giant. His survival depended entirely on the might of his physical body. However, even the strongest body had succumbed to years of draining its potential. Without a swift restoration of his essence, he would soon face true extinction. Such formidable essence should not be wasted, Junlin remarked, shaking his head. This was the first time he had encountered a being of such caliber. The very essence that emanated from the giant moved him deeply. If Junlin's essence was the size of a fist, the giant's was as immense as Mount Tai. After a brief slumber, the giant seemed to regain some strength and opened his mouth to speak. Yet, Junlin interrupted, "I can free you, but on one condition. You must follow me." Junlin's gaze burned with intensity as he spoke. Should this come to pass, he would possess an extraordinary enforcer. The giant regarded Junlin with his murky eyes. Seemingly lost in contemplation, Junlin, unhurried, remained seated on the ground, waiting patiently for the giant's response. "Free me? Do you comprehend whose sword this is?" The giant articulated slowly, each word painstakingly drawn out, as though speaking depleted his very essence. "Do not concern yourself with that. As long as you are willing to follow me, I shall aid you in your liberation." Junlin shrugged, his tone casual. In the giant's eyes, though his former might had diminished, he had once been an unparalleled force. Despite his clouded vision, it was imbued with a sharpness that belied his current state. This young man was the first in countless years to approach Sword Tomb Mountain unscathed. Moreover, his strength was formidable. He had ascended while only slightly wounded. After just a brief period of sitting, the sword energy had failed to harm him in the slightest. "Very well," the giant gasped, expelling the word with great difficulty before falling silent. He fixed his gaze upon Junlin, eager to witness how this youth would rescue him and facilitate his escape. "Open your mouth," Junlin commanded the giant. "Go." Whoosh. As the giant complied, Junlin flicked his fingers, sending 2 calamity pills directly into the giant's mouth. One would restore the vitality of his body, while the other would propel him beyond his previous limitations into a higher realm. "This pill." The giant gasped in astonishment as he felt his body begin to regain vitality. His once desiccated form gradually filled out, his gray hair of 3,000 meters transforming into a lustrous black. The lines of age that had marred his face receded, revealing the countenance of a middle-aged man. These transformations unfolded simultaneously. The giant was truly astonished. He had lived for countless years, a span so long that he could scarcely recall. Yet, he had never encountered such a wondrous elixir. Most astonishing of all was his cultivation, which was rapidly recovering at an alarming rate, showing no signs of abatement. Closing his eyes tightly, the giant began to break through the barriers of his cultivation. He had been imprisoned for an indeterminate number of years. Throughout this time, not only had his life force waned, but the sword intent emanating from the small sword had also gradually diminished. Without unforeseen circumstances, his survival and escape had seemed impossible. Yet now, with his cultivation surging, the small sword could no longer restrain him. Clang, clang, clang. The small sword emitted a piercing cry as it vibrated and trembled, unable to maintain its grip. Finally, it was sent flying away. "I am finally free," the giant roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. "Song-ao, I pay homage to my master." The giant transformed into a form akin to that of a normal human and approached Junlin, respectfully kneeling on one knee. "Rise." Junlin said, curiosity piqued. I observed that sword. It appeared to be an ordinary blade. How could it have imprisoned you? Indeed. That sword is merely forged from common iron, Xianxiao replied after a moment of silence. Years ago, when foreign tribes invaded, it was our mythical continent that fell first. The mythical continent was not the weakest among the myriad realms. In truth, it was once the most potent existence within the vast heavens. In those days, the continent was populated with formidable beings, of which I could only be considered a modestly strong individual. At that time, the entire mythical continent was engulfed in suffering, almost facing complete extinction. I followed a few of the most formidable individuals on the continent to this very place, having received word of a foreign monarch-level powerhouse residing here. Chapter 68. The Front Lines of Battle, Mythical Imperial Capital. Upon our arrival, the battle commenced immediately. We were all renowned powerhouses of the mythical continent. That foreign monarch merely waved his hand, and a mundane sword impaled me upon the sword-grave mountain. I was afforded no opportunity to retaliate. As if I were no more than a bothersome fly swatted away with ease. The other formidable individuals banded together to drag that foreign monarch into the river of time. In previous years, I could still sense the ongoing battle within, but now, I find myself unable to feel anything. Perhaps they are no longer present. Xianxiao spoke with a somber tone. Junlin's expression hardened. These ancestors were indeed worthy of reverence. To safeguard the mythical continent, they forcibly drew the foreign monarch into the river of time, preventing the continent from descending into chaos for many years. We all understood that if things continued this way, the mythical continent could not endure much longer. Thus, it was decided from the outset to grant the prodigies of other realms an opportunity. Every 100,000 years, the mythical continent opens its gates to the outside world. Should one possess sufficient talent and cultivation, they could acquire treasures that enhance their abilities and talents within the continent. This could also be seen as leaving a legacy for humanity. Xianxiao lamented, recalling his own past as a once-renowned powerhouse, yet unable to withstand even a casual strike from a monarch, nearly losing his life. This had struck him profoundly. On such a battlefield, he could offer no assistance, and he was unaware of how many billions of years had elapsed. He pondered the current state of the mythical imperial capital. The capital stood as the front line against foreign foes. Should it fall, the entire mythical continent would succumb. Upon understanding the situation, Junlin resolved to proceed to the mythical imperial capital. He brought along Xiao Wu and a few others towards the capital, having already sent word to Qingshang and others to gather there. As they neared the capital, Junlin felt an overwhelming tremor of the spirit. Before him lay a scene of utter devastation, with corpses strewn across the ground, both foreign and of the mythical continent. Mangled limbs and shattered bodies littered the battlefield, and the bloodstains, having soaked the ground over the years, had turned it a dark crimson. A palpable aura of malevolence surged through the air. He even observed shattered stars overhead. What kind of brutal conflict had transpired, to the extent that celestial bodies had fallen? In the distance, an enormous city loomed, so vast that it could not be fully perceived by the naked eye of an ordinary cultivator. Its height was astonishing, nearly reaching the sun itself. The materials of this city were unknown. Though appearing dilapidated, it was remarkably sturdy. Numerous weapon marks adorned its surface, yet it remained unyielding. Directly opposite the city was the battlefield against the invading foes. Junlin and his companions entered through the back gate without hindrance. Unlike other cities, the streets of the mythical imperial capital were not bustling with activity. Instead, they were filled with solemn cultivators, their expressions grave and filled with an air of lethal intent. Regardless of age or gender, each individual radiated a palpable aura of menace, a result of years spent in continuous conflict. They had no time to squander on meals or idle chatter. Any spare moment was devoted to seclusion and cultivation, for they understood the brutality of the battlefield, which was far beyond their control. Perhaps this time, they would never return. With every increment of cultivation, they secured a greater guarantee for survival. The entire capital was devoid of laughter. Only an oppressive atmosphere lingered. Prepare yourselves. The foreign adversaries are upon us. Today, the 3rd Legion shall join me in the fight. A sudden, commanding voice reverberated through the skies above the capital. The pedestrians on the streets were momentarily taken aback, and many soared into the air. Xianxiao, what does the 3rd Legion signify? Junlin inquired. In order to ensure adequate rest for all cultivators, the combatants of the capital were previously divided into 80 legions, each comprising 10 to 20 million members. Depending on the number of incoming foreign foes, a few legions would be dispatched. The fact that only the 3rd Legion is mobilized suggests that the enemy is not numerous. Of course, this is based on previous divisions. I am uncertain of the current structure, Xianxiao explained. Then let us proceed to join the fray. Junlin declared. Qingwu, you stay here. Brother, you must engage in battle. I want to fight too, Qing Wu insisted, shaking her small fist defiantly. Once on the battlefield, I shall have no time to protect you. You can join next time. For now, I will assess the situation, Yi Junlin replied, turning with Xianxiao as they soared toward the Third Legion. Chapter 69, The Former War God. Who are you? Why have you come to my Third Legion? As Yi Junlin and Xianxiao approached the gathering point of the Third Legion, they were intercepted by a guard who inquired. Every cultivator present here was undoubtedly a powerful being. Even the weakest among them had attained the realm of Divine Emperor. I hail from the divine realm of the myriad worlds, having come in accordance with the opening of the ancient mythical continent. Now that foreign invaders approach, as a member of the myriad worlds, it is only natural for us to lend our strength, Yi Junlin stated plainly. Oh, so it is the trial that occurs every 100,000 years, the leader, clad in battle armor, mused. Young man, do you understand that every 100,000 years, the mythical continent opens a void passage, allowing prodigies from the outside world to enter and experience trials? Yet, these are merely trials. Such a war is not one you can participate in. Depart swiftly. As long as we are here, the myriad worlds shall remain unharmed. If even we cannot withstand the onslaught, then we shall perish alongside the mythical continent. The leader of the Third Legion spoke gently. They were, in essence, the last bastion of the myriad realms. If they could not repel the foreign invasion, then who could? This was the very point that left Yi Junlin perplexed. If the mythical continent served as the final barrier for the myriad realms, then where was his father, the human emperor Yi Jitian, in the fight against the alien intruders? The commander spoke with a calm demeanor, exhibiting no fear or panic at the mention of death. Years of combat had tempered their will to be harder than steel. For those warriors, death was not something to be feared. Rather, it was the most noble of endings. I comprehend that you aspire to contribute to the resistance against foreign foes. However, at this juncture, you have yet to mature fully. In due course, when you have blossomed into your full potential, there will naturally be emissaries to seek you out. Your current task is to scour the mythical continent for cultivation resources, various rare treasures of heaven and earth. Elevate your cultivation and abilities as much as possible. Only with formidable prowess can you hope to confront the alien races. Thus, the myriad realms shall not face extinction. On the battlefield ahead, we shall strive to buy enough time for you gifted youths to eventually expel the extraterrestrial adversaries. Commander Yang Kuei of the Third Legion spoke with resolute conviction. As for me, I possess sufficient capability for self-preservation. Without the baptism of war, true growth is arduous. Boom. Yi Junlin proclaimed with fervor. Instantly, his aura erupted with tremendous force. The soldiers of the Third Legion gazed in disbelief at the youth before them. At such a tender age, how could he possibly possess such cultivation? It was utterly astonishing. Yang Kuei's expression grew grave. Yet, he remained reluctant to allow Yi Junlin onto the battlefield. A prodigy like him is a rare gem, one that may not be encountered for millennia. Such unparalleled talent, should it attract the attention of alien enemies, would surely spell disaster. Perhaps the extraterrestrial foes would dispatch formidable beings solely to extinguish Yi Junlin. At that moment, the myriad realms would suffer the irreparable loss of an extraordinary talent. That would be an unbearable grief. Fear not, for all shall be well with me. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from behind Yi Junlin, capturing the attention of Yang Kuei and the others. You are the war god Xianxiao, Yang Kuei exclaimed, as though he had seen a ghost. Xianxiao, the once legendary war god of the mythical continent, had emerged unscathed from countless battles against the invading forces of other realms, ultimately earning the title of war god. Xianxiao, apart from a few of the mightiest beings, was the most formidable presence. Years ago, he had accompanied the continent's strongest entities to Sword Tomb Mountain, only to vanish without a trace, alongside even the mightiest among them. They had long believed Xianxiao and his companions perished. Little did they expect that after billions of years, the war god of the mythical continent would reappear. Indeed, I have returned. With my presence, the safety of the young master is assured, Xianxiao stated without reservation. Young master? Yang Kuei gasped in astonishment. Could this youth before him truly be the master of the war god? Who could he possibly be? What immense power must his lineage possess? Yang Kuei dared not ponder further. System, check the panel. Yi Junlin thought within his mind. Host, Yi Junlin. Cultivation, Sage Realm. Cultivation classification. Talent. Profound techniques and secret arts. 100,001. There are too many to enumerate. Special physique, the strongest in the universe. Yi Clan Dao body. Chapter 70. Kill. Excellent. With the war god present, our chances of victory have significantly increased. Yang Kuei exclaimed with joy. Many years ago, the most powerful individuals of the mythical continent vanished alongside the extraterrestrial invaders. For years, they had barely managed to hold their ground against the foreign foes. Although they fought to a standstill, the mythical continent suffered heavy casualties. From the original 80 legions, only 50 remained. Roar! A horn from ancient dragons echoed, its sound resonating throughout the imperial capital, igniting the blood of all who heard it. This was a treasure crafted from the horns of ancient dragons slain by their ancestors. The sound of the horn heralded the renewed assault of the alien invaders. Warriors, follow me into battle. Yang Kuei bellowed from atop the city gate. He then cast his gaze beyond the city walls. Outside, the armies of the extraterrestrial beings had assembled, an endless sea of troops advancing towards the imperial capital. Shrouded in thick smoke, their numbers appeared to exceed tens of millions. Junlin addressed the alien forces. Open the gates, prepare for battle. An elderly voice rang out from atop the city walls. Junlin looked up, realizing only then that a figure resembling a terracotta warrior was speaking. This was not a true stone figure, but rather an elderly man who had been seated there for countless years, covered in a thick layer of dust. Over time, this dust had solidified, giving him the appearance of a stone statue. As he spoke, the dust began to fall away, revealing his true visage. Xianxiao, welcome back. The elder smiled warmly at Xianxiao. Ah, you old codger. After all these years, you've become quite the commanding figure. Xianxiao replied with a grin at the disheveled elder. Alas, since your disappearance, the alien invaders have grown increasingly arrogant. We have suffered tremendous losses in the mythical continent. The elder said sadly. Indeed, from 80 legions, only 30 remain. Each legion originally comprised at least 10 million soldiers, with the largest numbering in the tens of millions. Li Chong, you have endured greatly these years, but I have returned. This time, I shall stand with the young master and cleanse the alien realm. They shall not leave unscathed. Xianxiao declared with unwavering determination. Boom. The massive city gates swung open, and a towering battle flag was raised. This flag, crafted by ancient ancestors, was stained with the blood of the mightiest, a true treasure. Boom. With no further ado, both sides clashed, rushing into their respective formations. Various spells erupted in a dazzling display of colors, evoking a chilling atmosphere. Each spell cast signified another life lost. Warriors, fight for our loved ones behind us. We shall persist in the mythical continent. Even in death, we must ensure its continuation. A cultivator shouted madly, then burst forth with intense radiance. Charging directly at the alien forces, he was prepared to self-destruct, seeking to take down his opponent with him, having witnessed the enemy's slaughter of several of his comrades. If this foe remained alive, their legion would suffer even greater losses. Meanwhile, Yang Kuei and the others had already retreated into the void. As such powerful beings needed to distance themselves from the battlefield, otherwise, the aftershocks of their battles could lead to the deaths of their subordinates en masse. Clearly, this was something the leaders on both sides wished to avoid. Kill. Junlin weaved through the ranks of the alien army, and wherever he passed, foes fell in droves. Incapable of mounting any resistance, Junlin bathed in the blood of his enemies. In this moment, he had truly matured. He understood that this was the battlefield, where even the slightest hint of compassion could lead to his own demise. The Third Legion also suffered casualties, yet they fought valiantly, determined to take at least one enemy down with them. Such tenacity was truly terrifying. As a practitioner of the Third Legion, he was pierced directly through the heart by a battle spear. Yet, he seemed to feel nothing. He did not withdraw the spear but instead embraced his opponent, choosing to perish together amidst the cacophony of explosions. Such scenes were not isolated but unfolded everywhere. Chapter 71. A fist that shakes the world. This youth is exceedingly formidable. He must be dealt with decisively, declared a certain commander from beyond the realms, observing Junlin's rampage. Over the years, he had encountered numerous young warriors on the battlefield but had seldom paid them heed, for they lacked the strength to make a significant impact. Both sides would dispatch their younger generation for tempering, allowing them to grow at an accelerated pace. However, the boy who emerged today was astonishingly powerful, exuding an aura that matched his own, formidable to an unbelievable degree. Most importantly, it appeared that Junlin was engaged in indiscriminate slaughter, though seemingly chaotic. He was deliberately taking the lives of several young cultivators. Boom. The void shuddered, and a tremendous aura surged from afar, merging with ominous black clouds that loomed overhead, suffocating all beneath its weight. This mass of black clouds spread widely, causing the very fabric of the void to fracture. The earth beneath began to collapse, mountains and lakes splitting and evaporating. This terrifying spectacle captured everyone's attention. A saint has descended, Yang Kuei exclaimed, his pupils constricting sharply. This was no ordinary foe. This was a saint, an ancient one, with cultivation that spanned heaven and earth, instilling terror in the hearts of all. Boom. from the direction of the mythical imperial capital. A similar aura erupted as Old Li, guarding the city gates, stepped forth, appearing above the legion. His gaze was solemn as he focused on the void, aware that a formidable opponent of equal caliber awaited him. To establish a harmonious cosmic alliance, you ants not only fail to express gratitude, but dare to obstruct us. You truly know not what you seek, thus I bestow upon you death. The void trembled as a colossal voice reverberated across the battlefield. Young man, I observe that you possess considerable talent. You may join our ranks. In due time, you shall enjoy boundless wealth and power. Moreover, we can significantly enhance your cultivation and bestow upon you invaluable celestial elixirs. The black clouds roiled above Yi Junlin, their voice echoing in the void. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Yi Junlin. This individual hailed from beyond the mythical continent, and they were uncertain whether he could withstand such temptation. After all, they were not well acquainted with him, and there had been precedents of individuals defecting from the mythical continent, including some families that had fled. Stop! How dare you hover above me? I detest those who assume superiority and point fingers at me. Let me impart a message. Return whence you came, you worthless scum, who cannot even grasp your own world, yet aspire to invade another. Yi Junlin's words rang out with resounding clarity. In his previous life, he had loathed the so-called bird people who invaded other nations. It was astonishing to encounter them once more in this life, with their demeanor and mannerisms strikingly similar. Very well, you may perish. The black clouds churned, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike to annihilate Yi Junlin. Your opponent is me. Old Li, dust-covered, appeared opposite the black clouds, addressing the ominous mass. No need for that. I shall claim this man's head, Yi Junlin declared. His desire for a fair battle at his own level ignited, not merely seeking to crush his foes. Finally, a worthy contender had appeared. Old Li hesitated, fearful of the risk. Such a prodigy, if allowed to mature, could potentially alter the tide of battle. Fear not. The young master's cultivation shall not be inferior to yours. Xianxiao's voice resonated through his mind. Unless Xianxiao wished to reveal his presence, the saint would remain unaware of him. What? Not inferior to me? Old Li was taken aback, falling into silence. Very well, I entrust this saint to you. Naturally, he believed Xianxiao's words, yet his mind struggled to accept the absurdity of it all. Nonetheless, he turned away, leaving the battlefield to Yi Junlin. Old Li? Yang Kuei was left in a state of bewilderment, questioning the situation. This youth claimed he would confront the saint, and Old Li agreed and simply left? Die. Those who refuse to submit to our cosmic alliance shall perish. Amidst the swirling black clouds, an enormous hand descended from the darkness, striking down upon Yi Junlin as if to annihilate all existence. Wherever it passed, it seemed as though all life would be extinguished. A multitude of beings exploded, all from beyond the realms, while the soldiers on this side remained shielded by Xianxiao, untouched by harm. You wretched vermin hiding in the shadows. Today I shall unveil your true form. A fist that shakes the world. Yi Junlin roared, and then his fist erupted with dazzling golden light, hurtling toward the black clouds above. Chapter 72, The Heart of the Tao as an Oath. Bang! The black cloud's colossal hand shattered as if made of paper at the impact of Yi Junlin's fist, continuing its unrelenting assault toward the void. Impossible. Who are you? The voice from within the black clouds trembled in fear. Yi Junlin's power was terrifying beyond measure. Wherever he passed, stars exploded, and nothing could impede him. Roar! I am an ancient sage. I am invincible. Can I not even defeat a mere boy? The black clouds swirled in fury and defiance. But all was in vain. Utterly futile. Yi Junlin's strength surpassed anything the opponent could fathom. Though they were of the same realm, Yi Junlin possessed the unparalleled physique of 100,000 supreme beings. What form of supreme physique does not stand unrivaled in its realm? Not to mention, he wielded the supreme arts and secrets of 100,000. The phenomena caused by the saints were equally terrifying. This spectacle mirrored the end of the world, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Yi Junlin's fist wielded the power to upheave heaven and earth, reversing the flow of stars. The black clouds disintegrated, revealing a short, stout middle-aged man within, whose eyes were filled with profound terror. Were it not for Xianxiao's protection, unimaginable calamity would have befallen this sky. Otherwise, all life would have been extinguished. Of course, Xianxiao only shielded his own troops. As for those from beyond, their demise was inconsequential. Roar! The middle-aged man, sporting a bushy mustache, bellowed, realizing he must fight with all his might, for otherwise he would perish here today. This young man was truly terrifying, instilling a sense of trepidation that made him tremble throughout. However, all that he had done was utterly trivial, appearing infinitely insignificant, akin to a moth drawn to flames, leading to its own demise. His every act of resistance only served to highlight his own wisdom. This aura, how could it be? No, he should not be aware of this place. Suddenly, the middle-aged, stout man with a mustache exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation. It was this utterance that momentarily spared his life. Who are you to the Emperor of Humanity? The mustached man asked in terror. The term Emperor of Humanity rendered everyone present in a state of bewilderment and confusion. They were unaware of who the Emperor of Humanity was, having never even heard of such a figure. After all, the mythical continent had been isolated for countless years, rendering them largely ignorant of the outside world. They had always believed that their mythical continent was the front line in the battle against foreign invaders. My father, the Emperor of Humanity. Junlin merely uttered four words with a nonchalant air. No wonder one could attain such cultivation at such a tender age. How could the Emperor of Humanity possess knowledge of this place? The mustached man still questioned in disbelief. They had stumbled upon this location while bearing the Emperor's will and had come to understand that the mythical continent was perpetually in a closed state. Even the Emperor of Humanity could not have waited for 100 millennia to enter. The Emperor was entirely unaware of this place's existence. They had secretly transported a few war generals here, hoping to dismantle it from within. Yet, the beings from myriad realms were exceedingly tenacious, and the conflict had persisted for over 100 million years. They had failed to conquer the mythical continent. Originally, they had dispatched a previously unseen king-level powerhouse to this realm, intending to seize the mythical continent in one fell swoop. Every powerful being was accounted for with the Emperor of Humanity. The absence of even one would alert him. Thus, they proceeded with utmost caution, finally managing to send that king-level powerhouse. Yet unexpectedly, 3 king-level powerhouses manifested simultaneously on the mythical continent. During that cataclysmic battle, several of those king-level beings vanished without a trace, and none had reappeared in the years since. The son of the Emperor of Humanity. The son of the Emperor of Humanity. If he were to perish here, the cost would be worth it. A glint of treachery flashed in the mustached man's eyes. The son of the Emperor of Humanity. If he were to die, the blow to the Emperor would surely be monumental. The son of the Emperor appeared on the mythical continent. Dispatch the king-level powerhouses immediately. The mustached man sent a message without delay. Son of the Emperor, your father is on the verge of defeat. What significance remains in your stubborn resistance here? I concede that the Emperor of Humanity is indeed an extraordinary figure, and the Imperial Palace is the foremost power among the myriad realms. But what use is that? The true battlefield lies beyond. Should they falter, the entirety of the myriad realms would be at our mercy. The mustached man laughed arrogantly. Since your father is destined for defeat, why do you still sneak into this place seeking a breakthrough? Throughout history, you ambitious yet powerless individuals have been utterly repugnant. When I, the unparalleled one of the ages, rise, you shall be the first to be obliterated, reduced to mere dust of history. I, Junlin, the second son of the Emperor of Humanity, shall ensure your utter extinction. I swear this upon my heart of Tao, Junlin declared with resounding conviction. Chapter 73, Rebuke to Heaven. Junlin's words caused the mustached man's complexion to change dramatically. To swear upon one's heart of Tao was no jest. Yet soon, he found solace in the thought that, as long as they dispatched another king-level powerhouse, what could the son of the Emperor do? He would still taste bitter defeat on the spot. The inhabitants of the mythical continent were utterly befuddled. They expressed their utter confusion. Did this mean that other territories were also experiencing invasions? Furthermore, it sounded as though this youth's father was quite formidable. Even a saint would be struck with fear upon hearing of him. So what level of cultivation did this youth's father possess? Moreover, it was said that the real battlefield lay beyond, while this was merely a corner of the world, far from comparable to the true conflict. The Emperor of Humanity, who could intimidate the entire outer realms, was clearly of a high caliber. For too long, we have been too insular, resulting in a disconnect with the outside world. It turns out that all we believed to be true was merely a construct of our own making. From this day forth, let us completely open the entrance to the mythical continent. Elderly sighed as he spoke, initially thinking that the mythical continent was the primary battlefield. It now appeared that the so-called outer battlefield was the true locus of conflict, and far more brutal. You have lost your utility. I shall send you into reincarnation. Junlin coldly gazed at the mustached man as he spoke. With a thunderous boom, Junlin unleashed a punch that pierced through the mustached man's chest. The mustached man fell dead on the spot. Wails filled the air. The fall of an ancient sage made even the heavens mourn, as blood rained down from the sky. Is it over? He was killed in an instant? The inhabitants of the mythical continent stood in a daze. To eliminate a sage in a single strike was something even their imperial city's peak powers could not accomplish. Boom. Junlin indifferently raised his head and pointed toward the heavens, bellowing, "These are the invaders, the foreign enemies. Do not allow the heavens to weep. Each word rang out with conviction, like thunder that gripped the very soul. It was as though an ancient power was rebuking the heavens, with words that manifested as reality. After Yi Junlin's admonishment, astonishingly, the phenomenon of the heavens weeping truly vanished. Everyone was left in shock. Who was this individual that even the heavens seemed to heed his words? Kill. Eliminate these damned invaders and send them back to their homeland. The Third Legion surged with momentum, resulting in an overwhelming massacre. This was an unimaginable scenario compared to the previous battlefield. Previously, they could only manage a stalemate, albeit with heavy losses. Yet now, the son of the Emperor of Humanity had slain their sage. What could possibly hinder them? This battle ended in a resounding victory. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the mythical continent were deliberating whether to press on and directly assault the invaders' stronghold. However, this plan was swiftly dismissed by Yi Junlin. Not long ago, he had clearly seen that the enemy's sage had transmitted a message. This information was undoubtedly concerning his identity as the son of the Emperor of Humanity. He had reason to believe that the enemy would dispatch formidable beings to hunt him down, not for any other reason than his lineage. Just as in the immortal realm, where Kuan-Juin could lie in wait for tens of thousands of years to kill him. Now, they could only wait for the enemy to initiate war once more. It was not impossible to strike at the enemy's stronghold now, but he feared they might catch them in a trap. It was imperative to eliminate all potential hazards before they could proceed without worrying about ambushes. Before long, the high-ranking officials of the mythical continent had all come to heed Yi Junlin's decisions. Despite the presence of some warmongers among them, no one opposed Yi Junlin's proposals. However, they also felt a sense of unease. It was a king-level warrior from the enemy's side that had once completely depleted the top-tier powers of the mythical continent. The other party appeared to possess an enigmatic power, rendering it exceedingly challenging for individuals of similar realms across the myriad worlds to triumph over them. For numerous years, the inhabitants of these worlds have endeavored to unravel this mystery, yet they have been unable to grasp its essence. They conveyed their perplexities to Yi Junlin. However, Yi Junlin discerned no such mystical force emanating from the saint who had perished today, although they did not overtly exhibit excessive trepidation towards the king-level warriors. Yi Junlin could perceive their uneasy countenances. The king-level warriors of the mythical continent had long been depleted, and their current state, whether alive or dead, remained unknown. While the former war god, Xianxiao, had returned, his cultivation had merely grazed the threshold of a king-level warrior. At present, his level of cultivation was inscrutable to them, leading them to mistakenly believe that he resided below the king level. After all, at such heights of cultivation, ascending to the next tier is an arduous endeavor. Not to mention the king level, even the saintly figures of the mythical continent could scarcely muster 4 or 5. It is vital to note that king-level warriors are indeed formidable beings of the saint-king realm. The distinction between a saint and a saint-king might seem negligible at first glance. However, a saint-king can extinguish the lives of numerous saints with a mere wave of their hand. The chasm between the two is akin to a gulf, seemingly just a single realm apart, yet it is an insurmountable divide. Yi Junlin, endowed with the supreme eye technique, would have been able to perceive any hidden power within the opponent. Yet today, he found nothing extraordinary about them. Could it be that his cultivation was too insufficient to merit recognition? Yi Junlin pondered silently. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed that such a powerhouse would be deemed a top-tier figure within the mythical continent. Yet, placed upon the battlefield of the human emperor, they would merely be fodder. Certainly, his cultivation was inadequate to engage with the Saint King, but now, he felt prepared to make a stand. Xianxiao, after a moment of silence, spoke up. What? You have broken through? Elderly inquired, astonished, as he gazed at Xianxiao. With the young master's assistance, I have fortuitously achieved a breakthrough. Xianxiao replied. All the senior figures present were on the cusp of transcending to become Saint Kings. Upon hearing Xianxiao's words, their gazes turned fervent as they regarded Yi Junlin. This son of the human emperor possessed such remarkable abilities, the power to elevate one's cultivation. All of them were saints, and their yearning for the Saint King realm was profound. Are you willing to follow me? Yi Junlin asked the last 5 remaining saints of the mythical continent. Of course, these individuals were entirely unaware of the function and significance of the calamity pill. He could easily present the calamity pill to them for consumption, thereby ensuring their unwavering loyalty. However, Yi Junlin was evidently reluctant to pursue that course. What he desired was their voluntary allegiance. If they did not consent, they were unworthy of following him. The 5 saints fell silent. As the pinnacle of strength in the mythical continent, they harbored some reservations about pledging loyalty to a mere youth. I shall disregard it. If even the war god is willing, I too shall follow the young master, Elderly declared as he knelt before Yi Junlin. It was evident that, Upon witnessing Elderly Li's willingness, the others remained somewhat hesitant. Consume it. Junlin flicked his finger, and a calamity pill appeared before Elderly, hovering in the air. It emanated a rich fragrance, promising a slight enhancement to one's cultivation with a mere taste. Ecstatic, Elderly wasted no time in swallowing the calamity pill. Boom. The moment he ingested it, he felt the pill surge like a torrent towards his dantian. It was forceful yet gentle. His cultivation soared like a rocket in front of the astonished gazes of the other saints, and in the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the Saint King realm. A colossal pressure enveloped the other saints, rendering them breathless. Thank you, young master, for bestowing the saintly pill. Elderly proclaimed, bowing deeply. From this day forth, you shall be a member of my heavenly court. Junlin replied with a smile. Of course, I shall not compel any of you. After all, opportunities are but fleeting. Junlin said cheerfully to the other saints. He noticed that as Elderly ascended in cultivation, the others began to waver. They were preparing to pledge their allegiance to Junlin. Yet, to follow him was not merely their decision to make. Opportunities, when presented, must be cherished. Once missed, they are lost forever. Junlin's followers were not merely those who wished to follow. The opportunity was singular. The expressions of the saints shifted dramatically, their faces etched with regret. They had squandered a momentous opportunity. I refuse to accept this. If we are to follow you, we must be granted some time for consideration. One of the remaining 4 saints, whose gaze bore a shadow of malice, interjected. Dushio, do not speak recklessly. The others rebuked vehemently. Do you not comprehend your own cultivation? How dare you question him? What? Am I mistaken? Dushio retorted, his expression darkening. Silence. Do you believe you have the right to question the young master? If you utter another word, I shall make you wish for death. Elderly's eyes gleamed with cold fury. You insolent fool. Elderly added icily. Dushio's countenance darkened further, but he dared not speak again, fearing Elderly might strike him down. Yet, he had already devised a series of plans in his mind. The eye of heaven, I shall connect my thoughts. Junlin directed his gaze at Elderly. He understood that individuals like him possessed thoughts that diverged from the ordinary. For instance, contemplating how to seek vengeance later on. Indeed, upon observing, Junlin grasped the situation entirely. It matters not. You have concealed yourself so well for all these years. It must have been exhausting for you. To betray your own kind for the sake of the outer realms. You are no better than swine or dogs. Junlin stated plainly. With his supreme eye technique, discerning an individual was simplicity itself. Should his cultivation strengthen further, even perceiving one's past lives would pose no challenge. What nonsense are you spouting? I cannot comprehend your words. Dushio's expression fluctuated wildly before he spoke again. Those around believed that Junlin sought merely a pretext to eliminate Dushio. Indeed, they assumed this was merely an opportune reason for Junlin's actions. However, they overlooked the fact that, given Junlin's prowess, he needed no justification to take a life. In this world, only the might of the fist is eternal. Only Elderly and Xianxiao harbored unwavering trust in Junlin. Whatever he proclaimed was accepted without question. I have toiled diligently for the mythical continent for countless millennia. Let us not speak of accolades. I am entitled to recognition for my hardships. Just because you are the son of the human emperor, does that mean everyone must heed your commands? Dushio rose abruptly, his voice tinged with melancholy. However, this was merely a fade, intended to evoke similar sentiments among those present. This time it was Dushio, but who would it be next? Who among them would take his place? My myriad wounds are a testament to my unwavering loyalty to the mythical continent. Dushio cast off his battle attire. Upon his body lay countless scars, remnants of battles fought over many years. Some of these wounds still bled, refusing to heal. The remaining saints were taken aback. They were aware that Dushio had once suffered grave injuries, yet they had not anticipated that these wounds would remain unhealed after all these years. The origins of these injuries were clear to him, yet he feigned concern for the mythical continent. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Had Junlin still possessed his former temperament, he would have swiftly ended Dushio's life. Yet, he refrained from doing so now. For these individuals were willing to face death, once having fought valiantly for the myriad realms. They were men of unyielding spirit, and Junlin wished not to extinguish their resolve. He needed to provide them with a justification for slaying Dushio. No longer could they claim to act for the sake of the mythical continent or the entirety of the myriad realms. In a previous encounter, you had been captured by outsiders and ultimately succumbed to the terror of their god-slaying needle. Indeed, only those with extraordinary fortitude could endure such torture. Under duress, you agreed to join them, conspiring to undermine the mythical continent. If I am not mistaken, it was you who informed the several Saint Kings of that time, leading them all towards Sword Tomb Mountain, thereby capturing the mythical continent's elite forces in one fell swoop. Yi Junlin stated with a calm demeanor. Behind him, Xianxiao trembled, recalling that it was indeed Duxiu who had delivered that intelligence. Why would you betray the mythical continent? Can you not withstand even the slightest torment? Xianxiao stepped forward, placing his massive hand upon Duxiu's forehead. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon Duxiu, rendering him immobile against the ground. Within him lay a torturous parasite, the 10,000-year ice silkworm. Periodically, he was compelled to consume an antidote provided by the outsiders. Otherwise, he would suffer excruciating pain. Yi Junlin's eyes glimmered as he spoke. Haha, you all know of my betrayal. But who among you can fathom the suffering I have endured all these years? This pain is unbearable. Who among you could withstand it? Duxiu laughed maniacally. To my knowledge, this ice silkworm does not control its host. You could have chosen to confess. The Saint Kings of that time surely possessed the means to suppress or even eliminate it. Alternatively, you had the capacity to end your own suffering, Li Hui remarked. Such words are easier said than done. I am a prodigy, gifted beyond measure. Given time, I could undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Saint King. Why should I end my own life? As long as I breathe, I have the chance to grow stronger and expel the parasite. Duxiu roared in madness. He feared death, for he had once been a renowned prodigy, with aspirations to reach greater heights. You have greatly disappointed us. Because of you, the mythical continent has suffered significant losses. Otherwise, we would not have endured such devastation over the years. One saint lamented. Duxiu's betrayal had indirectly cost the mythical continent 50 legions, each comprising at least 10 million soldiers. Alas, grant him a swift end. There is no need for public disclosure. Let his family be executed in secrecy. Another saint sighed. To discover that a comrade, with whom they had fought for eons, was a traitor was a bitter pill to swallow. I merely wish to live. What sin have I committed? Duxiu's eyes flashed with a savage light as he shouted. The desire to live is not a crime in itself. But your betrayal of the mythical continent marks you as a villain for eternity. We offer you a dignified death. Do not be ungrateful. Return to the cycle. Xianxiao recalled the Saint Kings from years past, his gaze growing ever colder. The mythical continent need not have endured such brutal conflict, yet the losses have been catastrophic. Chapter 76. The Flesh as a Furnace, Achieving Eternity. All of this chaos stemmed from Duxiu, who had wrought such devastation upon the mythical continent. Fortunately, Yi Junlin had immediately discerned his treachery. Although they did not understand how he had perceived this, they could not help but marvel at his insight. Truly, he is the son of the emperor, a prince possessing an extraordinary vision. Yi Junlin's arrival instilled them with hope, the hope of triumphing over the outsiders. Boom. The son of the emperor, come forth to face your doom. The heavens trembled as a voice resonated throughout the imperial capital. The entire city radiated a gentle glow as a grand formation rose from the ground. This formation had been intricately laid by several Saint Kings, capable of withstanding the full force of their attacks. However, should the opposing Saint Kings unleash unrelenting assaults for days on end, even this formation could be breached. The might of a Saint King, even in sound waves, could annihilate most cultivators. Now, the formation enveloped the entire imperial capital. Yi Junlin and his companions stood atop the city walls, gazing towards the battlefield. Before them loomed a colossal serpentine creature, possessing 8 heads and 8 tails. The foremost head resembled that of a dragon, its eyes of vivid crimson akin to blood, its back adorned with moss and trees. Its belly was festering, oozing blood, while 8 colored clouds swirled above its head. Its massive form was akin to 8 towering mountains. It is you. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed as he beheld the creature. This was indeed the Yamada no Orochi that had once besieged his brother. There was no mistaking it. That grotesque visage matched perfectly with the image he had seen in the reflection stone. The oppressive aura of a Saint King radiated from it. He. The son of the emperor, this aura is unmistakable. Just like Yi Zhan of yore. It is a pity I did not consume your flesh back then. The exquisite scent of your blood lingers in my memory. Yamada no Orochi hissed with a sinister grin. Disgusting creature, laugh while you can, soon. You shall find no reason to smile. Yi Junlin replied coldly. His body trembled with excitement, eager to engage in battle. Although he remained at the saint level, his possession of various supreme techniques, a supreme physique, and supreme ocular arts endowed him with the ability to fight beyond his current tier. Even against a formidable foe, he was determined to vanquish this loathsome creature. Open the gates, Yi Junlin commanded. Boom. The gates creaked open as he stepped forward, confronting Yamada no Orochi. Young master. Xianxiao is willing to fight. Young master, Li Hui also stands ready for battle. Both Xianxiao and Li Hui stepped forward in unison. Yamada no Orochi's expression tightened slightly, taken aback to discover 2 Saint Kings still present within the mythical continent. Could it be that the news they received was false? The secrets of the mythical continent had been concealed deeply over the years, yet none of that mattered now. Today, let these individuals vanish together. The king of eight-headed serpents mused. No need for that. I shall personally intervene in this battle. Junlin declared with a wave of his hand. Years ago, the first prince, Zhan, displayed remarkable composure before the sage king at a mere tender age. Even a feigned death had gone undetected. Today, he intended to personally slay the sage king, the eight-headed serpent. Boom. An immense radiance erupted from Junlin as the power of 100,000 supreme bodies ignited simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. His corporeal form resembled a colossal furnace, resonating with the thunderous echoes of the great Tao. At this realm, he had developed his physical body to its utmost peak, rendering it virtually indestructible. It is true that he boasted the physique of 100,000 supreme beings. Yet in essence, he possessed but one familial Tao body. However, this Tao body had now harmonized with the essence of the 100,000 supreme bodies, absorbing all their attributes. Thus, it could be said that the power of 100,000 supreme bodies was unleashed in unison. The son of the emperor, each more formidable than the last, wondered why he felt a hint of threat and unease from merely one sage. The central head of the eight-headed serpent remarked, "Hiss." All 8 heads of the eight-headed serpent raised simultaneously, and then 8 blinding beams of light erupted from their mouths. The earth split open, forming a chasm of immeasurable depth, and the void itself erupted. 8 terrifying beams of light surged toward Junlin. Simultaneously, the serpent's 8 tails, akin to ancient divine chains, lashed fiercely toward Junlin's head. The serpent tails sliced through the void, puncturing it with ease. To claim that even an ordinary sage king would be reduced to mere fragments from such an assault would be no exaggeration. The eight-headed serpent, eager to expedite matters, sought only to slay Junlin and depart this cursed place. He understood that a superlative powerhouse like the emperor, Tian, would inevitably sense any lethal threat to his bloodline. Should he traverse time and space to confront him, his demise would be assured. The might of Tian was simply beyond the reach of an ordinary sage king. My body, a furnace forged through relentless trials, is eternal. Junlin raised his fist and charged toward the beams of light and the serpent tails with ferocity. Chapter 77, Countdown to 10. Simultaneously, Junlin's eyes underwent subtle transformations. His left eye reflected the annihilation of worlds, great stars plummeting as if heralding the apocalypse. From destruction emerged rebirth, with formidable figures manifesting in his vision, all transcendental beings striving to create new realms. His right eye, however, depicted the 6 paths of reincarnation evolving, constructing a passageway of cycles, unsettling the mind and threatening to ensnare the unwary in its depths. The collision of the 8-headed serpent's tails and the beams of light with Junlin's fist resulted in a tremendous explosion, a cataclysmic energy radiating outward from the epicenter, overwhelming the battlefield and shattering the very fabric of reality. The ground caved in, the void ruptured. The Sage King's strike was a harbinger of devastation. And this was merely the residual impact of their clash. Tick! Junlin gazed in disbelief at his palm. A minute scratch, no larger than a pinprick, marred the joint of his fist. Yet there was no denying it. Junlin had indeed sustained an injury, albeit one that healed almost instantaneously. This marked the first time he had been wounded since commencing his cultivation. He had never suffered a scratch before. To his astonishment, the 8-headed serpent had managed to inflict pain upon him. At that moment, the 8-headed serpent's 8 heads buzzed in unison. Junlin's singular punch had nearly obliterated the central head. Were it not for the other 7 heads sharing the burden, it would have been obliterated entirely. Although it had evaded the worst of the blow, the reverberations still left its mind in disarray. The 8 serpent faces, flickering their tongues, regarded Junlin with incredulity. He could scarcely fathom that the second son of the emperor could be so formidable, capable of defying the Sage King at such a young age. You are impressive. Let us engage, Junlin remarked coldly, fixing his gaze on the 8-headed serpent before raising his fist to strike. In that moment, Junlin moved with such swiftness that even the Sage King found it challenging to grasp his form. He seemed to possess the speed of the world itself. And in less than a fraction of a breath, Junlin appeared before the 8-headed serpent. The 8 heads of the serpent simultaneously narrowed their pupils in alarm. Junlin's sudden appearance bore no warning. Had it not been for its extensive combat experience and cultivation, it would have faced immediate demise. In a frantic response, the 8 serpent tails lashed out toward Junlin. Even an ordinary Sage King would have been reduced to mere meat fragments had they not dodged. Boom. Splatter. Junlin's fist connected with a serpent tail, sending flesh and blood flying. At least half of the serpent tails were pulverized by his blow. A howl of pain erupted from the 8-headed serpent, its 8 heads lamenting in anguish. It could not comprehend how, despite being the son of the emperor, Junlin was able to wield such power at the sage level. The chasm that separated them was insurmountable. In ancient history, to claim that someone of the sage realm could slay a sage king would have drawn ridicule, as the disparity between them was unfathomable. Heaven and earth palm, foot to fist. With his hair flowing like that of an ancient deity, Junlin appeared as a formidable force. One hand formed a fist seal while the other took the shape of a palm, launching a dual assault toward the 8 colossal heads of the 8-headed serpent. Hiss! The 8-headed serpent sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Junlin. Its tongue flicked in and out, while ominous green clouds swirled above. This was a lethal poison. Wherever the 8-headed serpent tread, nothing could survive. Even the earth, tainted by its venom, quickly formed deep pits. Such a potent toxin was the serpent's innate poison. Yet, Junlin remained undaunted, advancing toward the 8-headed serpent without any form of protection. My innate venom. Even the great saints would do well to steer clear. Prepare to perish. The 8-headed serpent mocked. Ultimately, it was still too young to grasp the situation fully. The 8-headed serpent disregarded Junlin's fists and palm strikes, standing resolutely in place with a cold gaze. 10, 9, 8. The 8-headed serpent continued its countdown, confident that no matter how formidable Junlin was, he could not withstand the countdown's conclusion. 7. Junlin remained unflustered, steadily approaching. 6, 5, 4, 3. Yet, he exhibited no sign of reaction, maintaining his calm demeanor as he advanced. Stop pretending. You must be in great pain now, yes? The 8-headed serpent inquired, eyeing the approaching Junlin. 2, 1. Down. The 8-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, exhibited an unmistakable confidence in its venom as it queried, What? Where shall I pour it? Junlin approached the formidable creature, mocking. How could it be? How is it that you remain unscathed? The serpent, incredulous, responded. Even a saint king of the same rank would succumb to my poison if caught off guard. Yet this youth before me has endured without a scratch. Poison? To me, it bears no effect whatsoever. Perish, Junlin declared, launching a powerful strike towards the serpent's head. With a resounding splatter, all 6 of Yamada no Orochi's heads exploded like watermelons. The serpent writhed in agony, each convulsion sending tremors throughout the battlefield, fissures cracking the ground beneath it. Damn it! Damn it! You have forced my hand. You have compelled me. It hissed. O great deity of the night, I humbly beseech your presence. Bestow upon me the power of darkness, and I shall convert the world into your faithful subjects. No soul shall fail to venerate you. Descend. O magnificent deity of the night. The serpent's 2 colossal heads chanted ancient incantations, comprehensible to all. With a cataclysmic roar, the heavens trembled. It was not merely the battlefield quaking, but the entire mythical continent itself. Cracks echoed ominously as Junlin sensed a malevolent, dark energy manifesting in this realm. This formidable force was beyond his current capacity to withstand. At that moment, Xianxiao Lihui stepped forward resolutely, guarding Junlin's side. It has come again. I recognize this ominous aura, Xianxiao remarked gravely, gazing at the vast chasm in the sky. Indeed, a similar energy emerged years ago at Swordtomb Mountain. If not for this energy, the 3 saint kings of the mythical continent could have easily vanquished their royal adversaries. Yet it was this very energy that cast them into the unknown currents of time, from which they have yet to return. O great deity, descend upon this realm and grant your most loyal servant strength. Yamada no Orochi trembled with excitement. Yijitian, how long have you hindered us? How much longer can you endure? A colossal figure loomed across the abyss, countless armies poised in fierce opposition, each side glaring with murderous intent. Here, the atmosphere was thick with bloodlust, rendering even the Saint Kings mere footnotes. Across the abyss, a middle-aged man clad in golden royal robes remained unfazed, his cold gaze fixed upon his adversaries. His eyes reflected the weight of eternal ages, yet his form was shrouded in chaotic mist, revealing a mere hint of his aura that compelled even the Saint Kings to prostrate themselves. How many years have passed? Your wolfish ambitions remain concealed, yet you dare to invade my myriad realms? Yi Jitian declared, one day, I shall lead the imperial hall against you. Those who betray the myriad realms shall cleanse their necks, for I shall personally claim retribution. The colossal shadow across the abyss erupted in laughter. Ha! Yi Jitian, are you lost in dreams? When the deity of the night fully awakens, what will become of you, the emperor? You shall not escape death. Though Yi Jitian longed to strike, an inexplicable force of rules emanated from the abyss. In prior years, his formidable prowess allowed him to maintain a tenuous control over it. However, in recent millennia, this independent force had grown increasingly potent. Conversely, This was fortuitous news for the myriad realms, as it indicated that their formidable adversaries could not breach through. The stronger one became, the more oppressive this force became. Yi Jitian gazed into the distance, his eyes glowing like twin beacons, revealing all that lay before him. Again, it is that place, he murmured. Years ago, a similar powerful disturbance arose there. He had dispatched his warriors to investigate, only for the energy to vanish. Yet now it re-emerged. Ah, the great deity of the night descends. Yi Jitian, dare you extend your aid? The colossal shadow taunted. Oh, how remiss of me. I nearly forgot to inform you that your second son appears to be in that very direction. Yi Huang, do you not intend to rescue your pitiful child? Do not forget, he is your only remaining heir. The enormous shadow across the abyss reveled in its mockery, seeking to unsettle Yi Jitian's spirit. If Yi Jitian could be persuaded to intervene, it would be to their utmost advantage. A myriad realms without the emperor would be akin to a lion, gravely ill, reduced to a mere kitten. Chapter 79, The Return of Yi Zhan. This understanding was mutual. Yi Jitian was equally aware. His eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion, concealing the depths of his thoughts. How pitiful, a once great emperor, now merely a nameless sovereign in this world. What of the emperor? Your two offspring, neither shall survive. Even if their talents overshadow the cosmos, without growth, they are but dust. The colossal shadow continued its provocation, yearning for Yi Jitian to personally venture to the mythical continent. In that moment, they could launch their assault on the abyss. Without Yi Jitian, they would seize their chance to breach the defenses of the abyss. For years, Yi Jitian had instilled fear in them, his strength unparalleled. Eons ago, they had once possessed the capacity to contend with him, but they had long since fallen far behind. They believed that had it not been for the abyss, it would not have been they who invaded the myriad realms, but rather Yi Jitian who would have launched an offensive. For as one's power grew, the abyss's suppression became ever more terrifying. Yi Jitian, the true paragon of humanity, burned like an eternal flame, an indomitable force. Though one might attain immortality at a certain level of prowess, it merely conferred longevity. Age would still etch its marks upon the skin. Yet, over the years, Yi Jitian appeared increasingly youthful. To the discerning eye, he resembled a young man. Those from beyond the realms understood this was a testament to Yi Jitian's burgeoning strength. He was a genuine sovereign without a crown, a being of profound significance. The words of the colossal shadow failed to stir even the slightest ripple in Yi Jitian's heart. He understood that the other party merely wished for him to depart from the celestial abyss. Once he left, who could possibly impede the iron cavalry from beyond the domains? Indeed, he was formidable, yet no matter how powerful, could he truly safeguard the entirety of the myriad realms in an instant? How pitiable, how tragic it was, that a sovereign, a true emperor of humanity, could not even protect his own offspring. Someone derisively remarked, "My emperor, the battle emperor, the wild sword, is willing to accept the command to safely bring back his highness the second prince." A towering man, bare-chested and exuding a solemn demeanor, knelt on one knee behind Yi Jitian as he spoke. "I, the battle emperor Fengqian, am also ready to assist." In an instant, several battle emperors voiced their resolute declarations. These were all elite generals under Yi Jitian, each personally appointed by him as battle emperors. Each one possessed unparalleled combat prowess. Their cultivation depths unfathomable, vast as the abyss. "Father, I, Yi Zhan, am willing to go and retrieve my younger brother." A calm voice emerged from behind Yi Jitian. "No, it is impossible. Yi Zhan has perished, his soul scattered." The outsiders had previously mocked the emperor for his lack of heirs. Yet, upon witnessing the youthful figure of Yi Zhan stepping forth from behind Yi Jitian, they were instantly struck with disbelief. Over 1 billion years had passed, concealed for an eternity. The once unrivaled prodigy from the first generation, what could his current cultivation possibly be? Someone on the side of the celestial abyss trembled as they spoke. Indeed, as they beheld Yi Zhan's emergence, their hearts quaked with fervent trepidation. The cultivation of Yi Zhan, who had vanished for over 1 billion years, was beyond their wildest imaginations. There is no need. If we cannot handle this minor crisis, how shall the three of us, father and sons, venture into the realms beyond in the future? If that dark night deity were truly capable of descending, it would have done so eons ago. Each time, it has been merely a thunderous roar with little rain. Yi Jitian remarked nonchalantly. He knew his offspring's capabilities all too well. Moreover, he had entrusted Yi Junlin with a certain artifact, ensuring that only when pushed to the brink of death could he undergo a rebirth, emerging as an unstoppable phoenix. Thus, he had placed Yi Junlin in a lower realm, where monumental upheavals were less likely to occur. Should Yi Junlin become aware of this, his expression would likely shift dramatically. "I am truly looking forward to meeting my brother," Yi Zhan said with a light chuckle. He possessed extraordinary talent, After centuries of dedicated cultivation, his current prowess could likely only be perceived by his father. Yi Zhan's demeanor was calm, yet an ethereal aura enveloped him that could not be concealed. Ants, ha ha ha, mere ants, you shall all perish. The eight-headed serpent cackled maniacally. The gaping chasm in the void stretched for innumerable miles. A colossal finger emerged from the crevice, seemingly attempting to descend, yet unable to do so. An inexplicable force at the chasm's location hindered its descent. Roar. The finger was so immense that the beings on the other side of the chasm appeared to be howling. Yet, despite their roars, the finger remained unable to descend. However, a tremendous pressure was able to manifest. In an instant, the grand city walls began to crack. Just a minuscule portion of this pressure was enough to cause the entire imperial city to tremble. The cultivators within displayed expressions of shock. Yet fear was absent from their faces. All they bore was a willingness to face death. The 10 Directions Heavenly Suppression Tablet. A small, exquisite stone tablet materialized in Yi Junlin's hand. Go. With a swift motion of his hand, Yi Junlin sent the diminutive 10 Directions Heavenly Suppression Tablet spinning. Boom. As Yi Junlin hurled the tablet, the entire world trembled. Although the 10 Directions Heavenly Suppression Tablet appeared small, it was imbued with an overwhelming aura capable of subduing all in existence. Even the terrifyingly immense finger in the void was rendered powerless beneath its suppression. The pressure it emanated dissipating into nothingness. It was evident to all that the owner of that finger desperately longed to descend into this realm. Yet, the void's rift was laden with the power of rules, preventing its arrival. It howled, straining to break free. Bang! Everyone within the imperial city turned pale, for they bore witness to an unbelievable sight. The void's chasm, lined with strands of rule power, was just moments ago severed by the being on the other end. That was the order divine chain, derived from the power of rules. What manner of being was this creature, referred to by the eight-headed serpent as the Dark Knight deity? They could not fathom, nor dare to imagine, as it transcended their comprehension. With a cacophony, more order divine chains materialized from thin air, ensnaring the massive finger tightly with a sound that grated on the ears. I am an ancient deity. Who in this world dares to obstruct me? A voice emanated from the chasm, sending chills down spines. Even the laws of heaven and earth cannot hinder me. A furious roar reverberated from the fissure, making all present feel as if they were a small boat amidst a tempest, on the brink of being shattered by the surging waves. Delicate crystalline threads continued to entwine around the colossal finger, seeking to prevent its descent. This was the spirit of the mythical continent, unwilling to allow overwhelmingly powerful foreign entities to interfere with the local laws. Bang! The massive finger thrashed, darkness radiating from it. The order divine chains shattered one after another, only to reconstitute anew in the next moment. Damn it! Once I fully awaken, I shall bring ruin to the entire world. The roar echoed from the chasm. Powerless rage? Yi Junlin gazed coldly at the void rift. Boom! Yi Junlin's words incited the creature on the other side of the fissure into a furious rage. A torrent of immense pressure surged forth from the chasm, yet the 10 Directions Heavenly Suppression Tablet emitted an earthy glow, absorbing and suppressing the overwhelming force. Buzz! The void rift continued to widen, culminating in a sight that instilled dread in all. On the other side of the rift, an enormous blood-red eye appeared. Indeed, merely an eye, upright and devoid of whites, entirely shrouded in darkness. Its terrifying pressure eclipsed that of the earlier finger. If the finger could be likened to an ant, this eye was akin to a giant towering to the heavens, filled with an insatiable hunger for souls. Child, are you seeking death? A colossal wave of divine consciousness rippled forth. Although it was articulated in the ancient tongue, all could comprehend it effortlessly, for it transcended contemporary language. Obscure yet understood by all, they recognized it was directed at Yi Junlin. By your mere existence, you wretched creature dwelling in darkness, if you possess the capability, then descend. Look at how pitiful you are, reduced to a mere finger and an eye after eons. Observe, what a lamentable existence. Having endured endless epochs only to end up in such a state. Alas, how lamentable it is. I cannot help but wonder if, in your current state, you have ultimately failed to even bear progeny of your own. Yi Junlin mocked. This individual is undoubtedly a formidable foe. Were it not for the barriers that hinder his passage, the myriad realms would be in grave peril. The obsidian orbs betrayed no flicker of emotion. Having endured the passage of countless epochs, he would not allow Yi Junlin's mere words to unhinge his composure. After such a long existence, what has he not witnessed? There is no gratification quite like traversing the corpses of one's enemies. I bestow upon you power, eliminate him. The dark orbs radiated a wave of consciousness directed at Yaki. Obediently, I shall heed your command. Rest assured, my lord, today shall mark the end of this wretch. Yaki vowed, promising to render him incapable of seeking life or death. Lowering the remaining 3 heads, Yaki addressed the dark orbs. Tick-tock. Soon, all present beheld a faint black energy coalescing above the dark orbs. It appeared rather unremarkable, exuding a sense of weakness. Yet, only Yi Junlin, Song Ao, and Li Hui could perceive the true terror encapsulated within this strand of darkness. Merely a thread. It cascaded vertically toward Yaki, causing the very void to collapse under its weight. Chapter 81. A further reward of 100,000 years of cultivation. Roar. Yaki, the great serpent, unleashed a thunderous roar toward the heavens. His form, along with his terrifying velocity, surged exponentially. Simultaneously, his severed tail and head began to regenerate. Previously, only the central head resembled that of a dragon, but now, the newly formed appendages were all true dragon heads. The ancient bloodline of the ancestral dragon. This is a return to one's roots. What manner of being is this? A mere wisp of black mist can trigger a resurgence of ancestral blood? Song Ao remarked with a grave expression. They all sensed Yaki's aura rapidly escalating. In the span of mere moments, he stood at the pinnacle of the great sage's cultivation. Cackling, Yaki sneered, "The son of the human emperor? Repent before me." At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of explosive power coursing through him, a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced before. "Kill him," came the cold command from the being on the other side of the rift. "Yes, my lord," Yaki responded with deference. "I wonder if the human emperor will be devastated upon learning that both of his sons have perished at my hands. Boy, I shall entertain myself with you." Whoosh. Following his declaration, Yaki lashed out with his tail toward Yi Junlin. Though it appeared a mere casual strike, the force behind it was on an entirely different plane compared to before. Even a casual swipe now bore a magnitude hundreds or thousands of times greater. Such is the might of the great sage, the pinnacle among sages. The heaven-subduing monument. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Junlin's hair billowed as he summoned the 10 directions heaven-subduing monument to subdue Yaki. Simultaneously, he unleashed the supreme technique, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, aimed squarely at Yaki's tail. Boom. An apocalyptic wave of energy erupted between the two forces. Yi Junlin was sent reeling, his fist marred by cracks. Though the 10 directions heaven-subduing monument is indeed an extraordinary treasure, the limitations of Yi Junlin's cultivation rendered it difficult to unleash even a fraction of its might. A great sage, possessing such overwhelming power, can inflict injury with a mere flick. Yi Junlin gazed at the fissures on his fist and thought, "Oh, this wretched aura. I can detect the scent of delectable blood. The blood of the human emperor's offspring is irresistibly enticing. If I consume you, my cultivation should surge significantly. For you are nothing less than a human-shaped elixir." Yaki's eyes gleamed with greed as he gazed at the blood on Yi Junlin's fist. Swish. 2 figures materialized before Yi Junlin, resolutely shielding him. "Young master, you must flee. We shall hold him off." Song Ao and Li Hui declared with unwavering determination. They were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Yi Junlin could not perish. The mythic continent may fall, but Yi Junlin must endure. Ding. The sign-in system issued a task. Sign-in location, mythic continent battlefield. Sign-in reward, 100,000 years of cultivation. Will the host accept? Yi Junlin paused momentarily. He had braced himself for an arduous battle against Yaki. He acknowledged the gamble he was taking, attempting to defy the great sage as a mere sage himself. Little did he expect the system to present a task at this juncture. He had been in the realm of myths for several days without a word from the system. And now it suddenly emerged. "Accept. Commence sign-in," Yi Junlin commanded. With 100,000 years of cultivation, confronting Yaki would become childish play. Initially, he had intended to fight desperately, but now the situation had flipped entirely. Ding. Sign-in successful. The host should prepare for enlightenment. Why the silence? Are you beginning to feel fear? At this moment, Yaki mockingly gazed at Yi Junlin, considering him merely a plaything, devoid of threat. He sought to taunt. For such mockery lent him a sense of significance. "Fool, why do you hesitate? What are you waiting for?" Just then, a being across the gaping void seemed to have made a discovery, shouting at Yaki. Indeed, he sensed that the youth's aura was surging at an alarming pace. With no apparent hindrance or bottleneck, this terrifying growth rate was unprecedented, even to him, who had lived through countless epochs. Who is this boy? The god of the dark night, who has witnessed innumerable eras, has never encountered anything like him? This youth transcends his comprehension. "Yes, my lord. I shall eliminate him at once," Yaki hastily replied, initially intending to torment Yi Junlin repeatedly before consuming him alive, allowing him to perish in agony. Yet, he could not disobey the command of the god of the dark night. What a fool. You are no longer his match. The god of the dark night expressed his annoyance. Are all his subjects this foolish? Had they acted sooner, there would have been no trouble. Were it not for his inability to descend, He would have obliterated Yaki at the first opportunity. Truly, the pinnacle of absurdity. What? Impossible. This cannot be. Yaki initially froze, then shook his head in a frenzy. Chapter 82. Yaki's Sudden Fate. Incomprehensible. Look closely. The god of the Dark Night no longer harbored hope that Yaki could handle Junlin. He understood that Yaki was doomed, and he could not bestow additional energy, as the spirits of this realm would not permit it. An intriguing youth. I believe we shall meet again soon. At that time, I am eager to uncover the secrets hidden within your being. My resurrection is imminent, and at that juncture, all races shall bow before me. With those final words, the vast rift in the void began to mend, the enormous vertical eye gradually fading from view. The eight-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, stood in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his master's profound distrust. How could he not comprehend the gravity of his actions? Merely slaying a saint seemed an obvious task, and it was evident that Junlin would perish. Yet, his master had just proclaimed that they would meet Junlin again in the future. In that moment, Orochi found himself utterly confounded, as if all 8 of his brains had ceased to function. However, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted from Junlin's being, jolting him back to reality. He gazed at Junlin in disbelief, contemplating the implications of possessing 100,000 years of cultivation. With his current innate talent, what level of mastery would that equate to? Junlin clenched his fist and exhaled, pondering aloud. At that moment, he appeared as the very nucleus of the universe. He stood there, tangible yet elusive. Even the keenest senses failed to perceive him. It was a paradox. He was undeniably present, visible to all. Yet he emanated an aura of the surreal. System, display the panel. Junlin commanded within his mind. Host, Junlin. Cultivation level, creator deity. Innate talent. Divine techniques and secret arts, 10,001. Far too numerous to enumerate. Special physique, the most powerful in the universe, Yi Clan's Dao body. As one ascends in cultivation, the path becomes increasingly arduous. Typically, practitioners reaching the saint level find it nearly insurmountable to attain the Saint King realm in their lifetime. Even those with exceptional gifts may require tens of thousands to millions of years to achieve such heights. Wah, how is this possible? Who are you? Orochi was now thoroughly panicked. He had already regressed to a primal state, inheriting the bloodline of ancient dragons, and his talent had been on an upward trajectory. Yet, in an instant, his promising future was thrust into an abyss of despair. He finally comprehended the meaning behind the words of the god of the night. This child of the human emperor was no mere mortal. In a heartbeat, Junlin's power surged to a level beyond Orochi's comprehension. He could not fathom the extent of Junlin's current strength, certainly vastly superior to his own. Did you not wish to kill me? Here lies your opportunity, Junlin stated. And with that, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was directly before Orochi. With a deliberate motion, Junlin pointed a finger, unleashing a beam of light that instantaneously penetrated Orochi's form. Boom. Orochi's entire being erupted in an explosive display, his soul obliterated. Target, extraterrestrial invaders. Annihilate them all. Avenge the fallen. Junlin declared coldly, directing his gaze towards the alien threat. Kill, kill, kill. Avenge our fallen brothers, friends, and kin. The gates of the imperial city swung wide, and all 30 battalions of cultivators surged forth, each exuding a palpable aura of slaughter, their intent piercing the heavens themselves. The very clouds above were scattered by this overwhelming bloodlust. Without a Saint King among them, the extraterrestrial foes were merely fish on a chopping block, devoid of the strength to resist. In an unknown battlefield, laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, the god of the night has departed. It seems your sun has been extinguished. Human Emperor, what does it matter if your cultivation is unparalleled? Yi Zhan yet lives, but your second son has not been so fortunate. Across the chasm of Tianyuan, a voice sneered. Yet, Yi Jitian remained unfazed, not even furrowing a brow. Junlin was his bloodline. At his level of cultivation, he could undoubtedly sense his son's well-being. Report. The soul jade of King Orochi has shattered. Came a frantic report from the opposite side of Tianyuan. Of course, someone of Orochi's caliber was not worth the attention of their higher echelons. However, this matter pertained to the life and death of the human emperor's second son. Orochi's demise signified that the human emperor's second son was unharmed. Worthless. A bunch of useless fools, incapable of slaying a mere youth, squandering your long existence. A colossal phantom roared in fury. They had aimed to deliver a crushing blow to the human emperor, yet a king-level warrior could not even subdue a single young man. Your Majesty, shall we initiate a full-scale assault on the myriad realms? A respectful voice inquired beneath the phantom. They were warmongers, intent on conquering the vast expanse of the realms. Over the years, the human emperor's might had only grown stronger. Now Not only the human emperor, but even his eldest son's power was astonishing. Consider this. Who among us can stand against the human emperor? We must wait for the awakening and arrival of the deities. Only then will we strike back. For now, our focus should be on defense against their impending assault. The human emperor expressed his concerns. Should Yi Jitian choose to cross Tianyuan at any cost, they would be in peril. What the human emperor could conceive, Yi Jitian could undoubtedly anticipate. Should we dispatch individuals to the mythical continent to assassinate the human emperor's second son? Someone queried. Foolish. Even that being, upon descending, could not eliminate him. What purpose would it serve to send others? The human emperor retorted. This was a point he could not grasp. Though that being had not fully awakened, it could still manifest a phantom. Hence, why had Orochi perished while the youth remained? Even a fraction of the god of the night's power should have sufficed to deal with Yi Junlin. I now comprehend the time nodes of the past. Perhaps the mighty of your mythical continent did not perish as believed. Yi Junlin mused after vanquishing the extraterrestrial foes, gazing towards the location of Sword Grave Mountain. He had ascended to the realm of the creator deity, enabling him to perceive the temporal currents surrounding Sword Grave Mountain. Within, he detected faint energy fluctuations. With a single step, Yi Junlin led the members of the celestial court towards Sword Grave Mountain. After the extermination of the extraterrestrial enemies, Qing Shang and others arrived alongside Xia Luyun and Qing Long. The once closed mythical continent had now fully opened, accessible to all. Yi Junlin had an inkling that the spatial nodes at Sword Grave Mountain were distinct. Yet, he could not articulate the exact nature of this difference, for he had not personally experienced it. This is the place. It was mere fortune that they opened this time node back then. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered as he uncovered remarkable secrets. This time node represented a grand portal. During their fierce battle years ago, they had inadvertently opened this door. They had believed it to be a river of time, yet beyond it lay an entirely new world. What kind of world it was remained a mystery, as the ancient chronicles of the mythical continent bore no record. Open for me. With a flick of Yi Junlin's finger, the void slowly split apart. Before the incredulous gazes of all present, an ancient bronze door materialized before them, shimmering with an ethereal glow that suggested it was indestructible. This door had existed since time immemorial, yet it had been concealed by an illusion, rendering it invisible to those outside. Quite intriguing. They employed profound illusions to prevent anyone from discovering this door, Yi Junlin remarked with a smile. Opening this bronze door was not particularly difficult. One merely needed the strength of a Saint King to push it open. Creak. Xia Luyun directly shoved the bronze door ajar, and at that moment, a blinding beam of light cascaded down upon them all. This beam was as dazzling as a radiant sun, 100,000 times more brilliant than the sun itself, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Yi Junlin's eyes began to transform, turning a resplendent gold. His vision remained unimpeded, allowing him to see everything around him clearly. Before them stood a massive city gate, inscribed with 2 lines of text, 3 bows and 9 knocks to open the immortal gate. Only then shall one become a part of the denizens within. This indicated that one must earnestly bow 3 times and knock 9 times to unlock this so-called immortal gate and gain entry. At the threshold of the gate were 3 frail figures, their bodies in tatters, black blood oozing continuously from their wounds. The 3 Saint Kings of the mythical continent. Yi Junlin observed the 3 figures, recognizing them from the ancient histories of the mythical continent, where their images were depicted. The blinding light emanated from above the city gate. A group of young men and women stood there, their attire betraying their extraordinary origins. The men were strikingly handsome, while the women were breathtakingly beautiful, each radiating formidable power. With the weakest among them already at the Saint King level, they regarded Yi Junlin and his companions with an icy demeanor, particularly dismissing the 3 Saint Kings at the gate as if they were invisible. From whence do you hail, and what brings you to my immortal ancient continent? Inquired a young man, his gaze betraying no emotion. The immortal ancient continent. How could this be? How is it possible? Xia Luyun's expression changed drastically. Wasn't the immortal ancient continent obliterated countless epochs ago? It is said that in that fateful battle, the continent suffered catastrophic losses, with innumerable powerful beings perishing. Xia Luyun continued. Having followed the emperor of the youth for many years, he was privy to some secrets. What nonsense are you spouting? The immortal ancient continent is teeming with powerful beings. When has it ever been obliterated? The young men and women atop the city walls shouted in anger. With war looming, darkness will engulf all. You are not welcome here. Depart. A young man at the wall declared. The Posa and Dark Knight clans are poised to instigate a war, led by the Dark Knight deity to invade our myriad worlds. You should return and relay this information. As for them, they have long been consumed by the darkness, no longer resembling their former selves. Annihilate. Yi Junlin pointed his finger at the 3 Saint Kings. With a soft hiss, black mist began to rise from their bodies. Junlin was all too familiar with this. It was the very energy unleashed by the Dark Night deity that had eroded their minds. The three Saint Kings slowly regained consciousness. Young man, how did you achieve this? One on the city gate asked curiously. In the immortal ancient continent, where powerful beings were abundant, even the mightiest sovereign found it challenging to expunge such black energy. Yet this youth accomplished it with such ease. We wish to enter the city, Junlin stated calmly, having discerned some anomalies. He had just employed the 6 paths of reincarnation to meticulously observe the situation. He noted that the celestial secrets surrounding these individuals were shrouded in mystery. It was as if a veil of fog obscured his vision, preventing him from seeing clearly. Undoubtedly, Junlin's cultivation significantly surpassed theirs, yet this peculiarity intrigued him. Ultimately, he concluded that these individuals were not truly human. Perhaps their destinies had been concealed by a powerful entity. Coupled with Xiao Liyun's earlier comments about the immortal ancient continent being destroyed epochs ago at the hands of the Dark Night deity's army, it all began to make sense. Of course, several superpowers on the immortal ancient continent had fought desperately to wound and seal the Dark Night deity. At that time, Yi Jitian had yet to be born. Later, after Yi Jitian attained the pinnacle of the emperor's realm, he uncovered some hidden truths through divination. As they heard Junlin express his desire to enter the immortal gate, they fell silent. Very well, you may enter. Ultimately, they chose to relent, eager to learn how Junlin had so effortlessly dispelled the corrupting force. However, as you can see, if you follow the words inscribed on the gate, you shall naturally gain entry, someone addressed Junlin and his companions. They still look down upon outsiders, Junlin mused, shaking his head. I dare to bow, can you withstand it? Junlin inquired directly. Boom. Crack. He bent down to bow, but in an instant, the heavens and earth shifted. The immortal gate trembled violently, on the verge of exploding from the weight of the young emperor's homage. Though young, Junlin already exuded the formidable presence of an emperor, the most powerful being in all realms, revered by all. Stop. Who are you and why? Why is it like this? The expressions of the young men and women on the city wall changed drastically, nearly crushed by the very fabric of reality due to Junlin's impending bow. Who was this young man? Where did he come from? Open the immortal gate. Please, come in, someone said with a bitter smile. Traditionally, one had to bow 3 times and knock 9 times to open the immortal gate, but now they were making an exception, a first for the immortal ancient continent. As the immortal gate swung wide, Junlin and his companions stepped inside. The indigenous inhabitants of the city gazed at them with astonishment. It was undeniable that these individuals possessed a level of cultivation that was entirely beyond that of the mythical continent. They appeared unremarkable, yet every one of them was at least a saint in strength. Similarly, Junlin's 6 paths of reincarnation still failed to reveal any vitality in them. Their celestial secrets remained concealed. Clearly, the one who had cast such formidable illusions was among the most powerful existences in the realm. Chapter 85. The Lord of Reincarnation. At this moment, the indigenous people looked at Junlin and his companions with disdain. There were even some who, in their wake, dispersed a mysterious mist-like spray, as if the streets they traversed had been sullied by their presence. Ahem, my dear fellow, do not take offense. They are merely oblivious. An awkward explanation was offered. Junlin and his companions understood that the indigenous people regarded them as a form of pollution, an impurity tainted by the dark aura of the deity of the night. After all, the 3 Saint Kings had shown no inclination to offer assistance, even when faced with death at their doorstep. Though they were strangers, they stood united on the same front against the foreign invaders. Their sacrifices were no less than those of the locals, which piqued Junlin's curiosity. The deity of the night remained in slumber, and according to Junlin's understanding, it would take countless millennia for it to awaken. Why then? Did they proclaim that the night was imminent? Furthermore, the entire Xian ancient continent bore no semblance of having endured the ravages of war. Coupled with the earlier words of Xiao Liyun, Junlin's mind began to form a tentative hypothesis, albeit one that remained unsubstantiated. Young sir, our supreme summons you. A young man courteously addressed Junlin, leaving all the indigenous people astonished. The youth of the Xian ancient continent were known for their arrogance. Never had they witnessed such politeness towards an outsider. Why would the Supreme wish to meet them? What was their true identity? Some questioned in hushed tones, filled with trepidation. The Supreme was the embodiment of their collective spirit, the pinnacle of strength in the Xian ancient continent. Lead the way, Junlin commanded directly, eager to learn more about this realm. He was not surprised that the Supreme had already been informed of their arrival. It was evident that no one had relayed the message, for these individuals lacked the standing to approach the Supreme directly. Junlin and his companions were escorted to a grand dojo. Indeed, it was befitting of the Supreme. Even the stone slabs beneath their feet were polished from enlightenment stones. Junlin marveled at the sight before him, where every peculiar flower and herb was a rare medicinal treasure. You have finally arrived, young man. Just as Junlin and his companions were surveying their surroundings, a weathered voice resonated within Junlin's heart. The tone was serene, reminiscent of an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Come in. The voice beckoned again, and Junlin responded, You all wait for me here. He stepped boldly into the depths of the dojo, unimpeded, following the path etched in his mind. Before him lay an expansive bamboo grove, where each stalk was a heavenly thunder purple bamboo, invaluable beyond measure. At the heart of the grove stood a modest bamboo cottage, in front of which rested a table set with 2 teacups. Have some tea, the ancient voice called out, though Junlin saw no one. Yet in a fleeting moment, he envisioned an elderly man smiling warmly at him. This elder appeared exceedingly ordinary, garbed in rough linen, his face etched with the marks of time. Had it been anyone else, they would have dismissed him as a mere mortal. Even Junlin found it challenging to detect any aura emanating from the old man. Junlin's expression shifted as he discerned that there was no vitality present. Yet an elder was evidently seated before him. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior? Junlin asked, refraining from taking a seat, instead clasping his hands in respect. Come, taste the tea I have personally brewed, and let us converse leisurely, the elder said with a smile. The young man promptly accepted the invitation, raising the cup to drink deeply. To be frank, the aroma was delightful, but upon tasting, a dry and bitter flavor erupted on his palate. How is the tea? The elder inquired with a twinkle in his eye. It is indeed quite unique, Junlin replied, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Had he not sensed the elder's benign intent, he would have suspected the tea was poisoned. Might I ask why you summoned me, esteemed elder? Junlin decided to be forthright, noting that the elder had yet to express any intention of speaking, merely scrutinizing him with occasional glimmers of insight in his gaze. I am Mo Wentian, the Lord of Reincarnation. In truth, you already possess the answer in your heart. Why ask further? Mo Wentian regarded Junlin. I have long anticipated this day, your arrival. He continued. The Lord of Reincarnation. Junlin exclaimed, astonished by Mo Wentian's identity. To bear such a title indicated that this elder was far from ordinary. Since you are here, it is time for you to learn everything. Mo Wentian said with a smile. It should be soon. It is nearly upon us, and I must soon fade away. Mo Wentian raised his head, a brilliant light igniting in his eyes. Chapter 86. Dreaming back to the Xian ancient continent, entangled in causes and effects. Junlin felt utterly perplexed. What riddle was the Lord of Reincarnation weaving? Even if I am the Lord of Reincarnation, it is challenging to escape the wheel of fate. Mo Wentian's eyes shimmered with an inscrutable light. Junlin, opting not to inquire further, chose to observe the unfolding events. He sensed that answers would soon present themselves. Woo. All inhabitants of the Xian ancient continent, prepare yourselves. The Night Clan and the Posa clan are advancing to invade. The war drums resounded, and Junlin's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that Mo Wentian intended to guide him through the echoes of the past war. They were no longer mere spectators. They had long since perished in battle. Yet, the supreme powers, unwilling to accept this fate, had forcibly employed a forbidden method to resurrect the cycle, awaiting Junlin's arrival as a warning to future generations. Young friend, you need only observe. After all, you are but witnesses. Remember, do not intervene, for to do so would unravel the very fabric of existence. Even you, the chosen one, would suffer unimaginable consequences. Mo Wentian imparted this stern warning. Boom. A colossal hand, as dark as ink, descended from above the Xian ancient continent. Deity of the night, do you dare to act recklessly in my realm? A thunderous voice proclaimed, as a blinding sword light cleaved downward toward the enormous hand. This was the sword master of the heavens, Shun Jinxin, the foremost swordsmanship expert of the age. Such terrifying might in a single strike. Junlin mused, recognizing it as the most formidable sword intent he had ever witnessed. As dark liquid dripped from the sky, it was the blood of the deity of the night. Despicable and insignificant ants, you dare to harm me. A shadow materialized in the sky, coalescing into a figure entirely shrouded in darkness, resembling a piece of coal. Yet, its form was imposing, revealing a presence that transcended the realm of supremacy. While still residing within it, is the Dark Knight deity on the verge of transcending the supreme realm? Junlin's expression shifted dramatically. Alas, Mo Wentian remained silent, merely letting out a sigh. Had it not been for the Dark Knight deity stepping into the supreme realm before them, would they have suffered total annihilation? Children, drain their blood completely, go forth. Ha. With a single wave of his hand, the Dark Knight deity shattered the void as if it were a mirror of glass. Subsequently, legions emerged from within, All obey the command and slay these wretches alongside me." A towering figure ascended, standing amidst the void, speaking coldly. He wielded dual axes, his entire being exuding an aura of destruction. This was the Lord of Destruction, Han Hu. Suddenly, a piercing gaze locked onto Yi Junlin. In an instant, Yi Junlin felt as if his very soul had been frozen. A twist of fate. The Dark Knight deity murmured, for he could perceive Yi Junlin across the river of time. Simultaneously, the Dark Knight deity calculated incessantly, realizing a significant karmic connection existed between him and this extraordinary youth who did not belong to this world. It is essential to note that this was merely a reenactment of history, not the actual battlefield. Nevertheless, even so, the Dark Knight deity could still discern this truth. One must concede that the Dark Knight deity was indeed extraordinarily powerful, disturbing the balance of yin and yang, disrupting the threads of causality. If one were to strike him now, although karmic repercussions would ensue, it would rid him of a calamity. In an instant, the Dark Knight deity conceived numerous thoughts, even harboring the intent to eliminate Yi Junlin at all costs. He always sensed that the karmic ties between himself and Yi Junlin were anything but simple. Sending shivers down his spine, a sword descends from the heavens. The sword master of the celestial blade unleashed his most formidable technique. A colossal celestial sword plummeted from the sky, imbued with boundless sword energy aimed at the Dark Knight deity. The open heaven axe. Han Hu, wielding his dual axes brimming with destructive power, struck toward the Dark Knight deity. Years have passed, unreturnable, for in the cycle of reincarnation, Mo Wentian approaches. Mo Wentian laughed heartily as his palms radiated the power of reincarnation. Years have passed, unreturnable, for in the cycle of reincarnation, Mo Wentian. Yi Junlin murmured softly. He understood the essence of this statement, signifying that this battle had irrevocably transpired, with no turning back. From this moment forth, the world would no longer witness the Lord of Reincarnation, Mo Wentian. Across the celestial ancient continent, a war raged. Yi Junlin and his companions were mere bystanders, invisible and untouchable to others. Yet they could vividly perceive the brutality of this conflict. Rivers flowed with blood, and corpses littered the ground, a veritable sea of death. The three supreme beings unleashed their ultimate skills, clashing repeatedly with the Dark Knight deity. Among them, some had already sustained injuries. However, a portion of the Dark Knight deity's focus remained fixated on Yi Junlin. This was something Yi Junlin could sense, as could the three supremes. Unfazed, Yi Junlin maintained his unwavering gaze upon the Dark Knight deity. Previously, he had only glimpsed a finger and an eye of the Dark Knight deity. But now, he witnessed his true visage. Chapter 87, The Fog. Yi Junlin observed that the young guards stationed at the city gates were all lying in pools of blood. Some elderly cultivators roared in fury, ultimately resorting to self-detonation in a desperate attempt to perish together with their foes. Innocent children were mercilessly erased from existence. Here, it was a veritable hell on earth. Yet Yi Junlin and his companions could not intervene. All of this had truly transpired. However, now it was merely a projection of history, and they were powerless to act. The cruelty of this battle was unimaginable, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattered everywhere. The cultivators of the celestial ancient continent exhibited unwavering resolve, their eyes filled with determination. The night approaches, and you cannot thwart my will, the Dark Knight deity proclaimed. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I shall lead you to become supreme beings. The Dark Knight deity sought the allegiance of the three supremes. Submit? Only over my dead body. Han Hu scoffed. One sword to eradicate souls, one sword to annihilate gods. Shin Jianxin had no desire for further discourse and directly unleashed his unparalleled sword technique against the Dark Knight deity. The affairs of the world cannot break the cycle of reincarnation, Dark Knight. Your ambitions shall ultimately come to ruin. Mo Wentian, stepping upon the wheel of reincarnation, spoke coldly. Come to ruin? What jest is this? One day, the entire world shall bow to the darkness. I am the king of the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight deity declared icily. Little demon, do we know each other? Amidst the ongoing clashes with the three supremes, the Dark Knight deity turned to Yi Junlin and inquired. Among those present, only the four of them could perceive Yi Junlin's existence. The rest were left bewildered. Ha ha ha. This ancient one must be driven mad by the three supremes to be conversing with thin air. A powerful being from the celestial ancient continent laughed heartily, fully aware that such a formidable entity would not act so irrationally. He merely sought to undermine the morale of his adversaries. Yet such a tactic proved surprisingly effective. As many of the Dark Knight deity's legions appeared anxious, casting puzzled glances at their deity, they genuinely feared that their god might be driven to madness. Seizing the opportunity, several powerful cultivators from the celestial ancient continent launched a counterattack, resulting in a swift, one-sided massacre, for their enemies' morale had crumbled. Nonsense. How could a deity of such stature be defeated by 3 supremes? Rally yourselves and annihilate these intruders. A commander from the invading forces barked coldly. Though they held a numerical advantage, signs of collapse were beginning to surface. It is crucial to remember why they invaded the Myriad Realms. Their original world was insignificantly small. If the Myriad Realms were a vast football field, their former world was merely a grain of rice upon that field. It was so minuscule that it evoked despair, and their population of cultivators far exceeded the resources available for distribution. Thus, the current emperor initiated a massacre, inciting chaos in other worlds under the guise of ignoble deeds. Once the resources were sufficiently depleted, he would lead all cultivators in a prolonged invasion lasting 800 million years. During this time, they encountered the Dark Knight deity and ultimately swore allegiance to him. Previously, they had aimed to conquer 1 or 2 upper realms merely to secure enough resources for cultivation. However, their ambitions now extended to the conquest of the entire universe. Upon hearing the emperor's words, their morale visibly improved. Gradually, they began to retaliate, engaging in slaughter despite the abundance of powerful foes on the celestial ancient continent. Recognition, and not merely superficial acquaintance. Soon you shall pay the price for your bloodshed. Junlin, seasoned by countless battles, spoke with chilling authority. Is that so? You are not of this world. The causal web is vast. Yet why do I feel an overwhelming urge to end your existence? The god of the Dark Knight proclaimed amidst the chaos of battle. Indeed, he sensed a flicker of threat emanating from this young man, an inexplicable peril. Many have sought my demise, yet they invariably succumbed before me. My death is not something you shall witness. Junlin declared resolutely. Ha ha ha. Very well, young one. I admire your audacity. Never has anyone dared to speak so boldly before me. Now, I present you with a choice. The first path entails my relentless pursuit to vanquish you, regardless of the consequences. The second is to submit to me and follow my lead, wherein you would rise above all, second only to me. The god of the Dark Knight articulated. Submit to you? What are you, that I should bow before you? Junlin retorted with a cold laugh. What is this enigma? Why is the heavenly mechanism obscured? What causal threads bind us? The god of the Dark Knight furrowed his brow. Despite his formidable strength, he could not fathom Junlin's origins. The young man was enshrouded in a mist of mystery, utterly elusive. Chapter 88, Sealing with the Source Power. Observing the youthful faces collapsing around him, Junlin and his companions itched to intervene, even if it meant staining the battlefield with their blood. Yet, they hesitated, fearing the disruption of the celestial order. The repercussions of such an act were dire. Their interference could lead to irreversible calamity. Ah! Junlin roared towards the heavens, witnessing the bodies fall lifelessly to the ground, feeling utterly powerless. A tempest of suppressed rage swelled within him. Dear friend, there is no need for such despair. If our sacrifices can usher in peace for future generations, then they are worthwhile. Our existence is but a means to buy you time, Wentian said, blood trickling from his lips, yet smiling at Junlin. Despite suffering grievous injuries, he still managed to face Junlin with a smile, deepening the young man's anguish. Predecessors, rest assured, one day, I, Junlin, shall eradicate these vile insects and restore tranquility to the Myriad Realms, Junlin vowed solemnly. This marked the first time he addressed others as predecessors, signifying his respect and admiration for these supreme beings. An assembly of ants, are you lost in delusion? Very well. You have stirred my murderous intent. It matters not whence you hail or what great causal ties you possess. I shall bear the burden alone. Despite the myriad causal threads and countless laws, I shall obliterate you within the river of time. The god of the Dark Knight declared, a flicker of unease igniting within him at Junlin's words. Who was he? A formidable being who had stepped halfway into the realm of supremacy. His perception was astute, especially at such a level of cultivation where every word and deed resonated with the ultimate principles of the universe. All causality converges upon me. Though I must contend with fate, I remain invincible in this world, proclaimed the god of the Dark Knight, brimming with confidence. Perish. He directed a finger towards Junlin. This finger transcended the boundaries of time and space, manifesting before Junlin. Indeed, the god of the Dark Knight sought to erase him across the endless epochs. Old dog, do not be so arrogant. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Wentian instructed the other 2 supreme beings, his demeanor calm. The sword heart is already poised, Shun Jinshin declared, cradling his sword with quiet resolve. I am no coward afraid of death. Han Hu boasted, radiating an aura of terrifying destruction. Our young friend requires no rescue. A formidable energy lies dormant within him. What we must do now is to forcibly seal him with our source powers, Wentian stated, addressing his fellow supremes. Let us proceed. What we can do is limited. The future, whether blessing or calamity, rests upon the fate of these youngsters. Shun Jinshin sighed. Annihilate the source, explode. The three unleashed their source powers to commence the formation. Meanwhile, a colossal finger loomed before Yi Junlin, poised to strike. This was a true manifestation of lethal force, transcending even the river of time across countless epochs. The sheer might of such an attack was beyond Yi Junlin's capacity to withstand. He felt his very flesh threaten to shatter under the immense pressure. This was undoubtedly the most formidable threat he had ever encountered. At that moment, his internal system remained eerily unresponsive. This was Yi Junlin's secret weapon, yet no matter how fervently he called upon it, the system remained indifferent. Cursed fate. I must seize control of my destiny. I cannot rely solely on the system. Yi Junlin's thoughts spiraled in an instant. Even if I am not a match for him, I shall stand with dignity. Fight! Yi Junlin bellowed, summoning his full potential as he charged towards the colossal finger. Concurrently, he invoked the 10 directions Town Heaven Steel, preparing to strike fiercely against the finger. Does a firefly dare to contest the brilliance of the moon? The god of the dark night scoffed disdainfully. Before even nearing the massive finger, Yi Junlin felt his body begin to disintegrate, collapsing under the overwhelming force. What a terrifying occurrence. Even diminished, his assault retained formidable power. Truly, the realms above the supreme are unfathomable. Blood trickled from Yi Junlin's lips, yet he did not retreat an inch, even in death. He would meet his end standing tall. A mysterious tremor swept across the battlefield. All gazes turned toward a singular point, unable to see Yi Junlin, yet perceiving the waves emanating from his direction. At that moment, the three supreme beings regarded him with grave expressions, momentarily halting their formation. Who dares to impede my slaughter? The god of the dark night thundered. Chapter 89. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to assert invulnerability? To think there were those audacious enough to obstruct his intent to kill. He sensed the threads of causality drawing near, prepared for their arrival. Yet, his attack became ensnared. Suspended before Yi Junlin, utterly immobilized. A sigh escaped Yi Junlin's lips, and shortly thereafter, the supreme beings beheld a spectral figure emerging from within Yi Junlin's form. This voice resonated with dominion, its gaze akin to that of a deity surveying the ages. His presence was imposing, his aura inducing tremors of fear. I am the Emperor. One of the 3,000 commanders, Xiaoluyun, proclaimed. The Azure Dragon acknowledges the human Emperor. Tears glistened in the eyes of Xiaoluyun and the Azure Dragon as they knelt in reverence. You may rise, came the Emperor's command. Yi Jitian smiled gently as he waved his hand towards the two individuals, lifting them effortlessly with a surge of power. Father, Yi Junlin murmured to himself. This was his father, the man he had only seen once in his memories. My son Junlin, you have grown and matured considerably, Yi Jitian said, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin understood that this was merely a spiritual manifestation left by his father within him, intended to protect him in moments of dire peril. It turned out that his father had not abandoned him, but had instead left behind a protective spirit to safeguard him. Who exactly are you? The Dark Knight deity asked, his composure faltering as he exclaimed. He was acutely aware that the supreme beings of all realms were the three before him. How could another exist? Moreover, this particular entity emanated an unparalleled strength, surpassing any supreme being he had encountered. I truly wish I could personally descend and slay you, Yi Jitian remarked, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Upon hearing this, the supreme beings trembled in unison. What audacity! To so casually declare the intent to eradicate the Dark Knight deity suggested immense confidence. You do not belong to this era. Who are you really? The Dark Knight deity inquired solemnly, feeling a sense of madness rise within him. For so many years, he had never encountered anyone who disregarded him so blatantly. To threaten him with death, as if he were a mere chicken or duck. A mere spiritual manifestation could not possibly bear the weight of such cosmic consequence. Yi Jitian remained silent, lost in thought. His words instilled a sense of dread in the Dark Knight deity, who could feel the threat looming over him. You must understand, should we engage in battle, the consequences would be unfathomable. The entire river of time would be thrown into chaos, a price neither of us could bear, the Dark Knight deity warned in a hushed tone. Everyone was taken aback. This marked the first time the Dark Knight deity had indirectly shown submission. He was afraid. Indeed, the universe would be thrown into disarray. But I genuinely desire to slay you. Yi Jitian replied nonchalantly. Humph, do you truly believe I am a soft target? You fear the consequences, yet I shall not. Even if you do not belong to this era, even if I must bear the weight of great karma, I remain invincible, the Dark Knight deity declared with grim seriousness. Invincible? Who dares to claim invincibility? Who can assert that they are undefeated? Yi Jitian scoffed. With a slight gesture, he shattered the enormous finger that had been pointed at him. You. The Dark Knight deity's pupils constricted violently. Boom. The two engaged in fierce combat. It was hard to believe that the Dark Knight deity was evenly matched with a mere spiritual manifestation. He was a terrifying force, yet now, this spirit could stand toe-to-toe with him. Notably, this manifestation possessed the peak cultivation of a supreme being, having never stepped beyond that realm. Boom. The void split open, and a colossal foot descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the Dark Knight deity's head. The impact struck him like a thunderbolt, sending him crashing to the earth, creating a vast, bottomless chasm at the point of impact. This is the true body. All the supreme beings gasped in horror. This was the arrival of Yi Jitian's true form. Although only a single foot had manifested, it exuded unparalleled terror. Regrettably, he could not fully descend, otherwise, history would be altered, leading to unpredictable cataclysms. The time has come. Seal him away. The day he breaks free will be his death. Yi Jitian's spiritual manifestation urged the three supreme beings with a bow. Three noble ancestors of humanity, you deserve my utmost respect. Without further delay, the three supreme beings acted swiftly. This was the optimal moment for sealing, as the Dark Knight deity was injured, allowing them to capitalize on the opportunity. They utilized their essence, even at great cost, to seal the Dark Knight deity using the foundational essence of all cultivators from the immortal ancient continent. All the cultivators willingly sacrificed their essence, prepared to face death for the cause. In the wake of their smiles, all of them vanished. Do not be disheartened. One day, when you possess the strength, you will be able to awaken them, Yi Jitian said, smiling at Yi Junlin, who was filled with reluctance. Father, do you mean they can return? Yi Junlin asked, elated. Indeed, they have not perished. They continue to exist in another form, Yi Jitian replied, patting Yi Junlin's head. Chapter 90. The Trial of the Abyss. What you see is not what you should pursue. When you reach a certain level, you will understand that these so-called deities are but mere ants, Yi Jitian warned Yi Junlin. The true formidable foes lie beyond the abyss, the real masterminds behind it all. Well, seeing your growth brings me great joy. However, your journey ahead is still long. Your brother and I await you in the abyss. For now, your task is to open the temporal passage to the secret realm of the abyss. This secret realm is intricately connected to the abyss and may hold the key to counteracting its laws. Only cultivators under 100,000 years of age may enter. Your brother and I missed our chance back then, and though you are only in your 20s, your cultivation should suffice. The opening of the secret realm lies within this immortal ancient continent. Remember, our enemies extend far beyond the Dark Knight deity. They are far more powerful than he. With that, Yi Jitian dissipated into the ether. Yi Jitian's words undoubtedly placed immense pressure upon Yi Junlin. The Dark Knight deity was not the true puppet master. This world was indeed rife with the unknown. Yi Junlin steadied his thoughts, gazing at the ravaged immortal ancient continent, and exhaled deeply. You all await my return. I firmly believe that soon I shall be powerful enough to resurrect you all, Yi Junlin declared resolutely. By the way, where exactly will this secret realm open? Yi Junlin mused with some frustration. Thus, he and his companions aimlessly wandered the immortal ancient continent until one day. Boom. The heavens roared, a tremendous sound capturing everyone's attention. They looked up to the void, where a colossal golden portal materialized before them. The golden light swirled mesmerizingly, appearing stunningly beautiful. On the portal, elegantly inscribed characters proclaimed, Realm of the Abyss. Is this truly the secret realm of the abyss? Yi Junlin gazed at the golden door in awe. How fortuitous that it appeared right after his father had spoken of it. Buzzing. The golden door slowly creaked open, revealing several golden lotuses that materialized from thin air. There were no more than 4 or 5 lotuses, each adorned with a meditation cushion atop. Each golden lotus could accommodate only one person, and among them, there were fewer than 3 individuals under 100,000 years of age. Let us proceed. I am eager to witness the extraordinary nature of this abyssal realm. Yi Junlin stepped forward, directly settling into a lotus of gold. The siblings, Qing Shang and Qing Wu, also found their place upon a golden lotus each. This is the power of the rules. Could this be what our father referred to as the abyssal laws? Yi Junlin mused with curiosity. However, before he could contemplate further, the golden lotus swiftly vanished into the golden gate, and the 3 disappeared without a trace. Subsequently, the golden gate became ethereal, ultimately vanishing as if it had never existed. Is this the abyss? Before Yi Junlin's eyes unfolded an expansive universe. There were no boundaries, as far as the eye could see. It was filled with an infinite starry sky and desolate celestial bodies. As for Qing Shang and Qing Wu, they had long since been transported elsewhere. Separated by the whims of fate, the ancient path of the abyss reveals itself. I shall traverse this realm. A torrent surged from the distance, a powerful cultivator approaching. The very ground Yi Junlin occupied was the target of this formidable force, charging directly toward him without an intention to halt. It aimed to crush Yi Junlin into mere pulp. As it drew nearer, Yi Junlin's gaze remained calm and imperturbable. This was not a human cultivator, but rather a creature of a race unknown to him. It bore a human visage, yet its head was adorned with a colossal serpentine maw. Lacking limbs, it glided swiftly toward him. "Begone, wretched insect!" It spat, addressing Yi Junlin with disdain. Observing Yi Junlin's indifference, a chilling fury ignited in its eyes. Its form accelerated, unleashing terrifying power as it barreled toward Yi Junlin. A cruel glint appeared at the corner of its mouth. "The trial of the abyss begins with you, insect. Perish." It opened its gaping maw, intent on devouring Yi Junlin whole. "An insect like you, what are you?" Yi Junlin retaliated with a swift strike. "Uft! How can this be?" The creature exploded into fragments, barely managing to utter a few words. Gradually, numerous figures materialized in the surrounding cosmos. Some were human, while others belonged to various races. That serpent-like creature seemed to be a formidable being of the great sage realm, yet it was obliterated by a mere slap from that human. A being remarked, trembling with trepidation. "This human possesses at least the cultivation of a saint emperor. We dare not provoke him. Let us take a detour." Another being whispered, fear evident in its eyes. Some beings were filled with dread, while others exhibited disdain. They were all prodigies and experts from diverse realms, each harboring their own pride and confidence. Chapter 91. The prodigies of all races assemble. If one does not offend me, I shall not retaliate. However, if one dares to provoke me, they shall meet their demise. Yi Junlin's chilling words echoed throughout this universe, sending shivers down spines. Countless beings chose to circumvent him, while many others opted to observe from the sidelines. Yet, none dared to confront Yi Junlin. All beings floated aimlessly in this universe, devoid of goals or purposes. Yi Junlin observed keenly, realizing that a significant portion of these individuals were not from the myriad realms. They hailed from places beyond, realms perhaps linked to the night deity and others. Wandering through the cosmos was undoubtedly a solitary experience, as everyone remained on guard against one another. There was no companionship, no conversation, only tedium and monotony. Here, time ceased to exist. There was no cycle of day and night. Yi Junlin wandered aimlessly through this universe, uncertain of his destination. There was no direction, no purpose. Along the way, he encountered numerous deranged beings, individuals who had entered long before him, yet still roamed aimlessly, never reaching their intended destination. Their minds had fractured, driven to madness. In the vast cosmic expanse, he also beheld numerous celestial tombs, solitary and radiant. It was evident that these souls had perished en route to their goals. Kind-hearted beings had erected grand tombs for them, granting them a resting place in the heavens. Boom. Junlin. I have been entombed in snow for over 1 billion years, and now I awaken to the abyss. What? Do you intend to obstruct me? Before Yi Junlin stood 2 figures engaged in a standoff. I never expected this. I thought you had perished. It seems you were sealed and entombed by your kin. A young man across from Junlin remarked with a smile. Yi Junlin understood their exchange. They had willingly endured 1 billion years of sealing and entombment, all in anticipation of the abyss's opening. But what lay within this abyss that drove so many cultivators to such lengths, akin to moths drawn to a flame? Yi Junlin had no intention of involving himself with these 2 beings and continued along his intended path. Junlin and the other being remained locked in their confrontation, separated by at least 100 miles. Yi Junlin nonchalantly traversed their space. Despite this being a battlefield, it was also an essential route for him, a path he had predetermined. Hey, human brat, are you certain you wish to pass through here? Have you no awareness of your own insignificance? The human race has grown increasingly arrogant over the years. Even a mere child like you dares to disregard us. Do you know who we are? As Yi Junlin nonchalantly walked between them, the 2 beings found themselves unervingly aligned. In the past, they would not have dared provoke a human. But years of internal strife within the human race had ignited hope among the myriad races. The pride of their own lineage surged once more. Silence. If you utter another word, I shall tear your mouth apart. Not of the human race. I wonder what you taste like. Yi Junlin suddenly turned, his words icy and foreboding. A murderous aura erupted from him, sweeping across the vicinity. The 2 beings felt a chilling terror surge through them, causing them to shudder violently. Who is this individual? His threats of tearing mouths or devouring flesh are too ferocious. Is this human attempting to intimidate them? Or is his power so great that he fears nothing? Though inwardly terrified, the 2 beings feigned bravery, attempting to appear unperturbed. Human, you have succeeded. They intended to say, you have successfully garnered my attention. However, before they could complete their thought, Yi Junlin had inexplicably appeared before them. I warned you, utter another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Junlin seized the necks of the two beings. One of them was internally crumbling. Why must I be included? He thought. With a swift motion, Junlin fulfilled his promise, brutally tearing their mouths apart. Once they transformed back into their true forms, Junlin's appetite vanished entirely. Both were now covered in repulsive slime. The viscous substance remained verdant, eliciting a sense of nausea akin to that of catfish. However, Junlin found himself unable to bring himself to consume it, as it was simply too repugnant. Nonchalantly, he discarded the two grotesque beings with torn mouths. Junlin forcibly delved into their sea of consciousness, yet to no avail. He gleaned no valuable information. Instead, he became privy to numerous tales of the prodigies from various clans, entombed in snow for over 1 billion years. Each of these prodigies, when brought forth, was the most resplendent figure of their time. Yet, upon the opening of the abyss, they were all awakened. This iteration of the abyss was destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 92, The Ancient Kuei-Nyo. How intriguing, it grows ever more fascinating. Junlin chuckled, shaking his head. He then continued forth in the direction he believed destined for him. Gradually, he lost track of time, perhaps a year, perhaps 2. Despite the monotony, he ambled along at a leisurely pace. His state of mind had been adequately tempered. It was time to act. On this day, Junlin lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming like divine lanterns, addressing the void. With a rip, a portal of emptiness materialized before him. Indeed, the universe appeared boundless and aimless. From the outset, Junlin recognized this as merely a formation. This formation was remarkably sophisticated. While it was a formation, it also served to refine one's resolve. However, should one perish within, death would be absolute. Junlin merely sought to ascertain the significance of this formation for him. After spending 2 years within, he sensed that the formation no longer held any value for him. 2 years had passed inside, yet only 2 days had elapsed outside. The first city of all clans. Before Junlin stood an immense city, colossal beyond measure, dwarfing even the grand metropolis he had witnessed in the mythical imperial capital by a factor of 10,000. Unlike before, this city was nestled within the vast cosmos. Above it shone radiant suns, casting down strands of pure solar energy, bestowing an aesthetic beauty upon the scene. At this moment, the city had gathered numerous cultivators from various races. As Junlin made his entrance, they were momentarily taken aback. If memory serves me right, the abyss was only opened 2 days ago, was it not? A creature furrowed its brow. What virtue or merit does this human possess to emerge in such a short span? No, to emerge in merely 2 years. Another creature gasped in astonishment. They had entered the abyss eons ago, and even now had yet to set foot in the first city. They had been unaware of how many years they had sat in silence. The opening of the abyss was their greatest source of amusement, for they knew that the gates to the first city were about to open. Only when the second batch began their trials could the previous batch enter. Such was the custom of the abyss throughout history. Yet, to their utter disbelief, merely 2 days had passed, and someone had already passed the trials of the formation? Historically, even the most gifted individuals took a full decade to achieve this. 10 years outside, not within the formation. What they did not realize was that Junlin had only sought to hone himself. Had he wished, he could have emerged in an instant. However, such an act would surely be astonishing and sensational. Yet, even so, the current situation was quite alarming. He had shattered ancient records, unmatched by any. The human race. The human race possesses such unparalleled prodigies. Should they mature, who knows how long they might dominate all clans. Presently, the human race is embroiled in internal strife, granting us a brief respite. Observing the imminent rise of the myriad clans, the emergence of a human prodigy at this juncture is anything but fortuitous. One being's gaze flickered with intensity as he spoke, his intent clear, to incite all the assembled cultivators of various races to stand in unison. Naturally, if they could extinguish this human prodigy, it would be most ideal. Indeed, the human race has held dominion over the myriad clans for countless millennia. Now, to finally glimpse a sliver of hope. Esteemed colleagues, we find ourselves in the midst of the fiercest internal conflict within the human race. Do you wish to witness them produce yet another prodigious talent? It appears the era of human dominion is without end. One creature lamented, feigning despair to provoke outrage. In this manner, even if the human race sought retribution later, they could hardly annihilate all other races, could they? However, should one clan take direct action to eradicate him, the human race would undoubtedly retaliate against that clan. Yet now, with all races present, if they collectively sought to eliminate Junlin, it would be remarkably simple. For they knew, even in a one-on-one confrontation, it would be akin to child's play to overpower him. What a farce. How could a mere human, regardless of their talent, contend with them? They had not accounted for the time spent cultivating outside the abyss. Even merely sitting in the city, they had dedicated over 1 billion years. With a resonant bellow, the sound of an ancient Kuei Nyo echoed, a manifestation of the clan's innate divine powers. This roar, akin to a sonic assault, could unsettle the hearts of many. Old bull, allow me to test you. One towering Kuei Nyo stepped forth from the throng of races, brimming with explosive strength, unmistakably a being of brute force. Mighty bull, how did you know I was hungry? You have brought me tender beef, quite commendable. Yi Junlin remarked with a smile, observing the ancient Kuei Nyo. Huff huff. The Kuei Nyo, initially taken aback as it approached Yi Junlin, soon erupted in rage. How dare this human consider him food? This was an intolerable affront. Chapter 93, Roasted Beef Leg. Enraged, the Kuei Nyo dropped to all fours, abandoning its upright stance and entering a state of aggression. Its forelegs scraped the ground repeatedly, gathering strength to charge at Yi Junlin. Brutal charge. The ancient Kuei Nyo, fully charged, surged forth like a colossal meteorite hurtling through the cosmos toward Yi Junlin. Dust clouds billowed in its wake, with each step shattering the very void beneath it. A brutal charge? How absurd. After years of cultivation, such effort is wasted. Yi Junlin shook his head. Then, he extended his palm. All present gazed in astonishment at Yi Junlin's audacity. This human cultivator dared to withstand the ancient Kuei Nyo's brutal charge with nothing but his hand? Even cultivators of the same tier as the Kuei Nyo would not dare to be so brazen. Was this human seeking death? To withstand such a collision head-on? One being scoffed. This was a calamity waiting to happen. Death would be preferable. Though gifted beyond measure, a fallen prodigy is but a fleeting illusion. The cultivators of various races observed coldly, none stepping forth to support Yi Junlin, even among those of the human race. However, they chose to remain indifferent, fully aware that should they dare to speak on behalf of Yi Junlin, they would undoubtedly face the wrath and targeted attacks from various clans. Such a confrontation was not something they wished to encounter. Moreover, Yi Junlin's talent was overwhelmingly formidable. As long as he existed, they would remain overshadowed. In fact, deep down, they harbored a desire for Yi Junlin's demise. Yet, what transpired next astonished all the cultivators present. With an air of nonchalance, Yi Junlin effortlessly blocked the ancient Kuei Nyo. The ancient Kuei Nyo was immense, dwarfing Yi Junlin, who appeared as minuscule as an ant before it. Nevertheless, this ant-sized figure grasped the Kuei Nyo's horn with his hand, rendering all of its frantic struggles futile against Yi Junlin's grip. Moo! Moo! The ancient Kuei Nyo bellowed in panic, yet Yi Junlin remained as unyielding as a mountain. No matter how it writhed, it could not escape. You are merely a holy emperor, who bestowed upon you the audacity to behave so insolently before me. Yi Junlin raised his hand and lifted the Kuei Nyo's entire body before slamming it violently to the side. Crack! Bang! The onlookers were left astounded as the seemingly insignificant human relentlessly pounded the Kuei Nyo. After battering one side, he swiftly moved to the other, leaving the Kuei Nyo's body riddled with wounds, blood gushing profusely. This process is called bloodletting. Only then can the meat avoid a bloody taste, Yi Junlin remarked solemnly. Let us start with a dish of braised beef, host today. With a swift gesture of his fingers, he sliced at the front leg of the Kuei Nyo. Splurt! Blood spurted forth, and the immense pain rendered the ancient Kuei Nyo at a loss for how to cry out. A colossal orb of water materialized from the void, cleansing the Kuei Nyo's leg, after which Yi Junlin truly began to roast the leg. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing and mouth-watering. In truth, the ancient Kuei Nyo was a variant of cattle, resembling a cow but with one leg and devoid of horns, its hue a deep azure. It was accompanied by thunderous roars and radiated light akin to that of the sun and moon. However, this particular Kuei Nyo exhibited a trend of reversion, possessing horns and forelegs. Its flesh was delicately tender, akin to a potent medicine, a true delicacy. Yi Junlin plopped down upon the Kuei Nyo's back, savoring the leg as he spoke. The Kuei Nyo seethed with fury, yet found itself powerless. This human was terrifyingly powerful. He was a prodigy of the Kuei Nyo clan, and with his ancestral traits, he could be said to represent the Kuei Nyo clan moving forward. Yet today, he suffered immense humiliation, not only being defeated but also having a leg roasted by another. Under normal circumstances, their level of cultivation would allow for swift regeneration of severed limbs. However, no matter how hard he tried, his wounds refused to heal, as an inexplicable force hindered his recovery. Brother, are you being a bit excessive? One creature stood up and said. This being appeared humanoid, yet its skin shimmered like a gem, exuding formidable hardness. It was a spirit born from sacred stones over the ages. What is deemed excessive is not for you to determine, it is for me to decide. Dare provoke me again, and I shall annihilate you all. Yi Junlin mumbled through a mouthful of the roasted leg. Brother, you are truly overstepping. The spirit replied, narrowing its eyes, which radiated a cold light. Yi Junlin understood that due to his human lineage, these beings were targeting him. Yet he remained unafraid. Should you dare to exhibit hostility towards me, your demise is assured. Yi Junlin turned sharply to confront the spirit, enunciating each word clearly. Even the ancient Kuei Nyo had not shown him hostility, hence he merely consumed one of its legs. Now, a mere animated rock dared to threaten him? Chapter 94, Targeted. The spirit was taken aback. Initially, it had merely felt slighted by Yi Junlin's indifference, but as Yi Junlin focused on it, the scent of death wafted through the air. Its cultivation was indeed comparable to that of the Kuei Nyo, yet its physical fortitude surpassed that of the Kuei Nyo by several tiers. Thus, few cultivators of the same level dared to confront the spirit. Yet now, it had successfully garnered Yi Junlin's attention. Brother, I acknowledge your superior realm. Yet should we engage in a battle of equals, I may not be without my chances. The spirit proclaimed loudly. It understood that prodigies often harbored their own pride. It aimed to incite Yi Junlin, hoping to challenge him to a duel of equals. It was confident that if it could defeat Yi Junlin at the same level, it would leave a mark upon Yi Junlin's invincible spirit, potentially shattering his confidence in the future. The spirit knew it could not kill Yi Junlin, as their realms were too disparate. A battle of equals? Do you think you are worthy? Yi Junlin expressed complete disinterest, for he knew that in a contest of equals, none could rival him. Heh, are you afraid, brother? If you are, you need only say so. I shall not compel you. The spirit sneered. Yet when confronted with Yi Junlin's terrifying gaze, it could not help but shudder. Brother, I recognize your strength, but within the city dwells my elder from the spirit clan. Should you take my life, you shall undoubtedly face his relentless pursuit. The spirit warned Yi Junlin, sensing the latter's impatience and murderous intent. Chit-chatting will not suffice. Let your elder seek me out when he is worthy. I shall send you to the cycle of reincarnation. Yi Junlin retorted in irritation, slapping his hand towards the spirit. The spirit's countenance changed dramatically as it emanated a luminous aura, its body erupting into a brilliant, glass-like radiance. It appeared breathtakingly beautiful. However, as Yi Junlin's palm descended, the spirit's expression finally shifted. It now understood why Yi Junlin acted with such impunity. He was indeed powerful enough to instill despair. Bang! The spirit exploded instantly. Its body fragmented into pieces of sacred stone. These were treasures for crafting, yet Yi Junlin paid them no heed. Outside the city gates, the myriad clans waiting for the gates to open fell into silence. No one dared to challenge Yi Junlin again. Among the multitude, Yi Junlin discerned several formidable presences hidden within the throngs. In terms of cultivation, there were indeed a few whose prowess was comparable to his own. Killing is prohibited outside the city, otherwise, death awaits. At that moment, a cold voice resonated from the grand city. Yi Junlin recognized that the owner of this voice was targeting him. If slaying were forbidden, then why did these beings not intervene when others sought to kill him? Now that he had dispatched the spirit, this voice emerged. Was this not a blatant targeting? I do not provoke others, nor do I wish to be provoked. Yi Junlin merely uttered a few words nonchalantly. Human, are you questioning me? The voice from atop the city wall rang out once more. The entire city was enveloped by an extraordinary formation, rendering the outsiders unable to perceive clearly. Only the beings within can perceive the outside world. I am not targeting you specifically. My ire is directed at all the detritus present, Yi Junlin suddenly declared. Initially, all the beings were taken aback, but soon fury engulfed them. What does this human race mean? To declare that they are all mere refuse? Endure? They could not swallow such an affront. Who among them was not a paragon in their own right? Although they had lived for billions of years, that did not diminish their status as prodigies. Esteemed comrades, with so many formidable beings from various races gathered here, are we truly afraid of a mere human? This human has shown us an utter lack of respect. Perhaps we should unite and confront him together? One being exclaimed in righteous anger. Kill. Another being, brimming with murderous intent, roared. They now sought to take my life. Yet did you not proclaim that slaughter was forbidden? Those who violate the law shall die. Yi Junlin responded with indifference. This is the calamity you have invited upon yourselves. Deal with it. The being atop the city wall proclaimed. Hee hee. Yi Junlin chuckled, a laugh devoid of restraint. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly obliterated several beings that lunged at him. At that moment, all beings were stunned. They had nearly overlooked Yi Junlin's formidable cultivation. The gap in cultivation could not be compensated for by sheer numbers. Though he disregarded us, we must regard him with utmost seriousness. The previously enraged being suddenly calmed and spoke. Yes, let us simply focus on our cultivation. They truly could not afford to provoke Yi Junlin. Among them were several whose cultivation was also exceptional, yet he had not even bothered to open his eyes, let alone seek trouble with Yi Junlin. You dare to wreak havoc outside the city? I hereby declare your punishment. The voice from above the city gate echoed again. It was abundantly clear that this was aimed at Yi Junlin. Chapter 95. Today, the rules are altered for my sake. Yet, Yi Junlin remained unperturbed. Merely a gatekeeper of the city, should he dare to act against me, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. Human, you have violated the rules by slaughtering outside the city. You deserve death. The entire city was shrouded in mist, obscuring vision. However, Yi Junlin could see clearly, for he possessed the 10,000 eyes technique, allowing him effortless clarity. Before him stood a humanoid being, not of the human race, but merely a manifestation. At that moment, he stood atop the city wall, clad in resplendent silver armor, exuding an air of authority. Holding a celestial halberd, he pointed it menacingly at Yi Junlin, embodying a lofty demeanor. Kill him if you must. He is but an ant, foolishly attempting to provoke the human race. Do you think you are worthy? Yi Junlin spoke softly, yet his words resonated with authority. Though gentle, they were imbued with an undeniable gravitas. The guards atop the wall felt their hearts quiver. This human's presence was overwhelmingly potent, causing them to feel an unsettling trepidation. Though they were city guards, they understood that the human race remained paramount among all. Even the city lord was of human descent, and he dared not act too aggressively. But then, a glimmer of realization crossed his eyes as he contemplated a means to subdue Yi Junlin. Rumble. The towering city gates swung open. A pathway paved with azure stones unfolded before all creatures. While it appeared to be mere stone, it was, in fact, an unknown celestial meteorite, exceptionally hard. All cultivators of myriad races, enter the city. The city guards bellowed. At last, after billions of years, the gates have finally opened. Some murmured with nostalgia. Simultaneously, powerful beings concealed in various corners opened their eyes. The moment their eyes fluttered open, it was as if swords cleaved through stone, emitting a piercing sound. Yi Junlin kicked aside an ancient xianxiao and then rose to stride toward the gate. Strangely, no one obstructed him. Not a single being approached the city gate. All eyes were fixed on Yi Junlin, their expressions a mix of intrigue and schadenfreude. Whoosh! Yi Junlin ambled toward the city gates. When suddenly a sound of something piercing the air erupted. He looked up, and a war spear shot directly toward him. The city guard had made his move. Human, you may be arrogant, but you must respect the rules. Remember this in your next life. The guard sneered at Yi Junlin. He had been waiting for this moment. Now that the gates were open, they welcomed those who had previously entered the abyss. Those like Yi Junlin, having just entered the abyss, would have to wait billions of years to gain entry again. This was the rule. I had no intention of killing. If you do not provoke me, we shall coexist peacefully. However, if you choose to incite my wrath, be prepared for death. Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. Today, the rules of the foremost city of myriad races shall be altered for my benefit. Yi Junlin extended his palm, firmly catching the war spear, then swung his arm back toward the city guard. The myriad races were astonished. This human dares to utter such audacious claims. The rules of the foremost city of myriad races will change for him? What a farce. A mere second tier of the open heaven realm. Regarded as a dominant force outside, yet in my eyes, he is inconsequential. Yi Junlin did not glance back at the war spear. He knew the outcome was already predetermined. Thud! You dare to lay hands on the city guard. Other guards atop the wall exclaimed in horror. They witnessed as the spear pierced the chest of the being who had earlier provoked Yi Junlin. In an instant, that being was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. A chilling dread enveloped all present. This human was undeniably a formidable adversary, capable of effortlessly dispatching a powerful being of the open heaven realm. Yi Junlin, undeterred, continued his steady stride upon the azure stones. Human, you have already broken the rules of the foremost city of myriad races. Do you not wish to confess? Some guards, mustering their courage, confronted Yi Junlin. How tiresome and bothersome. City guards? What city do you protect? From this day forth, the foremost city of myriad races no longer requires city guards. Yi Junlin remarked, feeling as if a swarm of mosquitoes buzzed incessantly in his ears. The myriad races gasped. This human not only sought to dismantle the rules, but also appeared poised to unleash a massacre. They knew that within the foremost city of myriad races resided many revered ancestors from various races. Their powers were undoubtedly formidable. Did this human dare to act so recklessly? I shall send you to your demise. Remember to open your eyes in your next life. Yi Junlin summoned the 10 Directions Heavenly Suppression Monument and tossed it toward the city gate. The monument swelled in size, descending upon the city guards with tremendous force. Thud! Boom! The guards were crushed and shattered like mere bubbles. What cultivation does this human possess? Why is he so terrifying? Someone exclaimed in fear. Such extraordinary talent and cultivation. Surely he cannot be weaker than the one from the imperial palace? Are you referring to the Crown Prince Yizhan? The human race truly inspires a sense of awe. One being remarked. All creatures were perplexed. With the city guards annihilated, why had no powerful figure descended to punish Junlin? They were left bewildered. Chapter 96. Come forth and offer your life as atonement. For this is the rule of the foremost city of myriad races. Unless Junlin's background was so formidable that even the city lord dared not provoke him. Could it be the manifestation of a lineage from the ancient clans of humanity? Some beings speculated. Impossible, another being interjected, shaking his head. The city lord has never made an appearance. Although he is of the human race, how could he possibly know if this young man is a disciple or a scion of the ancient clans? After all, the city lord has spent an astonishing amount of time in this city. How could he possibly be acquainted with a young human? No one could provide an answer to this conundrum. Though they were perplexed, they dared not question the city lord. The abyssal secret realm was isolated from the outside world. Even the most extraordinary prodigies from beyond were compelled to temper their presence here. After all, the formidable beings from the outside were unable to enter. Within the abyssal secret realm, certain indigenous inhabitants were astonishingly powerful. Their environment had persisted for countless years, naturally rendering them immensely strong. Additionally, some cultivators had entered the abyssal realm billions of years ago, having been defeated and with their invincible aspirations shattered. They willingly chose to remain in the abyssal secret realm, watching generation after generation of prodigies vie for supremacy. Much like those guardians who had previously targeted Junlin, they were not of the human race and harbored animosity towards humanity. Witnessing Junlin, a human with such exceptional talent, inevitably sparked their jealousy, leading them to seek reasons to obliterate this human prodigy. However, Junlin proved to be exceedingly formidable, instilling despair within them. They never anticipated that they would ultimately fall victim to him. As Junlin strolled into the city, he appeared as if he were taking a leisurely walk amidst the gazes of countless races. All beings refrained from obstructing him, merely watching the young human with wide eyes. Among them, a few powerful entities observed with indifference. Their cultivation was not inferior to Junlin's, as they were all celestial prodigies buried beneath the snow for countless epochs. In terms of talent and cultivation, they were terrifyingly formidable. They aspired to carve their own paths to invincibility in this resplendent era, where prodigies from myriad races vied for prominence. This was only a fragment of the unfolding narrative. Upon Junlin's entrance through the city gates, these beings from various races began to follow suit, entering the city. The stark contrast between the desolation outside and the clamorous atmosphere within was akin to two disparate worlds. The indigenous inhabitants busied themselves selling an array of snacks, elixirs, and weapons. As the city gates swung wide, all beings paused their activities to gaze towards the direction of the gates. They understood that another epoch had arrived, bringing with it the influx of cultivators from myriad races. What they did not foresee was the astonishing sight that awaited them. Only a magnificently dressed young man entered. This left them in utter bewilderment. Yet, as their eyes turned towards the outside, they suddenly felt their pupils constrict violently. The cultivators from various races seemed as if ensnared by a spell, staring blankly at Junlin. Only after he had fully entered the city did they begin to stir. Meanwhile, what was the meaning behind the numerous corpses? All clad in the attire of city guards. Clearly, these were the guardians of the city. Now, none remained alive. They had all perished, and in a remarkably consistent manner. Each struck down with a single blow. Beings cast their gaze upon Junlin, their expressions filled with an eerie apprehension. A piercing cry suddenly rang out. A figure, moving with astonishing speed, darted towards the city outskirts. This speed was indeed remarkable, at least in Junlin's estimation. The figure came to a halt beside a pile of rubble, trembling hands caressing the stones. These remnants were those of the slain from the Holy Spirit clan. The figure was the brother of the pile of stones, a powerful Holy Spirit himself. His skin no longer radiated the vibrant hues of luminous light, but instead exhibited an eerie purplish red. His cultivation had vastly surpassed that of the previous Holy Spirit. Who has slain my brother? This Holy Spirit rose, casting a cold, piercing gaze at the myriad races surrounding him. No one dared to utter a word. They could not provoke Junlin, nor could they confront this formidable Holy Spirit. This being was a prodigy from the last epoch, and after 1 billion years. Who could fathom his true strength? Very well, none of you will speak, I see. How amusing. The Holy Spirit scoffed, cautiously gathering the remnants of his brother. Then, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Boom. An overwhelming pressure descended, enveloping all. The Holy Spirit casually waved his hand, seizing a golden lion by its neck. Without inquiry, the golden lion merely gazed in horror towards Junlin. The Holy Spirit smirked, having deduced the truth. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the golden lion away. Just as all beings believed the golden lion had escaped, boom. It exploded mid-air, obliterating its soul. My Holy Spirit clan is not to be trifled with by your kind. The Holy Spirit coldly admonished Junlin. Come forth. If I am in a good mood, I may grant you a death worthy of your apology. The audacity of the Holy Spirit was rooted in an absolute confidence in his own strength. After all, in ancient times, the Holy Spirit clan had once dominated the realm. They had arisen from sentient meteors, forming their unique lineage. Their propagation was exceedingly arduous, making it difficult to bear offspring. This led to a gradual decline in their numbers. However, it was unequivocal that the Holy Spirit lineage was indeed powerful. Simply judging by their physical form, one could ascertain that their bodies were forged from celestial meteors, rendering them exceptionally resilient. It was said that their physical forms could be fashioned into unparalleled weapons. This alone sufficed to indicate that the cultivators of this race were not to be underestimated. Had their reproduction not posed an issue, they would undoubtedly have ascended to a hegemonic status. Even now, they ranked among the top 100 of myriad races, a testament to their terrifying prowess. In my lifetime, since embarking on the path of cultivation, none have dared to demand an apology from me. You are the first, and thus I shall ensure your demise is rhythmically poetic. Junlin declared as he strolled, turning to face the Holy Spirit. Is that so? Since I am the first, I shall also be the last. Because of you, I assure you, you shall not survive. The arrogant human scoffed. I acknowledge that your race has received favored treatment. Since the dawn of the wild, humanity has been the sovereign of this realm. Yet, the wheel of fortune turns. The current human race is already riddled with wounds, is it not? I am curious. How much longer can the epic of humanity endure? The Holy Spirit taunted. The Holy Spirit's words contained a kernel of truth. The present human race was indeed beset by troubles, besieged by external threats and internal strife. The human race has an emperor and a great prince, Zhan, who serve as its foundation. With them, humanity shall endure for eternity. Junlin proclaimed with resounding conviction. His words reverberated throughout the first city. Well said. The human race has an emperor to suppress the ages. With the great prince, humanity shall lead all races. At this moment, an aged voice erupted into laughter. Shortly thereafter, an elder clad in a Taoist robe appeared beside Junlin. This elder, possessing a youthful visage despite his white hair, exuded an aura of ethereal grace and wisdom. We have encountered the esteemed city lord. The cultivators within the city exclaimed in surprise before bowing in unison. City Lord Junlin. It was unclear how long he had resided in the first city, but one could discern that the city lord's cultivation was boundless. A being, trembling with fear, remarked, "This is a world that reveres power. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, all races must show deference." Yet at this moment, Junlin was far from pleased. His prior declarations, resonant and grand, were all crafted to project an image of superiority. After all, he was the second prince of the human emperor's palace, and with the Lord of Heaven present, all other races should stand aside. However, he was interrupted by the arrival of this elder. City Lord. The Holy Spirit initially expressed astonishment before lowering his head in respectful salutation. Yet, in that fleeting moment of bowing, a shadow of despair crossed his face. He knew that perhaps today, he would be unable to avenge his brother. After all, the city lord had made his appearance. What a fine sight. Today, upon my emergence from seclusion, I behold so many prodigies from various races. Excellent, splendid. You may enter the city. Suddenly, Kanglin's expression shifted as he noticed a cluster of corpses. What is the meaning of this? City lord, he is the one responsible. A courageous being pointed at Junlin and declared, "They deserve their fate." Junlin offered no explanation, merely stating, "In that case, let us proceed into the city." To everyone's astonishment, Junlin remained silent, allowing all beings to enter the city. City Lord, this seems rather unjust, does it not? Regardless of whether he killed the city guards, he has slain my brother. I must receive a reasonable explanation. The Holy Spirit insisted, raising his head with determination. Rascal, are you implying that my city guards are of lesser significance than your brother? Kanglin's demeanor shifted dramatically as he bellowed. Simultaneously, the Holy Spirit's face turned ashen, as though he had encountered something terrifying. "I dare not," he stammered, ultimately bowing his head once more. "Elder, I advise you to refrain from meddling in my affairs. It is one thing for his brother to have perished, but not long ago, he provoked me, beckoning me over to grant him a death." Junlin stated calmly, "This is no trifling matter. The Holy Spirit clan has dared to issue a death sentence upon me. My father, known for his volatile temper, would undoubtedly lead an army to annihilate the Holy Spirit clan. Since when did an ancient and indomitable clan dare to boast so brazenly? Just a mere clan, and they wish to eradicate my Holy Spirit clan? The Holy Spirit laughed maniacally. Even Junlin found the young man's bravado a tad excessive. What kind of force would dare to make such claims? To extinguish an entire clan? This was not merely a matter of a few tens or hundreds. but an entire race. Even the ancient and indomitable clans of humanity would not dare to utter such words. Junlin began to feel a growing displeasure. Chapter 98. The celestial beings, demons, ghosts, and gods all hear this. Junlin sensed that this youth was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. His arrogance had become excessive. He had only stepped forward because of Junlin's mention of the human emperor and the crown prince, willing to assist him in navigating his current predicament. He was even indifferent to the fact that Junlin had slain so many city guards. Yet, was this young man not pushing his luck? An ancient and indomitable clan. Come, enlighten me as to which indomitable clan you hail from, so that my Holy Spirit clan may properly pay homage. The Holy Spirit gasped for breath from laughter. Indomitable clan? Did I ever claim to belong to an indomitable clan? Junlin inquired with curiosity. Ha! You don't even qualify as an indomitable clan? Then from which power do you derive such confidence? The Holy Spirit scoffed. The ancient indomitable clans of humanity were indeed formidable, but to claim they could extinguish an entire race was sheer folly. Oh, I am Junlin, the second prince of the human emperor's palace. The second son of the human emperor. Junlin replied nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, merely the second son of the human emperor? Gasp. The second son of the human emperor. The Holy Spirit was struck as if by lightning, his voice cracking. The entire space froze as cultivators from all races stared blankly at Junlin. The gravity of this revelation was overwhelming. A once great human prodigy had suddenly transformed into the prince of the foremost power across the realms. This realization left them feeling stifled. Such individuals radiate an aura wherever they go, their presence undeniably luminous. Setting aside his innate talent, the mere title of the second prince of the human emperor's palace was enough to grant him unparalleled authority across the realms. The majesty of the human emperor was inviolable. Why, Your Highness, the second prince? The Holy Spirit was now completely flustered, realizing the magnitude of the other's background. Just moments ago, he had been speaking of revenge and mockery, even daring to threaten the second prince of the human emperor's palace. In retrospect, he felt utterly foolish. This was tantamount to declaring war on the human emperor's palace, especially in these tumultuous times. The human emperor's presence in the abyss was for more than just the human race. It was a safeguard for all realms. This was not merely a tremendous boon for the humans, but a debt of gratitude owed by all races. Do I still need to offer my life in penance? Junlin mused playfully. No, Your Highness, I was blind to not recognize the second prince. I beseech you to forgive me. The Holy Spirit hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. He had no doubt regarding Junlin's identity as the second prince. No one in this world would dare impersonate the offspring of the human emperor. Do you understand what you ought to do now? Junlin inquired, his gaze fixed on the Holy Spirit. I understand. The Holy Spirit replied with a hint of bitterness. He realized that he had but one path before him, to offer his life in atonement. He did not wish for the Holy Spirit clan to go to war with the human emperor. Such a conflict would surely lead to the annihilation of the Holy Spirit clan. There was no alternative. Junlin himself was not a bloodthirsty individual. Previously, it was the Holy Spirit's brother who had provoked him, leading to the latter's demise. Now, the elder brother had come to provoke him again. Did he truly believe Junlin was without temper? Though he would not wield the power of the human emperor's palace to eradicate the Holy Spirit clan, he would await the day he grew powerful enough to confront the Holy Spirit clan personally. This, of course, was contingent upon whether the Holy Spirit clan consisted of individuals like this Holy Spirit. If so, their destruction would be inevitable. After all, the Holy Spirit clan harbored deep-seated animosity towards humanity, viewing them as adversaries. This sentiment was palpable in the Holy Spirit's earlier remarks. I am willing to offer my life in atonement. I implore Your Highness to spare my Holy Spirit lineage. The Holy Spirit pleaded, bowing repeatedly before Junlin. In the future, should the Holy Spirit clan or any other race dare to offend humanity, they shall be annihilated. I proclaim this in my capacity as the Lord of Heaven, and let all celestial beings, demons, ghosts, and gods bear witness. Junlin declared with formidable authority towards the Holy Spirit. This time, Junlin spoke not only of the Sacred Spirit clan, but also of other races. His voice resonated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. In the void, golden light blazed, and a shimmering golden decree descended. The utterance of the law followed his words. Could it be that he has attained the recognition of heaven and earth? A living being exclaimed in astonishment. Mere moments after Junlin's declaration, a decree materialized. Did this not signify that Junlin's future achievements could rival those of the Emperor of Humanity? The first city of all races erupted into an uproar. The second prince, Junlin, possesses the bearing of an emperor. This is beyond dispute, and none dare question it. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous gift. Today, to witness the grace of the young emperor, I have no regrets in death." The sacred spirit laughed heartily, this time feeling only a sense of relief. He understood that the myriad races would never have the opportunity to surpass humanity. With a resounding thump, the sacred spirit slapped his forehead, and instantly his entire being transformed into fragments of purple-red meteoric stone. These meteors radiated brilliance, truly remarkable artifacts for forging. "Bury these." Junlin waved his hand and commanded. Chapter 99, The Ancient Path of the Starry Sky. After all, when one dies, it is like a lamp extinguished. All debts are erased, otherwise, the body of this sacred spirit would surely be appropriated by those with ulterior motives for the purpose of forging. Naturally, not every race among the myriad would treat Junlin with utmost reverence. "I, the old man of the first city of all races, Clan Master Junlin, pay my respects to your highness the second prince." The old man, recovering from his shock, bowed to Junlin. "It is of no consequence. I did not expect that this abyssal realm would also be guarded by humanity. This is indeed a splendid arrangement." Junlin replied with a smile. "I dare to request your highness to stay at the Lord Mayor's residence, so that I may extend my hospitality." Junlin said to Junlin. "Very well. And I would also like to inquire about matters concerning this abyssal forbidden land." Junlin nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he followed Junlin to the Lord Mayor's residence. "The origins of the abyssal secret realm are unknown to me. Even historical texts do not record its inception. It is said to have been discovered by a formidable figure of humanity during ancient times. The abyssal secret realm comprises a total of 81 levels. In other words, there are 81 cities, and only those who reach the end may glimpse what lies beyond. Yet, throughout the years, none have managed to reach the final destination. Of course, perhaps some have, but they may have perished within," Junlin remarked. "Is it possible that the ultimate realm truly adheres to the rules derived from the abyss, as my father claimed? What manner of rules could be so powerful as to surpass those of heaven and earth?" Junlin mused in silence. Furthermore, this generation of prodigies from the myriad races will embark on their journey to the ancient path of the starry sky in 3 days. Junlin continued. "What is the ancient path of the starry sky?" Junlin inquired curiously. "The ancient path of the starry sky is a route that enables transformation. It is also the necessary passage to the second city of the myriad races. However, the dangers along this ancient path are immense. It is less of a transformation and more of a brutal survival of the fittest. Not only do these prodigies pose threats, but there are also beings lost along the ancient path. They have existed for countless eons, irrevocably altered by the abyss, each one incredibly formidable. To be precise, they are a group of mindless beings, driven solely by the urge to kill. Even I, an old man, cannot guarantee a safe return. And this is merely the first ancient path of the starry sky. The further you venture, the more terrifying it becomes. Moreover, given the enmity harbored by other races against humanity, it is highly likely they will strike at you along the ancient path of the starry sky. Your Highness the Second Prince must exercise caution," Junlin said solemnly. Junlin, however, grew increasingly intrigued by this abyssal secret realm. A self-generating secret realm that has existed for an unknown number of years, evolving with its own rules and powers, is indeed fearsome. Even the Emperor of Humanity, Yi Jitian, would not dare to charge in recklessly, which speaks to its terror. Such intrigue only deepened Junlin's interest. As for the dangers Junlin mentioned, Junlin felt no trepidation. Only through the baptism of blood and fire can one grow more rapidly. Ding ding ding. The void portal has opened, and the ancient path of the starry sky is revealed. Prodigies of the myriad races, please commence your journey. 3 days later, a bell tolled throughout the entire city. All living beings focused their attention on a colossal, transmission array-like rift in the sky above the city. The grand formation leading to the ancient path of the starry sky opens only once every billion years. Hence, the abyssal secret realm is only accessible once in a billion years. I am eager to discover what secrets lie hidden within this abyssal secret realm. Junlin chuckled lightly, then stepped boldly toward the great formation. Instantly, a force from the formation drew Junlin in, rendering him invisible to all watching. What are you waiting for? Shall we allow humanity to gain the upper hand repeatedly? The ancient path of the starry sky is the true battlefield. Who will ultimately emerge victorious remains to be seen. A powerful being's voice echoed coldly as it vanished into the formation. The fallen prodigies will hold no value. Another formidable being stepped forward. These beings were those Junlin had observed outside the city. Their talents were extraordinary, and their cultivation formidable. The weakest among them was at the pinnacle of the open heaven realm. The most powerful could even rival Junlin. Of course, this only pertains to their cultivation, not their combat prowess. They were adept at concealing their strength, revealing their true intentions only now. They understood that in the ancient path of the starry sky, There would be no allies, no strong figures, nor anyone like Junlin to protect them. That place is the prime arena for murder and plunder. Ugh, it is indeed a prime location for killing. Junlin's expression darkened. Were these powerful beings declaring war on the second prince? Had he known, he should have preemptively eliminated these threats in their infancy. The son of the emperor cannot be allowed any threats. For the future stability of humanity's dominance rests on the shoulders of exceptional talents like Junlin. Yet now, no matter how anxious he felt, it was to no avail. There were regulations preventing them from entering the ancient path of the starry sky. Otherwise, it would be merciless slaughter. Chapter 100, Totem, the Nightmare Clan. Is this the ancient path of the starry sky? Junlin gazed at the translucent thread beneath his feet and remarked. It goes without saying that this thread indicates the direction of the ancient path of the starry sky. This is the true depth of the cosmos, boundless and shrouded in darkness. Whoosh! A streak of cold light flickered in the cosmos, appearing instantly behind Junlin. A glimmer of chilling brilliance that left no time for reaction. Many of the cultivators who harbored animosity toward humanity had not taken their eyes off Junlin since they first appeared on the ancient path of the starry sky. Although he is the son of the emperor, with a background that is daunting, this is, after all, the ancient path of the starry sky, where no one can offer him assistance. Nor would there be any powerful figures like Junlin to offer protection. Thus, several cultivators saw a weapon resembling a silver needle shoot directly toward Junlin, and many wore expressions of delight on their faces. However, soon their smiles began to stiffen. This was because Junlin did not turn to intercept the magical artifact. Instead, he allowed the silver needle to pierce the back of his head. Ding! A crisp and melodious sound of metal clashing resonated. Is this amusing? The soul-extinguishing needle, quite a grand gesture. Junlin chuckled lightly as he turned his head, casually toying with a cyan needle in his hand. How could this be? This is the soul-extinguishing needle, which disregards all defenses and strikes directly at the soul. Once pierced by the soul-extinguishing needle, the soul is extinguished, leaving almost no chance for salvation. One of the creatures exclaimed in horror. You seem quite pleased. Junlin addressed those beings who had previously displayed delight. In that case, go? The smile vanished from Junlin's face as he flicked his finger, causing the soul-extinguishing needle to vanish into the cosmos at a speed tenfold that of before. Following this was a chorus of anguished screams. Powerful beings toppled from the void, their eyes vacant and bulging wide. This was the consequence of being struck by the soul-extinguishing needle. Although their physical forms appeared unscathed, their consciousness had long been riddled with holes. Second Prince, cease. We have not attacked His Highness the Second Prince. Why must His Highness slay these innocent beings? Someone boldly inquired. Because if he does not reveal himself now, he may very well be next. I decree your demise, and you shall perish. Junlin spoke coldly, dismissing any need for explanation. Among these beings, how many harbored animosity towards the human race? Their covetous hearts towards humanity remain unquenched, and they dare to covet the dominant position of humanity. Such transgressions warrant punishment. Come forth, you cannot hide. Junlin said indifferently after extinguishing the lives of several beings who had just moments ago been grinning with satisfaction. The creature that had just attempted to ambush him had not yet perished, remaining concealed within the void. It must be said that this race possessed an exceptionally formidable innate ability. Concealing oneself within the void was indeed a challenge to detect. Even upon hearing Junlin's words, he remained steadfast in his concealment, hoping for another opportunity to strike. Show yourself. Nightshade Clan. Junlin commanded directly. It appeared that Junlin was unaware of the hiding place of the Nightshade Clan. However, as he admonished, his voice spread like waves, resonating in all directions. With a soft thud, a figure stumbled from the void, crashing down. Nightshade Clan, Nightshade Deity, I am uncertain of the nature of your connection, but it matters not. For soon you shall become a lifeless corpse, Junlin murmured softly. He then approached the being of the Nightshade Clan. Under the terrified gazes of all beings, Junlin firmly pressed his hand upon the creature's head and brutally thrust the soul-extinguishing needle into its mind. Even the son of the human emperor should not be so arrogant, should they? Does the human race truly regard the myriad of other races as mere weeds? To kill at will? A massive entity of demonic essence surged forth before Junlin, articulating each word with deliberate emphasis. His statement clearly positioned all races against humanity, implying that humanity had compelled them to revolt due to their rampant slaughter. This demonic entity was large, emanating a formidable aura of combat, and it was at the pinnacle of the open sky realm. Subsequently, this entity transformed into the visage of a young man standing opposed to Junlin. His gaze was indifferent, reminiscent of ice that had endured for millennia. His eyes were peculiarly eerie, an unusual shade of blue. Totem, Nightmarish Clan. The question of how humanity perceives you is one you ought to ponder. However, should you dare to provoke, your annihilation shall be your only fate. Junlin replied coolly. The prodigy of the nightmarish clan was indeed powerful, capable of conjuring dreams from thin air. In battle, some foes met their demise in inexplicable ways. The nightmarish clan ranked among the top 10 of the myriad races, boasting immense strength, and their most notable trait lay in their eyes, which could draw individuals into dreams. Chapter 101. The Great Kuan, too vast to stew in one pot. Humanity's second prince, I can see that you are formidable, but what does that matter? Can you truly contend with the prodigies of the myriad races? Come, enter the dream, and you shall have it all. In the dream, you can attain everything you desire. The throne of the human emperor, the subservience of the myriad races. There is nothing you cannot obtain. The nightmarish being said with a hint of sinister charm. The nightmarish clan, with this innate ability, could be said to act with impunity, rarely facing challenges. He continually attempted to bewitch Junlin, enticing him into the dream he had crafted. The innate ability of your clan appears to be a unique ocular technique, quite intriguing. Junlin replied with a faint smile. Dreaming is utterly impossible. I shall never dream. Rather, let it be you who dreams. Junlin's eyes sparkled with brilliance, enveloping the nightmarish being in an instant. Possessing 100,000 supreme ocular techniques, how could he be concerned with the dreams of a nightmarish creature? Humanity, the myriad races shall bow beneath my feet. The nightmarish being closed his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He found himself immersed in the dream. Having shattered the human emperor's palace, with the heavens themselves bowing before him, the nightmarish clan had ascended to become the foremost race. The nightmarish being met his end in tranquility, devoid of any pain. Perhaps this was the most serene death one could experience at the hands of Junlin. All beings stared in astonishment at Junlin. How had this human accomplished such a feat? The innate ability of the nightmarish clan was indeed formidable, otherwise they would not rank so highly among the myriad races. Yet, to die merely from a glance from Junlin, and to do so with a smile, was the nightmarish being truly content in death? Mere trivial skills. Allow me, the mysterious Kuan, to confront you. A voice resonated, and all beings turned their attention to a location where, unbeknownst to them, a resplendent golden sea had appeared. With a splash, a colossal entity leapt from the water. It was a Kuan, so immense, spanning countless miles. One being remarked in awe. This may have been their first encounter with a true Kuan. The Kuan clan undoubtedly ranked among the top 10 of the myriad races, perhaps even within the top 5. Not only did they possess extraordinary combat prowess, but they also commanded unparalleled swiftness. They could transform into two forms, one as a Kuan, swimming in the ocean, and the other as a Pong, equally formidable in battle. The golden sea surged violently as the mysterious Kuan leapt from the depths, as if striving to pierce the heavens themselves, threatening to breach even the ninth heaven. Subsequently, the mysterious Kuan began to curl, akin to the ultimate Yin within the Taiji symbol. Astonishing transformations began to manifest upon its form. Initially, two sharp claws emerged from its abdomen, resembling hooks, exquisitely sharp. Then, its massive round head began to undergo changes. Initially, the mouth metamorphosed into a bird's beak, sharp and pointed. Following this, a bird's head began to take shape. Its entire body sprouted feathers, and a pair of fleshy wings unfurled, subsequently enveloped by plumage. A piercing cry echoed through the void. Thereafter, this golden rock commenced to flap its wings. Such magnitude, a mere iron pot cannot contain such a vast creature. It requires a barbecue grill, Junlin remarked, gazing at the expansive wings of the golden rock. It was truly immense as it spread its wings. It obscured the sky and seemed to fill the entire cosmos. Is it a first order of the creator god? Junlin inquired, observing the golden rock. System. Check the panel. He commanded in his mind. Host, Junlin. Cultivation, ninth order of the creator god. The pinnacle of the creator's 3,000 realms. At the inception of creation, 3,000 minor realms constituted the first to the 3,000 orders of creation, harmonizing with the 3,000 paths. The classification of realms in cultivation, talent, divine abilities, and secret techniques, 100,001. There are too many to enumerate. Unique physique, the strongest in the universe, the Yi clan's Dao body. As the cultivation rank ascends, the path of training becomes increasingly arduous. One of the ancient 10 fiends. A legendary being possessing the speed of the world? Among the ancient fiends, one such clan is the Kuan clan, renowned for their unparalleled velocity. I am indeed curious to test whether you possess the speed of the world, Junlin remarked, looking at the dark Kuan diving towards him. He possessed 100,000 supreme techniques, yet he was uncertain whether they could compare to the legacy of this clan. In the infinitesimal space, with the heart and spirit aligned, one becomes the essence of humanity. Junlin unleashed his movement technique, his form as elusive as a feather in the wind. Chapter 102, The Speed of the World. It must be said, the speed of the Kunping clan is truly remarkable. No wonder they are hailed as the fastest race in existence. Concurrently, Junlin's hands began to move erratically. He waved his arms, tracing peculiar trajectories. Yet, within this seemingly mundane motion, winds, thunder, rain, and lightning erupted, as if he were cleaving the heavens asunder. The sound reverberated like thunder, deafening to the ears. However, to the observers, Junlin's speed, which had previously appeared rapid, now seemed to diminish. No, he is not slowing down. He is accelerating. A living being discerned. Exclaiming in astonishment. He is harnessing the speed of the Kunping clan to refine himself. Indeed, while it appeared that Junlin's speed was diminishing, in reality, he was exploring, creating, transcending, and evolving. Phew, attaining the pinnacle of speed truly poses a challenge. Junlin exhaled deeply. In just a few breaths, he had evolved the pinnacle of the Kunping clan's speed. Their figures were so swift that none among the gathered cultivators could capture them. How is this possible? How do you possess the innate divine abilities of my clan? Junlin and the Kunping engaged in a relentless tug of war during this exchange. Junlin refrained from slaying the Kunping, aware that its innate abilities were formidable. Although merely augmenting speed, there exists a saying, in all martial arts, only speed is invincible. As long as one is swift enough, the enemy cannot catch up, rendering combat akin to child's play. One can incessantly harass the opponent, who remains unable to retaliate. In such a short time, you have completely assimilated my innate divine abilities and even surpassed them. The Kunping exclaimed in terror, astounded by the human's extraordinary talent, a gift unheard of in the annals of ancient races. At this moment, Junlin paid no heed to the Kunping. He found himself in a profoundly enigmatic state, akin to enlightenment. Indeed, Junlin had attained enlightenment. Heaven and earth were once formless. From one comes two, from two comes three, and from three springs forth all things. Humanity follows the earth follows heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Junlin uttered esoteric phrases of the primordial language of the universe. His entire being was enveloped in a radiant golden glow. All things possess their own laws. Yet, this is a path destined for solitude, an invincible path. It is time to fully integrate the 100,000 supreme techniques. I shall tread an invincible road. Junlin roared skyward. Subsequently, the cosmos trembled as strands of imperceptible laws began to converge from all corners of the universe. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The brilliance emanating from Junlin intensified, and an overwhelmingly terrifying energy surged within his body. It resembled a ferocious beast on the verge of being unleashed. Its aura potent enough to send shivers through all living beings. What are you waiting for? He is in a state of enlightenment, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Now is our optimal opportunity to attack, to strike him down, and lead humanity to ruin. A formidable figure emerged from the distance. He had been lurking in the shadows, observing, knowing that the Kunping also belonged to the creator god realm. He awaited the moment when the two would become frenzied, possibly leading to mutual destruction. To strike with lethal precision. Indeed, it was a chance to eliminate not only Junlin but also the Kunping. The waters among the myriad races run deep. It is not a matter of shared sentiments or united fronts. Moo, a mighty bellow resonated. This being's true form was that of a blue bull, a prodigy of the 6th-ranked xianxia clan among all races. The name xianxia itself suggests immense power, capable of rending the heavens asunder. Xian, your audacity is commendable, a light chuckle echoed, as xianxia paused and turned towards the distance. A beam of light traversed the cosmos. Oh, it is Brother Jin and I. What piques your interest in this human? Xianxia remarked playfully, aware of the Jin and I clan's deep-seated animosity towards humanity, a grudge that has persisted since antiquity. The Jin and I clan ranks fourth among the 10 fiends, a notorious and violent race. Such a level of prodigy must possess a brain that is a significant boon. Jin and I gazed greedily at Junlin's head. I wonder if those three fellows will intervene. Xianxia whispered, glancing towards the edge of the universe. Those individuals are exceedingly proud. How could beings of the top 3 among all races condescend to hunt alongside us? Once I consume his brain, perhaps I can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Jin's eyes gleamed with ambition. Among the remaining beings of the myriad races, only a small fraction expressed willingness to engage against Junlin. The majority had been thoroughly intimidated and retreated from the area, fully aware that this location was about to transform into a battlefield. Chapter 103, The Buddha's Divine Palm? Remaining here would be tantamount to courting death. Roar. Whoosh. How dare you recklessly pursue enlightenment before me? Break. The Kunpeng, seeing that Junlin ignored his intentions, dove down like a blazing sun, aiming to strike him forcefully. It is well known that during the 5 paths period, one's senses are entirely sealed. The path to enlightenment and understanding is a rare opportunity, often elusive. Once interrupted, the journey of comprehension can lead to grievous injuries, or, in the most severe circumstances, a catastrophic backlash that annihilates one's essence, rendering one utterly powerless. At this moment, Junlin is enveloped in a radiant sphere of light, his eyes tightly shut. He tirelessly amalgamates various lethal techniques and supreme death methodologies, striving to synthesize them into a singular, coherent practice that embodies the quintessence of wisdom while discarding the dross. Boom. Junlin's corporeal form resembles a furnace, continually igniting and merging. The Kunpeng, indifferent to the unfolding events, transforms into a colossal sun, crashing down with tremendous force. Yet, an extraordinary phenomenon occurs. The vastness of the Kunpeng, spanning thousands of miles, shrinks as it descends upon Junlin, ultimately reducing to the size of a small bird upon reaching him. Alarmed, the Kunpeng attempts to break free, but regardless of how it invokes its secret arts, it remains ensnared, as if an unseen hand were pressing it firmly against Junlin's shoulder. Undisturbed, Junlin persists in his pursuit of enlightenment, while the Kunpeng's once piercing gaze softens, surrendering to its fate and settling peacefully upon his shoulder. What is that foolish Kunpeng doing? Tianxia inquires. Whatever its intentions, should we delay any longer, this human will surely succeed. If he perceives the path of invincibility before us, we shall all perish, Junlin declares, his eyes glinting with foreboding. Strike now. With a shake of his horn, Tianxia begins to charge, digging his legs into the ground to gather strength to disrupt Junlin's enlightenment. Roar! Junlin bellows skyward, his entire being crackling with violet lightning, each spark potent enough to rend the fabric of space. A colossal bolt of lightning hurtles toward Junlin. Get back! In an instant, the Kunpeng's eyes snap open, radiating fierce brilliance. It utters a single, chilling word before unfurling its wings, enveloping Junlin entirely. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the Kunpeng emanates an aura strikingly akin to that of Junlin. The path Junlin has grasped begins to assimilate the Kunpeng, imparting a trace of his enlightenment upon the majestic creature. Realized divine palm. After intercepting Junlin's lightning strike, the Kunpeng suddenly spreads its wings wide, which transform into 2 colossal hands that strike toward Junlin and Tianxia. How can this be? Both Junlin and Tianxia are taken aback. The Kunpeng's combat prowess is unfathomably greater than they had anticipated, far surpassing their own. It is him. They simultaneously turn their gaze to Junlin, pondering the nature of his enlightenment, which is so terrifyingly formidable. Merely a hint of it has enabled the Kunpeng to devise such a powerful technique. Yet, there is no time for further contemplation, as the Kunpeng's realized divine palm descends upon them. Roar! They shout in unison, striving to thwart the divine palm. Aware of its formidable strength, they are nonetheless unprepared for its overwhelming power. Even in their combined efforts, blood seeps from their corners of their mouths, their bodies racked with agony. After executing the realized divine palm, the Kunpeng resumes its meditation, refining the technique, for the essence of enlightenment surrounding Junlin continues to surge, bestowing upon him invaluable insights. Thud, thud, thud. The cosmos seems to tremble as powerful figures emerge from the distance. Although traversing the void, their presence feels as solid as walking upon land, each step resonating with palpable force. We cannot remain passive. If this human succeeds in his path to enlightenment, who will stand against him? Junlin, frothing at the mouth, gazes at the 3 formidable figures approaching. Indeed, these 3 are unparalleled prodigies, each a paragon of combat prowess. He acknowledges, they had previously believed they could defeat Junlin through sheer strength, a testament to their pride. However, now they are restless, questioning the nature of the enlightenment this human is pursuing. The aura of his understanding intensifies with every passing moment, and they can no longer afford to wait. If this continues, they will be rendered powerless. In other words, fear has taken root within them. My master is pursuing enlightenment. Step aside. The Kunpeng opens its eyes once more, casting a sharp gaze at the 3 powerful entities. Anger simmers within the Kunpeng. It can feel a fraction of the profound essence emanating from Junlin. Should it fully comprehend this wisdom, its power would increase exponentially. This is its opportunity. Yet, being repeatedly interrupted has tested its patience. I seek only to slay him. You may depart. One towering figure, nearly touching the heavens, addresses the Kunpeng with a dismissive tone. Heh, a prodigy of the Kunpeng clan. I have heard you have never taken a life. Today, you merely wish to contest with this human? Another mighty being observes. Indeed, the Kunpeng clan, known as Shijia, seldom resorts to violence, especially this generation's prodigies, who have never taken a life. The third powerful entity states coldly. Kunpeng, if you do not step aside, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. We may not be the overlords, but we have never fled from battle. The Kunpeng retorts defiantly. In that case, you shall meet your demise. We cannot allow this human to live. The three formidable beings prepare to strike. Boom. The Kunpeng detaches from Yi Junlin's shoulder, rapidly expanding to blot out the sky. Today marks the first battle of the realized divine palm I have comprehended from my master. The Kunpeng's colossal wings swell in the winds, transforming into two enormous golden hands that descend upon the three beings. Kunpeng, do not forget that even if your realm does not match ours, in a battle of equals, any one of us could easily crush you. The sky-eating beast scoffs. Is that so? The Kunpeng smirks. Devour the heavens, I command you. The sky-eating beast opens its massive maw, attempting to swallow one of the hands whole. Merely a trifle. It jeers, a smug expression spreading across its face. However, that smile begins to stiffen. What? The sky-eating beast's expression shifts dramatically. Its complexion flushes as it coughs up a mouthful of blood. The sky-eating beast, whose ancestors once boasted unparalleled glory in ancient times, now feels an explosive surge of energy wreaking havoc within its being. Although its realm is inferior to theirs, it is not to be underestimated. What path has this human truly grasped? The Kunpeng, having merely absorbed a trace, has become so powerful. Simultaneously, the prodigies of the Huoli and Songlong clans spring into action to intercept the realized divine palm. Their expressions grow grave. Everyone, unleash your most potent techniques. We must interrupt this human's enlightenment, or the consequences will be dire. Perhaps he will become the first to step into the ultimate realm after all these years. Previously, the Kunpeng would have fled at the sight of them, but now, disregarding speed, the Kunpeng, whose realm is inferior to theirs, dares to confront them head-on? Boom. The three formidable prodigies launched a direct assault towards Yi Junlin's position. Although Kunpeng possessed incredible speed and could effortlessly evade their attacks, if he chose to flee, these beings would be unable to keep up with him. However, should he abandon the fight, their onslaught would undoubtedly disrupt Yi Junlin's path to enlightenment, resulting in a catastrophic failure. Come on, I can take it, Kunpeng declared as he descended before Yi Junlin, determined to withstand the three attacks with his massive form. There was no alternative. Facing a being of a higher realm was manageable, but with all three attacking simultaneously, even he would suffer grievous injuries if struck. The flames of my Firely clan can incinerate all. Let us see how you defend. Firely sneered. It seemed there was nothing that could thwart them now. We should have chosen to ally with them against the human race from the outset. We have missed the prime opportunity, lamented some of the beings. If they had stood alongside the three powerful beings from the beginning, perhaps they could have garnered their favor. Even as followers, it would have been an unparalleled honor. I will come. Just as Kunpeng was gritting his teeth to withstand the assault, a voice resonated in his ear. Yi Junlin had completed his enlightenment, merging all his divine powers and techniques into a supreme, invincible method of his own. One punch shakes the myriad realms. Break, Yi Junlin uttered softly. Thud. In an instant, the attacks of the three formidable beings crumbled before the incredulous gazes of countless beings, as fragile as bubbles. The trio's expressions shifted dramatically, and they turned to flee. Realizing that this human had achieved enlightenment, remaining would be akin to courting death. They could not comprehend how others required at least a century to reach enlightenment, while the human had done so in the span of mere moments. The three beings scattered, transforming into streaks of light that vanished at the edge of the cosmos. One punch, a myriad of realms. One step, an entire universe. Yi Junlin remarked softly. He then took a step forward and unleashed his fist. With each step, the cosmos tilted, and the river of time halted. With each punch thrown, a being was sent hurtling backward, their bodies battered and pitifully damaged. Chapter 105, The Proclamation. The first Buddha of the world. He took 3 steps and delivered 3 punches, each merely a simple strike without exerting much force. How can you, who pride yourselves as the unparalleled prodigies of the ages, run away? Do you lack the courage to fight? Yi Junlin addressed the Azure Dragon, Fire Li, and the Devourer. At that moment, they were in tatters. Not only could they not fight, but even standing was a considerable achievement. Human race, we have lost. You may kill or humiliate us as you wish. However, if you intend to insult us, I assure you, that is impossible. The Azure Dragon declared resolutely, unwilling to yield. Those are your own words. I did not say that. Your Highness, the second prince, the Azure Dragon may choose death over submission, but I, the young leader of the Devourer, am willing to follow you. The Devourer said weakly. This human's seemingly casual punch nearly cost him his life. Devourer, you. The Azure Dragon exclaimed in disbelief. Their races had always been at odds with the human race. This was an irreversible fact. Yet now, the Devourer was eager to ally with humans, filling him with indignation. I, the young leader of the Firely clan, also wish to follow your highness, the second prince. Together, we shall strive, and the Firely clan will surely obey you in the future. Firely promptly declared his loyalty. Firely you. The Azure Dragon was utterly astonished. These two cowardly fools were a disgrace to their clan. You truly are the shame of your lineage. I must have been blind to regard you as brothers. To call yourselves unparalleled prodigies. Huh? Do you even deserve it? The Azure Dragon mocked disdainfully. A true man, born between heaven and earth, naturally possesses the ability to endure and adapt. Moreover, to follow your highness, the second prince, is our fortune. In the future, my Devourer clan shall surely rise to ancient glory under your leadership. The Devourer proclaimed with conviction. There is a saying, those who know how to recognize the times are true talents. Firely echoed. The human race now boasts an emperor and a first prince, naturally basking in unparalleled glory. Had they not witnessed Yi Junlin's talent, they might have resisted to the bitter end. However, the second prince's gifts and cultivation far exceeded their expectations, leaving them too intimidated to oppose the human race any longer, confident that their kin would not object. The Azure Dragon lineage is truly iron-willed. What a pity. Yi Junlin sighed, shaking his head. The Azure Dragon clan exemplified true resilience, yet it was misapplied. From the Azure Dragon's perspective, they were justified, but from the human perspective, they were in error. Whoosh! Yi Junlin flicked his fingers, and 3 calamity pills flew directly into the mouths of Kuanping, the Devourer, and Firely. Boom, boom, boom. 3 astonishing auras erupted from their bodies. Their wounds visibly healed at an astonishing pace, while their auras surged. Thank you, your highness, the second prince, for bestowing the divine pills. The Devourer and Firely exclaimed joyously, hastily transforming into human form and kneeling in reverence. The calamity pills would allow them to unconditionally elevate their realms by 1 tier and instill unwavering loyalty to Yi Junlin. From now on, you two shall serve as the guardian beasts of my heavenly court, Yi Junlin declared, gazing at Firely and the Devourer. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly, living up to our master. We shall not fail the heavenly court, they vowed. Kuanping, is your surname Xianxia? Yi Junlin inquired, looking at Kuanping. Yes, my lord. Kuanping replied respectfully. Yi Junlin furrowed his brow in contemplation. Xianxia had not been a surname in ancient times. Why would Kuanping bear the Xianxia name? Could it possibly be related to Shakyamuni Buddha? Yet, there was no mention of Shakyamuni Buddha in the ancient histories here. In fact, the Buddhist sect had yet to exist. Especially since Kuanping had never taken a life, these signs compelled Yi Junlin to ponder deeply. Why think so much? If there is no Shakyamuni Buddha, then I shall support one into existence myself. Yi Junlin suddenly smiled. Indeed, he could foster a Buddha of his own. He could become the true first Buddha of the world. Kuanping. Yi Tian called to Kuanping. My lord. Kuanping answered respectfully. From this day forth I, as the master of the heavenly court, proclaim you the first Buddha of heaven and earth, with the title Shakyamuni Buddha. Yi Junlin gazed at Kuanping with an earnest expression and declared, Kuanping, heed the decree. Kuanping. He bellowed. Boom. The fabric of this universe trembled, the void split apart, and a radiant beam of Buddhist light descended. This was the very first ray of Buddhist illumination in existence, cascading over Kuanping. Seated upon the ground, Kuanping brought his hands together, chanting an unnamed scripture, evoking a sense of tranquility and serenity. Simultaneously, the hair atop his head began to fall away, leaving him bald. His garments transformed into a monk's robe, while artifacts materialized from the ether, a grand seal and a demon-slaying pestle. Your mission has arrived, depart now. Yi Junlin instructed Kuanping. Amitba, young master, I take my leave to serve Shakyamuni. Kuanping joined his palms in reverence, radiating Buddhist light, bowed to Yi Junlin, and turned to depart. Chapter 106, Rebuke of Heaven. No one could have anticipated that the first Buddha, personally conferred by Yi Junlin, would one day attain such formidable power. The world is well aware of Shakyamuni Buddha's might, yet few comprehend that he serves Yi Junlin as his sovereign. The master possesses unparalleled gifts and commands the very laws of the universe. To seal the first Buddha in existence, recognized even by the heavens, was no small feat. As treasures like the demon-slaying pestle descended, the sky-swallowing beast remarked, the more one understands Yi Junlin, the more one perceives his terror. As for you, I spare your life this time, but should we cross paths again, I shall certainly slay you. Yi Junlin addressed the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon, a figure of strength, replied with a simple, thank you for your mercy, before vanishing into the depths of the cosmos, gravely wounded. Unbeknownst to Yi Junlin, From that moment forth, the Azure Dragon lineage would cease to manifest in the world as if they had never existed. How can there be an invincible law in this world? Only when I, Junlin, reign supreme. Junlin began to weave intricate seals with his hands. He extended his arms, fingers moving in a frenetic dance of creation. The complexity and obscurity of this grand seal were evident. Remarkably, Junlin did not draw upon even a hint of creative power. He merely crafted seals. Yet, this seemingly simple act triggered tremors throughout the universe. The void quaked, and the cosmos lamented. This was the unparalleled method derived from Junlin's enlightenment. A path of invincibility that belonged solely to him, one that could not be emulated by future generations. Boom. Who is awakening the Tao? What manner of law is this? The heavens trembled, the universe turned on its head, and countless eyes, like divine lanterns, opened in the depths of the cosmos, gazing in horror at a singular point. This was the ancient stellar path, home to numerous dormant powerhouses, possibly from different epochs. Those lingering on the ancient stellar path had either lost their minds or sought to carve out their own destinies. Regardless of their reasons, it was undeniable that they were all unparalleled prodigies, having existed in this celestial expanse for countless years, their cultivation unfathomably formidable. What a terrifying essence of the Tao. Who could it be? Some beings deeply entrenched in their cultivation awoke with dread. They had not stirred of their own volition, but rather were compelled awake by the overwhelming presence of Junlin's invincible Tao. All beings believed it must be an unparalleled genius grasping the Tao, not a newcomer. Is that you, Emperor Xianxia, who is comprehending the Tao? A powerful entity murmured, gazing into the distance as if perceiving the very laws of heaven and earth. Huang Feihu, once a renowned human prodigy, the son of the Azura demon, with the supreme body of the Taiyin and the supreme body of the Taiyang. Alongside countless other unrivaled talents of this era, who could possibly be grasping the Tao? Are they forging an invincible path in this world? But who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. Strong entities continued to speak. Having endured for far too long, they did not consider themselves vulnerable, nor did they believe they could be outmatched by mortals. I, Wang Tong, possess the stature of a sovereign. Regardless of who you are, you shall fall beneath my feet, boomed Wang Tong. The human prodigy recognized as the foremost genius millions of years ago, destined to reach the pinnacle of supremacy. At this moment, Junlin remained blissfully unaware that these beings had awakened due to his presence. The universe surrounding him had long since been devoid of life, all having retreated, not for any other reason than the overwhelming pressure emanating from this place. These beings stood at the cosmic edge, straining their vision toward Junlin. At this very moment, he was enveloped in tumultuous winds, thunder, rain, and lightning. The chaos obliterated the area around him. Such a sight was terrifying, akin to the creation of the world. As if annihilation itself were at hand. My Tao is not of the heavenly laws but transcends all paths, Junlin proclaimed. My law is not bound by worldly constraints. My law encompasses all. Boom. The heavens quaked, and the cosmos mourned. It seemed as though a sovereign was re-emerging to suppress all paths and laws. Rumbling, the heavens convulsed, and boundless dark clouds enveloped the universe. This is dire. The Master's Tao is too monstrous for this world to bear, invoking a cataclysmic thunderstorm. The sky-swallowing beast remarked solemnly. Ancient texts recount that some individuals and events are so extraordinary that their words manifest into reality. The heavens will not tolerate such audacity and shall eradicate it. The Master intends to trample upon all existence. This realm surely will not allow it. The celestial beast added gravely. Begone. I merely articulate my invincible Tao. Should you obstruct me, even if you are the heavens, you shall perish. Junlin's garments fluttered without wind, his eyes radiating brilliant light as he cried out. He dares to rebuke the heavens. An entity gasped in terror. Even supreme beings would not dare to reproach the heavens in such a manner. Yet Junlin not only dared but was prepared to act, for he saw no sign of the calamity clouds dissipating above him. His brow furrowed, indicating his true anger. Begone. Junlin transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the calamity clouds, one hand poised as a palm, the other clenched into a fist. Both hands traced unfathomable trajectories toward the storm. Boom. With a fist and a palm, the heavens were obliterated, the heavenly laws shattered, and the grand paths scattered. Then all vanished into the void. The myriad beings watching from afar were left in stunned silence. What had they witnessed? Someone dared to strike at the heavenly tribulation, to challenge the thunderous wrath, and ultimately emerged victorious? Was this something a mere mortal could achieve? Chapter 107. The Child of Great Fortune, Wang Tong. All beings were left in shock. This scene was utterly terrifying, far beyond their imagination. At this moment, a singular thought consumed them. This human must not be provoked, for dire calamities would surely follow. Boom. A resounding crash echoed. A vast wave of energy surged forth. That is the energy of battle, not far from here. Junlin stood atop the sky-swallowing beast's head, moving toward the source of the tumult. He could perceive that the surge of energy did not emanate from the newly arrived cultivators of the heavenly abyss. This fluctuation was far too potent. Certainly not emitted by beings who entered the heavenly abyss alongside Junlin. Wang Teng, do not overstep your bounds. My True Roar clan fears no enemies in this world. The ancient True Roar clan bellowed at Wang Teng. Is that so? At the most critical juncture of my ascendance into the Dao realm, you dare to assail me. Now that I stand at the Dao realm, I shall use you to test my combat prowess, Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Ah, what a bold Wang Teng. The True Roar was both angered and amused. Did Wang Teng truly underestimate him? To think he would use him as a sparring partner? What did he take him for? A mere whetstone? Wang Teng, it is well known that you, the pride of the human race, possess unparalleled talent, overshadowing all of your predecessors. You are a person of destiny, born under auspicious stars. I have long since entered the Dao realm. Today, I shall measure the worth of this human prodigy. The True Roar unleashed a torrent of radiant light from his mouth, resembling a scene of celestial beauty, yet it was fraught with peril. I have drawn upon the fortunes of heaven and earth since my youth. If I cannot attain the supreme sovereignty, what hope do you have? Wang Teng spoke with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, as if recounting a mundane affair. A large sword appeared in his hand, green and unmarked, appearing rather ordinary. With a mere flick, he sent forth a beam of sword light towards the True Roar. However, upon seeing the green sword in Wang Teng's grasp, the True Roar's expression shifted dramatically. This sword had been with Wang Teng since childhood, obtained when he accidentally stumbled upon an ancient relic. It was said to possess immense power, and its reputation was well known, forged by Wang Teng's own exploits. It must be said that the claim of Wang Teng being a child of destiny was not without merit, for there were times when his fortune was astonishingly favorable. Even stumbling upon a stone could yield treasures concealed by the earth. Wang Teng was indeed endowed with the potential for unrivaled supremacy. This phrase circulated widely, often tinged with sarcasm, yet for the current Wang Teng, it was a genuine acknowledgement of his formidable talent and fortune. Thus, in light of the reality, Wang Teng had every reason to carry himself with pride. After all, this grand era was one of breathtaking magnificence. The title of the foremost prodigy of the human race was not mere vanity, but a testament to his merit. Being the pinnacle of a race holds significant weight. Numerous self-proclaimed prodigies of myriad clans were awakening, and the opportunity for supremacy was manifest. This was enough to affirm that Wang Teng indeed possessed the capital for such audacity. Wang Teng, you truly live up to your reputation as the foremost prodigy of the human race, escaping my grasp before attaining the Dao. And now that you have reached the Dao realm, your combat strength is astonishing. The True Roar's face flushed, having just been struck by Wang Teng's sword. He found himself struggling to withstand the blow, having been in the Dao realm for many years. To be unable to defeat one merely entering the Dao was a bitter irony. Yet do not forget, according to the accounts of my clan's later generations, the true number one prodigy of the human race is no longer you, but the son of the human emperor, Yi Zhan. As for you, perhaps you have long been forgotten, ha ha ha. The True Roar laughed heartily. The emergence of an unparalleled prodigy among the human race was certainly not a sight the True Roar clan wished to witness. However, at this moment, finding a way to strike at Wang Teng was also a commendable choice. Your provocations are futile. I, Wang Teng, will carve my own path. Needing no one to proclaim me a prodigy before me, one punch will shatter your arrogance. Wang Teng spoke with ease, yet his words were laced with immense pride. What of the human emperor? What of Yi Zhan? Given sufficient time, surpassing him is merely a matter of time. Once I reach the ultimate realm, the paths of heaven and earth shall bow before my might. Wang Teng declared again, dismissing the human emperor and others from his thoughts entirely. In truth, deep within Wang Teng lay a staggering enigma, known only to him. He was aware of how smooth his future path would be. Having received the legacy of ancient powers since childhood, attaining the supreme realm was a trivial matter. His ambition was to reach the true pinnacle of existence. A thunderous roar drew the attention of both Wang Teng and the True Roar. The sky-devouring beast and the sky-splitting beast approached rapidly. Clap, clap, clap. Junlin stood atop the head of the sky-devouring beast, applauding. The sky-devouring beast, a formidable clan among the myriad races, willingly accepted the role of a steed for a human? The True Roar regarded the applauding Junlin with disdain. What do you understand? To follow the master is the supreme honor of my sky-devouring lineage. The sky-devouring beast retorted with a cold laugh. Being one of the top clans among the myriad races, it held no fear of the True Roar, particularly since there were elders of the sky-devouring clan present within the heavenly abyss. likely on par with the true roar in power. Of course, both he and the sky-splitting beast had already broken through to the Tao realm, thanks to the enhancement from the Calamity Pill, rendering them fearless. To be proud of such an association is truly disgraceful for the sky-devouring lineage. The true roar said dismissively, "For the sake of our shared kinship, leave this place at once, and I shall not pursue the matter further." At this moment, Wang Teng spoke, gazing at Junlin with a cold expression. Wang Teng appeared no more than 28 or 29, his demeanor icy to the extreme, seemingly devoid of interest in all things. This was a manifestation of his profound arrogance. Wang Teng sensed the formidable energy within this youth before him, far surpassing that of most creation gods. Yet, a creation god remained just that. In the Tao realm, he could easily vanquish a multitude with a single finger. Simultaneously, Junlin recognized that this human prodigy from an unknown era was indeed formidable, likely the strongest he had encountered since entering the heavenly abyss. His cultivation had certainly reached the Tao realm, and not a typical one at that. System check panel. Host, Junlin. Cultivation, creation god, 1,000 levels. 3,000 levels of creation correspond to the 3,000 avenues. Each level ascends to the heavens, and achieving full completion of the 3,000 grants mastery of the Tao. Talent. Secret techniques, self-created invincible technique, a punch that shakes the world, a step that alters the universe. Special physique, the strongest in the universe. Yi Clan's Tao body. I, too, recognize our kinship as humans. Should you choose to follow me, I can overlook your earlier disrespect towards the human emperor, Junlin said, equally cold as he regarded Wang Teng. This individual was indeed quite domineering. Despite just arriving, he had initially come merely to observe the spectacle. Who would have thought someone would dare to command him to leave? Had he always been so audacious? The sky-devouring beast gazed at Wang Teng as if discovering a remarkable new territory, astonished. Of course, he is unaware of the brilliance and might of the young master. The sky-splitting beast chimed in. Hey, do you believe in light? Suddenly, the sky-devouring beast asked Wang Teng, casting him a sidelong glance. You ignorant fool. Do not presume that subduing 2 beasts of the Tao realm grants you the audacity to stand against me. Such ignorance is laughable, Wang Teng remarked coldly. Roar. You are the true beast, and your entire family is comprised of beasts. The sky-devouring beast and the sky-splitting rhino immediately erupted in fury. How dare Wang Teng label them as beasts? Together? The sky-devouring beast inquired, glaring at Jinho. Very well, let us unite. Jinho, disregarding all else, knew that alone he could hardly hope to defeat Wang Teng, especially given the formidable treasures he wielded. This sword was merely one of them. A bunch of trash. Do you dare contend with the brilliance of the full moon? Wang Teng scoffed disdainfully. Roar. The sky-devouring beast was incensed. They were all prodigies of the same lineage, sharing the same realm. Why should he be so arrogant? While he acknowledged that disparities existed among prodigies, they were not insurmountable. Not everyone could be as monstrous as Junlin. The sky-devouring beast opened his enormous maw, revealing a gigantic black hole within, emanating an unparalleled force of suction, as if it could consume and annihilate all. This peculiar race, the sky-devouring beasts, possessed the unique ability to devour various energies and treasures, even the very elements of nature, transforming them into their own cultivation. Of course, a certain level of power was required. Otherwise, one risked self-destruction. Primal collision. The sky-splitting rhino, equally unwilling to back down, unleashed 2 columns of white vapor from his nostrils and stomped fiercely into the void, charging at Wang Teng. Heaven-shaking roar. Jinho also invoked the ancestral techniques of the true roar clan. With each roar, the heavens dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their radiance, culminating in a cataclysmic eruption of the cosmos. All 3 were prodigies of their races, any one of whom could shake the world. Yet today, they joined forces, indifferent to notions of fairness, fixated solely on the demise of their foe. At this moment, even Wang Teng, no matter how conceited, could not entirely dismiss the alliance of 3 supreme prodigies. Chapter 109. The green to extremes is quite annoying. This sword, known as the Green Rainbow, is a genuine ancient imperial sword. In my lifetime, I have wielded it with full force only twice. The first time, as a saint, I used the Green Rainbow to slay an existence at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. The second time, I withstood the peak of creation at the open heaven level and departed unscathed. Today marks the 3rd strike. I wonder if you can endure my full might? Wang Teng spoke with overwhelming confidence. Green Rainbow? I must inquire, brave prodigy, have you ever had a Tao partner? The sky-devouring beast asked, opening its mouth wide with mental inquiry. You, a beast, presume to question me? Wang Teng snorted coldly. The sky-devouring beast merely smiled. Without a hint of green atop your head, how can one expect to live well? It seems this once great prodigy Wang Teng is indeed a man beset by misfortune, perhaps betrayed by his own Tao partner? How piercingly accurate. I wonder, could it be that your eye-soul silver needle has faltered? The sky-devouring beast feigned curiosity once more. Wang Tung's countenance darkened with rage. What did the sky-devouring beast imply? To suggest he was akin to an ice-soul silver needle, inferior even to a golden needle mushroom? Such words struck at the very core of his deepest anguish. In truth, the sky-devouring beast had merely spoken thoughtlessly, yet it inadvertently struck a nerve. Indeed, Wang Tung, despite his prodigious talent since childhood, bore a fatal flaw. His lineage was akin to a mere silver needle. This was his perpetual torment. For years, he had sought to remedy this defect through every conceivable means. Yet all manner of heavenly treasures proved futile. It was as if the heavens had granted him unparalleled prowess and talent, but also bestowed upon him an indelible flaw. Once, he had been a dashing figure amidst a sea of flowers, even indulging in the pursuit of brides. However, that was contingent upon his exceptionalism and the recognition of his strength. It was until his centenary that he became infatuated with a young maiden, a truly beastly choice. At that time, he was known as Wu Yi. From then on, rumors circulated among cultivators that Wu Yi was plagued by the eye-soul silver needle, leading to mockery and derision. The Wu clan, in a furious response, swiftly silenced these slanders, eliminating countless cultivators in the process. Thus, Wu Yi transformed into Wang Tung, his name soaring in prominence among the myriad races. After that, Wang Tung underwent a transformation. He became indifferent to feminine allure, almost entirely disinterested. His character twisted under the weight of his past. Now, confronted by the sky-devouring beast's incisive words, he seethed with fury. Green rainbow, a single strike. Wang Tung's eyes ignited with a terrifying gleam as he unleashed a devastating sword strike. Instantly, a formidable sword intent tore through the cosmos, generating countless spatial storms. A blade of verdant brilliance surged toward the sky-devouring beast. Initially, Wang Tung had aimed at all three, but now his focus narrowed solely on the sky-devouring beast. Zhen Ho and the sky-splitting rhino's expressions shifted drastically. This sword intent was far more fearsome than they had anticipated. The sky-devouring beast momentarily swallowed its words. It had truly struck a hard surface this time. Zhen Ho's gaze flickered rapidly. He understood that this strike would inflict severe injuries, even if they united to resist it. Moreover, this attack was directed at the sky-devouring beast, not him. He had a chance to escape. His delusions of invincibility shattered. He did not wish to perish. With a roar, Zhen Ho turned and fled. The sky-splitting rhino was taken aback, then erupted in fury. "You coward, Zhen Ho of the True Roar clan. You dare to flee?" Infuriated, the sky-splitting rhino realized that their chance to fight back had been squandered. It was now solely up to him and the sky-devouring beast to withstand the onslaught. As they beheld the overwhelming green sword intent tearing through the void, both the sky-devouring beast and the sky-splitting rhino exchanged bitter smiles. They had been outmaneuvered by Zhen Ho, particularly as the overwhelming green light enveloped them. An unsettling sensation filled their hearts, as if this hue bore a deeper significance, casting their forms entirely in green. Where to flee? In the midst of his frantic escape, Zhen Ho suddenly heard a voice resound beside him. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end. Upon discerning the figure before him, he sighed in relief. Before him stood a human, blocking his path. Zhen Ho was colossal, akin to Mount Tai, while Junlin appeared as a mere ant upon that mountain, creating a stark visual contrast. "Human, how dare you, a mere creator deity, obstruct my path?" Zhen Ho sneered. "Very well. It has been ages since I've feasted on a human. You'll serve as my appetizer." With a wide-open maw, for menacing fangs appeared as imposing as 10 towering pillars. Chapter 110. A regretful encounter. Missing the chance to battle Yi Zhan. A nauseating stench emanated from the mouth of Zhen Ho. Yi Junlin frowned. To Zhen Ho, a mere creator god was inconsequential. With just a gentle inhalation, he could easily consume him. Truly repulsive, do shut your mouth. Yi Junlin flicked his right hand delicately, forming a graceful gesture. Whoosh. A beam of light shot directly towards Zhen Ho's jaw. Bang. Howl. Zhen Ho cried out in pain. Feeling his jaw had taken a severe blow, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Yet, his gaping maw promptly closed. "Human, you have successfully enraged me. A mere creator god possesses such combat prowess. I admit, I underestimated you, but are you prepared to endure my wrath?" Zhen Ho bellowed, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chattering incessantly, "Begone." Yi Junlin delivered a seemingly mundane punch against Zhen Ho's form. "Humph, my defenses are not something new." Zhen Ho's words were cut short as he felt a searing pain in his back, swiftly followed by the sensation of time and space rapidly retreating. It was not time and space that were reversing. Rather, he was sent flying by a punch, unable to halt his momentum despite his desperate attempts. He was horrified. How could a creator god possess such formidable power? Fear gripped him, a terror far more potent than that instilled by Wang Tong. But before he could ponder further, he was enveloped by a blinding green aura. Such a potent sword intent. How vividly green. Junho muttered to himself, his pupils rapidly dilating. A profound fear enveloped him. This was Wang Tong's sword intent, infused with rage, utterly unparalleled. At that moment, he was incapable of summoning his own strength to resist. He could only endure the onslaught. No, Junho warred. As he was mercilessly torn apart by the green sword intent, the swallowing beast and the cracking beast exhaled in relief. For Junho had absorbed 99% of the damage on their behalf. Meanwhile, Wang Tong gazed at Yi Junlin with a grave expression. The swallowing beast and the cracking beast flanked Yi Junlin, both aware of why Junho had shielded them from this blow. It was clear that Junho's actions stemmed not from a sudden moral awakening, but rather that Yi Junlin had effortlessly thrown him back to absorb the impact. Such combat prowess demanded respect, even from Wang Tong. Put away that green thing. It makes me uncomfortable, Yi Junlin remarked coolly, directing his gaze at Wang Tong. Who are you, and which ancient and immortal lineage do you hail from? Wang Tong inquired. This time, he refrained from attacking, sensing that Yi Junlin was a formidable adversary. Humph, the son of the human emperor is not someone you can question, the swallowing beast replied disdainfully, looking at Wang Tong. The son of the human emperor. Wang Tong's expression shifted, marking the first time in many years his demeanor changed. Wang Tong had gained fame even before Yi Zhan, who had yet to be born at that time. After entering the abyss of heaven, he learned of Yi Zhan from later arrivals. Yi Zhan had achieved renown at the age of 8 and ascended to the realm of the immortal emperor by the age of 15 or 16, a truly astonishing feat. Rumor had it that Yi Zhan was slain by an unexpected king-level warrior. Wang Tong's expression fluctuated. He could not discern the truth. Isn't the son of the human emperor, Yi Zhan, already dead, slain by an outsider years ago? Wang Tong questioned. Slain? That fool, the 8-headed serpent, dares to claim my brother's life? Yi Junlin scoffed. Your brother? You are not Yi Zhan. Wang Tong was momentarily stunned before exclaiming. What a pity, to miss the chance to battle the son of the human emperor. A regret in my life. Otherwise, I would surely know who truly stands as the foremost prodigy among the heavens. Wang Tong lamented. Uft, Wang Tong is it? Why are you so audacious? Can you teach me how to be as shameless as you? After all, I also wish to be as unrepentant as you. The swallowing beast burst into laughter. They had entered the abyss of heaven later, and before doing so, they had already heard that Yi Zhan was still alive. His cultivation unfathomably deep. Now, he was stationed alongside the human emperor in the abyss of heaven. And here was Wang Tong, daring to speak of battling the crown prince. What utter absurdity. Wang Tong's expression darkened, yet he refrained from immediate action. Son of the human emperor. Today I shall spare your life. You may leave. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Tong resolved to let Yi Junlin go. He recognized that he was not yet ready to confront the human emperor and needed time to grow. He did not wish to provoke the supreme being of the human emperor by killing Yi Junlin. Let me go? I believe you have misunderstood my words. I am saying you must either submit to me or face death. Yi Junlin replied directly. Of course, after seeing that green hue on you, I have no desire to take you as a subordinate. It irks me. Yi Junlin continued. Do not overstep your bounds. You must understand this is the abyss of heaven. Even if I were to kill you, the human emperor could not enter. Wang Tong retorted, his voice laced with coldness. Chapter 111. Wang Tong's gravity. This young man is rather overconfident. Isn't? What scenes has Wang Tong not witnessed? A mere youth dares to challenge him. Without the human emperor, what are you? You should be grateful to have been born in the human emperor's palace. Otherwise, with your pathetic self, how dare you stand before me and boast? Wang Tong coldly regarded Yi Junlin. Pathetic? Ha ha ha. It seems you've always been this bold. My master is merely in his 20s. Yet he has already attained the status of a creator god. When you were in your 20s, you likely didn't even know where to find a meal. This is truly laughable. You might as well go take a look in the mirror. You are nothing but a worthless creature. The swallowing beast taunted. What? In his 20s? Wang Tong was astonished. He had assumed Yi Junlin was at least several 100,000 years old. Yet the swallowing beast claimed he was only in his 20s? Cultivators could not be judged by their appearance. After reaching a certain level, some preferred to present themselves as elderly, while others favored a more youthful appearance. But Wang Tong could hardly believe that Yi Junlin was merely in his 20s. A creator god in their 20s, such a phenomenon had never been seen throughout history. Even a true-born supreme would not possess the cultivation of a sage at birth. Yet, even if one were born as a sage, it would be astonishing. Could it be that the human emperor's youngest child was born at the realm of creation? A chill ran down Wang Tong's spine. What manner of monster is this? No. This cannot stand. Such an existence must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, Even if one day I reach the supreme realm, this will always remain a threat. In an instant, Wang Teng transformed his initial apprehension into unwavering resolve. He was determined to eliminate Yi Junlin, for only in doing so could he secure his position in the future. Otherwise, given Yi Junlin's prodigious talent, he would undoubtedly become a source of endless calamity. What of being the son of the emperor? Fight! In my heart, I am invincible, and thus I am truly invincible. Wang Teng's entire being radiated an overwhelming aura. He unleashed the full extent of his cultivation at the heavenly Tao realm, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast awakening from slumber. Though the sky-swallowing beast often exhibited a loquacious demeanor, it now regarded Wang Teng with utmost seriousness. One must admit, this once celebrated genius of the human race, when fully committed, was indeed terrifying. Flash! Wang Teng declared coldly, harboring no underestimation towards his foe. The vibrant green rainbow unleashed a terrifying sword mark, stretching across billions of miles as it surged toward Yi Junlin with lethal intent. His physical form burned with an intensity akin to a furnace, his corporeal existence, unyielding. Destined for eternity, Yi Junlin erupted in blinding golden light. At that moment, he resembled a god of war traversing the mortal realm, exuding an aura of sanctity that was inviolable. It appeared as though his entire skin had transformed into a gilded hue, radiating an indomitable essence. A lowly realm is one thing, but to dare to withstand my green rainbow. In Wang Teng's eyes, even the formidable display of strength by Yi Junlin was still insubstantial. For even those of his own rank would not dare to confront his green rainbow, sword with their flesh. Thus, he scoffed, mocking Yi Junlin's arrogance and overconfidence. What of a mere creator god? No matter how formidable, it ultimately amounts to nothing. Lacking discernment, they inevitably return to dust. We cultivators are meant to defy the heavens. What of a creator god? Even a creator god can be vanquished beneath my fist. Yi Junlin remained indifferent, calmly raising his right fist and unleashing a tempestuous strike toward the green rainbow. This punch did not utilize his invincible fist of comprehension, but rather amalgamated various martial techniques from his past. Though it fell short of the invincible fist, it was nonetheless extraordinarily powerful. Boom! The void ruptured under the force of his punch, revealing a colossal fist. Flash! Wang Teng, though internally startled by the might of Yi Junlin's fist, maintained an impassive exterior. He recognized that he had severely underestimated the son of the emperor from the very beginning. This punch, whether in momentum or cultivation, had the capacity to reduce an ordinary heavenly Tao realm practitioner to mere pulp. Yi Junlin was defying the heavens, managing to withstand the heavenly Tao realm with the power of a creator god. It is crucial to understand the vast chasm that exists between the realms of creator god and heavenly Tao. It is not merely the disparity between a martial apprentice and a martial master. Such a gap is insurmountable. Yet, Yi Junlin had achieved it. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated as the fist met the green rainbow, creating a terrifying shockwave. Nearby celestial bodies erupted, resulting in a meteor shower that rained down indiscriminately. Wang Teng's expression grew increasingly grave. Even he, a prodigy, found this situation daunting. Once, he was the foremost genius of the human race, routinely engaging in battles across realms. However, as his cultivation deepened, battling beyond his level became increasingly arduous. In his past, when at the open sky realm, he had barely escaped after exhausting all his trump cards against the creator god. Chapter 112, The Chaos of the Ancient Emperor. He was once a universally acknowledged prodigy. But as he ascended, the disparities in realms became too vast to support further battles beyond his level. Yet, in Yi Junlin, he perceived the emergence of a being destined to transcend all epochs. A creator god capable of withstanding the heavenly Tao realm, and not just any heavenly Tao realm. For that sword had nearly obliterated an ordinary heavenly Tao practitioner. Yet, against Yi Junlin, it seemed to lack sufficient force. What other techniques do you possess? Unleash them all. This sword is insufficient. Yi Junlin gazed at Wang Teng with a calm demeanor, stating, to destroy a person, one must strike at the heart of their Tao. Once the heart is shattered, even heaven-bestowed talent is of no avail. I, Wang Teng, have never known defeat. I refuse to believe you are so powerful. No matter how great, you are merely a creator god. You have forced my hand. You have forced my hand. Wang Teng bellowed, his long hair cascading like a divine beast, his pupils glinting with boundless coldness. In that moment, Wang Teng underwent a profound transformation, becoming a terrifying entity. I have inherited the legacy of the ancient emperor. Chaos and upheaval, I alone reign supreme. Clang! With a sweeping motion, Wang Teng conjured a battle spear into his grasp. This spear shimmered with an eerie cold light, exuding an extraordinary presence. It was evidently a peerless treasure. Boom! Concurrently, a bronze war chariot materialized beneath Wang Tung's feet. This chariot was formidable, its aura capable of shattering the heavens. Particularly impressive were the engravings of various divine beings and demons from ancient times that adorned it, each of whom was a supreme being. These were the supremes slain by the ancient emperor, their souls sealed within the chariot. Even its mere presence was enough to intimidate other supremes. Although Wang Tung could not fully harness the chariot's immense power, it was more than sufficient to crush any opponent of his rank. The legacy of the ancient emperor, no wonder. Junlin nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The ancient histories of the myriad races recount the formidable reign of the ancient emperor, though the reasons for his eventual demise remain shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, his might is beyond question. At this moment, Wang Ting emanated a terrifying aura, coldly regarding Junlin. What of the son of the emperor? He had now revealed his most potent trump card. Even the son of the emperor would find himself tasting defeat. At worst, he would simply refrain from emerging from the abyss for some time. Even if the emperor were to learn of his slaying Junlin, he could not enter the secret realm of the abyss to eliminate him. Once he grew sufficiently powerful, he would emerge at his leisure, unafraid of the emperor. He could even ascend to become the new invincible emperor of the human race. Such treasures, even I am tempted. Truly, they are most covetous, Junlin remarked, gazing at the bronze war chariot and spear with a hint of admiration. He marveled at Wang Tung's generosity, presenting him with such a magnificent gift before his demise. He expressed genuine appreciation. Tempted? Are you delirious? Can you even consume it if given? Wang Ting nearly laughed in exasperation. Could Junlin not see that his demise was imminent? How could he still express such fondness for his chariot and spear? However, Wang Tung had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He needed to slay Junlin, and swiftly. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Go. Wang Tung thrust the battle spear toward Junlin. This spear was undeniably worthy of its title as a treasure, carving through the fabric of time itself. It caused the surrounding space-time to momentarily freeze, as it surged toward Junlin with unmatched force. First strike, tempest arises. Second strike, the earth rends. Third strike, heaven and earth obliterate. Fourth strike, eternity defies. Wang Tung roared. Boom. The war chariot also moved, albeit slowly, appearing almost like an elderly vehicle. It advanced with great difficulty. Yet it bore an invincible might. Wherever it passed, even the void was reduced to dust. The void could scarcely contain the war chariot, upon which the ethereal manifestations of ancient deities and demons seemed to stir as if coming to life, writhing with intent to strike down Junlin. A tremendous aura emanated from within the chariot, potent enough to astonish all races. Junlin furrowed his brow. It must be said that Wang Tung was extraordinarily fortunate to have acquired the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor, a figure renowned throughout history. Among the treasures of the Chaos Emperor, the battle spear and the war chariot were particularly famed. Yet, Junlin remained unfazed. Suddenly, a profound sigh resonated from within the spear. An ethereal figure emerged from it, a mere apparition that exuded an overwhelming aura of terror, suffocating in its presence. Wang Tung's expression shifted dramatically. Despite his years of fame, he had never suspected that his spear harbored such a spirit, an imprint of the Chaos Emperor himself. Fellow human, we should prioritize our kinship, the apparition spoke. I sense a familiar essence within you, old friend. Do you not wish to reveal yourself? The Chaos Emperor's gaze pierced through Junlin as if he could see into his very being. In that instant, Junlin felt a chill run down his spine. This apparition was formidable, and he could not guarantee his ability to withstand an attack. Although he possessed his own trump cards, they were merely adequate against Wang Tung. Suddenly, Junlin felt a stir within him, a realization dawning upon him regarding the old friend the apparition had referred to. It was the 10 Directions Towning Monument. Indeed, the stirring within him was unmistakably the monument preparing to confront the emperor. Wang Tung's mind was already churning with tumultuous thoughts. He had believed himself to be one with the spear and chariot, unaware that an imperial imprint resided within the spear. In an instant, he contemplated various possibilities. The most likely explanation was that the imperial imprint had yet to acknowledge him as its successor, hence its dormant state. Otherwise, even a mere imprint would have been sufficient to elevate him to greatness. After all, this was the Chaos Emperor, one of the most powerful beings in existence, with a level of cultivation unfathomable. My young friend, to have garnered his favor is a testament to your boundless potential, the imperial apparition remarked. A rare glimmer of appreciation evident in his eyes as he regarded Junlin. Wang Tung, on the other hand, was seething with resentment. He was the rightful heir to the emperor's legacy, yet the emperor praised his adversary. However, he dared not express any bitterness or resentment, bowing his head deeply while his eyes burned with malice. Buzzing. Before Yi Junlin could utter a word, a crystalline tablet floated forth from his being. Though small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, it emanated a weighty aura capable of altering the very fabric of reality, a power Yi Junlin had previously overlooked. Chaos Emperor, it has been far too long. A deep voice resonated from the 10 Directions Towning Monument. Subsequently, a commanding figure emerged. Indistinct in form, yet evoking a palpable thrill. Even you have fallen, celestial battle god? The Emperor remarked, a hint of nostalgia lacing his voice. The battle of Ur was indeed devastating. I too barely escaped calamity. Countless mighty beings perished, and I managed to cling to existence, lingering as a remnant soul within the Towning Monument. Alas, my friend, you are but an imprint now? Ha! Celestial battle god, what joy is there in life? And what fear in death? The Emperor laughed heartily. Yi Junlin and Wang Teng stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the exchange between these two figures. The only clue they had was the ancient battle in which both had perished. I had thought this imprint would never awaken again. Yet the essence of an old friend has roused it, the Emperor said, gazing at the celestial battle god. My remnant soul has drifted aimlessly within the 10 Directions Towning Monument for countless epochs, and under the guidance of fate, I have come to this young friend. This young one is truly remarkable, rivaling the heroes of the ancient era, even surpassing them, not merely in talent. The celestial battle god smiled warmly at Yi Junlin. Moreover, I have recently learned that the ancient aberrations have yet to awaken. They still have time to grow. His expression turned serious. Ancient aberrations. The Emperor's eyes flared with murderous intent, a killing aura that made Yi Junlin feel as insignificant as a mayfly in a vast ocean, easily crushed by the smallest wave. The current human emperor, your father, must possess some understanding of the hidden truths. Otherwise, those external foes could never withstand him. The reason he hesitates to tread beyond the abyss is likely due to the impending awakening of the ancient aberrations. The celestial battle god spoke with an unyielding tone. Yi Junlin trembled at the revelation, recalling his father's words. Their enemies were far more formidable than mere night deities. The true threat lay in the ancient aberrations. The thought of this wretched race being resurrected filled him with a fierce desire for vengeance. Alas, celestial battle god, I shall not have the opportunity to wage war again. But you do. You still harbor a remnant soul. While resurrection may be a distant dream, it remains a possibility. When the time comes, you must eradicate the aberrations. The Emperor's eyes ignited with brilliant light as he spoke to the celestial battle god. Their lives had been consumed by battle, not solely for humanity, but for all races. Alas, old friend, this farewell may be eternal. We shall no longer fight side by side. How tragic, how lamentable. The celestial battle god mourned. Though we live in an era of great upheaval, the number of true prodigies capable of rising is woefully scant, far inferior to the ancient times. Yet, I see hope in this young friend, a chance to triumph over the ancient aberrations. I am willing to place my faith in him. The celestial battle god turned his gaze towards Yi Junlin. Regrettably, Wang Teng possessed remarkable talent, but was overly arrogant and obstinate, a great talent squandered. The Emperor directed his attention towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood seeping forth. In truth, the Emperor had once considered taking him as a disciple, but his past behavior had extinguished that notion. He had never revealed himself until awakening upon encountering the celestial battle god. My young friend, the safety of the myriad realms now rests upon your shoulders. The Emperor declared gravely, locking eyes with Yi Junlin, who stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the weight of such a responsibility. It is evident that these two figures were renowned giants of the ancient era, true paragons of power, yet they ultimately met their demise. What does this signify? The ancient aberrations were formidable, although the ancient texts do not chronicle their might. It seems these great beings wished to keep the true horrors awaiting humanity shrouded in secrecy. In retrospect, the previous extraterrestrial invaders were but trifles. The so-called aberrations are the paramount concern. Yi Junlin made no promises, nor did he weigh the pros and cons. Much like the invasion from beyond, he would rise to usher in prosperity for humankind whenever the need arose, ensuring peace across the realm. Should the aberrations ever awaken, he would step forth, not at the behest of the Emperor or the celestial war god, but out of his own volition. Why him? Why not me? I too possess exceptional talent, my cultivation progressing at an astonishing rate. I deem myself no inferior to any. At this moment, Wang Teng clenched his teeth, his eyes aflame with fury, roaring in anguish. All of this should have been his. The Emperor and the Celestial should have been addressing him with kindness, rather than pleading before Yi Junlin. He could not accept this. Why should it be so? Everything was rightfully his. Was it all preordained? Was he merely a temporary vessel? From the day he received the inheritance, had it already been decided that he would relinquish it? This is indeed a profound sorrow, a stark indication of the doubts cast upon him, suggesting he would never achieve greatness. Looking back, what was his former pride? Merely a heap of folly. What merit did he possess to be proud? Wang Teng was driven to madness. Alas, what a pity, such a promising seed wasted. The emperor shook his head, remarking that Wang Teng's temperament was gravely flawed. Despite possessing remarkable talent, what good is it if one's nature is so lacking? Such individuals may be termed confidently ambitious. Yet in less flattering terms, they would do anything to bolster their own strength, embodying extreme arrogance. What a shame. A promising seed? Throughout this ordeal, you have remained ensconced in your own ambitions. Where were you when I sought your guidance? Everything that has transpired is your doing. You, who claim to be the emperor of humankind. Wang Teng bellowed, directing all blame towards the emperor. Did I not warn you? Think back to the time of selecting a consort, the emperor replied, utterly disappointed in Wang Teng. Had Wang Teng possessed the wisdom to amend his ways and become Junlin's follower, even at the cost of his own pride, he might have secured his life. Yet, he steadfastly believed he was in the right. Suddenly, Wang Teng recalled a monumental voice echoing in his mind during the consort selection, urging him to desist from indulging in carnal desires and to refrain from coercing female cultivators, lest he face dire consequences for his misdeeds. Such a voice had also arisen during the massacre of cultivators by the Wu family. However, Wang Teng had paid it no heed. The Wu family, due to Wang Teng's heinous crimes, may not have their transgressions recorded, yet they linger in the hearts of the people. The once immortal Wu family has lost the people's trust. Perhaps calamity awaits them in the near future. I will not yield. Wang Teng howled skyward, demanding retribution. Even without a weapon in hand, I, Wang Teng, remain invincible, surpassing all ages. I, Wang Teng, shall ascend above all realms, becoming the most exalted, eternal existence. You shall tremble beneath my feet, groveling. At this moment, Wang Teng had descended into madness, his screams echoing in the void. Alas, the emperor regarded Wang Teng with a shake of his head. Ah, the emperor. You need not feign sorrow. From the very beginning, you never truly regarded me as your successor, did you? Why the charade? Wang Teng, incensed by the emperor's apparent pity, felt fury surging within him. My dear friend, I hope, as you stated, to forge an everlasting era not just for humanity, but for all cultivators, ushering in peace across the cosmos. Humanity shall reign supreme. These two artifacts shall henceforth belong to you. I trust you will treat them with care. You have forged your own path. My techniques are not suited for you, yet I leave them to you in hopes you will find my true successor. The emperor disregarded Wang Teng's outburst, sighing as his ethereal form melded into the artifacts. A resonant hum echoed as the artifacts trembled violently, for they understood their master had utterly vanished. Henceforth, the world would know no emperor. Chapter 115, Despairing Wang Teng. They mourned, they reminisced, yet could not deny the loss of their former companion. From this moment onward, they had a new master, Junlin. The bronze chariot and spears circled around Junlin, weeping. Rest assured, I shall lead you to the pinnacle of supremacy. In time, you shall become the revered divine weapons worshipped by all. Junlin spoke softly. Celestial war god. You too should return. Should I discover a method to restore your corporeal form, I shall certainly endeavor to do so. Junlin addressed the lingering remnant of the celestial. The ancient one replied, I shall await your good tidings, young friend, before vanishing into the 10 directions celestial steel. At this moment, Wang Teng was consumed by rage. He had once regarded the two artifacts as mere tools, entirely unaware of their sentience. Of course, any quality artifact at the level of a divine emperor could possess consciousness. However, Wang Teng had believed they were merely composed of excellent materials, devoid of awareness. Today, he realized that his greatest opportunity had merely been to serve Junlin. He was but a porter. Kill. Wang Teng charged towards Junlin. However, stripped of the spear and chariot, he was no match for Junlin. Even the green rainbow could not breach Junlin's defenses. Soon, we shall meet again. Wang Teng unleashed his most powerful strike before turning to flee into the depths of the cosmos. Indeed, this was merely a ruse. What a jest! For his hidden cards now lay in Junlin's possession. What could he use to resist? Simultaneously, the two transcendent artifacts awakening their consciousness was utterly terrifying. As long as Wang Teng retained his sanity, he would make the right choice. His hatred for Junlin was genuine, a relentless, unyielding hatred. Yet, he valued his life greatly. After all, once the halo of being the foremost prodigy faded, his achievements would not be limited to the realm of the Tao. If he could ascend to the divine sovereign realm, what did it matter if Junlin possessed artifacts surpassing that level? Their true power could not be unleashed. Yet, he had forgotten that Junlin, at merely 20, was already a creator deity. Son of the emperor? Wait for me. Wang Ting laughed maniacally, transforming into a streak of light, disappearing into the cosmic abyss. Attempting to flee? You shall not escape. Yi Junlin effortlessly erased Wang Tung's assault with a mere flick of his hand, then stepped forth. Instantly, the cosmos, the heavens, the earth, the sun, and the moon seemed to reverse, and the very fabric of reality was upended. This was the swiftness that belonged to Yi Junlin, a manifestation of the profound abilities he had gleaned from the Kunpeng lineage. Each step he took reshaped the universe. While he appeared to move at a leisurely pace, an inexplicable aura radiated from him. This was the essence of the Tao, entwined with the principles of time and space. Wang Tung was struck with terror. This was the first time he had witnessed the sheer velocity of Yi Junlin, a mere cultivator at the creation god level, yet his combat prowess was enough to instill fear in those like Wang Tung, who stood at the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao. How could someone so formidable possess such terrifying speed? What manner of monster was this imperial prince Yi Junlin? Wang Ting found it difficult to comprehend, yet he had no time to ponder further, for Yi Junlin was already standing before him. Panic surged through Wang Tung's mind as he contemplated escape. Stripped of his spear and bronze war chariot, he was left bereft of his trump cards. Yi Junlin was simply too fearsome. He felt utterly outmatched. No escape for you today, Yi Junlin declared, raising his right fist slowly. To the untrained eye, there was no trace of energy emanating from it. Indeed, Wang Tung perceived it to be no different from the fist of an ordinary mortal, so unremarkable it appeared. However, when Yi Junlin unleashed that punch, everything transformed. This was no mere blow. It resonated with the profound truths of the universe, as if elucidating the simplicity of the Tao. Though it seemed plain and unadorned, it concealed an overwhelming might. Wang Tung's expression shifted drastically. This was the first time he had truly felt the horror of Yi Junlin's power. Previously, he had withstood a strike from Yi Junlin, dismissing it as a result of sheer physical strength. Perhaps it was merely a potent technique or an innate supreme constitution. Now, he comprehended that Yi Junlin's unparalleled might extended beyond mere physicality. His speed and offensive capabilities were likewise matchless. This punch was inescapable. This punch was unavoidable. It heralded his despair, for he realized he lacked the capacity to withstand such an unparalleled assault from Yi Junlin. What appeared deceptively simple was, in fact, the embodiment of Yi Junlin's invincible Tao. So it was you who comprehended the supreme path not long ago. How foolish I was. How mistaken I was. How could it have been you? Wang Ting laughed maniacally. In that moment, he understood that the true fool was he. Chapter 116, Emperor Shitian, Huang Feihu, and Lan. Those who could grasp their own invincible path possessed talents equal to his own. He had no notion of how long he had lingered in this starry expanse. Yet he had failed to discern his own path. Now, Wang Tung was engulfed in utter despair, aware that evasion was futile. The jester had always been himself. How tragic. How ludicrous. What talk of an invincible path? What talk of invincible stature? Wang Tung's voice eventually faded into silence amidst the ancient pathways of the cosmos. Yi Junlin recognized that his journey was far from over. Merely within the first city of the myriad races did he encounter such formidable prodigies. What sort of extraordinary individuals awaited him further down the road? He remained uncertain, yet he held a fierce confidence, one that stemmed not solely from the system and artifacts, but from within himself. Particularly after learning of the otherworldly demons, he understood that his adversaries were far more powerful than the likes of the night deity. Yi Junlin had a long road ahead, of that there was no doubt. How curious, where has everyone gone? He mused while standing atop the head of the devouring beast. He had distinctly sensed several auras, not inferior to Wang Tung's, rising during his enlightenment, yet now they had vanished without a trace. Yi Junlin wandered aimlessly through the ancient paths of the cosmos, not seeking anything in particular, merely hoping to gather a few followers as aides. After all, undertaking everything alone was exhausting. Yet now, these beings had seemingly vanished one by one, a prospect Yi Junlin had not anticipated. Goodness, it's astonishing. Wang Tung has actually been defeated? A young man with a bushy beard, standing at the entrance of the second city of the myriad races, expressed his astonishment. Upon receiving the news, he had immediately departed the ancient path of the cosmos to arrive at this city. Those of their ilk, renowned throughout history, invariably attracted loyal admirers. The moment Yi Junlin obliterated Wang Tung, they had received word. None of them knew that Yi Junlin had entered the abyssal secret realm. They presumed he, like them, had entered eons ago. Some even speculated that Yi Junlin was a humble figure, perhaps unremarkable in appearance and talent, who had merely acquired some exceptional inheritance along the ancient path, allowing him to grasp the Tao before them. Yet that Tao was terrifying indeed. Emperor Shitian, I never expected you'd also arrive at the second city. Suddenly, a voice boomed in the bearded youth's ear. A tall, brooding young man materialized before Emperor Shirtian. Smiling as he spoke, Huang Feihu, spare me your ghostly grin. Your ominous presence unsettles me, Emperor Shirtian retorted. Huang Feihu resembled a humanoid entity, sharing many traits with the human race, yet he was suffused with an eerie aura that sent shivers down one's spine. As a ghostly cultivator, he had once been human, but after an inexplicable transformation upon death, he had become a ghostly being. Within him, a new soul had been birthed, and the original Huang Feihu had long since perished. Ha ha ha, Emperor Shirtian, do you not boast of being equal to Wang Teng? Is not your celestial race perpetually proud? Do you not refuse to lower your noble head to mere mortals? Huang Feihu grinned ominously. Now is a splendid opportunity. Should you manage to slay the being that vanquished Wang Teng, I, Huang Feihu, would gladly acknowledge you as the foremost among all races. The true first of the myriad races. Emperor Shirtian's fury ignited, his hair standing on end. Huang Feihu harbored ill intentions, seeking to lead him to his doom. What folly! That being had effortlessly slain Wang Teng with a single punch, a testament to its might. It was precisely due to such strength that these ancient prodigies had vacated the accursed ancient path of the cosmos. They feared encountering Junlin, terrified that their indomitable spirits would shatter. Now, having distanced themselves from the ancient path, they still held hope for resurgence. Yet the cursed city gate, when would it finally open? Countless beings lingered outside, and mounds of earth dotted the landscape, which were not mere heaps of dirt, but concealed cultivators, shrouded in dust, appearing as lifelike stone sculptures. Humph! How utterly disgraceful it is that a mere being can instill such fear in you, came a voice laced with disdain. At that moment, a cluster of dirt mounds near Emperor Shirtian and Huang Feihu began to crack, releasing a cascade of dust. From within emerged a young man clad in azure attire, his countenance exuding arrogance, with sharp brows and bright eyes that radiated an air of supreme confidence, surpassing even Wang Teng. You are Anlin, Emperor Shirtian exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The ancestral figure of the eternal family, Anlin. Chapter 117, The Unpredictable Emperor Shirtian. How can this be? How can it be Anlin? Huang Feihu stammered in disbelief. All beings present were rendered speechless. Had it not been for Emperor Shirtian's own declaration, none would have dared to believe it. Is it truly Anlin? This Anlin is a legendary figure. Even among the human race, he holds great significance. A being remarked in awe. When discussing Anlin, one cannot help but recall the monumental events of antiquity. In the past, the eternal family did not include the Anlin clan. A being stated solemnly. Yet, at some unknown point, a young man named Anlin rose to prominence within mere billions of years, becoming known to all races. In just a few 100 million years, he single-handedly led his family to unparalleled glory. The Anlin clan was once the foremost among all eternal families, immensely powerful. However, after the Anlin clan had solidified its position, Anlin made a momentous decision. Having ascended to the pinnacle of the supreme realm for many years, he found himself unable to take that final step. Thus, Anlin resolved to nullify all his achievements and start anew. He succeeded, living a second life, shedding his past and exhibiting an even greater talent than before. If Wang Teng possessed the stature of a supreme, Anlin's ascension to that realm was an undeniable certainty, without doubt, without difficulty. All beings present believed this wholeheartedly. They had heard of Anlin's illustrious name. He was a legendary figure, a true powerhouse, and undoubtedly ruthless. His cultivation had reached a level that many beings could only dream of achieving in their lifetime, the supreme realm. Yet, Anlin was not content with the status quo. He perceived flaws within himself, which had hindered him from breaking through the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Thus, he made a bold decision to shed his divine fetus and cultivate a new one within himself. Once this divine fetus was born, the original Anlin would sever all ties with his previous path, merging entirely with the new entity. With the emergence of this divine being, who could rival him? Indeed, Anlin succeeded, and now he traversed the enigmatic abyssal realm solely to uncover its hidden secrets. One cannot help but admire his audacity. The birth of a divine fetus equated to a complete rebirth, akin to all cultivators starting anew. This was fraught with peril, as unrefined prodigies hardly qualify as true geniuses. Despite Anlin's previous status as an ancestral figure, he could not escape the determination of others to eliminate him. Yet, Anlin persevered and achieved legendary status. Oh, it is Brother Anlin who is here in contemplation. I fear we have intruded, Huang Feihu said, clasping his fists respectfully. In this life? Referring to Anlin as brother was entirely fitting. Huang Feihu, feeling wary of Anlin, prepared to withdraw from the area, for Anlin's renown had long preceded him, and he could sense the depths of Anlin's cultivation eluded him. Do you admit your own impotence? Even an inconspicuous junior can instill such terror in you. Tell me, Do you regard yourselves as worthless? Anlin remarked coldly, eyes fixed on Huang Feihu and Emperor Shitian. Throughout this exchange, Emperor Shitian remained silent, his gaze as calm as an ancient well, seemingly unfazed by Anlin's words. This surprised Anlin, though only momentarily, as he understood that in the face of absolute power, both schemes and strategies were mere illusions, posing no threat to him. Sometimes, when the winds blow too fiercely, one's tongue may slip, Emperor Shitian replied slowly. A tremor coursed through the assembled beings. What was Emperor Shitian doing? Was he declaring war on Anlin? No one anticipated that Emperor Shitian would dare confront Anlin head-on. This was uncharacteristic of him. Such audacity. I find myself beginning to admire you. If you would consider becoming my subordinate, I might spare you, Anlin said, a mocking glint in his eyes. However, should you refuse, perhaps reincarnation would serve you best. Anlin merely, a prodigy reborn. I, Emperor Shitian, am eager to ascertain the extent of your prowess, he replied, his demeanor unyielding. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, witnessing such an assertive side of Emperor Shitian for the first time. Previously, he had appeared shaken by Anlin's presence, yet now he exhibited a complete transformation. Emperor Shitian, the pride of the celestial race, today this pride shall be extinguished, Anlin said, his expression icy as he regarded Emperor Shitian with a derisive smile. Whether it extinguishes or not is not for you to declare. I detest your kind of demeanor, Emperor Shitian retorted with sudden ire. Chapter 118. The battle between Emperor Shitian and Anlin. Anlin was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected such crude language to escape Emperor Shitian's lips. Yet, Anlin felt no anger. He merely perceived Emperor Shitian's impatience. Moreover, why would Anlin bother to engage with someone he deemed near death? I hope your cultivation is as sharp as your tongue, Anlin replied coolly. If it is war you seek, let us engage. Spare me your superfluous words. Do you presume that the once renowned Anlin would rely solely on bluster? Emperor Shitian barked defiantly. The surrounding beings were rendered speechless. They could scarcely believe that Emperor Shitian would truly challenge Anlin. Is this truly Emperor Shitian? The previous one, despite his remarkable talents, never exhibited such arrogance. He was always a humble presence. What has prompted this challenge? Some beings queried in confusion. The former Emperor Shitian was known for his amiable demeanor, a quintessential good-natured figure who never instigated conflict. This new Emperor Shitian appeared to be an entirely different individual. Bold indeed. It has been many years since anyone dared to provoke me. You are the first in all these years. I shall suppress my realm and engage you in battle. I, Anlin, will demonstrate what it means to be invincible at the same tier. In this world, my tranquility signifies eternity. With each step upon the path of reincarnation, a bowing head grants the promise of everlasting life. I, Anlin, am destined to be invincible, both in heaven and on earth. No one can rival me, Anlin declared in a low voice. Soon, two luminous orbs began to coalesce in Anlin's left and right hands. In his right hand, a radiant spear, the Crimson Spear, exuded a destructive power that seemed to consume the very essence of annihilation. In his left hand was an indomitable shield, shimmering with an immortal glow, appearing utterly unbreakable. These were the renowned artifacts of Anlin's predecessor, the Crimson Spear and the indestructible shield. Having successfully reincarnated and recultivated, these formidable tools now belonged to Anlin. It was evident that Anlin was prepared to engage in earnest. A gasp of astonishment escaped the lips of the spectators. They understood that battles among the elite rarely occurred without the use of artifacts. Unless both parties were masters of physical cultivation, it would be challenging to determine a victor. Crimson Spear, indestructible shield. Anlin, you indeed hold me in high regard, mocked Emperor Shitian with scorn. He scoffed at the notion of a fair duel, suggesting that merely revealing one's supreme artifact constituted the essence of the challenge. Who among peers could withstand a supreme artifact with bare hands? While its full power may not be unleashed, even a fraction of it could render these Tao realm powerhouses to ashes. Is there truly any fairness in the realm of cultivation? How absurd, Anlin replied coldly. He was prepared to strike. Anlin, this is precisely why you can never ascend to the grand stage. When will you shed your shamelessness? Emperor Shitian chastised without reservation. Boom. Do you think you alone possess a supreme artifact? Supreme sword, soul devourer. The crowd gasped in shock. Emperor Shitian had concealed his power well. He too possessed the supreme artifact, the soul devourer's sword. This revelation was entirely unprecedented. A beam of sword light illuminated the area outside the second city, its brilliance dazzling enough to eclipse countless celestial bodies. Even the beings within the unyielding city gates were taken aback. A multitude of cultivators appeared upon the city walls, their expressions etched with horror. Fighting and killing were prohibited outside the city, yet in the face of such overwhelming might, the city guards dared not intervene. They could only watch as the two engaged in battle. A fair duel? Huh. Anlin was determined to see it through. Emperor Shurtian laughed heartily before cleaving towards Anlin with his sword. Humph, what does it matter if you wield a supreme artifact? I, Anlin, am unparalleled among my peers. And soon I shall reign supreme over the world. Anlin retorted with a cold snort, entirely unperturbed. Soul Devourer. Emperor Shurtian became serious, without earnestness. He would find himself impaled by Anlin's crimson spear. Indestructible shield. Anlin shouted, raising his shield to parry the incoming blow. Simultaneously, his crimson spear thrust, slashed, and pierced with fervor. The clash between the two was intensely fierce. In an instant, countless rifts in the fabric of reality emerged, and spatial storms raged uncontrollably. Numerous celestial bodies could not withstand the onslaught and exploded into nothingness. Ultimately, blood trickled from the corner of Emperor Shurtian's mouth. He had sustained significant injury. After all, Anlin's indestructible shield could absorb his attacks, yet his defenses could not withstand the onslaught of the crimson spear. Anlin's arm bore only a superficial cut, merely tearing his sleeve without touching his flesh. Nevertheless, his expression darkened. For the first time in many years, his garments had been rent by another's hand. He was accustomed to absolute domination, yet now he found himself unable to overwhelm. Chapter 119. The Hidden Emperor Shurtian. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Although this was a battle between peers, Anlin wielded two supreme-level artifacts. One observer remarked, though he did not dare voice it outright. Even so, Anlin's countenance grew increasingly grim. The so-called battle of equals. If he refrained from employing or used only one supreme artifact, he might not stand a chance against Emperor Shurtian. Heavens, all these years. Emperor Shurtian has concealed his true power. He is not inferior to a reincarnated cultivator like Anlin, one being exclaimed in astonishment. This outcome was entirely unforeseen. They had anticipated Anlin to dominate Emperor Shurtian effortlessly, yet the reality was starkly different. Furthermore, they had never heard of Emperor Shurtian possessing the Soul Devourer's sword. However, among some powerful beings, a shiver of dread coursed through them, as though they had grasped a great terror. This suggested that previously, Emperor Shurtian had either never utilized the Soul Devourer's sword, or that those who had witnessed him wielding it had met their demise. They leaned towards the latter possibility. For those who had reached this point in their cultivation bore the weight of much bloodshed. At this moment, Anlin's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Emperor Shurtian's combat prowess exceeded his expectations. Anlin even pondered that in a true contest without any artifacts, he might very well be defeated. This thought sent a tremor through Anlin's heart. He promptly cast such notions aside. Who was he? He considered himself a peerless young prodigy of the ages. How could he entertain the idea of being inferior to Emperor Shurtian? Such thoughts were perilous, threatening to dismantle his invincible spirit and path. Beside him, Huang Feihu was rendered speechless, scarcely believing his eyes. The once later Emperor Shurtian could contend evenly with Anlin. Though Emperor Shurtian's sleeve was torn, he bore no wounds. Who was Anlin? A figure of unparalleled renown throughout history. Was this truly the Emperor Shurtian he once knew? Huang Feihu found himself in a daze. Previously, he had regarded Emperor Shurtian merely as a celestial being among the foremost prodigies of the Tianren race. Huang Feihu too was no slouch. Being the foremost prodigy of the underworld, he was humble and easy to approach, yet now he realized that all of it had been an illusion. A shocking revelation that left him stunned. The fool was none other than himself. Today, you shall perish. Anlin's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Should Emperor Shurtian survive this day, it would deal a grievous blow to Anlin's reputation. After all, he was a supreme reincarnator. If he were to be outdone by these younglings, it would be a source of mockery. He would undoubtedly become the focal point of ridicule among countless beings, a fate Anlin would never allow. Emperor Shurtian offered no response, his expression as placid as still water as he regarded Anlin. Anlin furrowed his brows slightly, detecting an unusual aura in the air. Yet, he could not pinpoint the exact peculiarity. Nevertheless, he was certain that his sixth sense was infallible. In the past, this intuition had allowed him to evade numerous life-threatening predicaments. Thus, Anlin resolved that he must not allow D. Shurtian to escape today. Otherwise, the repercussions would be dire. His murderous intent intensified fervently. Let us engage in battle. D. Shurtian proclaimed assertively, his eyes devoid of any trace of fear, filled instead with boundless mockery. This is splendid. If I could recruit you as a subordinate warrior, it would be most advantageous. At that moment, Yi Junlin, standing atop the Tian beast, emerged from the void and addressed D. Shurtian softly. Curiosity adorned Yi Junlin's visage. For with his 10,000 supreme eyes technique, he could discern the essence of all things clearly, provided the disparities in cultivation were not vast. D. Shurtian intrigued him, as he had uncovered certain truths. It is you. Huang Feihu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared incredulously at Yi Junlin. The imagery relayed by their subordinates revealed that it was indeed this individual who had shattered Wang Teng with a single punch, an act of sheer brutality and terror. Di Shitian's expression shifted subtly. It was apparent he recognized Yi Junlin as well. The combat prowess of this young man was formidable, and many, including Inlan, were familiar with Wang Teng. Wang Teng's talents were comparable to theirs. However, the notion of obliterating a high-ranking opponent with a single strike was utterly implausible. Though Inlan's realm surpassed that of Di Shitian, it was merely by a minor margin. They could not achieve such feats against a greater tier. Huang Feihu discerned an unprecedented gravity in Di Shitian's gaze. This youth was an extraordinary adversary. Even though they had arrived outside the second city ahead of time, they could not evade the impending confrontation. "This is my prey. Who are you?" Inlan demanded, his brow knitted in annoyance. What had happened to the world? Why did every cultivator feel emboldened to provoke him? Did he not possess a shred of dignity or self-respect? "You possess great potential. Should you choose to become my subordinate, I can lead you to unparalleled glory in the future," Yi Junlin replied, disregarding Inlan and addressing Di Shitian directly. "Of course, I do not speak to you, but to your true self," he added with a smile. What? The implications of this youth's words bewildered the onlookers. What did he mean by Di Shitian's true self? Had this human youth lost his sanity? The surrounding beings expressed their astonishment, unable to comprehend the significance of Yi Junlin's assertion regarding the true self. Clearly, this human was mentally unhinged, a conclusion some beings asserted vehemently. Among those present, only a handful recognized Yi Junlin, and even then, it was not a true acquaintance. They had merely witnessed him reduce Wang Teng to dust with a single blow. Wang Teng had been regarded as one of the most dazzling prodigies in their eyes. Yet he had been vanquished by this youth. The mere recollection of this scene sent shivers down their spines. "How do you know this?" Di Shitian inquired, his face a mask of astonishment. He could not fathom how this youth had discerned such information. Even the most adept experts at the great Tao level could not perceive his external incarnation technique, yet this young man had seen through it effortlessly. Indeed, the current Di Shitian was merely an external incarnation. His true self remained concealed elsewhere, traversing the realms through this projection. Not a single being had uncovered this truth over the years, an entirely terrifying revelation. What manner of existence is Di Shitian? That he is but an incarnation. What then is his true form, and how powerful must it be? One being gasped in horror. There was no doubt that Di Shitian belonged to the celestial race. Simultaneously, Inlan's pupils contracted sharply. His ominous premonition stemmed from this revelation. Di Shitian was merely an incarnation. Yet, it was this very projection that had caused him to lose face. He could not annihilate an incarnation with overwhelming force. That would be a disgrace, an unmitigated humiliation. Though Inlan's expression remained impassive, the murderous intent radiating from him spoke volumes. "Today, whether you are an external incarnation or your true self, your life shall be forfeit." Inlan shouted suddenly at Di Shitian, while the red spear trembled, unleashing torrents of cataclysmic power. "Your arrogance is as great as your ignorance. For years, I have immersed myself in understanding the Tao, traversing the heavens with my incarnation to augment my insights. When I emerge from my enlightenment, you, Inlan, will vanish completely from existence." Di Shitian retorted, his voice booming. He had previously feared that malevolent beings would discover his true self was in meditation and that this was merely an incarnation. If they struck him down, they might seek his true form. It was imperative that no disruptions occurred during his enlightenment. A forced interruption could lead to the complete destruction of his cultivation or, at worst, his demise. However, Di Shitian now felt no fear. He sensed his true self was on the verge of emerging from meditation. It was evident that his true form had comprehended the supreme principles of the great Tao. One sword, Soul Devourer. One sword, God Annihilator. The Soul Devourer's sword trembled, awakening. It was the supreme artifact itself responding to the presence of another supreme artifact, eager for a contest. Both supreme artifacts quivered in a frenzy, awakening from their slumber. Yet, they could not fully revive, as neither Inlan nor Di Shitian could entirely summon the power of the supreme artifacts. It must be noted that the manifestations of supreme artifacts were astonishing. Even a mere sliver of awakened intelligence exuded unfathomable power. Boom. The void collapsed chaotically, and the beings present numbered in the billions. The weaker ones were obliterated instantly, while even those with greater strength found themselves spitting blood. Utterly unable to withstand such overwhelming divine might, Yi Junlin stood calmly atop the head of the Tian beast, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. Observing the unfolding chaos, he felt no urgency. He regarded Di Shitian as a worthy candidate for his ranks, yet whether or not he could recruit him was inconsequential. In his eyes, Tian was merely adequate. Silence. A voice of authority emanated from within the second city. As this sound reverberated, all beings felt the oppressive weight of the supreme artifact dissipate. Clarity washed over their minds, and they felt a profound sense of relief. Is it possible that a powerful being of the great Tao has intervened within the city? One being remarked in astonishment, gazing at the colossal walls of the 10,000 races city. The ability to effortlessly dispel the pressure of the supreme artifact was a feat that even practitioners of the heavenly Tao realm would find arduous. Only an extraordinary individual like Yi Junlin could accomplish such a feat with ease, remaining unscathed. Thus, it was evident that there were at least some formidable experts within the city. The great Tao has myriad paths, and though they may diverge, each complete comprehension of a singular path constitutes a level of the great Tao. However, throughout the annals of history, few beings have been able to attain the consummation of the 3,000 paths. In the entirety of recorded time, only one or two beings from the ancient sages have reached such heights. After the ancient era, it became commonplace for beings to ascend directly to the supreme realm after attaining the 9th stage of the Tao. Such supremes are referred to as pseudo-supremes. Despite wielding the might of a supreme, it is indisputable that these pseudo-supremes represent the weakest existence within the supreme realm. Even the once immortal patriarch and Lan of the ancient clans could only ascend to the supreme realm after achieving the 100th stage of the Tao. Nevertheless, the name Lan resonated throughout the myriad realms. Under Lan's leadership, his clan ascended to the pinnacle of the most powerful immortal families. Yet, Lan found himself unable to progress further, forever trapped at the apex of the supreme realm. This became the heart of his turmoil. Consequently, he risked his life to cultivate the divine embryo within himself, seeking rebirth to shatter the ancient curse and reclaim his former glory. Since the ancient era, no being has been able to tread the path of the 3,000 realms, which has thus been dubbed the ancient curse. Lan, however, remained unconvinced. He vowed to defy fate and break this curse. Yet, in this grand epoch, with prodigies emerging from all races, Lan was far from the most resplendent. The glory that once belonged to him lingered only in tales. In this life, he lacked brilliance. Fighting is prohibited outside the city. A resounding voice echoed from within the city walls. Soon, a grand tapestry formed from the essence of heaven and earth unfurled in the void. The tapestry was colossal. Within it, a man clad in golden armor fixed his gaze upon Lan and Tian. Even as merely a projection, the overwhelming aura emanating from him was enough to instill terror in the hearts of onlookers. Yi Junlin concentrated his vision, clearly discerning that this middle-aged man belonged to the human race. This revelation spoke volumes. Astonishingly, the first and second cities of the myriad races were under the dominion of powerful beings from the human race. Moreover, each of them possessed formidable cultivation levels. The lord of this second city stood at the Tao realm. It was imperative to note that this was merely the second city. With a total of 81 cities in Tianyuan, one could only speculate the strength of the lords of the subsequent cities. Were they also powerful humans? Yi Junlin could not ascertain this. He could only take one step at a time. Presently, he did not possess the qualifications to approach the final city. Young one, cease your ocular techniques. At this moment, the man within the tapestry suddenly directed his attention toward Yi Junlin. You are indeed intriguing. Let me see him. Innate sacred body, innate Tao body, innate Tao embryo, innate. The middle-aged man initially recited Yi Junlin's various physiques with great interest. However, as he continued, his astonishment grew. He had presumed that Yi Junlin possessed only one or two supreme physiques, but he was left dumbfounded. There were not merely one or two, but at least 1,000, many of which he could not even recognize. Who, then, was this youth? Why had he never heard of such an exceptionally gifted individual among the human race? His bone age is merely in his 20s, yet he stands at the pinnacle of the Creator God. The expression of the middle-aged man in the tapestry was exaggeratedly astonished. He had never imagined that a young human could possess such prodigious talent, unparalleled throughout the ages. He only mentioned a few of the physiques, knowing that revealing more would likely make this youth a target of envy. The myriad races would undoubtedly not tolerate the emergence of such a monstrous talent. Let them fight. I too am curious to see just how formidable they are. Yi Junlin remarked to the human city lord. Was this human youth lost in a dream? Did he truly believe that a city lord would heed his words? Moreover, where were they? This was the second city of the myriad races, where fighting was expressly forbidden. Some beings sneered, deeming the young human too arrogant. Those who are excessively prideful often pay a price for their hubris. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the city lord within the tapestry nodded thoughtfully. Then let you determine the victor. I too wish to know who stands taller between the first prodigy of the celestial race and the once great supreme Lan. City Lord Liemo Bai regarded Enlon and Di Shirtian with utmost seriousness. The surrounding beings were momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that City Lord Liemo Bai would truly acquiesce to Yi Junlin's request. Silence. A mere Dao realm cultivator lacks the qualifications to dictate terms before me. Enlon rebuked Liemo Bai sharply. Even in his diminished state, Enlon had once been a supreme powerhouse. How could he allow a mere Dao realm practitioner to command him? Though he may not yet be a supreme in this life, he must be remembered. A supreme must not be insulted. Chapter 122, Liemo Bai's Loyalty. Enlan's expression darkened as he scolded Liemo Bai. The surrounding beings of the myriad races erupted in chaos. What was happening with Enlon? How dared he chastise a powerful being of the Dao realm? Yes, everyone acknowledged his illustrious past, but that was merely in a previous life. In this life, he had yet to grow. He was no longer the formidable figure of his past. After all, could a prodigy who had yet to mature still be deemed a prodigy? How many would dare to act so recklessly before this Dao realm powerhouse? As expected, Liemo Bai's expression soured. Boom. Di Shirtian cast a deep glance at Yi Junlin, unleashing boundless battle intent. An overwhelming surge of energy began to emanate from him as he prepared to unleash his most powerful strike. Even as a mere avatar, he was determined to leave Enlon in a state of disarray. Enlon's face transformed from seriousness to a smile. You think you are the only one with an external avatar? My mastery of the heavenly deception technique is equally capable of astounding the heavens and weeping the spirits. Enlon replied with a calm demeanor. Subsequently, his figure began to fade, becoming as thin as paper. Yi Junlin was not the least bit surprised. Yet, the surrounding beings were left utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that Enlon was also a mere illusion? They were thrown into disarray, their excitement morphing into madness. Having expected a grand showdown between unparalleled prodigies, yet they found themselves facing two mere avatars. If this was the might they exhibited before revealing their true forms, who could stand against them? Who would still be their opponent? Though Liemo Bai was a powerful being of the Dao realm, even he could not discern the truth. When his gaze turned to Yi Junlin, he was met with an utterly unremarkable countenance. This youth displayed no hint of surprise. He seemed to know all along that both were merely avatars. The Dao realm, a realm coveted by countless beings. Yet, even he could not see through these two avatars. Could this truly be the Dao realm? Huh. Liemo Bai chuckled mockingly. Once you attain the supreme realm, all illusions shall inevitably yield to your discerning eye. Yi Junlin retorted to Liemo Bai. The supreme realm, a pursuit not easily attained. I find myself ensnared at the 50th step of the great path for an indeterminate span of time. Naturally, I could step into the supreme realm at any moment. However, that would merely render me the weakest among the supremes, wouldn't it? Although I would be stronger than those who ascend from the 9th stage, being considered the weakest supreme is of little use to me, Liemo Bai remarked with a bitter smile. He would rather invest additional time breaking through several stages within the great path than become mere cannon fodder among the supremes. Yet, there exists a solution. Should you choose to follow this temple, I can offer you an opportunity. A direct ascent to the supreme realm, and not as its weakest member. At the very least, you would ascend from the 2000th stage of the great path to the supreme realm. Yi Junlin gazed at Liemo Bai as he spoke. What did you say? Ascending to the supreme realm from the 2000th stage of the great path. Liemo Bai exclaimed, astonished, as if he had just heard something monumental. Who is this youth, claiming to be from this temple, that he can forcibly elevate a practitioner of the great path? If that is indeed the case, it is utterly terrifying. The great path is the true demarcation. Those at the 9th stage or the 50th stage may ascend to the supreme realm, yet they would be the weakest among the supremes. Nevertheless, they would still surpass those of the great path. Following that are the 1000th stage, the 1500th stage, the 2000th stage, the 2500th stage, and the 3000th stage. Each of these stages represents a watershed, with the differences between each level as pronounced as the chasm between heaven and earth. Achieving the 2000th stage, even in ancient times, was a feat accomplished by few cultivators. Anlin scoffed. The realm of the great path cannot be forcibly elevated. The so-called 3000 paths require continuous comprehension to enhance oneself. It is not akin to those lower realms where one can bolster their cultivation through the imposition of a higher realm. Di Shirtian's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable light. Very well, Liemo Bai, I am willing to follow your highness. Liemo Bai bit his lip and knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing Yi Junlin. Although he was a master of the great path, he had been stagnating at the 50th stage for years. He needed to break through, and Yi Junlin's emergence had provided him with hope. He believed this youth, who harbored the essence of thousands of supremes, must possess extraordinary capabilities. Should he win this gamble, his future would be boundless. Should he lose, serving this prodigy of humanity would still be a great merit. Open your mouth. Yi Junlin flicked his fingers, and a beam of light swiftly entered Li Mabai's mouth. The calamity pill, which unconditionally elevates one by an entire stage, simultaneously instills unwavering loyalty in those who consume it, ensuring they never betray him. Thank you. Li Mabai had yet to express his gratitude to Yi Junlin when, all of a sudden, the shackles within him shattered one by one. The Great Path's 50th stage, which had plagued him for countless years, was immediately breached. Following this, his ascent was unstoppable. The 3,000 paths that he had needed to comprehend now felt like etched memories, awakening within him. Each path unveiled profound insights within his heart. In the blink of an eye, Li Mabai surged forth to the 2,000th stage of the Great Path, and he continued to break through further. Chapter 123. Anlin's thoughts. The beings surrounding them were rendered utterly speechless. While they were unaware of Li Mabai's current realm, they could discern from the explosive surge of his aura that his cultivation was rapidly ascending at a terrifying pace. The others might not know the specifics of his realm, but Anlin, who had once attained the supreme realm, could distinctly sense the myriad paths flickering across Li Mabai's forehead. Anlin was left dumbfounded. When had the cultivation of the 3,000 paths become so effortless? Back in his day, he had only reached the 100th stage of the Great Path before ascending to the supreme realm. Now, upon closer inspection, Li Mabai was not merely at the 100th stage. He was nearing the 2,000th stage. What kind of elixir had Yi Junlin employed to facilitate such a miraculous breakthrough for Li Mabai? It is crucial to understand that the Great Path is not something that can be enhanced through mere elixirs. Elevation relies on one's comprehension of the paths. However, Yi Junlin's actions had truly left Anlin astounded. At the same time, an insatiable greed ignited within Anlin's eyes. With such a miraculous elixir, how could he not surpass his previous life? How could he not stand atop the world in this lifetime? In his past life, he had only ascended to the supreme realm at the 100th stage. If he could reach the 2000th stage, he would ascend without hesitation. The power he would wield would be incomparably greater than that of his former self. Anlin's restless heart began to devise schemes for acquiring the elixir in Yi Junlin's possession. Yi Junlin was so generous as to casually produce such a pill. Surely, he must have even more precious treasures at his disposal. He understood that individuals of such caliber are backed by formidable forces. Yet, within this abyssal secret realm, who would care about his backing? Even the most powerful factions could not interfere with the laws of survival within. Di Shirtian's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance. However, he himself was merely at the Dao realm. Such a precious elixir might be beyond his reach. Of course, he remained oblivious to the true effects of the calamity pill. Presently at the pinnacle of the Dao realm, even consuming the calamity pill would enable him to become a formidable figure within the Great Path in an instant. The exact stage he would reach remained uncertain, yet it was assuredly no less than the 1,500th stage, given his innate talent. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed throughout the universe, and an oppressive aura materialized out of thin air. Li Mabai, at the 2,500th stage of the Great Path, directly ascended to achieve the supreme fruit position. The clouds above parted, and auspicious rays descended. This was a moment of universal celebration, heralding the birth of yet another supreme powerhouse within the realm. Anlin's expression grew increasingly grim. In his own time, he had merely ascended to the supreme realm after reaching the 100th stage of the Great Path, and he had not received any heavenly accolades, let alone the descent of auspicious rays. He had not even experienced a whisper of recognition. Originally, Li Mabai had been stuck at the 50th stage. Yet in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a being of the 2,500th stage, achieving the supreme fruit position. His strength now surpassed Anlin's by more than 25-fold. It was beyond comprehension. His years of arduous cultivation seemed insignificant compared to the effects of a single elixir consumed by another. The more he pondered, the more Anlin's spirit was tormented, driving him to the brink of madness. Speak. What price must I pay to exchange for that elixir in your possession? Anlin ceased his conflict with Di Shirtian and directly addressed Yi Junlin, his demeanor remaining haughty, exuding an air of superiority. His expression conveyed a clear message. If you do not acquiesce, I shall take it by force. If I cannot overpower you, I shall flee. Yi Junlin merely chuckled in response. His calamity pill was not something to be given away so casually. To become a follower of Yi Junlin was not a privilege afforded to just anyone. The outcome largely hinges on Yi Junlin's disposition. Today, he finds himself in good spirits and has, in passing, decided to accept Li Mabai. He is acutely aware that Anlin's audacity to act in such a manner is significantly attributed to the fact that Anlin is merely an avatar. He harbors no fear of Yi Junlin or the newly ascended supreme, Li Mabai. Death poses little concern for him, as he is but a manifestation. However, he underestimates the supreme. believing that his previous foray into the supreme realm grants him comprehensive understanding of its depths. He is oblivious to the stark differences between the paths of enlightenment leading to the supreme realm and the actual supreme domain itself. At that time, he had merely reached the 100th tier. Dispose of him, as he is a source of irritation. Yi Junlin expressed his disinterest in Enlan and turned his attention to Li Mabai. Do you not find it more delightful to live in peace rather than put on airs before Yi Junlin? In accordance with His Highness's command, Li Mabai responded with a bow, suppressing his jubilation from his recent ascension. Do you, as the lord of the second city of the myriad races, dare to strike against me? Are you not fearful of the enforcers appearing to execute you? Enlan barked, his tone a fa of bravado. Chapter 124, The Tragedy of Enlan. Li Mabai stepped forth, emerging gracefully from the scroll. Upon his exit, the scroll contracted and transformed into a roll, resting in Li Mabai's grasp. With Li Mabai's ascension to supreme, his artifact also evolved into a supreme-grade instrument. Enforcers? In this second city, I am akin to a cornered beast, and it is time for me to depart. Should the enforcers dare to disrespect His Highness, they shall be obliterated. Although you are merely an avatar, it matters not. If His Highness desires your demise, you shall meet your end, Li Mabai declared, striding forward and appearing before Enlan in an instant, gently patting his face. Despite Enlan possessing a supreme artifact, his current cultivation level rendered him incapable of unleashing its full potential. He could only watch helplessly as Li Mabai's hand descended towards his handsome visage. Yi Junlin, Li Mabai, you shall await my return. One day, I shall return and wreak havoc upon you. Enlan's eyes glimmered with a chilling vengeance. Alas, that day shall never arrive. Li Mabai refrained from ending Enlan's existence outright. Instead, he struck his face, splattering blood and rendering him unrecognizable. Li Mabai, you dare to humiliate me. Enlan bellowed, his voice frenzied with rage. Did Li Mabai spare him merely to insult him? Yet, Li Mabai paid no heed to Enlan's outburst. His hands formed an intricate gesture. Consequently, Enlan's blood began to coalesce, as if imbued with life, forming an arrow pointing deep into the cosmos. At that moment, Enlan's expression shifted dramatically as he comprehended Li Mabai's intentions. He was invoking the power of space and time from the myriad paths, tracing back to identify his true self through his blood. I am filled with hatred. Enlan's avatar roared towards the heavens. Suddenly, Enlan's aura began to surge violently, causing both his immortal shield and crimson spear to tremble uncontrollably. This is bad. Flee. Enlan had gone mad. He intended to self-destruct, taking everything with him in a cataclysmic explosion to buy time for his true self. It is worth noting that this was his life artifact. Its detonation would also inflict significant damage upon his true self. Yet, in his desperation, Enlan disregarded such concerns. The explosion of a supreme artifact would undoubtedly obliterate the entire second city, leaving no survivors beneath the supreme realm. It seems that the ancestral Enlan of a previous life was woefully unaware of the vast chasm between levels of the supreme realm. Li Mabai chuckled lightly, entirely dismissive of Enlan's threat. With a casual gesture, he grasped both supreme artifacts in his hand and squeezed. With a soft pop, akin to a firecracker that fizzles out, the explosion of the supreme artifacts in Li Mabai's grasp bore no power whatsoever, not even singeing a hair on his body. Enlan's gaze dimmed. In that instant, he understood that the supreme domain of his opponent was beyond his reach. Effortlessly extinguishing Enlan's avatar, Li Mabai vanished from sight. A tremendous roar reverberated from the edge of the universe, and soon after, a figure materialized before Yi Junlin. Li Mabai reappeared, holding a bloodied head in his hand, the severed head of Enlan's true self. Even decapitated, Enlan remained alive, glaring furiously at Yi Junlin. How infuriating! To think that I, Enlan, once a figure of great renown, would meet my downfall at the hands of a mere youth. The heavens conspire against me. My life is forfeit. Enlan lamented, a wave of regret washing over him. Why had he displayed hostility toward Yi Junlin? Had he known the outcome, he would have acted differently. To be frank, Enlan possessed great courage and was indeed a remarkable individual. He had previously chosen to shatter the cocoon of the supreme realm, seeking rebirth to live anew. In this life, he prioritized the foundation of his being, striving to break the ancient curse and attain unparalleled supremacy. Yet, he had been overly conceited, believing that few supremes existed in the myriad realms, thinking he could dominate within the abyss. All races would bow in reverence before him. No, it was not the heavens that sought his demise. It was I who would bring about your end. Yi Junlin shook his head, signaling Li Mabai to conclude Enlan's tragic existence. Countless beings gasped in disbelief. Was Enlan truly gone? They turned their gazes to Emperor Shirtian, eager to discern his decision. Would he choose to submit to Yi Junlin, or would he meet the same fate as Enlan? This piqued their interest. My true self is on its way. I am confident that no one would refuse such an enticing offer. Emperor Shirtian addressed Yi Junlin, referring to the matter of the calamity pill. In the blink of an eye, it could forge a tremendously powerful supreme. This youthful human truly possessed unfathomable depths. Even Emperor Shirtian, a paragon of excellence, could not resist such temptation. Of course, he also feared that defying Yi Junlin might lead to Li Mabai dispatching him as well. Now that would be the greatest tragedy. In truth, Yi Junlin was no bloodthirsty maniac. If one did not submit, he had no intention of killing Emperor Shirtian, especially since the latter had not expressed any murderous intent towards him. Chapter 125, The Haotian Mirror. The beings around remained in a state of bewilderment. The illustrious Inlan had perished just like that? Moreover, Emperor Shirtian had chosen to align himself with Yi Junlin. However, upon reflection, this decision seemed quite reasonable. With such an astonishing divine pill in Yi Junlin's possession, who would not choose to submit? Yet, Inlan had harbored murderous thoughts, rendering him unworthy of even becoming a follower. This divine pill is for you. The choice of when to consume it lies with you. This extraordinary pill will not deplete your potential nor harm your body in any way, so rest assured in its use, Yi Junlin stated, flicking his finger to present the pill to Emperor Shirtian. Emperor Shirtian trembled as he cradled the divine pill, a newfound respect for Yi Junlin blossoming within him. This extraordinarily gifted youth had directly bestowed upon him such a treasure, unfazed by the prospect of the youth fleeing with the celestial elixir. This young man possesses extraordinary audacity and a fortuitous destiny, making him worthy of the allegiance of the Emperor Shirtian. Little did he realize. The function of this celestial elixir of calamity is such that once consumed, it guarantees unwavering loyalty to Yi Junlin, no matter how far he may roam. The loyalty is immediately elevated to a perfect 100%. Emperor Shirtian intends to consume this calamity elixir when he himself is on the verge of breaking through to the Grand Tao realm. The Supreme Realm. How many beings yearn for such an exalted state? Even the weakest Supreme can easily overpower the Grand Tao realm, even at its pinnacle of 3,000 stages. This represents an insurmountable chasm. Suddenly, a mirror as smooth as jade appeared directly above them, adorned with intricate patterns. This mirror was emanating an overwhelming radiance. It was the Haotian mirror. The Enforcer's intelligence is truly remarkable. Within mere moments, they had already learned of the events transpiring here. Li Mabai gazed at the mirror and spoke with an air of indifference. Having ascended to the Supreme Realm, and not merely any Supreme, he felt no fear of the Enforcers. The Haotian mirror? Yi Junlin inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, Your Highness. This Haotian mirror is said to be the culmination of the lifelong efforts of an ancient powerhouse. While it may lack immense power, it possesses the ability to perceive all occurrences, great and small, within the abyssal secret realm. This is merely a fraction of its capabilities. The most significant use discovered by the Enforcers thus far. It is rumored that at least half of its functions remain unexplored, Li Mabai elucidated to Yi Junlin. This is a remarkable treasure. It must be retained, Yi Junlin declared, a rare glimmer of excitement sparkling in his eyes. It was evident that the Haotian mirror was indeed an extraordinary artifact. Bold Li Mabai, as the lord of the second city, you dare to defy the law. Not only have you failed to fulfill your duties as a city lord, but you have also personally extinguished the future of the human race. What punishment do you deserve? An elder's voice emerged from the mirror, rebuking Li Mabai. I shall impose a punishment of 1 billion years of wall facing to demonstrate my reprimand. Should there be a next time, I will not show mercy. The elder spoke with an air of superiority, embodying the demeanor of one in authority. Old fool, I have long harbored disdain for you. Even the Grand Elder of the Enforcers would not dare to act so arrogantly before me. You forced me to remain in this second city for billions of years. What nonsense is this so-called lordship? In the past, my strength was insufficient to resist your manipulation. But now, times have changed. Old man, I await your arrival, and I will ensure you understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Li Mabai erupted, casting aside his previous composure. You. Very well, Li Mabai, you possess great audacity. Prepare for the consequences. I shall report today's events to the Grand Elder without fail. Await your punishment. The Elder's anger was palpable as he seethed, his beard bristling. Seize, the Elder commanded, and the Haotian mirror swiftly shrank to the size of a palm. It then attempted to vanish into the void. Stabilize. Yi Junlin casually tossed the 10 directions celestial steel. Uttering the command, a blinding yellow light erupted forth. The 10 directions celestial steel, though small, spun with vigor, firmly suppressing the flow of time and space in the vicinity. The elder within the mirror was taken aback. The Haotian mirror was their supreme treasure, granting them insight into all happenings within the abyssal secret realm. The outside world believed they could control the Haotian mirror, yet only they understood that it was beyond their mastery. Even a supreme could not forcibly refine the Haotian mirror. They merely held the right to use it for observation. However, now, the Haotian mirror had lost its connection, regardless of his attempts to summon it using secret methods. It remained steadfast and immovable. The elder was astonished, realizing the gravity of the situation was beyond his capacity to bear, and the enforcers could not withstand the repercussions. Yet, as his gaze shifted, he spotted Junlin among the beings present. If they were not mistaken, it must be this youth who had utilized some form of spatial artifact to immobilize the Haotian mirror. Young man, I advise you to retreat. Such treasures are not meant for you to possess or control. The elder warned directly. Be cautious not to provoke a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. They were still quite distant, and it would take time for them to arrive. Their immediate goal was to delay this youth. They must retrieve the Haotian mirror. A catastrophe? Fear not. I shall await your arrival. Junlin shrugged indifferently. Although his actions in seizing the Haotian mirror were dubious, he sensed a subtle connection between himself and the mirror, akin to that of the celestial war god and the ancient emperor in the past. The Haotian mirror, however, felt different. He could sense a malevolent force brewing within it. It would not be long before it was unleashed, potentially heralding an unprecedented calamity. Very well, Li Mabe and you. How audacious to challenge the authority of the enforcers. You shall pay for this. With that, the elder's form vanished from the Haotian mirror, presumably to summon reinforcements. Seize. Junlin waved his hand, and the Haotian mirror promptly flew into his grasp. Indeed, there is something amiss. A notification from the system chimed. Sign-in task activated. Sign-in location, Abyssal Secret Realm. Sign-in reward, 100,000 ancient pinnacle artifacts. Junlin gasped in astonishment. Such a reward was astounding. Without a doubt, artifacts like the 10 Directions Celestial Steel and the Bronze War Chariot were undoubtedly surpassing the Supreme Realm. This was a certainty for Junlin, considering the Celestial War God and the Emperor were among the most powerful figures in history. However, a question arose. Where was the Abyssal Secret Realm? Junlin had no knowledge of its location. Chapter 126, Abyssal Secret Realm, the Demon King. Ding. System notification. The Abyssal Secret Realm is located within the Haotian Mirror. At that moment, the system's voice resonated again. Ah, I see. Haotian Mirror, Abyssal Secret Realm. Junlin murmured to himself. Celestial War God. Can you unlock this Abyssal Secret Realm? He pondered internally. It seems the Haotian Mirror has been preserved in such completeness. Perhaps that fellow Haotian has not perished. Master. The Abyssal Secret Realm within the Haotian Mirror can indeed be accessed, but it is inhabited by an extraordinarily powerful demon. Are you certain you wish to enter? The voice of the Celestial resounded in Junlin's mind. The Celestial was exceedingly sensitive to this aura. Following the ancient war, the pinnacle powers of myriad races had been nearly exhausted. Their awareness of this aura was unparalleled. A demon, you say? That only compels me further to venture inside. Junlin asserted. After all, the enforcers were en route, and he had little else to occupy his time. Very well, Master, please exercise caution. Haotian Mirror, open. The Celestial employed a secret method, and the Haotian Mirror radiated with brilliant light, casting a golden beam that enveloped Junlin. This light appeared majestic and righteous, embodying the essence of virtue. Yet, Junlin sensed a thread of profoundly malevolent energy emanating from within. This energy rendered him exceedingly uncomfortable, almost nauseating. Buzzing. Is this the Haotian Secret Realm? Junlin steadied himself and gazed upon the desolate expanse of the realm, remarking, this is no secret realm. It is merely a barren wasteland where not a single blade of grass thrives. There is not a hint of greenery, nor a trace of life. Not even a withered stalk can be found. Only yellow sand and black earth abound. Even the blazing sun above is ensnared by swirling black mist, obscuring its radiant glow. Junlin surveyed his surroundings with a grave expression. Ding. The host has arrived at the Haotian Secret Realm. Would you like to sign in? The system's voice echoed in Junlin's mind. Confirm sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. 100,000 ancient magical artifacts have been deposited into your Xianxiaaudiobooks ring. Junlin swept his consciousness across the contents of his storage ring and indeed found a plethora of magical artifacts, be it swords, blades, or spears, they were all present. Furthermore, these artifacts were far from ordinary supreme artifacts. The aura radiating from them was potent enough to rend the heavens and shatter the earth. Simultaneously, each artifact emanated a sacred essence, seemingly designed to vanquish evil spirits. Haotian Secret Realm, you are afflicted. Junlin ceased his aimless wandering, raising his gaze towards the unknown expanse, and spoke. Buzzing. The space trembled as if in response to Junlin's words. You are indeed ill, and gravely so. To put it bluntly, it could be said that you are at death's door. Boom. The Haotian secret realm quaked violently once more. The very heavens seemed to split apart. A colossal chasm widening before him. A massive stone tablet, as dark as ink, descended from above, crashing down before Junlin. Haotian demon suppression tablet. Faint golden characters flickered into view upon the tablet, only to vanish shortly after, entwined by creeping shadows. I, Haotian, have suppressed the demonic king of foreign evil for countless epochs, yet now I find myself powerless. To those who come after, depart swiftly. The Haotian secret realm is devoid of heavenly materials and treasures, only filled with foreign demons. A hoarse voice emanated from the tablet, imbued with an ancient resonance. Echoing a call from the distant past. Kik. A sinister laughter erupted. The black mist upon the tablet began to writhe, threatening to engulf it entirely. This tablet was colossal, serving as the centerpiece of the Haotian secret realm. Should it fall, the entire realm would succumb to darkness. At present, nearly 90% of the Haotian demon suppression tablet was overtaken by black mist. Humph! Begone! A resounding voice reverberated, pushing back the writhing shadows. Haotian, I am indestructible. You have confined me for countless epochs, but now my breakthrough is imminent. How will you hinder my ascent? When I escape, your dormant essence shall become my sustenance. Kik. A voice of malevolence resonated throughout the Haotian secret realm. Oh, what exquisite flesh and blood. It makes me yearn to escape this cursed Haotian secret realm at once. In the depths of his being, Junlin sensed a pair of covetous eyes fixated upon him, the voice laced with avarice. Demonic king, as long as I draw breath, you shall not escape. In ancient times, I was capable of suppressing you, and I still possess that power. The voice emanating from the Haotian demon suppression tablet declared once more. Haotian, I shall slay you, I shall slay you. You all must perish, you all must perish. The black mist roiled violently, fervently seeking to engulf the Haotian demon suppression tablet in absolute darkness. Yet, the tablet radiated a brilliant golden light, forcefully repressing the encroaching shadows. Clattering. Haotian, your essence has slumbered for countless epochs without awakening. Surely, it has been reduced to a mere husk, has it not? A cacophony of chains dragged across the ground, producing a grating sound. Chapter 127, The Shock of Haotian. The desert trembled. Innumerable chains emitted a disconcerting sound. The ground beneath the Haotian demon suppression tablet began to crack and shatter. A surging tide of black mist rolled forth. In the tumultuous mist, Junlin beheld a being with blood-red eyes, coldly observing the Haotian demon suppression tablet as though Junlin were merely an insignificant insect, unworthy of attention. This being bore a striking resemblance to a human, yet an abhorrent aura surrounded it. Their forms were ensnared by the black mist, which harbored a terrifying power of assimilation. Any cultivator who came into contact with it, provided their cultivation was not vastly superior, would instantly transform into such a monstrosity. Even in my current state, it is no trouble to suppress you for another billion years. The Haotian demon suppression tablet trembled as a slender figure emerged from it. This was not a true cultivator, but merely a spiritual entity. Haotian, you shall perish, you shall perish. When this king breaks free, I shall annihilate the human race entirely. Kik, let us calculate the time. My king's unsealing is imminent. When that occurs, your human race shall surely meet its demise. In the ancient war, your myriad races suffered grievously. How much fighting strength remains among the myriad races now? The demonic king laughed maniacally. Their very essence was one of immortality, making them exceedingly difficult to kill. Otherwise, why would a being as formidable as Haotian expend his entire life as cultivation to suppress the demonic king? He was never weaker than the demonic king. Yet, the resilience of the foreign demons was overwhelmingly tenacious. Thus, the only recourse was to seal them with one's entire life as cultivation, delaying their escape for as long as possible. Sigh. Haotian lamented. The human race is feeble now, even within the Haotian mirror. He could sense the strength and weakness of the outside cultivators. It must be said, the demonic king spoke true. What do the myriad races possess to combat this? While he could continue to seal the demonic king for a billion years, what then? Haotian, release me now, and I promise I shall not treat you poorly. What say you? The demonic king coaxed. Though the human race is weak, we shall not bow to the likes of you, a loathsome foreign demon. Junlin interjected coldly from the sidelines. The demonic king's expression darkened as he regarded Junlin. This insignificant creature dared to speak thusly to him? Insect. The demonic king spat the word slowly. Boom. Though it was merely two simple words, they bore the weight of mountains, crashing into Junlin's mind. He felt as though thunder had erupted within his consciousness. His entire sea of consciousness roiled, on the verge of exploding. Just as Haotian was about to intervene, he suddenly seemed to discern something, halting and fixing his gaze upon Junlin. At this critical juncture, the 10 Directions Heavenly Suppression Tablet emitted a heavy, earthy glow, enveloping Junlin in a protective barrier. Who are you? How do you possess the 10 Directions Heavenly Suppression Tablet? The demonic king's expression finally shifted as he shouted. He was indeed unafraid of Xian. At worst, he could suppress him for another billion years. Their vitality was formidable. A billion years was but a fleeting moment to them. However, the situation had changed. In ancient times, the 10 Directions Towning Heaven Monument was renowned for its formidable reputation, having slain countless otherworldly demons. If the 10 Directions Towning Heaven Monument were to possess consciousness and simultaneously suppress the Xian demon-suppressing monument, the consequences would be unimaginable. Contemplating this, the demon master could not help but break into a cold sweat. Junlin's gaze grew increasingly indifferent. Despite the fact that a being of the demon master's stature was far beyond his match, at present, the demon master was merely a prisoner in chains. A prisoner, yet still wielding such formidable power. How strong could they possibly be? Junlin was uncertain. The ancient era was a time of unparalleled brilliance, where all races thrived. Each individual a paragon of excellence. Brother Xian, it has been far too long. The celestial entity emerged from within Junlin's body, a smile gracing its visage. Celestial? You have not perished yet. There remains a fragment of your soul. Ha! Xian's ethereal form erupted in laughter. For there was no joy greater than reuniting with an old friend. They had languished in solitude for far too long. So long that they had forgotten the passage of time. The path of the strong is destined to be a lonely one. You have not perished. So how could I dare to precede you in death? The celestial entity laughed heartily. Indeed, I am nearing my limit. Death itself is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the uncertain path that lies ahead for humanity and the myriad races. Xian lamented, ever the worrier since ancient times. What is this? You do not believe that without us ancient immortals, this world would descend into ruin, do you? Times have changed. New generations surpass the old. The celestial entity swiftly redirected the conversation, gesturing towards Junlin. This is my young master, the hope of the future for humanity. The hope of humanity. Xian gasped. Taken aback. What extraordinary talent is this? With over 10,000 supreme physiques, is this a defiance of destiny? Only then did Xian take a closer look at Junlin. And the sight was astonishing. The youth, merely in his 20s, possessed an astonishing array of over 10,000 physiques, each one capable of shaking the world on its own. Now, all these physiques converged within a single individual. Who could fathom the heights to which Junlin might ascend? Undoubtedly, his potential exceeded theirs. Even Xian, who had witnessed many wonders, could not suppress a deep intake of breath at this revelation. Wait, young master? He suddenly inquired. Indeed. It is my greatest fortune in this life to follow the young master, the celestial entity replied calmly. Indeed, to accompany Junlin is the proudest achievement of my existence. It was no wonder, such a prodigy was unparalleled across the realms. Had it not been for the necessity of containing the demon master, he might have chosen to follow this extraordinary figure, even if it were just to safeguard the pride of humanity. Xian sighed, burdened by responsibilities he could not cast aside. Anyone encountering such a remarkable individual would find it hard to resist the allure, provided they were righteous at heart and not driven by avarice. Undoubtedly, Junlin's physique was a treasure, a true gem. Should a formidable entity harbor intentions to usurp his flesh and soul, it might lead to an era of unparalleled supremacy, achieving true invincibility. No matter, since the young master has arrived, he will surely eradicate and suppress him. The celestial entity spoke with remarkable composure. Without even considering whether Junlin would act, the mere presence of the 10 Directions Towning Heaven Monument would suffice to subdue the demon master for epochs. Little did the celestial entity know that Junlin possessed far more than a mere handful of artifacts that transcended the supreme realm. He had a staggering 100,000. And even a few would be enough to subject the demon master to immense torment. If all 100,000 were unleashed, there would be no need for Junlin to intervene. These artifacts possessed consciousness and were imbued with the hatred their master harbored for otherworldly demons. They would activate autonomously, perhaps even obliterating the demon master. The power of 100,000 transcendent artifacts was beyond description, capable of shattering the heavens and earth. As long as we can suppress the demon master, that is one thing. I can still survive. But to completely eliminate him, that is a daunting task. Xian lamented. Xian, do you dare to dream of my demise? Such delusions. The demon master cackled madly, dismissing their intentions with scorn. Is that so? Junlin replied coolly, fixing his indifferent gaze upon the arrogant demon master. What, little imp, do you think you can erase me? My existence spans eons and you dare challenge me? When I rose to fame, your ancestors were still scurrying about in some corner, playing with dirt. Without further ado, Junlin waved his hand, and an overwhelming aura descended instantaneously. The skies were filled with resplendent hues, a breathtaking spectacle. Yet, the demon master perceived these radiant orbs as harbingers of doom, akin to death warrants. What emerged were not mere artifacts, but 10 supreme artifacts of ancient, renowned power. Each radiated terrifying might, a vast pressure enveloping the surroundings. Even the celestial entity was taken aback. It knew of Junlin's red spear and indestructible shield, but now he summoned forth artifacts belonging to ancient beings, some of whom predated even them. Is the young master not only gifted with astonishing talent, but also blessed with such extraordinary fortune? Truly, he embodies great destiny. Even the stones he picks up are treasures, the celestial entity remarked in awe. Now, I leave it to you too, Junlin shrugged. Since I have encountered the otherworldly demon, the demon master must perish. A brilliant light ignited in Haotian's eyes. Perhaps today, they could indeed vanquish the demon master, granting him a much-needed reprieve. His true form, free from demonic corruption, would recover swiftly. Damn it, who are you? How can you possess so many artifacts? The demon master's expression finally shifted dramatically. Indeed, neither the celestial entity nor Haotian retained their ancient might, but what of the demon master? Had he not been suppressed for countless years? Their strength waned with each passing day, yet Haotian's attempt to eliminate him had always been an insurmountable challenge. But the current circumstances were different. This young boy casually wielded 10 artifacts, a fact that caused the demon master to tremble. Today marks your end, demon master. Haotian's gaze turned icy. Though he had contained the demon master for years, he too had suffered under the corrosive black mist. Let this all come to an end. With the 10 directions towering heaven monument, a single monument could shake the heavens. The heavens intervened directly, as the 10 directions town sky monument spun with fervor, rising to meet the heavens and earth in a display of magnificent might. It then descended with tremendous force towards the demon lord. At the same moment, 10 artifacts surpassing the supreme realm erupted in radiant brilliance, awakening autonomously to prepare for battle against the otherworldly demons. In my lifetime, I have never been inferior to others. Even the ancient demons, beings that transcend the supreme, would falter within 10 moves against me. Though my true form has perished, I shall return with a trace of my imprint to fight once more. Mirror, come forth and battle alongside me. A bronze mirror began to magnify gradually, and from within emerged a dominating specter that overshadowed the world. This apparition lacked boundless oppressive force. Instead, it exuded an aura of ancient melancholy. Virtual Tao, are you not already dead? If so, why do you still seek to stir the pot? The demon lord bellowed in madness. If one listened closely, they could discern the profound panic underlying his voice. Indeed, it was panic. Though I am deceased, a fragment of my imprint remains, insufficient to contend with a monarch, yet ample enough to confront you. The Tao has neither beginning nor end. I alone, virtual Tao, shall open the void, he declared with serene authority. Such words carried an undeniable grandeur. Junlin's body trembled in response. This was an unparalleled powerhouse, one who had devoted himself entirely for the sake of countless races, a monumental virtue. Not only did he safeguard humanity, but he also embraced all races within his protection. Monarch, is our demon monarch even a name you can utter? Even at your peak, a monarch could dispatch you with a mere breath, the demon lord retorted hoarsely. The demon monarch remained their eternal deity. You self-proclaimed ancient powers, how many of you have survived? My monarch is on the verge of breaking free. Who among you can resist him? Across the myriad realms, who can stand as a worthy adversary to my monarch? The demon lord laughed heartily. The myriad realms have always birthed heroes, and even without our ancient presence, the demons are destined to perish. An artifact radiated light, and a middle-aged beauty emerged from a cluster of delicate bells, stating, "He, Mother Hua, even your remnant spirit has manifested. You have done so much for the countless races. Look at their current state. Do they possess even a shred of gratitude towards humanity? No, they regard humanity as their mortal enemies. In the past battle, it took 3,000 of humanity's great powers, all at the half-monarch level, to barely seal the demon monarch. Now, what do you possess to obstruct my demon army?" The demon lord proclaimed with fervor. Without a monarch in humanity, and without a monarch among the myriad races, it is destined for the fortune to dwindle, ultimately becoming the domain of my demons. Undoubtedly, the demon lord's words rendered all present ancient powers silent, not for any other reason, but because they too felt the uncertainty within their hearts. In that era, humanity had produced numerous prodigies. Even during the Great War, it was humanity's 3,000 half-monarchs who united to suppress and seal the demon monarch. However, this came at a staggering cost, one that humanity could scarcely bear. The entire myriad races, apart from humanity, lacked a single half-monarch level powerhouse. That battle had undeniably drained humanity's vitality. After all these years, they had yet to recover, revealing the terror of that confrontation. 3,000 half-monarchs were nearly the pinnacle of humanity's combat strength, while the other races could not even produce a single half-monarch. How lamentable was that? Disturb my military's morale, and you shall be slain. A voice of authority reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. An imposing middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow robe appeared in the sky. Xianxia, the half-monarch, you have returned. I never imagined you had survived. The demon lord stammered. Xianxia, an ancient half-monarch power, was said to be on the brink of ascending to monarch status, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the supreme rulers of the demon race. However, just as the call for Xianxia's ascension echoed throughout the heavens, the demons emerged. Xianxia was denied the opportunity to grow and resolutely plunged into battle. The world mourned, for he was humanity's greatest chance to attain monarch status. Yet, all hope lay in ruin. It took the efforts of 3,000 half-monarchs, pouring their entire cultivation into sealing the demon monarch. Afterward, they were left with nothing, nearly extinguished. Yet they preserved a fragment of Xianxia's remnant soul. This was solely because Xianxia held the greatest potential to ascend to monarch status among them, offering a glimmer of hope for the myriad races when the demon monarch broke free. Before them lay a shattered and battered great sword, riddled with cracks. Its tip even shattered. This was Xianxia's artifact, long since broken after the great battle, with his remnant soul residing within. Junlin had awakened this half-monarch thanks to rewards bestowed by the system. Xianxia the monarch. All the spectral powers in the vicinity bowed deeply. Their eyes brimmed with fervor, a mark of respect for the strong and a flicker of hope for humanity's future. As long as Xianxia transcended to become a true monarch, the demons would no longer pose a threat to the myriad races. At that moment, Junlin comprehended the true nature of the so-called half-monarch realm. His father, the human emperor Tian, had long ascended to the supreme realm of monarch status, being the foremost human emperor in history. Previously, Junlin had perceived his father as merely at the supreme or even transcendent supreme level. It seemed his father's cultivation far exceeded such bounds. Alas, you are all extraordinary heroes, what a pity. Xianxia sighed, gazing at the remnants of powerful beings before him. These individuals had once willingly sacrificed themselves to protect humanity. Their merits shone throughout the ages, immortal and everlasting. Xianxia the monarch, with you here, my lingering obsession should dissipate. Virtual Dao sighed softly. Initially, he had intended to return for one final battle, but he now pondered humanity's path forward. He was uncertain. However, the presence of a former half-monarch, still unfallen, indicated a chance for resurgence. These souls had once fought valiantly for humanity, shedding blood and risking their lives. Even Junlin could not bear to see them restless in death, their obsessions driving them to battle once more. Esteemed predecessors, since your obsessions have not faded, if you trust this young one, I am willing to assist you in reconstructing your golden bodies. Junlin stepped forward, solemnly clasping his fists. To speak candidly, he initially lacked confidence. Yet, he recalled the Kuanpung and Shakyamuni. The Buddhist teachings seemed to possess a method for reconstructing golden bodies. Even in death, one could be drawn back from the endless abyss. Reconstructing a golden body, how simple it is to say. This is a method unheard of in ancient times. A path fraught with peril. My young friend, your intentions are commendable. Your unparalleled talent assures me that you will surely ascend to heights we have never reached before. But, wait, within you. As Xianxia shook his head with a sigh, he suddenly seemed to discover something extraordinary. His eyes widened in astonishment, and even his remnant soul flickered, on the verge of dissipating. The air was thick with the aura of a sovereign as Xianxia trembled, astonished. He discovered an overwhelming and terrifying regal presence emanating from Junlin's very being. This indicated that a sovereign had once left their mark within Junlin, bestowing upon him a formidable protection. This energy was fragmented into several portions, each differing in potency. Some possessed the strength of martial disciples, while others bore the might of martial emperors and even transcended the peak of supremacy. Xianxia realized that Junlin had, from the very beginning, been sheltered by a powerful entity. The restrictive energy left by this formidable being was sufficient to ensure Junlin's safe ascension to the supreme realm. Should a life-threatening crisis arise, the seals within him would awaken. A sovereign had emerged in the world. The dawn of humanity was upon them. Xianxia murmured, alternating between laughter and tears. The presence of a sovereign among the human race. A powerful being, bewildered, questioned. Xianxia gazed at Junlin with fervent eyes, eager to uncover the identity of this era's sovereign. Very well, I shall no longer feign ignorance. I lay my cards on the table. The emperor of humanity, Tian, is my father, the sovereign you speak of. Yi Junlin declared with a casual shrug. The Emperor of Humanity, the most revered among sovereigns. The preeminent figure of the human race. The ancient prophecy held true. The Emperor fears neither heaven nor earth, nor does he falter before the path of the cosmos. I believe we should attempt the reconstruction of the golden body, Xianxia suddenly exclaimed to the surrounding powerful beings. Regardless of success or failure, we shall harbor no regrets. Should we succeed, we shall pledge our lives to follow His Highness. All the mighty beings echoed in unison. Yi Junlin felt a surge of fervor. Among his 100,000 artifacts, many surpassed the supreme realm. As for this so-called demon lord, feel free to deal with him as you wish, Yi Junlin remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, Demon Lord's eyes were filled with sheer horror, his mind buzzing. Xianxia's words echoed in his mind. A sovereign had appeared among the human race. The emergence of a sovereign was an event of monumental significance. Panic gripped him, yet what could he do? He was powerless. Burdened by an overwhelming number of artifacts and obsessions, compounded by years of confinement that had diminished his powers, reducing him to ashes. Yi Junlin promptly relayed a message to Li Mabai, instructing him to summon Kunpeng and Shakyamuni. He intended to aid these ancient mighty beings in reconstructing their golden bodies. Establishing sanctuaries across the universe to gather the faith of sentient beings to reconstruct their merits was a monumental task. However, with the involvement of the world's foremost Buddha, Shakyamuni, it should prove relatively straightforward. As for Xianxia and the remnants of the celestial beings, Yi Junlin could only inquire whether the system possessed a method to swiftly consolidate their true forms. Beep. The system has issued a sign-in task. The sign-in location is the second city of all races. Sign-in reward, 100,000,000 indestructible golden pills. Effects of the indestructible golden pill solidifies the divine soul, strengthens the divine consciousness, and refines an indestructible golden body. Chapter 131, following. Beep. The system detects that the host is within the Haotian secret realm. However, they are also in the second city of all races. Sign-in can be completed to obtain rewards. Would you like to sign in? The system's voice resonated in Yi Junlin's mind. Yes, confirm sign-in. Yi Junlin replied directly. Beep. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have received 100,000,000 indestructible golden pills. Although the indestructible golden pills were specifically crafted for remnants like Xianxia and the celestial beings, many of the 100,000 artifacts in Yi Junlin's possession had not survived. Most were mere obsessions. While they could be considered deceased, their obsessions lingered. At that time, the human race was devoid of a sovereign, yet these semi-sovereigns had accomplished feats worthy of a sovereign. They had pushed their limits, awakened their potential, and sealed the demonic sovereign entirely. This was their tragedy, yet a fortune for all races. Yi Junlin's thoughts were simple. Once they restored their true forms, he would have them consume a disaster pill. Wouldn't that mean he could potentially gain followers who were sovereigns? Not just one or two, but a formidable assembly. Such a lineup could indeed traverse both ancient and modern times. It could be said that Yi Junlin wielded the strongest coalition in history, with some of the most powerful beings of antiquity at his command, particularly the half-sovereigns among his artifacts. Of course, Yi Junlin was unaware of whether the boundless power of faith from the Buddhist realm could truly reconstruct golden bodies. These were merely notions he had previously entertained, but their efficacy remained uncertain. Whether success would be achieved was also unknown. Should he succeed, he would become the most formidable ruler of all time, dictating life and death, surpassing the esteemed figures of the past. Naturally, these predecessors were deserving of respect. Yi Junlin did not intend to dominate them entirely, but he was uncertain if they would retain their former selves upon their return. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to maintain control in his hands. Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance. Otherwise, I do not know how much longer we could have endured, Haotian said solemnly, clasping his fists in gratitude towards Yi Junlin. With the demise of the demon lord, his true form could swiftly recover. Returning to his former pinnacle was not out of reach. Haotian desired to follow Yi Junlin and inquired about his intentions. For someone like him, who had once stood atop the peak, bowing in submission required immense courage. Of course, Yi Junlin replied with a smile of agreement. In the days to come, I shall lead you towards the true pinnacle, looking down upon the heavens. Yi Junlin proclaimed emphatically. No one doubted Yi Junlin's ability to achieve this. After all, he was the most dazzling genius in their eyes, under the protection of a sovereign. Who would dare claim that Yi Junlin could not rise? It was merely a matter of time. A sovereign. I never expected that my remnant form would witness the emergence of a sovereign among humanity. What fortune for me and for the human race. Your Highness, I, Xianxia, am also willing to pledge my life in loyalty. Xianxia declared earnestly. It is settled then. Today brings double joy. with a flick of his fingers. Junlin summoned 3 indestructible golden pills, one for xianxia, one for xiaoyan, and one for the celestial being. The essence of the Tao. What kind of elixir is this? Just the fragrance alone solidifies my remnant form. Xianxia, being a half-sovereign, immediately felt the difference. Such a pill was truly one of a kind, exceedingly precious. Clearly, the 3 of them were taken aback. In their era, such elixirs were unheard of. This pill is far too precious. I cannot accept it. It would be a waste. Xianxia shook his head, attempting to return the indestructible golden pill to Junlin. Since you have all chosen to follow me, it is imperative that we restore our true forms without delay. The adversaries outside are numerous, and it would be quite unamusing if I were unable to contend with them. Junlin remarked, shrugging his shoulders. As his subordinates, it is inconceivable for them to remain in a diminished state. They must at least regain their former combat prowess. What? Is there anyone bold enough to disrespect the young master? This is utterly outrageous. Xianxia's demeanor instantly transformed, filled with righteous fury, as he swallowed the indestructible golden pill in one gulp. Xianxiang and xiaoyan followed suit, consuming the pill simultaneously. At that very moment, the entire xiaoyan secret realm began to tremble. Unbeknownst to them, outside the xiaoyan secret realm, the skies above the Tianyuan secret realm were awash with resplendent multicolored radiance. An extraordinary phenomenon was unfolding, heralding the emergence of a formidable treasure. It was highly likely that this anomaly was instigated by the xiaoyan mirror. Within the second city of the myriad races, a torrent of azure surged toward the city's outskirts. These armored cultivators, clad in azure, possessed extraordinary strength. They were none other than the enforcers who had arrived via spatial transmission. The enforcers now bore expressions of malevolence, seething with rage. How dare a merely mobile defy the enforcement hall? A mere youth, still unblemished by the trials of age, had the audacity to seize their xiaoyan mirror. This was nothing short of blatant provocation, a flagrant display of disdain for the enforcers. Chapter 132, The 3 Sovereigns Descend. An immense and boundless phenomenon enveloped the entire Tianyuan secret realm. The aura of sovereigns resonated from deep within Tianyuan, signifying that someone had ascended to the rank of sovereign. Indeed, a grand era was upon us. This time, there was not merely one sovereign, but astonishingly, 3 sovereigns had simultaneously attained enlightenment. Yi Jitian, with his flowing black hair and a crown adorning his head, sat upon the emperor's throne, his eyes radiating a terrifying divine light as he spoke. Sovereigns. I never anticipated that there would still be individuals achieving sovereign status in this era, Yi Zhan murmured softly. In this age, the path to enlightenment is fraught with challenges. It must be acknowledged that Yi Jitian's sheer determination led him to become the foremost human sovereign in all of history. Yi Jitian has indeed dazzled the annals of time. From the ancient epics to the present, he is truly deserving of the title of the greatest being of all ages. Alas, you have missed a splendid opportunity, Yi Jitian remarked with a tinge of regret in his gaze as he looked at Yi Zhan. Father, although the Tao of heaven and earth is flawed today, my resolve to become a sovereign remains unwavering. Even amidst these imperfections, I shall carve a path to enlightenment, Yi Zhan declared with resolute conviction. Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are my son, Yi Jitian responded with satisfaction. Yet, I wonder how Junlin is faring within. Yi Zhan expressed a hint of concern. This child possesses talent far more formidable than either of us. The fact that the restrictions within him have yet to be triggered indicates there is no cause for alarm. Perhaps this sovereign's aura is even related to him, Yi Jitian observed with a smile. How could it be? Could it be that Junlin has ascended to sovereign status? Yi Zhan inquired incredulously. He had been stagnating at the half-sovereign realm for far too long. He could scarcely believe his brother might have reached sovereign status. However, he soon shook his head with a smile, dismissing the thought. No, how could Junlin be so young and achieve such a feat? Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble erupted from across Tianyuan. This sound was not man-made. It resonated like the beating of a colossal heart. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 heartbeats echoed forth. It was difficult to fathom what kind of existence could produce such a powerful thrum. It has begun. The beats have increased in frequency. When I attained enlightenment, that heart beat 81 times, Yi Jitian remarked, furrowing his brow as he gazed across Tianyuan. Father, what is this? Yi Zhan asked, his expression grave. This is the ancient demon king that has survived through the ages, Yi Jitian stated, his eyes shining like divine lamps. It is indeed the demon king. Yi Zhan's countenance paled. This demon king is far more terrifying than those of ancient times. Even the night deity pales in comparison. This time, the emergence of a sovereign has provoked him. A chaotic era is upon us. With those words, Yi Jitian fell into a contemplative silence. The universe trembled, and the heavens lamented. A supreme being had come into existence. Is this truly a treasure? A group of enforcers gasped in astonishment. How could a treasure of heaven and earth possess such overwhelming energy? Were it not for Xianxia's extreme suppression of his own aura, the entire Haotian secret realm would have been obliterated. He had just consumed the indestructible golden pill, swiftly consolidating his true form, and without hesitation, he swallowed the calamity pill as well. Thus, he instantaneously broke through to the sovereign realm. Xianxiang and Haotian, not to be outdone, also consumed the calamity pill, ascending to the sovereign realm. However, their auras were considerably weaker than Tianju's. Only a powerhouse like Yi Jitian could perceive that three sovereigns were emerging simultaneously. Li Maobai, how dare you show your face here? Today, you have defied the enforcement hall and assisted others in seizing the Haotian mirror. Such treachery deserves execution. Suddenly, the elder from the enforcement hall, having spotted Li Maobai, erupted in fury. The loss of the Haotian mirror is closely tied to Li Maobai. Capture him alive. The elder from the enforcement hall pointed accusingly at Li Maobai. Silence. Li Maobai had just completed his task of relaying Yi Junlin's instructions to seek Shakyamuni Buddha when he encountered these ancient relics. Boom. Li Maobai had now truly ascended to the supreme realm. With a mere utterance, he could command the forces of heaven and earth. With just 2 words, the entire group of enforcers was sent flying backward. Li Maobai did not kill them. Instead, he rendered them powerless. Uft. Li Maobai, you dare to cripple our cultivation. If the Grand Elder learns of your actions, he will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. The elder shouted in despair. With their powers crippled, the enforcement hall would undoubtedly abandon them. From this day forward, they would be nothing but useless beings, cast aside by the enforcement hall. Their eyes shone with malice. They never imagined that Li Maobai had already entered the supreme realm. Chapter 133. The Resurrection of 10,000 Ancient Powers. It is essential to understand how difficult it is to enter the supreme realm in this era. Not only had Li Maobai entered the supreme realm, but it appeared his level was quite high. Li Maobai, do not think that just because you are in the supreme realm, you can act with impunity. Do not forget, those individuals have been supreme for many years. When the time comes, you shall surely die. Before the elder could finish his sentence, Li Maobai interrupted, his voice booming. Several enforcers perished on the spot. Simultaneously, Shakyamuni Buddha opened the gates of Buddhism, fervently teaching the disciples. It must be said that at times, the brainwashing methods of Buddhism can be terrifying. How long had it been since Shakyamuni departed from Yi Junlin? He had already gathered a formidable cohort of powerful beings, each emanating an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. On this day, magnificent halls of virtue arose across the cosmos, each housing a plethora of golden embodiments. These golden figures bore the visages of ancient powerhouses, immortalized by Yi Junlin in the Stone of Memories. Upon emerging from the Haotian mirror, Yi Junlin instructed the celestial monarchs to return the weapons to their rightful owners, for within these weapons lay their fervent aspirations, aiding their swift awakening and restoration. As for the other 2 monarchs, they naturally became Yi Junlin's steadfast guardians. In the vast realm of Tianyuan, even beyond, Yi Junlin could navigate with an unyielding dominance. Boom. The emergence of the halls of virtue sent ripples of shock throughout myriad races. This unprecedented feat stemmed from the beings eliminated in the Tianyuan trials, who were enlightened by the Buddha Shakyamuni. Aware of their futility in the competition, they willingly withdrew, propagating the teachings of the Buddha, establishing the halls of virtue, and sculpting golden embodiments. They called upon the myriad races to pay homage. Soon, word spread like wildfire, and within mere days, the entirety of the celestial realms was aware. Such assimilation was genuinely formidable. Although they remained oblivious to the hall's intention to resurrect these formidable beings, it did not deter them from offering their faith and prayers. These ancient powerhouses were not merely for humanity, but for all races, revered by all sentient beings. An overwhelming force of virtue surged from all corners of the universe, continually infusing these golden embodiments. With each increment of virtue, the golden forms became more vibrant. Boom. A colossal wave of thought energy swept across the heavens. The monarch's thought energy, empowered by the human emperor, would expedite their formation. Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. Even as a monarch, he was profoundly impressed. There existed a disparity even among monarchs. The human emperor's thought energy would drastically shorten the resurrection time. What would have taken a year for these ancient powerhouses could now possibly be achieved in mere days due to the human emperor's intervention. Yi Junlin lifted his gaze beyond Tianyuan, his eyes seemingly locking onto the human emperor Yi Jitian, who nodded in acknowledgement. Temples across the universe simultaneously erupted in radiant golden light. The golden embodiments stirred and transformed, their vitality intensifying. They trembled as though a cocooned silkworm yearned to break free and embrace rebirth. Crack! At last, within one of the halls of virtue, a golden embodiment fractured. An immensely rich vitality poured forth, enveloping the area. Concurrently, a formidable aura erupted, causing all races within this cosmic region to tremble, gazing apprehensively toward the Hall of Virtue. This aura was overwhelmingly terrifying. The golden embodiment shattered completely, revealing an ancient powerhouse. The exhilarating aura filled with longing. Who would have imagined that after so many years of demise, there existed a chance for rebirth? The ancient powerhouse murmured to himself. Simultaneously, a shocking message reverberated across the world. The ancient powerhouse Gumin had indeed returned to life. The golden embodiment of Gumin within the Hall of Virtue had come alive. My goodness, during this period, countless halls of virtue had sprung up across the universe, both on human and other races' territories. Should these ancient powerhouses all be resurrected? The implications were staggering. Some beings were utterly astonished, their faces reflecting terror. They could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. The ancient powerhouses, long departed, were now being revived one by one, a thought that sent chills down their spines. Since you have returned, accompany me to meet His Highness. The celestial monarch appeared directly before Gumin, who willingly pledged to shed blood for His Highness. Gumin bowed deeply to the celestial monarch. Boom. At that very moment, the universe erupted, radiating immeasurable brilliance. Countless ancient beings emerged from the halls of virtue, all heading toward a singular destination. My emperor. Regarding the recent resurrection of these ancient beings, the heavenly king beneath the human emperor gazed at Yi Jitian in inquiry. No need for concern. Let them proceed. Yi Jitian replied nonchalantly, as if perceiving some greater vision. We pay our respects, Your Highness. In the second city of the myriad races, a formation of 100,000 ancient powerhouses bowed in unison, vociferously proclaiming their allegiance to Yi Junlin. This young man had granted them a second chance at life and beckoned them to ascend peaks previously unattainable, the realm of monarchs. Each of them possessed a calamity pill. Chapter 134, Stunned and Terrified. Everyone, please rise. You are all esteemed predecessors who have accomplished unparalleled feats for the myriad races, Yi Junlin remarked with a gentle smile. We are fortunate to have been favored by Your Highness, and now granted new lives. Henceforth, we shall clear obstacles for you and shed our blood. The words of the 100,000 powerhouses resonated powerfully across the heavens. Very well, today this hall shall forge a historical precedent, destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. From this moment onward, all of you shall join my heavenly court and usher in an unprecedented era of prosperity. Yi Junlin declared loudly. We shall obey the young master's command. Who dares to harm those of my law enforcement hall? Step forth and face your demise. The audacity to seize my xianxian mirror and incapacitate the elders of my law enforcement hall is truly remarkable. Today, I shall witness whether you possess the courage of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. A tremendous rift in the void tore open above Yi Junlin and the others. An infuriated voice emanated from within. 7 or 8 elders emerged from the rift, their faces still etched with fury. The moment these elders appeared, they froze in place. What was this situation? A grand military exercise? 100,000 individuals, all in perfect formation. Under normal circumstances, they would have felt no fear, but today was different. Even a mere whiff of their aura was enough to shatter them. They were, after all, true sovereigns. Having spent years in seclusion, they had only just been awakened. Upon hearing that the ancient artifact xianxian mirror had been lost, they rushed out to pursue it. However, they never anticipated that upon arriving at the second city of the myriad races, they would be greeted by such a spectacle. A young man, radiant and eloquent, delivering a stirring oration, while countless powerhouses listened, entranced, utterly captivated. They simply could not fathom the origins of this young man, capable of rallying 100,000 powerhouses. Moreover, these powerhouses bore a striking resemblance to those they had encountered before. Ahem, my apologies, everyone. We are merely passing through. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, his face tightening, hastily stated. Whoosh. Instantly, 100,000 pairs of eyes turned toward the entourage of the Law Enforcement Hall. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We are only here to find someone, the city lord named Li Ma Bei. He not only incapacitated our men, but also stole our treasured xianxian mirror. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall reiterated. Oh, is this Li Ma Bei the person you speak of? Yi Junlin smiled, stepping aside to reveal Li Ma Bei standing behind him. Bold Li Ma Bei, how dare you mingle among the ranks of this esteemed individual? Not only have you incapacitated my enforcers, but you have also stolen the xianxian mirror. Your crimes are utterly unforgivable. The Grand Elder's fury was palpable as he chastised Li Ma Bei. Oh, is this the xianxian mirror you speak of? Xianxian extended his palm, revealing a mirror that spun effortlessly upon it. This cannot be the xianxian mirror. You jest. Esteemed one. The Grand Elder's expression shifted, betraying disbelief as he offered a nervous laugh. It must be a ploy devised by Li Mabai's accomplices. Let's not concern ourselves with him for now. Let us pursue, the Grand Elder declared, as if a decision had been made. But Grand Elder, is this not Li Mabai himself? If we capture him, it would be abundantly clear who possesses the Haoyan mirror. An elderly man questioned, perplexed. Smack. The Grand Elder of the Enforcement Hall delivered a sharp slap. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? He barked with authority. And no, I wouldn't dare. The elder stammered in response. Though he too was of the supreme rank, he paled in comparison to the Grand Elder. He dared not voice his anger, for it was indeed humiliating for a supreme to be struck in the presence of others. Thief, do not flee. I have seen you. Suddenly, the Grand Elder shouted in anger, preparing to chase into the distance. Do not run. That truly is the Haoyan mirror, Yi Junlin remarked, gazing at the Grand Elder. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. The Haoyan mirror has been in our possession for no less than 800 million years. I can discern its authenticity with a mere glance. Surely, this esteemed individual is jesting. The Grand Elder hastily refuted. This esteemed one seems somewhat familiar? The Grand Elder thought, yearning to seize the Haoyan mirror, yet daunted by the sudden emergence of such formidable beings. Familiar indeed. I too feel a sense of recognition. Perhaps you should ponder further? It is quite possible he is the original master of the Haoyan mirror, Yi Junlin suggested with a smile. Gasp. The Haoyan king, the ancient Haoyan king. The Grand Elder was genuinely taken aback. Upon glancing back, he understood why he felt a sense of familiarity. He had encountered these ancient powerhouses in historical texts and statues in varying degrees. Chapter 135. 100,000 ancient powerhouses ascend to sovereignty. How is this possible? These are all ancient mighty beings, yet they have not perished? The Grand Elder's complexion turned pale as realization dawned upon him. My lord, I was mistaken. We had no knowledge of your presence. Had we known, we would not have dared to disturb you. The Grand Elder of the Enforcement Hall knelt, trembling with fear. Let it be dealt with casually. They have committed no grave offense. Yi Junlin addressed the air nonchalantly. Countless powerful beings marveled at his magnanimity, proclaiming him the son of the emperor, possessing such noble composure at such a young age. Should there be a next time, I shall not show mercy. Begone. Haoyan waved his hand dismissively, causing several individuals to vanish like dust into the horizon. Today, we shall forge an unprecedented miracle. I decree that all of you shall ascend to sovereignty this very day. Yi Junlin's words resonated, shaking the void itself. Countless beings were left in awe. What could this young man possibly be planning? They remained oblivious to his intentions. What instilled fear was the revival of these ancient powerhouses, long thought lost to time. Was this a blessing or a curse for the myriad races? The outcome was unpredictable. Yet, Yi Junlin bore no semblance to a bloodthirsty being. Guardians of the sovereigns. Commence the ascension, Yi Junlin commanded. His subordinates, the Celestial Emperor and the Haoyan Emperor, swiftly took their positions, seated in the void to safeguard the proceedings. They were to protect the 100,000 powerhouses. As for the Tianjia Emperor, he remained steadfast by Yi Junlin's side, for to him, nothing was more paramount than Yi Junlin's safety. The 100,000 powerhouses began to meditate, consuming the calamity pill. In an instant, vibrant clouds of myriad colors manifested above their heads. At this extraordinary juncture, neither heavenly tribulations nor the Tao could pose a challenge. Even the heavens dared not manifest, for they were too powerful. Roars of fury erupted from their lips. Observers could witness that some of the seemingly aged powerhouses were visibly rejuvenating, transforming into their middle-aged selves at a perceivable rate. Their hair darkened and vitality surged within them. They radiated luminescence, seated upon the ground with eyes wide open, emitting blinding rays that pierced the clouds above. The gathering crowd swelled, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Though they were unaware of the realm these ancient powerhouses were striving to attain, they recognized that such heights were beyond their reach. They dared only to observe from the periphery, for even a mere hint of their aura could shatter them to pieces. They were unfortunate to exist in an age so filled with powerhouse beings, all of whom were of the human race. The myriad races would never find an opportunity to raise their heads. Thus, they were unfortunate. Yet, they were also fortunate, for they bore witness to this magnificent history, experiencing an event that had not transpired in eons. So, they were both pitiful and blessed. An overwhelming aura, capable of shaking the heavens, spread across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, reaching the depths of the cosmos. This immense presence struck terror into the hearts of all living beings. Spiritual energy surged like a tempest, overshadowing all, causing the universe to tremble and the very earth to quake. The myriad races stirred, countless powerful beings gazing towards the abyss. Who could it be that had entered such an exalted realm, stirring such profound emotions? An elder powerhouse trembled as he spoke. This aura is stronger than even that of the Emperor Yi Jitian upon achieving enlightenment. They were filled with dread, uncertain of who was claiming sovereignty. Such audacity. To have so many ascend simultaneously, truly a monumental feat in history. Beyond the abyss. Yi Jitian's eyes ignited with brilliant light, as if he could see through the annals of time, declaring, "This immense aura of ascension is indeed heart-stirring. Father, you mentioned it is not just one person ascending? How can this be? Just recently, 3 individuals ascended. Now, what is happening?" Yizhan gazed towards the abyssal secret realm. "Your brother is up to his antics again, 100,000 powerhouses ascending at once. What audacity!" Yi Jitian laughed heartily. "What? 100,000 powerhouses ascending simultaneously? How is this even possible? Did Junlin truly orchestrate this?" Yizhan was genuinely astonished. Having survived countless years, very few things could render him speechless. However, during this period, his younger brother accomplished one astonishing feat after another, leaving him utterly astounded. No matter how hard he tried, he could not fathom how his brother achieved such remarkable success. Setting aside the matter of attaining enlightenment, the number of formidable beings capable of reaching such heights in this realm is undoubtedly scarce. Could it be related to the recently emerged Hall of Meritorious Deeds? Yizhan suddenly appeared to connect the dots, articulating his thoughts. Upon reaching their level of cultivation, certain truths naturally become evident. He had not anticipated that Junlin would achieve such a milestone. What audacity it entailed. In such a brief span of time, he had gathered an astonishing number of powerful warriors, which was truly incredible, Yizhan remarked with a hint of admiration. His brother, Yi Junlin, truly possessed the demeanor of an emperor. He felt a swell of pride for his sibling. At that moment, the entire world began to tremble with unrest. Boundless multicolored rays of light spread across the heavens and realms, while countless golden lotuses adorned the void. This was an unprecedented era of prosperity, witnessed by countless souls. This day was destined to be etched in the annals of history as one of the most significant. What is this aura? Another emperor is being born among the human race. What on earth is happening? On the other side of the abyss, countless individuals trembled, even awakening the long-slumbering night deity. The overwhelming energies threatened to freeze his very soul. He had anticipated that upon awakening, he could conquer the myriad realms. Yet, just as he succeeded in reaching the half-emperor realm, the presence of these emperors emerged. He was frightened, truly terrified, daring not to step beyond the abyss. He hurried to pay homage to the demon king, Mo heir, for the resurrection of the demon emperor was imminent. And now the human race had produced not just 1 or 2 emperors. This was utterly ridiculous. Had the world changed so rapidly? The night deity, drenched in cold sweat, murmured, "Hadn't all the half-emperors of the human race perished? It was precisely because of this that I dared to emerge. Yet, upon my arrival, the presence of these emperors nearly frightened me to death. Clouds of auspiciousness filled the void, golden rays illuminating the sky. Streams of spiritual energy dissipated from the void into the myriad realms. This was the emperors nourishing the world, heralding the resurgence of spiritual energy. From this day forth, countless extraordinary talents would inevitably rise, flourishing like bamboo shoots after rain. It felt as though the world had returned to the ancient times of abundant spiritual energy, where prodigies flourished like dragons among men. Boom, boom, boom. A resounding heartbeat echoed, and this time all the emperors heard it. Like thunder, the rhythm quickened, intensifying with each beat. 100,000 emperors stirred within him, hastening his awakening. Yi Jitian gazed towards the foreign realm and spoke softly. This demon emperor, after years of imprisonment, has not diminished but has instead grown even more formidable? Or is this all part of an elaborate trap? A trap? In that instant, Yi Jitian seemed to pierce through the ancient battle's veil. The demon emperor had orchestrated his own sealing, deliberately exhausting the life force of these half-emperors, while he absorbed their vitality to augment his own strength. In a heartbeat, Yi Jitian grasped the intricate connections. The demon emperor, inherently an emperor, upon breaking free from his seal, would be overwhelmingly powerful. Yi Jitian was uncertain, but he knew he had previously underestimated the demon emperor. In the past, perhaps he could have matched the demon emperor, but now, 100,000 emperors were not to be trifled with. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing upon us the realm of emperors. The 100,000 emperors proclaimed in unison. From this day forth, we shall all be emperors of the heavenly court, illuminating the world with its name. Yi Junlin declared from his elevated platform, "We are willing to serve the heavenly sovereign, striving together to forge the glory of the heavenly court." Currently, Yi Junlin could be regarded as the most powerful sovereign in all the myriad worlds, surpassing even the human emperor hall established by his father, Yi Jitian. Not for any reason other than the fact that the human emperor hall contained only one human emperor. Though formidable, its overall strength was insufficient. The heavenly court, however, was different. It boasted a staggering 100,000 emperors, a figure that could instill fear in anyone who heard it. It has appeared. Xianxia sensed an ominous presence. Turning his gaze towards the other side of the abyss, where a formidable aura emerged. This was not the demon emperor, but rather all the demon generals wielding a celestial blade. This celestial blade, the emperor's artifact, possessed immense power. At this moment, the blade stretched for millions of miles, with boundless blade energy cascading downwards. They sought to awaken the demon emperor. Xianxia furrowed his brow. The celestial blade soared through the air, emanating a colossal aura that seemed to cleave the abyss in two. A nauseating scent wafted forth. All the demons chanted ancient incantations. With each verse sung, countless demons were reduced to ashes, swept away by the wind. They were using themselves as sustenance to nourish the demon emperor. The celestial blade serving as a conduit to transfer this energy into his body. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the heartbeat quickened. Everyone now understood that it was not the seal that hindered the demon emperor, but rather his own transformation. This metamorphosis was terrifying, daunting. The duration could be brief, perhaps a year or two, or it could extend to days, decades, or even millennia. All that remained was to wait. The power of the abyss's rules was too formidable. Even emperors would suffer severe erosion should they forcibly step beyond its confines. This was a scenario they wished to avoid. They could only wait for Junlin to enter the ultimate realm and uncover the secrets of the rule's power. Chapter 137, The 81 Cities of All Races. The last city. 50,000 heavenly court emperors reported to the human emperor at the human emperor hall. The remainder would accompany me to the innermost depths of the abyss. Junlin commanded. He was oblivious to the circumstances concerning his father. However, sending 50,000 emperors was a precaution. Even if the demon emperor emerged, they would be able to contend with him. His curiosity regarding the depths of the abyss grew increasingly intense. What kind of existence could have developed this secret realm? And what secrets lay hidden in the depths of the abyss? Traditionally, the gates of each city within the myriad races would only open once every 100 million years. Yet, Junlin had completely rewritten history, or rather, he shattered this convention solely for his own sake. He led 50,000 emperors like a swarm of locusts, or rather, like celestial beings descending, leaving no one daring to obstruct their path. After 3 years, they finally arrived at the 81st city of all races. Though there had been emperors to guard their journey, it should have been a simple task for Junlin to reach the 81st city. In just a brief moment, these emperors could have delivered him there. However, it was imperative for Junlin to undergo trials to hone his skills. The 81st city, known as the Imperial City, was said to be governed by an emperor. This legend dated back countless years, perhaps to the ancient times or even earlier. Few individuals had reached this final city. Throughout history, they could be counted on one's fingers. System, check the panel. Host, ruler of the heavenly court, Junlin. Followers, 100,000 emperor-level experts. Those below the emperor level are negligible. Cultivation, great Tao realm. Talent, secret techniques of divine arts. Creating an invincible martial art. A single punch that reverberates through the ages. A single step that encompasses the cosmos. Unique physique, the supreme of the universe, the Yi clan's Tao body. After 3 years of rigorous training, Junlin transcended 2 significant realms, achieving the great Tao realm, with the next step leading to the supreme realm. I am the celestial emperor of Xianxia. Open the city gates at once and allow my young lord to enter. Xianxia bellowed at the city gate. His voice thundered like a tempest, captivating the hearts of all who heard it. And this was merely a casual shout. The grandeur of this city, known as the City of 10,000 Races, was truly unparalleled. To put it in perspective, the combined might of the previous 80 cities paled in comparison to this final citadel's splendor. This is the Imperial City. Do you think you can enter simply by saying so? According to the rules, the gates will not open for another 8,999 years. You may wait in peace. A seated guard atop the city wall spoke, his eyes remaining shut and his demeanor indifferent. He paid no heed to Junlin and the others. Setting aside the fact that the city lord was a monarch, the mere guardian at the gate had already reached the primordial realm, an existence even more formidable than that of a supreme. The presence of a mere gatekeeper as a primordial being was ample evidence of the city's exceptional nature. Here, even a supreme lacked the qualifications to gaze upon the gates. When has my young lord ever been subject to such regulations? I command you to open the gates immediately or face the consequences. Haoyan declared coldly, holding the Haoyan mirror. Though they were all exalted beings, they would not typically exert their influence over others. However, in these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were necessary. They understood that the alien demon emperor was awakening, and they had to enter the 81 cities with utmost urgency to seek out the legendary secrets. If the alien demon emperor fully awakened, the repercussions would be catastrophic. They must traverse the Tianyuan and locate the sealing grounds, eliminating him before he could regain his full strength. Humph! In this day and age, even the most insignificant creatures dare to claim the title of emperor? I shall see what you truly are, daring to proclaim yourself sovereign in my presence. The guard scoffed, his irritation flaring at the repeated interruptions to his meditative state. He was resolved to make these intruders pay dearly. How dare they disturb his enlightenment? Only death could assuage his wrath. Gradually, the guard opened his eyes. You worthless fools. Ah, esteemed lords, I see you have arrived. The guard's furious expression transformed upon witnessing the assembly of 50,000 strong warriors before him. His heart quaked. What was this? A host of 50,000 powerful beings had appeared, and while he could not discern their individual levels of cultivation, the two standing at the forefront were undeniably true monarchs, the Xianxia Emperor and the Haotian Emperor, who did not conceal their formidable auras. He nearly lost control in fear. The others behind them emanated an aura as unfathomable as the abyss. All attention gravitated toward Junlin, evidently the young lord they spoke of. Chapter 138, the Old City Lord of the Imperial City. What kind of immense power is this? Merely a youth, yet surrounded by such formidable figures, even including emperors. The guard briefly entertained the notion that they were all emperors, but he quickly dismissed it. How rare are emperors? It was inconceivable for so many to materialize overnight. This must be a deception. At most, they were on par with him in the primordial realm, but had not attained the heights of true emperors. Now do you see what we are? Hao Yin stated coldly. Insulting them was one matter, but to insult the young lord? That was unacceptable. You have sealed your fate. After all, they were all beings who had faced death before. What could be more terrifying than that? Ah, to insult the sovereign of the celestial court, the young Lord Yi Junlin, was the ultimate affront. Esteemed lords, I shall inform the city lord immediately. Please, wait here. The guard hastily turned to seek an audience with the city lord. Do not bother reporting. I have long found you displeasing. Daring to offend my young lord, you shall perish. A tempestuous emperor behind him swung his arm and struck the city gate. An emperor. Another emperor. What in the world is happening? How can there be so many emperors? This was the genuine reflection of the primordial realm guard's thoughts as he vanished from sight. He could not comprehend how so many emperors had suddenly emerged. Who exactly was this youth? With these questions, he vanished forever, never to know that they were the subordinates of the celestial court's sovereign. The emperor's strike was measured, merely erasing the guard without destroying the entire city. After all, this was the city of 10,000 races, a crucible for myriad races. To obliterate it would be catastrophic. Who dares to act with such impudence in my imperial city? A voice, ancient and frail, resonated as a gaunt figure clad in tattered robes appeared atop the city wall. Who are you, and what brings you to the city of 10,000 races? The elder's gaze was stern as he scrutinized Yi Junlin and his entourage. The sudden emergence of so many strong beings left even him, a monarch, feeling a sense of impotence. For aside from the youth, the rest were all emperors, 50,000 emperors. To be precise, such a revelation would terrify anyone. My young lord wishes to enter the final city of the city of 10,000 races. I implore you to open the gates. Hao Yin spoke blandly. The city of 10,000 races is the foundation of all races. They could not force their way in. Otherwise, the younger generations would be deprived of their opportunity to cultivate in the Tianyuan, resulting in a loss for all races. You ought to understand that if we were to force our way in, not even the emperor's formation could impede us. We merely wish to avoid destruction, Xianxia said softly. As if elucidating a fact, he was simultaneously conveying to the city lord that their entry was a simple matter, only hindered by their desire to preserve the city of 10,000 races. He was also issuing a subtle threat. If the gates were not opened, they would not hesitate to breach them. After all, time was of the essence. I have been guarding this place for so many years that I have forgotten. Can you tell me what the world outside is like now? Are emperors as common as trees, and are prodigies soaring? The old city lord mused with a hint of nostalgia. In his time, emperors were non-existent. He had become one here, fortunate to be influenced by the complete rules of the Tianyuan. Yet, throughout the years, he had not forgotten his duty. He had assumed that the world outside had undergone tremendous changes, with spiritual energy revitalized and prodigies emerging everywhere, with emperors abounding. After all, even someone of his modest talent had ascended to become an emperor. Surely, there must be even more emperors in the outside world. Indeed, emperors are as numerous as trees, fully 100,000 of them, all having entered the emperor realm in recent years, and remarkably, on the same day and within the same year. Xianxia replied with a smile. 100,000 emperors? Could it possibly be from 3 years ago? The city lord was astounded. He initially thought it might be the emergence of a remarkable treasure. These opportunities belonged to the youth. He had no intention of competing for them. Such treasures were exceedingly precious, even to someone of his strength. though he has ascended to the throne. He remains the most feeble of sovereigns. He wishes to grant opportunities to the younger generation. Alas, age has caught up with me. Please, step inside. The old man gestured with his gnarled hand, and the city gates swung wide open. Although they had entered the imperial city, it was the location closest to the depths of the abyss. However, the timing of the opening of the Gate of Rules is beyond even my reckoning. Over countless millennia, the Gate of Rules has opened fewer than 10 times, devoid of any discernible pattern. Moreover, the power of the rules vehemently repels sovereigns. The realm of sovereigns must not be breached, lest calamity befall. The old city lord addressed Junlin and his companions. We shall not enter. This time, it is for the young master, and we are merely protectors of the path, xianxia stated. The old city lord sighed skyward. What a world we live in, where even the protectors are comprised of 50,000 sovereigns. How can the other young ones survive? Chapter 139, The Gate of the Abyss. In the ancient times before the primordial era, not a single sovereign existed. The lords of this city only attained the rank of sovereign upon entering the abyssal secret realm. Being the closest city to the core of the abyss, it has opened its gates less than 10 times over the years. Yet the lethal power of the rules that leaked from within has greatly benefited him. His cultivation naturally soared, allowing him to rise among the sovereigns. The world has changed. Now, a youth is surrounded by 50,000 sovereigns. Merely contemplating this is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Surprisingly, the number of cultivators within this city is exceedingly sparse, almost pitifully so. Yet, each one is extraordinarily powerful. Over the years, only the mightiest beings have reached this final city. These beings possess unparalleled talent, each a paragon of their lineage. The weakest among them has reached the realm of the Grand Tao, illustrating the formidable prowess they possess. Ding. The system announces a sign-in task. Sign-in location, 81 cities of all races. Sign-in reward, a key to unlock the core of the abyss. Reward of 100,000 years of cultivation and billions of human sovereign pills. Will you sign in? The system's voice echoed in Junlin's mind. Sign in, he replied mentally. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Rewards have been issued. Please check. The so-called human sovereign pill is a medicinal elixir consumed upon reaching the sovereign level, with each pill granting the efficacy of 100,000 years of cultivation. The reward of 100,000 years of cultivation is not a direct infusion determined by the system, but rather reflects Junlin's own talent and speed of cultivation, essentially, the power he would gain from meditating for 100,000 years. This immense power catapulted his cultivation to an entirely new pinnacle, the peak of chaos. The core of the abyss opens without any predictable pattern. Yet now, Junlin possesses a golden key. According to the system, this key can directly unlock the core of the abyss without the need for waiting. Wait here. I shall proceed to the core of the rules of the abyss. Junlin declared to the 50,000 sovereigns. We shall await the return of the young master. The 50,000 sovereigns all sat down quietly behind Junlin, meditating and waiting. Junlin waved his hand, and millions of human sovereign pills fell into the hands of each sovereign. Thank you, young master. The city lord beside him was visibly shaken. There was nothing he could do. The allure of such pills was far too great. As a sovereign, his discerning eyes knew that even sovereigns would drool at the sight of such elixirs. In truth, Junlin also wished to bring this city lord under his wing, for he was curious to know what would happen when a sovereign consumed a calamity pill, unconditionally elevating their realm by a significant tier. Would they surpass his father, the human sovereign, and become the mightiest of all? However, he had no time for such thoughts now, for the golden key began to tremble. The void rippled outward in expanding circles. Could it be that the core rules of the abyss are to be forcibly unlocked? No, it cannot be. Absolutely impossible. There is no one in this world capable of such a feat, the city lord exclaimed in shock. After all these years, he had exhausted every possible method to unlock it, and could not fathom how Junlin could succeed. This was nothing short of a fantasy. Yet the 50,000 sovereigns remained serene. In their eyes, young Master Yi was omnipotent. He had even resurrected those mighty beings who had passed away for countless years. What could he not accomplish? The golden key continued to tremble, and a magnificent golden door slowly materialized before all beings. The gate of the abyss had truly opened. The city lord's expression turned vacant. He was all too familiar with this great door, having seen it numerous times before. He had once desired to enter, but the inexplicable rules had thwarted him as soon as he stepped near. His intuition warned him that to force entry would invite unspeakable horrors. Golden light illuminated the entire cosmos, casting it in a lustrous sheen. Rumbling, the golden door gradually opened, blinding rays of golden light emanating forth, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. How many years had it been? The gate of the abyss had opened. The wait had not been in vain. Some beings, overwhelmed with joy, cried out loudly, "This is the ultimate realm. I shall break the barriers and become the strongest sovereign of all time. I shall be the first to enter. I will seize the opportunity." A voice declared. Another, with a somber gaze, dashed toward the golden door while the rest remained entranced by the spectacle. It was only at this moment that countless cultivators regained their senses and rushed toward the gate of the abyss. What lay beyond this door? None could say. Yet one thing was certain. It harbored opportunities of unimaginable magnitude. "All of you return." A commanding voice resonated, as Xianxiaaudiobooks bound them all in place. "What are you doing?" "My young master has yet to enter." "What right do you have?" Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired. "The gate of the abyss has opened. It is an opportunity for all cultivators. Why should we be denied entry?" A being retorted. "Why should you be denied?" Xianxiaaudiobooks mocked. "Why? Simply because it is my young master who opened the gate of the abyss. He has yet to enter, and you think you can rush in? Is that even possible? Originally, once my young master entered, you would all have the chance to follow. But now, I can unequivocally tell you, it is impossible." Xianxiaaudiobooks declared resolutely. These beings were all the prodigies of myriad races, and with proper cultivation, they could potentially become formidable powers in the future. However, at this moment, one Junlin was more than sufficient. As for the other beings, in their eyes, they were merely a rabble, hardly worth comparing to a single hair of Junlin. "You are overstepping. We are all prodigies of myriad races. This opportunity belongs to every being. Our journey to this final city has been fraught with hardship. Yet now, someone wishes to dictate our future with a mere word? This is unforgivable." A being roared defiantly. "Strength grants one the power to be omnipotent. What can you do?" Xianxiaaudiobooks jested. He noticed that the beings around him appeared rather dim-witted. "Powerful? What difference does it make if you are powerful? The lord of the city is the true paragon of might. Your actions will undoubtedly attract the lord's wrath," one of the beings shouted. They firmly believed that the lord would advocate for them. Although the lord belonged to the human race, he had taken the time over the years to enlighten them on various cultivation dilemmas. There was no disparity in treatment. Thus most beings held the lord in high esteem. The lord stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. Was this truly his capacity to offer justice? "Lord, you must stand for us," another being bellowed. They remained utterly oblivious to the events transpiring beyond the city gates. Though Junlin and his entourage appeared to be a multitude, and while their presence was imperceptible, they were not to be underestimated. Even in the last city, where beings were few, a mere tens of thousands could still gather. Should conflict arise, they would not cower. "Cough, please, your highness." The lord stood and addressed Junlin with utmost respect. All the beings were taken aback. Why was the lord showing such deference to this youth? They could not comprehend nor fathom the gravity of the situation. Junlin, however, had no time to squander. Who knew when the abyssal gate would close? Without casting a glance at the assembled crowd, he turned to enter the abyssal gate. "Leave. You shall not." A voice resonated from nowhere, and a green specter lunged towards Junlin. They could not enter, nor would this youth. The green apparition bore the oppressive aura of a great power. Surging toward Junlin, frowning, he observed the abyssal gate slowly closing. "Begone." Junlin snapped, a colossal word of dismissal coalescing in the air and hurtling towards the specter. Bang! Without even a cry of anguish, the apparition was obliterated on the spot. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What kind of cultivation did this youth possess to annihilate even a great power with a mere reprimand? "Esteemed ones, fortune lies before us. We have finally arrived at the last city. After countless years of waiting, are you willing to give up?" A being roared, transforming into their true form to fight desperately. Even if they could not enter, they would not permit Junlin to do so. Yet Junlin paid them no heed. Striding toward the abyssal gate with his hands clasped behind his back. "Stop him, everyone. Fight with all your might." One by one, the beings transformed into streaks of light, unleashing their full potential in a desperate charge toward the abyssal gate. "Kill. Leave no one alive." Junlin's eyes glinted with a cold light, an overwhelming intent to kill converging as he icily stated, before his figure vanished into the abyssal gate. A swarm of ants, utterly oblivious to their impending doom. The Emperor Xianxiaaudiobooks among the 50,000 sovereigns rose, his demeanor icy. The remaining sovereigns sat motionless, their auras concealed, appearing almost like ordinary mortals. "Annihilate." Xianxiaaudiobooks waved his hand casually. Before the astonished gazes of countless beings, those rushing toward Junlin disintegrated into dust, swept away by the wind. Their terrified expressions frozen in time. The fortunate survivors stared blankly, unable to believe that such a multitude of prodigies had perished in an instant. They felt relieved that they had not acted, merely observing. Though the opening of the abyssal gate was a rare occurrence spanning millions of years, in the context of their lifespans, it was insignificant. After all, once life was extinguished, it was truly gone. As long as they lived, they could await the next opening of the abyssal gate. Chapter 141. The Power of Rules Born from Consumption. They gazed in terror at Xianxian and the multitude of thousands behind him. These individuals were undoubtedly powerful cultivators of Xianxian's caliber, leaving them in despair. Finally, they recalled why the previous lord had not supported them. Any one of these individuals could easily overpower the lord. As the abyssal gate closed, they realized they had missed their opportunity. However, they had ample time to prepare for the next opening of the abyssal gate. Was this the essence of the rules within the abyss? Junlin traversed through the rules of the abyss, his gaze falling upon streams of rule power intertwining and shimmering faintly. To the untrained eye, they appeared utterly insignificant. Yet, these very rules had the power to obstruct sovereigns. Who could have imagined that the rules born from the abyss were even more formidable than the rules of the external world? It was well known that all things evolved and derived their essence from the heavens. Yet the abyss had transcended this, crafting its own world and evolving unparalleled rules of power. As Junlin sought to touch these rules, they evaded him like living entities, visible yet intangible. He wandered aimlessly among these rules, devoid of spiritual energy. Only the potency of rules surrounding him. Time passed, and he finally halted before a charred tree, towering so high that its peak was beyond the reach of human sight. The tree exuded an aura of lifelessness, yet Junlin perceived within it an overwhelming force of rule power. This was a lightning-struck tree, blackened by celestial strikes, but within, he discerned a subtle hint of green, a sign of life, a rebirth from the brink of death. Rebirth from the brink of death? Junlin contemplated, falling silent as he scrutinized the tree. In the abyss, there was no spiritual energy, only rules. Yet even touching them proved impossible, as these forces were as intangible as the air. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting glimpse of white. Focusing his vision, he discovered a small white rabbit concealed in the grass, observing him with cautious eyes. Junlin extended his hand, capturing the rabbit. Startled, the creature attempted to flee. Junlin was astonished. This rabbit clearly lacked any awakened intelligence, akin to an ordinary rabbit in the outside world. Yet, what surprised him was the sheer power behind its leap. The force it exerted was comparable to the full strength of an immortal emperor's strike. How terrifying was this? And yet, it was truly just an ordinary rabbit. Junlin gazed solemnly at the struggling little white rabbit in his grasp, unleashing his ocular technique. He sought to comprehend the underlying cause of its plight. Indeed, within the creature's body resided a trace of the power of law, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. Junlin discerned that it was this very transformative power of law that endowed an ordinary rabbit with the strength of an immortal emperor. Is it a case of not standing until death, and then rising again? He muttered softly to himself. I refuse to believe that one cannot stand without first perishing. With this resolve, he made a decisive choice. Thus, he commenced to roast the rabbit right where he stood. Faced with an insurmountable problem, he opted to address the immediate concern, the charcoal-roasted little rabbit. Before long, the air was suffused with a delectable aroma, the scent of grilling meat tantalizing his senses. It had been years since he had savored such exquisite flavors. Today was indeed a day for indulgence. Shaking his head, he gazed at the golden-brown rabbit meat on the grill. He then tore off a leg, and upon taking a bite, a flood of savory juices washed over him. Yet it was not at all greasy. The rabbit meat melted in his mouth, transforming into a torrent that surged into his dantian. To his astonishment, the strands of the power of law melded with his spiritual energy within his dantian. Junlin felt a surge of joy. His hypothesis had proven correct. If he could not assimilate the power of law, he would instead consume entities possessing it, such as animals. He intended to resolve the issue of the power of law through consumption. With merely a trace of this power, Junlin sensed a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. Though his cultivation remained unchanged, he could perceive an undeniable increase in his strength. Having devoured the rabbit meat, he now faced a dilemma regarding the lightning-struck tree before him. While the rabbit was at least edible, the tree's power of law was vastly superior. But to consume such a massive tree, regardless of its flavor, would take an eternity. Shaking his head, he found the thought chilling and utterly daunting. Nevertheless, Junlin unleashed a colossal golden flame, enveloping the entire tree. He aimed to melt it down into a medicinal pill. However, he was soon struck dumb with astonishment. What sorcery was this? The power of law within the tree churned and intertwined, resisting the flame's refining process. For the first time, Junlin felt utterly helpless. Perhaps he should seek other edible creatures? He mused silently. This towering tree truly lacked any appeal, primarily due to his inability to consume it. With a resigned shake of his head, he stored the colossal tree within his storage ring. While it was beyond his capacity to eat, his subordinates could certainly sample its flavor. Junlin nodded approvingly and continued his journey into the unknown. Crunch. From time to time, he would pluck a segment of broken wood and chew on it. Surprisingly, although it was merely tree bark with little flavor, indeed, quite fibrous, the power of law contained within was formidable. With each passing moment, his spiritual energy intertwined with the power of law, resulting in profound transformations within his dantian. He appeared increasingly unfathomable. Though he possessed only the cultivation of a supreme being, he radiated a pressure that eclipsed even lower-tier monarchs. Yet, his cultivation showed no signs of growth. This was the fruit of extreme refinement. Throughout his journey, Junlin encountered numerous corpses, their remains having long since turned to bleached bones over the years. Logically, these individuals must have possessed formidable cultivation. At the very least at the level of the Great Tao, their physical forms should not have decayed, and their bones still emitted a faint glow, a testament to their former strength. Junlin understood that some of the beings here were truly terrifying. A mere rabbit could unleash the full might of an immortal emperor. One could only imagine the abilities of other sentient creatures. The towering tree he had previously encountered must have been immensely powerful before its demise. Yet, there were also many beasts that had slain these individuals and feasted upon them. Based on Junlin's estimates, it was possible that the towering tree had reached the realm of monarchs. The power of law within it would surpass that of the rabbit by countless magnitudes. This was precisely why Junlin had been consuming trees along his path. Wandering aimlessly, he sought to uncover the source of the law in this place. Of course, he encountered numerous small animals along the way, none of which could escape his grasp. He dispatched them one by one and sealed them within his storage ring, intending to take them with him. After all, he had tens of thousands of monarchs to sustain, necessitating frugality to ensure their survival. Tianzun Mountain, Supreme Palace. Junlin was unsure how long he had walked when he beheld a colossal mountain shrouded in chaotic mist ahead. Golden characters shimmered at its midpoint. This was no ordinary mountain. It emanated a tremendous aura. It felt alive, as if a peerless powerhouse lay dormant within. The trees upon the mountain were no smaller than the one Junlin had previously collected. Activating his heavy pupil, he gazed towards the summit, which appeared infinitely high, obscured by distance. It seemed close, yet it took him several breaths to finally glimpse the true peak. There stood a magnificent floating palace, shrouded in boundless rules that were impossible to discern. Weave struck gold. Junlin exclaimed fervently, "Now, my 100,000 monarchs shall each receive a piece of that towering tree." The mere thought of each monarch gnawing on a piece of the colossal tree brought him satisfaction. As he surveyed the base of the mountain, he saw an expanse of corpses, all in pristine condition. These were the remains of prodigies from myriad realms, untouched by any wounds, lying peacefully as if in a state of euthanasia. Without further contemplation, he stepped onto the giant mountain. Boom! The moment Junlin set foot upon the mountainside, a tremendous roar reverberated as if the entire mountain were trembling. An overwhelming gravitational force descended, potent enough to crush any being below the rank of monarch. This gravity was peculiar. It did not directly act upon the body, but rather targeted the consciousness, intending to obliterate anyone who dared ascend the mountain. At that moment, Junlin finally understood why all those individuals lay neatly at the mountain's foot. The instant one ascended, they would be crushed. Who could withstand such pressure? Only a being like Junlin, who had integrated some of the power of law, could endure without immediate demise. Yet, even now, he felt immense pressure. With each 100 steps, gravity doubled. What kind of weight would he face at the summit? Yet, Junlin remained unfazed, traversing a path where not a blade of grass could survive. These were all treasures, including flowers and trees, each containing a power of law that rendered Junlin impervious to the notion of pressure. Upon reaching a distance of 10,000 steps, the power of law finally imposed some pressure upon him. However, glancing back, Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Behind him lay a barren expanse, devoid of even a single blade of grass at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 143, The Sovereign, the Curse. This young man possesses a certain intrigue. Within the grand palace, a gathering of young men and women reveled, exchanging cups and laughter that echoed through the air. Before them stood an immense water screen, displaying Junlin's actions at the mountain's base. The atmosphere was devoid of any solemnity. The men appeared as if descended from the heavens, while the women seemed untouched by the mundane world, gracefully existing within it. Before them lay tables adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, each morsel a divine treasure, infused with an astonishing power of rules. For many years, it was unimaginable that anyone could ascend this celestial sovereign mountain. Why not initiate a wager? Let us all speculate on how far this individual can ascend, proposed a young man with a smile. How could one resist participating in Dugu's wager? Another chimed in. Yet, it was perplexing. These individuals seemed ethereal, as if they transcended the boundaries of time. Nevertheless, their presence was undeniably palpable. At that moment, Junlin furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the mountain's summit, sensing an unseen scrutiny. It was an instinct, a keen awareness. Even someone as formidable as Junlin felt drenched in perspiration and the weight of pressure. At this juncture, he had barely traversed a fraction of the mountain's expanse. As he retracted the colossal trees surrounding him, he continuously consumed various divine delicacies he had gathered. These treasures resembled flowers or herbs, yet contained a power of rules that rivaled that of the towering trees. Naturally, he also ingested the human sovereign elixir. Despite being at the pinnacle of the primordial realm, his formidable physique could withstand the elixir without risk of rupture. This way, his cultivation and the power of rules incessantly strengthened, allowing him to ascend the celestial sovereign mountain step by step. Otherwise, even with his immense strength, maintaining his current cultivation would render the ascent nearly impossible, perhaps even preventing him from reaching the mountainside. Within him surged a tempestuous sea, a relentless tide of energy. He was on the verge of breaking through to the human sovereign realm, devouring the elixirs without restraint, transforming them into a vast ethereal aura to shatter his shackles. Boom! A distinct cracking sound resonated. Junlin realized it was done. He had instantly become a sovereign at merely 20-something years of age, unprecedented in history. In that moment, the heavens bestowed auspicious signs. A phantom Xianxian galloped forth, enveloped in boundless purple aura. Various auspicious creatures manifested in the sky, shrieking and bowing in reverence. Boom! Yet, following the auspicious signs, the void tore open, revealing a pitch-black chain of order that materialized from thin air. No, not just one, but numerous chains, colossal and unyielding, pierced through the void from an unknown realm. Each chain's tip shimmered with a chilling, razor-sharp light. They emanated no powerful aura, only an overwhelming pressure of death. He had become a sovereign. Did that mean this entity would emerge? Impossible. If he became a sovereign, that entity should not manifest. Within the palace, a solitary figure sipped a cup of celestial nectar and spoke softly. Though his words were gentle, the underlying turbulence was palpable. Yet, it was undeniable that the young men and women trembled at the mention of that entity, as if fearing some unknown terror. It has arrived. It has manifested. A horrified voice erupted within the palace, drawing everyone's attention to the water screen. This is disastrous. How could this youth's ascension to sovereignty attract the essence of darkness? Someone exclaimed in shock. Crackle! The chains of order quivered, emitting a sound that made every hair stand on end. Drip, drip! Junlin felt an icy chill envelop him. As the chains, seemingly emissaries from hell, dripped a viscous black liquid. Each drop was potent enough to corrode an entire mountain beneath him. The celestial sovereign mountain radiated a luminous glow, a mysterious formation operating to slowly refine the dripping black liquid. The path is long and boundless. None dare proclaim invincibility or claim to be undefeated. An ancient voice resonated in Junlin's ear, as if whispering secrets, while all beings chanted in unison. Swish! Countless chains of order vanished, instantaneously piercing through Junlin. A total of 206 chains firmly bound his bones. Junlin was horrified. What manner of entity were these chains? They had sealed all his cultivation, each bone ensnared by a chain. The chains dripped the viscous black liquid, intent on eroding Junlin entirely. His bones radiated golden light, resisting the black liquid. Blood oozed from every wound, drops of golden blood cascading down. His aura began to wane, gradually weakening. This was the first time Junlin faced such a significant crisis since his inception. Initially flustered, he gradually regained his composure. After all, he was a sovereign, his cultivation not far inferior to that of a human sovereign. Of course, this remained speculative. He had never engaged in combat with a human sovereign. However, he was familiar with the prowess of sovereigns like Tianzhuang. His strength was undoubtedly superior to these sovereigns. Yet now, over 200 chains of order had emerged from the void. Were they a product of human design? Junlin was uncertain. What he did know was that the human sovereign realm was far from the pinnacle of power in this world. Chapter 144, Devouring the Chains of Order. Junlin radiated an immeasurable brilliance. As a sovereign, upon entering this realm, these chains of order emerged, aiming to reduce him to a mere heap of flesh. Was this even possible? No, it was not. Begone! Junlin roared, activating his Yi Clan's Dao body. The Yi Clan's Dao body was a fusion of a myriad of supreme physiques, who throughout history could compare. Who dared to challenge? The principles. It is indeed the principles. Junlin's eyes narrowed, gazing at the chains of order entwined within his body. Within the human sovereign realm, he could comprehend the power of rules. Yet these principles were beyond the grasp of the human sovereign realm. It was akin to his previous encounters with the power of rules, where he found himself utterly powerless to comprehend. The only recourse was to consume, to assimilate the power of rules into his being. Now that he had attained the human sovereign realm, he no longer needed to consume. A mere glance would allow him to grasp them directly. However, the external world lacked the power of rules, rendering even the human sovereign Yi Jitian incapable of comprehension. Now, he found himself perceiving the principles within the chains of order. This was profoundly intricate, yet Yi Junlin's sole desire was to consume it. However, gazing at the viscous black liquid on the chains, he found it utterly unpalatable. This substance was genuinely repulsive. It represented the true essence of dark power, profoundly malevolent. Even now, Yi Junlin could not fathom why, upon ascending to sovereignty, this entity would emerge. Alas, how many years must pass before a promising talent emerges? Such a pity, sighed Dugas softly. If only we could have lent him a hand before the turmoil. But now we are but wisps of consciousness. A young man lamented. Moreover, to attract the essence of darkness at the realm of the sovereign. Could this be what instills fear in him? Wait, he is not yet dead. He is still moving. Someone pointed and shouted at Yi Junlin within the watery veil. Indeed, they witnessed Yi Junlin, initially enveloped by the essence of darkness, now radiating golden light. The Yi clan's Dao body was slowly refining the essence of darkness. Though the process was gradual, the Yi clan's Dao body ultimately held the upper hand. Transform. After regaining his composure, Yi Junlin, enduring excruciating pain, began to refine the essence of darkness from the iron chains with all his might. Simultaneously, his palm glimmered as he forcefully pulled on a pitch-black iron chain. Even Yi Junlin could not help but shout in agony. These entities were affixed to his bones. How could it not hurt? Clatter. The iron chains trembled, pulled taut, yet they were gradually drawn out from his body. Once the chains were extracted, one could clearly see countless writhing hands at their ends. These dark hands were manifestations of the essence of darkness. They desperately sought to burrow into Yi Junlin's body. Yet, would Yi Junlin grant them such an opportunity? Subdue. Yi Junlin bellowed, as pages of resplendent golden decrees materialized. Each decree bore the single character subdue, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The radiance blossomed. With each iron chain Yi Junlin extracted, one was subdued. He would not allow these chains to escape, for they contained profound principles, a rare and invaluable opportunity. Such a prodigy, exceedingly rare in this world. Even during our era, there were none like him. Most could only resist the encroachment of the essence of darkness through external forces. He remarkably withstood it at the sovereign realm. It is truly astonishing. Dugu inhaled deeply and remarked, He. Someone pointed in astonishment at the luminous screen, rendered speechless. All were curious to see what had rendered this person so flabbergasted. Yet, what followed left them utterly astounded. What did they behold? This youth, after extracting the chains of order, was actually gnawing on one. This is unbelievable. Are our eyes deceiving us? Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, unsure of who it was. This is, indeed, formidable. How is he accomplishing this? Dugu asked, somewhat dazed. At this moment, Yi Junlin radiated golden light, fully restoring his injuries. He was gnawing on the iron chain. Though it was somewhat tough on his teeth, with the enhancement of his lifelong cultivation, he could still manage to chew through it. He had no knowledge of where the other end of these chains led, nor any interest in exploring it. His sole focus was to absorb the principles contained within these chains. Otherwise, it would become troublesome once the inhabitants of that world discovered it. Chapter 145, The Void Realm. This person is truly a genius, managing to withstand the essence of darkness at the sovereign realm. It appears that the Heavenly Sovereign's deployment of the Heavenly Sovereign Mountain in this realm prior to the turmoil has borne fruit, Dugu remarked softly, observing Yi Junlin within the watery veil. What a pity we cannot converse with him. He is indeed a fascinating individual, someone lamented. A dialogue transcending time and space would herald a great calamity, and we do not belong to this era. Yet, should he pass the trials of the Heavenly Sovereign Mountain, perhaps our meeting will not be long delayed, another suggested. As Yi Junlin consumed the chains of order, the principles within him grew ever stronger. His aura and cultivation surged with vitality. By now, he was finding it increasingly effortless to consume these chains. It was as if he were slurping noodles, effortlessly drawing one chain after another into his mouth and then biting through them. The remaining chains of order swiftly retreated like snakes, their other ends connected to uncharted territories. And Yi Junlin dared not easily follow them into another world. At least, not at this moment. The principles within him surged rapidly, powers that should not belong to one of the sovereign realm. Yi Junlin had indeed accomplished an unprecedented feat, however, unbeknownst to him. He could assimilate the laws and principles solely through consumption, a feat unattainable by others. This was precisely why the group of young men and women in the Heavenly Sovereign Mountain were so astonished. Yi Junlin was undoubtedly the first of his kind throughout history. Boom. Yi Junlin gazed at his clenched fist and gently squeezed. Instantly, a thunderous sound erupted from his palm, as if the very fabric of space-time at that point had been shattered. The principles, the chains of order he had just consumed had indeed transformed into principles. My heavens! What kind of monster is this, mastering principles at the sovereign realm? Someone gasped in astonishment. Would the principles of that place ultimately corrode him, transforming him into a pawn of darkness? A voice filled with concern inquired. No, the essence of darkness has been entirely eradicated by him. There will be no repercussions. Dugu stated, sipping a cup of exquisite nectar. Who could it be? Who could consume the chains of order? In an unknown space, a thunderous roar resounded. My lord, could it be the work of the heavenly sovereign? After all, only he possesses such capability. Could it be the war god Junlin? A figure cloaked in black mist knelt tremblingly on the ground. The war god Junlin? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He exhausted all his divine power in that battle. Even if he were to awaken, it would be impossible for him to do so swiftly. Has any investigation determined which newly ascended sovereign initiated the chains of order? A voice in the void queried. My subordinate has just investigated. It is someone from the abyssal secret realm. And is not the abyssal secret realm the domain established by the heavenly sovereign before the turmoil? After he departed this world, the abyssal secret realm became a trial ground for the myriad realms. However, to my knowledge, no living being has passed the trial since ancient times. The figure in black respectfully reported. It is always the heavenly sovereign. How is it that he orchestrates everything? The myriad realms can only be regarded as the lower realm. What is the heavenly sovereign truly after? The voice in the void once again expressed its confusion. According to the feedback from the chains of order, that youth appears merely to be a sovereign. A mere sovereign could provoke the reaction of the sea of order. This can only imply that this individual poses a great threat to our void realm. The figure in black reiterated. What? A mere sovereign can indeed incite the turmoil of the sea of order. This is quite remarkable. The order divine chain has not yet corroded him into oblivion? A pair of enormous eyes materialized in the void, questioning the figure cloaked in black. My lord, the order divine chain of our realm is specifically targeting the war god and his companions, who were disciples of the celestial sovereign at that time. Logically speaking, no one at the sovereign level can break the order divine chain. I suspect it must be the work of the celestial sovereign's lineage, the black-cloaked figure reiterated. Indeed, in past instances, it was typically the simultaneous activation of 99,900 order divine chains. Furthermore, their might was far greater than what is currently evident, containing merely a thread of the Tao within. It is not just the sovereign level. Even the war god in his youth faced near certain death to overcome this tribulation. At that time, the war god was at a realm far superior to the human sovereign. This individual could become an adversary to our void clan. We must seize the opportunity to eliminate him. With that, the void entity dissipated as though it had never existed. As you command, the black-cloaked figure responded respectfully, before vanishing in a flash. Chapter 146, War Puppet. At this moment, Yi Junlin was once again ascending towards the summit of the celestial sovereign mountain. However, this time, he strolled leisurely, devoid of any pressure. The forces of the rules could no longer exert any substantial influence over him. Only the Tao might still pose a modicum of stress. This young man truly spares not even a single blade of grass. Wherever he treads, it transforms into desolation. Someone within the palace chuckled lightly. Their tone was not one of dissatisfaction, but rather humor. Yet, they pondered what purpose this youth had for accumulating such flora, which held little value in their eyes, akin to ordinary trees in the eyes of mortals. Do you believe he can withstand several blows from the giant spirit to reach the summit of the celestial sovereign mountain? A curious voice inquired. One must admit, to evade the corrosion of the order iron chains at the sovereign level is indeed astonishing. However, the giant spirit represents a true transcendence beyond the sovereign level throughout history. Anyone aspiring to enter the celestial sovereign mountain must endure 3 strikes from the giant spirit. Only those who withstand can enter the palace and unveil the secrets of the outer heaven, spoke a figure named Gulu. 3 strikes, I believe that is feasible. For this youth, it should pose no challenge, another remarked. The giant spirit was a war puppet personally arranged by the war god, the foremost disciple of the celestial sovereign, and its attacking power was beyond question. Few, even among the same rank, could gain the upper hand against such a puppet. Stand down. This is the celestial sovereign mountain. To ascend, you must withstand 3 of my strikes. I am the war puppet crafted by the war god Junlin. Only by passing my trial can one ascend to the palace and uncover the methods to access the outer heaven. After 3 strikes, you may proceed. A rugged voice thundered in Yi Junlin's ear. Subsequently, the celestial sovereign mountain began to reverberate, and a puppet shimmering with dark radiance appeared before Yi Junlin. This war puppet resembled a human, yet its form was imbued with the essence of steel. Of course, it was not forged from iron. Its expression was cold, devoid of any emotion. Powerful. Indeed, overwhelmingly powerful, was Yi Junlin's first impression. The suffocating pressure it exuded was truly astonishing. At the same time, he felt a sense of solemnity. Indeed, the abyss was extraordinary, harboring the existence of the outer heaven. 3 strikes are merely 3 strikes. Bring it on, Yi Junlin declared. Undaunted. Boom. As soon as Yi Junlin's words fell, the war puppet unleashed an explosion of boundless light, a formidable wave emanating from its hand. A colossal beam of light surged toward Yi Junlin. He furrowed his brow. The initial strike already reached the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. This attack was indeed terrifying, activating the entire formation of the celestial sovereign mountain to safeguard it. Yi Junlin too struck out with a punch, meeting the assault head-on. The collision resulted in a tremendous explosion. Yi Junlin remained firmly planted, striking a pose as he had just thrown his punch. Although the attack was powerful, it failed to inflict any substantial damage. Before the first strike had concluded, the second strike from the war puppet came swiftly. This time, it directly swung its hand. The palm expanded against the wind, transforming into a gigantic hand that descended upon Yi Junlin with crushing force. The intricate patterns upon the palm were clear to Yi Junlin's eyes. This blow surpassed the capabilities of the sovereign realm. Yet, Yi Junlin remained unperturbed, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Once again, he refrained from employing any techniques, relying solely on his physical prowess for defense. This time, he elevated all his energy to its zenith and unleashed a punch. The very fabric of space ruptured, and time seemed to freeze. Remarkably, Yi Junlin remained steadfast, while the war puppet staggered back 3 paces, each step causing the void to tremble and shatter. How did this young man achieve such a feat? Although formidable upon entering the sovereign realm, can he truly withstand the onslaught of the void path? Someone gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Yi Junlin repel the war puppet. This strike was genuinely reflective of early-stage void path combat prowess. A sovereign had not only withstood the blow but appeared to do so with ease. At such a level, even the slightest difference in rank represented a chasm of disparity, an abyss not bridged merely by techniques. This young man had certainly provided them with an abundance of surprises. The final strike will undoubtedly be an assault of mid- or late-stage void path strength. How will this young man counter it? Gulu spoke slowly. If memory serves, only I, among us, managed to withstand the third strike back in the day, someone remarked, glancing at Gulu. Even having endured to the third strike, I still lack the courage to resist it. The first 2 strikes were already my limits. To withstand the third would mean certain death. Gulu shook his head in response. As they conversed, the war puppet was already gathering energy for its third strike. This blow surpassed the combat strength of mid-stage void path, nearing that of late-stage void path. Chapter 147, The Supreme Hall. Come, let me witness the true prowess of the trials of celestial, sovereign mountain. I shall face them all. Yi Junlin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his dense black hair billowing in the wind. In that moment, he radiated an aura of confidence and dominance. His robes fluttered without wind, his eyes filled with a fierce battle intent. One could even discern a glimmer of excitement within his gaze, an essence of martial spirit. I possess a punch that illuminates the world, capable of subduing all existence. This shall be my first true manifestation of such a blow. I shall name it the world-shaking punch. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The aura surrounding Yi Junlin deepened, growing increasingly formidable. An atmosphere of sovereign authority enveloped him. Suddenly, all his energy seemed to vanish, rendering him an utterly ordinary youth. The regal presence dissipated, leaving only simplicity and humility. This was a return to innocence, a convergence to the 0 point. Yi Junlin gradually raised his arm, then clenched his fist with a gentle push toward the war puppet. Boom. The seemingly unremarkable fist unleashed an unparalleled radiance of destruction. The celestial stars shattered as if struck by an unseen force, and the great sun in the sky was supplanted. This singular blow represented Yi Junlin's true, ultimate strike. Time and space themselves were destined to be utterly obliterated beneath this fist. The void erupted, inch by inch, as an unfathomable tempest of emptiness surged forth. The Tianzuan mountain trembled, its grand formation activated to mend the wounds inflicted. The battle automaton remained expressionless, delivering a straightforward punch devoid of any superfluous flourish. It was a simple and direct strike, yet the oppressive might it carried was profoundly terrifying. When the 2 fists collided, no sound emerged. A wave of formless energy erupted from the point of impact. The entire Tianzuan mountain transformed into a vacuum, as though it had been instantaneously drained of existence. With a resounding boom, the silence was shattered by a fierce explosion. In that fleeting moment, the mountain crumbled, yet the protective formation appeared instantaneously to restore it. A drop of golden blood trickled from Yi Junlin's fist, having broken the skin. He then turned his gaze towards the automaton, which now had an entire arm and half its body obliterated, embedded within the mountain itself. Successor, you have triumphed in the trial. You may ascend to the pinnacle. Survive the next blow among the 3 strikes, and you shall reach the summit, the automaton explained, a rare utterance. Junlin, why wasn't this mentioned earlier? I merely need to endure 1 punch to pass the trial? The automaton emerged from the mountain, enveloped in a verdant aura, radiating a gentle green light. Junlin recognized this as the essence of life, capable of healing its injuries. In no time, the automaton was fully restored, disappearing in a leap. He actually withstood the 3rd strike of the automaton. A group of young men and women watching through the water screen exclaimed in shock. No, he did not merely withstand it. He defeated the automaton, one that was on the verge of transcending to the late stage of the Void Realm. Moreover, he achieved this at the Emperor's level. This youth is extraordinary. And did you not notice? His bone age is merely 28 or 29, Dugu stated, unable to contain his excitement. In their eyes, even those of thousands or millions of years were still considered young. Initially, they had assumed Junlin was at least several billion years old. However, upon witnessing his full power, they discerned his true age. 20-something. Damn, someone finally exclaimed, unable to restrain their surprise. At that age, what were we doing? We were nothing. A prodigy. No, prodigy does not suffice. His talent defies all description. This person shall surely be claimed by our Tianshan Academy, a young man declared, rising to make his point. Let us not be foolish. We merely endured a single strike from the war god automaton, which was a mere fragment of its spiritual consciousness. The objective was to assess the combat prowess of these trial takers at the same level. Do you all believe we still need to engage in battle? Dugu inquired. If you wish to fight, go ahead. I have no desire to be subjected to such torment, someone replied, shaking their head. The mere thought of Junlin's overwhelming combat posture sent chills down their spines. Although they were merely experiencing a fragment of the automaton's spiritual essence, it did not hinder their possession of intelligence. This individual is truly remarkable. I believe the higher-ups have already begun to vie for him, so we need not worry. Someone nodded in agreement. Junlin stepped forward, appearing at the entrance of the palace. Tianzuan Mountain, the Supreme Hall. I am eager to discover what wonders lie within. Junlin encountered no further obstacles, smoothly opening the grand door. What lay inside could hardly be described as anything but austere. It was shockingly simplistic. In the imposing Supreme Hall, an expansive space contained only a small table. On the table rested a book and a palm-sized box. Junlin was left utterly speechless. With such a grandiose name, one would expect some profound Taoist elixirs or artifacts of the Void Realm. But instead, all I find is a book and a box. Chapter 148, The War God Token. How miserly, Junlin remarked, yet he wasted no time in grasping the book and opening it for inspection. Dark Era was the first line of the book. Junlin furrowed his brow. To which era did the Dark Era belong? He was uncertain, as ancient texts bore no mention of it. They only spoke of the Primordial Era and the Flood Era, with no record of a Dark Era. When heaven and earth were first divided, light and darkness descended simultaneously. Light was beloved by all beings, while darkness was despised. Creatures born of light rallied under its banner, while those birthed from darkness rallied under its own. The two sides were eternally at odds, as if they were destined enemies, without cause or reason. The denizens of darkness formed their own realm, known as the Void of Nine Hells, seeking to render all beings into nothingness. Conversely, the beings of light established the 9 heavens of light, intent on controlling the 3 realms and the 5 elements. In the Dark Era, a peerless genius emerged from the void, driven by reasons shrouded in secrecy. This genius allied with the void and became its first unifying leader. His name was Inan. This name once struck terror into hearts and caused the light realm to tremble. As Junlin perused the ancient history, he discovered the melodramatic reason that led this exceptional talent to embrace darkness. It was recorded that during a sect trial in the 9 heavens, a descendant of a prominent figure sought to slay Inan for treasure. Yet, the outcome was evident. Inan single-handedly defeated him. Not only did he fail to seize the coveted treasure, but he also lost his life in the process. The prominent figure, naturally enraged, did not directly eliminate Inan, but ensured he faced considerable hardship. Ultimately, Inan managed to emerge as the most brilliant genius within the trials. However, the more he shone, the greater the fear of that great figure grew, to the extent of turning against the sect's leader to eliminate Inan. When cultivation and power reached a certain zenith, what could the leader or the elders do? They would never dare to act against a genius brimming with infinite potential for the sake of an elder who had made significant contributions to the sect. This led to Inan's disillusionment, as no one within the vast sect dared to speak on his behalf. What did his remarkable talent amount to? Anan became thoroughly disheartened by the sect, the leader, and the elders. Yet, Anan remained unyielding, resolute in his refusal to submit. Just as that prominent figure was about to strike, a cataclysmic change occurred. A mass of dark clouds descended, enveloping Anan and whisking him away. Numerous powerful beings attempted to intervene, but failed to contain the dark clouds. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the dark clouds had suffered severe damage and nearly perished. From that moment onward, Anan was never seen again. Rumors circulated that he had long since allied with the Void. Thus, Anan became a figure despised by all. Many years later, when people encountered Anan once more, it was at the very site of his former sect. The once vibrant realm has now succumbed to desolation, with a figure of godly stature standing amidst the ruins. In his grasp lies the very individual who had nearly forced him into oblivion. The once proud and commanding figure, who had exhibited an air of dominion, is now consumed by an overwhelming dread of catastrophe. His body has become weak and pliable, his neck gently held captive by the hands of his adversary. Where is the former majesty of this powerful entity? He is now akin to a helpless chick, ensnared in the grip of his captor. It is worth noting that at that time, the captor had merely been a contemporary wanderer of the Void Realm, lacking the strength to unify it. Only after vanquishing this formidable foe did the chains binding his heart truly shatter. From that moment on, he became an unstoppable force. As for the once mighty figure, rumors suggest he still draws breath, yet his existence is akin to a living death. The Void Realm swells with newfound vigor, while the Nine Heavens gives rise to a warrior, Junlin, equally gifted. Under the tutelage of the supreme deity of the Nine Heavens, his cultivation skyrockets, quickly establishing him as the foremost wanderer. Junlin and his nemesis, the captor, soon become eternal adversaries, clashing from their initial encounters until Junlin ascends to the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens, and the captor becomes the sovereign of the Void. In the dark epic, their titanic struggle endures for tens of thousands of years, culminating in both the warrior Junlin and the captor sustaining grievous wounds, leading them into a profound slumber that spans several epochs. This prolonged dormancy results in a significant historical gap, rendering all cultivators across the myriad realms oblivious to the existence of the Nine Heavens. Upon closing the ancient tome, Junlin is beset by a tumult of emotions, for it is likely that it contains the likenesses of the warrior Junlin and the sovereign of the Void. It is almost uncanny how closely Junlin resembles his father, instigating a flicker of doubt within him. He then retrieves the only modest wooden box within the palace. The craftsmanship is exceedingly rudimentary, and Junlin harbors no expectations of valuable contents. He opens it casually, only to find a solitary key and a small, gilded medallion inscribed with the words, Warrior's Token. Disappointment washes over him, as he initially anticipated something of greater significance, only to realize it is merely the Warrior's Token. Yet, upon further reflection, he finds it rather appealing. With a smile, he secures the Warrior's Token. Chapter 149, System Task, Sign in to Invincibility. A multitude of spirits encircled Junlin, rendered speechless. They were the very spirits he had encountered within the palace. For reasons unknown, after their trials, they had been left with only a key, a vital artifact for entering the Nine Heavens. They had not encountered any ancient tomes or warrior's tokens. It appears this was indeed the handiwork of the warrior. Only by successfully enduring the 3 assaults of the giant spirit battle puppet could one obtain the warrior's token and the ancient texts. Dugu, filled with envy, remarked that they fancied themselves geniuses, yet all paled in comparison to Junlin. Ding. The system announces a sign-in task. Sign-in location, beyond the Nine Heavens. Successful sign-in rewards. Instant invincibility. Crush all worldly foes and ascend to the frozen throne. Countless unparalleled elixirs. Suddenly, the voice of the system reverberates in Junlin's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Instant invincibility? He gasps in astonishment, taken aback by the prospect of such power. He had not yet prepared himself for this, but it certainly sounds splendid. After securing the key and the warrior's token, Junlin casts a fleeting glance toward the spirits before descending the divine mountain. Did he just glance our way? Someone inquired uncertainly. Impossible. Unless we reveal ourselves, he could not possibly see us. This is the warrior's technique, beyond the comprehension of a mere monarch. Even the void path cannot perceive such things. Another shook his head in denial. Perhaps he truly did see us. Dugu pondered aloud. Junlin indeed perceives them, yet they are unable to communicate or harbor any hostility towards him, allowing him to grant them freedom. As he descends from the divine mountain, Junlin looks back, aware that he has uncovered truths unrecorded throughout the myriad realms, including the existence of the Nine Heavens. Which shall be his next destination? With a single step, he traverses the fabric of reality, appearing directly within the city of 81 clans. We welcome the young Lord's return. 50,000 monarchs chorus in unison. Everyone, please rise. It is time to engage in a grand confrontation against the outer realms. Let us cleanse this filth. Junlin states nonchalantly. In his eyes, the enemies from beyond the realms are but insignificant insects, unworthy of consideration. We vow to follow the young lord unto death, purging this loathsome refuse. Thousands of powerful beings shout in fervor, invigorated by Junlin's formidable aura, a pressure befitting an unparalleled sovereign. What does this signify? It indicates that their young lord has gained tremendous fortune within the Gate of Rules, having ascended to the rank of emperor. These artifacts, each of you shall receive one. You must consume them at the swiftest pace, supplemented with the Emperor's elixir. Your cultivation will surge exponentially, surpassing even the realm of emperors. Junlin gestures grandly, and immediately, towering trees of celestial rules manifest before each powerful being. They are taken aback, for it seems the young lord expects them to feast upon these colossal trees. However, given the young lord's command, they comply without question. Crunch. Without hesitation, they begin to consume. Instantly, their eyes widen in amazement. This is no mere tree. It is the very essence of the rule power they have been lacking within themselves. This is not merely an enhancement of cultivation. It is the rectification of their intrinsic flaws. The rule power, absent throughout the myriad realms, is now effortlessly accessible to them. The city lord stands alongside, dumbfounded, nearly drooling at the sight. He too longs to sample the exquisite flavor, yet his pride restrains him. He is well acquainted with this rule power, having observed its fleeting appearances whenever the Gate of Rules opens over the years. Though scarce, it has greatly benefited him. This youth, dubbed the young lord, has astonishingly produced such an abundance of rule power trees all at once. Moreover, over the years, nearly 1 billion beings have entered, yet not a single one has emerged, leaving the city lord lamenting the loss. Here, you have diligently served the myriad clans, and this is the reward you rightfully deserve, Junlin declares, tossing 10 towering trees toward the city lord. Henceforth, you shall remain here to guard this place, for it will be the hope of all realms. Most of those who ventured inside have perished, yet a portion has journeyed into unknown worlds. Consume this calamity elixir and guard this place for 1,000,000 years. When you find a successor, you may enter the Gate of Rules to seek me. At that time, simply mention my name, and assistance will surely come. Junlin flicks his fingers, and a calamity elixir appears before the city lord, who swallows it without hesitation. I am deeply grateful for the young lord's gift. I shall diligently safeguard the myriad clans. The lord of the city, tears streaming down his face, bowed before Junlin and spoke. He had spent an eternity in this place. Although life was seemingly everlasting, the solitude weighed heavily upon him. Chapter 150, God of War, Emperor of Humanity. Times had changed. Now he possessed a decree that permitted his departure. He longed to witness the magnificent world beyond these confines. Few, if any, of his contemporaries remained alive. A mere 100 million years had passed. He could afford to wait, during which time he could cultivate a successor. Yet, a profound dread gripped his heart. What lay behind the Gate of Rules? It was evident from Junlin's words that he had already ascended to a position of reverence. Indeed, once Junlin reached the 9th heaven, he would be the true paragon of his era. Not only 100 million years, but even a matter of months could suffice for him to ascend to the 9th heaven, provided he first vanquished these otherworldly foes. Let us depart, Junlin bellowed, leading a throng of warriors forth. The ensuing scene was utterly surreal. A young man accompanied by tens of thousands of formidable beings, each shouldering an immense tree while simultaneously gnawing at its bark, leaving countless onlookers in astonishment. Stop! This is the royal palace of humanity. The guards of the royal palace shouted as a torrent of figures surged toward them. The sheer force of their presence was overwhelming, causing the guards' legs to tremble. Yet, they steeled their resolve, standing firm against this flood. The dignity of the royal palace could not be transgressed, even if it cost them their lives. They could not allow these intruders to breach their sanctum. After all, who would dare challenge the royal palace in the myriad realms? Setting aside the unparalleled prowess of Emperor Yijitian, who would dare confront the 5,000 monarchs that had recently arrived, dispatched by the second prince? I am the second prince of the royal palace. Is an announcement necessary? Junlin inquired with a smile. Oh, it is you, your highness the second prince. Of course, no announcement is required. Please, your highness. The guards responded deferentially. As the guards had seen Junlin's portrait, they recognized him immediately. We extend our congratulations on your return. Young master, the 5,000 monarchs echoed in unison, bowing respectfully. Ha ha ha, Junlin has returned. A resounding laugh filled the air as a majestic figure clad in golden robes and adorned with a crown appeared before Junlin. Brother has returned? A striking gray-haired youth also emerged, gazing at Junlin. Father, brother, Yi Junlin exclaimed. Indeed, you are truly the most gifted individual of our age. Achieving such heights at the tender age of 28. You are indeed unparalleled, the foremost in history. Yi Jitian remarked, scrutinizing Yi Junlin with admiration. Brother, you have been stuck at this level for quite some time, haven't you? Yi Junlin queried, observing his elder brother's gray hair. This place lacks the power of rules. Even attaining the status of emperor is arduous. Yet, it matters not. Does the absence of the power of rules preclude one from becoming an emperor? I refuse to believe it. If the power of rules is lacking, I shall carve my own path. Yi Zhan replied with a shrug. A chill ran down Yi Junlin's spine. His elder brother possessed remarkable resolve, daring to forge a path untraveled by others. If there is no road, then one must create it themselves, a true paragon of the ages. Actually, if my brother wishes to become an emperor, I could facilitate that. Yi Junlin began, but was interrupted by Yi Zhan. The path I tread is not a dead end. Though fraught with peril, there remains a way forward. Moreover, I shall rely upon myself. What if the power of rules is absent? I shall create my own. Yi Zhan's eyes sparkled with divine light, his countenance radiating determination and pride. Even Yi Junlin could not help but feel a deep-seated admiration for his elder brother. Should I address you as emperor or god of war, father? Yi Junlin asked again, turning to Yi Jitian. Ha ha ha, titles are trivial. Why concern oneself with them? Since you have already acquired the god of war token, make sure to utilize it wisely. Yi Jitian replied, laughing. Yi Zhan appeared perplexed. What is this god of war token? Why is my father referred to as the god of war? Yet, in the myriad realms, Yi Jitian's title as the god of war seemed well-deserved. It was a matter of many years past. I am known as the god of war of the ninth heaven, indeed the foremost among them. Alas, I was once ensnared, battling the Lord of Void for thousands of years. During that time, no victor emerged, and we agreed to meet again. However, I never anticipated that someone would lay down the 9-9 return to one formation to bring about my demise. Yi Jitian recounted, his expression betraying no emotion. But to kill me was no simple task, even at the cost of my own grievous injuries. I inflicted significant wounds upon them and managed to send a fragment of my soul to safety through the great shift of heaven and earth. Thus, the slumbering form above the ninth heaven has long perished. Now, I am Emperor Yi Jitian. The title of God of War is but a remnant of the past. He declared. Chapter 151. The Emergence of the Otherworldly Demon Emperor, the Fall of the Otherworldly Demon Emperor. Does this imply that the power of rules generated by the abyss has no bearing on you? Yi Junlin asked. Incorrect. Below the ninth heaven, the absence of rules is not merely rhetoric. Even I, once the god of war, cannot forcibly tread this path. Yi Jitian asserted. Yi Junlin felt a shiver run down his spine. The absence of the power of rules could still allow one to ascend to the status of emperor. Even the mightiest of them all. His father was indeed unparalleled. If he grasped the power of rules, would he not soar to greatness? Father, after all these years, do you know who it was that plotted against you? Yi Junlin inquired again. I have some leads. Perhaps they reside within the celestial mountain above the ninth heaven. Yi Jitian speculated, his demeanor remaining largely unchanged. These flora and fauna contain the power of rules. Would you care for some? Yi Junlin offered, presenting the celestial tree and other botanical specimens. These contain the power of rules. Yi Jitian paused, nearly bursting into laughter. No need. You have already obtained the key to open the celestial gate. When the gate opens, I shall naturally regain my strength. Even an emperor has reservations about gnawing on trees and plants. Very well, we shall soon traverse the abyss to confront the so-called otherworldly demon emperor, Yi Junlin declared, his eyes ablaze with formidable divine light as he gazed toward the other side of the abyss. There, a celestial blade loomed, incessantly siphoning the life force of the devoted otherworldly demons, returning it to the body of the otherworldly demon emperor. The forces of the royal palace are entrusted to you. Go forth. After years of battle, I find myself weary. You wouldn't want this old man to fight, would you? Yi Jitian yawned. To the forces of the celestial court. To the forces of the royal palace. Yi Junlin bellowed. At your command. Your ancient adversaries from eons past lie just across the way. Accompany me as we advance to vanquish them once and for all. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to the young prince, determined to eradicate the otherworldly fiends entirely. Countless formidable beings roared in unison, their voices resonating throughout the myriad realms. The 10,000 sovereigns of the celestial court, each brimming with impatience, found themselves poised to accomplish what had once been beyond their reach. They were intent on mercilessly ravaging the otherworldly demons, seeking to cleanse their past humiliations. Boom. All the strong transformed into a torrent of steel, surging toward the far side of the abyss. The power of these rules was immense, akin to a force of gravity far surpassing that of the heavenly sovereign mountain within the secret realms. It was no wonder that even the Demon Emperor had once hesitated to tread lightly here. It could be said that beneath the realm of the Void Path, any sovereign would undoubtedly meet their demise, though the Human Emperor was an exception. Junlin was the first to step forward, causing the power of the rules to tremble and quake. For he wielded not mere rules, but the very principles of existence, a force surpassing the rules themselves. As he released a mere wisp of his power, the rules emanating from the abyss shrieked in lament, subsequently dispersing like a receding tide. Junlin, accompanied by 1,000,000 strong, boldly crossed the abyss and set foot in the foreign domain. Today, you shall slay with abandon. Junlin's gaze, cold and unyielding, fell upon the demons still engrossed in their ancient rituals. Even as he and his companions approached, the demons remained oblivious, perhaps never contemplating that cultivators from the myriad realms could reach them. Kill. Eliminate these invaders. Countless powerful beings erupted into action, and only then did the demons slowly awaken. Here, the number of demons exceeded billions, each supplying sustenance to the Demon Emperor. Every moment, hundreds and thousands of demons were reduced to ash, consumed by the dark light drawn away by the celestial blade. Begone! Junlin's eyes radiated with divine light as he struck the celestial blade with force. Buzzing, the blade, thousands of miles long, was sent flying, horrific cracks forming upon its surface. He forcibly interrupted the ritual. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm of his heartbeat quickened, soon matching that of the human race. Humans, such a foolishly naive race, daring to cross the abyss. What does it matter if you have 10,000 sovereigns? A voice of terrifying magnitude erupted from the very ground beneath them. The earth began to crack, fissures rapidly spreading in all directions. After eons of slumber and recuperation, I, the Emperor, have returned. Prepare to meet your doom. The horrifying voice resounded once more. The heavens trembled, and the Demon Emperor finally made his appearance. Originally, he had intended to wait until his power had ascended before shattering the abyss. However, now that you have shown yourselves, prepare to die? Welcome, my Emperor. Countless demons ceased their slaughter, kneeling reverently in the direction of their sovereign. Can you emerge, or shall you remain hidden forever? Junlin, growing impatient, declared. If you cannot emerge, then do not bother. He was acutely aware that this Demon Emperor was perilously close to the Void Path, verging on a half-step into its domain. Yet, in Junlin's eyes, he was still far too weak. With a single world-shaking punch, Junlin raised his fist and struck downwards. The surface appeared unaffected. But in reality, everything beneath was shattered. It is done. The Demon Emperor is dead. Annihilate them all. Upon uttering these words, Junlin turned and departed, leaving behind a multitude in disbelief. Chapter 152, the final sign-in task. Whether demon or the powerful under Junlin's command, all wore expressions of astonishment. The infamous Demon Emperor, who had threatened the myriad realms for countless epochs, had vanished just like that. Not to mention the aura he had exuded moments ago, which far exceeded that of any sovereign. Yet, it had crumbled in mere moments before Junlin. After the initial shock, an eruption of thunderous applause followed. The Demon Emperor, who had loomed over them for epochs, was now utterly defeated. The myriad realms were no longer under threat. Kill! Roared a sovereign, charging towards the demons. It was a one-sided massacre, with no demon escaping the onslaught. After the slaughter, an eerie silence enveloped the area. The order of the abyss began to dissipate, restoring balance to the world. It was believed that soon, breakthroughs would occur in rapid succession. The myriad realms had entered an era of explosive growth, where everyone could soar like dragons. Junlin retained all sovereigns within the myriad realms. Those who ascended to the Void Path in the future would gain entry into the secret realm of the abyss, reaching the upper 9 heavens. Having imparted this message, Junlin, alongside Yijitian, stepped out of the myriad realms. As for Yizhan, he sought to carve a different path. He believed that venturing to the upper 9 heavens would reveal the power of the rules. He could break through in an instant, but that was not his desire. Thus, after Junlin and Yijitian departed, he too vanished. No one knew where he had gone or what path he would choose. In the depths of the cosmos, whoosh, Junlin cast the golden key into the void. Buzz. Suddenly, the void rippled like waves, spreading in all directions, as if the heavens and earth were parting. A colossal bronze door materialized before them. This was the conduit of the heavenly sovereign mountain. Those who entered would become disciples of this sacred lineage. Yijitian gazed at the bronze door. Junlin scrutinized it. It was evident that this door was extraordinary, adorned with the blood of countless deities and demons. A mysterious power coursing through it, preventing any forceful entry. Creak. The bronze door slowly opened, a beam of divine light cascading downwards. Such an intense power of rules and principles was truly remarkable. Junlin chuckled and shook his head. Ding. The host has arrived at the upper 9 heavens. Would you like to sign in? Just as Junlin crossed the threshold of the bronze door, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Sign in. Junlin responded in thought. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Rewards are being dispensed. Boom. Junlin felt a jolt surge through him. Yet it did not stir the world around him. Only he understood that he had truly become invincible. The power capable of annihilating worlds with a mere glance was something he had never possessed before. He was now overwhelmingly powerful. Wherever his gaze fell, the entirety of the upper 9 heavens was laid bare before him with effortless clarity. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system's ultimate reward. System benefits are now fully accessible to the host. Anything you desire can be provided by this system. The system's voice resonated once more. Junlin was momentarily taken aback. This time, he truly did not need to sign in. Whatever he wished for could be granted. Such a reward was indeed monumental. After all these years, there are still those ascending from the lower realms. A voice laced with mockery echoed. These are the guardians of the Bronze Gate. They have been stationed here for an unfathomable number of years, enduring an existence steeped in monotony. Unexpectedly, today, 2 cultivators have ascended from the lower realms. Silence. The elder guardian beside him reprimanded sharply. Your resemblance is uncanny. May I inquire who you are, esteemed sir? The older guardian gazed at Yi Jitian with utmost caution. He had resided on Tianzuan Mountain for a considerable length of time and had once been fortunate enough to witness the might of the war god. Upon seeing Yi Jitian, he momentarily believed it to be the war god himself in attendance. The adjacent guard, being new, had naturally never encountered the war god before. A denizen from the lower realms, Yi Jitian. Yi Jitian replied nonchalantly. Indeed, you two are truly dragons among men. It has been many years since anyone has ascended. Upon entering this gate, you shall henceforth be counted among the denizens of Tianzuan Mountain. Please follow me to Tianzuan Mountain. The guardian continued to speak politely. He himself was uncertain as to why he felt this way. He simply knew that an inner voice was fervently warning him against provoking these 2 individuals. Perhaps the war god's influence loomed too large. The elder guardian shook his head, having discerned Yi Jitian's cultivation level as the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. However, as he turned to lead the way, he cast another glance at Yi Jitian, one that nearly sent his soul reeling. In an instant, Yi Jitian's cultivation had surged from the peak of the Emperor realm to the pinnacle of the Void Dao realm. Moreover, with each step Yi Jitian took, his power escalated dramatically. By the time he took his second step, the guardian could no longer perceive Yi Jitian's cultivation. Yet he was acutely aware that this individual's strength continued to grow exponentially. Chapter 153, The Return of the War God. This scene genuinely frightened him to the point of nearly losing control. His heart screamed in turmoil. This is the war god, without a doubt the legendary war god. The entire upper 9 heavens is not only home to Tianzuan Mountain, but also to the Heavenly Academy and the Sacred Institute, among other formidable powers. However, Tianzuan Mountain has been steadily declining. The whereabouts of the Tianzuan remain unknown, while their war god has succumbed to a deep slumber. Tianzuan Mountain faces continuous exclusion and marginalization. The world believes that Tianzuan Mountain has lost its former glory and is no longer the foremost power. The Sacred Institute and the Heavenly Academy even once contemplated the annexation of Tianzuan Mountain. Ultimately, the reputations of the Tianzuan and the war god were too resounding for them to proceed with such audacity. The matter was left unresolved, yet Tianzuan Mountain continued its descent. Many have begun to doubt that Tianzuan Mountain is a superpower at all. Who currently holds power over Tianzuan Mountain? Yi Jitian inquired, directing his question at the elder guardian. Upon hearing this, the guardian became increasingly convinced that this individual was indeed the war god. How could one who has just ascended possess knowledge of Tianzuan Mountain and dare to inquire about its leader? Currently, the leader of Tianzuan Mountain is the esteemed Jin Taishu. The elder guardian replied respectfully. Jin Taishu, quite the coincidence, isn't it? What merits does Jin Taishu possess to ascend to the position of leader? If memory serves, the 8 individuals from the 8 parts of the pagoda were all stronger than he, were they not? When did it become his turn to assume the role of leader? Yi Jitian questioned directly. Upon meeting Yi Jitian's imposing gaze, the guardian trembled noticeably. He no longer harbored any doubts. This was indeed the war god. The 8 parts of the pagoda, once unparalleled in the world, their combined assault was something I could not hope to counter in a moment's notice, Yi Jitian stated calmly. Jin Taishu had been the war god's junior disciple, personally taken in by the Tianzuan as a cherished disciple. Though gifted, the war god had always felt that this disciple harbored excessive ambition and was overly engrossed in the intricacies of power. He had repeatedly warned Jin Taishu, hoping he would reconsider in time. Yet, he never anticipated that Jin Taishu would ascend to that position. The elder guardian found himself at a loss for words, hesitating as if afraid to speak further. He understood that the 8 parts of the pagoda had been cultivated by the war god himself as successors. Each of these 8 individuals possessed extraordinary talents and had been the war god's most loyal followers. They had shared a bond akin to that of brothers, yet tragically, after the war god departed, their focus shifted solely to vengeance. "Speak," Yi Jitian commanded, his eyes blazing with intensity. "After you subdued the Lord of the Void Realm, you fell into a deep slumber. However, during the subsequent millennia, your life force gradually waned. Following this, the Tianzuan also vanished, leaving Tianzuan Mountain leaderless. At this juncture, Jin Taishu stepped forward, aspiring to claim the position of leader, yet he lacked the support of the populace. Nevertheless, among the 18 esteemed elders, 12 rallied behind him, and thus he successfully ascended to the position of leader. Subsequently, Jin Taishu ordered the 8 parts of the pagoda to seek vengeance on your behalf in the Void Realm. The 8 parts did not oppose this command. They ventured into the Void Realm, achieving remarkable victories, yet each returned grievously injured. Their first words upon emerging were that they were not Jin Taishu's lackeys. They entered the Void Realm solely for you, war god. After that, no one has seen the 8 parts of the pagoda again. It is said. The guardian stammered, trembling with trepidation. "Speak freely," Yi Jitian said, his expression impassive. "It is said that due to their severe injuries, they temporarily lost their combat capabilities and were imprisoned by Jin Taishu. Because of these events, Tianzuan Mountain lost millions of powerful warriors overnight, as they refused to recognize Jin Taishu as their leader, resulting in a swift decline in the mountain's might." The guardian swallowed hard. Boom. Yi Jitian's aura suddenly erupted. His 8 brothers had risked their lives to seek vengeance in the Void Realm, returning battered and on the brink of death. To think that upon returning to Tianzuan Mountain, they were met with imprisonment? How much suffering have they endured over the years? Or perhaps they are no longer among the living. Yi Jitian was oblivious. He only wished to ascertain whether Jin Taishu had indeed imprisoned the 8 parts of the pagoda. If so, the repercussions would surely be beyond Jin Taishu's capacity to bear, including those 12 elders who supported him. The war goddess' wrath would be a force even the esteemed elders could not withstand. "Issue the war goddess order, and let us return to Tianzuan Mountain," Yi Jitian declared, turning to Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin understood. Presumably, those who left Tianzuan Mountain all remained loyal to the war god. Now that the war god had returned, they would undoubtedly seek to rally under his banner. Boom. The war god's order was cast into the sky by Yi Junlin, erupting in unparalleled radiance, illuminating the entirety of the 9 heavens. Chapter 154, Jin Taishu. The entire 9 heavens was aglow with resplendent golden light. In that moment, all-powerful beings either awoke from their meditative states or gazed upward in astonishment. How could this be? The war goddess order. A single thread pulled could affect the entire tapestry. Who dares to disturb it? Some powerful beings frowned, their hearts filled with trepidation. Of course, their fear did not stem from having once clashed with the war god. They lacked the audacity to do so. Their hearts trembled with trepidation as they recalled the god of war's prolonged silence, a silence that had once instilled fear upon the summit of Tianzuan Mountain. Could it be that the god of war has awakened? A powerful figure spoke, his voice quaking as he gazed at the resplendent light in the heavens. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The god of war has perished, his vitality extinguished long ago," declared a prominent individual, shaking his head vehemently. Though this matter was shrouded in secrecy, how could a superpower lack its spies? The god of war's edict has been activated. Does this herald his return? Hidden across various locales, the former subordinates of the god of war were overwhelmed with tears as they beheld the brilliance above. "Is it truly you, god of war?" In the desolate expanse of a barren desert, an elderly farmer clad in coarse linen and a straw hat opened his murky eyes and spoke. Gradually, his stooped form began to straighten, and with a step into the void, he vanished towards the source of the light. "The god of war has returned. I must go forth and fight alongside him once more. The holy dynasty shall be entrusted to you." A robust man donned in a dragon robe turned to his queen as he gazed at the luminescence in the sky. "We bid you farewell, your majesty," replied the queen, leading their progeny and ministers in respectful homage. In that moment, countless powerful figures transformed into streaks of light, vanishing towards the horizon, all moving towards the same direction, the direction of their faith. "For years, I have sought the god of war's edict, and today, it has unexpectedly materialized. Investigate immediately who has obtained the god of war's edict. Furthermore, go to the sealing ground and ascertain if he still resides there." In the palace of Tianzuan Mountain, Jin Taishu sat in a high seat, his brow furrowed as he directed his subordinates. Jin Taishu, with his thick brows and large eyes, donned a robe of purple and gold, exuding an air of unparalleled opulence. "Very well, you shall investigate. I shall personally visit the sealing ground." Upon concluding his words, he prepared to depart. Master, the god of war's edict has resurfaced, and with such fanfare, could it be that he has returned? Instantly, 12 aged figures appeared at the palace's entrance. These elders, the 12 esteemed great elders supporting Jin Tai-su, now appeared devoid of their usual authority, replaced instead by profound dread and uncertainty. Fear not, esteemed elders, Tai-su shall promptly investigate the sealing ground. Jin Tai-su felt a tremor in his heart, an instinctive awareness that a monumental event was looming. He hastened to the site where the god of war was sealed, intent on verifying the presence of his remains. Following the great battle, the god of war had retained a flicker of life. It was Jin Tai-su, in collusion with the 12 elders, who had insidiously extinguished that last vestige of vitality. Jin Tai-su formed seals with his hands, opening a portal to a small world, and flew inside. Here, yellow sand billowed, devoid of any vitality. No living beings could exist here, for any life form would be completely devoured. At that moment, the god of war sat in meditation, eyes closed, encased within the grand sealing array. Even after so many years, his physical form glimmered with a radiant luster, untouched by decay or desiccation. Jin Tai-su keenly sensed the life force within the god of war and then exhaled a heavy breath. God of war, even in death, do not return to wreak havoc. I did not anticipate that you would pass your edict to another. Now that it has emerged, I shall reclaim it personally. I am the most distinguished disciple of Tianzuan Mountain, whereas you... Jin Tai-su's countenance twisted into a snarl. That old fool of Tianzuan dares not relinquish his position to me. Thus, as his disciple, I shall dutifully show him respect by administering the 9 heavens heart-eating pill daily, ensuring his suffering is unbearable, yet he remains alive. Jin Tai-su continued to howl madly. His ambitions could not be concealed. The Tianzuan was well aware. Yet the more he attempted to guide him, the more fiercely he rebelled. This was precisely why the Tianzuan was reluctant to entrust Tianzuan Mountain to him. His disciple's ambitions were far too great, rendering him susceptible to madness. Yet, who would have thought he would take advantage of the god of war's battle against the Lord of the Void to drug the Tianzuan, temporarily diminishing his cultivation? And what then? You perished, and that old fool's favoritism only grew, does it not? You perished, and the time would naturally come for that old fool. Jin Tai-su howled with a ferocious countenance before turning to leave. Little did he know, after his departure, the god of war's corporeal form within the seal transformed into a mound of sand, leaving behind only a set of golden armor. The god of war's armor trembled, its agitation intensifying until it ultimately shattered the seal, traversing a void passage and vanishing from sight. This was the god of war's armor, in the prime of his strength. Could a mere seal contain him? Such constraints could only be imposed while the god of war lay in slumber, utterly defenseless. Chapter 155, Unfettered Confidence. Whoosh. A sound akin to shattering air reverberated through the void. Boom. The cosmos trembled, producing a piercing sound of rupture. A suit of golden armor, radiating brilliance, materialized before Yi Junlin and Yi Jitian. In comparison to the god of war, I prefer the title of Emperor of Humanity. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be called the god of war's armor. Instead, you shall be known as the Emperor's armor. Yi Jitian spoke gently to the quivering armor. Subsequently, the armor fused seamlessly with Yi Jitian. I am Yu Chong, here to celebrate the god of war's return. The former Tianzuan Mountain's xianxiaaudiobooks approached to pay homage to the god of war. Streams of light surged continuously towards Yi Jitian and Yi Junlin, accompanied by thunderous voices filled with excitement and reverence. Former generals of the god of war, we bow before you. Flowing lights continued to emerge from all directions, each exuding a terrifying aura. It is indeed the god of war. He has returned. Hurry and report back. The formidable beings hidden in the shadows were engulfed in panic. They had previously suppressed Tianzuan Mountain, and now the foremost figure of Tianzuan Mountain, the entire upper 9 heavens, had returned. This matter was of paramount importance and required immediate reporting to the leaders of all major factions. Otherwise, when the god of war himself comes knocking, it would spell disaster. All those who came to pay their respects to the god of war, whether old men or women, appeared aged, yet now they underwent a remarkable transformation, their appearances rejuvenated, their eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. They donned armor and wielded artifacts, embodying their finest combat stances. Years have passed since their last parting. Time has changed. But today, I have returned. The days of Jin Tai-su are numbered. Those who once bullied and suppressed Tianzuan Mountain shall now pay the price. Yi Jitian proclaimed with resolve. We are willing to serve the god of war tirelessly, to reclaim Tianzuan Mountain. The stalwarts of the former Tianzuan Mountain, upon reuniting with the god of war, could not help but feel moisture in their eyes. For years, they had concealed their identities, waiting for this day to arrive. Their god of war has returned to lead them in the ultimate conquest of the 9 heavens and the void realm. What? Are you certain it is truly the god of war? Jin Tai-su bellowed in terror from his position as the head of the sect. The armrests of his chair crushed beneath his grip. He still could not believe it. He had just ventured to the land of seals, where the corpse of the war god lay still. Now, he was suddenly informed that the war god had returned, that he had been resurrected. Report. Enlighten the sect master. The land of seals has shattered. The sealing power has completely dissipated. A guard rushed in, trembling as he spoke. Bang! Jin Tai Su felt as though all the bones in his body had vanished in an instant, collapsing onto his throne. He comprehended that the disappearance of the sealing power could only indicate two possibilities. Either the one sealed within had been utterly reduced to dust, or the imprisoned individual had broken free, forcibly shattering the seal. Jin Tai Su now realized that the war god had indeed returned. The entire situation in the Nine Heavens had shifted due to the war god's reappearance. What of the war goddess return? Did he dare to strike at me? I am now the sect master of Tianzuan Mountain. Even the war god must show me respect. Moreover, I possess those 8 useless ones, as well as an ancient immortal. The war god? I shall see if he dares to lay a hand upon me. Jin Tai Su's countenance twisted into a grotesque snarl as he shouted madly. Is that so? Long time no see, Jin Tai Su. Just after Jin Tai Su's laughter faded, a voice, painfully familiar, echoed throughout the grand hall of Tianzuan Mountain. Jin Tai Su's expression froze. Simultaneously, the 12 esteemed elders within the hall turned pale, their aged faces wrinkling in frantic agitation. A man radiating light stepped forward. Yi Tian entered the Tianzuan hall with measured strides, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded each individual within. None of them were on amicable terms with the war god. One could only imagine how Jin Tai Su had either imprisoned or executed those who had been friendly with the war god to seize complete control of Tianzuan Mountain. Yi Tian's gaze grew increasingly frigid, his murderous intent intensifying. War god, we were coerced. We had no choice in the matter. It was all Jin Tai Su's doing. We bear no responsibility. One elder, paralyzed by fear, fell to his knees, wailing loudly. They understood the nature of the being they faced. The name of the war god struck terror into the hearts of many. War god, my dear senior brother, how is it that you persist in life even now? Truly, you are fortunate. Jin Tai Su sat with an expression of mockery. In those days, to ensure you could not return after battling with Nan, I laid out the 99 celestial array using the essence blood of countless cultivators, yet I still could not slay you. Jin Tai Su shook his head, lamenting. What a pity. Such a waste of the essence blood and resentment of millions of beings. Jin Tai Su smiled at Yi Tian. Most importantly, that worthless Nan could not defeat you even with the power of the 99 celestial array, and ultimately, you sealed him away. He truly was presumptuous to claim the title of Lord of the Void. Jin Tai Su, you are truly ruthless, employing the blood of millions to orchestrate such slaughter. Release them all, and I shall grant you a swift end. Yi Tian replied calmly, disregarding the pleas of the elders. In his eyes, they were already doomed. Hand them over. War god, I do not wish to die just yet. The moment I perish, they are as good as dead. For now, all you need to do is bow your head to me, and I shall release one of them. How does that sound? Jin Tai Su declared, his face a mask of satisfaction and arrogance. War god, we, your subordinates, are willing to fight to the bitter end alongside you. Turning Tianzuan Mountain upside down to find them, the war god's followers shouted in unison. War god, give the order. Jin Tai Su has committed countless atrocities, his hands stained with innumerable blood. Yet, Yi Junlin regarded Jin Tai Su thoughtfully. Jin Tai Su did not appear to be in a state of despair. Rather, it seemed he was stalling for time. But what significance did stalling hold now? Moreover, this Jin Tai Su was not his true form. The fact that even Yi Tian could not discern this was a testament to his cunning. Having just arrived in the Nine Heavens, Yi Junlin was still unfamiliar with certain matters. His interest grew further. A spiritual body had been suppressing the war god's master for so many years, and yet no one had detected it. War god, your time is running out. Will you not kneel? Jin Tai Su commanded when he saw the war god remain unmoved. Very well, the war god is indeed the war god. He bows to neither heaven nor earth, only to his parents and masters. Excellent. Now prepare to witness. With a cold smirk, Jin Tai Su waved his sleeve, and suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void. Within that ripple, an image materialized. 8 prisoners, their bodies emaciated, hair disheveled, and eyes devoid of life. Their armor had been forcibly stripped away, revealing countless ghastly wounds. Even now, their injuries had yet to heal, a dreadful force preventing their recovery. They bore heavy shackles, their faces expressionless, as if dulled and numb. The 8 parts of the pagoda, once renowned, had now been reduced to this state. I have said before, as long as you are willing to submit to me, you could still regain your former high statuses. But your foolish loyalty. The war god is dead, and you refuse to yield. Jin Tai Su laughed heartily. However, The 8 parts of the pagoda paid no heed to Jin Tai-su's words. Perhaps they were already numb to such taunts. The war god's eyes glinted like cold stars, a wave of murderous intent crashing down upon Jin Tai-su. Look, your war god has returned. Swish. As soon as Jin Tai-su's words fell, the 8 parts of the pagoda simultaneously lifted their heads. Their murky eyes slowly began to regain their clarity. You have suffered, the war god said, his voice choked with emotion. Hick, hick, war god, you have returned. They croaked, having not spoken for far too long, their voices hoarse. What a touching scene. I could almost weep. Is this your war god? He has returned, yet he is unwilling to save you. Jin Tai-su feigned tears, looking as if he were about to cry. War god, why do you not save them? If only you would kneel, I would release them. Jin Tai-su gazed at the war god with smug satisfaction. God of war, please, do not. The very fact that we have survived thus far is a testament to your invincibility. We have exhausted our potential, and even if we were to venture out, survival would elude us. To behold the god of war one last time is enough. Dying without regrets is our wish. The 8 of us share a resolute expression, smiling as we exchange glances. Then, their forms begin to waver, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 157, The River of Time, Lord of the Six Paths. Yi Jitian roars heavenward, an unbearable frustration brewing within him. These men were his brothers, who had waited patiently for him all these years, only to choose their own demise in the end. It was not that they were unable to live, but rather that they did not wish for their god of war to suffer disgrace. Thus, they preferred to choose death over seeing their god kneel for them. Oh, god of war, you refused to kneel when commanded, and yet 8 of your followers perish because of you. How does that make you feel? Anger? Do you wish to kill me? Come, slay me, and put an end to it all. In that case, none of those I have imprisoned will survive. Jin Tai-su laughs unabashedly. These individuals are confined within separate realms of his design. Even if Yi Jitian were to eliminate him immediately, the others would certainly perish. He is confident that Yi Jitian will never take his life. Hence, he has ample time to toy with Yi Jitian, to slowly humiliate the once great god of war. Yi Jitian's hair billows in the wind, his murderous intent coalescing in his eyes. Yet, he does not strike. Self-awareness is paramount, something you sorely lack. You tread further down the path of self-destruction. Yi Junlin shakes his head softly. Who are you, boy? You have no place in this conversation. Jin Tai-su casts a dismissive glance at Yi Junlin, assuming him merely to be one of Yi Jitian's subordinates, a youth unworthy of his attention. Then listen closely. I am the son of the god of war, Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin declares. Who would have thought that the esteemed god of war would succumb to earthly desires and father a child? God of war, if you surrender your son to me, I shall release all your comrades. Jin Tai-su is momentarily taken aback, then bursts into laughter. He knows that, given the god of war's character, it is not a matter of possibility but certainty that he would hand over his own flesh and blood to save his brothers. Fool. Yi Junlin shakes his head. You are but a mere spirit. Do you truly believe you are well concealed? Yi Junlin scoffs derisively. Jin Tai-su's expression shifts dramatically. This youth has discerned he is merely a spirit? No one knows this secret, not even those closest to him. How did this young man uncover it? In an instant, Jin Tai-su feels a twinge of apprehension toward Yi Junlin. So what if you see through me? You will never have a chance to turn the tables, Jin Tai-su guffaws, reveling in the chaos he has orchestrated. Yi Jitian and Yi Junlin both sense the stench of conspiracy in the air. Yi Jitian furrows his brow, while Yi Junlin remains calm. What is there to fear when he is already invincible? Since you have discovered my intentions, I shall no longer pretend. I reveal my hand. Eliminate them all. Jin Tai-su commands fiercely towards a vast screen in the void. Yi Jitian, devoid of his previous fury, observes the slaughter of the god of war's former subordinates with a tranquil demeanor. Earlier, he had received a message from Yi Junlin, who had assured him of a means to rescue these people. He chooses to trust his son. God of war. In the past, I could never surpass you. But now, you can only stand by and watch as I exterminate your former allies, powerless to intervene. Jin Tai-su cackles with delight. System, check the panel. Yi Junlin thinks to himself. Host, Yi Junlin. Cultivation, Invincible. Talent, Secret Arts and Techniques. Laws of the World, Path of the World. Special Physique, the strongest of all realms. The River of Time manifests. Just as Jin Tai-su indulges in the thrill of slaughter, Yi Junlin gestures with one hand. Instantly, a miniature version of the River of Time appears within his grasp. Jin Tai-su stares in shock at Yi Junlin. The emergence of the River of Time is not surprising. Even at their level, even an emperor could traverse the River of Time. What astonishes Jin Tai-su is the sight of illustrated fragments appearing within Yi Junlin's River of Time. These fragments depict figures from the upper 9 heavens. You lot, come forth. Junlin's gaze sharpens as he suddenly commands. Then, with a claw-like gesture of his right hand, he reaches into the river of time. In an instant, 8 images are forcibly extracted from the river of time. To his astonishment, these 8 images are none other than the deceased 8 Buddhas. This is the river of time. Junlin effortlessly locates the 8 Buddhas before they were imprisoned by Jin Taishu. He pulls them out with a single motion. The 8 images contort, transforming back into their human forms. Clad in armor, the 8 Buddhas stand immobile, their gazes sharp as swords. This is the after effect. They must merge with the memories of the time they have experienced. Soon, the 8 awaken. We, the 8 Buddhas, have seen the god of war. The 8 Buddhas come to understand the circumstances. Boom. The heavenly sovereign mountain trembles. Junlin recognizes that this action will undoubtedly create a stir. The path of cultivation defies the heavens, yet life and death remain irreversible. His actions are nothing short of earth-shattering. Boom. The entire sky of the upper 9 heavens splits open, revealing an immense rift. A cascade of violet light bursts forth from within. Who dares to reverse life and death? Who disturbs my serene slumber? A deep, ancient voice resonates from the rift, filled with both sorrow and grandeur. At this moment, all cultivators gaze upward in shock. What manner of being is this? Why does such an existence arise in the 9 heavens? Powerful cultivators ask in terror, bewildered by the situation. Who are you? Junlin ascends into the sky, calmly inquiring. I am the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the sovereign of the cycle of life and death. And how dare you reverse the natural order, resurrecting those who should have perished? Prepare to receive 3 strikes from me. The Lord of Reincarnation does not reveal himself from within the rift, but instead speaks. Junlin comprehends the gravity of the situation. In that moment he revived the 8 Buddhas. He understood the implications of defying the natural order. To be truly resurrected, he must endure 3 strikes. Otherwise, these 8 would be susceptible to being reclaimed by the Lord of Reincarnation at any moment. Receiving 3 strikes is out of the question. You first must withstand 3 of mine. Junlin retorts fiercely, stepping forward and vanishing into the rift. Foolish ant. I am the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation. You cannot, bang. Hold. A resurrection is merely a trivial matter, is it not? We should calmly sit down, enjoy a cup of tea, and engage in conversation. The voice of the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation echoed through the fissure. Upon closer listening, one could discern a tremor in his voice. Chapter 158, The Frustrated Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. I say, young man, enough is enough. If this continues, I shall take no more courtesy, the Lord of Reincarnation bellowed. Did we not agree on 3 moves? How many have you executed? He exclaimed in exasperation. He simply could not comprehend how a mere youth could possess such formidable prowess. Who was he? He was the Lord of Reincarnation, existing since the very dawn of creation. Now, he found himself being bested by a young man. What astonished him further was that this youth was utterly dominating him, leaving him without a shred of ability to retaliate. This left him aghast. When had such a figure emerged in the realms of existence? The Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the sovereign of all living beings' cycles. Merely the name was enough to instill fear. Well, that was quite enjoyable. It turns out that delivering a beating is indeed quite satisfying. Junlin remarked as he ceased his onslaught, dusting his hands. A hissing sound emanated from behind him. A pig's head then came into view. This was the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Do not be mistaken. He was not truly a pig's head, but rather had been thoroughly beaten by Junlin. As the Lord of Reincarnation gasped for breath, he vigorously rubbed his swollen cheeks. Gradually, the swelling subsided, revealing the true visage of the Lord of the 6 paths, a middle-aged man of refined elegance, his eyes alight with brilliance, seemingly able to see through all, yet tinged with weariness. In his hand, he held a purple fan adorned with numerous ancient patterns converging into the 6 paths gate. At a glance, Junlin recognized that this fan was extraordinary, likely the gate of reincarnation. Is there truly such a concept as reincarnation in this world? Junlin inquired of the Lord of the 6 paths. Of course. Otherwise, would I be merely a figure of leisure? The Lord of Reincarnation retorted, somewhat irked. Position, leisure. Junlin pondered. From the Lord of Reincarnation's words, he gleaned certain secrets. The position of the Lord of Reincarnation was likely a contrivance of human design. But who, then, could orchestrate such a powerful being to personally oversee the 6 paths? He could see the weariness and discontent in the Lord of Reincarnation's eyes, indicating that he had grown weary of lingering in this dark abyss. To be frank, Junlin was somewhat skeptical of the notion of reincarnation. The Lord of Reincarnation was immensely powerful, far surpassing even the likes of Yi Jitian and other strong figures. Yet it was precisely such a formidable being who possessed knowledge of the 6 paths. Then why was it that the god of war of that time could transcend the 6 paths and re-emerge as Yi Jitian? And why could he traverse into this realm? Should he not have entered reincarnation upon his demise? With such a powerful figure guarding the six paths, who could escape the cycle? The fog before Yi Junlin thickened. Yet he remained unafraid. He was already invincible. What could possibly deter him? He was determined to uncover who truly orchestrated everything in this world from the shadows. Yi Junlin turned to depart, leaving the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation with a face full of resentment. Simultaneously, the Lord was deeply astonished. He had scrutinized Yi Junlin's past and present. However, no matter how he searched or employed magic, he could not uncover Yi Junlin's previous incarnation, which troubled him. Yet he knew that this incarnation of Yi Junlin was no older than 30. What did this signify? The rise of a youth at such an unprecedented pace was utterly astounding. This was an occurrence that had not transpired since the very inception of creation. He remained the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, governing the cycle of all realms, not merely the 9 heavens. The immense fissure in the void rapidly sealed itself after Yi Junlin's exit, as if it had never existed. Yi Junlin wasted no time, directly reopening the river of time. He intended to resurrect each individual who had been slain by Jin Tai Su, one by one, from the river of time. Boom! The heavens trembled, and the great fissure in the void re-emerged. Why do some continue to provoke me, truly believing I am an easy target? The voice of the Lord of the Six Paths resonated throughout the 9 heavens once more. Yet, it abruptly ceased, for as the fissure opened, he beheld Yi Junlin's smiling visage. The Lord of Reincarnation shivered violently and turned to flee. Why is it always this monstrous figure? He muttered under his breath as he ran. This space was not of his making. It opened automatically upon the resurrection of someone defying the natural order. The Lord of Reincarnation would arrive instantaneously. However, now he dared not delay for a moment, fleeing faster than he had come, disappearing from sight. Yi Junlin, resolute and unyielding, vanished into the 9 heavens. Yi Junlin materialized in the mythical continent, a place where he had once vowed to return and revive those who had perished when he became powerful enough. Here, the 3 supreme beings had all fallen in battle. Yi Junlin still recalled the Lord of Reincarnation, Mo Wentian, although this reincarnation was not the same as the current one, as well as the sword master Shin Jinshin and others. They had all perished in their efforts to resist the dark deities from beyond. Sigh. Yi Junlin sighed softly. During his time in the Tianyuan, he had already dispatched 100,000 emperors to eradicate the threat. With a wave of his hand, the river of time reappeared. Yi Junlin continuously pulled forth scenes from within, beginning the process of resurrection one by one. Boom. How dare anyone bully me like this? The void split again, and the voice of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation echoed once more. Earlier, he had refrained from rebuking directly, but upon realizing that this was not the upper 9 heavens, he finally felt bold enough to utter an expletive. He had been thoroughly beaten by Yi Junlin, that monstrous figure, and had yet to recover his temper. How could there still be those in other realms daring to open the river of time to resurrect those who should have perished? He aimed to reclaim the dignity he had lost earlier at Yi Junlin's hands. Who dares to reverse the natural order? Step forward. Today, I shall not hold back. Suddenly, the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had been choked, momentarily rendered speechless. It had not been long since they last met. Could it be that the Lord of the Six Paths was aware that I was itching for action and had come to provide me with an opportunity? Yi Junlin inquired curiously. What a splendid evening it is. You carry on. I shall take my leave. The Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation turned and fled without hesitation. He understood that if he delayed even a moment, he would inevitably receive another beating. The Lord of the Six Paths sighed heavenward. Even he found it difficult to navigate these times. Chapter 159, Elusive and Enigmatic. As the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, he felt utterly powerless against those who disrupted the order of reincarnation. We are most grateful for your salvation. The people of the mythical continent, having revived, solemnly bowed to Yi Junlin. They lamented that what was once merely a serendipitous bond has now manifested into a remarkable reunion. There is no need for excessive formalities. All of you are warriors fighting for the myriad realms, so focus on your cultivation. The vistas beyond the supreme realm are even more exquisite. After uttering these words, Yi Junlin opened a void passage and vanished from the mythical continent. At this moment, Jin Taishu felt utterly numbed. Is this the son of the war god? Why does he seem even more terrifying than the war god himself? To pluck souls from the river of time, can the deceased truly return to this world? Such notions were once unfathomable to them, yet this young man has accomplished it. Who are you? Jin Taishu exclaimed, his voice laced with trepidation. Where is the celestial lord? Yi Jitian inquired directly. Having not seen the celestial lord from the very beginning, which filled him with an ominous premonition. The celestial lord? Ha ha ha, he is certainly my esteemed master. As for his whereabouts, I cannot say. However, I can assure you that in the near future, you, I, and our master shall meet again. It will undoubtedly be a moment of great astonishment for you, my war god brother. Jin Taishu laughed heartily, but then signs of his spiritual form dissipating became apparent. Did I permit you to leave? Even in spirit form, you cannot simply disperse without my consent. Yi Junlin's voice was firm. His words carried the weight of divine decree. Time and space froze. Jin Taishu's smile was arrested, and he found himself ensnared. This was his spiritual form. He could disperse it with but a thought. Yet now, the entire void had solidified, rendering him immobile, even dulling his thoughts. Yi Junlin stepped forward, delicately placing his fingertip upon Jin Taishu's forehead. He sought to explore Jin Taishu's spiritual consciousness, eager to uncover what manner of entity could instill such confidence in him. Boom! A tempestuous surge of divine consciousness surged into Jin Taishu's sea of awareness. However, just as Yi Junlin's consciousness was about to forcibly delve deeper, a series of seals emerged from within Jin Taishu's sea of awareness. Sealing formations within the sea of consciousness? I shall see what you are concealing. Yi Junlin resolutely shattered the seals. Jin Taishu's defenses would surely not withstand him. Yet, the destruction of these seals would lead to the immediate collapse of the sea. Be still, Yi Junlin commanded. He forcefully anchored Jin Taishu's sea of awareness and proceeded with his exploration. In an instant, countless images were captured by Yi Junlin. Ancestor. Yi Zhan. Yi Junlin slowly opened his eyes and addressed the dissipating Jin Taishu. So, what of my master's whereabouts? And what did you mean by Zhan just now? Yi Jitian queried, gazing at Yi Junlin. He found himself increasingly perplexed by his own son. Yi Junlin's resurgence was attributed to the accumulation and sedimentation of experiences in the lower realm, coupled with the fruits of his past life. However, his second son, Yi Junlin, had soared to unprecedented heights upon entering the upper realm, surpassing even his own expectations. Despite not fully comprehending Yi Junlin, Yi Jitian recognized him as his son. And that sufficed. Father, your master, the celestial lord, is neither dead nor imprisoned, Yi Junlin stated after a brief pause. This has been a conspiracy from the very moment I accepted you as my disciple. Yi Junlin looked at Yi Jitian with conviction. What? Yi Jitian could hardly believe his ears. Sigh, see for yourself. With a wave of his hand, a shimmering water screen materialized before Yi Jitian. At such a tender age, with a talent that astounds the ages, very well, very well. I wish to take you as my disciple. I wonder if you would be willing to accept this honor? An elderly figure clad in a purple gold robe smiled benevolently at the young war god within the vision. Before the celestial lord, I am willing to become your disciple. The youthful war god declared with unwavering resolve. From that moment forth, the celestial lord diligently guided the war god, whose cultivation progressed with astonishing rapidity, ultimately becoming the strongest in the 9 heavens. The scene shifted. A figure cloaked in black appeared, cradling an unconscious youth. Inan. Yi Jitian gasped at the sight of the boy in the water screen. Become my disciple, and I shall ensure you dominate the entire void realm. The black-cloaked figure's voice roused Inan from his stupor. Consumed by vengeance and fury, Inan did not hesitate to pledge his allegiance. Yet Yi Jitian staggered back 3 steps, for he recognized the face of his master, the celestial lord, who was none other than the legendary mentor of Inan, the one who had trained Inan to become the sovereign of the void realm. The fruits of their paths, Inan's and the war goddess, when clashed, would undoubtedly unleash the full might of their powers, merging into an unstoppable force capable of achieving true invincibility. The celestial lord bowed respectfully to a young man. Can you be certain they are all children of destiny? Only the fruits of the children of destiny greatly benefit me. After all these years, I have only discovered 3 such fruits. Only 2 more are needed for me to attain the status of the supreme Tao ancestor. The young man, shrouded in darkness, obscured his visage. My lord, they are undoubtedly children of destiny. I have secretly observed and nurtured them for several epochs. However, only when they are embroiled in life and death struggles will their fruits reach their zenith. The celestial lord replied reverently. In that case, proceed with your arrangements. I can no longer wait. The young man turned to the celestial lord, his demeanor resolute. Yi Jitian's complexion turned pale in an instant. Zhan, it cannot be. Absolutely not. Why him? The young man was none other than Yi Zhan. At this moment, the aura emanating from Yi Zhan was identical to that of his counterpart in the lower realm, differing only in cultivation level. Now, Yi Zhan's eyes resembled the cosmos itself, one side embodying boundless destruction, the other infinite rebirth. Who dares to spy upon me? Suddenly, a radiant light erupted from Yi Zhan's eyes, directed at the void. Yi Junlin's gaze narrowed. Yi Zhan was indeed the master of the celestial lord. Could it be that Yi Zhan was the greatest puppeteer behind the scenes? Meanwhile, the war god and Inan were locked in a fierce battle, both consumed by rage, unleashing their utmost powers. After 2 millennia of intense clashes, neither could gain the upper hand, yet they resolved to make one final stand. The war god sat cross-legged in the void, hands resting upon his knees, his mouth uttering the supreme sounds of the Tao. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire void resonated with waves of energy, rippling outward in concentric circles. A golden circular light gradually ascended from the war goddess crown. In an instant, the radiance engulfed the 9 heavens, flooding it with a magnificent aura of life. In that moment, flowers, grasses, and trees all flourished with renewed vigor, growing wildly. This was the war goddess fruit of life, embodying an unparalleled vitality. War god, are you truly willing to perish together? With a grim expression, Inan glared at the war god and exclaimed. Their cultivation had long surpassed the zenith of the 9 heavens. In a conventional fight, neither could prevail over the other. To slay one another at the same level was an arduous task. However, once they unleashed their Tao fruits, it would be a fight to the death. Even in victory, the wounds inflicted upon the Tao fruit would be exceedingly difficult to mend, likely resulting in a fall from their current state, rendering them unable to return to their peak for a lifetime. Inan, we must ultimately determine a victor, delineating both superiority and mortality. Very well, as the Lord of the Void Realm, I fear you not. With that, Inan placed his palms together before his chest, continuously reciting a series of esoteric runes. Suddenly, the world transformed. Ominous clouds rolled across the sky, and countless dark lotuses took root in the void. From Inan's body, a pitch-black, orb-like Tao fruit began to flow forth. Go! Golden light and darkness each claimed half the sky. The Tao fruits of both parties trembled violently, embodying their lifetime of cultivation and insights. When the 2 Tao fruits collided fiercely, strangely, there was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, one yin and one yang began to attract and complement each other. The expressions of the war god and Inan changed dramatically as their Tao fruits slipped from their control. Furthermore, they lost all connection with their Tao fruits, which sought to depart from this place. Both believed the other was orchestrating this calamity. Boom. The great array of heaven and earth activated, ensnaring the war god in an endless sea of crimson power. To seize my Tao fruit, this is but a dream. Seal. Explode. With his hair flying wildly, the war god formed seals with his hands and unleashed a punch. Utilizing the last vestiges of connection with the Tao fruit, he triggered its explosion. Inan, too, resolutely detonated his Tao fruit simultaneously. Were it not for the great array of heaven and earth and the war goddess final seal mitigating the explosion's ferocity, the entire upper 9 heavens might have been razed to the ground. Subsequently, the war god was enveloped in darkness, losing all consciousness. Fools! Just as success was within reach. You falter, Yi Zhan exclaimed, striking the celestial sovereign away with a palm. Master, the Tao fruits had already begun to merge. I did not expect them to be so resolute in triggering the explosion. The celestial sovereign, half his body shattered from the blow, crawled and rolled at Yi Zhan's feet, trembling as he spoke. A bunch of useless wretches. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Stepping forward, Yi Zhan summoned a glimmer of life essence from his body, enveloping the forms of the war god and Inan. There remained a flicker of hope, yet. How long would it take? Yi Jitian fell silent. They had been dead. It was Yi Zhan who had preserved a fragment of their true spirits, allowing them to begin anew in their cultivation. When they next refined their Tao fruits, they would attempt to seize control once more. Moreover, to ensure their safety, Yi Zhan's avatar had remained by his side throughout the years, even becoming his son. Yi Jitian surmised that Inan must have undergone a similar experience. Only with Yi Junlin by his side, Inan remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 161, Inan. Father, you have regained your former cultivation. Now, you need only to condense your Tao fruit and find Inan. I believe he will soon reveal himself, Yi Junlin said to Yi Jitian. Only when their Tao fruits re-emerged would Yi Zhan naturally appear to claim them. Why must it be the Tao fruit of the child of fortune? Yi Junlin muttered to himself. I possess a Tao fruit as well, but should I reveal it, the entire world would be unable to bear its weight. His cultivation had transcended the realm of the world itself. Even now, Yi Junlin was uncertain of his cultivation level. His rank was unprecedented, unrecorded by history, and unattainable by others. It was precisely this curiosity that drove him. In truth, with Yi Junlin's prowess, locating Yi Zhan would be a trivial task. However, this was a matter of his father's obsession. He wished not to intervene, allowing his father to resolve it. Naturally, he would seek to find Inan and hasten his recovery. Only when both of their Tao fruits manifested would Yi Zhan appear. Time rewinds, piercing the very essence. Yi Junlin softly proclaimed. A moment later, 2 colossal beams of light erupted from his eyes, illuminating the heavens. Yi Junlin beheld a fragment of Inan's soul entering the boundless expanse, a place known as hell. From a young age, Inan had endured inhuman training, with his master being the transformed Yi Zhan. The young Inan underwent grueling trials akin to demonic training, especially after witnessing his master fall to the 3-headed hound of hell while attempting to save him. Consequently, Inan redoubled his efforts in cultivation. The three-headed hound of hell was immensely powerful. At that time, Inan possessed no capacity for resistance. Thus, he trained relentlessly, unaware that his master, Yizhan, was the architect of the trap. Displeased with Inan's slow progress, Yizhan devised a harrowing scenario of master and disciple. He deliberately lured the three-headed hound of hell to attack Inan, subsequently creating the illusion of sacrificing himself to save Inan, thereby driving him into a frenzy of cultivation. Though the narrative may be cliché, Inan's abilities soared to new heights. Until one day, he awakened memories of his past life. Boom. There shall no longer be a three-headed hound in hell. I declare that no one shall thwart me. Inan declared, his grip tightening around the neck of the three-headed hound. His eyes ablaze with crimson fury. It was clear that this hound had been killed in a brutal fashion, coupled with the blood on Inan's lips. It was evident Inan had slain the three-headed hound. Rest in peace, master. I have avenged you. He discarded the drained corpse of the hound, addressing the void. Poor Inan. A soft sigh echoed in his ears. Who are you? How do you know my name is Inan? Inan demanded warily. Inan was his past life name. Now, he was known as Liu. He remained on high alert, ready to strike at any moment. How has the former lord of the Void Realm fallen to such a state? The ethereal voice resonated once more. Who are you? Dare you show yourself? Inan growled fiercely. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is who you are. Do you recall the time you battled the war god, resulting in the annihilation of your souls? Was there anything amiss? Junlin's voice again reached Inan's ears. Amiss? Inan furrowed his brow. Reflecting on that battle, he indeed recalled certain discrepancies. He and the war god were of the same ilk. He had been coerced into siding with the Void Realm, slaying only those deserving of death. Despite being enveloped in darkness, he had not engaged in wholesale slaughter. Logically, while their clash had been a pinnacle confrontation, it should not have escalated to a life-and-death struggle. Yet, he believed the war god incapable of seizing another's Dao fruit. If the war god could not have done so, then who was responsible? In that moment, Inan found himself at a loss. Do you wish to uncover the truth behind these events? Junlin appeared beside Inan and inquired, who are you? And how do you possess such knowledge? The impression Inan had of Junlin was one of extreme terror. He simply could not fathom who Junlin truly was. Who am I, you ask? I am the son of the god of war. As for how I know what I do, merely observe, Junlin responded, casting another spell that conjured a vast curtain of water before Inan's eyes. Displayed upon it were the conspiracies of his master, Yizhan. Impossible. How could it be him? Inan exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. The master who had perished for him was, in fact, scheming to usurp his Dao fruit. His previous master was none other than the supreme being of Tianzuan Mountain, a servant to Yizhan. Deep down, you already know the answer, do you not? Junlin smiled and continued, go, ascend to the 9 heavens, restore your true form, and consolidate your Dao fruit. When the time comes, your master shall undoubtedly reveal himself. With that, Junlin vanished from sight. Chapter 162, The Temple of Destiny. Inan, who had traversed life and death, realized he was but a mere pawn. Master, your schemes are truly profound. He gazed skyward, a hint of madness curling his lips. He had never imagined that his own master harbored designs upon his Dao fruit. It had been the same in his previous life. Even in death, he was not spared, and now the enmity had deepened. Inan was not one to be easily manipulated. Yet, the weight of this revelation was indeed heavy. That stern master, who had willingly sacrificed himself to save him, had orchestrated everything under false pretenses. He had always regarded his master as his closest confidant. Inan could not help but recall that after his birth in this life, his family was annihilated, leaving him as the sole survivor, saved only by his master. The perpetrator remained elusive. It appeared that all of this was orchestrated by his master. I care not what your cultivation level may be. If you desire my Dao fruit, you shall pay a price, Inan declared, swiftly carving a void passage before him. This was a pathway to the higher realms. After Inan vanished, Junlin's figure slowly reappeared at the original spot, his eyes closed in concentration, a delicate, intricate rune materializing upon his brow. The rune spun in a mesmerizing dance before gradually stalling, forming an arrow that pointed towards an unknown space. Junlin furrowed his brow and then vanished in a flash. Deep within the cold, desolate cosmos, a pitch-black temple floated in the void. This temple exuded an overwhelming aura of darkness capable of corroding all things. Though not large, the entrance bore no guards, only 2 bloodthirsty vines. The temple's position was unstable, drifting with the flow of the universe, devoid of a fixed location. The Temple of Destiny. Junlin murmured as he beheld the dark edifice towering above. 2 bloodthirsty vines. How formidable they appear, he remarked, observing the sentinels guarding the Temple of Destiny. These bloodthirsty vines were unique celestial entities from the time of creation, renowned for their bloodthirsty nature. They could devour the blood of celestial beings, demons, and gods, showcasing immense power. Junlin was astonished at the Temple of Destiny's audacity to employ these nearly extinct bloodthirsty vines as mere guardians. As if traversing an uninhabited realm, Junlin stepped forward, instantly appearing beside the bloodthirsty vines. The infamous bloodthirsty vines, known for their lethal ferocity, seemed oblivious to Junlin's presence, showing no reaction whatsoever. Tendrils of black mist coiled around the vines, appearing harmless at first glance. However, like formidable beings such as Inan, any who dared to approach would swiftly be reduced to mere bones. After all, these were heavenly treasures from the time of creation, their might beyond imagination. With a subtle release of his aura upon the vines, they began to writhe in panic. The piercing cries echoed in Junlin's mind, not an attack, but a desperate plea for mercy. Such celestial entities possess their own intelligence. Even a modicum of Junlin's pressure was too much for the bloodthirsty vines to bear, threatening to shatter them. Junlin extended his palm, and the bloodthirsty vines shrank rapidly, leaping into his hand as though they were obedient pets. Rubbing against his palm in a display of submission, Junlin smiled faintly, securing the vines before entering the Temple of Destiny. Meanwhile, his spirit delved deeply into the mysteries of the temple. Inside, Junlin strolled as leisurely as if he were in his own courtyard, surrounded by a multitude of bloodthirsty warriors. As he passed, none detected his presence. Everyone, remain vigilant. The master is inside discussing matters with the old supreme being. We cannot afford to be disturbed, a middle-aged man clad in crimson armor commanded. I must ask, Commander, what merit does that supreme being possess? Why is he the only one permitted to negotiate with our master and gain his favor? A disgruntled guard muttered. Silence. The master has his reasons. When did it become your place to question? The commander retorted, his expression darkening. Return to your post. If you dare question again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A fleeting flash of murderous intent crossed the commander's face. It's true, that old supreme being's cultivation pales in comparison to ours. Why should he have such privilege? The guard muttered as he turned to leave, still grumbling. Enough. The commander suddenly erupted, thrusting a spear and severing the guard's head in a swift motion. The surrounding warriors fell silent, their hearts filled with trepidation. Though they harbored discontent, fear of the commander overshadowed their dissent. From this day forth, anyone who dares to speak against the master will face execution. Is that clear? The commander barked. We understand. Several guards responded in unison. Return to your posts. The commander ordered. Chapter 163, The Eye of Destiny. Junlin strolled past the guards, who remained utterly oblivious to his presence. In a playful mood, he delivered a swift slap to one of the guards. The guard, struck on the back of his head, was sent flying forward. With a crash, he slammed against the protective barrier of the Temple of Destiny. What was that for? The guard cried, blood trickling from his mouth as he glared at his companions. The sudden blow had caught him off guard, leaving him humiliated. Does my command mean nothing to you? I instructed you to return to your posts. What sort of decorum is this? The commander scolded, frowning at the guards. You'll remember this slap. I want to let it go. The struck guard glared fiercely at the one who had hit him. The latter, feeling entirely innocent, could only protest, claiming he had done nothing. Having merely witnessed the guard's own misfortune, he remained in a state of utter bewilderment. How could he possibly be the one responsible? At one point, he even suspected that this was a self-directed performance by Xianxia. Dali chose to ignore Xianxia, turning his back and departing. Suddenly, Dali was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against the grand formation. Xianxia, I will fight you to the bitter end. Dali scrambled to his feet, a radiant sword materializing in his grasp. Now it was Xianxia's turn to be perplexed. What was happening? He hadn't even lifted a finger. Yet Dali's trajectory and force mirrored his own perfectly. Xianxia was utterly baffled. What, do I fear you? With a cold smirk, Xianxia summoned a massive wolf fawn club, ready to engage in combat. Are you two done yet? If you disturb the master, you will both meet your doom. The commander bellowed. What was wrong with his subordinates today? As expected, upon mentioning the master, they instantly wilted, clearly apprehensive and fearful. Junlin wasted no time with words and swiftly delivered a kick that sent the commander flying. This kick shattered the bones in the commander's waist, leaving him sprawled on the ground, groaning. Junlin did not render him crippled. With their level of cultivation, he would recover swiftly. Who was it? Who dares to kick me? The commander, regaining his composure with a series of crackling sounds, stood up and shouted. Hush, commander. If the master hears this, he will be furious. Xianxia and Dali quickly made a gesture for silence, speaking softly. The guards wanted to laugh, but ultimately stifled their amusement. The commander seethed with rage, but dared not raise his voice. A peculiar light flickered in his eyes. His cultivation surpassed that of everyone present. It was impossible for someone to sneak up on him and deliver a kick, These guards could not possibly be so stealthy. Thus, there was only one truth. They had disturbed the master, and this was the master's warning to him. Upon this realization, the commander felt a cold sweat break out over him. Junlin found the situation tiresome. They were merely a bunch of insignificant minions. He strolled towards the grand hall of the Temple of Fate. So, has Yinan returned to the Nine Heavens? On the throne of the Temple of Fate, Yizhan spoke softly. Indeed, Master, there is no mistaking Yinan's aura. He has now returned to the Void Realm, replied the Celestial Sovereign kneeling below. It seems that both the War God and Yinan have recovered more swiftly than I anticipated. I wonder how long it will take to consolidate the Tao fruits. Yizhan mused. Based on the cultivation speed of these children of fate, I believe they will soon reach the pinnacle of their past lives, speculated the Celestial Sovereign. Just 2 more Tao fruits, and I shall ascend to the unparalleled status of Tao Ancestor. At that time, the stars and myriad realms will bow to my supremacy. I shall be the sole sovereign. Yizhan spread his palm, revealing 3 spinning Tao fruits nestled within. Among them were a soil-colored Tao fruit, a flame-shaped Tao fruit, and a water-like gentle Tao fruit. These corresponded to the elements of earth, fire, and water. The Temple of Fate governs destiny. No child of fate can evade its surveillance. The Celestial Sovereign murmured below. Unfortunately, there was a previous child of fate who appeared, but subsequently vanished without a trace, even eluding the Temple of Fate's heavenly machine eye. The strength of this individual's destiny was unprecedented. If he were to consolidate Tao fruits, it would be unimaginable. Yizhan lamented. It was clear that the person Yizhan spoke of was Junlin. Previously, when Yizhan was in the lower realms, he had used the heavenly machine eye to observe Junlin but failed to discern anything significant. He had only regarded Junlin as a child of fate, with formidable destiny, due to the latter's astonishingly rapid cultivation speed, which left him in shock. After all, he was still the master of the Temple of Fate, a being of supreme authority. Yet at that time, the heavenly machine eye had reported that Junlin was merely an ordinary cultivator with a slight stroke of fortune. Thus, he refrained from taking any action against him. Otherwise, at that point, Junlin would have been no match for Yizhan. Chapter 164. The Suffering of the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Yet now, the more Yizhan pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. A young man, not yet 30, had already become the supreme ruler of that world. Was this reasonable? It was anything but reasonable. However, the Temple of Fate governs the destinies of all realms. No individual or race can escape its scrutiny. Yizhan did not believe that a being capable of evading the Temple of Fate's investigation truly existed. You immediately go to the 9 Heavens and investigate a person named Junlin, Yizhan commanded without hesitation. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He had only just realized that the information from the Eye of Fate had indicated a slight stroke of fortune. This was not slight at all. It was a monumental stroke of fortune. Yizhan's heart surged with uncontainable rage. Could it be that the strongest child of fate in history had slipped through his fingers? If true, he felt as if he could die from the weight of such a realization. After all, this individual, possessing the strongest fate, was far more valuable to him than the merging of 5 Tao fruits. There was simply no comparison. What does it mean to possess the strongest fortune? It means being the deity of fate among all realms. The opportunities available to such a person are not merely slight, they are monumental. Yizhan was increasingly restless. Wait. You need not go. I shall go personally. Yizhan rose from his throne, addressing the Celestial Sovereign. Suddenly, Yizhan's entire demeanor transformed. Resembling the figure Junlin had encountered in the lower realms, yet his cultivation had surpassed that of the Void Realm. In the next moment, Yizhan vanished from the Temple of Fate. The old servant respectfully bid farewell to the master. The Celestial Sovereign knelt on the ground, bowing and calling out to the direction Yizhan had disappeared. Phew! Once Yizhan had departed, the Celestial Sovereign exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of pent-up anxiety. Each time he faced his master, he felt as though he might meet his end at any moment. Despite his meticulous caution, he feared that a single misstep could provoke the master's wrath, with consequences too dire to contemplate. The Temple of Fate, what a name wasted. A faint voice echoed in the Celestial Sovereign's ear. Who? In an instant, the Celestial Sovereign's hair stood on end, every fiber of his being tense with fear. He could hardly fathom that someone could appear in the Temple of Fate without detection. His master, the Lord of Fate, governed the Temple of Fate. Even the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation must submit. It could be said that even without the Tao fruits of the children of fate, Yizhan was truly an unparalleled powerhouse. Yet Yizhan sought a path of supreme dominance. A mere Lord of Fate was far beneath his aspirations. Yizhan's ambition swelled tremendously. He desired to be the ruler of the entire world, what he referred to as the realm of dominion, with 3 Tao fruits integrated. He was mere moments away from ascending to the realm of the Tao Ancestor. When the time comes to become the Tao Ancestor, The mastery of the realm is almost within reach. How splendid it must have been for the poor heavenly sovereign, basking in glory throughout the 9 heavens. Yet, unexpectedly, he now finds himself reduced to a servant, unworthy even of a dog. Junlin gradually made his appearance upon the throne once occupied by Zhan. Sitting down with an air of authority. Who are you, daring to intrude upon the temple of destiny? Your soul shall be eternally sealed by the Lord. Leaving you in a state worse than death, the heavenly sovereign exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror as he regarded Junlin. This individual was inscrutable, his cultivation seemingly that of an ordinary mortal, yet even Zhan had failed to perceive his presence. Who am I, you ask? Ah, I am Junlin, the legitimate son of the god of war, your disciple. Junlin replied languidly from his throne, casting a glance at the trembling heavenly sovereign. My father often reminisces about his revered master, you, O heavenly sovereign. A smile graced Junlin's face as he addressed the sovereign. The son of the god of war? Impossible. That cannot be. Isn't the god of war's son merely in his 20s or 30s? How could he possess such cultivation? The heavenly sovereign stammered. Incredulity etched across his features. Junlin interrupted his bewilderment, still wearing a bright smile. Bring him. Someone has breached the temple of destiny. Seize him. The heavenly sovereign howled in a frenzy. An existence that even the lord of the temple of destiny could not detect presented no hope for him to act against Junlin. Cease your wailing. No one can hear what transpires within. They cannot enter, and you cannot escape, Junlin remarked, frowning as he rubbed his ears. Bang! The heavenly sovereign, refusing to succumb to despair, tore through the fabric of space to flee, only to be bounced back by a transparent barrier. I told you, you cannot escape. Yet you refuse to listen. Junlin shook his head in exasperation. He then clapped his hands gently. Come forth, old friend. Take this individual and keep an eye on him for me. Suddenly, a great fissure appeared in the temple of destiny, from which the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation emerged. What the hell? How did you find me? The Lord exclaimed, startled at the sight of Junlin. The hall of 6 paths of reincarnation existed in the void, known to few, yet this man who had once been beaten by him had effortlessly drawn him out. Let us place this person in your hall of 6 paths. What do you think? Junlin suggested with a smile. Of course not. I mean, well, that's entirely feasible. The Lord initially attempted to refuse, but upon feeling Junlin's hand lightly caressing his fist, he instantly felt a fresh wave of pain and quickly acquiesced. Afterward, the Lord began to assess the Temple of Destiny. My, what splendid decor. This layout is unmistakably that of a grand figure's abode. So this is the Temple of Destiny. What a revelation. Suddenly, the Lord's voice rose several octaves, panic evident in his demeanor. I am in the Temple of Destiny. The thought of the Lord of Destiny sent shivers down his spine, drenched in cold sweat. Although outwardly the Lord of Destiny, and he appeared to stand on equal footing, only the Lord of 6 paths understood the true magnitude of the former's power. What has you so flustered? Junlin inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Oh, my little ancestor. Please, let me return. I am going to die. The Lord of 6 paths pleaded desperately. Fear not. Do you think I could sit here so brazenly without reason? Junlin replied with a sly smile. Indeed, I have never encountered anyone more formidable than you. The Lord of 6 paths conceded, somewhat relieved. The Temple of Destiny is truly remarkable. In my day, I, the Lord of 6 paths, the Lord of Destruction, and the Lord of Destiny were nearly equals. Among the 3 of us, the Lord of Destruction was slightly more powerful. Yet one day, the Lord of Destiny sought out the Lord of Destruction, demanding he serve as his subordinate and enforcer. The Lord of Destruction was an exceedingly proud entity, naturally refusing and even deriding the Lord of Destiny. As he recounted this, fear filled the Lord of 6 paths' eyes. For reasons unknown, the Lord of Destiny's cultivation had surpassed that of the Lord of Destruction. Following their battle, the Lord of Destruction met a tragic end. Yet the ambition of the Lord of Destiny had only just begun. He began to orchestrate schemes, inciting wars against those who stood atop the world. The Tao ancestor of the Supreme Path and the Tao ancestor of primordial beginnings, the only 2 Tao ancestors in existence. That battle nearly shattered the entire universe, leaving both Tao ancestors gravely injured and their whereabouts unknown. It is highly likely that they were suppressed by the Lord of Destiny, who absorbed their Tao fruits and traces. The Lord of 6 paths spoke with palpable dread. Ultimately, my hall of 6 paths remains elusive, the Lord of Destiny, not wishing to waste time searching for me, likely spared me. Otherwise, I might have already succumbed. Understood. Take him away, rest assured, with me here. No matter the Lord of Destiny, I shall crush him with a single blow. Junlin declared boldly to the terrified Lord of 6 paths. After much hesitation, the Lord ultimately chose to trust Junlin and took the heavenly sovereign away. Now, let the games begin. Is your name Emoku? Junlin inquired, stretching as he stepped forward, returning to the 9 heavens. Father, Have you seen where my brother has gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Yi Zhan's voice echoed from the grand hall of the heavenly sovereign mountain. This father is also rather unsure. After all, Junlin is still quite young, and it's only natural for him to be playful. Yi Jitian replied with a faint smile. Yi Zhan is not his son. He remains the supreme lord of the Temple of Destiny. Although Yi Jitian cannot match him at present, it does not hurt to seize an advantage, does it? My son, how far has your cultivation progressed? Why can I barely see through it? Yi Jitian asked, addressing him affectionately. Father, I have embarked on my own path. A rather unique one, making it difficult for others to see through my cultivation, Imoku replied nonchalantly. Currently, I believe my cultivation aligns with what you refer to as the Void Dao realm. Imoku smiled at Yi Jitian. My magnificent son, indeed impressive. Yi Jitian responded with a hearty laugh. Yet, Imoku felt an inexplicable discomfort coursing through him, though he could not pinpoint its source. Oh, my elder brother has returned. It seems he has successfully carved his own path. With a hearty laugh, Yi Junlin descended gracefully into the grand hall, exclaiming, Chapter 166, Yi Junlin's mother. Junlin, what level of cultivation have you attained? Why can I not perceive your aura? Imoku inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded Yi Junlin. Oh, what cultivation could I possibly have? Merely at the nascent stage of the Void Realm, preparing to solidify my Dao fruit, Yi Junlin replied with a smile. Moreover, like you, I have forged my own path within the Void Realm, diverging from conventional training systems. Thus, no matter how elevated your cultivation, you cannot discern my true level, he continued, grinning. Indeed, he was not following the typical cultivation methods. He was directly invincible. Who could penetrate the depths of his cultivation? Is it truly time to solidify the Dao fruit within the Void Realm? Might that not be perilous? Imoku exclaimed, startled by Yi Junlin's words. Since when can one solidify the Dao fruit in the Void Realm? Of course, this was fortuitous for Imoku, as it allowed him to ascertain whether Yi Junlin was indeed the strongest fate as prophesied by the Eye of Destiny. A genuine smile radiated from Imoku's face. Not a mere facade, but a reflection of his heartfelt joy. He felt he had made the right decision in coming here. The very thought that Yi Junlin could be the strongest fate sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Not a conventional cultivation system? Could it be that he has truly created a unique cultivation paradigm? Imoku mused internally. Yet, he harbored no doubts. Such individuals, after all, were not unheard of. Well then, my son, today you have successfully arrived in the 9 heavens, and I shall host a welcoming feast for you. Yi Jitian declared as he gazed at Yi Zhan. There was no hint of malice or displeasure in Yi Jitian's demeanor, an enigma only he understood. For beneath the surface lay a tempest of murderous intent. No, father. Upon my arrival, I discovered a place of extraordinary trials. Perhaps training there would significantly benefit Junlin's path. I believe it can greatly reduce the time required for solidifying the Dao fruit and enhance his strength. Imoku interjected, shaking his head at Yi Jitian. It must be perilous there, is it not too risky? Yi Jitian's eyes brimmed with genuine concern. His worry was not feigned. He truly feared for Yi Junlin, apprehensive that Imoku might lead him astray. Father, rest assured, with me by his side, Junlin shall remain unharmed. Otherwise, I shall present myself before you with my head. Imoku vowed earnestly. Fool. Even now, you remain so concerned for me. I look forward to the day you solidify your Dao fruit and witness your expression then. Imoku scoffed inwardly. He mistakenly believed Yi Jitian's worry was for him, unaware that it was solely for Yi Junlin. Yi Jitian took immense pride in his son, save for one regret, Yi Junlin's mother. After sending Yi Junlin to the lower realm, his mother had been forcibly taken away by his father-in-law, the primordial Dao ancestor. Leaving no trace behind, Yi Jitian had tirelessly searched for her, yet to no avail. This was a burden he had never shared with Yi Junlin, fearing he might recklessly pursue her safety. Though he recognized that Yi Junlin was now stronger than he was acutely aware of his formidable father-in-law's power. Father, you need not worry. With your eldest son watching over me, I am certain there are no safety concerns. Eldest brother, would you agree? Yi Junlin said with a playful smile directed at Imoku. The art of conversation is indeed an intricate craft. Imoku felt an uncanny sensation but could not pinpoint its source. He wondered if perhaps he had forgotten to take his medicine today, feeling a persistent sense of unease. It was impossible for Yi Junlin and Yi Jitian to have uncovered his true identity. What cultivation level did Yi Jitian even possess? Yi Junlin was even less likely to discern it. Very well then, my beloved son, you must take great care of Junlin. Should he lose even a single hair, I will not spare you, Yi Jitian asserted sternly. This rebuke left Imoku momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, Yi Jitian had never scolded him so. Yes, father. Imoku replied promptly, dismissing any further thought. Come, lead me to this trial ground. I can hardly wait to solidify my Dao fruit. At that moment, I shall be invincible. Yi Junlin feigned excitement, adding, "At that time, dear brother, you will fulfill my destiny." Emoku chuckled inwardly. No one could thwart his ascent to greater strength, not even the Tao ancestor. How could a mere Yi Junlin stand in his way? The chaotic starry sea? Yi Junlin and Emoku stood amidst the cosmos, gazing into the tumultuous expanse before them. The celestial bodies here had exhibited this chaotic demeanor for countless years. Externally, they appeared ferocious, yet within lay hidden realms of wonder. "Junlin, stay close. Danger lurks nearby," Emoku warned, turning to Yi Junlin before transforming into a streak of light and dashing into the chaotic starry sea. Chapter 167, Pranks. Yi Junlin grinned and followed suit. The chaotic starry sea was notorious for its turbulence. The very fabric of time and space was distorted, with swirling spatial storms constantly erupting. The fact that these celestial bodies had not been obliterated was nothing short of miraculous. In such a chaotic and twisted environment, it was astonishing that these celestial bodies remained intact. Even those at the pinnacle of the void realm would find it challenging to escape unscathed. These celestial bodies had withstood the test of time, becoming incredibly resilient and transforming into supreme materials for forging weapons. However, Yi Junlin was not interested in such things. After all, true invincibility came from within. Relying on external objects was ultimately a temporary solution. Although Yi Junlin dismissed these materials, he was keen on pulling a fast one on Emoku. While these celestial bodies posed no tangible threat to Emoku, they could at least help maintain Yi Junlin's buoyant spirits. "Junlin, these celestial bodies have been thoroughly tempered and are exceptionally sturdy, each harboring destructive power. Do not touch them," Emoku cautioned gravely from ahead. "After enduring such trials, they must surely be excellent materials for forging. I wish to collect some to craft a formidable weapon." Yi Junlin called out loudly, a sly smile creeping across his face as he reached out to touch one of the celestial bodies. Emoku's heart raced at the mention of crafting weapons. He had warned him that even someone at the pinnacle of the void realm could be crushed if they were not careful. Yet, Yi Junlin seemed determined to ignore his advice. With no other recourse, Emoku could not reveal his own cultivation level, nor could he allow Yi Junlin to meet with disaster. If anything were to happen to Yi Junlin, Yi Jitian would certainly lose all focus on solidifying his Tao fruit. At that moment, all would be lost. Thus, Yi Junlin simply could not afford to be harmed. Gritting his teeth, Emoku dashed forward, firmly grasping Yi Junlin's hand to prevent him from making contact with the celestial body. However, Yi Junlin did not make contact. Instead, his back collided violently with the great star, resulting in an intimate encounter. Given his prowess, he certainly would not suffer any injury. Yet, in pursuit of a more convincing performance, Emoku's back was instantaneously crushed by the force of annihilation, revealing a vast expanse of stark white bones. Not a shred of flesh remained, leaving only the skeletal structure visible, with even the internal organs discernible. With a splutter, Emoku's energy swiftly waned, his entire body slumping as torrents of blood surged from his mouth with reckless abandon. Yi Junlin, in a flurry of concern, hastily supported Emoku, his face awash with self-reproach. "I'm so sorry. I didn't anticipate this outcome. It's my fault." Yi Junlin lamented. Cough, cough, it's nothing. "After all, you are my brother," Emoku replied, albeit with difficulty. "I'm fine. Let us continue our journey." He painstakingly channeled his energy to mend the grievous wound on his back, gritting his teeth against the pain. This was, after all, his true form. And he had not sustained injuries in many years. Today, as performance was a reluctant necessity. "Big brother, allow me to support you," Yi Junlin declared, taking Emoku's arm as they ventured deeper into the passage. The boundless, tempestuous spatial storm rendered Yi Junlin's complexion pale, his energy faltering as he limped through the corridor. Suddenly, he stumbled, his face betraying shock as he inadvertently released Emoku, sending him hurtling away. "Big brother." In an instant, Yi Junlin seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, his expression turning frantic as he watched Emoku being flung aside. At that moment, a torrent of frustration surged within Emoku. What was he to do? He was feigning severe injury and could not harness powers beyond the void realm. He could only watch helplessly as a massive star approached, ready to make another intimate connection. Bang! In a brutal collision, Emoku's face and body met the star head-on, propelling him backward in a parabolic arc. This impact was devastating. His visage became a grotesque sight, utterly disfigured, and his body bore countless wounds. Emoku howled at the heavens, not from pain, but from the suffocating frustration that had built up inside him. He could not fathom why the reckless Yi Junlin was the favored child of destiny. Had it not been for Yi Junlin's timely intervention, he might have already perished. Despite his formidable strength, he was compelled to feign weakness, which left him feeling utterly vexed. In that moment, Emoku found himself in a pitiful state. Yi Junlin, while lifting Emoku, wore an expression of deep remorse. "Big brother, perhaps we should turn back? I've nearly put you in peril twice," Junlin said, pain evident in his eyes as he gazed at Imoku. "No, this path offers you immense benefits. What does my suffering amount to?" Imoku resolutely retorted. What a jest! Having finally recognized Junlin as the strongest child of destiny, he could not simply let him slip away. If Junlin could consolidate his Dao fruit, it would enable him to soar to unprecedented heights, even surpassing the Dao ancestors and becoming the supreme sovereign. Chapter 168, The Cosmic Spirit Embryo. In comparison to Junlin's Dao fruit, Jitian's Dao fruit appeared rather insignificant. So, this is the trial battlefield? Eventually, Junlin and Imoku traversed through the tumultuous seas of stars unscathed. This was an ancient battlefield, a crucible where myriad races had clashed. Yet, with Junlin's discerning eye, it was clear that these myriad races were mere projections, not true sentient beings. These were evidently Imoku's machinations, designed to hone Junlin's skills and facilitate the consolidation of his Dao fruit. Within the battlefield, numerous exotic flowers and fruits flourished, each one a divine herb of immeasurable worth. Even Junlin couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Temple of Destiny. To allow any Void Realm cultivator to consume such divine herbs would be utter wastefulness. The turbulent seas of stars encompassed a vast expanse, rivaling the entirety of the upper 9 heavens. Junlin, these unparalleled divine herbs are fiercely guarded by extraordinarily formidable beings. You must defeat and slay them to obtain these herbs, which will undoubtedly be immensely beneficial to your cultivation, Imoku weakly advised Junlin. Though these beings were manifestations of some secret technique, the divine herbs were indeed genuine treasures. Junlin, you must first train here before delving deeper into the battlefield, where true treasures await. I will seek a place to tend to my injuries, Imoku concluded, vanishing swiftly before Junlin could respond. These items are adequate. I have no use for them now, but they will be invaluable to the heavenly court in the future. Junlin's spirit scanned the battlefield, realizing Imoku had departed, and thus, he ceased hiding his presence. With a gentle tap of his toes, the ground trembled, radiating outward from his center. Those fearsome beasts disintegrated into wisps of azure smoke. Such illusions truly underestimated me, Junlin mused, shaking his head as he collected the divine herbs. He then ambled toward the deepest part of the battlefield. The sealing force was malevolent and sinister. As he ventured deeper, Junlin sensed a profoundly wicked sealing formation at work. He did not probe with his spirit, but strolled leisurely toward the innermost depths. Meanwhile, Imoku had returned to the Temple of Destiny. He understood that, given Junlin's cultivation level, it would take at least 800 to 1,000 years for him to successfully vanquish those illusory beings. Since these beings were merely his creations, they posed no true threat to Junlin's life. After several centuries, he would check back to see if Junlin had consolidated his Dao fruit. The strongest child of destiny absorbing the Dao fruits of 2 Dao ancestors should enable him to swiftly forge the most powerful Dao fruit in history, right? At that time, he cackled, only I, Imoku, shall attain the position of supreme sovereign. Within the Temple of Destiny, Imoku laughed heartily. Is this the innermost sanctum of the battlefield? An ancient altar? Junlin's gaze fixated on the altar, astonished to find something beyond his comprehension. Indeed, this altar, radiating a spectrum of colors, eluded his understanding. He was the mightiest being in this realm, a title unchallenged, and according to Imoku, he should now be at the level of the supreme sovereign. Yet the intricate patterns upon the altar hinted at secrets both profound and enigmatic. Although Junlin could not penetrate its mysteries, he sensed a mysterious connection between himself and the 5-colored altar. This feeling was ineffable and elusive. Open. Junlin's eyes radiated with unmatched brilliance as he enveloped the 5-colored altar. He sought to trace its origins, to uncover the history behind this altar. His spirit attuned to the altar's depths, where he sensed 3 languid auras suppressed beneath it. Boom. At the dawn of creation, the universe was first divided. In a moment of reverie, Junlin found himself enveloped by the primordial tongue that resonated from the epic of creation. The world lay shrouded in chaos, where life was imperceptible and could scarcely endure amidst the tumult. Within this chaos existed a spiritual embryo, formless yet tangible, an entity that seemed to dwell outside the realms of existence. After an indeterminate span of years, on a fateful day, this embryo stirred, prompting an immediate upheaval of the cosmos. From this ethereal essence emerged a delicate, translucent hand, which gently prodded the void of chaos. Instantly, a multicolored altar materialized, absorbing the boundless essence of the primordial chaos. Thus, the entire universe began to awaken with vitality. Yet, this rebirth was swiftly followed by an unrelenting tide of slaughter and carnage. Among the first to manifest were beings who proclaimed themselves as deities, intent on reigning supreme over the world. The heavens and the earth, in their profound mystery, witnessed the birth of countless beings, many of whom faced relentless oppression and extermination. The human race was among those subjugated. After an unfathomable passage of time, humanity gradually ascended in power, ultimately claiming the forefront among myriad races. Even the lofty deities were compelled to bow before them. However, once a certain threshold of strength was achieved, the absence of external threats ignited the flames of internal strife. From within humanity, formidable individuals emerged, and various factions began to clash fiercely for supremacy. It seemed as if history was on a cyclical path. Human fortune had surged to great heights, only to begin its decline. Yet, at this pivotal juncture, two supreme beings arose within the human race, two ancestral figures, the Grand Tao Ancestor and the Primordial Tao Ancestor. Each commanded a faction of human faith, and though they had long been at odds, they refrained from igniting a new conflict for the sake of human prosperity. It was then that a youth named Mo walked into the Grand Tao sect, a prestigious establishment founded by the Grand Tao Ancestor. Those who revered the Grand Tao could join its ranks, provided their talent was sufficiently formidable. Mo's innate gifts were indeed exceptional, and in a brief span of time, he rose to become the most gifted disciple of the Grand Tao sect. Even the Grand Tao Ancestor held great admiration for Mo, contemplating the possibility of accepting him as a direct disciple. However, as Mo's formidable talents became evident, he chose an unorthodox path, creating an unparalleled demonic technique capable of siphoning the cultivation and fortune of others for his own use. This incited the wrath of the Grand Tao Ancestor, who sought to strip Mo of his powers and expel him from the sect. By that time, however, Mo had already gained considerable strength, having harmed countless prodigies of the Grand Tao sect. When the Grand Tao Ancestor finally resolved to act, Mo had vanished without a trace. Despite the Ancestor's attempts to employ forbidden techniques to track him down, he remained elusive, for in his youth, Mo had discovered the multicolored altar within a hidden realm. Though he could not activate or wield it, he could take refuge within the altar to evade the Ancestor's pursuit. As he grew increasingly powerful, becoming the master of fate and acquiring the Temple of Destiny, he began to instigate conflict between the Grand Tao Ancestor and the Primordial Tao Ancestor. For this day, he had meticulously planned for countless years, and at last, his ambitions bore fruit. The two ancestors engaged in a fierce conflict for untold eons, until they were both gravely wounded and fell into a deep slumber. At this juncture, the only forces capable of thwarting Mo were the Masters of Destruction and the Six Paths of Reincarnation. However, the Master of Destruction was utterly annihilated, and the Master of Reincarnation dared not show himself. Mo made a grand entrance into the Grand Tao sect, imprisoning the Grand Tao Ancestor before proceeding to the Primordial sect, where he captured Hellion Wuxia. Wuxia's ethereal form descended to the mortal realm to retrieve his daughter, Hellion Qingqing, only to be intercepted and suppressed beneath the multicolored altar. A soft sigh resonated throughout the cosmos, emanating from the very spiritual embryo that had once nurtured the universe. Subsequently, the entire embryo vanished from sight, while others could not perceive this disappearance. Junlin stood frozen in place, acutely aware of the direction the embryo had taken. He comprehended the true nature of the spiritual embryo. It was, in fact, the system residing within him. Unexpectedly, a tremor coursed through Junlin's being, and he beheld a figure emerging from within himself, a being whose beauty transcended mere mortal description. In an instant, the multicolored altar began to tremble, releasing torrents of potent energy. Junlin could distinctly see a tantalizing form materializing at the altar's center. With flowing tresses cascading over her shoulders and delicate brows resembling willow leaves, she was a vision unlike any other. Junlin found himself momentarily entranced. Was this truly his system? After all these years, he had never realized that the system was embodied in such a stunning female form, one unlike anything he had ever encountered. Come, the woman beckoned, her delicate hand outstretched, her voice a gentle whisper. In an instant, the multicolored altar transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into her grasp. With a playful smile, she turned to Junlin. Her smile was enchanting, captivating the very essence of beauty. It's been a while, hasn't it? Junlin stammered, unsure of what to say. Has it? I only just emerged from your consciousness today, she replied with a light, melodic laugh, her voice ethereal and uplifting. Should I be called the system, or? Junlin inquired. Call me Chi-Chi, she said with a mischievous grin. Though I am a system, that is merely a facet of my purpose. My true task is to safeguard this multiverse from those with nefarious intentions. Now that you are here, my mission is complete, and I can finally take the time to explore this world. Chi-Chi, born at the dawn of creation, bore an innate mission, to preserve the world from destruction at the hands of ill-intentioned beings. Although she had regained her true form, there remained matters she had yet to disclose to Junlin. She understood that revealing certain truths could precipitate a cascade of unforeseen events. For now, Chi-Chi simply wished to experience the world and savor the joys of existence as a human, free from the burden of impending doom. In her eyes, the only person she truly cared for was Junlin, having accompanied him since the very beginning, witnessing his growth and ascendance at every turn. Once Chi-Chi had secured the multicolored altar, Junlin became aware of the three powerful presences that had been suppressed beneath it. One emanated a peak power of the Void Dao realm, while the other two, though formidable, exhibited unstable energies and were evidently weaker than even the Void Dao realm. It is evident that he has suffered a devastating blow. His injuries have not only failed to improve in this place, but have indeed worsened. Junlin is inexplicably aware of two presences that seem intimately familiar to him, evoking an indescribable sensation. With a sudden impulse, he strikes the seal with a resounding smack. Crack! The once formidable ceiling formation shatters into fragments. Humph! If it weren't for your reckless nature back in the day, old Tai, I would not have had to engage in a fierce battle with you. The blame lies squarely with you. Beneath the seal, Hellion Wuxia coolly scoffs, his aura diminished. How dare you say that? You insisted that Moke was a disciple of my Tai sect and demanded an explanation. The venerable Tai, despite his grievous injuries, remains impeccably pristine. Did I speak falsely? Is Moke not one of your disciples? Such a malignant scourge upon the world, raised by your Tai sect. Ha ha. Your name will surely be tarnished for eternity. Cough. Wuxia chuckles mockingly, but his countenance quickly reddens as he spits out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha, old Wuxia. Perhaps you should refrain from excessive chatter, lest you find yourself breathless. Tai laughs heartily. Father, are you all right? A stunning woman by Wuxia's side hastily supports him, her brow furrowed with concern. Alas, Qingqing, after all these years, I have come to understand. I was in the wrong. Though Yi Jitian lacked remarkable talent, he possessed an indomitable spirit. However, what I cannot condone is that he had the audacity to send my grandson to a lower realm for training. To abandon such a small child in a lower realm so callously? Wuxia gazes at Hellion Qingqing, his voice laced with indignation. Yet, had he not sent my grandson to that realm, perhaps I would have returned with you both. At that time, we might have been wiped out by Moke. Qingqing, I have brought you harm. If I had not taken you back, you would not have been sealed here. The emotions in Wuxia's eyes are complex, filled with resentment, fury, guilt, and yet, a sense of relief. Relief that he did not bring his grandchild back then, thus avoiding Moke's discovery. Angered that the two esteemed Dao ancestors of the world fell into such a trap, living for so long only to become mere shadows of their former selves. Father, I do not blame you, nor would Jitian. Hellion Qingqing shakes her head with a sigh. Junlin was so young then. I wonder how he has fared. She weeps softly. For he is her only child, separated from her at birth, a cruelty unimaginable to a mother. Why did you not simply end Moke's life when you found him? Back when he was Yizhan, the Tai Dao ancestor interjects sternly. While they know this is impossible, it does provide a momentary outlet for their frustrations. They have been aware of many matters during their prolonged confinement. Yizhan had been on the brink of death in his swaddling clothes when Yi Jitian took him in. Huh, to have killed him? Even at our peak, you and I may not have been Moke's match. Though our Dao fruits have diminished over the years, we have at least avoided harm to our essence. Yet now, Moke's cultivation must be nearing that of a Dao ancestor. Who in this world can counterbalance him? Wuxia shakes his head. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberates above them, followed by the sight of the grand formation, suppressing them, fracturing into disarray. From within, a voice calls. The seal is broken. You may emerge. Yi Junlin's voice echoes in their ears. What is happening? Is there truly someone capable of shattering Moke's seal? Could it be another trap? The Tai Dao ancestor expresses suspicion. Our Dao fruits are nearly depleted. What grounds do we have for being ensnared in a trap? Wuxia retorts disdainfully, before he and Hellion Qingqing step outside. Chapter 171. A reunion between mother and son. As the three emerge, Yi Junlin increasingly senses the auras of the two individuals, igniting a profound restlessness within him. It is an inexplicable connection, a wondrous bloodline resonance. Naturally, Yi Junlin understands that at his level, he recognizes this sensation as a bloodline connection. However, he refrains from delving into the origins of this phenomenon. Hellion Qingqing steps out from the seal, her entire being struck as if by lightning, her gaze fixed on Yi Junlin in a daze. Her beautiful eyes widen, shimmering with tears as she stares blankly at him. Yi Junlin's heart races. He had not anticipated such a scene unfolding under these circumstances. Throughout his years in the world, few events have shaken his resolve, yet now he finds himself utterly mesmerized. He has always believed that his father withheld the truth about his mother for a compelling reason. Originally, Yi Junlin had planned to seek out his mother by any means after vanquishing Moke. Yet now, she stands before him. I am the Tai Dao ancestor. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, young friend, for assisting us in escaping this peril. The Tai Dao ancestor solemnly bows to Yi Junlin and Chi. Wait, old Wushi. Qingqing, what is with your expressions? The young man is our savior. The Tai Dao ancestor turns to find Wushi and Hellion Qingqing staring at Yi Junlin in shock and immediately interjects. It is inappropriate to gaze so intently at one who has saved our lives. Junlin, is that truly you? Hellion Qingqing's eyes glisten with tears as she gazes at Yi Junlin, her vision blurred. In that moment, Yi Junlin feels a sensation akin to maternal love, a call from his bloodline, a whisper from ancient times, overwhelming him with emotion. Mother, it is I, Junlin. Initially hesitant to speak, the words flow forth naturally, devoid of any barrier. Junlin, my son, it truly is you. All these years, day and night. Your mother has longed for you. Hellion Qingqing bursts into tears, opening her arms wide to embrace her son. Since the moment of his birth, she had held him close. But she had never had the chance to do so again. This is her son, her flesh and blood. Yi Junlin, as a transmigrator, understands his lineage and harbors no hatred towards Yi Jitian or Hellion Qingqing. Previously, he had not yearned for his parents. But upon learning that his father had left a protective seal within him, ensuring his safety in times of crisis, he finally acknowledged his parents in this life. This is my grandson. Ha ha ha. Wushi Dao ancestor laughs heartily. His grandson has saved them. The Tai Dao ancestor stands in stunned silence, an array of questions swirling in his mind. He knows that Hellion Qingqing and Yi Jitian have a son, but how could it be that in merely a few decades, he has grown to such heights? Despite the decline in the Tai Dao ancestor's cultivation, his discerning gaze remains as sharp as ever. He had just observed the situation, yet he found himself utterly unable to discern the depth of Yi Junlin's cultivation. What could this possibly mean? There are only two scenarios that could explain this. The first possibility is that Yi Junlin possesses no cultivation at all, merely an ordinary mortal body. However, this scenario can almost be dismissed outright. How could a mere mortal possibly exist here? This is a secret realm personally established by Mo, where not even the peak of the Void Dao realm can enter without his permission. Thus, we must entertain the second possibility. Yi Junlin's cultivation exceeds that of the Dao ancestor realm. The mere thought of this left Tai Dao ancestor utterly astonished. He had originally believed that Mo's talent was unparalleled, but what manner of prodigy was this? In just a few decades, he had grown to such an extraordinary level. Hellion Qingqing embraced Yi Junlin tenderly, her eyes filled with compassion. Her son, at such a tender age, had already reached this formidable stage. He must have endured countless hardships along the way. The mere thought of Yi Junlin's struggles brought forth tears from Hellion Qingqing's eyes. Junlin, is this your daughter-in-law? Suddenly, she inquired, glancing at the tearful Chi standing behind Yi Junlin. Chi, feeling a deep sense of empathy, was moved by the touching scene of familial recognition. Yi Junlin was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. This young girl was undeniably striking. Hellion Qingqing released Yi Junlin and stepped forward, taking Chi-Chi's delicate hand in hers, examining her closely. As she assessed her, she nodded in approval. This girl was indeed remarkable. Yi Junlin stood by, utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't even held Chi-Chi's hand, let alone grasped it. Little girl, what is your name? Who else is in your family? Hellion Qingqing, increasingly fond of Chi, inquired eagerly. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed crimson, but upon hearing Hellion Qingqing's questions, her expression dimmed slightly. I am all alone, with no one else, she replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. She had originated as a spiritual being birthed from the chaos of the universe, devoid of parents or kin. Her sole purpose in life was to safeguard the world from destruction, a mission that felt like an innate calling. Thus, witnessing Yi Junlin reunite with his mother only deepened her sense of loneliness. Poor child, if you want mind, I shall be your mother from now on, Hellion Qingqing said, embracing Chi with heartfelt affection. Is that truly possible? Chi-Chi's eyes widened with longing as she asked. Of course, I shall be your mother henceforth, Hellion Qingqing affirmed earnestly. Wow, mother, Chi cried out, throwing her arms around Hellion Qingqing and weeping joyfully. Heh, Tai old man, look here, this is my granddaughter. Wushi Dao ancestor boasted proudly as he playfully nudged Tai Dao ancestor's shoulder. Oh, I'm aware. I know that my future descendants will undoubtedly surpass him, Tai Dao ancestor replied with a cold snort, feeling somewhat vexed by Wushi's display of pride. Ha ha, and what do you have to surpass? A lifelong bachelor with no wife. Where will your descendants come from? Will they spring forth from a pile of stones? Wushi mocked mercilessly. At their level of cultivation, competition was inevitable, yet neither could claim superiority in terms of cultivation. Nevertheless, Wuxia had gained the upper hand in this exchange. Indeed, I have no wife, Tai Yi realized suddenly, frustration creeping in. Grandfather, Tai Yi Dao ancestor. Yi Junlin stepped forward to greet Wuxia and Tai Yi respectfully. Oh, good lad. You surpass your father by leagues. You truly are my grandson, possessing the same indomitable spirit I once had. Wuxia exclaimed with delight. Huh. You were utterly talentless in your youth, do you not recall? Tai Yi retorted harshly. Thank you, my friend, for your timely assistance. Tai Yi Dao ancestor once again bowed deeply to Yi Junlin, having developed a profound respect for him upon learning of his cultivation level. In the realm of cultivation, there is no order of precedence. The accomplished are the teachers. Thus, Tai Yi Dao ancestor chose to address Yi Junlin as friend rather than as young one. Acknowledging their mutual respect, Dao ancestor, you are being overly modest. It was but a trifling effort, Yi Junlin replied with a wave of his hand. You might consider taking a respite at Tianzuan Mountain with my father. The seals here have been shattered, and I suspect Mo Ku has sensed it. He may already be on his way here. Indeed, upon hearing this, both Tai Yi Dao ancestor and Wuxia Dao ancestor's expressions changed dramatically. No, we cannot go to Tianzuan Mountain. Doing so would endanger that lad, Ji Tian. Though I have never been fond of him, he is a good son. Wuxia Dao ancestor firmly shook his head in refusal. Rest assured, with me here, Mo Ku shall not dare to stir, Yi Junlin said with a calm smile. His actions were merely to ensure that Yi Ji Tian would take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, he would have dealt with Mo Ku long ago, and there would be no room for Mo Ku's arrogance. Moreover, he believed that many would not wish to see such an ending. A mere Mo Ku cannot challenge my authority. You may all go with peace of mind. Yi Junlin smiled, shaking his head. With a simple gesture, he tore open the fabric of space, revealing a passageway that led directly to Tianzuan Mountain. On the other side of Tianzuan Mountain, Yi Ji Tian was likewise aware of the passage leading to He Lian Qingqing and Wuxia Dao ancestor. Upon spotting Wuxia Dao ancestor, his expression shifted. He knew well that his father-in-law had never been particularly fond of him. He had never bowed his head in front of his father-in-law before, and now he would certainly have to do so. After all, it would be a great regret if their union were not blessed by his father-in-law. Junlin, perhaps we should all leave. Mo Ku is truly formidable. This vast world is not guaranteed to keep us hidden from him. He Lian Qingqing expressed her concerns to Yi Junlin. Mother, rest assured. Your son is now unmatched in the world, truly peerless. Mo Ku is but a fleeting obstacle that I can easily overcome, Yi Junlin reassured He Lian Qingqing. Even so, He Lian Qingqing remained uneasy, glancing back repeatedly. She wished to take Chi-Chi with them, but Chi-Chi insisted on staying with Yi Junlin. Expressing no fear of Mo Ku, Yi Junlin, meanwhile, was not overly concerned. He merely envisioned taking Chi-Chi to explore the beauty of the world and share sweet moments together. Chi-Chi had never experienced the wonders of the world since her birth. Yet, Yi Junlin harbored an unsettling premonition, stemming from his formidable strength, allowing him to perceive the underlying currents of fate. However, whenever he attempted to delve into these ominous feelings, they would rapidly dissipate, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Chapter 173, The Fateful Encounter of Junlin and Chi-Chi. This sense of helplessness was foreign to Yi Junlin, yet, in that moment, he felt an inexplicable connection to Chi-Chi. Could it be Chi-Chi? No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Chi-Chi vanish? It's merely an illusion. Just a trick of the mind. Yi Junlin shook his head frantically. He would not, under any circumstances, allow Chi-Chi to disappear right before his eyes. Junlin, I wish to behold this world, the very realm I once spared no effort to protect. Chi-Chi murmured softly, nestled against Yi Junlin's shoulder. Very well. I shall accompany you to witness the splendor of this world, Yi Junlin declared, his voice resonating with determination. Temple of Destiny. The seal is acting strangely. Could it be that Yi Junlin has approached the altar? In the Temple of Destiny, Mo Ku suddenly opened his eyes, gazing in the direction of Yi Junlin. He must be sensing the overwhelming power of the Dao fruit now, wouldn't he? Absorb it, indulge in its essence. After all, it's your grandfather's Dao fruit. Yi Junlin, I am quite eager to see your expression when you discover that it is connected to your grandfather and mother. Mo Ku's chilling laughter echoed within the Temple of Destiny. At that moment, Yi Junlin's countenance should be quite remarkable, and Mo Ku anticipates it eagerly. Then, Mo Ku's figure vanished from the Temple of Destiny. Although he knew Yi Junlin could not break his seal, he felt the need to check for his own peace of mind. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin waved his hand casually, and instantly an illusion was cast, one that even Mo Ku could not penetrate. Beneath Yi Junlin's illusion, the five-colored altar remained steadfast, and the ceiling formation was intact. Beneath it, three distinct auras flickered in and out of existence. Everything was merely an illusion. Junlin, I didn't expect you to reach this stage so swiftly. Truly, your talent is astonishing. Junlin sat cross-legged atop the five-colored altar, fervently absorbing the torrent of Dao fruit power. Imoka materialized as a streak of light. Do you know what this mysterious source of power is? I feel as though another energy is gathering within me every moment, as if something is about to take shape. Junlin furrowed his brow as he spoke to Imoku. Ha ha ha. Junlin, your fortune is remarkable. This is not some primordial power. This is the residue of the Dao fruit, a true supreme Dao fruit that can propel you to great heights. Moreover, what you are gathering within is indeed the Dao fruit. You are the first I have encountered capable of condensing Dao fruit in the virtual Dao realm. Imoku exclaimed with great excitement. How could he not be thrilled? The sooner Junlin condensed the Dao fruit, the closer he would be to the position of the great sovereign. Imoku felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyously. So you have seen many who have condensed Dao fruit? Junlin inquired curiously. In an instant, Imoku realized he had almost let something slip. He was Yizhan, merely at the peak of the virtual Dao realm, nearly exposing himself. Of course not. Those are merely things I have read in ancient texts. Imoku replied with a sheepish grin. Big brother, you truly are well-read, knowing such things. Junlin remarked, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Since this Dao residue is so significant, you should absorb some as well. It is a tremendous boon. Junlin urged Imoku. No need, I cultivate a different path. These things are of no use to me. Imoku declined with a smile. He was not joking. He desired Junlin's Dao fruit, as only such a Dao fruit could allow him to ascend to the apex of power as the supreme sovereign. Big brother, your injuries have fully healed? Junlin asked, a hint of surprise in his voice as he looked at Imoku. It was merely a minor fortune. By chance, I have recovered. Imoku replied. Junlin, you should focus on your cultivation here while I search for opportunities elsewhere. Without waiting for Junlin to respond, Imoku departed. He understood that speaking too much could lead to mistakes, and he had nearly lost his composure today, almost revealing too much. At this pace, in no more than 200 years, Junlin would condense the Dao fruit. At that moment, Imoku's eyes sparkled with intensity. Yet, he failed to notice that after he left, Junlin had disintegrated into a pile of sand. The five-colored altar, the ceiling formation, all of it crumbled into mere rubble. Everything was but Junlin's illusion. At this moment, Junlin and Qiqi were meandering through the void, walking and pausing intermittently. It seems that in my memories, it was in that place called Tianwu Continent where we became entwined by fate, Qiqi remarked, her eyes filled with contemplation as she gazed at Junlin. Chapter 174, The Contest for the Immortal Artifact. Of course I remember. I recall being in Chongqing village, teetering on the brink of death. At that moment, I had truly lost all hope in you, or rather the system, Junlin said with a bitter smile. In that dire situation, he had indeed ceased to have any illusions about Qiqi, the system. He had pondered how other systems were capable of becoming immensely powerful, activating instantaneously to assist their hosts in soaring to the pinnacle of the world. Yet his own system had not issued a single task nor provided any response over many years, leaving Junlin feeling utterly despondent. Only when one is on the verge of death can they comprehend the true essence of life. As the saying goes, one must break before they can establish. It is through such trials that one gains insight, binding themselves to me and achieving an unparalleled compatibility. Qiqi playfully looked at Junlin as she spoke. Junlin fell silent, recognizing the truth in her words. Even as a seasoned reader of novels in the real world, he understood that other systems required their hosts to complete arduous tasks to earn rewards. Some systems even forcibly seized their hosts. In contrast to Qiqi, such systems were truly extraordinary. They could casually bestow rewards of 100,000 years of cultivation, or immense quantities of pills, things that were considered immensely precious to others. Yet to Qiqi, these offerings were of no consequence. Junlin lifted his gaze, and in an instant, the two stepped into a time-space passage. Arriving in Chongqing village on Tianwu Continent. Kill. Brothers, ahead lies the ruins of the immortal ancients. Treasures left by true immortals await within. Charge forth. As soon as Junlin and Qiqi touched down, they beheld thousands of cultivators in a frenzy below, battling fiercely. Junlin stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding in Chongqing village. When did true immortal ruins appear here? What were these ancient ruins? He had spent over a decade here without discovering any treasures left by true immortals. Given that he had already attained 100,000 years of cultivation, these matters should not have eluded his perception. However, Junlin was left even more bewildered. The very place these individuals were fighting to reach was none other than the courtyard he had previously inhabited, a courtyard that remained as dilapidated as ever. However, within the garden, The flora flourished with an astonishing density, simultaneously emanating a faint aura of celestial principles. What could possibly be the reason for this? Junlin descended into the small courtyard, holding Qiqi's hand. This courtyard had deteriorated even further than it had a decade ago, appearing as though it could collapse at any moment. As Junlin gazed upon the abode where he had resided for over 10 years, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. This was the very place he had called home, where he had personally cultivated every flower, herb, and vegetable. Yet now, these very plants radiated a luminous glow, their celestial essence blossoming forth. Even the rusty little spade he had once used to till the soil now seemed to possess an ethereal quality. This perplexed him greatly. Could it be that everything here once belonged to the realm of the celestial artifacts? That seemed improbable. Child, relinquish the celestial artifact. These treasures are beyond your grasp. Powerful figures loomed in the void, engaging in battle while directing scornful remarks at Junlin. Their eyes turned red with fury upon noticing the little spade in his possession. This was no ordinary tool. It was a celestial artifact of terrifying might. These formidable beings hailed from the sacred city of the Tianwu continent, and the current contest for celestial artifacts had attracted the attention of the continent's major powers, all eager to seize a share of the spoils. The allure of celestial artifacts was simply irresistible. Junlin paid no heed to their admonitions, his gaze fixated on the spade, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. He sought to uncover the truth behind this phenomenon. Soon, he realized that these items had absorbed his essence during his absence, awakening to life. The plants began to voraciously draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rapidly transforming into celestial herbs and flowers. Even the dilapidated wooden bucket he used to water the plants had metamorphosed into a celestial artifact, leaving Junlin somewhat speechless. The bucket, though appearing as it did, had the capacity to hold the waters of the world without losing a single drop. All causality originates from you, and all causality shall conclude with you, Qiqi remarked with a playful smile. Of course, she was jesting. Junlin's cultivation had transcended the bounds of causality. The laws of cause and effect held no sway over him. Junlin felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Although he had amassed a century's worth of cultivation, he lacked a systematic framework to gauge his true level of power. He had never anticipated that such mundane agricultural tools could harbor a trace of his essence and thus attain sentience, evolving into celestial beings. Brat, quickly step aside. Relinquish the celestial spade, and leave. I may choose not to pursue this further, a cold voice commanded, aimed at Junlin, who held the celestial spade. For how many years has it been since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner? Junlin muttered to himself. This was indeed a stark reality. Chapter 175, A Reunion with Xianxia. Since Junlin ascended to the realms of the celestial and divine, no one had dared to address him in such a manner. Uncle Fu, let us withdraw. Such treasures are beyond our fortune to possess. A light, ethereal voice resonated from behind the formidable elder of the Wanbao Pavilion. My lady, if our Wanbao Pavilion were to acquire this celestial artifact, we would command the entire continent. Elder Fu, perplexed, looked at his young mistress with confusion. The Wanbao Pavilion's influence spanned the continent, and if they were to possess a celestial artifact, they would undoubtedly become the foremost power. The young mistress of the Wanbao Pavilion, endowed with unparalleled talent, had once received a celestial steel from a young ascendant. Although she understood that since accepting the celestial steel, she and Junlin had become inhabitants of two disparate worlds, she still cherished the memory of their shared journey. Initially, she had believed him to be merely a grand martial master. However, as time passed, she began to suspect he was a martial sovereign, and later, a martial emperor. Time and again, she misjudged him. Each time he remained unfazed. Yet, she was left astounded, for Xianxia had investigated Junlin's background. This young man was merely a lad from a humble village in the Xia kingdom. How could his cultivation be so formidable? She surmised that all of this must be the result of some hidden power behind Junlin. Compete? With what shall I compete? Xianxia murmured. That young man had once risen against celestial beings with unparalleled might. Even the celestial beings had fallen before him. Let it be known, our Wanbao Pavilion withdraws from this contest. How could one dare to contend with someone who had once faced celestial beings with such audacity? With that, Xianxia hesitantly made her way toward the courtyard where Junlin stood. What? To have faced celestial beings? Could it be the elders of the Wanbao Pavilion were instantly struck with shock, and they withdrew from the contest amidst the bewildered gazes of all the other factions? While the other powers were confused, they felt a sense of relief as the foremost power, Wanbao Pavilion, withdrew, allowing the competition to grow increasingly fierce. Celestial Yi. Xianxia intended to call out to Junlin, but recalling her status, she bit her silver teeth and addressed him formally. You are? Junlin inquired, somewhat puzzled. I am the one who once received the celestial steel from you, a member of the Wanbao Pavilion, Xianxia replied with a self-deprecating smile. What was her identity? How could Yi Junlin possibly remember her? Yet, the truth remained. Xianxia was merely a fleeting figure in Yi Junlin's life. Originally, they were not destined to meet again. But fortune had conspired to bring them together once more. Ah, I remember now, the young lady of Wanbao Pavilion. Xianxia, is it not? Please, refrain from addressing me as anything so exalted as a mortal. Simply call me by my name. Yi Junlin said with a smile. Indeed, to call one an immortal only serves to diminish Yi Junlin's stature. Could a mere immortal ever be worthy of Yi Junlin's standing? Clearly, that is out of the question. So, is it that you from Wanbao Pavilion desire this item? Yi Junlin inquired with curiosity. These trinkets hold no value for him. If the young lady of Wanbao Pavilion wishes for them, he sees no harm in parting with them. And no, we at Wanbao Pavilion will not partake in this matter. Xianxia hastily replied, fearing Yi Junlin might misunderstand. Chapter 176, The Appearance of the Heavenly Court. Oh, there is no harm in your involvement. After all, it is a matter of fortune, a chance to contend for it. I am merely accompanying Chi-Chi to the mortal realm to take a stroll. Retracing the paths I once trod, Yi Junlin said cheerfully to Xianxia. Her name is Chi-Chi? A fleeting shadow of sorrow flickered in Xianxia's eyes, unnoticed by Yi Junlin. However, Chi-Chi, being a woman herself, caught the nuance. Yet, Chi-Chi chose to remain silent. After all, it was only natural for someone as remarkable as Yi Junlin to attract admiration. Despite Chi-Chi's thoughts, the jade-like hand she had wrapped around Yi Junlin's arm twisted sharply, demonstrating her possessiveness. Though Yi Junlin's cultivation was formidable, he could only comply with Chi-Chi's performance. At this moment, the external battle raged fiercely. Various powerful factions unleashed their true might, all vying for the celestial artifact. Some of the formidable forces had already noticed Yi Junlin and the young lady of Wanbao Pavilion engaging in light-hearted conversation amidst the chaos. While they fought intensely, it was evident that others had taken the lead. Was it not so? Was Yi Junlin not wielding a shovel that exuded the essence of celestial laws? Had they not laid out their grand formations already? Why then did Yi Junlin and his companions seem to traverse unimpeded into the fray? Boy, relinquish the celestial artifact, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, your family shall suffer dire consequences. A powerful figure shouted coldly at Yi Junlin amidst the ongoing battle. The previously retreated warriors of Wanbao Pavilion broke into a cold sweat, realizing someone dared to threaten a being who had once defied the heavens more than a decade ago. Was this not courting death? They felt fortunate to have heeded their young lady's advice. Otherwise, today might have marked their collective nightmare. The mere thought of Yi Junlin's past defiance sent shivers down their spines. Such an entity could toss the celestial tablet to their young lady with ease. Surely he would not be concerned about these so-called celestial artifacts? Moreover, according to their investigations, Yi Junlin's previous residence was none other than Chongqing village in the Summer Kingdom. Could it be that these celestial artifacts were left behind by him during that time? One of the elders of Wanbao Pavilion exclaimed in astonishment. Only this explanation seemed plausible. Oh, my backing shall suffer calamity? You speak that of your own accord, Yi Junlin said disdainfully to the one who had threatened him. Where are the forces of the heavenly court? Yi Junlin casually addressed the air. Boom. Crack. At the instant Yi Junlin's words fell, the void above the Tianwu continent rent asunder. A surge of overwhelming energy enveloped the entire Tianwu continent. Armies emerged from the gaping rift in the sky, crossing the dimensional barrier. Each leader bore a blood-red battle flag, prominently emblazoned with the words Heavenly Court. All hail the sovereign. 10,000 monarchs of the Heavenly Court bow before you. The Haotian monarch and other leaders knelt on one knee in the void, respectfully addressing Yi Junlin. Someone has threatened my life and sought to obliterate my backing. You understand what must be done, do you not? Yi Junlin stated calmly to the assembled 10,000 troops of the Heavenly Court. Kill. The unified cry resonated, threatening to overwhelm the entire Tianwu with their murderous intent. Proceed. Yi Junlin said nonchalantly. To strike down these insignificant beings would tarnish his dignity. He would not even grant them the chance to beg for mercy. Oh no. What if that individual discovers the celestial tablet is not with the young lady? What then? An elder from Wanbao Pavilion suddenly recalled something, his expression changing drastically as he gazed fearfully in Yi Junlin's direction. With so many powerful beings descending upon the Tianwu continent, anyone could discern that their cultivation far exceeded that of the entire realm. They even surpassed the celestial beings for over a decade ago. They had not sensed such vigorous energy from celestial entities. A mere tremor could lead to the destruction of the heavens. How terrifying that was. Only one monarch stepped forth, appearing instantaneously before the individual who had threatened Yi Junlin. With a swift motion, he struck the man's head with a resounding slap. then discerned the members and whereabouts of his faction. In the blink of an eye, this celestial monarch vanished. In less than a fraction of a breath, he reappeared. Sovereign, his sect and all associated individuals have been eradicated, the monarch reported respectfully to Junlin. And no, it cannot be. I opposed this from the start. I never anticipated that he would descend to the mortal realm with so many powerful beings, someone stammered in fear. Although the young lady is the most gifted in Wanbao Pavilion, she and her mother had been marginalized for years. Otherwise, how could the young lady have been relegated to this insignificant summer kingdom? And how could she have encountered this esteemed individual? Many elders believed that a girl should not wield power, as she was destined to marry. Thus, they forcibly stripped the celestial tablet from her. Had it not been for this, perhaps the young lady would have already ascended to the celestial realm by now. Chapter 177, Coercion. The elders trembled as they spoke. Though Xianxia's lineage was the main branch, it lacked male heirs. Her father had passed away many years ago. There were few elders to support them. This allowed the offshoots of Wanbao Pavilion to see hope, particularly a youth named Wan Hao, who emerged at that time. While his talent did not match Xianxia's, it was not far behind, making him the people's choice. In a desperate bid to protect her mother, Xianxia had no choice but to surrender the celestial tablet, lest certain individuals use her mother as leverage against her. She could not risk harm to her only family. In just over a decade, your cultivation has nearly reached the celestial realm. One must admit, your talent is remarkable. Junlin nodded at Xianxia. However, I am curious. With the assistance of the celestial tablet, given your talent, ascending within 10 years should pose no difficulty whatsoever. Junlin observed Xianxia with a smile. He did not sense the presence of the celestial tablet within her aura, which piqued his curiosity, though it was merely that, curiosity. Xianxia's decision to leave the celestial tablet with her family for their prosperity was understandable. The celestial tablet. I left it for my family, Xianxia stammered, biting her lip, ultimately refraining from revealing the truth, for she wished to avoid troubling Junlin. After all, they were merely fleeting acquaintances who had journeyed together for a brief period. Although Junlin appeared to be an extraordinary being even in the celestial realm, it was inconceivable that he could summon 100,000 formidable warriors in an instant. What was most terrifying was that a mere ordinary soldier had extinguished several powerful factions that had dared to speak disrespectfully to Junlin in the blink of an eye. Nonetheless, this predicament was one that Xianxia had brought upon herself, and she had no justification to seek Junlin's assistance. The young lady's sky monument had been forcibly taken from her by her kin, and she had previously held no fear of the powerful figures within her clan. Yet, they had resorted to using her mother as leverage, compelling her to submit. At that moment, an elderly woman, over 60 years of age, stood at a distance and spoke loudly. Granny Hua, cease your words, Xianxia immediately chided. Yes, I apologize. It is my own inadequacy that has led to the loss of the sky monument. Xianxia, resembling a child who had erred, lowered her head to acknowledge her mistake and apologize. The items I bestow upon you, as long as you do not wish to part with them voluntarily, let anyone who dares to seize them be met with dire consequences. Hands shall be severed for reaching out. Heads shall roll for daring to intrude. Junlin shrugged and declared. The things he, Junlin, had given away were not to be sullied by others. Granny Hua, what are you doing? An elder bellowed angrily at Granny Hua. They trembled in fear, anxious that Junlin might discover the theft of the sky monument. However, they breathed a sigh of relief when Xianxia chose not to divulge the matter. They silently vowed that upon their return, they must ensure Wan Hao returned the sky monument to Xianxia. It was imperative, if it were solely Junlin. His might alone would not suffice to compel them to return the sky monument. For who could say when Junlin might depart, never to return? Yet now, a formidable army stood firmly above them, each soldier exuding an aura of chilling dread and terror without a hint of breath. They had not anticipated that Granny Hua, an old servant of Xianxia's lineage, would speak so boldly, causing their faces to pale in shock. I have served the young lady's lineage for nearly 2 centuries, witnessing how you have oppressed her main line. Now that he has returned, I can no longer remain silent, Granny Hua proclaimed. Although her cultivation was not particularly high, she was still considered among the strong. In the past, she had no choice but to endure, lacking the power to contend with the Wan family's branch. However, now she had a choice, and with only one opportunity before her, even in failure, she would have no regrets. Several elders of the Wan family wore grim expressions, their hearts sinking as they felt Junlin's gaze pierce through them like a dagger. Do you wish for these celestial artifacts? If not, let others compete for them. Junlin inquired, weighing a small spade in his hand as he looked at Xianxia. Our Wanbao Pavilion is already exceedingly fortunate to possess the sky monument. Let these go. Xianxia gently shook her head. Upon discovering that the celestial artifacts originated from Changxing village, she had no desire to contend for them. However, the clan had threatened her with her mother, leaving her with no choice. Junlin casually tossed the small spade onto the ground. He could see that there was no flicker of greed in xianxia's eyes. Her words were sincere. She truly did not desire them. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to those with the capability to wield them. With that, Junlin departed with Qi and xianxia, soaring into the sky. Had he not just proclaimed that the items he bestowed were beyond the reach of others? Xianxia was, after all, the only person he had ever forged a slight bond with in the lower realm. Chapter 178. The Young Pavilion Master of the Wan Family. After Junlin and his companions departed, countless individuals finally released a heavy sigh of relief. The presence of Junlin's subordinates had been overwhelmingly oppressive, leaving them breathless. Now that these figures had vanished in an instant, it was as though they had never existed. Soon, their eager gazes returned to the location of the celestial artifacts. Junlin had just declared that those with the capability would claim them. Now, the moment had arrived for all of them to seize their fortunes. Boom. After Junlin's departure, a cataclysmic battle erupted once more brutal than before. The headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion was situated in the most prosperous area of Tianwu continent, in the sacred city. At this moment, within Wanbao Pavilion, boom, an aura surged skyward. All the significant figures of Wanbao Pavilion emerged from their seclusion, directing their attention toward a small courtyard within the pavilion. This courtyard was the location where Wan Hao, the first prodigy of the Wan family's branch, was currently in closed-door cultivation. Ha ha ha. After years of seclusion, I have finally attained great success. The Sky Monument is indeed a celestial artifact, allowing my cultivation to reach the pinnacle of this world. I believe it won TB long before. With a complete understanding of the Sky Monument, I ascend to immortality. At that time, I shall undoubtedly condense celestial fire, achieving true immortality. A young man emerged from the courtyard, laughing wildly. Has young Master Wan's cultivation reached the Ascendant Realm? An elder inquired, trembling. Of course. From this day forth, I shall be the foremost expert of Wanbao Pavilion. Wan Hao arrogantly proclaimed. Indeed, he had the right to be arrogant. Across the continent, there were barely a few experts at the Ascendant Realm, especially considering the ancient figures. Ha ha. Congratulations to our young master on successfully advancing to the Ascendant Realm. He shall be one of the rare pinnacle experts across the entire continent. An elder laughed heartily, cupping his hands in congratulations. Whether Wanbao Pavilion could ascend to the celestial realm hinged on the young master. If he could comprehend the Sky Monument, they would have the opportunity to become a force in the celestial realm under Wan Hao's leadership. First expert? The young lady entered the Ascendant Realm years ago. What first expert? You must be dreaming. An old woman scoffed derisively. In her eyes, the young lady was the rightful heir of Wanbao Pavilion, despite the lack of support from many. Yet her talent was undeniable. What? What did you just say? Xianxia entered the Ascendant Realm years ago? Boom. Wan Hao's expression darkened instantly, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, directed toward the old woman as he shouted. He could not believe it. He possessed the Sky Monument, and ascending to immortality was merely a matter of time. Yet Xianxia had reached the Ascendant Realm without the Sky Monument? This was utterly inconceivable. Ahem. No matter how strong you become, you shall never match the young lady, the old woman said, her strong aura knocking her backward. Blood spilling from her mouth as she coldly smiled. Seeking death. A mere old dog dares to openly ridicule me. Wan Hao's anger flared, ready to erupt at any moment. Enough. Today, we celebrate young Master Wan Hao's breakthrough to the Ascendant Realm. The day of his ascension shall not be far off. We shall hold a feast in honor of Wan Hao. An elder clad in a purple gold robe with graying hair slowly emerged from the grand hall, smiling as he spoke. Alas, once one rises to prominence, it is as if a fish has returned to water. The main lineage of Wanbao Pavilion shall fade into obscurity, the old woman lamented, gazing at the duo of Wan Hao and his grandfather with a sigh. Indeed, the elder who had emerged from the grand hall was none other than Wan Tianjin, Wan Hao's grandfather from the branch family. Currently, Wan Hao has been appointed as the young master of the Wanbao Pavilion, and naturally, his branch has risen in prominence. Even someone as incompetent as Wan Tianjin has been made the acting patriarch. Humph, a group of old geezers daring to defy me. Your good days are numbered. Wan Hao coldly remarked as he gazed at the old woman. Anyone loyal to the main line of Wan Shurya must perish. Now that I, Wan Hao, have ascended to the position of young master of the Wanbao Pavilion, I shall not allow any unforeseen events to transpire. Wan Shurya, I shall become an immortal before you. At that time, you and your mother are indeed exquisite beauties. A cruel smile inadvertently crept across Wan Hao's lips. Grandma Lan, are you all right? Just as Wan Hao was about to step into the grand hall of the Wanbao Pavilion, Wan Shiya's voice rang out, halting him in his tracks. Cough, cough, miss, I am fine. It's just that some are lost in dreams, having just ascended to the heavenly realm. Yet they dare to claim themselves as the greatest expert of the Wanbao Pavilion. How utterly ridiculous. Grandma Lan, supported by Wan Shiya, coldly scoffed at Wan Hao. Old hag, do not think that just because Wan Shiya is here, I would hesitate to kill you. Wan Hao's eyes gleamed with coldness as he spoke to Grandma Lan. However, his gaze soon became fixated elsewhere. In his line of sight was Chi, a girl whose presence transcended the earthly realm. Her serene aura and breathtaking beauty defied any extravagant descriptions. She was stunning in a way that was utterly mesmerizing. As for Junlin standing beside her, he chose to ignore him entirely. Chapter 179, Rebellion? The True Strength Revealed. Cough, cough. May I inquire what brings this celestial maiden to my Wanbao Pavilion? Wan Hao, believing himself to be a paragon of chivalry, flashed a self-assured smile as he extended his hand in an attempt to greet Chi. However, Chi remained impassive, continuing to cling to Junlin's arm, completely disregarding Wan Hao. Cough. Wan Hao's outstretched hand stiffened in the air, and he cleared his throat. I am the young master of the Wanbao Pavilion. I am certain that the celestial maiden has come here for a purpose. Why not share it with me? I shall undoubtedly assist you in resolving any matters. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Who on the continent was unaware of the immense power wielded by the Wanbao Pavilion? He believed that any woman hearing of his status would gaze at him with admiration and affection. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Only Junlin regarded him with a smile, one that familiar acquaintances recognized as a precursor to violence. Wan Hao's expression shifted. Since ascending to the position of young master, no one had dared to defy him or ignore him. Yet today, the two individuals accompanying Wan Shiya treated him with blatant disregard, challenging his authority as young master. What are you doing? Was it not said that a celestial artifact had appeared in that primitive land? Where is the celestial artifact? Why have you not brought it back? Suddenly, Wan Hao directed his ire at several elders of the Wanbao Pavilion, who had been obediently following Wan Shiya. These elders had initially supported his rise to power. Yet now they chose to stand behind Wan Shiya, igniting his fury. Celestial artifact? What celestial artifact? Is it the celestial steel within your body? Or did you threaten the young miss to obtain it? What qualifies you to stand there and criticize us? In a certain sense, you are merely a thief. Your talent may be considered excellent among the branches, but after possessing the celestial steel for over a decade, you have barely reached the heavenly realm. What grounds do you have for pride? The young miss has already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm years ago due to her innate talent. What do you have to boast about? Where's your face? The elders, just returned from Changxing village, erupted in furious rebuke towards Wan Hao. They were bewildered by the current situation, having returned without showing any sign of their ordeal. Wan Hao was momentarily taken aback. What was happening today? Why had nothing gone smoothly since he emerged from seclusion? You dare speak to the young master in such a manner here in the Wanbao Pavilion? Wan Tianjun stepped forward, reprimanding them. Silence. You, a mere ant of the martial emperor realm, have no right to speak. An elder retorted vehemently. If it were not for Wan Tianjun being Wan Hao's grandfather, how could a mere martial emperor become the acting patriarch of the Wan family? Yet now, he had become increasingly brazen, even daring to reprimand the elders. You have such audacity. Although my cultivation is low, I am the acting patriarch. How dare you defy me? Guards, seize him. Wan Tianjun's hands trembled with rage as he shouted. In an instant, powerful auras manifested from deep within the Wanbao Pavilion, converging towards this location. Uncertain of the patriarch's summons, these formidable presences addressed Wan Tianjun with indifference. They held little regard for him, merely affording him a sliver of courtesy due to his relation to Wan Hao. These people have gone against the tide. Today, they dare to oppose Hao heir. Will you not intervene? Wan Tianjun pointed at the group of elders who had just returned from Changxing village. Elder Lu, what is going on? You failed to retrieve the celestial artifact, and now what is this? The elder at the forefront furrowed his brow as he questioned the elders behind Wan Shiya. Elder brother, I advise you not to let these two toxic branches run rampant today. Otherwise, after today, the Wan family will be utterly obliterated, Elder Lu calmly stated, locking eyes with his elder brother. Once I become an immortal, I shall bring the Wan family into the celestial realm. Even in the celestial realm, I will ensure the Wan family becomes a great clan, Wan Hao declared loudly. He was utterly unprepared for the rebellion that had unfolded today, and it was likely instigated by Wan Shiya, who had swayed several elders to usurp power. Therefore, he must first stabilize those elders who supported him. Indeed, upon hearing the term become an immortal, the elders' eyes instantly lit up. Those two words held immense significance for them. They were advanced in age, and if they could not ascend to immortality, they would succumb to death, a fate they were unwilling to face. Wan Shiya, Relying on your status as the young lady of the Wan family, you have brought along two unrelated individuals to intrude upon my family. If anything goes awry, can you bear the consequences? Wan Hao directed his ire towards Xianxia, a cold smile gracing his lips. He noticed Chi-Chi's hands still intertwined with Junlin's, igniting a fire of jealousy within him. Chapter 180, Self-Inflicted Misery, Unbearable Consequences. Unrelated individuals? No matter how unrelated they may be, they are still superior to the fools of your branch. Before Xianxia could respond, one of the elders who had just returned from Changxing village could no longer contain himself and shouted in anger. This individual was the true authority. Who would dare to provoke him? Wan Hao stood in stunned silence. He had ceased to argue about the celestial artifact debacle in Changxing village, never expecting these elders to continue opposing him. This infuriated him. Elder, who truly holds the title of young master and acting patriarch in this family. Do you doubt my qualifications, or do you intend to usurp my position? Be warned, I will fully comprehend the celestial steel within 30 years, Wan Hao sneered. He deliberately mentioned the matter of comprehending the celestial steel, fearing that the elders would hesitate and withhold their support. As expected, when the Grand Elder and the others heard that Wan Hao could fully grasp the celestial steel in a mere 30 years, they were utterly astonished. In an instant, their minds began to calculate. They had already discerned their choice. Xia, this is the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion, the ancestral ground. How dare you bring people here so casually? The Grand Elder sternly reprimanded Xianxia, directing his gaze at her. Since they had decided to support Wan Hao, there could be no trace of hesitation. Otherwise, they feared that Wan Hao might develop animosities, making their ascension an unattainable dream. I am the eldest daughter of the main lineage, Grand Elder. What do you mean by outsider? Xianxia coldly retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. In terms of cultivation, no one within Wanbao Pavilion could rival her. Xianxia, what are you planning to do? Wan Hao shouted, noticing the overwhelming aura emanating from her. Do not forget, your mother is still in the inner courtyard praying for you, he added, observing a cruel smile creeping onto her lips. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Xianxia's aura dissipated into nothingness. Xianxia, today you shall obediently return to your courtyard. I will take good care of your two friends, Wan Hao said, a sinister glimmer in his eyes as he looked at Chi-Chi. Alas, self-inflicted misfortunes are inescapable. Xianxia remained still, merely casting a sorrowful glance at the Grand Elder and Wan Hao's entourage. Grand Elder, what are you waiting for? I suspect these two are spies sent by another force. Capture them. You can deal with the man as you wish, but the woman, I shall personally interrogate. Wan Hao instructed the Grand Elder. We shall all obey the young pavilion master's orders. The Grand Elder hesitated before responding. They all understood that this young pavilion master likely harbored ulterior motives towards the enchanting young woman before them. Brother, do you truly intend to drag Wanbao Pavilion into an abyss of ruin? The sixth elder exclaimed in horror. Who in the entire continent would dare oppose Wanbao Pavilion? Our influence is intricate and widespread. Who would be so bold? The Grand Elder scolded. Old Six, it seems you have fallen under Xianxia's spell. How could a mere outing transform you into this? The Grand Elder reprimanded the sixth elder and the others. Spell? Do you not know who possesses the most potential within Wanbao Pavilion? I never agreed to forcibly strip the eldest daughter of the celestial steel. It was a gift bestowed upon her. And you, ungrateful lot, dared to seize it openly. How will you explain this to him? The sixth elder sneered. Who? He has long ascended. Will he truly return? Even if he did, what would it matter? Thousands or tens of thousands of years have passed. By then, Wanbao Pavilion would have ascended to the celestial realm. The Grand Elder replied with a mocking smile. Old Six, do you wish to oppose Wanbao Pavilion? Seize them all. The Grand Elder declared resolutely. He then made his move, extending his withered hand towards Junlin. In his eyes, Junlin was merely a pitiful ant of low cultivation. As his hand approached Junlin, the latter remained composed, seemingly unfazed. No, it was not calmness. Rather, it was the inability to react. You fool. Your mistake was appearing at Wanbao Pavilion today. The Grand Elder grinned maliciously, preparing to strike. The millennia-old foundation of Wanbao Pavilion shall be destroyed today. The sixth elder said in despair. Who would dare to strike at a celestial being? Junlin commanded an army of over 100,000, each a peerless figure. Though they were invisible, they were undoubtedly present in some void nearby. Suddenly, just as the Grand Elder's hand was about to touch Junlin, a wall of energy appeared beside him, completely immobilizing the Grand Elder's hand. The Grand Elder was taken aback, while Junlin maintained his tranquil demeanor, devoid of any murderous intent, yet emanating an aura of chilling dread. Grand Elder, what are you doing? Hurry and capture him, Wan Hao shouted, observing the Grand Elders in action. He had thought the Grand Elder was merely toying with Junlin. You fool, do you not see that I am bound? I cannot move. This was the Grand Elder's most visceral feeling at that moment. He was truly horrified. There could be no being on the continent capable of completely disregarding his attack. Even other beings of the Ascendant Realm could not dissolve his strike unnoticed. The ease with which this young man had confined him indicated that he had transcended the Ascendant Realm, likely a genuine celestial being. This realization left the Grand Elder in a state of shock. How is this possible? When did a celestial being appear on the continent? The Grand Elder examined Junlin closely, and to his horror, he recognized the young man as the one who had gifted the celestial steel to xianxia. This revelation shattered the Grand Elder, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He has returned. We, Wanbao Pavilion, are doomed. The Grand Elder screamed madly. Grand Elder, have you lost your mind? Who is he? Wanhao, already frustrated, wondered why it was so difficult to get the Grand Elder to take action. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Why has it suddenly turned dark? Wanhao grumbled, looking up, only to be struck dumb by the sight above. The sky over Wanbao Pavilion was filled with a dense formation of troops, all exuding an aura of overwhelming power, yet not a single trace of energy escaped them. They all gazed down indifferently. Dare to strike at the ruler of the heavenly court? Kill, kill, kill. The overwhelming malice cascaded down like a torrential river. No one in Wanbao Pavilion could withstand it. Even those in the Ascendant Realm would kneel in submission. The entire continent trembled. Even without the troops of the heavenly court taking action, their malevolent aura was enough to obliterate even the mightiest of beings, let alone these mere mortals in their eyes. The disparity in realms was not merely one or two, but dozens of significant levels, an immeasurable gap. Who are you? Wanhao fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, unable to rise under the immense pressure. You dare to lay your hands on what I have given? Junlin walked past the immobilized Grand Elder, addressing Wanhao. Without warning, the Grand Elder disintegrated into dust. Dare to harbor ill intentions towards my woman? You shall suffer for eternity, Junlin said coolly. He then waved his hand, and the celestial steel burst forth from Wanhao's body, spinning in Junlin's grasp. What you have used is excessively filthy. It is no longer needed. Junlin's palm faced the void and clenched downwards, causing the celestial monument to shatter instantaneously. Ah, sputter! Wanhao collapsed to the ground, curling up in agony. The celestial monument had been intrinsically linked to his spirit, and its explosion inflicted irreversible damage upon his soul. I want him to live. Life is far more cruel than death. Junlin proclaimed directly. Understood, my lord. I shall ensure he is granted eternal life, to exist forever in terror. The Emperor Haoyan appeared before Junlin, speaking with utmost respect. He then casually cast Wanhao into the Haoyan mirror. Within the Haoyan mirror lies a realm of its own, allowing Haoyan to manipulate it as he pleases. Wanhao would undoubtedly regret ever stepping foot into this world. The remaining elders who supported Wanhao fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. They were terrified, having never anticipated the return of the defiant youth who sought to defy the heavens. This time, they were utterly doomed. However, Junlin had no intention of granting them any opportunity. He commanded his subordinates to conduct a thorough cleansing of the entire Wanbao Pavilion. Few elders remained. Yet those who did still held some admiration for xianxia. With the celestial monument gone, it was merely a token of friendship. And those who comprehend it shall ascend to great heights. Junlin casually produced a celestial scripture and handed it to xianxia, saying, Here, I cannot accept this. Xianxia gently shook her head. Take it. Today as parting may be our last encounter. Consider it a small gift, Junlin replied, shaking his head. Before vanishing alongside Chi from the Wanbao Pavilion. Will we not meet again? xianxia murmured as she gazed in the direction of Junlin's disappearance. She and Junlin were never of the same world, and there would be no further intersection. Don't miss out, freshly steamed meat buns filled with dragon filling. I want this one and that one. Walking through a bustling street in the immortal realm, Chi fully embraced her youthful exuberance, transforming into a food enthusiast. Junlin followed behind her, wearing a broad smile. Clear the way, the crown prince of the immortal dynasty is out for a stroll. Those who wish to live should step aside. Suddenly, a boisterous shout echoed through the crowded street. Chapter 182, The Twisted Prince. Junlin found himself at a loss for words. What on earth was happening? He merely wished to quietly enjoy the stars and the sea with Chi, to partake in experiences and delicacies he had never encountered before. Why were there so many blind individuals intent on disturbing their peace? As he looked up, he could clearly see a procession of lavish carriages recklessly charging down the street. Ahead, several servants wielded celestial whips, mercilessly striking those on the roadside. Though they were all immortals, they could not withstand the force of the servants' lashes. Cries of agony filled the air, blood and flesh scattered. Quick, run! The crown prince of the immortal dynasty is out. A voice cried out, laden with panic. This prince was notorious for his debauchery and extreme depravity. Those who caught his eye were often left with nothing but bones, their fates tragically grim. Ha ha ha. Today I am out to empathize with the people's plight. Feel free to indulge in your merriment. An evil voice emanated from within the carriage. This was indeed the crown prince of the immortal dynasty, speaking to his servants. As expected, his words invigorated the servants, who began to lash out even more fervently at the fleeing crowd, now employing overwhelming celestial power. Those at the level of immortal fire were instantly obliterated by the strikes. In an instant, blood and flesh flew, and even true immortals suffered injuries. They dared not resist, submitting to the onslaught of the celestial whips. To oppose the prince would likely invite merciless slaughter. The crowd, filled with suppressed rage, could only watch in despair. Suddenly, the lavish carriage came to a halt. The curtains were drawn back, revealing a pallid young man clad in a prince's robe. Looking somewhat frail, a clear indication of excess from indulging in debauchery for far too long. "Bring them to me," the prince commanded, pointing at a pair of mother and daughter standing by the roadside. The moment the prince's finger fell upon them, terror washed over their faces. The mother possessed some beauty, yet her daughter was merely 12 or 13, resembling a porcelain doll. The onlookers collectively sighed, knowing the fate that awaited the pair. "Prince, I beg you, please spare my daughter. She is only 12. The mother pleaded, fully aware of the prince's infamous reputation. Her desperate pleas echoed in the air, seeking a glimmer of mercy for her child. "Oh, just 12 years old? How delectable. Will you come to me willingly, or shall I come to fetch you?" The prince scoffed with a sinister grin. The crowd seethed with silent anger, fists clenched, yet ultimately they could do nothing. They had no means to oppose the entire immortal dynasty, as such an act would lead to ruthless slaughter. The mother's eyes glazed over in despair as a silver needle appeared in her hand. Even in death, she would not allow this prince to succeed. She pressed the needle against her daughter's back, murmuring apologies as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Hee, do you think death will allow you to escape my grasp? Even in death, I shall have you." The prince sneered. "I'll be damned." Junlin, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, now found himself genuinely enraged. Could such twisted individuals exist in this world? "Very well, you dare insult the crown prince? Your family is doomed. All the men shall be slaughtered, and the women sent to the 100 Fragrance house." Surprisingly, the prince showed no signs of anger. Indeed, he was even more twisted than expected. The crowd's expressions shifted drastically. They knew what the 100 Fragrance house entailed. A hell on earth where no woman emerged unscathed. The brutality within was enough to incite the wrath of gods and men alike. "Is that so?" Junlin sneered as he materialized beside the carriage. "Kill him," the prince commanded his servants. "Go." The servants leapt forward, striking at Junlin with their celestial whips. "You filthy insects, repulsive creatures." Junlin uttered a single phrase, and the servants vanished without a trace, leaving no ash behind. Though their cultivation was not high, they were still at the level of lower golden immortals. "Haha, still a strong one. What does it matter? Do you dare to kill me? I am the current crown prince of the immortal dynasty. Do you dare lay a finger on me?" The prince laughed disdainfully at Junlin. "All of you retreat. I wish to see if he dares to touch me." The crown prince addressed the formidable figures that appeared around him. These individuals were undoubtedly his elite guards, each a master in their own right, with cultivation levels no less than that of the great golden immortal. "Now, kneel and forfeit your cultivation. Confess your sins to me, and I may allow your family to survive," the crown prince proclaimed with an air of arrogance. He believed himself to be deserving of such authority, for he was the prince of the Deben-Re celestial dynasty, holding an exalted position above all. Although the guards harbored their own disdain for the crown prince, they were bound by duty. Should any harm befall him, their lives would be forfeit as well. "What a nauseating creature he is," Junlin remarked coldly. "So, this is the Deben-Re celestial dynasty, is it? Look upon the magnificent palaces in the skies above." He gestured towards the ethereal towers and resplendent halls. "Well, how do you feel? Afraid, perhaps? Ha! If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might just spare your family's existence." The crown prince laughed recklessly. "With a prince like you, this celestial dynasty has no reason to endure. Look." Junlin waved his hand, and in an instant, the world transformed. Even the crown prince's boisterous laughter froze upon witnessing what unfolded. Above the palatial structures of the Deben-Re celestial dynasty, a finger emerged, colossal and more imposing than the dynasty itself. A terrifying pressure enveloped the imperial palace, where countless strong beings resided. Yet, despite their frantic struggles and desperate howls, they could not breach the overwhelming force of the finger. Panic gripped the entire palace, and soon after, the giant finger descended, reducing the celestial palace to mere nothingness. "Now, tell me, what remains of the Deben-Re celestial dynasty?" Junlin addressed the gathered crowd. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how such a feat could be accomplished. After all, it was a celestial dynasty under the protection of an immortal sovereign, and yet it had been obliterated in an instant. The Dabin-Ri celestial dynasty has been vanquished. Ha ha ha, let's finish him off. The crowd's eyes blazed with rage as they gazed upon the last prince of the dynasty, their resentment boiling over. They wished to flay him alive, to feast upon his flesh and drink his blood. The Dabin-Ri celestial dynasty has perished. What are you waiting for? Junlin declared, assisting the mother and daughter who had intended to self-immolate. Thank you, young master, thank you. The mother repeatedly expressed her gratitude, having snatched back their lives. The prince's retainers, paralyzed with fear, dared not move. Although they despised the prince's depravity, they were compelled to protect him. Now that he was doomed, they felt a sense of relief. A throng of people surged forward, eager to exact vengeance upon the prince. Years of oppression and resentment erupted in a single moment. No, no, save me. Help. The prince cried out in a frenzied panic, casting desperate glances at his guards. Yet, rather than aiding him, they ruthlessly kicked him and slashed at him with their blades. The anguished cries of the Dabin-Ri celestial dynasty's prince echoed through the air. He could never have imagined such a dismal fate awaited him, and these people, filled with hatred, would not grant him an easy demise. They sought to torment him, to make him wish for death. Ultimately, Junlin and Qiqi departed, leaving behind a crowd filled with profound respect and awe. Who would have thought that in this vast world, there exists such a variety of people? Qiqi sighed, linking her arm with Junlin's. This was her perception of the world's suffering. Without Junlin's intervention, it was difficult to fathom the daily existence of those consumed by fear. One could hardly imagine the atrocities that the depraved prince might have committed. Junlin, perhaps it is truly time for you to ascend to that position. While your cultivation may suffice, you still lack the acknowledgement of the myriad beings. Only by stepping forth can you fully comprehend the world, and at that time, nothing will escape your gaze. You shall become the singular sovereign of this realm. Qiqi tenderly rested her head on Junlin's shoulder. Very well, I promise you, once I resolve matters with Moku, I shall do so, Junlin replied. Moku, you say? He failed to notice the fleeting shadow of sorrow in Qiqi's eyes. To the emperors of the celestial realm, I await your presence here. Come forth and meet me. Junlin stood resolutely, transmitting his consciousness. In no time, several celestial emperors appeared before him, their expressions filled with trepidation. They regarded this man with an indescribable aura, keenly aware of his capacity to obliterate an emperor in an instant. Junlin had no other intention than to instruct them to manage their respective factions. The throne of the sovereign. Junlin murmured to himself. The sovereign's position is the embodiment of the collective faith of all beings in existence. Only by earning their belief can one truly become the supreme sovereign, governing all laws, all paths, and all life. Yet, why must I seek the acknowledgement of the world's creatures? I am the embodiment of invincibility, unmatched throughout history. I am the sovereign. Suddenly, a divine radiance erupted from Junlin's eyes as he raised his gaze. Boom. The entire multiverse quaked as if a great terror had descended upon it, instilling a primal fear within the hearts of all beings. Deep within their souls, they acknowledged the existence of an unparalleled entity. Who are you? Why must there be another who can seize the title of sovereign before me? I refuse to accept this. I shall defy the heavens. In the dark fate temple, Moku bellowed, awakening from his meditative state. An overwhelming, exalted figure had appeared in his mind, one he could not fully perceive. Yet it inspired a desire for submission within him. He was horrified. Such an existence could only be achieved by the true sovereign. In that moment, despair washed over Moku. There could only be one sovereign in this world. The emergence of a second was impossible unless the sovereign willingly relinquished their life. Who could possibly challenge the sovereign? They are inherently immortal, save for their own demise. After countless eons of scheming, he now felt his ambitions crumbling. Fate is intertwined, and the cycle of cause and effect persists. Moko's entire being convulsed violently as he shrieked in madness, his hands emitting wisps of black markings that swiftly vanished into the void. Even if you are the sovereign, I shall still dare to challenge you. All causes and effects, the blazing red lotus of karma, converge upon me. Tao fruit, refine. Moko succumbed entirely to madness. As the god of destiny, he governed the fates of the world and, in the depths of his consciousness, he perceived fragments of causality. His existence was akin to that of a great demon, bound by the natural order of all things. Yet, he did not anticipate the emergence of such a threat so soon. Moko was not purely of the human race. He was a being birthed by the heavens and the earth. From the moment of his inception, he comprehended his path and his mission. He was destined to stir the winds of myriad realms, ascending upon the fruits of others' paths. He even recognized that he would become a stepping stone for others. However, He was unwilling to accept this fate. He presided over the Temple of Destiny. Surely, he could alter his own fate? Thus, he fervently sought out the children of destiny, dedicating himself to their cultivation. Once their Tao fruits solidified, he would forcibly seize and absorb them to enhance his own power. Throughout the years, he had tread carefully. Fearful of the slightest misstep, he endeavored to alter the trajectory of fate while remaining concealed from the public eye, delegating ordinary tasks to the Elder Celestial, manipulating events from the shadows. He had successfully gathered 3 Tao fruits of distinct attributes, only lacking the Tao fruits of Yi Jitian and Yi Nan. Once he amassed the 5 elemental Tao fruits, Moko would become the first and the last true sovereign. Yet, the unexpected occurred. The very individual who posed a threat to him appeared. A true sovereign, he offered Moko no glimmer of hope. Unwilling to relent, Moko declared, "Reveal yourself. I wish to see who has dared to usurp my position of sovereignty." His Tao fruit ravenously consumed causality and destiny. The red lotus of karma, an ethereal flame, had already enveloped his entire being. Under the relentless consumption of causality and destiny, the entire Temple of Destiny was engulfed in crimson flames. The void collapsed, and the beings within the temple perished before they could even utter a cry. "Show yourself," Moko bellowed. His face contorted in anguish as his soul endured the searing torment of endless karmic flames. Boom! The void trembled, and the supreme shadow within him began to solidify. How could this be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could it be him? Moko stood there, shaking his head in disbelief. The figure he feared was none other than Yi Jitian's own son, Yi Junlin. Moko shook his head vehemently, struggling to accept it. Yet the person before him was undoubtedly Yi Junlin. But he recalled that Yi Junlin was supposed to be in the tumultuous Star Sea, undergoing trials. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief span? Less than a month. Chapter 185, The Descent of Moko. Moko racked his brain, unable to fathom the reason behind such rapid growth. The very notion that Yi Junlin had reached this level astounded him. The sovereign, what of it? I, Moko, will exhaust my life's energy to ensure you do not obtain certain things, he declared with a sinister countenance. O wheel of destiny, as I fade. Should not a destined existence vanish as well? Moko formed a circular embrace with his hands, cradling the wheel of destiny. This wheel was not a tangible object, but rather an intangible essence, visible yet intangible. Deceive me, betray me, Yi Jitian, I shall make you pay. Moko laughed maniacally, merging with the wheel of destiny, his aura transforming into something terrifying. Yet, he remained far from rivaling the true sovereign. At present, Moko's cultivation had barely reached the pinnacle of Tao ancestor, significantly surpassing Wuxia and Tai. In an instant, Moko appeared above Tianzuan Mountain. By now, he had become unrecognizable, his form resembling a mass of soft flesh, scorched by the boundless red lotus karma, and altered by the myriad of causality. Though his appearance was ghastly, the aura radiating from him was profoundly fearsome. Meanwhile, within Tianzuan Mountain, Yi Jitian, Wuxia, Tai, and others opened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at the sky above. This aura instilled a sense of dread and suffocation. Moko, this is the aura of Moko, Tai exclaimed gravely. I never anticipated Moko would arrive so swiftly, Wuxia lamented, shaking his head. How could it be so soon? Neither he nor Tai have even recovered their powers, despite Yi Junlin providing them with supreme elixirs for restoration. Yet, time remains too brief. If they had been at their peak, they might have contended against Moko, but now, they lack the qualifications to fight back. What has happened to my son? Yi Jitian stepped forward coldly, addressing Moko above. If you seek our Tao fruits, know that Yinan is not one to be slaughtered at will. You have chosen the wrong target. Yinan emerged to confront Moko upon realizing he was the mastermind. Though their cultivation was insufficient, they would rather die than relinquish their Tao fruits, which had yet to fully materialize. Ha ha ha. Yi Jitian, stop feigning innocence. Your beloved son has ascended to the position of sovereign, usurping what rightfully belongs to me. Today, I have come to send you all to the underworld. What of the sovereign? I shall make him live in eternal remorse. Moko howled madly, his already grotesque form becoming even more repulsive. I shall traverse the river of time and erase all traces of you. I wish to see how he will retrieve anyone from the river of time. Moko continued. As the Lord of the Temple of Destiny, he understood the responsibilities of the Master of Reincarnation. By shattering the river of time and obliterating the traces of Yi Jitian and others, even a sovereign would be unable to retrieve them. Haha, my son Junlin possesses unparalleled talent, unmatched by anyone of the past or present. Yi Jitian laughed heartily, filled with pride for his son. Go ahead and laugh, Yi Jitian. Laugh to your heart's content, Moko said, a mocking glint in his eyes. Your fine son has absorbed the Tao fruit of your short-lived father-in-law. Do you think he could have become a sovereign so swiftly otherwise? Moko eagerly anticipated Yi Jitian's reaction, knowing he was a man of deep emotions. How would he react upon learning that his son had consumed the Dao fruit of his deceased father-in-law? Do you know where your wife has been all these years? Moko cackled. Of course, I have imprisoned both your father-in-law and your wife. When your father-in-law's Dao fruit is completely consumed, the deadly formation within will be activated. At that moment, your two closest relatives will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Even the Supreme Sovereign will be unable to intervene in time. It can be said that the ascension of your son to the position of Supreme Sovereign will coincide with the demise of your two short-lived kin. Imoku relished this narrative, fully aware of the intricacies of human emotions and adept at manipulating them. He understood that this was the most agonizing form of torment. To witness one's wife and father-in-law perish at the hands of one's self-owned son would drive anyone to madness. No one could withstand such a devastating blow in that moment. However, to Imoku's bewilderment, Yi Jitian's expression remained unchanged, sparking a moment of existential doubt within him. Yi Jitian, cease your pretense. I know your heart is a tempest, ready to explode. Release it, Imoku remarked with a cold smirk. Chapter 186, The Power of Belief. He refrained from direct confrontation, aiming instead to sow discord between Yi Jitian and Yi Junlin. Perhaps, if Yi Jitian's mind were to be clouded, he might even attempt to kill Yi Junlin. While he believed he could not match Yi Junlin, he was confident that if Yi Jitian sought to slay him, Yi Junlin would not resist. In fact, upon realizing that he had unwittingly consumed his grandfather's Dao fruit, leading to the tragic deaths of his grandfather and mother, Yi Junlin might even be overwhelmed with guilt to the point of suicide. In such a scenario, Imoku would still have a chance to ascend to the throne of supremacy. He felt quite satisfied with the intricate web of schemes he had woven. What a farce of a tumultuous heart, a father's beloved son, while I remain utterly composed, Yi Jitian quipped, observing Imoku. Imoku was perplexed. What was this? The situation was diverging from his expectations. Shouldn't Yi Jitian be engulfed in profound sorrow, grieving, perhaps even exploding in wrath or descending into madness? He must be feigning it, Imoku concluded arrogantly. Yi Jitian, do not doubt. Rather, attempt to sense the life-binding connection between you and He Lianqing. This is the life bond you personally established when you became united. Should He Lianqing no longer be of this world, you would feel it. Imoku sneered. Is that so? Then you may be disappointed. With your caliber, how could you ever hope to ascend to that position? From the moment of your birth, it was destined that you would merely serve as a stepping stone for Junlin. The primordial Dao ancestor emerged from the heavenly sovereign mountain, laughing heartily at Imoku. Indeed, you aspire to overturn the world, yet everything is predestined in the grand tapestry of fate. This is your calamity, one that you shall never transcend. The Tai Dao ancestor, clad in Taoist robes, stepped out from the hall of heavenly sovereign, speaking with an air of nonchalance. They have already prepared to embrace death. There is nothing to fear. Tai, Wusher, how could you two, old relics? Imoku suddenly sensed something amiss. Throughout this period, he had been fixated on the chaotic star sea, failing to detect any signs of change. He had assumed that Yi Junlin's fortuitous encounter in absorbing the Dao fruits of Tai and Wusher had led to his ascendance as the supreme sovereign. Had he known that such an ascension was possible, he would have seized the opportunity for himself. He had intended to use this event to undermine Yi Junlin. Eagerly anticipating the expression on Junlin's face upon discovering that he had consumed his grandfather's Dao fruit. Yet now, all had collapsed. In his intricate plans, figures that should not have appeared had emerged, and they seemed to be recovering quite well. What did this signify? It indicated that Yi Junlin had not absorbed their Dao fruits at all. Imoku had long realized that the Dao fruits of these two were insufficient for him to ascend to the position of sovereign. Otherwise, he would have absorbed them long ago. He had mistakenly believed that Yi Junlin was different, that he had absorbed them and directly become the supreme sovereign. But now it appeared that Yi Junlin had taken an alternative route to ascendancy. In that case, let you all perish, you worthless wretches. Imoku erupted in rage. After spending years meticulously crafting his plans, it all amounted to nothing. This felt like landing a punch on cotton. Years of scheming had been utterly squandered, a culmination of countless lifetimes of effort. Imoku was driven to madness once more. His aura surged violently, spiraling out of control. The entire upper nine heavens was instantly engulfed in a tempest, an overwhelming, suffocating pressure bearing down upon all living beings. Imoku paid no heed to anything else. He cared not for the lives of others. All he knew was that he was furious and in need of release. The targets of his wrath were Yi Jitian and the others, his rampaging aura sweeping across the landscape. He made no effort to restrain himself. His presence filled the entirety of upper nine heavens, crushing those of weaker cultivation into mere puddles of blood, obliterated by the force of his aura. Countless beings wailed in despair, witnessing what they perceived to be the end of the world. Heaven, is this the advent of the apocalypse? All preparations were made to activate the protective array of their sects, retreating into seclusion for countless ages. Great sects feared that a grand reckoning was upon them, determined to withdraw from the world for eons, never to be seen again. Countless beings prayed fervently, "Great Sovereign, your subjects are currently besieged by unknown terrors. We beseech you to manifest and save those abandoned by the heavens." On this day, at this moment, innumerable souls continued their prayers and pleas. An unfathomable power of belief coalesced in the air, forming a grand array of faith that safeguarded them within. This array, born of belief, rendered Imoku's terrifying aura ineffective against them. On this day, countless beings rejoiced, for they felt the presence of the mysterious figure of the Supreme Sovereign rescuing them. Their faith surged ceaselessly into the form of that shadowy figure deep within their hearts. Chapter 187. One flower wilts, another blooms. This was the Supreme Sovereign revered by all beings. In this moment, all creatures rejoiced, for they had found a guardian, a steadfast anchor. Junlin, at this instant, truly embodied the supreme and unparalleled sovereign. Wherever his gaze fell, all things were laid bare, for he was the most powerful existence in history. Imoku was momentarily taken aback. His oppressive aura failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Yi Jitian and the others from the heavenly sovereign mountain. This left him in a state of confusion. It was incomprehensible to him, as his cultivation should have been beyond what Yi Jitian and others could withstand. Even his mere pressure should have been unbearable for them. Imoku snorted coldly. Subsequently, he unleashed a fist toward Yi Jitian and the others from afar. The Wuxia Dao ancestor and Tai Dao ancestor stood vigilant, positioning themselves in front of Yi Jitian. Together, they aimed to block Imoku's strike. Imoku's punch bore little power and was not lethal. However, he intended to incapacitate them, nurturing a rather immature notion within him, to leverage Yi Junlin as father to command Yi Junlin. If Yi Junlin were deeply sentimental, Imoku believed he could undoubtedly compel Yi Junlin to self-destruct. Yet, all of this proved futile and exercise in vain. His assault had yet to reach the summit of Tianzuan Mountain when it dissipated into nothingness. A grand formation rose abruptly from the ground, a formidable faith array enveloping the entirety of the 9 heavens. Imoku's countenance shifted dramatically. A grand array had inexplicably manifested. Though his strike was casual, it bore significant power, one that Yi Jitian and his companions could not possibly withstand. Imoku had never anticipated the sudden emergence of such a formidable array. This was a magnificent display, enveloping the entire upper 9 heavens. Yi Junlin, was it your doing? Imoku bellowed to the heavens. No one but Yi Junlin could have achieved this without the slightest whisper of its occurrence. Despite Imoku unleashing his overwhelming pressure, his spiritual essence enveloping the 9 heavens, his might proved utterly ineffective. No being felt the slightest impact, entirely oblivious to his oppressive force. This realization drove Imoku to madness. Why was it that every encounter with Yi Junlin resulted in misfortune, every endeavor rendered fruitless? No one wished for death, and Imoku was no exception. Yet, he found himself in a state of utter frenzy, unable to eliminate Yi Jitian and his allies, nor to exert control over them. His grand scheme of leveraging the emperor to command the lords had collapsed entirely. He was driven to desperation, contemplating his final course of action. If not for the direst necessity, he would not resort to such measures, for they could cost him his life. He too desired to live. But the allure of the Grand Ruler was fatal. If he could not attain it, he would rather see it destroyed. However, he had never ascended to the position of Grand Ruler, and the extent of its power was beyond his imagination. The Grand Ruler, with a mere utterance, could sever the lives of myriad beings or rejuvenate all existence. This was the essence of the Grand Ruler. Every word and action could transition between life and death. To bestow life was to defy death. To decree death was to obliterate life. This was true dominion over the world. Imoku's every action was well within Yi Junlin's awareness, yet Yi Junlin remained unfazed. A casual remark from him could cause Imoku to vanish from existence. Yet, a persistent voice within Yi Junlin cautioned him that Imoku's disappearance would usher in an irrevocable event. This thought caused Yi Junlin to furrow his brow. As a ruler, could there truly exist matters that left him powerless? He had sensed something previously, though it had not been overt. Now, however, the reality of that sensation grew increasingly palpable, especially when he gazed upon Chi-Chi, and he felt an ominous premonition regarding her fate. What is it? Why do you keep staring at me? Chi-Chi, radiant and unparalleled, inquired with a smile. You won't mysteriously vanish, will you? Yi Junlin pondered for a long while, finally breaking his silence to ask Chi-Chi, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The world is governed by an eternal cycle. One flower withers while another blooms. All things coexist in harmony, yet also conflict, such as fate. Xianxia extended her delicate hand, akin to jade, gently grasping at the void as though attempting to seize something intangible, yet grasping nothing at all. Having once witnessed your invincible splendor, I consider myself intertwined with you, a dual existence, having traversed this journey together. Now, having beheld the world's brilliance, I have no regrets. Xianxia smiled sweetly, untouched by the mundane, her ethereal nature free from any trace of sorrow or despair. She was optimistic and unburdened. Junlin, Xianxia said, looking at him. Junlin noticed the purity in her eyes, a clarity that stirred his heart. Her gaze sparkled with stars, devoid of any reluctance towards this world. Only her attachment to Junlin remained. Since her inception in the cosmic void, she had existed in solitude, devoid of conversation or companionship, her existence unnoticed. Then she encountered Junlin. This marked the first time in her long existence that she felt the dawn of hope. Now, having shared the splendor of the world with Junlin, she felt content. What more could she desire? Perhaps her only regret lay with Junlin. This fleeting encounter in her prolonged life, though brief, left an indelible mark upon her memory. The time spent with him, merely a handful of years, was a treasure she could never forget. Those moments were vivid. The time before them was a slumbering void of darkness, while the time that followed was vibrant with color. Junlin felt a flicker of emotion within. Indeed, it was Xianxia. Although she did not respond directly, he already knew the answer. I am the Grand Ruler. With a single word, I grant life to all. With another, I extinguish it. If I wish for you to live, you shall live. No one shall take you away. Junlin declared resolutely, gazing at Xianxia. Junlin, some matters are unavoidable. Certain individuals arrive with a mission, and once that mission is fulfilled, their task concludes. Xianxia gently wrapped her arms around Junlin, resting her head upon his shoulder. Indeed, once the mission is complete, you will vanish. Therefore, I shall ensure that the mission remains unfulfilled. A brilliant light erupted in Junlin's eyes. Xianxia was bound by a mission. Once completed, she would cease to exist. If it remained uncompleted, she would endure. Junlin felt he had finally discerned the path forward, a way to allow Xianxia to remain in this world eternally. There were countless wonders and joys yet to be experienced by her. It was profoundly unjust that she was burdened with a mission from birth, destined to vanish upon its completion. Junlin vowed to eradicate such a fate. Chapter 188. A deceptive exchange, a perfect world. Witnessing Junlin's palpable excitement, Xianxia beheld a side of him she had never seen before. Previously, he had always been as calm as a still lake, rarely swayed by external circumstances. Junlin had consistently faced adversity with unwavering composure, yet now Xianxia witnessed a different man. This was a transformation inspired by her presence. A smile graced her lips, momentarily dimming the very heavens, casting a shadow over the entirety of creation. This fleeting smile eclipsed all else. Alas, some things are ultimately beyond retention. Xianxia mused softly within her heart. Is this the grand formation laid by Junlin? Jitian inquired, turning to the hapless Imoku. Heh, laugh all you want. I hope you can keep laughing. Imoku rasped, a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. He indeed found himself powerless against Jitian and his companions within the array. Yet, he could still inflict discomfort upon Junlin. The wheel of fate. How laughable. Imoku spread his palm, manifesting the wheel of fate. This wheel resembled a crescent moon, shimmering with countless points of light. These points varied in brightness, with the bright ones symbolizing favorable fate and auspicious opportunities, while the dim ones indicated a lack of fortune. In the past, Moko had discovered the child of destiny through this very method. However, it is now rendered futile. To govern fate? Absurd. Today, I shall utterly obliterate the wheel of fate. Moko laughed heartily, intent on dismantling the wheel of fate and inciting chaos throughout the heavens. He aimed to disrupt the destinies of all living beings, the consequences of which would undoubtedly be dreadful. Yet, as Moko mustered all his strength to destroy the wheel, a series of azure glimmers erupted from its surface. These radiances enveloped the wheel, rendering Moko's efforts to damage it utterly ineffective. Cursed be you, Junlin. How can it be you again? Moko suddenly hurled the wheel away, bellowing towards the heavens. The wheel transformed into an arc and soared forth, whereupon Junlin's figure materialized before Moko. With an outstretched palm, Junlin effortlessly caught the wheel, which had just been cast away, as it morphed into a streak of light in his grasp. Indeed, you possess an innate rebellious spirit. It is no wonder that even the heavens conspire to punish you, Junlin remarked as he approached Moko. Ha, punish me? Does the universe dare to punish me? What if you are the supreme ruler? Go on, kill me. Do it, come on. Moko faced Junlin with no hint of trepidation, his bravado unmistakable. Junlin narrowed his eyes, instantly comprehending Moko's underlying thoughts. Should Moko perish, the calamity that had arisen would also dissipate with him. Ha ha. Even the supreme ruler has his days of hesitation. Have you come to fear, after all? How can someone in your position possess emotions? The universe is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Once you embrace emotions, you become swayed by them, ultimately too timid to act. Moko mocked Junlin. It seems you have grasped some semblance of cause and effect. That is indeed the true reason for your reluctance to strike. Alas, cause and effect are merely that. Even the supreme ruler cannot alter them, Moko stated with a long-lost smile. Is that so? I command the heavens. What of cause and effect? What can they do to me? Junlin replied, his demeanor unruffled. A person devoid of emotions is but a walking corpse. What then is the purpose of cultivation? If one cannot protect their kin, their beloved, or their friends, how can they speak of the grand principles of the universe? Everything begins as an illusion and will end as one, Junlin stated calmly. And what of it? Supreme ruler, oh how I tremble in fear. Moko replied with a sinister grin. You must be that one, Moko observed, glancing at the enchanting beauty beside Junlin. I never imagined that my life would culminate in defeat at your hands. I know there exist forces in the universe that can restrain me. Yet, despite countless epochs of searching, I have never found them. How ironic. Moko shook his head in self-deprecation. Even if you do not slay me, do you believe you can survive? That is impossible. How could I allow your wishes to come true? To fly together? To remain entwined forever? Ha ha, dream on. Everything exists in your dreams. Upon finishing, Moko's aura became chaotic as he contemplated self-destruction. Return to the source. Junlin uttered 2 words calmly. Instantly, Moko's turmoil subsided, and his aura stabilized. Is this the power of the supreme ruler? Every word and action can alter the cosmos. Returning to the origin, Moko muttered to himself, realizing that Junlin's words had bound him, rendering him incapable of self-harm. It is futile. Whether I live or die now matters not. Just look at her. Ha ha. Moko laughed triumphantly. The more Junlin cared for Chi, the more Moko reveled in his triumph. How can this be? Chi, what is happening? Junlin inquired with a grave expression, his concern evident. My fate is already beginning to dissipate. This realm has deemed me no longer a threat. Chi replied with an air of detachment. A bracelet of 7-colored brilliance adorned her wrist. Each time its hue faded, it indicated that Chi's time in this world diminished. I promised I would guide you to eternal life. Junlin shook his head, unwilling to believe that there was no solution. It is futile. Ha ha ha, supreme ruler, ha. Moko reveled in the impending outcome, relishing the thought of causing the supreme ruler's sorrow. Moko had accomplished an unprecedented event worthy of historical documentation. Troubled, Junlin raised his hand, sealing Moko within the void. He understood that if Moko died now, Chi would vanish as well. He needed time, and Chi still had some left. I have met the supreme ruler. At that moment, the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation tore through the void, bowing before Junlin. I bring you this individual whom you previously asked me to guard. The Lord of Reincarnation presented the Celestial Sovereign to Junlin. Celestial Sovereign. Both Yin and Jitian exclaimed in unison. Junlin casually entrusted the Celestial Sovereign to Jitian and the others for handling, then fixed his gaze intently upon the Lord of Reincarnation. Supreme Ruler. May I ask if I have erred in any way? The Lord of Reincarnation felt utterly uneasy under Junlin's stare. 6 paths. Reincarnation, reincarnation. The golden cicada shedding its shell. Suddenly, Junlin appeared to have an epiphany and exclaimed. He realized how to allow Chi to persist in this world. By enabling Chi to condense her Tao fruit and merging her essence entirely into it, she could enter a form of reincarnation, not in the literal sense, but to signal to this realm that she had dissipated. Afterwards, Junlin would personally assist Chi in reconstructing her form, a veritable case of switching heaven and earth. With the supreme ruler himself intervening, the process would be effortless. Chi would naturally reappear, but this time she would not dissipate. As for Moko, the passage of fate gradually overwhelmed him, leading to his demise. He died with reluctance. For the sounds of joyous laughter echoed in his ears, the laughter of all living beings across the myriad realms. His departure completed the perfection of the celestial world.